They all say that a transmigrator is the protagonist of the world. But when I was reborn, I awakened the trashiest hidden profession, Shadow Priest. Casting a skill requires burning my own blood. Everyone thought I was useless, but what they didn't know was that I had another talent, demonic transference. The effect is simple: the blood I burn is paid for by my enemies. From then on, the enemy's health bar is my mana bar. My name is Yun Chen, a newly reborn person. Even now, I can't believe I was possessed by the teammate I trusted the most. Just a short while ago, our guild Dawn's Light had just defeated the final boss, the Time Demon. My level also broke the 100 level mark, becoming the 60th 100 level powerhouse in the entire server. But just as I let my guard down to check the loot, Lu Tianming, who had always been following me and calling me Brother Yun, stabbed a long sword into my heart from behind. His god-tier talent was Plunderer. By killing a target, he could steal their profession, level, and talent. As a squishy priest, I was completely defenseless against a sneak attack. "I'll be taking your 100 level priest profession," he said, stepping on my chest with a cold smile. I even tried to cast a healing spell on myself, but he was prepared. He slit my throat with a single slash. "Waste not, want not. Your level and talent will be compensation for our guild." That was the last thing I heard. I had devoted myself to the guild, turning the tide in countless raids, only to be betrayed and have a sword pierce my heart. Lu Tianming. I muttered his name, my voice hoarse. In this life, I would not repeat the same mistakes. The dogs of Dawn's Light, none of them would escape. I was about to get up when I felt something pressing against my back. I reached out and touched a blood-red eyeball. The eye of the primordial demon? This was a piece of loot dropped by the Time Demon. I had desperately held onto it before I died. I never thought it would be reborn with me. Host has successfully activated the special ability of the Eye of the Primordial Demon, Time Reversal. Current equipment durability, 1/100. Time Reversal. I was overjoyed and carefully put it in my pocket. According to my memory, there were only 3 hours left before the game Godfall descended upon reality. In my previous life, my city, B City, entered the game 2 hours later than the first batch of a city, and was behind in every aspect. This time, I couldn't be a step behind. I grabbed my jacket, rushed out of the house, hailed a taxi, and slapped the few hundred yuan I had on me onto the driver's seat. "Sir, to a city. I'll pay whatever it costs, just hurry." 2 hours and 55 minutes later, I arrived in a city just in the nick of time. I rushed into a convenience store and used the last of my money to buy enough water and compressed biscuits to last a few days. Just as I walked out of the store, a huge light screen descended from the sky, enveloping the entire city. Space began to warp, and my consciousness was pulled into a pure white void. "Welcome to Godfall. Please create your character." A huge profession wheel appeared. In my previous life, I was a pure support priest, which was extremely frustrating. In this life, I just wanted to be a damage dealer. Give me something that can fight, anything but support. I stared at the wheel. The pointer slowly turned, and finally, as if to spite me, it landed precisely on the priest section. "Congratulations, you have obtained the profession, priest. Congratulations, you have obtained the epic talent, Redemption Star Oracle." My vision went black. The profession and talent were exactly the same as in my previous life. Did fate enjoy toying with people this much? Just as I was despairing, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. "The Eye of the Primordial Demon has detected the host's strong unwillingness. Do you wish to consume the remaining 1/100 durability to activate the fate reversal effect? Use it. Use it now." I didn't hesitate. The blood-red eyeball flew out of my backpack, shooting out an eerie red light. Countless translucent demonic hands emerged from the eyeball, grabbed the pointer of the profession wheel, and frantically forced it backward. Crack! Crack! Amidst a grating sound, the pointer was forcefully bent to a pitch-black area. "Congratulations, you have obtained the unique hidden profession, Shadow Priest." Shadow Priest, a heretic who abandoned the holy light and embraced the darkness. This profession had no mana bar, all skills consumed health as a cost. Hurt the enemy by 1,000, hurt yourself by 800. It was a pitfall, but at least it was a fighting class. Detecting that the current talent is not applicable to your profession, a new talent is being matched for you. Matching failed. The fate reversal effect will be used to create a top-tier talent for you. Create? My CPU was about to burn out. The demonic hands appeared again. One of them held a red quill and began to write on my talent interface. Due to the heaven-defying effect of your talent, the default highest rank God tier can no longer bear it. The hidden rank beyond God tier, Genesis tier, is being opened for you in advance. Talent name, Demonic Transference. Rank, Genesis tier, Chaos. Effect, can transfer the cost you bear to other targets. I was stunned. Transfer the cost you bear to other targets. This meant that when I cast skills in the future, it would no longer be my own blood that was consumed, but the enemy's? The enemy's health bar was my mana bar. I was so excited I almost jumped. I could already see a shadow turret with infinite firepower, blasting enemies into smithereens. For my character's codename, I entered Demon. A flash of white light, and I was teleported to the newbie village, the Lost Ruins. The other players were still panicking and listening to the angel explain the game rules. I had no interest in hearing it a second time. I walked directly towards the lost forest outside the ruins. Just as I left the ruins, I ran into a couple. The man was called Brother Lin. Seeing my priest attire, he wanted to invite me to his party, saying he would give me 20% of the loot if I supported him. I coldly refused. In my previous life, I had lived like a dog, eating the scraps left by others. I'm not interested, I said and walked straight into the depths of the forest. The two of them didn't give up. They secretly followed me, wanting to use me as bait to attract the monster's fire. I sneered inwardly and played along, deliberately leading them to the spawn point of a corrosive scorpion, then ducked into a bush. Soon, the couple's screams and cries for help could be heard. In less than 5 seconds, the two of them were cut in half by the giant scorpion and resurrected in the revival point as white light. I jumped down from the tree, my gaze locked on the corrosive scorpion, juvenile, LV1. Its health was around 300, and its poison and attack power were a nightmare for newbies. I raised my hand and activated the basic skill of a shadow priest. Shadow word, pain, consume 10 health to deal 20 magic damage. For every additional 10 health consumed, deal an additional 20 magic damage. I directly chose to consume 150 health. Demonic transference triggered. The corrosive scorpion has taken the cost for you. Minus 150. A huge red number floated above the scorpion's head, followed by the skill's own damage. Minus 243. The scorpion's health bar was instantly depleted, and it crashed to the ground. My health bar, however, remained untouched. This talent was too heaven-defying. I went to loot the corpse and got 3 life coins and a skill book. Shadow Cage. Consume 50 health to bind an enemy for 1 second. For every additional 50 health consumed, the control time is extended by 1 second. Just after learning the skill, a larger, corrosive scorpion, adult, LV2, charged out. This was a black iron tier mini-boss with about 1200 health. It charged at me. I raised my hand and cast a Shadow Cage, consuming 250 health to root it in place for 5 seconds. The adult corrosive scorpion has taken the cost for you. Minus 250. Then, I threw a Shadow word, pain, that consumed 250 health. Minus 250. Minus 390. After one combo, the boss's health bar dropped by 2/3. When the 5-second control ended, my skill was just off cooldown. Another Shadow word, pain. Minus 230. Minus 390. The boss fell to the ground. Congratulations on reaching level 2. As you are the first to reach level 2, the Lost Ruins level leaderboard has been opened. At the same time, a server-wide announcement was made, and the entire newbie village was in an uproar. I became number 1 on the level leaderboard. This boss dropped 2 pieces of black iron equipment. 1, the Shadow Soft Armor, added 100 health, which was exactly what I needed. My talent's damage cap was linked to my health. The more health I had, the higher the single instance damage I could deal. I put all 3 of my level up attribute points into stamina, bringing my maximum health to 395. But that wasn't enough. I remembered a plant in the forest called poison tail grass. Eating it would poison you, but surviving it would permanently increase your maximum health by 1 point. A bold idea formed in my mind. Did this poison damage count as a cost? Could it be transferred? I found a poison tail grass and caught an unlucky scorpion monster. I first rooted it with Shadow Cage, then stuffed the poison tail grass into my mouth. Demonic transference triggered. 3 points of poison damage per second can be transferred to another target. It worked. I immediately grabbed a handful of poison tail grass and stuffed it into my mouth. The scorpion monster in the distance had minus 30 damage numbers popping up above its head. Its health bar was dropping like a waterfall, and it died in a few seconds. For the next 2 hours, I was the coolest guy in the forest, feeding poison to any monster I caught. My health successfully broke the 1000 mark, and my level also rose to 3. The second person on the leaderboard had just appeared. My bag was full. I was about to find the wild merchant from my memory to deal with my equipment. On the way, I suddenly heard a cry of alarm. A female priest was being chased by a 3-meter-tall black iron boss, the Skull Crusher, who was brandishing a giant axe. Coincidentally, she was running in my direction and crashed into a tree. I couldn't be bothered with her, but the boss turned its attention to me. I raised my hand and cast a Shadow Cage, consuming 1000 health to root it. Minus 1000. The Skull Crusher's health bar was instantly depleted. I followed up with a shadow word, pain, and it died on the spot. The female priest was stunned. The ID above her head was milk tea no milk. I recognized her. In my previous life, she was the chief priest of the Phantom Blade Guild and the sister of the guild leader. Can't hit me. She excitedly ran over and recognized me as the number one on the leaderboard, the demon powerhouse. She insisted on giving me all 30 of her life coins as a reward and even wanted to take off the only valuable piece of equipment she had on her to give to me. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I took the money and told her she owed me a favor. In our chat, I learned that her brother thought she was a burden and didn't take her to fight bosses. In a fit of anger, she ran out on her own and encountered the dangerous situation just now. I gave her a hint about a hidden quest and told her to go back to the newbie village to check it out. After saying goodbye to her, I finally found the wild merchant, a ragged old man, the fanatical believer Augustine. I knew that this guy was actually a silver-tier hidden boss. Everything players sold to him would be dropped when he was killed. He was a living piggy bank. It wasn't time to kill him yet. I had to wait for him to get fatter. I sold the trash equipment in my bag and got 760 life coins. I was about to leave when I saw a gold-tier piece of equipment in the shop, the Thorn Breastplate. Its attribute was an astonishing health plus 3,000, and its price was 2,600 life coins. I was drooling, but I didn't have nearly enough money. Just as I was about to leave, the old man called out to me. "Fallen Shadow Priest, would you do me a favor?" System prompt. Your unique hidden profession Shadow Priest has triggered a specific quest. The quest was to vanquish a bronze-tier boss, the Fallen Demon. The reward was a 24-slot storage ring, which was exactly what I needed. I immediately accepted the quest. The quest area was large. I found an unlucky scorpion monster and used a 1,000 health insight to expand my perception range to 1 kilometer. The map was densely packed with red dots, but the quest target was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to move to another area, a figure darted out from the nearby bushes. It was milk tea no milk again. She looked disheveled and saw me as her savior. "Powerhouse, help!" I asked her what she was doing here. She stammered that on her way back to the village, she had been blocked by a bronze-tier boss, turned and ran in fear, and got lost here. "What's the boss's name?" I asked. "I think it's the Fallen Demon." My eyes instantly lit up. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. I grinned. "Quick, take me to see that boss." Yunshin quickly navigated through the woods under the guidance of Milk Candy without milk. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. In the distance, a massive demon stood in the center of a clearing. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and bulging muscles. A pair of tattered bat wings fluttered slightly behind it, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Fallen Demon, LV5, grade, bronze. But then, Yun Chen frowned. Because besides the boss, there was a group of uninvited guests on the battlefield. In the clearing, more than 20 players were surrounding the Fallen Demon. The clash of blades and the glow of spells intertwined to create a chaotic battlefield. Behind this group of players stood a bespectacled male mage. His ID was indifferent as the wind. Yun Chen remembered this name. He recalled that the other party was level 2 and ranked 6th on the novice village leaderboard. He was waving his staff, directing the players to fight the Fallen Demon, continuously shouting, "Team 3, watch your positioning. Ranged players, keep your distance. Frontline, block the boss's charge route. Don't be afraid, if you die, you can respawn, we'll wear it down with our lives." That's a bronze-level boss. The rewards must be substantial. Everyone, give it your all. Yun Chen hid behind a sturdy tree trunk, observing the battle. Clearly, this group intended to wear down the boss with sheer numbers. Milk Candy without milk, seeing the scene, was somewhat surprised. "Huh? When I escaped just now, there weren't this many people. How did so many players suddenly appear?" She turned to Yun Chen. "Demon boss, should we go in now? While they attract the boss's attention, we might be able to snag a cheap shot." Yun Chen shook his head, his tone calm. "No, we won't do anything." Milk Candy without milk was taken aback, somewhat confused. "Why not? There are so many people now, and the boss's attention is on them. Wouldn't it be easier to kill it?" Yunshin glanced at her and said, "No need, even without these people, I can kill the boss." His tone held no arrogance, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. Milk Candy without milk was stunned. She looked at Yunshin with some skepticism, unsure if what he said was true. After all, that was a bronze-level boss. Yunshin continued, "And if we act now, wouldn't it give those people a chance to steal the boss? So we wait until they're all dead before we go in." After saying this, Yunshin turned to Milk Candy without milk. In the next moment, she seemed to understand something and quickly waved her hands. "I absolutely won't steal your boss." Hearing this, Yunshin laughed. "I didn't mean that, and I'm not worried about you stealing the boss." Milk Candy without milk was puzzled. "Why?" Yunshin chuckled. "You, a priest with only double-digit damage, trying to steal the boss from me, would be quite a challenge." Upon hearing this, Milk Candy without milk puffed up her cheeks. Although Yun Chen was stating a fact, she felt somewhat offended. She pouted and asked defiantly, "Aren't you afraid they'll kill the boss?" Yun Chen sneered, "A bronze-level boss can't be overwhelmed just by numbers. You'll see in a moment." Just as Yun Chen's words fell, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. In the center of the battlefield, the bronze-level boss, the fallen demon, let out a long howl. The sound was like rusty iron doors scraping against each other, harsh and unpleasant. Immediately after, a rustling sound came from the surrounding woods. It was as if something was rapidly approaching. Roar! Accompanied by a deep growl, four massive black iron-level scorpion monsters charged out from the surrounding forest. The scorpion's eyes were filled with confusion and chaos, clearly controlled by the fallen demon using some skill. The four black iron-level scorpions rushed towards the player group. Some players gasped in panic, "What's going on? Why are there suddenly four black iron-level bosses?" The bespectacled male mage clearly hadn't anticipated this situation. But he quickly calmed down, waving his staff and shouting loudly, "Don't panic, hold the formation, focus fire on one scorpion monster first, and take them down one by one." However, this fallen demon clearly possessed a high level of intelligence. It raised a claw and waved it lightly. Controlling the four scorpion monsters, they had clear roles. Two charged towards the player group from the front, while the other two flanked from the sides, forming a pincer movement. One of the scorpion monsters suddenly lunged at the front-line warriors of the player group. Its tail stinger shot out like lightning, instantly draining a warrior's health bar. The player didn't even have time to react before turning into a beam of white light and disappearing. The backline priest was just about to provide support, but at that moment the two scorpion monsters had already circled around to the back of the player group, directly pouncing on the backline priests and mages. They moved at lightning speed, and several squishy class players didn't have time to dodge before being caught in the giant pincers, their health plummeting. A priest screamed, "Help! Please! Save me!" But her voice was quickly drowned out in the chaos. The player group instantly fell into a passive state, their previously orderly formation completely disrupted. Naitang Bujanai, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. "Oh my god, that fallen demon can actually control black iron level bosses. This is just ridiculous." In just 5 minutes, the situation on the battlefield had undergone a dramatic change. Players fell one by one, turning into white light and disappearing from the spot, teleported back to the resurrection point in the novice village. Under the command of the bespectacled male mage, the player group attempted to counterattack, but despite their best efforts, they only managed to kill one black iron-level scorpion monster. They didn't even touch a single hair of the fallen demon. Ultimately, as the bespectacled male mage turned into white light and vanished, the player group was completely wiped out. Yun Chen's gaze swept across the empty battlefield. The troublesome guys were gone. It was now his turn to perform. However, before making his move, he had one more thing to do. He needed to use insight to scout the surroundings. He had to ensure there were no other beasts or players lurking in the shadows trying to take advantage of the chaos. After all, he didn't want to be caught off guard by a sneaky ratman at a critical moment. Yun Chen focused his mind, preparing to activate insight. However, he suddenly realized a problem. Activating insight required health points, and demon transfer needed a target. With the battle imminent, he didn't want to expend his own health points. Yun Chen looked around. Wait, it seemed he had overlooked something. His gaze fell on Naitang Bujianai beside him. Ahem. Yun Chen cleared his throat, silently thinking, "Sorry, little sister, but I need to borrow some of your health." At that moment, Naitang Bujianai happened to turn her head, wanting to ask what to do next. When she met Yun Chen's kind gaze, for some reason, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged within her. The next second, Naitang Bujianai suddenly exclaimed, "Big shot, I just lost 100 health points, what's going on?" Yun Chen remained unfazed, activating insight while pretending to know nothing. "I don't know, maybe that boss has some invisible ranged attack, be careful." Soon, Yun Chen's perception range covered the surroundings. After glancing at the map and confirming there were no other threats, he finally felt relieved. He turned to Naitang Bujianai and said, "You should heal yourself quickly, then step back a bit." Naitang Bujianai healed herself while asking, "What about you?" Yun Chen stood up, his gaze locked on the distant fallen demon. "Me? Of course, I'm going to meet the boss." Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped down from the hiding tree branch. Naitang Bujianai watched Yun Chen's retreating figure and couldn't help but shout, "Big shot, do you need my help?" Yun Chen did not look back, merely waving his hand. "No need, just help me keep an eye on the surroundings. If anyone comes, let me know immediately." Yun Chen stepped into the battlefield. The fallen demon quickly noticed his presence. Its crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and a low growl rumbled from its throat, seemingly disdainful of this player who dared to challenge it alone. Yun Chen ignored the fallen demon's reaction. He raised his hand, consuming 1,000 health points as a cost, and unleashed the skill, Shadow Cage. A system prompt immediately popped up. Demon transfer triggered. You can transfer the 1000 damage cost to other targets in your line of sight. Yun Chen's gaze casually swept over, landing on a nearby black iron-level scorpion monster. He silently chanted in his heart, transfer. The next moment, a large number appeared above the scorpion monster's head. -1000. The scorpion monster's body suddenly stiffened, its health bar instantly dropping to 0, and its massive body crashed to the ground. At the same time, the fallen demon's movements came to a halt as if it had been pressed on pause. The shadow cage extended the control time by 1 second. For every 50 health points consumed. Since Yun Chen had splurged, directly paying 1000 health points as the cost, the control time was forcibly extended to 20 seconds. However, although the fallen demon was immobilized, its little brothers were not idle. The remaining 2 black iron-level scorpion monsters, like sharks sensing blood, brandished their massive pincers and charged aggressively at Yun Chen. Yet Yun Chen remained calm, raising his hand for another shadow word, pain. He again paid 1000 health points and transferred the cost to another scorpion monster. Before that scorpion monster could get close, its health bar was instantly empty, and it dropped dead on the spot. Yun Chen did not stop. He then pointed his hand, glowing with dark energy, at the second scorpion monster. The black energy quickly coalesced into a twisted whip, striking fiercely at the nearest scorpion monster. -1930, shadow word, pain, increased damage by 20 points for every additional 10 health points consumed. Even after deducting the portion reduced by magic resistance, the remaining damage was more than enough to kill this black iron-level scorpion monster. In the distance, Milk Candy without milk stared blankly at everything before her. This is too outrageous. It was known that just a moment ago, that group of players, more than 20 of them, had struggled and maneuvered with great effort to barely take down one black iron-level scorpion monster. Yet, the demon boss had effortlessly killed 3 with just one encounter. The gap was simply unbelievable. She felt her worldview being shaken. In the end, Milk Candy without milk couldn't help but exclaim, the demon boss is really amazing. As the 3 scorpion monsters fell, only the fallen demon, controlled by Shadow Cage, remained on the battlefield. Yun Chen glanced at his skill bar. All attack skills were on cooldown. Of course, he could rush in now and hit the boss on the head with his staff, but the damage would probably only be in single digits. He didn't want to waste that extra effort. So, Yun Chen chose to stand quietly in place, waiting for his skills to cool down. However, at that moment, he noticed a strange, wicked smile appearing on the fallen demon's ugly face. Yun Chen frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, whoosh! A shadow suddenly burst out from the bushes behind him, moving so fast it was hard to react. It was a massive spider, covered in pitch-black armor, with 8 crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its sharp pincers glinted like blades. It was the black iron-level boss, Shadowblade Demon Spider. Controlled by the demon, it had been hiding invisibly in the dark, perfectly avoiding Yun Chen's insight. Yun Chen did not expect that this cunning fallen demon had such a trick up its sleeve. Be careful! A cry from Milk Candy without milk came from a distance. The speed of the Shadowblade spider was incredibly fast, almost instantly rushing behind Yun Chen. Its pincers raised high, it aimed a fierce stab at his back. Nai Tang, without milk, nervously covered her eyes, not daring to look at what would happen next. However, the expected scream did not come. Nai Tang's fingers slightly parted, allowing her to peek through the gap. She saw that around Yun Chen, a faint black barrier had appeared, steadily blocking the Shadowblade spider's sneak attack. That was the life-saving skill Yun Chen had learned from defeating monsters earlier, Shadow Shield. This skill increased the shield value by 20 points for every additional 10 points of health consumed. Just now, Yun Chen had directly consumed 1000 points of health. This meant the shield value reached a staggering 2000 points. If the Shadowblade spider's attack had landed on an ordinary player, it would have likely resulted in an instant kill. But hitting Yun Chen's shield was like a mere tickle, barely taking away a fifth of the shield's value. Then, a huge red number suddenly appeared above the Shadowblade spider's head, -1000. The 1000 points of health that Yun Chen had consumed for the skill were naturally transferred to the Shadowblade spider. The spider's health bar instantly emptied. It didn't even have time to scream before it followed in the footsteps of the scorpion monster and died on the spot. Yun Chen turned around to look at the fallen demon. He was slightly taken aback. He noticed that the fallen demon's body was trembling slightly. The limbs that had been bound by Shadow Cage were actually starting to move slowly. For high-level bosses in the game, they often had status resistance. Status resistance could significantly shorten the duration of control skills. Yun Chen roughly calculated in his mind. The original 20 seconds of control time had been reduced to just 13 seconds due to the boss's status resistance. It seemed this fallen demon had a good plan. It wanted to take advantage of the Shadowblade spider, distracting its attention to break free from the bindings. Then it would stab Yun Chen in the back. Unfortunately, it had underestimated Yun Chen's speed in taking down monsters. Trying to scheme against me? You're still too inexperienced. Yun Chen did not give the fallen demon a chance. His shadow cage had a cooldown of only 10 seconds, and he was already ready for the second round. As long as he wanted, he could keep the opponent immobilized for life. Yun Chen aimed at the fallen demon, which was about to break free from its bindings. Without hesitation, he released the shadow cage again and paid another 1,000 points of health. Yun Chen's gaze locked onto the fallen demon. -1,000. A huge damage number floated up from above. The fallen demon's head and its health bar instantly dropped by a third. Then, just as it was about to break free, the fallen demon was once again pinned in place. For the boss, it was incredibly frustrating. It was likely cursing internally. Just kill me directly. But it wasn't over yet. Yun Chen immediately cast Shadow Word, Pain, another luxurious package costing 1,000 points of health. Detected that you have consumed 1,000 points of health as a cost. Would you like to transfer the cost to another target? It's still you. Lie down for me. -1,000. -1,600. Two huge damage numbers floated up again from the fallen demon's head. The former was the damage transferred from the demon. The latter was the damage from Shadow Word, Pain, slightly reduced due to magic resistance. But that was enough. The fallen demon didn't even have time to scream before its massive body crashed to the ground. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from afar. It was the glasses-wearing man leading a group of players, panting as they rushed back from the novice village. However, when they arrived at the battlefield, they all froze in place. They saw three black, iron-level scorpion monsters lying on the ground, sprawled out like cut wheat, and the bronze-level boss, the fallen demon, was also quietly lying there, motionless. Clearly, it was already dead. And these monsters, without exception, had all fallen before one person. The ID above that person's head was all too familiar to everyone. The IT was indeed the number one on the leaderboard, the demon. You have killed the fallen demon, bronze. You gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. Since you were the first to kill the bronze level boss, you have gained 3 reputation points. As the boss fell, a series of system notifications echoed in Yun Chen's mind. At the same time, the player groups rushing from a distance also received a system announcement. Congratulations to player demon for the first kill of boss fallen demon, bronze, getting one step closer to the path of becoming a god. We hope all players will continue to strive. Now they were certain. This guy in front of them had stolen their bronze level boss. Yun Chen immediately began to collect the loot, completely ignoring the player groups lurking in the distance. Nai Tang, cautious and timid, approached and whispered, "Big shot, what about those players? You just stole their boss. Look at their expressions. Now, they look like they've eaten a rebuttal." Yun Chen didn't lift his head, continuing to bend down to pick up equipment. Don't mind them. Besides, in the wild, whoever fights the boss owns it. That's always been the rule. Nai Tang was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yun Chen to respond this way. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but remind him, "What if they come over to steal your equipment?" Yun Chen casually replied, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. "Then I'll kill them." Nai Tang was momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Chen had the confidence to say this because after killing the boss, Yun Chen had gained a new skill. Withering Lightning, Priest skill grade, bronze. Green, cost 100 health points. Effect, summons a withering lightning that, upon hitting an enemy, will jump between targets, dealing 200 damage. Range 15 meters. Note, each additional 100 health points consumed increases damage by 200 points. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Learning requirement, level 5. Yun Chen was very satisfied with this skill. Previously, Yun Chen's shortcoming was the lack of area skills. All his damage skills were single target, which made it somewhat difficult for him when facing groups of enemies. Now, this withering lightning perfectly compensated for that shortcoming. Yun Chen estimated that if he combined it with the demon's transfer and threw out the skill, he could probably instant-kill that group of players. In the distance, the 6th-ranked player, the bespectacled man indifferent as wind, stood with his player group looking like a bunch of frostbitten eggplants, drooping and standing there, no one daring to make a move. A few hot-headed players in the team, clearly unconvinced, muttered, "Why does that guy get to do this? We've been fighting for so long, and he just swoops in and steals it." Indifferent as wind felt even more aggrieved. He had watched the boss spawn with his own eyes and immediately gathered people. He assembled more than 20 strong players and struggled for over 20 minutes. Half of the team had died twice and their resurrection chances were almost gone. And what was the result? The cooked duck was just taken away by the number 1 ranked demon. At that moment, a player leaned in and whispered, "Brother Wind, should we go up and steal it?" Indifferent as wind did not answer immediately but squinted, carefully observing Yun Chen. He stared at the figure leisurely picking up equipment. Clearly, the opponent was just one person plus a non-threatening healer. But for some reason, he felt inexplicably uneasy. He always had a gut feeling if they charged up to steal now, they would likely be wiped out again. And in his heart, this intuition was very strong. The players beside him kept urging, "Brother Wind, go steal it. Another player chimed in, yeah, we have so many people, are we afraid of just him? Indifferent as. Wind hesitated whether to lead the team to charge up and steal. After all, the equipment dropped by the bronze-level boss was incredibly tempting. Suddenly, someone in the back shouted at the top of their lungs, damn it, 2 black iron-level scorpion monsters are coming, and a group of little ones is following behind. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 large scorpions charged out of the woods, accompanied by a dozen smaller ones. They came rushing in with a fierce momentum, seemingly attracted by the sounds of the earlier battle. Cold indifference like the wind felt the pressure mounting. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on misfortune, like a leaky roof meeting a night of heavy rain, or a delayed ship encountering a headwind. How could so many monsters appear again when most of his team were still level 1 newbies? How were they supposed to fight? However, cold indifference like the wind felt a bit relieved. The target of those scorpion monsters seemed to be Yun Chen. He quickly instructed his team not to move, preparing to observe the situation, hoping to pick up some scraps. Cold indifference like the wind was calculating in his mind. Once Yun Chen and the scorpion monsters were both injured, he could lead his team in for a glorious charge. Wouldn't that be delightful? However, in the next second, cold indifference like the wind's beautiful dream shattered. He saw Yun Chen casually raise his staff. Without hesitation, he spent an extra 1,000 health points. Then, decisively, he transferred this cost to the leading black iron level scorpion monster through the talent, Demon Transfer. The black iron level scorpion monster died on the spot. Following that, a dull gray lightning bolt shot out, striking another adult scorpion monster directly. Minus 1860. The health bar of the black iron level scorpion monster was instantly emptied. The monster didn't even make a sound before it fell. But that wasn't the end. The withering lightning did not dissipate after killing the first target. Instead, it quickly jumped to the second scorpion monster. Minus 1767. With each jump, the damage of the withering lightning would decrease by 5%. But this still didn't affect its ability to kill monsters instantly. The second scorpion monster quickly perished. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. With each jump, a scorpion monster fell. The scene was faster than harvesting chives. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen scorpion monsters lay neatly on the ground. It was incredibly clean and efficient. Cold indifference like the wind and his team were all dumbfounded. The few hot-headed players who had just been clamoring to rush in and grab equipment were now quiet. They didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened if they had really charged in to attack Yun Chen. This bolt of lightning had effectively shocked everyone present awake. One move to kill more than a dozen scorpion monsters. Was this even human? Who would dare provoke such a freak? Grab equipment? They should be grateful if others didn't come to steal from them instead. Cold indifference like the wind was a rather sensible person, and he instantly saw through the situation. Even though he felt extremely frustrated, he knew this wasn't the time to turn hostile. This score could be settled later. He took a deep breath, suppressing his unwillingness, and waved to his team members, retreat. Everyone quietly retreat, and anyone who dares to say another word will be kicked out of the team. The players, as if waking from a dream, nodded in agreement. Cold indifference like the wind shot a fierce glare at Yun Chen. That look seemed to say, just you wait. Then he turned and led his team away. Seeing those players leave in a dejected manner, Yun Chen was slightly surprised. He had thought there would be a PK, but he didn't expect these people to be so sensible, saving him quite a bit of effort. As those players left, Milk Candy without milk approached, blinking her big eyes and asking, now that they're gone, what should we do next? Yun Chen glanced back at her and replied, why are you asking me? The monsters blocking the way have all been cleared for you. Hurry back to your novice village. Milk Candy without milk suddenly remembered her original purpose. She asked Yun Chen, what about you, big shot? Yun Chen answered, I have things to do. Now that the task was completed, Yun Chen needed to go back to find the outdoor merchant to turn in the quest. He was going to receive his 24-slot storage ring. That was a treasure that could hold a lot of things. With the ring, he wouldn't have to keep running to the merchant anymore. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Milk Candy without milk turned to leave. Yun Chen called out to her, by the way, thank you for keeping watch for me earlier. You worked hard, so consider this your reward. As he spoke, he casually tossed her a skill book. Milk Candy hurriedly caught it and looked down, her eyes instantly lighting up. Holy Healing, Bronze Area Healing Spell, Priest Class Skill. Learning Requirement, Level 2. It turned out to be a bronze level skill book. To think, she was still using the ordinary basic healing spell given by the novice village, which was a single target heal with average effectiveness. This Holy Healing had jumped up 2 tiers. Not only was the healing amount greater, but it was also a rare area heal. If she learned this, she would become quite popular in future dungeon runs. This skill book was dropped from the boss he had just killed. It was useless to him. As a shadow priest, his characteristics meant he couldn't learn healing skills. After all, you can't have a shadow priest consume their own health to heal themselves. That would be contradictory. Milk Candy had not only guided him but also kept watch for him. It was only right to give her a little reward. Moreover, this skill book was just taking up space for him. It was better to do a good deed. At that moment, Milk Candy rushed up and planted a kiss on Yun Shen's cheek, exclaiming, "Demon Lord, I love you." With that, she bounded away like a cheerful little deer, hopping towards the novice village. Yun Shen was taken aback, then touched his cheek where she had kissed him. He couldn't help but smile wryly. It was hard to imagine that such a girl had been the top priest of the guild in her previous life. After parting ways, Yun Shen turned and left the battlefield, heading towards the wild merchant. He had gained quite a lot, not only leveling up and acquiring 2 bronze-level skills but also a pile of black iron and ordinary equipment, filling his recently emptied backpack again. He needed to get that storage ring quickly. That way he wouldn't have to keep running back and forth. Before long, Yun Shen stood once more before the fanatic believer, Augustine. He stepped forward to trigger the dialogue. "I have completed the task. The fallen demon has been vanquished." The fanatic believer looked up, a twisted smile on his face. Yes. I can feel the life force of that fallen one has already dissipated." Trembling, he pulled a ring from his pocket and handed it to Yun Shen. "As agreed, this is your reward. You have received 24-slot storage ring." The ring was entirely silver white, engraved with strange runes, emitting a faint glow. Yun Shen immediately put the ring on. A brand new storage space appeared before him, a full 24 slots, doubling his previous capacity. Now he could continue hunting monsters. For the next 2 hours, Yun Shen was like a precision harvesting machine, continuously hunting monsters in the wild. Each time, he consumed a large amount of health to release skills, then transferred the cost to the enemy through demon transference. The enemies fell dead on the spot, while Yun Shen remained unscathed. During these 2 hours, he also remembered to munch on poison tail grass to continue increasing his maximum health. However, there were limits to how much the poison tail grass could raise his health cap. After all, the system couldn't allow you to keep boosting your health indefinitely. Once he had accumulated an increase of 1,000 health points, a system prompt appeared. "Notice, you have reached the maximum value for health increase from poison tailgrass. Continued consumption will no longer be effective for Yun Shen." This was actually a good thing. He no longer had to eat that foul-smelling poison tail grass. For him, it was a relief. Coupled with the equipment he had obtained earlier in the health boost from the poison tail grass, Yun Shen's health had now reached 24 points. He opened the system interface and glanced at his level. His experience had increased significantly, and he was halfway to level 6. He also checked the server's level leaderboard. He was still in first place. The second-ranked player is only level 3, still far behind him. TSK, this gap is simply too satisfying. Yun Shen nodded in satisfaction and put away the leaderboard. At that moment, he noticed that his storage ring was nearly filled with high-quality equipment and skills. It was time to return to the novice village. Selling high-quality equipment to outdoor merchants would only yield the original price, resulting in a significant loss. Selling at the trading post in the novice village would maximize his profits. After all, the avenues for obtaining good equipment in the novice village are limited, which drives up the prices of high-quality gear. With that thought, Yun Shen turned and headed towards the novice village. The central square of the Lost Ruins was bustling with people, much livelier than when he left. As soon as he entered the city, Yun Shen felt all eyes suddenly focus on him. "Look, it's the demon, the number 1 in the whole server. Wow, it really is him." The system just announced that he was the first to kill the bronze-level boss and leveled up to 5. "I heard he took down the bronze-level boss, the fallen demon, all by himself. So impressive." Many players gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Some bold ones even approached Yun Shen directly. "Big Shot, can you take me along? I'm a healer, my healing is very stable." "Demon Big Shot, can we be friends? Big Shot, do you want to adopt a son?" Yun Shen walked through the crowd with a blank expression, ignoring the calls. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly sell his equipment and continue leveling up. In this game, level represents strength. If he could maintain his lead, acquiring resources later would be much easier, and the snowball effect would become increasingly apparent. Passing through the square, Yun Shen headed straight for the trading post. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, 2 players who had just respawned walked out from the spawn point, their faces filled with anger. "Damn it, those bastards from the Linghai group, they screwed me over. They promised to take us to do a dungeon. But as soon as we got there, they sold us out, and now I'm almost out of respawns." "Linghai group?" Yun Shen paused, his brow slightly furrowing. This name was like a thorn, piercing deep into his memory. In reality, Linghai Group is a well-known real estate giant with substantial assets and a large influence. But for Yun Shen, these 4 characters represented a deep-seated hatred, because the leader of Linghai Group was none other than his enemy from his previous life, Lu Tianming. He never expected to encounter his enemy's group. However, Yun Shen was not in a hurry. According to his memories from his previous life, Lu Tianming was not in the Lost Ruins at the beginning. He was developing in other novice villages. The ones he encountered now should only be the advanced team of Linghai Group. Although they were just members of a branch, Yun Chen had already begun to devise a plan to gather information about Lu Tianming from them. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. To seek revenge, he first needed to understand the other party's background. But for now, it was more important to deal with the equipment. He didn't want to run around with a bunch of precious items. If he accidentally died, it would be a huge loss. In this game, death could result in losing equipment. If the items he worked hard to obtain were dropped, it would be heartbreaking. Yun Chen quickly walked towards the central area of the Lost Ruins. 5 minutes later, he arrived in front of a church. At the entrance of the church stood a six-winged angel, the angel NPC responsible for guiding the novice village. This angel was not just a decoration, he was also the trading post of the novice village. Players could sell unwanted items directly to him or list them for consignment. Yun Chen touched the high-quality equipment and skill books packed in his backpack, a slight smile appearing on his lips. These items were definitely in high demand in the early game. Selling them to those eager novice players would surely earn him a good profit. He strode forward, ready to list the equipment and skills from his backpack at the trading post. Just then, a familiar voice came from a distance. "Hey, Demon Big Shot." Yun Chen turned around and found that Milk Candy Without Milk was waving at him. Behind her were 5 others, clearly her teammates. The leading man was handsome and a bit roguelike. He had a playful expression on his face, and his looks bore some resemblance to Milk Candy Without Milk. Yun Chen recognized him at a glance. Touch Me Not guild leader, Debu Zhaohua. In his previous life, this guy was quite a prominent figure. The guild he founded, Touch Me Not, had managed to squeeze into the top 3 of the guild rankings. Yun Chen remembered that Debu Zhaohua's profession was an extremely rare hidden class, the Void Assassin. This class had an incredible skill, Void Shift. It allowed the user to temporarily merge into the void, becoming immune to all attacks and control effects, and rendered them unselectable. It was probably because of this invincible skill that he named himself Touch Me Not. The name and skill were quite fitting. In Yun Chen's memory, this guy's talent was also the highest level of divine. No wonder, with such a setup, he could make such a name for himself in his past life. He noticed that Debu Zhaohua had already reached level 3, ranking 3rd on the level leaderboard. As for Milk Candy Without Milk, her level had also risen to 2. It seemed she had been brought up by her brother. Debu Zhaohua quickly walked up to Yun Chen, looking grateful. "Big Shot, thank you so much for saving my sister earlier." Yun Chen nodded slightly and replied, "It was just a small effort." Debu Zhaohua continued, "And I heard that the Big Shot even gifted a bronze-level skill book. This kindness is simply as high as the sky and as deep as the sea." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, almost kneeling before Yun Chen. Then, he suddenly changed his tone. "With so much kindness, I'm afraid I can't repay it now. How about this? I'll marry my sister to you as a way to repay you. After all, having her around is a bit annoying." Yun Chen was taken aback by this. Before he could react, smack! Milk Candy Without Milk had already rushed up and delivered a sharp slap to her brother's head. The crisp sound echoed in front of the church. She turned to Yun Chen, her face filled with apology. "This is my annoying brother. Just treat what he says as nonsense. You don't have to pay him any mind." Yun Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He had heard that Debu Zhaohua was a bit eccentric in his previous life, but he didn't expect him to be this eccentric. At that moment, Milk Candy Without Milk noticed Yun Chen standing next to the six-winged angel, and took out some equipment. Her eyes lit up. "Big Shot, are you selling equipment?" Yun Chen nodded. Milk Candy Without Milk immediately leaned in, putting on a cute act. "I'm really short on equipment right now. How about you sell me a few pieces?" Yun Chen glanced at her and nodded. After all, they had just met, and she didn't seem like a bad person. Yun Chen didn't mind doing a small favor. Moreover, selling through the trading market would incur a fee from the angel. Selling directly to them wouldn't differ much in profit. He listed items on the trading market mainly because he didn't want to waste time setting up a stall. With a wave of his hand, a pile of equipment shimmering with various colors appeared before everyone. "Wow, so much. Oh my, all black iron level. There's even bronze level." Gasps of astonishment erupted around them, everyone stunned by this sudden equipment rain. They widened their eyes and rubbed them vigorously, fearing they were seeing things. How many bosses did this kill? Someone couldn't help but swallow hard. The Big Shot truly lives up to the name. He's simply a moving treasure trove. Milk Candy Without Milk's brother, Debu Zhaohua, also came over and said to his sister, "Oh my dear sister, you already have a bronze level skill from the Big Shot. Why are you still eyeing these pieces of equipment? Besides, don't you have a hidden quest?" The NPC said that completing the quest would reward you with a full set of black iron level gear. As he spoke, he pushed his sister's face away. "So, you can just ignore these and let your brother have them." Then, he turned his head, leaned in front of Yun Chen, and said with a grin, Big Shot, do you think you could sell me one too?" Yun Chen glanced at him, feeling a bit helpless. The guild leader who ranked 3rd in the last life, a prominent figure, Now he was calling himself Big Shot repeatedly. This made him somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing that Yunchen didn't respond, Can't Touch Me continued to lament. Big Shot, you don't know, I've been so unlucky lately. I fought 2 bosses, and not a single piece of assassin gear dropped. I'm still wearing the rags given in the novice village. Please, just sell me one. As he spoke, he made a pitiful face, squinting his eyes. Yunchen looked at him, thinking, this guy really goes all out for equipment. However, Yunchen had a decent impression of Can't Touch Me. In the last life, although this person seemed a bit off, he was actually a loyal and righteous guy, worth befriending. Selling him a piece of equipment could be considered a good deed. Yunchen nodded. Can't Touch Me was instantly overjoyed and quickly picked out a bronze-level assassin dagger from Yunchen's backpack. Big Shot, I want this one. Sure enough, this guy had his eyes on the highest-level bronze assassin gear. Yunchen coldly replied, 500 life coins. Can't Touch Me's face immediately fell. Big Shot, can you make it cheaper? Yunchen shook his head. Bronze-level equipment is usually this price, and it's still the novice. Period. I could even charge more. Can't Touch Me looked a bit dejected, but I only have 400 right now. He scratched his head, suddenly thought of something, and pulled his sister Milk Candy over. How about I give you my sister? Can you sell me the equipment for 100 less today? Yunchen twitched his mouth. Hey, are you saying your sister is worth 100? Milk Candy was furious upon hearing this and punched her brother hard. Give you a big head. Why don't you just pack yourself up and send yourself over? Can't Touch Me covered his head. Seeing that he was out of options, he turned to look at a gray-haired girl behind him. The coldly beautiful gray-haired girl was half squatting in the crowd, only showing a side profile. Her emotionless gaze fixed on a small flower in front of her, seemingly indifferent to the outside world. She wore white light armor, with a long sword hanging at her waist. Her graceful figure, accentuated by the light armor, was particularly eye-catching, making one want to take a second glance. The gray hair was likely due to her profession's characteristics. In the game, certain professions had a slight impact on appearance. Can't Touch Me spoke up. Shueyu, can you lend me 100 life coins? Yunchen also turned his head to look at the gray-haired beauty. He immediately noticed her ID, Shui Yi Yujian. Isn't she the one ranked second on the leaderboard? Currently, her level was also 3, but she was about to reach level 4. In Yunchen's memory, Shui Yi Yujian was the strongest force of the Phantom Blade Guild. It was rumored that her strength even surpassed that of the guild leader. Can't Touch Me. He had hoped she would become the leader, but she declined, saying she wasn't interested. Yunchen hadn't seen her much in the last life. He had only heard that she was cold and indifferent to most things. Shueyu glanced at Can't Touch Me. Then, she swiftly tossed the money pouch from her backpack to him. Can't Touch Me quickly thanked her, then stepped forward to trade with Yunchen, successfully buying the bronze-level short sword. At this moment, Can't Touch Me leaned in again and whispered to Yunchen, by the way, Big Shot, can my teammates buy some equipment? Too? He paused, lowering his voice. All my teammates are rich, you can raise the price a bit and earn more. Of course, just don't set the price so high when selling to me. Yunchen was speechless. This guy was truly a talent. Not only was he selling his sister, but he was also selling out his teammates. However, Yunchen understood the real purpose behind Can't Touch Me's actions. He simply wanted his teammates to buy some equipment from him to enhance their strength. After all, opportunities to obtain good gear in the early stages were few and far between. He didn't say much, just nodded. I've already talked to the big guy. He immediately turned around and shouted to his teammates behind him, if you want any equipment, you can come and buy it. His teammates cheered and quickly gathered around. Big guy, how much for this black iron level wrist guard? Big guy, I want this black iron level fireball spell. Big guy. Everyone was clamoring with questions and the scene became lively. Yunchen answered while observing these people. He noticed that many of them were familiar to him. They would later become core members of the Phantom Blade Guild. I didn't expect that I would find so many teammates so early on, Yunchen thought to himself. It seemed that although this guy appeared to be carefree, his initiative was not lacking at all. Just as Yunchen was trading, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him. He turned his head and found it was the gray-haired beauty from earlier, Shueyu. Unlike the others, Shueyu didn't come over to pick out equipment. Instead, she stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Yunchen. Yunchen felt a bit uncomfortable under her stare. He cleared his throat and broke the silence. Miss Shueyu, do you need something? Upon hearing this, Shueyu slowly raised her hand. She extended her slender finger, pointing to the pocket of Yunchen's clothes, and calmly said, I want to buy what's in your pocket. Pocket? Yunchen felt puzzled. He had already taken out all his equipment and skill books. Could it be that he had overlooked something? He reached in and felt something hard. When he pulled it out, it was a compressed biscuit. Yunchen held up the compressed biscuit and asked with a puzzled tone, Are you referring to this? The moment she saw the compressed biscuit, a rare glimmer flashed in Shueyu's usually calm eyes. She quickly nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. Shueyu said, Monster meat is so hard to eat, I want something normal. Yun Chen then realized. In this game world, food and water were not so easily obtainable. First of all, the novice village didn't sell food. The only source of food for players was one monster meat dropped after killing monsters. However, the taste of monster meat was hard to describe. In Yun Chen's memory, monster meat tasted no better than poisonous tail grass. Moreover, even when cooked, monster meat remained toxic. Eating it would intermittently inflict toxin damage, causing health to drop for a full 10 minutes. Although the damage wasn't high, during battles, the health bar fluctuating due to toxins was definitely a headache. To avoid this situation, Yun Chen had bought some compressed biscuits from a convenience store before entering the game, carrying them as rations. Shueyu's reaction clearly showed she was tired of being tormented by monster meat. Her gaze was fixed on the compressed biscuit in Yun Chen's hand, as if it were the most delicious thing in the world. How much? Shueyu asked straightforwardly. Yun Chen quoted the price, 10 life coins. This price wasn't high, especially in this world where food was hard to come by. In his previous life, Yun Chen had seen a bucket of instant noodles sold for over 100 life coins by a shady merchant. To be honest, if it weren't for the sake of his teammate who didn't add milk to the milk candy, Yun Chen wouldn't even consider selling his rations. After all, in this cruel world, having more food meant having more confidence. Shueyu nodded, seemingly accepting the price. She quickly opened her system backpack, ready to trade. But the next second, she froze. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on her usually calm face. She suddenly remembered that she had lent all her money to help Not Touching Me by that bronze short blade earlier. Now she was broke. Shueyu's gaze turned to Not Touching Me. In her eyes, there seemed to be a question, asking whether the other party still had any remaining life coins. When I saw that look, I immediately understood, shrugged my shoulders helplessly and said, none left. Snow Rain's expression instantly fell. Her resentful little eyes fixed on the distant figure of me. I felt a bit awkward. Then I turned my head, pretending not to see. Yun Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that just a piece of compressed biscuit could provoke such a strong reaction from Snow Rain. At that moment, Snow Rain seemed to think of something and suddenly looked up. She gazed at Yun Chen, gently pointed at her chest, and then spoke in an utterly calm tone. How about I let you touch it, and you give me that piece of biscuit? Upon hearing this, Yun Chen almost choked on his own saliva. What kind of operation was this? The next moment, milk candy rushed over, covering Snow Rain's mouth with her hand. Sister Snow Rain, are you crazy? What are you saying? But Snow Rain calmly pushed Milk Candy's hand away and said seriously, don't all men like this? It's how they portray it on TV. What kind of TV was this guy watching? Was it serious? Milk Candy was completely speechless. She turned to Yun Chen and explained, big shot, don't mind her, she's a bit out there. Yun Chen didn't know how to respond. He felt that the invincible, aloof image Snow Rain had built in his mind from his previous life had shattered completely with just that one sentence. He steadied himself and tossed the piece of compressed biscuit over. A piece of compressed biscuit, consider it a gift from me. Snow Rain caught the biscuit, cradling it carefully in her hands. A rare smile appeared on her face as she softly said, thank you. Her expression was as if she had received some legendary equipment. Yun Chen had never seen such an expression on her face in his previous life. Indeed, the rumored perception was still one-sided. Yun Chen pointed to the pile of equipment and skill books on the ground. Aren't you interested in these pieces of equipment besides the compressed biscuit? Snow Rain turned around and shook her head slightly. The boss drops are all black iron level that I can use, no need to change for now. Yun Chen was taken aback, then carefully examined Snow Rain's equipment. Almost her entire body was adorned with black iron level gear, with quite good quality and attributes. Then he looked at their guild leader, Can't Touch Me. Dressed in a shabby novice outfit, holding a novice short sword, he looked just like a newbie who had just entered the game. He understood now. It wasn't that the boss didn't drop equipment, but that all the equipment dropped by the boss was on Snow Rain. He couldn't help but glance at Can't Touch Me, feeling a bit sympathetic. This guy has such bad luck, right? While others were almost piecing together a full set of black iron level gear, the guild leader Can't Touch Me hadn't picked up a single piece of assassin equipment. Not far away, Can't Touch Me sneezed loudly. Soon, everyone finished buying their equipment and planned to leave. They held their new gear, ready to go out and grind monsters. With these pieces of equipment from the big shot, our grinding efficiency will definitely double. Yeah, let's hurry and try out the new gear. One by one, they waved goodbye and left. However, Can't Touch Me deliberately slowed his pace, staying behind. After his teammates walked a bit further away, he turned around and approached Yun Chen. At this moment, he put away his usual casual demeanor, and his expression became serious. Big shot, I want to discuss something with you. Yun Chen looked at him, succinctly asking, what is it? Can't Touch Me cleared his throat and organized his words. Big shot, you should know, right, the method to teleport back to reality from this game world? Yun Chen nodded, not denying it. That's right, being transported to the game world didn't mean one couldn't return. As for the method to return to reality, it wasn't a secret. At the beginning of the game, the novice guide NPC, the six-winged angel, had already explained it. However, at that time, Yunchen had already known, so he didn't pay much attention and went straight to farm monsters. Simply put, to go back he had to defeat the strongest boss in this area. Then he could open the portal back to the real world. In Yunchen's memory, the area bosses were all silver-level bosses. At level 10, defeating the area boss was not an easy task. He remembered that in his previous life they spent an entire day wearing down the area boss through a team wheel battle. I continue to say, with the few of us ranked high together, it should be much easier to take down the boss. He looked directly into Yunchen's eyes and said seriously, "Big shot, why don't you consider joining our team?" The other party was inviting him to join their team. Yunchen did not answer immediately. What I said was indeed correct. Gathering strong players together would make challenging the area boss much easier. What I would say was indeed right. Gathering strong players together to challenge the area boss would greatly increase their chances of winning. Seeing that Yunchen remained silent, I continued, "To be honest, I plan to create a guild in the future. If you join, I can even give you the position of guild leader." Yunchen moved slightly, giving up the position of guild leader. It seemed the other party genuinely wanted to win him over. However, the experience of being betrayed by teammates in his previous life was like a deep scar etched in his heart. In this life, he did not want to team up with anyone again. Moreover, joining a team would mean sharing experience, which would significantly slow down his leveling speed. This was not a joke. Yunchen shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but let's forget about joining the team." I was taken aback. Then a look of disappointment appeared on my face. "Is that so? What a pity." Seeing his dejected look, Yunchen thought for a moment and added, "Of course, if there's a chance in the future, collaborating is not a problem. After all, having more friends means more paths, and having more guild leaders means more helpers." I nodded, seemingly accepting this consolation. Then he returned to his sunny and cheerful demeanor, as if the earlier disappointment was just an illusion. He turned to call his teammates. "Brothers, let's go. Time to farm monsters." After watching the people from Phantom Blade leave, Yunchen stood up. Next, it was time to get down to business. He needed to find someone from the Linhai group to inquire about Lu Tianming's whereabouts. At the very least, he needed to find out which city Lu Tianming was in before the teleportation. That way, he could go to the corresponding novice village to find him. As for what to do after finding him, Yunchen smiled coldly. Just then, a charming voice came from behind. "Hey there, little brother, wait a moment." Yunchen turned around and saw a voluptuous young woman walking towards him, swaying her hips. The woman was dressed in tight black leather armor with 2 daggers strapped to her waist, clearly an assassin. Her ID was Cold Face. Behind her was a 2-meter-tall muscular man, clad in heavy armor, with bulging muscles. He looked like a small mountain. The man's ID was called Big Zhuang, and his profession was likely a warrior. Cold Face stepped forward and smiled slightly. "You must be the #1 demon Big Shot, right? We are planning to raid a dungeon, and I wonder if you are interested in joining us?" Yunchen glanced at her and said, "Not interested, I have other matters to attend to." He still needed to find someone from the Linhai group. He had no time to get entangled with these people. Seeing this, Cold Face quickly spoke up. "Big Shot, we are part of the management of the Linhai group. As long as you are willing to help, the price is negotiable." Linhai group? Chen paused. This was truly a case of finding something without effort. He was worried about how to find these people, and here they were, delivering themselves to his door. Yunchen turned around and looked Cold Face and Big Zhuang up and down. Then he slowly spoke. "What kind of reward can you offer?" Seeing the opportunity, Lang Yan regained her smile, her tone filled with confidence. "As long as the boss is willing to help, we are willing to give you 5 million after we return to reality." 5 million? That's just a pittance. Yunchen scoffed, shaking his head lightly. 20 million. Not a cent less, and I want 5 million as a deposit first. He certainly didn't care about that amount of money, because the money in reality would soon be replaced by life currency. He was doing this purely to take a hefty sum from these fools. Lang Yan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yunchen to ask for such a high price. De Zhuang, upon hearing this, immediately got angry, glaring with his bell-like eyes, stepping forward to explode. "Kid, don't go too far." But Lang Yan quickly pulled De Zhuang back, signaling him to calm down. She stared at Yunchen for a few seconds, seemingly assessing his worth. After a moment, Lang Yan gritted her teeth and nodded. "Fine, 20 million it is." After saying that, she took out a check from her bag, signed it with a few strokes, and handed it to Yunchen. "This is a check for 5 million, boss, please take it." Yunchen took the check, glanced at it, confirmed it was correct, and nodded. "All right, let's set off now." Meanwhile, Naitang Bujianai was following her brother and the others, preparing to go out to grind monsters. Halfway through, she caught a glimpse of Yunchen's figure out of the corner of her eye. She saw Yunchen walking with 2 strangers. From the looks of it, they were clearly teaming up. "Strange, isn't the boss usually a lone wolf?" Naitang Bujianai muttered, her little head filled with question marks. At that moment, the discussions of several passing players drifted into her ears. TSK, those bastards from the Linhai group are stirring up trouble again. I heard that no one who teams up with them ever comes back alive. Look, that group has their eyes on the #1 demon boss on the leaderboard. Forget it, it's none of our business, let's not get involved. Upon hearing this, Nai Tangbu Jia Nai's heart tightened. She turned around, ready to rush over to warn Yin Chen. However, her brother Debu Zhao grabbed her. Don't go. Nai Tangbu Jia Nai was a bit anxious. Bro, why are you stopping me? Are you saying that if the boss refuses you, you'll just stand by and let him die? Debu Zhao was mouth twitched, wearing an expression of do. You have some misunderstanding about me. Do you think your brother is that dark? Am I really that kind of person? Nai Tangbu Jia Nai nodded firmly. Yes. Debu Zhao wa. He gently tapped his sister's head. Why don't you trust your brother so much? He paused, explaining, the demon boss usually works alone, suddenly agreeing to team up with others. Don't you find that strange? Nai Tangbu Jia Nai was taken aback. That is indeed strange. Debu Zhao lowered his voice. Moreover, the demon boss is much smarter than you. He's likely already sensed something off about those people. Nai Tangbu Jia Nai was even more confused. Then why is he still teaming up with them? Debu Zhao stroked his chin, pondering. I guess the boss must have seen something valuable on those Linhai group people, so he's playing along. As he spoke, he pointed in the direction Yun Chen had left and looked closely at the boss's expression. Nai Tangbu Jia Nai followed her brother's finger. Debu Zhao whispered, look at the boss's expression. It's clearly the gaze of a hunter fixated on its prey. Debu Zhao spoke with certainty. Trust me, those Linhai group people are definitely going to be played by the boss until they question their lives. Nai Tangbu Jia Nai watched Yun Chen's retreating figure. She still felt a bit worried, but her brother's words seemed to make sense. She could only silently pray, hoping everything would go smoothly for the boss. Meanwhile, Yun Chen followed the assassin Lan Yan and the warrior De Zhuang deeper into the forest. Not long after, a figure appeared under a tree ahead. It was a female mage, petite and sweet-looking. She wore a light blue robe and held a staff embedded with crystals. From her appearance, she seemed to be waiting for everyone. Her ID displayed as Bai Shirshan. Quite an artistic name. This person wouldn't be using her real name, would she? Lang Yan walked over and introduced with a smile. This is our teammate, Bai Shirshan. Because this dungeon has a minimum player requirement, we needed at least 4 people to enter, so we brought in an extra. Yun Chen glanced at Bai Shirshan, who was only level 2. She was probably just here to tag along. He didn't mind, even if they had one more person, it posed no threat to him. Soon, the 4 of them arrived in front of an old, crooked tree. The tree was thick enough for about 10 people to hug it. There was a large hole in the trunk emanating a faint blue light, clearly not a legitimate place. Yun Chen immediately recognized this as the entrance to a hidden dungeon. This made him feel a surge of joy. Although hidden dungeons were often more difficult than regular ones, they also meant that the rewards were usually much richer. Once inside the dungeon, the scene before Yun Chen changed abruptly. The dark forest vanished, replaced by a massive labyrinth. Intricate passages intertwined like a giant spider web, stretching endlessly. The walls were covered in strange runes, with a faint blue light seeping through, providing limited illumination for the maze. Yun Chen quickly deduced that this was a maze dungeon. Since it was a maze dungeon, it was bound to have various traps and mechanisms. A cold smile crept onto Yun Chen's face. It seemed the people from the Lehigh group intended to use the traps in the maze to harm their teammates and then collect the spoils from them. Since he had guessed their plan, Yun Chen naturally wouldn't let them succeed. He wanted to quickly extract information about Lu Tianming from this group and then deal with them right here so they wouldn't hinder his progress in clearing the dungeon. He turned around, just about to subtly inquire about Lu Tianming's information. But at that moment, Yun Chen noticed that Lang Yan had somehow slipped away to the side, keeping her distance from him. A sense of foreboding gripped Yun Chen's heart. Sure enough, he saw the female assassin Lang Yan quietly reaching for a groove in the wall. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, she pressed down. Yun Chen looked down and noticed that the brick he was standing on was noticeably lower than the others. Crack! Before Yun Chen could react, the floor beneath him suddenly split open. He fell straight down. However, since Yun Chen had been prepared, he calmly adjusted his direction in midair and landed steadily on his feet. He looked up. The opening was at least 10 meters high from the ground. The surrounding walls were smooth stone, clearly making it impossible to climb back up. He hadn't expected that there would be traps at the entrance of the maze as well. Moreover, these two were even quicker than him, acting so soon. A cold smile appeared in Yun Chen's heart, and a hint of chill flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a voice from above came from the female assassin Lang Yan, feigning concern. Oh no, it seems I accidentally triggered a mechanism. I'm so sorry. Big shot, are you all okay? Yun Chen scoffed internally. It was clearly intentional, yet she was still putting on an act. Wait, she said you all? Immediately, the voice of the female mage Bai Shirshan came from beside him, calling up, neither I nor the big shot are hurt. The female assassin Lang Yan's voice echoed from above. You all hold on for a moment. De Zhuang and I will be right there. The female mage obediently responded. Yunshin stared blankly at this scene. Shouldn't this female mage be on the same side as the Lehigh group? How did she fall down too? And judging by the dazed look on her face, she seemed completely unaware that this was a trap set up by the others. Were these guys even willing to betray their own, or is it that this girl is acting, pretending to be unaware, and then taking the opportunity to get close to him? If that's the case, then this female mage is quite scheming. In any case, it's better to remain vigilant around this girl. Bai Shirshan turned her head to look at Yunshen, her tone laced with hesitation. Demon Lord, what should we do next? Yunshen stood up and said, let's move first. Bai Shirshan was a bit puzzled. Aren't we waiting for the teammates above to meet up with us? Yunshen was momentarily speechless. Was this girl really clueless, or was she just playing dumb? Those two people above probably couldn't wait for him to die. How could they possibly come down to support? He couldn't be bothered to explain and walked ahead on his own. Seeing this, Bai Shirshan hurriedly jogged to catch up. Demon Lord, wait for me. Above the trap, De Zhuang stood at the edge of the cave. He looked down into the pitch-black depths, then frowned and turned to Lang Yan. Lang Yan, why did you just throw that female mage down too? Didn't you say she was a hidden class and would be useful later? The assassin Lang Yan shrugged, speaking casually, just an accident. De Zhuang was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Lang Yan glanced at De Zhuang, scoffed, and flicked her neat short hair. Anyway, she was just brought in temporarily to make up the numbers. If she's sold off, so be it. What's there to regret? Upon hearing this, De Zhuang stopped dwelling on Bai Shirshan's issue. He turned to ask, do you think the demon can make it back up? Lang Yan crossed her arms over her chest, leaning against a slightly protruding rock wall. Her tone was filled with confidence. Him? Probably won't make it back. De Zhuang asked in confusion, why? That demon is currently ranked first on the leaderboard. Not long ago, he even killed a bronze-level boss, not at the same level as those foolish newbies he used to team up with. Lang Yan snorted dismissively, what's so great about killing a bronze-level boss? I heard that a player group has been besieging the bronze-level boss for half a day. The demon just went to pick up the scraps. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Besides, I've already used my talent skill Hidden Insight to scout. Down there, besides a bunch of iron-level bosses, there are at least 2 bronze-level bosses. No matter how strong that guy is, he's only level 5. He can't possibly be a match for 2 bronze-level bosses. Lang Yan clapped her hands, as if she could already see Yunshin being torn apart by monsters. A greedy smile appeared on her face. Now we just have to wait half an hour for them to die, then we can go down and pick up the loot. At this point, a flash of anger crossed Lang Yan's eyes. That damn man actually had the nerve to ask me for 20 million, and even took a 5 million deposit. Does he really think my money grows on trees? Lang Yan gritted her teeth. Just wait, I'll see if your equipment is worth that price. Withering Lightning. As Yunshen silently recited the skill name in his heart. Demon transfer triggered. Can transfer 2000 points of damage cost to other targets in sight. Yes. Yunshen unhesitatingly chose to transfer. At the same time, he locked his gaze on a distant, hunched, rotting bronze-level ghoul. Boss. Minus 2000. A large red number exploded above the ghoul boss's head. Now his health had reached 2000. The damage cap for the demon transfer had once again increased a level. The health bar visibly shrank by a large chunk, leaving only a pitiful third. But it wasn't over. A gray lightning bolt shot out from Yunshen's palm. With a breath of death, it struck the ghoul boss accurately. Minus 3520. Due to consuming 2000 points of health, the magical damage of Withering Lightning reached 4000 points. Although the ghoul boss had magic resistance, reducing the damage by nearly 500 points, but for a bronze-level boss with only around 3000 health, this total damage of 5520 sent it straight back home. The ghoul's health bar was completely emptied. Its body crashed to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. But this was just the beginning. The Withering Lightning traced a strange arc in the air, jumping to another bronze-level ghoul. Hidden in the darkness. Minus 3344. Another instant kill. This unfortunate ghoul didn't even have time to show itself before it followed its companion's fate. The lightning didn't stop, like a greedy venomous snake weaving between several black iron-level zombies. Minus 3344. Minus 3176. Minus 3017. Minus 2867. Minus 2723. A series of red numbers flickered in the darkness, accompanied by the monster's piercing wails and the dull thuds of their falls. Each jump of the Withering Lightning reduced the damage by 5%. But the health of black iron-level small bosses usually didn't exceed 1500. No matter how much it diminished, it couldn't stop this terrifying damage. 6 black iron-level small bosses and 2 bronze-level ghoul bosses were all wiped out. In the distance, Bai Shirshan stood there holding her staff, seemingly frozen in place. She had already raised her staff, ready to release a skill to assist in the battle. However, it seemed unnecessary. Now, before she could cast her skill, the battle was already over. What is going on? Bai Shirshan's mind was blank. She had clearly seen a group of monsters surge out of the darkness. The weakest among them were black iron level, and there were even 2 bronze level bosses. Seeing this lineup, she had prepared for the worst, returning to the novice village to respawn. But what was the result? The demon boss merely raised a hand, cast a skill, and all the monsters were annihilated. You must be joking. Bai Shirshan murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. She had heard that over 20 players had besieged a bronze-level boss before, only to be mercilessly slaughtered, running back to the novice village respawn point several times. But what about the demon boss in front of her? Killing a bronze-level boss was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. No, it was even easier than that. She even began to doubt whether she and Yun Chen were playing the same game. The gap was just too absurd. Yun Chen ignored Bai Shirshan's shocked and almost dazed gaze. Ding! Your level has increased to level 6. After taking down this group of bosses, Yun Chen's level shot up to 6. He skillfully walked over to the boss's corpse and began the enjoyable looting phase. Fortunately, he had been clever and had prepared a batch of equipment in advance, even setting aside a 24-slot storage space. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to carry all the loot from today. As Yun Chen stuffed equipment into his backpack, he happily counted his spoils. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Among the 5 bronze-level items dropped by these 2 bosses, there were 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books, yet not a single one was usable for his profession. Yun Chen was somewhat speechless. What kind of luck was this? Could it be that the guy can't touch me had such a strong bad luck aura? Just by meeting him, had he infected him with his misfortune? Yun Chen mentally complained. At that moment, somewhere far away, the guild leader can't touch me sneezed loudly. Forget it, I'll just wait to sell them to the angel NPC when I get back. Yun Chen forcibly suppressed his frustration. After all, they were all bronze-level equipment. He wasn't worried about no one wanting them. Yun Chen packed up his loot and stood up. Only then noticing Bai Shirshan still standing there, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to the female mage with a hint of apology, saying, sorry, I accidentally killed them all and forgot to leave one for you. His tone was calm, completely unaware of the impact the earlier scene had on Bai Shirshan. Bai Shirshan came back to her senses and quickly waved her hand, her voice a bit stammering. No, it's fine, as long as you're happy, Demon Lord. After the monsters were cleared, Yun Chen looked around. Under the faint glow of the runes, he barely made out his surroundings. This was a room resembling an altar. He walked to the wall and reached out to feel it. Bai Shirshan curiously asked, Demon Lord, what are you doing? Without turning his head, Yun Chen casually replied, looking for an exit. Are we going to spend the night here? Bai Shirshan then realized that they were still trapped in the trap. She quickly began searching around the room as well. 3 minutes later, after circling the room, Yun Chen found nothing. He frowned slightly, feeling that things were not simple. In his previous life, he had never been to this hidden dungeon and had no idea how to get out of this trap room. Finally, his gaze fell on the altar in the center of the room. It seemed like something was drawn on the altar. Some strange characters, looking like ghostly scribbles. But it was too far from the rune light source on the wall, and the light was simply too dim. He couldn't see what was drawn on it. Bai Shirshan. He turned his head to look at the female mage behind him. Ah, here. Bai Shirshan was feeling the wall on the other side, and upon hearing Yun Chen call her, she hurriedly jogged over. Yun Chen pointed to the altar. Do you have any light-type magic skills? It's too dark here, I can't see. Bai Shirshan thought for a few seconds and tentatively asked, can fireball work? Yun Chen nodded, yes, but don't throw the fireball, hold it in your hand. Can you do that? I can try. Bai Shirshan nodded. She raised her staff and whispered, a spell. The next second, a blazing fireball formed in her palm, emitting a bright light. As the altar was illuminated, Yun Chen finally saw what was drawn on it. Those characters were crooked, forming several circles of varying sizes. They looked somewhat eerie. Summoning array? Yun Chen was taken aback, instantly recognizing this thing. He was quite familiar with it. In his memory, a summoning array would randomly summon various things. It could be a rare treasure chest that made someone rich overnight, or a special NPC that gave you hidden quests, and of course, it could also summon a random boss. And in Yun Chen's impression, the summoning arrays that appeared in dungeons usually only summoned one type of thing, that is, a boss. Yun Chen immediately became alert. In his memory, the bosses summoned by the summoning array were all special bosses. Their strength was often not low, especially in hidden dungeons. The strength of the bosses would only be higher. Bai Shirshan was a bit curious and was about to come closer to take a better look. This looks like the magic array on TV. Yun Chen hurriedly called out to stop her. Don't move. Bai Shirshan was startled, like a frightened little rabbit frozen in place, not daring to move. Yun Chen stared at the summoning array, quickly recalling information about it in his mind. In Yun Chen's memory, the activation of a summoning array usually had specific triggering conditions. However, these triggering conditions were all sorts of strange and varied. Some summoning arrays would activate immediately just by stepping on them, while others required placing a certain number of life coins, and some needed other bizarre methods to activate. So, without knowing what the triggering conditions for this summoning array were, it was best not to act rashly, especially since this was a summoning array that only summoned special bosses. Bai Shirshan cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, afraid of startling something. Yun Chen explained, "This is a boss summoning array. If the corresponding conditions are triggered, it will summon a boss. So, it's best not to move around now to avoid any accidents." Bai Shirshan obediently nodded, indicating she understood. Yun Chen squatted down, carefully observing the summoning array on the altar. A complex rune formed a complete circle on the ground, adorned in the center with several strange symbols he did not recognize. The two of them were now standing on the summoning array, but it showed no signs of activity. It seemed it wasn't the type that would simply reward you for stepping on it. Yun Chen's heart tightened and his vigilance increased. After all, special bosses usually had some special mechanisms. A careless mistake could easily lead to disaster. Even he was reluctant to try it lightly. He began to carefully observe the summoning array and the surrounding environment, hoping to quickly identify the triggering conditions and keep his distance as much as possible. Soon, he discovered a stone tablet half hidden in the shadows not far from the altar. Found it. In his experience, such tablets usually bore important triggering clues. He stepped forward, brushed off the dust on the tablet, revealing the patterns carved beneath. The pattern depicted a summoning array, with several indistinct objects placed in the center and a few kneeling figures surrounding it. This clearly hinted that a sacrifice was needed to trigger the summoning array. A sacrifice? Yun Chen stared at the pattern, his brow furrowed. What did the sacrifice refer to? Just then, Bai Shirshan suddenly shouted, "Big shot, look over there!" Yun Chen followed her pointing direction and saw the monsters he had just defeated. Their corpses were slowly disappearing, as if being pulled by an invisible force, gradually merging into the underground summoning array. Could it be that the sacrifice referred to the monsters' corpses? Yun Chen's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He then realized that the monsters he had killed earlier were not randomly appearing but were part of this trap. Killing them was merely preparing the sacrifices for the summoning ritual. Yun Chen immediately rushed toward the array, wanting to move the remaining monster corpses out of the altar's range. However, it was already too late. The array had consumed most of the monster corpses. The summoning array on the altar began to emit a blinding white light. The ground trembled slightly, and a strange magical fluctuation filled the air. The summoning array had been activated. He hurriedly retreated outside the summoning array. Bai Shirshan quickly followed suit. In the next moment, a dazzling white light shot up from the center of the array, illuminating the entire room. When the light faded, a colossal creature appeared in the center of the summoning array. Cursed Calamity Flower, Thunder Curse Vine, LV8, grade, silver. It was a gigantic man-eating flower. The main body was a deep blue and purple intertwined bud with a diameter of at least 5 meters, making one's scalp tingle just to look at it. Surrounding the bud were a dozen thick vines, each crackling with arcs of electricity, clearly not something to be trifled with. Yun Chen's heart tightened as he fixed his gaze on the massive creature before him. It was actually a silver-grade boss, and a special type he had never seen before. The strength of a silver-grade boss far exceeded that of a bronze-grade, not to mention this was a special boss. This creature likely had some tricky mechanisms. With battle now unavoidable, Yun Chen decided to strike first. He quickly raised his hand, preparing to unleash Shadow Cage, attempting to control the boss. However, just as he raised his hand, he noticed something unusual out of the corner of his eye. Within the massive bud of the Thunder Curse Vine, a blue-purple glowing thunderball was rapidly condensing. Arcs of electricity danced on the surface of the sphere, and the magical fluctuations caused the air to slightly distort. It seemed it would explode in the next moment. This was the boss's preemptive skill. Oh no! Yun Chen realized that it was likely too late to release the control skill now. In a critical moment, he quickly changed his strategy. With a wave of his hand, he instead released the defensive skill Shadow Shield. Demon Transfer triggered. Can transfer 2,000 points of damage to other targets in sight. Yun Chen chose to transfer it to the Thunder Curse Vine. Minus 2,000. A huge damage number floated above the Thunder Curse Vine's head, but Yun Chen had no time to care. The gray barrier had just been generated. The thunderball from the Thunder Curse Vine exploded with a deafening roar, sending waves of electricity spreading throughout the room. Yun Chen barely managed to block it with his Shadow Shield. The barrier, which had 4,000 health points, was reduced to less than 1,000 with a single hit. If it weren't for the high health transfer from the demon transfer, he would have probably died once already. This boss's damage was simply outrageous. As Yun Chen complained, his gaze flicked to the side. That was an area attack, and the room was only this big. Bai Shirshan, a fragile mage, was unlikely to dodge it. Sure enough, he saw Bai Shirshan being struck by the lightning, slowly transforming into a white light and dissipating. She was most likely respawning at the teleport point. Yun Chen turned back, preparing to focus on the boss. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. What the hell? How did I get killed like that? That voice. Yun Chen turned around sharply and saw Bai Shirshan not far behind him. Her body was coalescing with white light, slowly revealing her form, looking as if she had just respawned. Yun Chen was momentarily stunned. This wasn't right. Normally, players should respawn at the novice village's resurrection point upon death. Bai Shirshan looked around and, realizing too late, said, "Hey, why didn't I respawn in the novice village?" In the next moment, Yun Chen quickly reacted. Could it be the resurrection interruption barrier? Yun Chen's expression changed drastically as he finally recognized this rare mechanism. As the name suggests, within the range of this barrier, players who die will not return to the novice village to respawn but will instead revive on the spot, forced to continue challenging the boss. There are only two ways to lift this barrier: either kill the boss or have the players within the barrier exhaust their resurrection attempts and die completely. The resurrection interruption barrier is typically a special skill of certain bosses designed to prevent players from exploiting the death revival mechanism to repeatedly whittle down the boss's health or simply escape the fight. Yun Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a bit troubled. This was a hassle. He hadn't expected this boss to come with such a frustrating barrier. It seemed he could only charge ahead. "Stay back," Yun Chen said to Bai Shirshan without looking back. In the distance, the silver-level boss, Thunder Curse Vine, had dozens of vines dancing like frenzied snakes, constantly waving in the air, with purple arcs of electricity crackling between the vines. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. Yun Chen could tell that the boss was brewing a new skill. Taking a deep breath, he naturally wouldn't give the opponent a chance to prepare calmly. He decisively consumed 2,000 health points and unleashed Shadow Cage on the Thunder Curse Vine. At the same time, he utilized Demon Transfer, unceremoniously transferring the cost of those 2,000 health points to the boss. -2,000. A bright red damage number floated above the boss's head, indicating the direct damage from the Demon Transfer. The massive body of the Thunder Curse Vine shook violently, its movements freezing instantly as it was firmly bound in place by the suddenly appearing gray-black chains. The control effect of Shadow Cage is determined by the amount of health points consumed. For every 50 health points consumed, the control time is extended by 1 second. At this moment, Yun Chen had directly consumed 2,000 health points, theoretically granting him a control time of up to 40 seconds. Of course, Yun Chen was also aware that this was just the theoretical control time. Facing such a high-level silver boss, the opponent's status resistance would definitely be absurdly high. It would be good if the actual control time was half of the theoretical value. He didn't waste this precious control time. Almost the instant the boss was controlled, Yun Chen quickly cast two skills in succession: Shadow Word, Pain, and Withering Lightning, both consuming 2,000 health points, with the cost entirely transferred to the Thunder Curse Vine. -3,052. -3,014. TSK, this boss's magic resistance was indeed not low. Originally, Withering Lightning theoretically dealt up to 4,000 points of magic damage. The boss's high magic resistance had reduced nearly 1,000 points of damage. After unleashing a set of skills, he observed that the health bar of the Thunder Vine had noticeably dropped by a large margin. It had lost more than a third of its health. Roughly estimating, the actual damage he had dealt in this round of attacks was around 14,000. Based on this calculation, the total health of the Thunder Vine should be about 40,000. It seems that if I unleash 3 more sets of skills, I can take down this boss, Yun Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Soon, the cooldown for Yun Chen's first round of skills was up. Without hesitation, he unleashed another combination of Shadow Word, Pain, and Withering Lightning. -3,052, -3,014. More striking red numbers appeared above the boss's head. However, at that moment, Yun Chen noticed that the Thunder Vine's body began to tremble slightly. The black chains binding it started to show cracks, as if it were trying to break free from the Shadow Cage's restraints. Yun Chen silently calculated the time. Only 11 seconds had passed since he released the Shadow Cage. The control time was surprisingly short. Yun Chen felt a bit surprised. The boss's status resistance was even more exaggerated than he had anticipated. The control time had been reduced by nearly 3/4. However, this control time was still within his acceptable range. After all, the cooldown for the Shadow Cage was only a brief 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he raised his hand again and released the skill, Shadow Cage. The black chains coalesced once more, and the Thunder Vine, which had just begun to struggle, was firmly bound again. -2,000. As the damage from the demon's transfer manifested, the boss's health bar was now precariously low, with only the last third remaining. One more set of skills, and I can end this battle. Yun Chen felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. As long as he maintained this rhythm, defeating this boss without taking damage seemed like no difficult task. However, just as Yun Chen's heart relaxed for a moment, an unexpected change occurred. A faint yellow glow suddenly emanated from the Thunder Vine. Immediately, the chains of the Shadow Cage binding it shattered and dissipated in an instant. Invulnerability. Yun Chen's expression changed slightly as he immediately recognized the source of the yellow light. This boss actually had an invulnerability skill that immunized it from control effects. In the next moment, the Thunder Vine, having broken free, launched a counterattack. At the top of its massive bud, a white thundercloud quickly gathered. Crackling arcs of electricity surged within the cloud. Then, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the thundercloud. hurtling straight towards Yun Chen's face with lightning speed. Yun Chen was already prepared. The moment the invulnerability light appeared, he had anticipated the boss's imminent counterattack. Almost simultaneously with the lightning strike, he unhesitatingly released the defensive skill, Shadow Shield. A gray barrier appeared just in time in front of him. -1000, 0, a damage number floated up from the shield, followed by a 0 damage indicating a block. 1000 points of damage? That's not too high, Yun Chen felt a bit puzzled. Now, Yun Chen's shield value had reached 4000. This amount of damage couldn't break through his defense. However, this lightning damage was almost a bit more than the previous area lightning circle's instant kill power. Could it be that this boss only had the initial lightning circle as its instant kill skill? There was no time for him to think further. Yun Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. He planned to endure the boss's next 5 seconds of output. Once the cooldown for his next set of skills was up, he would directly finish off the boss's remaining health. Just then, an even more unexpected situation occurred. The Thunder Vine, still in its invulnerability state, began to slowly sway its tendrils again. At the same time, a faint light of pale green began to radiate from its body. Yun Chen remained vigilant. What was this boss up to now? In less than 3 seconds, the dance of the tendrils came to an end. The next moment, a scene that left Yun Chen dumbfounded unfolded before him. The Thunder Vine, which had originally had less than a third of its health left, it actually rose back up at a visibly rapid speed. In an instant, the boss returned to full health. Yun Chen couldn't help but rub his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating. When he confirmed once again that the boss's health bar had indeed restored to full, he felt like he was about to collapse inside. What the hell is this? He couldn't hold back any longer and cursed inwardly. This boss's mechanics were just too shameless. After all his hard work and the expenditure of countless skills, he had finally managed to bring the boss down to low health. And then this damn thing just dances and comes back to full health? This meant that to defeat this boss, not only did he have to withstand thousands of damage in the early stages, but he also had to endure the boss's invulnerability while its health dropped to 1/3. During the boss's dance to recover health, in that brief 3 seconds, the remaining health of the boss was 1/3, nearly 14,000 health points. This was simply hellish difficulty. To achieve this, at least 20 players above level 10 would need to team up with incredibly precise coordination to make it possible. And now, he was all alone. Although, with the demon transference talent, his burst damage was indeed comparable to the firepower of 20 players, he would definitely enter cooldown after bringing the boss down to low health. During the skill cooldown, he wouldn't be able to deal the final lethal damage within 3 seconds. The fully healed boss had no intention of giving Yun Chen time to think. Taking advantage of the remaining time of its invulnerability, the boss launched another attack on Yun Chen. The boss's vines began to dance again. This time, 2 thunderclouds actually formed above the boss's head simultaneously. In the next moment, both thunderclouds unleashed lightning strikes at the same time. 2 bolts of lightning struck down, hitting Yun Chen's shadow shield once more. -2000, 0. He remembered that the boss initially only had 1 thundercloud. This attack had added a second one. Moreover, as the number of thunderclouds increased, the damage from the lightning strikes doubled. Yun Chen noticed that the boss's vines were still dancing, seemingly planning to condense a third thundercloud. If this continued, allowing the boss to keep condensing thunderclouds, the lightning damage would soon exceed the limit of his shadow shield, which was 4000 points. Yun Chen would never give the boss that opportunity. Just as the boss's invulnerability was about to end, he once again cast Shadow Cage, forcibly locking the boss's movements. At the same time, a set of skills poured out, once again reducing the boss's health by 1/3. What to do? During the skill cooldown, Yun Chen's mind raced, thinking of a way to break through the predicament. Should I continue to output, betting that the boss's healing skill will only be released once? But if he failed, the boss would not only return to full health but would also continue to condense thunderclouds while in its invulnerability state. His shadow shield would eventually be shattered. But if he did nothing, he would just be waiting to die. If this continued, he would keep dying, ultimately exhausting his resurrection attempts and getting completely trapped here. Wait, death? At that moment, his gaze fell on the trembling mage by Shirshan beside him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought of a possible way to break through the predicament. As soon as his skills cooled down, Yun Chen wasted no time and unleashed another set of skills precisely on the Thunder Curse Vine. The boss's health bar dropped in response, falling back to the warning line of 1/3. Sure enough, the familiar yellow invulnerability glow erupted from the curse vine once again, signaling that it was about to enter an immune control state. At the same time, the third thundercloud slowly began to form at the top of its massive bud. The crackling arcs of electricity seemed to mock Yun Chen's futile efforts. Yun Chen's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he charged towards the boss. 3 thunderclouds locked onto him, and the furious power of thunder poured down. He didn't release the shadow shield to withstand the damage like before. This time, he chose to take it head-on. Boom! The thunder struck with precision, the -3000 damage number glaring and shocking. Yun Chen's body was instantly engulfed in white light, dissipating at the spot. After killing Yun Chen, the Thunder Curse Vine swung its vines again, preparing to heal through its dancing skill. -2000. Just then, a huge red number suddenly appeared above the Thunder Curse Vine's head. Immediately after, a black whip shadow struck from afar, hitting the boss's massive bud hard, exploding with an astonishing damage value, -3052. This was, of course, the skill Shadow Word, Pain released by Yun Chen, who had just resurrected. Normally, Yun Chen's skill should still be on cooldown. Shadow Word, Pain couldn't possibly be released so quickly again, but he utilized a little-known game mechanism. Resurrection resets skill cooldowns. In God's Fall, when players die and resurrect, not only do their health and status fully restore, but all skill cooldowns also reset instantly. Yun Chen took advantage of this mechanism. Without a moment's pause, all his skills poured out like a torrential storm. Withering Lightning Shadow Prison Shadow Shield, leveraging the Demon's Transfer, all damage-dealing skills were unleashed in one breath. The Thunder Curse Vine's healing dance had just begun. The green light, not yet fully coalesced, yet a series of damage numbers popped up above its head. -2000, -3014, -2000, -2000. The boss's health bar was wiped clean as if erased by an eraser. The last third of its health was instantly depleted. Thud! The massive bud fell helplessly to the ground, making a dull sound. The silver-level boss, Thunder Curse Vine, was defeated. You have killed Thunder Curse Vine, Silver. You have gained 5000 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 8. Since you were the first to kill the silver boss, you have gained 10 reputation points. At the same time, an announcement echoed in the minds of all players in the server. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Demon from the Lost Ruins for the first kill of boss Thunder Curse Vine, Silver, getting one step closer to becoming a deity. We hope all players will continue to strive. As it was the first kill of a silver-level boss, unlike the bronze-level boss, this time, not only the players from the Lost Ruins heard the announcement, but all players who entered God's Fall did. In an instant, the entire game world of God's Fall erupted. Demon? That name sounds a bit familiar. Of course. Wasn't he the one who got the first kill of the bronze-level boss? This big shot must be cheating. Damn, I can't even beat a black iron-level boss. How is this guy already killing silver-level ones? Is this guy playing a speedrun version? On the other side of the forest, Milk Candy Without Milk and her brother's group were struggling against a bronze boss. After a grueling battle, they finally brought the boss down. The guild leader turned to his sister and said, "We worked our butts off to take down a bronze boss. You mean the big shot? He took care of it all by himself in just a minute?" Milk Candy Without Milk nodded and added, "Not even a minute, probably around 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, the guild leader felt like he had been critically hit, feeling a bit unwell. Before he could figure out how the big shot did it, the next moment, the announcement of the silver-level boss's first kill rang in everyone's minds. Milk Candy Without Milk was overjoyed. The big shot is indeed a big shot, just finished off a bronze-level boss and now has taken down a silver-level boss. The guild leader was utterly speechless. They had just struggled to finish off a bronze-level boss, while the big shot had already started killing silver-level ones. This gap, how can it be so large? Back to the hidden dungeon. A series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. However, Yun Chen did not let his guard down. He quickly stepped forward, carefully examining the boss's corpse and the surrounding summoning circle. After confirming that there was no strange phenomenon of the summoning circle devouring the boss's body, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. After all, if another boss were summoned, he would really have a headache. Once everything was confirmed safe, Yun Chen finally relaxed completely, his tense shoulders also loosening up. He turned his head and noticed Bai Shirshan still standing there in a daze, looking completely lost. Clearly, she was still stunned by the thrilling battle scene just now. Yun Chen ignored her and walked straight to the corpse of the Thunder Curse Vine to start collecting the loot. This time, the silver boss did not disappoint him. It dropped 3 silver-grade items directly, 2 pieces of equipment, and 1 skill book. Unfortunately, the equipment was not usable by priests and could only be sold to players in need later. However, the skill book caught Yun Chan's like Shadow Stealth Priest skill, only hidden classes can learn. Grade, silver, white, cost, 100 health points. Effect, enter the Shadow Realm, lasting 1 second, during which you are in an invincible state that cannot be targeted. Note, for every additional 100 health points consumed, the duration increases by 1 second. Skill cooldown, 30 seconds. It was actually a special skill exclusive to hidden classes. It should be noted that such skills are extremely rare, with a drop rate that is outrageously low. In his previous life, any hidden class player who learned this skill was basically a target of competition among major guilds, with treatment that was absurdly high. An invincible state that cannot be targeted. Yun Chen stared at the skill effect, his eyes almost shining. This meant that Yun Chen could use this skill to avoid some high damage skills that are guaranteed to hit, even those one-hit kill moves from bosses. The effect of this skill could rival the invincibility skill of Can't Touch Me Guild Leader, Void Shift. Although the duration is only 1 second, it doesn't matter. because he has the perverse talent of demon transfer. The duration of invincibility only depends on his health limit. Yun Chen was already a bit impatient. Once his health exceeded 3,000, he could consume 3,000 health points each time to gain 30 seconds of invincibility. And this skill only has a 30-second cooldown. Wouldn't that mean he could achieve permanent invincibility? Just thinking about it was incredibly satisfying. At that moment, a gentle voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Is this over? Yun Chen casually replied, yeah, it's over, and casually picked up all the other bronze-grade items dropped by the boss. He turned to Bai Shirshan. I took everything the boss dropped. You have no objections, right? Bai Shirshan quickly waved her hands. No objections, no objections. She paused and cautiously asked, what exactly just happened? Looking at Bai Shirshan, it was clear she was still a bit dazed. It was normal, after all, this was her first experience with resurrection interruption. Yun Chen briefly explained the resurrection interruption barrier. After listening, Bai Shirshan's face instantly turned pale. She finally realized that she had almost truly died just now. Although she had died in the game before, it was in the novice village, so it felt like just playing a game. But this time, she truly felt the threat of death, and she couldn't help but feel scared. After a while, Bai Shirshan finally calmed down, her voice trembling as she said to Yun Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have. Yun Chen simply responded, you're welcome, after all, I was also doing it for myself. For Yun Chen, saving the female mage was just a byproduct. After tidying up his things, Yun Chen turned to look at Bai Shirshan. This moment, the other party was still somewhat shaken. After the recent battle, Yun Chen could basically confirm that she was not a member of the Linhai group. From her demeanor, it was clear that she knew nothing about traps and the boss mechanics. If she truly intended to harm her own allies, she wouldn't have taken such risks. However, Yun Chen still needed to clarify the other party's identity. Without any hesitation, he directly posed the question, you're not from the Linhai group, are you? Bai Shirshan was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. No, I only agreed to team up with them to get something from them. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow and pressed on. What is it? The root of life, Bai Shirshan replied softly. Yun Chen's heart stirred. He quickly searched his mind for information about the root of life. This item was indeed considered a rare material in the early stages of the game. Most people who obtained such materials had only one use for them. Yun Chen bluntly stated, you want to use it to make the water of life? Bai Shirshan looked at Yun Chen in disbelief. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to know the purpose of the root of life. She nodded. Yes, I heard that angel NPCs say that the water of life can cure all negative states and all known diseases in humans can be healed. She paused for a moment, turned her face to the distance, her voice becoming heavier. My mother, she has lung cancer, and it's already in the late stages. The doctor said she doesn't have much time left. I had already lost hope, just wanting to spend the last few days with her. But unexpectedly, God's fall suddenly arrived. Yun Chen calmly interjected, so you want to use the water of life in the game to treat her lung cancer? Bai Shirshan nodded. In the game, for those who were ill and unable to move, the game would use time-freezing magic to pause their time. Their diseases would not worsen, but they wouldn't improve either. When someone defeated the boss, they would be teleported back to reality along with other players. Bai Shirshan spoke again. After I learned about the water of life, I kept trying to gather related materials. Yun Chen continued, and then you found out that the Linhai group had the root of life? Bai Shirshan nodded. A few days ago, I heard that the Linhai group had the root of life in their possession, and they invited me to team up with them in exchange for it. The subsequent plot needed no further explanation from Bai Shirshan. Yun Chen had already understood completely. The so-called team-up was nothing but a thorough trap. Yun Chen briefly explained the ins and outs of the situation, including the true intentions of the Linhai group and how they use traps to harm players and seize their equipment. Bai Shirshan's face turned red and pale in turns as she listened. From her expression, it seemed she had just realized she had been tricked. Clearly, Bai Shirshan had never inquired about the Linhai group's reputation before and was unaware of their malicious deeds. She was solely focused on saving her mother, losing her basic sense of vigilance. Bai Shirshan felt a wave of frustration and couldn't help but curse, these bastards, they're really something. Then she suddenly stood up, starting to pace around the room as if searching for something. Yun Chen asked, what are you looking for? Without turning her head, Bai Shirshan replied, looking for a way out. I want to go out and settle the score with those guys. Yun Chen almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. This girl had quite a long reflex arc. However, seeing her flustered appearance was indeed somewhat endearing. Noticing Yun Chen's laughter, Bai Shirshan retorted, doesn't the big shot want to settle the score with those people? Yun Chen chuckled lightly, of course I do. Before Bai Shirshan could ask further, Yun Chen continued, but we don't need to go out. Bai Shirshan was taken aback for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. Why? Yun Chen smiled, a hint of cunning in his expression, because the people from the Linhai group will soon come looking for us. On the other side, by the entrance of the trap, the female assassin, Lang Yan, crouched at the edge of the trap. She leaned closer to the hole, carefully listening to the sounds below. It was eerily quiet, with no movement at all. in God's Fall to avoid disturbing players. During dungeon challenges, system announcements are not heard while inside the dungeon. Only after leaving the dungeon can players receive announcement messages. This meant that the two people inside the dungeon had not heard the recent announcement of the silver boss's first kill. Therefore, Lang Yen and Dezhuang naturally had no idea that Yun Shen was still alive, let alone that he had already killed the silver-level boss in 3 minutes. Beside her, the warrior Dezhuang couldn't help but speak up. At first, there was quite a bit of noise. Why has it suddenly gone quiet? Lang Yen stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and smirked coldly. What else could it be? That guy called demon must have been taken care of by the boss. Dezhuang scratched his head, a bit puzzled. So soon? Isn't that demon the top-ranked player? I remember those unlucky ones before at least lasted 10 minutes. Lang Yen glanced at the time and curled her lips. 10 minutes? You think too highly of that demon. What a load of nonsense about being number 1 on the leaderboard. He's just a paper tiger. I bet the last first kill of the bronze boss was just him getting lucky and snatching it from the player team. Lang Yen stood up and said, let's go down and see what good stuff that guy dropped. In the game, when players die, they not only drop half of their life coins but also equipment or other items. The quality and quantity of dropped items depend entirely on chance. Usually, only one item drops, but if luck is on their side, they might get 2 or 3. Lang Yen licked her lips, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. That guy must have picked up the loot from the bronze-level boss. There should be quite a few good things waiting for us. The two quickly walked towards the trap. Lang Yen skillfully crouched down and gently pressed on a protruding stone slab at the edge of the trap. With a soft crack, a hidden staircase slowly extended from the wall, forming a passageway leading underground. Clearly, this kind of treachery against teammates was not their first time. The entire process was smooth and familiar. They descended the staircase slowly. Dezhuang followed behind, but a hint of unease appeared on his face. Contrary to his rugged appearance, Dezhuang was not a simple-minded brute in reality. He had entered the Linghai group as a middle manager through a rigorous interview process, which was enough to prove that his intelligence and emotional quotient were not low. The reason he named himself Dezhuang was merely to confuse his opponents, making them think he was a simple and honest guy, thus lowering their guard. Lang Yen noticed the change in Dezhuang's expression and asked, Hey, Dezhuang, what's with that expression? You've been restless since just now. What are you worried about? Dezhuang hesitated for a moment but still voiced his concerns. I don't know why, but ever since we entered the dungeon, I felt uneasy, like something's not right. Dezhuang fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then slowly spoke. Do you think it's possible that the sudden silence below means that guy called Demon has killed all the bosses down there? The atmosphere suddenly froze. As soon as he said this, Lang Yan's footsteps came to a halt. The mood between them became tense. However, this atmosphere did not last long. Lang Yan suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, her laughter ringing out like the sound of a barbell. She clutched her stomach and laughed so hard she bent over, tears of laughter even forming at the corners of her eyes. After finally stopping her laughter, she wiped her eyes and said to Dezhuang, 3 minutes? Killing all the 2 bronze bosses and a bunch of black iron bosses down there? Do you think he's a god descended to earth? Dezhuang, your joke is really funny. In this game, the bosses have quite a hefty amount of health. Even if those bosses just stood there, allowing players to attack them, ordinary players would still need at least 10 minutes to defeat them. To clear all the bosses in 3 minutes? That's simply a fantasy. After hearing what Lang Yan said, Dezhuang also felt that his earlier guess was a bit absurd, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. As they chatted and laughed, Lang Yan and Dezhuang had already reached the exit of the underground passage. Looking at the empty room before them, Lang Yan sneered, See? It's so quiet here, the boss must have already devoured them and returned to its lair. Dezhuang nodded, it seemed he had indeed been overthinking. The two quickly entered the room. According to the trap mechanism, the bosses in this hidden dungeon would not reappear for a short time after killing players. This gave them a perfect opportunity to safely loot the spoils. However, the lighting in the room was too dim, making visibility poor. They could only cautiously move forward, glancing around for the dropped loot from Yunshan and Bai Shirshan. Not far into the room, Lang Yan suddenly stopped, pointing excitedly into the distance. Look, it seems like there's something lying over there. Hearing this, Dezhuang hurried over. Lang Yan rubbed her hands together, her eyes filled with anticipation. Let me see what the damned demon dropped in terms of good equipment. However, the moment they saw the scene before them, it was as if they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. What appeared before them was not the expected loot, but a massive monster carcass. From its appearance, it resembled a gigantic, man-eating flower, grotesque and terrifying. Lang Yan's voice trembled slightly. What kind of monster is this? My detection skill has never scanned such a monster. Dezhuang's face turned pale as he realized a more serious issue. He swallowed hard and slowly spoke. Lang Yan, do you think, who killed this monster? As Dezhuang's voice fell, the room fell into a dead silence, even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. I killed it. What's wrong? Do you two have any objections? A deep voice, laced with a hint of playful mockery, came from the shadow of the massive corpse of the Thunder Curse Vine. From the shadow, Yunchen slowly emerged, wearing a half-smile on his face. Following closely behind, Bai Shirshan also stepped out of the shadow, holding a staff, standing beside Yunchen. The two stood there alive and well. Long Yan and De Zhuang, as if struck by divine lightning, became completely stiff. Like two statues. Their expressions froze, and their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That demon not only didn't die but, just as De Zhuang had trembled to guess earlier, had indeed slaughtered all the monsters in this underground lair within just a few minutes, including this terrifying giant creature they had never heard of or seen before, leaving nothing behind. This is impossible. Lang Yan's heart felt as if it were swept away by a tsunami. The words impossible echoed wildly in her mind. De Zhuang's earlier guess, which she had scoffed at as fantasy, now felt like a resounding slap to her face, leaving her dizzy and battered. Seeing the petrified expressions of the two, Yun Chen's smirk widened. He was the first to break the eerie silence, his tone carrying a hint of teasing regret. What a pity, my loot didn't drop. The female assassin Long Yan was the first to regain her composure. She stiffly explained, Demon Lord, you misunderstood, we came down to help you. Yun Chen chuckled lightly, but his eyes were icy cold. Help? Shouldn't you feel genuinely happy to see your teammates still alive? His gaze swept over Long Yan and De Zhuang's faces, and his tone suddenly became meaningful. Why can't I see the slightest hint of happiness on your faces? Reminded by this, the two seemed to awaken from a dream, quickly forcing smiles onto their faces. Lang Yan smiled and explained, happy. Of course we're happy. Seeing that the demon boss is fine, we are certainly happy. However, her eyes flickered uncertainly, not daring to meet Yun Chen's gaze. De Zhuang, like a marionette, mechanically echoed, yes, that's great, you're fine. Really great. Yun Chen looked at these two clumsy clowns, observing their hypocritical and stiff performance. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Yun Chen laugh, the two thought it was a sign of hope for them to get away with it. Their smiles became even more forced, trying hard to prove their sincerity. However, Yun Chen's next words struck them like a judgment from hell, instantly plunging them into a deep abyss of despair. You're acting too fake, both of you. No need to continue, it's embarrassing to watch. The smile on Yun Chen's face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. And do I look like someone who's easy to fool? Crack, it sounded as if something had shattered, the sound of their disguise breaking apart. Once these words were spoken, Lang Yan and De Zhuang completely tore off their hypocritical masks. Their eyes instantly turned sinister and fierce, like venomous snakes ready to strike, staring intently at Yun Chen. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, oppressive to the point of making it hard to breathe. Seeing the situation completely collapse, the female assassin Lang Yan's gaze shifted, suddenly turning to Bai Shirshan beside her, and she shouted sharply, Bai Shirshan, don't you want the root of life? Join us to attack this guy right now. As long as we kill him, the root of life will be yours. She attempted to exploit Bai Shirshan's desire for the root of life to pull her into the fray. Bai Shirshan stood still, facing Long Yan's temptation. There was no change in her expression, still cold, even with a hint of disgust. Seeing Bai Shirshan unmoved, Long Yan's voice became even sharper, tinged with hysteria. Hurry up, don't you want to save your mother? However, Bai Shirshan gave the clearest answer. Through her actions, she moved, but not to attack Yun Chen as Long Yan wished. Instead, she firmly stepped beside Yun Chen, her staff unwaveringly pointing at Long Yan and De Zhuang. Bai Shirshan's cold voice carried disdain. I won't help you, scum. Her actions and words shattered the last shred of fantasy in Lang Yan and De Zhuang's hearts, leaving their faces looking ashen. They knew their final hope had also been extinguished. Now, they had no choice but to fight to the death. The two almost simultaneously drew their weapons, ready to fight with all they had. However, just as they made their move, a shocking string of red numbers suddenly appeared above De Zhuang's head, -2000. Zhuang didn't even have time to make a sound. His body fell heavily to the ground, dissipating into a white light. Before the female assassin Lang Yan could figure out what was happening, she was horrified to find that several pitch-black chains had appeared around her, binding her tightly in place, unable to move. It was Yun Chen who had used the demon transfer to cast Shadow Prison. He transferred the cost of the skill onto the warrior De Zhuang. The little health De Zhuang had was like paper in Yun Chen's eyes, instantly taken down. Yun Chen raised his hand again, his dark fingertips aimed at the bound female assassin Lang Yan. Looking at Yun Chen, who raised his hand again, Lang Yan knew she had no way to escape. She shouted in a fierce yet cowardly manner, don't think you're amazing just because you're at a higher level now. You've angered our Linhai group, you won't have a good ending. We'll see about that. Yun Chen heard this and merely smiled contemptuously, his tone cold and dismissive. Alright, let's wait and see. Before his words faded, Yun Chen unleashed dark speech, pain. A whip formed from a black light instantly struck the opponent. Another -3850 red damage number popped up. The female assassin, cold face, followed in De Zhuang's footsteps, turning into white light and disappearing. The room briefly returned to silence. However, Yun Chen did not hold back. He turned to look at the edge of the room, a meaningful smile on his face, as if waiting for a good show to unfold. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, two blinding white lights suddenly lit up at the edge of the room. As the light faded, Cold Face and De Zhuang's figures rematerialized in place. Cold Face suddenly opened her eyes wide, the scene before her freezing her in place. What met her gaze was the familiar stone wall, the familiar monster corpses, and that demon standing not far away, wearing a smirk. She looked at her hands in disbelief. What is happening? Aren't we supposed to return to the novice village? Looking at Yun Chen's half-smiling face, a chill crept up her spine, spreading throughout her body. She realized she had been schemed against by him. Indeed, Yun Chen had utilized the resurrection barrier in the room. Under the effect of the barrier, players would not return to the novice village upon death but instead resurrect at the same spot. This barrier appeared alongside a special boss, but it would not disappear after the boss was defeated. Unless the core of the barrier was destroyed, it would remain. The core was a gem embedded in the wall. Yun Chen had discovered the gem long ago but had deliberately left it intact for this very moment. Yun Chen looked at the two with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He revealed a playful smile, speaking as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. Oh, you two are back again? How does it feel? Surprised? Unexpected? Before his words fell, another withering lightning struck. Once again, he killed the two instantly. Not long after, white light flickered again, and the two resurrected for the second time. The female assassin, Cold Face, completely broke down this time. Please, don't kill us again. We really know we were wrong. We only have 2 lives left. Yun Chen coldly replied, Oh, so you still have 2 lives? After saying this, he raised his hand again and instantly killed the two. As the white light gathered, the two resurrected once more. This time, they were utterly broken. The previous arrogance had vanished, leaving only endless fear and despair on their faces. They gave up all struggle, collapsing to the ground with a thud, pleading, Please, don't kill us again, don't kill us again. Spare us. As long as you can let us go, we'll do anything you want. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh, you're willing to do anything? The assassin and the warrior clung to this last straw of hope, nodding desperately. They just wanted to survive now, even at any cost. Only then did Yun Chen retract his smile, his gaze instantly sharpening like a knife, and he coldly asked, Very well, then tell me, where is your chairman, Lu Tianming? In the novice village named Blackbird Town. The players here were all from D City. In a certain forest outside Blackbird Town, a bronze-level boss let out a wail and crashed to the ground. Brother Lu Tianming, you're amazing. You defeated a bronze-level boss at just level 5. A charming female voice rang out, filled with admiration. The girl speaking was named Xiaoyu, dressed in novice clothing, yet her delicate features could not be concealed. She clung tightly to Lu Tianming, looking up at him with starry eyes. You promised to take me to level up. You can't go back on your word. Lu Tianming proudly wrapped his arms around Xiaoyu, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, with my god-level talent, isn't killing monsters and leveling up as easy as drinking water? Lu Tianming awakened the god-level talent predator. After killing the target, he could plunder their abilities and levels. With this god-defying talent, he surged forward, rapidly leveling up. He firmly held the top spot on the level leaderboard of Blackbird Town. However, Lu Tianming's pride did not last long. Not long ago, a server-wide announcement echoed in his mind. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player demon from the Lost Ruins for the first kill of the boss Thunder Curse Vine, Silver, getting one step closer to becoming a god. We hope all players will continue to strive. Someone named Demon had taken the lead and already achieved the first kill of a silver-level boss. Lu Tianming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had thought that with his plunderer talent, killing monsters was as easy as mowing grass, and his leveling speed was already extraordinary. Unexpectedly, someone had progressed even faster than him and had already secured the first kill of a silver-level boss. With this thought, Lu Tianming's expression darkened instantly. Who the hell is this guy? Lost Ruins? Another novice village? Lu Tianming felt a surge of annoyance. He had thought that with his plunderer talent he was at the forefront of the game. He never expected that someone could be faster than him. This demon, could it be that he was cheating? Why? Was that guy's talent even stronger than his god-level talent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was the chosen one. Lu Tianming's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water, his heart ablaze with anger. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. A cold smirk crept onto his lips. He planned to secretly instruct his trusted subordinates to investigate the background of this demon. His plunderer talent could not only plunder monster abilities, players could be the same. A glint of greed flashed in Lu Tianming's eyes. Demon. Ha! Just wait and see, your talent, your level will eventually all belong to me. On the other side, in the boss room of the hidden dungeon, from the trembling words of Lang Yan and De Zhuang, Yun Chen learned that Lu Tianming was in City D before the teleportation. He quickly recalled in his mind. If his memory served him right, the novice village corresponding to City D should be Blackbird Town. Hoof. Yun Chen sneered. His primary goal was clear, to head to Blackbird Town and take revenge on Lu Tianming. However, a problem arose. He and Lu Tianming were not in the same novice village. To reach Blackbird town, Yunchen had to use the teleportation array. The unlocking condition for the teleportation array was to defeat the regional boss. This meant he had to defeat the regional boss of the Lost Ruins first. Yunchen's brows furrowed slightly. In the game, the locations of regional bosses were usually random. In his previous life, he was born in City B, not the Lost Ruins corresponding to City A. He had never inquired about the specific location of the Lost Ruins regional boss. It seemed he would have to search slowly. Just as Yunchen was pondering, Long Yan and Dezhuang stammered, "Be big shot. We've told you everything you wanted to know. See, can you let us go?" Yunchen turned his head, his gaze icy. "Let you go? When did I ever say that?" Upon hearing this, the two instantly turned pale. Long Yan's voice trembled slightly. We only have one life left. If you make a move again, it's murder." In this game world, every player had 5 chances to respawn. After losing the first 4 lives, they could still revive. But once the 5th life was lost, it meant complete death. Yunchen sneered, his tone filled with disdain. "So what?" There was not a shred of pity in his eyes, only bone-chilling coldness. Lang Yan and Dezhuang felt an invisible pressure, as if even breathing had become difficult. Yunchen slowly crouched down, staring directly at the two, his tone eerily calm. "When you harmed those novice players, did you ever think that they only had 1 life left? Now, it's just a role reversal. What right do you have to plead for mercy?" The two wanted to say something more, but Yunchen didn't give them another chance. He raised his hand and unleashed withering lightning. A bolt of black lightning flashed by, and the two once again turned into white light and vanished. This time, they did not resurrect. Yunchen sent them away from this world forever. He stood up, brushed off his hands, as if he had merely done something trivial. In his eyes, it was just the elimination of 2 pests. In the distance, Bai Shirshan stood quietly in place. From beginning to end, she had not said a word, only watching everything unfold in silence. Yunchen turned to her and asked, "Do you think I went a bit overboard?" Bai Shirshan shook her head, her beautiful face showing no signs of disturbance. "No." This overly calm response surprised Yunchen a little. He had thought Bai Shirshan would judge his cold-blooded actions, or at least show some unease. But her reaction was unexpectedly calm. Bai Shirshan explained, "After all, they struck first. Moreover, my mother taught me that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. If you don't eradicate the roots, there will be endless troubles." Her voice was soft, yet carried a sense of determination. After hearing this, Yunchen couldn't help but smile. He had originally thought this girl was just a weak and easily deceived person. Unexpectedly, she had such a strong side. Her calmness and determination made Yunchen appreciate her a bit more. After dealing with Lang Yan and Dezhuang, Yunchen began to collect their spoils. He picked up the root of life and casually tossed it to Bai Shirshan in the distance. Bai Shirshan was taken aback and instinctively caught it. "Big boss, what is this?" Yunchen said without looking back. "It's a gift for you, as a reward for not being swayed by the root of life just now." Seeing Yunchen say this, Bai Shirshan no longer declined and accepted the root of life. After all, she really needed this item. "Thank you, big boss." She finally said this simple sentence. Yunchen walked to the wall. Behind the altar, embedded in the wall, was a green gem. This was the gem that maintained the resurrection blocking barrier. This barrier would not prevent players from entering, but would block their resurrection and also prevent them from leaving. Now that the people from the Linhai group had been dealt with, the gem had lost its purpose. It was time for him to leave. And to leave, he had to destroy this gem. He looked at the gem that was flickering with a faint light, feeling a bit regretful. The barrier gem was an extremely precious material in the game. In the later stages of the game, it was even more rare. Unfortunately, at his current level, there was no way to lift the barrier without destroying the gem. Gritting his teeth, Yunchen decided to smash it anyway. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the gem instantly broke apart. At the same time, a sound like glass breaking echoed throughout the room. A ripple spread through the air and then quickly settled. Yunchen knew this was a sign that the barrier was disappearing. He bent down to pick up the remaining shards of the barrier gem on the ground. This item might still be useful in the future, so he decided to keep it. Yunchen carefully stored the shards in his backpack. After confirming that he hadn't missed any valuable items, he turned to leave. However, he noticed that Bai Shirshan, who had been following him, was now standing still, lost in thought. A contemplative expression appeared on her face. Just as Yunchen was about to ask, Bai Shirshan suddenly knelt down. "Demon boss, I want to ask you for a favor." Yunchen looked at Bai Shirshan, who had suddenly knelt down, feeling a bit dazed. Bai Shirshan knelt on both knees, her head bowed. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall, covering most of her face. But he could still see her biting her lower lip, looking as if she was ready to risk it all. What is this girl up to now? The scene was so sudden that Yunchen instinctively took a half step back. He tentatively asked, "Are you asking to be my disciple?" Bai Shirshan shook her head. "No." Yunchen quickly realized, "You want to ask me about the water of life, right?" Bai Shirshan raised her head, her gaze firm. Yes, I would like to ask you to help me find other materials for the water of life. I know this request is a bit excessive, but I really have no other way. Whatever the reward, as long as I can provide it, or do it, I will never refuse. Her tone was resolute, and there was not a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Yun Chen looked at her serious and beautiful face, feeling a stir in his heart. He sighed. To be honest, he quite liked this girl's character. Although she sometimes reacted a bit too slow and seemed a bit daft, that kind of strong personality was rare. Throughout their journey facing powerful enemies, this girl may not have been of much help, but at least she had never held him back. If possible, Yun Chen wanted to help her. But the problem was the materials for the water of life. They were incredibly hard to obtain. According to his memories from his past life, there were only two ways to acquire the materials for the water of life. Either open treasure chests in the wild or kill bosses for drops. The former purely depended on luck, harder than winning the lottery. Yun Chen estimated that the scum from the Linhai group found the roots of life mostly by opening chests or picking them off some unfortunate person's corpse. As for the latter, to drop the materials for the water of life, one would need to defeat bosses of at least bronze level. Killing bosses was as easy as chopping vegetables for him now. But the problem was where to find so many bosses. In this game, most bosses above bronze level were holed up in dungeons, with a small portion hiding in the wild. In the game, neither dungeons nor bosses were marked on the map. Players had to explore blindly. The efficiency was appallingly low. Moreover, up to now, he had already slain 4 bosses above bronze level and had never seen the materials for the water of life. The drop rate was simply heartbreaking. Yun Chen relayed these difficulties to Bai Shirshan in detail. He thought she would be disappointed and give up on the request. However, to Yun Chen's surprise, after hearing his explanation, Bai Shirshan not only did not show any disappointment but instead slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a confident smile. If you're worried about finding bosses, you don't need to. Just leave this to me. Yun Chen was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. What? You can find bosses? Bai Shirshan nodded. After some explanation, Yun Chen finally understood. It turned out that Bai Shirshan's profession was not an ordinary mage but a hidden class of mage prophet. The prophet class had an innate skill, Eye of Fate. This skill could roughly sense the location of bosses or dungeons through divination. In fact, this hidden dungeon was discovered by her. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen immediately felt delighted. This was like receiving a pillow when he was sleepy. With this skill, would he still worry about not being able to find bosses? With Bai Shirshan's assistance, his leveling efficiency would definitely soar like a rocket. Moreover, as long as he killed enough bosses, finding the regional boss would just be a matter of time. This way, his revenge plan could be greatly expedited. Yun Chen excitedly grabbed Bai Shirshan's hand. That's awesome. Why didn't you say you had this skill earlier? Bai Shirshan was startled by his sudden enthusiasm. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly said, "Big shot, you didn't ask." Watching Yun Chen excitedly lost in his own world, Bai Shirshan cautiously asked, "So, Big shot, can you help me?" "Of course." Yun Chen agreed without hesitation. Bai Shirshan's eyes instantly lit up like the brightest star in the night sky. She repeatedly thanked him. "Big shot, thank you so much." Yun Chen waved his hand. Soon, the two finalized a collaboration. The content was simple. Bai Shirshan was responsible for using divination to find the boss's location, while Yun Chen would handle the boss's defeat. If the boss dropped materials for Water of Life, they would belong to Bai Shirshan, while all other loot and materials would go to Yun Chen. The collaboration would continue until Bai Shirshan gathered all the materials for the Water of Life. From then on, the prophet and the demon reached an agreement. In the Lost Ruins, the guild leader, who couldn't be touched, returned to the novice village with his sister, Milk Candy Without Milk, and a group of teammates. Upon entering the Lost Ruins, Milk Candy Without Milk looked around as she walked, seemingly searching for something. The guild leader glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, "Hey sis, your neck is almost stretching like a goose. Who are you looking for?" Milk Candy Without Milk didn't turn her head, responding matter-of-factly, "Of course, I'm looking for the big shot." Hearing this, the guild leader couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Ever since she started hanging out with the Big Shot, his sister had become almost enchanted, constantly referring to him as Big Shot, as if she were his little fan. The guild leader teased, "Why don't you just marry the Big Shot? I actually support this match." Smack! Milk Candy Without Milk mercilessly gave her brother a whack on the back of his head. It was no light hit, causing the guild leader to grimace. Milk Candy Without Milk huffed, "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear the announcement just now? The Big Shot just took down a silver-level boss. Maybe the Big Shot will come back to sell equipment. Don't forget that bronze-level equipment in your hands was sold to you by the Big Shot." The guild leader looked down at the bronze-level longsword in his hand and nodded. "That's true. If it weren't for the Big Shot's equipment, we might not have been able to take down that bronze-level boss." At that moment, Milk Candy Without Milk remembered something and asked, by the way, big brother, why aren't we continuing to grind monsters in the wild? Why are we going back to the village? Her confusion was reasonable. According to their usual habits, they would typically return only when everyone was out of stamina or their bags were full. It was indeed strange to return early today. The guild leader paused slightly, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. We're coming back to contact someone. Milk Candy without Milk was taken aback, even more curious. Who? So mysterious. The guild leader raised an eyebrow. You'll find out soon. Leading the team, the guild leader walked straight to the central square of the Lost Ruins. This was the core area of the novice village and the resurrection point for players. As soon as they arrived, several white lights flashed, and a few players appeared at the resurrection point, cursing. Damn, I just got slapped to death by that black iron boss. I only have one life left. I have to wait until dawn to refresh my resurrection count. This is unbearable. I really don't understand how the number one demon on the leaderboard managed to defeat the boss. Milk Candy without Milk listened with amusement, thinking that if these guys knew the big shot could take down the black iron boss as if it were a game, they would probably want to bang their heads against a wall. After those resurrected players left, the guild leader walked to the center of the resurrection square. He then took out his phone from his pocket. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he quickly entered a string of phone numbers on the phone screen and then clicked to dial. The people around looked bewildered. What is he doing? Isn't there no signal for phones in the game? Is the captain having another episode? But then, in the next second, something miraculous happened. The guild leader's phone, beep beep beep, actually connected. He held the phone to his ear. Hello, is this the official? He paused for a moment and continued. Can you hear me? How's the signal? Oh, that's good to know. I'm in City A, Lost Ruins, Resurrection Square. Immediately, they heard a voice on the other end of the phone. It was a rather pleasant female voice. However, it was distant. And since I was intentionally lowering my voice, no one could make out what was being said. So, I mumbled into the phone for 3 minutes. Finally, he hung up and walked back towards the team. The teammates rushed over. Naitangbu Jianai was the first to speak. Bro, how did you manage to get that call through? I shrugged. I'm not really sure about the specifics, but it seems that players from the official side have special skills that allow them to establish communication between different novice villages in the game. However, there are location restrictions. It seems that there's only a signal here at Resurrection Square. The teammates crowded around, chattering. Captain, you just said on the phone that it was the official side? What's going on? Are they really from the official team? I smiled mysteriously and nodded, lowering my voice. Well, to put it simply, I have a partnership with the officials. That's all you need to know. After a pause, the captain continued. The person I spoke with was from City D, Blackbird Town. There's a player with a hidden class seer who provided me with a lot of useful information. Naitangbu Jianai blinked her big eyes, looking puzzled. What? Useful information? I replied, some precise locations of bronze-level bosses and even specific coordinates of treasures. Treasures, in the world of God's Fall, are entirely different from ordinary equipment, skill books, or materials. They have no grade distinctions and are unique existences in the game, each with different effects and functions. Treasures can often bring players a qualitative leap, some even changing the way the game is played. On the other side, deep in the forest, withering lightning. Yunchen raised his hand, and a gray lightning bolt sliced through the air, hitting the target with precision. Ahead, a massive bronze-level boss's health bar instantly emptied, and it fell with a wail. Along with it, a group of black iron-level minions perished as well. Yunchen satisfiedly retracted his hand, feeling secretly pleased. This was already the 5th bronze-level boss he had taken down today. It must be said that with the help of Bai Shirshan's seer class, Yunchen's efficiency in farming monsters had significantly increased. In just 2 hours, 5 bronze-level bosses had become his experience points. It's worth noting that when he first entered the game, he had worked hard for most of the day to defeat just 3. Yunchen opened his personal panel to check his level progress. The experience bar had already reached more than half of level 8 and he was not far from level 9. He opened the level leaderboard. The first place, without a doubt, was still Yunchen. The second place was Shuiyu from the team, the gray-haired swordswoman who had asked him for compressed biscuits, and she was now at level 6. Yunchen's gaze shifted downwards. Ha! The third place has changed? The third place was no longer me but had become someone else. Cold and indifferent, they had also reached level 6. Yunchen raised an eyebrow. He remembered this cold and indifferent player. It was the one who had tried to steal his first bronze-level boss, the fallen demon. In the end, that guy had been killed by the boss. When he left, that guy had shot him a fierce glare, looking like he held a grudge. Unexpectedly, this guy was leveling up quite fast. I had dropped to 4th place, level 5, with 90% experience and would probably reach level 6 soon. What surprised Yunchen a bit was that Naitangbu Jianai had also made the leaderboard. Level 5, 10%, ranked 11. No wonder they call you I can't reach, a master at carrying girls, Yunchen admired inwardly. No wonder in the last life he could lead the guild to the top 3 in the world. He still had the strength. Retracting his gaze, Yunchen walked towards the fallen boss's corpse, skillfully collecting the loot. In addition to the usual loot, he was also searching for materials for the Water of Life. After all, this was the main purpose of his collaboration with Bai Shirshan. While farming bosses, they would help each other find the crafting materials for the Water of Life. In his memory, the materials for the Water of Life included 2 key components besides the already obtained Root of Life, Stardust and Holy Spring Dew. Unfortunately, this time the boss still did not drop any of them. Yunchen turned around and shook his head at Bai Shirshan, who was standing at a distance, indicating that they had not found anything this time. A hint of disappointment flashed across Bai Shirshan's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She believed that as long as the demon overlord was present, killing bosses would be easy, and as long as they farmed enough bosses, the materials would eventually be found. After looting the corpse, Yunchen approached her. Can you use your skill to see if there are any bosses nearby? Bai Shirshan nodded. She then closed her eyes and activated her prophetic skill, Eye of Fate. In an instant, a mysterious eye formed from glowing blue runes appeared on her smooth forehead. The eye slowly opened, emitting a faint blue light, and began to scan the surroundings. Yunchen stood quietly beside her, waiting. After about half a minute, the blue rune light gradually faded. Bai Shirshan opened her eyes and gently shook her head. There are no bosses nearby, but I sensed the location of a boss dungeon. Yunchen nodded. Alright, you go find the boss dungeon first. I'll make a quick trip back to the novice village and then meet up with you. Bai Shirshan looked a bit puzzled. Big shot, what are you going back to the novice village for? Yunchen replied flatly. I'm going back to the novice village to sell some equipment. My backpack is full, and if I keep farming, I won't have space for more gear. Bai Shirshan was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. While other players were worried about how to farm more monsters and cram more equipment into their bags, the big shot was troubled by having too much equipment that he couldn't fit it all. She softly said oh and obediently nodded. After temporarily parting ways with Bai Shirshan, Yunchen set off alone on the road back to the Lost Ruins. In fact, this trip back to the novice village had another purpose besides selling equipment. He was also looking for the angel NPC in the church of the novice village to trigger a hidden quest. In his previous life, he remembered that when the number of bosses killed reached 9 at the bronze level or above, visiting the angel NPC would trigger a hidden storyline. The angel would guide the player to obtain information about a secret treasure. The secret treasure was a unique existence in the game God's Fall. Its special nature could even be compared to high-grade artifacts. Yunchen clearly remembered that the top-ranking guilds in his previous life all possessed secret treasures without exception. Some secret treasures could increase the experience gain rate for all guild members, some could permanently enhance the attributes of the holder, and others could even strengthen equipment and skills, breaking the game's established limits. Reflecting on his previous life, he could only rely on the guild and leech off their secret treasures. To use a secret treasure, he had to pay a hefty price in life coins. That feeling of being dependent on others was still fresh in his memory. In this new life, he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. This time, he wanted to possess a secret treasure that belonged solely to him. Soon, 10 minutes later, Yunchen returned to the Lost Ruins. This time was of the essence. To avoid being recognized and causing trouble, he activated his facial concealment and pulled a black robe from his backpack to wear. Just as he reached the village entrance, he saw a group of people coming out, led by a familiar figure. You can't touch me, the guild leader. You Can't Touch Me was leading his team, fully equipped and looking ready to leave the village for leveling up. Yunchen did not disturb them. He brushed past the group and walked straight towards the central church, the core area of the novice village, where the angel NPC was located. As he passed through the market, he suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps in the distance. The sound of thump 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 grew closer. Yunchen looked up and saw a group of people rushing towards him. His heart tightened, and he instinctively stepped aside. Could it be that I've been recognized? But it turned out that this group of people didn't notice him at all and rushed past him. It seemed they weren't coming for him. Yunchen let out a sigh of relief. He heard the crowd passing by discussing, hurry, that guy Cold Indifference is going to auction off some gear. I heard he just took down a bronze level boss. There might be some good stuff. Let's go. What if we get lucky? He looked in the direction the crowd was surging towards and saw a stall surrounded by people packed tightly. In the center of the crowd stood a young man wearing glasses, looking refined. It was indeed Cold Indifference. This guy really had a bit of business acumen. Cold Indifference cleared his throat and shouted, auction for bronze level gear and skill books. Limited quantity, only 3 items, highest bidder wins. Don't miss out. Yunchen smiled. If he were to auction off silver level gear, these people would probably trample him. But clearly, Yunchen didn't want to waste time on such matters. The time spent on the auction could be used to kill another boss. He turned around, ready to leave. Suddenly, a clumsy person rushed over and collided hard with Yunchen. Yunchen stumbled, nearly falling over. The guy didn't even look back, let alone apologize, cursing, don't block the way. Then he dashed into the crowd, shouting, I bid 800 life coins. I want that bronze level skill book Thunderfire sword. Yun Chen frowned slightly but said nothing. After all, he didn't want to expose his identity over such trivial matters. At that moment, he felt a steady hand supporting him. Beside him, a somewhat simple-minded voice said, Brother, be careful, these people buying gear are acting like they're crazy. Yun Chen turned to see a chubby man with an honest face looking at him with concern. The chubby man was dressed in simple leather armor with a forging hammer at his waist, looking to be around 30, giving off a reliable vibe. Yun Chen shook his head, it's fine, thanks. As he walked away from the crowd towards the angel NPC, he casually asked, aren't you going to grab some gear? The chubby man scratched his head and smiled honestly, me? I think I'll pass, I don't have the money and I can't compete with them. He added, I'm a blacksmith, although I'm in the warrior branch, I basically have no combat power, and no team wants me, so leveling up and making money is really slow. The chubby man scanned Yun Chen up and down. Seeing him in a black robe with no teammates around, he asked, Brother, are you leveling up alone too? Yun Chen nodded. He walked up to the angel NPC, triggering a hidden storyline. Behind him, the chubby man slapped his thigh as if he had found a kindred spirit. Oh, then we're really in the same boat. The monsters in this game are all like they've taken gunpowder, fierce as can be, leveling up alone is really tough. Yun Chen responded while putting the treasure clues he received from the angel NPC into his backpack. The chubby man seemed to be quite talkative, continuing, by the way, brother, what's your profession? Yun Chen casually replied, priest. The chubby man's eyes widened in surprise, his tone carrying a hint of sympathy. A priest? My goodness, leveling up for you must be even harder than for me. The monsters in this game specifically target priests. Yun Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this. What he said was indeed true. He opened the angel trading post, preparing to list the gear he had recently acquired. Suddenly, the chubby man leaned in closer. He pulled out a priest's staff from his backpack and handed it to Yun Chen. Yun Chen took a look and realized it was still a black iron level. He looked at the other person in confusion. The chubby guy pushed the staff forward again. Brother, this staff is a gift for you. I got this staff from opening a chest. I see you don't even have a decent weapon on you, so take it. At least it will make leveling up a bit easier for you. Yun Chen looked at him in surprise, not expecting this chubby guy to be so generous. He reminded him, you could sell this staff and at least get a black iron level piece of equipment. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? The chubby guy waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. I see we're both similar people. Helping each other out is only right. Consider it making a friend. Besides, I'm a blacksmith. What do I need equipment for? Keeping it would just be a waste. Looking into the chubby guy's sincere eyes, Yun Chen smiled, feeling a warm current rise in his heart. Not everyone in this game was like the Linhai group, sucking the blood of players. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and took the staff. Alright, I won't be polite then, thank you. After dealing with the equipment, Yun Chen turned to leave. As he passed by the chubby guy, he said, go check with the angel, I left you something, the one priced at 0 is yours. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. The chubby guy nodded with a smile, promising he would go back to get it. After Yun Chen left, the chubby guy walked up to the angel NPC and opened the trading post. He thought to himself that Yun Chen probably felt embarrassed to take his staff for free, so he casually put up a piece of ordinary equipment as a return gift. He opened the angel's trading post but was slightly taken aback. A large batch of equipment had suddenly been listed and most of it was bronze level. Strange, he had just checked the trading post and there hadn't been this much equipment. He continued scrolling down. Finally, at the very top, he saw an item priced at 0. Silver level equipment, Storm Judgment type. One-handed sword quality, silver attributes, strength plus 15, agility plus 10 special effect. Each attack has a 15% chance to trigger Storm Strike, dealing 150% damage. Equipment requirement, warrior class, level 3 price, 0. It was actually silver level. The chubby guy rubbed his eyes hard, afraid he was seeing things. But no matter how he confirmed it, the quality section of that item still shimmered with the word silver. The chubby guy felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest, stuttering to himself, that brother just said, left for me, it wouldn't be this thing, would it? Wait. The chubby guy suddenly thought of something. At this stage, the only person who could produce silver-level equipment was probably one person, the demon boss who had recently made the announcement for the first kill of a silver-level boss. Could it be that person just now was thinking of this? The chubby guy abruptly turned around, looking in the direction Yun Chen had left. However, the street was empty. He could no longer see the figure of that person. As for giving the silver-level equipment to the chubby guy, Yun Chen didn't mind at all. He noticed that the chubby guy's profession was a blacksmith. Although the profession was pitifully weak in the early stages, once it reached level 10 and unlocked the forging system, strengthening and crafting equipment would require him. At that point, this profession would transform into one of the most sought-after professions in the game. Yun Chen thought the chubby guy had a decent personality, quite honest. Now giving him a piece of silver equipment could be seen as doing him a favor, building a good relationship. In the future, if he needed to forge any equipment, it would be easier to communicate with him. He left the ruined wasteland and took out the treasure clue he obtained from the church NPC. It was a delicate bronze compass. Item, treasure pointer type, special item description. It will guide you to the destined treasure usage. After activation, the pointer will point to the treasure's direction. Once I finish this boss dungeon, I'll take some time to get that treasure. Yun Chen thought to himself, the treasure is a big deal, worth more than any equipment. After putting away the pointer, he opened the system message interface. He was ready to contact Bai Shirshan. To facilitate communication, he and Bai Shirshan had added each other as friends. Currently, Yunqing had only 2 friends in his friend list, apart from Bai Shirshan. The other person was Nai Tang Bujianai. When they had met on the road earlier, the other party had insisted on adding him as a friend, and Yunqing, feeling annoyed, had simply added him. He sent a message to Bai Shirshan, I've handled my matters, send me the dungeon location. He then messaged Bai Shirshan again, have you found the dungeon? Bai Shirshan replied instantly, I've found it, big shot. But I've encountered some trouble at the dungeon. Yunqing was puzzled, trouble? Bai Shirshan responded, you'll know when you get here. He quickly made his way through the forest, following the coordinates provided. Soon, Yunqing arrived at the dungeon's location based on the coordinates given by Bai Shirshan. It was a cave with a faint blue barrier glowing at the entrance. Yunqing glanced at the dungeon's name, Blue Cave. Outside the entrance stood Bai Shirshan. Opposite her was another group of players. The atmosphere was tense. Among the unfamiliar players, the leader was a young man with yellow hair. He was dressed in shiny light armor, with a delicate, short sword hanging at his waist, clearly a swordsman. Yunqing glanced at his ID above his head, golden flash. He had a vague impression of this ID. The other party was ranked 7 on the level leaderboard, at level 5. Additionally, there were 4 others behind him. Given the situation, it seemed they were a team trying to snatch the dungeon. When Golden Flash saw Yunqing arrive, he looked him up and down, his voice dripping with disdain. Are you the leader? Just you alone? Yunqing nodded. The yellow-haired guy laughed loudly, his voice booming. Just you alone, and you want to bring a girl to clear the dungeon? You probably don't know how tough the monsters in this game are, do you? Don't you realize your own weight? Before he could finish, one of his teammates, a priest in a white robe, hurriedly poked him in the back. The yellow-haired guy turned around impatiently. What? The priest's teammate lowered his voice, sounding anxious. Look at his ID, look at his ID. After hearing this, the yellow-haired guy looked confused, turned back and stared at Yunqing's head. He seemed like someone who had slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education, struggling with reading. He slowly read out, Evil Demon. Upon recognizing Yunqing's ID, he jumped back as if his tail had been stepped on, nearly losing his balance. Holy crap. Evil Demon, big shot. Yunqing watched the yellow-haired guy's exaggerated reaction and thought it was a shame he wasn't performing in a skit. He spoke with a straight face. Is there a problem, everyone? The teammates behind the yellow-haired guy also recognized Yunqing and immediately wilted like frostbitten eggplants. They whispered among themselves, this guy just took down a silver-level boss, he's almost level 9, we can't mess with him. How about we just forget it? Let's not compete with the big shot for the dungeon, let's leave. But the yellow-haired guy seemed to want to struggle a bit more. He straightened his neck, trying to appear calm. I just want to state first, I'm not afraid of you just because you're ranked first. Yunqing almost laughed out loud, thinking this guy had some spirit, but he really needed to work on his stuttering. He replied nonchalantly, I didn't ask you to be afraid of me. The yellow-haired guy hesitated for a moment and continued, in any case, we discovered this dungeon first. Bai Shirshan, standing next to Yunqing, couldn't take it anymore. Her brows furrowed, and she directly retorted, what nonsense. I've been guarding the dungeon entrance for a long time, you guys came later. The yellow-haired guy was startled by Bai Shirshan's sudden outburst. He stammered in defense, Miss, our team discovered this dungeon in the morning. We just went back to prepare, that's why we came back late. Bai Shirshan placed her hands on her hips, wearing an expression that said, do you think I'm stupid? Who would believe that? As both sides were about to argue, Yunqing quickly spoke up to stop them. He turned to look at the yellow-haired guy. In the tense atmosphere, he unexpectedly made a pleased gesture, his tone calm, you can go in first. This left the yellow-haired guy dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. Bai Shirshan also widened her eyes, about to say something, but was stopped by Yunqing. The yellow-haired guy, uncertain, tentatively asked, are you really letting us go in first? Yunqing nodded. The yellow-haired guy was still a bit confused, but he knew this was a rare opportunity. To prevent Yunqing from changing his mind, he hurriedly led his team into the dungeon. Once their figures disappeared at the cave entrance, Bai Shirshan could no longer hold back. Big shot, why did you let them have the dungeon? Yunqing simply replied, I'm tired. Bai Shirshan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Yunqing found a rock to sit on and continued, since we dealt with the people from the Linhai group and left the hidden dungeon, we've been grinding monsters non-stop. He paused, glancing at Bai Shirshan, a slight smile on his lips, and just now when we were fighting the boss, I heard your stomach growling the whole time. Upon hearing this, Bai Shirshan froze for a moment, then her cheeks turned visibly red, her ears tinged with pink. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Big shot, you heard that, huh? Yunshin stated expressionlessly. Yeah, I thought it was the sound of a monster, so I listened closely. Bai Shirshan's face turned even redder. She had indeed felt a bit hungry when leaving the hidden dungeon, but seeing Yunshin so focused on grinding the boss, she felt embarrassed to bring up the need for a break. She sat down as well, but still worriedly asked, Big shot, aren't you worried about those people clearing the dungeon? Once the dungeon is cleared, it can't be challenged again for 3 days. Yunshin smiled mysteriously. No need to worry, with their team composition, it's highly unlikely they'll clear this dungeon. Although he wasn't familiar with most of the specific situations of the Lost Ruins dungeons due to not being in City A in his previous life, he had heard some rumors about the more difficult dungeons. The Azure Cave was one of them. It was said that over 20 players above level 5 had once teamed up to challenge it, and none returned, all perished. Because of this, the dungeon gained notoriety, becoming a tough nut to crack in the novice village. Of course, Yunshin didn't share this with Bai Shirshan to avoid raising her suspicions. He simply looked at her puzzled eyes and smiled, saying, You'll know soon enough. Inside the Azure Cave dungeon, the yellow-haired guy led his teammates forward. The cave was illuminated by a bluish light emanating from the crystals on the walls, lighting the path ahead. They soon encountered a black iron-level cave bat. This bat was twice the size of a normal bat, with a wingspan of a meter, its sharp fangs glinting coldly in the bluish light. However, the yellow-haired guy was among the top 10 on the leaderboard, having reached level 5. He also possessed a legendary level talent, Golden Flash. This allowed him to teleport within a distance of 10 meters and guaranteed a critical hit on his next attack after teleporting. This talent was key to his ranking in the top 10. He flashed behind the cave bat, leaving a golden afterimage in the air. With one sword strike, he hit the cave bat. The blade pierced the bat's flesh, making a poochie sound. Minus 329. The damage number popped up above the bat's head, bright red and glaring. The cave bat's health instantly dropped by a third, letting out a sharp screech. Just as the cave bat turned around to retaliate, the yellow-haired guy had already created some distance. He jumped back 3 steps, maintaining a safe distance from the bat. Then, his teammates seized the opportunity to attack. Fireball spell. The mage girl let out a sharp cry, and a blazing fireball shot from her fingertips, striking the bat. Holy arrow! The priest was not to be outdone, as a golden light arrow pierced through the bat's body. Shield bash. The tank in the team raised his shield and charged forward, knocking the bat off balance. In no time, the black iron-level cave bat fell to the ground. Ha, that was too easy. The blonde picked up the loot and casually distributed it to his teammates. Thus, everyone continued on their way while farming monsters. The cave grew deeper, but the difficulty of the monsters did not noticeably increase. The team worked well together and almost no one lost health. The battles were quite easy for everyone. The blonde couldn't help but speak up. This dungeon doesn't seem that hard. He flicked the short sword in his hand, shaking off the blood on the blade onto the ground. The blonde kicked a stone on the ground and said, with some regret, maybe we didn't need to prepare at all. We could have just come in directly without encountering that top-ranked demon. The young priest beside him spoke up, but when I first saw the name of that demon, I thought he was a fierce and terrifying person. But after seeing him in person, I found that the demon lord's temper is much better than I imagined. The mage girl immediately chimed in, yeah. Not only did he let us go in first, but he also made a gesture inviting us in just now, so gentlemanly. The mage girl's eyes sparkled with admiration for the big shot. She glanced at the blonde. Unlike you, being all non-mainstream and scaring the big shot. The blonde was speechless. Sigh. Which side are you all on, anyway? The group bickered as they moved forward. At that moment, a sudden rustling sound came from ahead. The blonde whispered, something's up. Everyone immediately quieted down, gripping their weapons and looking warily in the direction of the sound. In the darkness, a pair of crimson lights slowly emerged, growing brighter and closer. Soon after, a massive bat appeared in front of them. Unlike the black iron-level cave bats they had encountered before, this bat was much larger. Its wings spread over 3 meters long, with blood-red patterns covering the wing membranes, looking fierce and terrifying. A system prompt popped up. Bloodwing Demon Bat, LV6, grade, Bronze. The mage girl gasped, it's a bronze-level boss. The blonde tightened his grip on the longsword. Don't be afraid, we've fought bronze-level bosses before, we have experience. He instructed. As planned, I'll draw its attention while you all attack. He began adjusting his position, preparing to unleash Golden Flash. But just as everyone was ready to strike, an unexpected change occurred. Rustling. The chilling sound echoed again from the depths of the passage. Then, to everyone's horror, a second Bloodwing Demon Bat appeared. The mage girl's voice trembled. How can there be two? Before anyone could recover from their shock, the rustling sound came again. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, a total of 5 bronze-level Bloodwing Demon Bats flapped their blood-red wings, flying out of the darkness. They lined up neatly in front of everyone. The blonde couldn't help but curse. What the? 4. Dealing with one bronze-level boss might still be possible, but what did it mean to have 5 bronze-level bosses? How could they possibly handle that? The blonde decisively ordered, shouting, "Retreat!" Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, at the entrance of the eerie blue cave, Yunchen leaned against a rock to rest. Bai Shirshan had set up a simple campfire not far away. She took out a few pieces of meat obtained from the monsters and prepared to roast them over the fire. While cooking, she asked, "Big Shot, do you want me to roast a piece of monster meat for you?" Seeing this, Yunchen shook his head and stopped her. "Don't eat that." As he spoke, the other person looked on in confusion. Yunchen pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and tossed it over, landing perfectly in Bai Shirshan's arms. Yunchen's voice rang out softly, "Eat this." Bai Shirshan caught the biscuits, her eyes widening in surprise. This is actually real food." She examined the packaging closely. "Big Shot, I didn't expect you to have something like this." But then her expression turned a bit hesitant. "I heard that in the novice village, a pack of instant noodles can sell for 100 life coins. Is it really okay for you to give this to me?" Upon hearing this, Yunchen couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. He never thought someone could inflate the price of real food to such an outrageous level. It was truly shameless. Yunchen waved his hand. "Just take it, I have more." As for the compressed biscuits, Yunchen had prepared enough to last about a week. This was based on his original plan to defeat the area boss and estimate the time to return to reality. According to his past experience, most players in cities generally took this long to clear the game. But this time was different. With the powerful ability of the creation-level talent, Demon Transfer, plus by Shirshan, the Prophet, this human-shaped boss radar, his clearing speed would definitely increase significantly. He estimated that, at most, in 3 days or even possibly shorter, he could defeat the boss and return to the real world. By then, there would likely be quite a few of these compressed biscuits left. Rather than letting them gather dust, it was better to use them now. This would keep Bai Shirshan in optimal condition and help them progress faster. The two had just finished their meal when a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from the dungeon. Before long, Huang Mao came tumbling out of the dungeon, carrying their priest teammate. Both of them were covered in dirt and looked utterly disheveled. Huang Mao was panting heavily, his eyes still filled with lingering fear. Huff huff. Finally, out. After a minute, Yunchen glanced back at the entrance and noticed no one else had come out. It seemed the other 3 members of Huang Mao's team had all perished. Inside, not bad, they managed to escape. Because in Yunchen's memory, the previous life's 20-player team hadn't had a single person make it out. He stepped forward and asked in a calm tone, "Did you finish? We're going in now, you have no objections, right?" Huang Mao lowered his head, his face pale, and nodded sullenly without saying anything more. Soon, Yunchen led Bai Shirshan into the dungeon. After resting for a minute, the priest's mana had recovered a bit. He began to heal Huang Mao's injuries and asked, "Boss, what's the plan?" Next, Huang Mao gritted his teeth and said, "First, let's rest a bit, then go back to get our teammates." The priest pulled out a bottle of blue potion and forced it down. "What? About the dungeon?" Huang Mao licked his cracked lips. "We'll go back and gather more people, there's still a chance." The priest reminded him, "But the demon Big Shot has already gone in. That guy has killed a silver-level boss, maybe he can clear the dungeon?" Huang Mao scoffed at this. "Did you not see the scene just now? Those 5 bronze-level bosses worked together seamlessly, and when they grouped up, they could unleash a fusion skill. If I hadn't used my talent to lead you out, we would have all been done in by that fusion skill. I estimate they're tougher than a silver-level boss." The priest weakly interrupted him, "But we've never fought a silver-level boss." Huang Mao was immediately stumped, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. After a long while, he finally mustered the courage to say, Anyway, he definitely can't get through. If he does, I'll eat my computer screen when I get back." Just as Huang Mao finished his harsh words, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by a faint buzzing sound from the dungeon entrance. Immediately after, Yunchen and Bai Shirshan walked out from inside. Huang Mao forced a smile. "Look, they're out in less than 2 minutes, they definitely didn't." Before he could finish his sentence. At this moment, the barrier light at the entrance of the dungeon suddenly changed from blue to green. At the same time, a line of golden text appeared above the cave. "The blue cave has been cleared, dungeon cooldown time, 3 days. These big words felt like a few slaps, smacking hard on the face of the yellow-haired guy. Oh my! The two were dumbfounded. Just now, they had been chased by that group of bosses, and it was a disaster. They had to use all their strength to escape with just 2 of them. And what about the Big Shot? In less than 2 minutes, they cleared it. It probably took a minute just to walk from the entrance to the boss, right? Could it be that they just strolled around, casually took care of the boss along with the minions? Is this even human? The two felt like their understanding of reality had been shattered. By the time Yunchen and the others walked far away, these two were still standing there, like 2 telephone poles. After a long time, the priest guy finally spoke slowly, his voice trembling. "Boss, are you planning to eat that computer screen raw, or are you going to sprinkle some cumin and roast it?" The yellow-haired guy suddenly turned his head, glaring at the priest in scolding. "Eat your big head. Yunchen was walking on the road, but his mind was still replaying the scene from the dungeon just now. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, claiming to be a high-difficulty dungeon that could wipe out 20 people, and this is the level? Not even a silver-level boss. Just 5 bronze bats, is this a joke? However, that being said, those 5 big bats were indeed a bit interesting when facing him. They flew around and gathered together, looking all mysterious. It seemed like they were preparing to unleash some big move. He had heard in his previous life that some bosses would cooperate to launch fusion skills. As for what those skills looked like and how powerful they were, Yunchen had no way of knowing, because he raised his hand and cast Withering Lightning, instantly killing all 5 bosses. The health of a bronze-level boss was only around 3,000. To Yunchen, it was no different from paper. After killing those 5 bronze-level bosses, Yunchen's level increased to level 9. However, even though there was no silver-level boss, Yunchen still had an unexpected gain. In the boss room, he discovered a silver-level treasure chest. He opened it and found a piece of silver-level equipment that he could use. Frost Crystal Armor, Silver, Effect, Health plus 1000, Physical Resistance plus 20, Magic Resistance plus 20 required level, 8 class. Requirement, Universal. This equipment, adding 1000 health points, was simply too appealing, although it couldn't compare to the golden-level chest piece sold by that outdoor merchant, which could add a full 3000 health points that one required level 10 to wear. But this Frost Crystal Armor could be used right now. It would serve as a transitional piece of equipment. Once he reached level 10, he could go back to the outdoor merchant to collect his goods. After putting on the Frost Crystal Armor, Yunchen's health broke through the 3000 mark. Health 3069/3069. The increase in health also meant that his damage output had risen to a new level. Now, with a full set of skills, he could deal at least 20,000 plus damage. Even a slightly lower level silver boss would definitely not withstand such firepower. Yunchen turned back to look at Bai Shan, who was following behind him. She had an uncontainable smile on her face. She looked quite cute. The reason she was so happy was that those 5 bronze-level bosses finally dropped the material she had been eagerly waiting for, Stardust. This was one of the key materials for the Water of Life. Now, the materials were just missing the last one, Holy Spring Dew. Seeing Yunchen staring at her, Bai Shan suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly put away her smile and said, "Big shot, I'll help you find the next boss location right away." Yunchen waved his hand, "No rush." Under Bai Shan's puzzled gaze, Yunchen took out the compass he received from the Angel NPC, Treasure Pointer. He said, "Before we look for the next boss, let me find a treasure first." As Yunchen activated the Treasure Pointer, the needle spun rapidly, pointing in a specific direction. Yunchen took the lead and walked towards where the needle indicated. On the other side, in the heart of the mountains, an ancient temple lay hidden. Crack, rumble. In the spacious hall made of gray stone walls, 2 bronze-level golems crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The team, known as Can't Touch Me, finally ended this grueling battle. These 2 golems were no ordinary foes, they had a special bond mechanism. As long as one was still standing, the other would instantly revive to full health after being knocked down, like an unkillable cockroach. After half an hour of fighting, they finally figured out the pattern of these 2. To win, they had to take them down simultaneously. This was no joke, it required exceptional teamwork. A typical team would have likely exploded in frustration due to this mechanism. But Can't Touch Me was a skilled player, having led his guild to a top 3 world ranking in his previous life. This little scene was nothing he couldn't handle. After some attempts, he and the main damage dealer in the team, Shuiyu, coordinated perfectly. With a beautiful combo, they sent both golems back to their homes at the same time. Once the battle ended, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Naitang Bujianai sat down heavily on the ground, rubbing her sore calves. Unable to help but exclaim, "I'm exhausted. I can't believe there were 2 bronze-level bosses hidden in this room, along with such a disgusting mechanism. Who can withstand that?" Can't Touch Me sheathed his weapon. After all, this is a room hiding a treasure, so the bosses naturally won't be too weak. After saying that, he looked at the resting team members and clapped his hands. "Everyone, great job. But don't rush to rest, let's put in some more effort and spread out to search the room. According to official intel, the treasure should be hidden in some corner of this room. The sooner we find it, the sooner we can leave." Upon hearing Can't Touch Me's orders, everyone, though exhausted from the recent battle, grumbled as they got back on their feet. They scattered, starting to search for treasure within the room. Some knocked on the walls, some checked the floor, while others tiptoed to inspect the statues high above. Naitang Bujianai was just about to get up when Can't Touch Me suddenly grabbed her wrist, causing her to stumble and nearly sit back down. Naitang Bujianai looked at him in confusion, impatience evident in her voice. "What's up, bro?" Can't Touch Me leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice. "Sister, haven't you seen the demon boss in action? I've always had a question I wanted to ask you." Seeing her brother's sneaky demeanor, Naitang Bujianai knew he was up to something. Again, she rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Spit it out." Can't Touch Me rubbed his hands together, his voice dropping even lower. What do you think, if I were to face the demon boss one-on-one, who would win? Faced with her brother's sudden existential inquiry, Nai Tang Bujianai remained expressionless and raised her hand, showing a 10 and a 0 gesture. Can't Touch Me pondered, so you mean, if I really fought the boss, it would be a 10-0 situation? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, slapping his thigh and pointing at his own nose. Could it be that the 10% chance of winning is me? Before he could finish, Nai Tang Bujianai mercilessly interrupted. Dream on, you have 0%, the boss has 100%. She paused and delivered another blow, completely shattering his fantasy. In other words, you have no chance against the boss. Can't Touch Me was stunned. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. Whose sister are you, anyway? Why are you turning your elbow outwards? Nai Tang Bujianai replied. Flatly, I'm just stating the facts. Can't Touch Me was unconvinced. Sister, think about it again. I'm the one with a hidden class and god-level talent. Surely there's at least a glimmer of hope for victory, right? Nai Tang shook his head. No hope. I felt as if I had been dealt a critical blow. He took a deep breath. Then tell me, what exactly does the big shot have that makes it impossible for someone as skilled as me to win? Nai Tang stuck out his tongue at him. Nope, not telling you. My frustration deepened. Why not? Nai Tang replied confidently. Skill information is private. Why should I tell you? Unless I share your void shift and god-level talent information with the big shot. I was instantly left speechless, unable to find a counter-argument. Because in this game, skill information is indeed crucial intelligence, especially in PvP battles. Knowing the opponent's information in advance gives you a better chance of winning. But I still wouldn't give up. Not even a little hint from your brother? Just a tiny bit? Nai Tang replied firmly. No way, not a single word. Just as I was about to press further, hoping to pry some useful information from my sister, there was a commotion from our teammates. Captain, come quick. Is this thing the treasure we're looking for? I immediately halted my conversation with my sister and quickly walked towards the source of the voice. We passed through several thick stone pillars and turned around a stone wall. They arrived in front of an inconspicuous small room. If it weren't for someone specifically exploring, it would be easy to miss this hidden space. The small room was not large, only about a dozen square meters. The walls were made of gray stone bricks, consistent with the style of the hall. In the center of the room stood an ancient stone chair, so simple it had almost no decoration. And right on that stone chair, there was a blue cube the size of a fist, perfectly placed. This cube looked like a modern Rubik's Cube, but it emitted a faint blue light that illuminated the entire small room, giving it a mysterious and fantastical feel. My eyes lit up. That's right, it's exactly as described by the official sources. It's the one. I quickly stepped forward, carefully examining the blue cube. As the blue light flowed, it seemed like countless runes were moving inside the cube, resembling a miniature universe. Returning to the novice village, I could have the angel NPC unlock the cube to obtain the treasure within. After confirming that there were no traps or mechanisms around, I reached out to pick up the cube. However, the moment I grasped it, the entire room suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Dust began to drift from the gaps between the stone bricks, and several pieces of debris fell from the ceiling. A teammate exclaimed, "What the heck? Did we trigger some mechanism again?" Everyone immediately became alert, ready for battle. But strangely, the shaking came quickly and left just as fast, stopping in an instant. I frowned, puzzled. What's going on? Was it just a false alarm? Just as the team members began to relax their guard and prepare to sheath their swords, Shuiyu, who was guarding the door, suddenly drew her sword. The gray-haired girl's pupils shrank to pinpoints as she shouted, "Something's wrong, retreat." Everyone turned their gaze to Shuiyu, looking confused. But Shuiyu just gripped her sword tightly, staring intently into the depths of the hall. The noise just now was caused by monsters deep in the hall, and they're coming this way. I quickly asked, "Monsters? Are there many?" Shuiyu's expression was extremely serious. "Very many. In my talent perception, there are at least hundreds, and the weakest are all black. Iron level." As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed instantly. About 10 minutes later, Yunshin stopped in front of a massive stone wall, following the pointer of the treasure. Bai Shirshan asked in confusion, "Big shot, is what you're looking for here? But it looks like there's nothing here." Yunshin did not answer immediately but began to carefully explore the stone wall. Soon, he felt a rather inconspicuous protruding stone block. He pressed down hard. Click, click. After a series of mechanical sounds, a door slowly opened in the stone wall. Based on his experience from his previous life, treasures were usually hidden in such seemingly ordinary places. He had only been exploring with a try-it-out mentality, but he didn't expect to actually find the switch. Yunshin turned back and smiled. "Let's go in and take a look." He pushed open the door and discovered a spacious hall inside. The ceiling of the hall was very high, at least 10 meters. Surrounding it were thick stone pillars, emitting a faint gray light in the dimness. Just a few steps inside, 3 enormous shadows suddenly charged in from the depths of the hall. Copperback giant python, LV6, grade, bronze. There were actually 3 bronze-level bosses right off the bat. Not only that, but behind them followed a group of black iron-level monsters numbering about 30. But this number was nothing to Yun Chen. He casually raised his hand, consuming 3,000 health points to activate the Withering Lightning. Demon transfer triggered. Can transfer 3,000 points of damage to other targets in Site 3000. With the activation of the demon transfer, the leading copperback giant python was instantly killed. Immediately afterward, gray lightning shot out. -5,765 -5,745. The remaining two copperbacked giant pythons also fell one after another. Then, the gray lightning danced like jumping notes, weaving through the dense crowd of black iron-level monsters, taking a life with each flicker. The monsters' wails rose and fell, but quickly fell silent. In just a few seconds, the once menacing army of monsters turned into a field of corpses. Bai Shirshan stood behind Yun Chen, witnessing all of this. Although she had seen Yun Chen kill bosses in one blow multiple times, taking out so many monsters and bosses in one go still left her shocked and incredulous. Yun Chen stepped forward to begin collecting loot. He was somewhat puzzled. It was illogical for so many monsters to appear right at the start. Yun Chen began to explore this gray hall. Soon, as he delved deeper, he saw two magic puppets lying in the center of the hall. These were the bronze bosses that had been defeated by his group. Seeing this scene, Yun Chen immediately realized that someone had arrived here before him. He continued walking inward and discovered a hidden room in a corner. The room was empty, with only a solitary stone chair. On the stone chair, there was a noticeable square indentation. It was clear that something had been placed there before. Yun Chen didn't need to guess. He knew it must have been the place where the treasure was previously kept. Great, a wasted trip. It seemed someone had taken the treasure before him. Moreover, they had triggered a hidden mechanism upon leaving, releasing the monsters. It appeared he had arrived a step too late. Before Yun Chen could sigh in disappointment, the system interface suddenly popped up a message. It was a friend message. His friend Milk Candy Without Milk had sent a message. The content was very brief, just one sentence: big shot, help. In the dark forest, there was a sudden commotion of intense battle. The group Can't Touch Me was entangled with a bronze giant python and 5 black iron-level monsters. This persistent bunch had been tailing them ever since they left the temple, relentlessly pursuing them. These bastards are like sticky plasters. Can't Touch Me cursed while swinging his sword to block. His teammates were also fighting while retreating, exhausted. In the chaos, a black iron-level shadow blade spider stealthily became invisible, creeping up on the back row of the team like a ghost. Its target was the priest Milk Candy Without Milk, who was busy healing her teammates. Just as the sharp spider leg was about to stab Milk Candy Without Milk, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. It was Can't Touch Me. In this game, 9 out of 10 monsters like to ambush the back row. He had been prepared for this. The skill Shadow Blade Triple Strike was activated, and the bronze short sword in hand drew 3 sharp arcs of light. -356, -348, -367. The 3 strikes all hit vital points, each one a critical hit. With a precise grasp of the Shadow Blade Spider's weaknesses, I sent this fragile monster, with less than 1,000 health points, back to its home. However, the crisis was not over. A teammate's warning rang in my ears: Captain, watch out. The boss is coming. A 30-meter-long, barrel-thick bronze-level boss, the Copperback Python, charged forward. It crashed through the teammates' defenses like a runaway locomotive, heading straight for me. This creature was massive, yet its speed was astonishing. By the time I turned around, the Copperback Python was already right in front of me. My vision was completely filled by the giant mouth of the python. At that moment, I had just finished using Shadow Blade Triple Strike and was still in the skill's recovery state, unable to make any effective evasive maneuvers. Boom! The python's massive jaws slammed down onto the ground, shaking the earth and sending dust and debris flying. However, when the Copperback Python lifted its head again, there was nothing beneath its mouth except for a deep pit. Just then, the space beside the python twisted and a blurry figure slowly emerged. Hee hee, big guy, were you looking for me? My voice, filled with a hint of mockery, echoed from the void. I had used the innate skill of Void Assassin, Void Shift. The effect allowed the user to temporarily hide in the void, entering an unselectable state for 3 seconds. Though brief, those 3 seconds were enough to change the course of battle in a life-or-death situation. As soon as I reappeared, I seized the opportunity. The short sword shot out like lightning, accurately hitting the soft scales where the Copperback Python's head and neck connected. -327. This strike directly took away 1/10 of the python's health. To my surprise, the massive body of the Copperback Python suddenly went rigid under this blow. Target is paralyzed, duration 3 seconds. This was the special effect of the paralytic blade in my hand. There was a 10% chance to paralyze the target upon attack. At that moment, this effect triggered perfectly. It seemed I was quite lucky. I knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, I shouted back, Shuayu. Almost simultaneously, a striking gray figure descended from above the Copperback Python. It was a tall girl, her silver gray hair flowing in the air. Holding a giant sword, she drew a perfect arc in the sky, resembling a silver crescent moon. A flash of white light. Shueyu's giant sword struck precisely at the python's 7-inch mark, the fatal weak point of all snake-like monsters. -762. A massive damage number popped up. Shueyu's strike dealt more than double the damage of my attack. Truly the strongest firepower in the team. The copperback python, already below half health, could no longer withstand this blow and completely emptied its health. It let out a reluctant roar and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the following moments, everyone worked together, and in less than 5 minutes, the black iron level small bosses turned into experience points. The battlefield fell silent. Only heavy breathing remained. Yet the tense atmosphere did not diminish in the slightest. Everyone knew this was not over. As long as the treasure was in their hands, monsters would continue to surge like sharks smelling blood. Even worse, in the game's settings, if the treasure holder died, the treasure would definitely drop. To be safe, there was only one way. That was to escape back to the novice village. As long as they returned to the novice village, they would be safe. But now, they not only had to face the relentless monsters behind them but also another threat. Players. For some reason, a group of players had also set their sights on the treasure in their hands. They lurked around, tracking and monitoring them. Not Touching Me walked over to Shueyu and whispered, "Use your talent to sense the area again." Shueyu nodded and closed her gray-white eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes and looked to the west. There are 3 hidden players over there, all assassins. About 150 meters to the west, 3 black cloaks crouched among the treetops, whispering to each other. No wonder they're one of the top teams on the leaderboard. They really have some skills. What a pity. If that bronze boss were a bit stronger, it could wipe them out and we could just pick up the spoils. Do you think they can really run out from the monster horde? What are you afraid of? Brother Indifferent as Wind has already set up a trap at the entrance of the novice village, just waiting for them to walk into it. They can't escape. The treasure will definitely be ours, hee hee. Just as they were feeling pleased, one of the assassins suddenly sensed something was off. Hey, is their team 1 person short? Wait, where's their captain? Why isn't he here? As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure slowly emerged from the void behind the 3. Not Touching Me had already used the void to switch places and sneak up behind them. What are you boys chatting about? Not Touching Me smirked. Shadow Blade triple strike. -321, -326, -324. The blades flashed, swift as the wind. The 3 assassins didn't even have time to react before everything went dark. They turned into white light and disappeared, sent back to the novice village to soak in the hot spring. Not Touching Me sheathed his short sword and leaped down from the treetops. Returning to the team, Shueyu's gray-white eyes immediately turned to him. Did you take care of them? Not Touching Me nodded. Yeah, just 3 small fries. I really don't know how these players found out we had the treasure. Not Touching Me fell into thought. This is troublesome. Monsters are chasing us from behind, and there are people blocking the entrance of the novice village in front. These guys really know how to give me a headache. However, the monsters behind him wouldn't give him time to ponder life. The team had barely rested for a minute when a rustling sound came from the jungle, louder than before. Not Touching Me's expression darkened, and his heart sank. The next moment, a swarm of monsters surged out. This time, although there wasn't a giant bronze-level boss, there were over 30 black iron-level monsters charging out, nearly 5 times the number from before. Is this even livable? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. The group immediately formed a defensive formation, preparing for a fierce battle. Just at that critical moment, a gray lightning bolt sliced through the air, accurately striking the black iron-level scorpion monster at the front. -3,760. The scorpion monster's health bar instantly emptied, turning into a corpse. Before anyone could react, the gray lightning seemed to have eyes, jumping back and forth among the monsters. Each leap took the life of another monster. In just 10 seconds, the once menacing horde of monsters fell like cut wheat, leaving a ground covered in corpses. Not Touching Me and his teammates were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. What was happening? The group stood frozen, still trying to comprehend the situation. At that moment, a young figure slowly walked out from the jungle behind the monster corpses. Naitang Bujianai recognized him at a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "It's the demon boss, Yoon." Chen emerged from the forest. The battlefield was a mess, with monster corpses lying haphazardly, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Not Touching Me and his group looked as if they had seen a ghost, standing there in shock. It was no wonder, after all, that lightning cleanup was enough to leave anyone stunned for a while. Only Naitang Bujianai was the first to snap back to reality. Her eyes lit up and she bounced towards Yun Chen like a little deer, her crisp voice breaking the silence. "Big shot, you actually came." Yun Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging Naitang Bujianai's enthusiasm. Just a moment ago, after receiving Naitang Bujianai's distress message, he glanced at the coordinates and found that the location was surprisingly close to him, so he made his way over smoothly. He didn't bring Bai Shirshan along but let her continue searching for the boss. Meanwhile, he had something else he wanted to confirm. Yun Shen looked down at Nai Tangbu Jianai hanging on him and asked, "The treasure in the temple, you guys took it, right?" Nai Tangbu Jianai looked up, somewhat surprised. "Big shot, how did you know?" Yun Shen smiled. It was indeed them. When he arrived at the temple, the treasure had just been taken not long ago. They were wandering nearby since they couldn't reach him. What a coincidence! After a moment of thought, the sequence of events unfolded in his mind. Yun Shen raised his head, scanning the crowd. "I'm also here for the treasure." As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere became subtly tense. The few teammates behind him, who had relaxed a bit due to Yun Shen's assistance, tensed up again. They instinctively took a step back, their hands quietly gripping their weapons, their eyes filled with vigilance and wariness. In their view, the demon was the #1 super big shot on the leaderboard, with unfathomable strength. Clearly, they were worried that the demon big shot would come to snatch their treasure. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere turned tense and oppressive. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yun Shen, waiting for his next move. Yun Shen smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, I won't snatch from you. I'm not so unethical as to steal from friends." Nai Tangbu Jianai immediately reacted, turning her head in dissatisfaction and glaring at those teammates. "What are you doing? If the big shot really wanted to snatch it, he would have done it already. He wouldn't be kind enough to help us clear monsters." After Nai Tang Bu Jianai said this, everyone felt it made sense. They suddenly realized that their earlier reaction was a bit excessive. They quickly put away their weapons, each lowering their heads and stepping forward to apologize to Yun Shen. Yun Shen waved his hand, signaling them not to take it to heart. He got straight to the point and said, "So, you called me for help. What trouble did you encounter?" At this moment, Dabu Zhawa, the guild leader, stepped forward. He recounted the events to Yun Shen in detail. After they obtained the treasure in the temple, they triggered a mechanism that led to a large number of monsters chasing them. Worse still, a group of players had their eyes on their treasure. Currently, they were caught in a predicament, being attacked from both sides by monsters and players. Dabu Zha was solemnly analyzed. According to Shueyu's talent perception, there are a total of 4 bronze-level bosses in the pursuing monster group. So far, we've dealt with 1, and there should be 3 left. After hearing this, Yun Shen raised an eyebrow and asked, "For bronze-level bosses, all copperback giant pythons?" Dabu Zhawa nodded in confirmation. Yun Shen casually said, "Then it should be fine. I happened to kill 3 on my way to the temple." This simple statement exploded like a bomb in everyone's hearts. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Just moments ago, their entire team had worked together to barely defeat 1 bronze-level copperback giant python, yet the big shot claimed to have casually taken down 3 on the way? Even the usually unflappable Shueyu looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her gray-white eyes as she quietly stared at Yun Shen. Dabu Zhawa pointed at the 30-meter-long corpse of the copperback giant python on the ground, his voice trembling slightly. "You casually killed 3 of such a boss?" Yun Shen nodded. "Yeah." His tone was so calm, as if discussing the weather. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Yun Shen added, "If you don't believe me, just go back to the temple and see. The corpses are still there. I don't need it." I quickly waved my hand. "I trust the boss." After calming down, he began to rethink. If the bronze-level boss has been cleared, then the remaining monsters will be easier to handle. The only trouble left is the players. Yun Shen suddenly asked, "You just said that the players surrounding you are led by someone called Indifferent as the Wind?" I nodded in confirmation. "That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be at the entrance of the novice village now, ready to block us and seize the treasure." He looked at Yun Shen curiously. "Could it be that you know that player, boss?" Yun Shen nodded. Of course, he remembered that guy had glared at him fiercely when he snatched the boss earlier. The look in his eyes was definitely not friendly. It would be a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yun Shen quickly made a decision. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? You all follow the original plan, dodging the monster's pursuit while heading towards the novice village. As for the player group blocking the novice village," Yun Shen paused and spoke calmly, "I'll handle it myself." What? I almost choked on my own saliva. I widened my eyes, doubting whether I had misheard. "Boss, you alone? To take on a player group?" Upon hearing this plan, everyone was stunned, as if they had heard a fairy tale. Yun Shen simply nodded calmly. Nai Tang, without milk, stepped forward and said, worriedly, "According to the intel, the player group has at least 50 people. Boss, are you really confident?" Yun Shen gently patted her head. "Have I ever said something I couldn't do?" Nai Tang recalled her previous experiences with the boss. Those seemingly impossible tasks he had accomplished one by one. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing more. Yun Shen turned to leave. At that moment, Shueyu stepped forward, her gray-white hair gently swaying in the wind. Shueyu spoke calmly, her voice cold, "I'll go with you. My talent can at least cover you from ambush." Yun Shen shook his head, rejecting her good intentions. "No need. The others in your team look exhausted. You're the main force of the team. If you leave, they probably won't hold up. Just stay with the team." After saying that, Yun Shen walked towards the novice village. Halfway there, he stopped, turned his head to look at the guild leader. By the way, Captain, this time, I'm not helping for free. We'll settle the payment when we get back. I quickly responded, of course. Boss, don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. Soon, Yun Chen's figure disappeared into the dense forest. Outside the novice village Lost Ruins, a bespectacled young mage stood at the entrance. His ID was indifferent as the wind. He was also the third-ranked player on the current leaderboard. Behind him was a team of 56 players waiting at the entrance of the novice village. They were like a pack of wild dogs waiting to snatch bones. A shifty-eyed priest approached. His ID was cut you down 3 ways. Just from the ID, it was clear he wasn't a serious person. The priest reported, I just got news that the 3 assassins we sent to keep watch are all dead. Indifferent as the wind pushed up his glasses, not even lifting his eyelids. If they died, they died. A bunch of useless trash. Send 2 more over, but this time, be smart about it. Keep a distance of 200 meters and just watch from afar. Cut you down 3 ways. Chuckled. Got it. He turned and went to make arrangements. Before long, he had everything set up. He ran back, looking a bit hesitant. Boss, do you think, well, I can't touch really hand over the treasure obediently? Indifferent as the wind snorted coldly, the treasure has the characteristic of dropping upon death. Once the holder dies, the treasure will drop. If they stay outside, they'll only die at the hands of the monsters. To keep the treasure safe, they can only return to the novice village. Just as he said this, a bowman player responsible for monitoring shouted loudly, in the forest, someone is coming out. This shout was like a stone thrown into a pond, sending ripples through the entire player group, instantly tightening their nerves. The players, who had been standing loosely, quickly adjusted their positions. The shield bearers raised their shields, the mages gripped their staffs tightly, and the archers knocked their arrows. Everyone's gaze was warily fixed on the edge of the forest. Cold and indifferent, Rufeng squinted slightly, peering through his glasses at the movement in the distance. He saw a young man leisurely walking out of the forest. With such a casual demeanor, one might think he was strolling in his own backyard. When he saw the ID above the newcomer's head, the player group erupted in an uproar. Damn, it's that demon who's ranked first. What is he doing here? Whispers spread through the team. Many players showed expressions of surprise and even apprehension. After all, standing before them was the strongest player in the entire novice village. Yun Chen walked slowly to a spot about 20 meters away from the player group and stopped. This distance was quite subtle, just beyond the casting range of most early game skills. From a tactical perspective, it was a very safe distance. In the player team, Rufeng stepped forward, positioning himself at the front of the group. He feigned friendliness and spoke, his voice laced with false enthusiasm. Oh, isn't this the great demon? What brings you here? Are you planning to return to the village? We'll make way for you right away. Although he had been displeased with this demon since the last boss conflict, the task of seizing the treasure was crucial. Now was not the time to clash with this top-ranked guy. Once they secured the treasure, he could deal with him later. Yun Chen ignored Rufeng's pleasantries and spoke directly. My friend will be bringing back the treasure soon. I'm here to clear the area. Just that simple sentence detonated like a bomb, causing a huge stir in the player group. Rufeng's smile froze instantly, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. He never expected that this solitary demon was actually here to help those people guard the treasure. Rufeng thought to himself, this is troublesome. The people I brought along are not weak, most of them are well known on the leaderboard. If you add this top-ranked demon, the difficulty of seizing the treasure will increase significantly. Rufeng had to quickly adjust his strategy. He took a deep breath and forced a false smile. Great demon, it seems you've reached an agreement with those people. He paused and continued, how about this? Whatever reward they promised you, I'm willing to offer double, as long as you just observe this time. What do you think? Yun Chen completely ignored him. His gaze swept over the player group as he calmly said, let me give you a piece of advice. If anyone here is down to their last life, you should leave quickly. When I clear the area later, if you accidentally die, then it will be for real. Yun Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. His words were extremely arrogant, yet calm as if stating a simple fact. Rufeng was thoroughly ignored, so furious that his glasses nearly slipped off. He laughed loudly, his voice sharp and grating. Ha! Who do you think you are? We have 56 players here. He pointed at Yun Chen, his eyes flashing with disdain. Even if you're currently ranked first, challenging all 56 of us alone is simply a pipe dream. Yun Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He slowly walked towards the player group while raising 3 fingers. I'll count from 3 to 1, anyone who hasn't left by then will be treated as wanting to die. As he walked forward, he counted down, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. 3, 2. With each count, there was a stir among the players, and many began to hesitate about whether to flee. After all, no one wanted to joke with their precious resurrection chances. If they were really killed by this demon, it would be a huge loss. 1, as the last number fell, saw enter the skill range and hurriedly shouted, hold him. Immediately cast holy chains. A flash of golden light appeared beneath his feet, and the ground cracked open with a magic circle. Several golden chains swiftly wrapped around him, binding him tightly. Target has been bound by holy chains. Duration 5 seconds as steps came to an abrupt halt. He stood there, surrounded by golden chains, looking completely immobilized. He looked down at the chains on him, then raised his head to look at, felt a chill in his heart under his gaze and couldn't help but shrink back. Watching, who was unable to move, laughed triumphantly. Is that it? I thought he would be tougher. He turned to another female priest and said, 5 seconds until the control ends. You immediately follow up. Don't let him break free. The female priest nodded eagerly. No problem, boss. As she spoke, she began preparing her next control skill, ready to chain the control at any moment. This is the strength of the player group. Control skills connect seamlessly, even a boss can be made to doubt life. This was also the confidence that had to challenge control. Chain tactics. Today, he was determined to control this arrogant demon to death. Gazed at the demon firmly bound by the holy chains in the distance, a sneer still on his face. He felt victory was in his grasp. After all, the power of the control chain lies in its ability to infinitely control the enemy's actions. And with the demon bound so tightly, it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, S. calm expression made him feel a hint of unease. Just as was pondering, a sudden dull thud sounded nearby, as if something had fallen to the ground. Turned his head, and the sight before him made him freeze instantly. The priest, who had just been triumphantly casting holy chains, was now lying on the ground, motionless. Even more shocking was that his health bar had completely disappeared without him noticing. In its place was a line of glaring red text, player has died. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the other party transformed into a white light and vanished without a trace. The surrounding players were all dumbfounded, mouths agape, like frogs struck by lightning. Was he killed instantly? Who did it? The demon was still bound, right? What the hell? Could there be another invisible assassin? Everyone looked at each other, seeing fear and confusion in each other's eyes. Was also stunned, he instinctively looked up at. At that moment, an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded. S' body began to gradually turn black, as if soaked in invisible ink. The next moment, he directly broke free from the control skill. His body transformed into a shadow and merged into the ground, disappearing without a trace. The holy chains still maintained their binding posture, but inside, it was empty, like a comical hollow sculpture. What used was the hidden skill obtained after defeating the silver boss, Shadow Stealth. The effect was to enter the shadow realm, during which he was in an invincible state that could not be targeted. Additionally, for every 100 points of health consumed, the duration increased by 1 second. Just now, burned 3,000 health points and, using demon transfer, charged this cost to. That priest's health was probably only a few hundred, instantly drained, leading to his immediate death. This was the truth behind the sudden death of that priest, poor, lecherous priest. He didn't even have time to scream before being sent back to the city for free. After Yun Chen activated his skill, he entered an invincible state. Naturally, the control skills became ineffective. However, Yun Chen felt a bit regretful. In this state, he couldn't launch an attack. Otherwise, with this skill combined with demon transfer, he would have been invincible. After 30 seconds, Yun Chen's figure rematerialized from the shadow, appearing once again before everyone. Cold and indifferent, Ru Feng's expression was grim. He knew that control skills would not work on this guy. The idea of infinite control had failed. Since control was useless, he decided to change his approach. He quickly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the player team behind him, ready for action, his voice cold and resolute. Everyone, unleash your strongest attacks. Overwhelm him with damage. That guy is a priest, he can't escape the concentrated fire of over 50 of us. As soon as the order was given, the player team sprang into action. The mages stood at the back of the formation, their staffs glowing with various magical lights. Fireball, ice spike, chain lightning, arcane missiles, all sorts of colorful magical energies converged in the air. The archers knocked their arrows, the tips glinting coldly. The warriors threw flying axes and javelins, while melee assassins tossed throwing knives. In the next moment, dozens of ranged skills rained down on Yun Chen like a storm. However, a gray barrier appeared in front of Yun Chen, blocking all the attacks. At the instant of the assault, Ru Feng noticed another player's health bar deplete, collapsing to the ground and turning into white light. This was Yun Chen using demon transfer, transferring the life cost of casting Shadow Shield to this unfortunate soul. The scene of player Frostmourne has died mirrored the earlier death of cutting your lower lane. Again like this. Ru Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't understand Yun Chen's skills. He couldn't comprehend the silent, lethal methods of his opponent. A chill ran through his heart. He looked into the distance where Yun Chen stood unmoving behind the gray barrier. Despite the barrage of skills, the barrier showed no signs of breaking. Ru Feng was filled with suspicion. Just how thick is this guy's barrier? On Yun Chen's side, he silently observed the attacking crowd. His health reached 3,000, and combined with demon transfer, his shield value soared to 6,000. Most of these players were level 3, while he had reached level 9. In the game, if the level difference exceeds 5 levels, the damage dealt by lower level players to higher level players is halved. This meant that their attacks were practically like tickling him. Most of their damage didn't even reach 3 digits. After a round of skills poured down, Yun Chen's shadow shield was only weakened by about a third, before they could catch their breath and prepare. For the next round of skills, Yun Chen's shadow shield cooldown was up. Demon transfer. Demon transfer triggered. Can transfer 3,000 points of damage cost to other targets in sight. Yun Chen casually glanced at an unfortunate player. Thud. Another player fell to the ground, turning into white light, returning to the city for free. In the blink of an eye, his shield was full again. At this rate, even if these players attacked for a lifetime, they wouldn't be able to break his shield. Damn, another one died. What kind of skill is this? The player team was in complete chaos. How could they fight like this? The opponent stood still, and they couldn't break through his defenses. Instead, their own people were inexplicably dropping one after another. Yun Chen looked at the panicked group before him, secretly amused. This was the effect he wanted. In fact, he could have directly killed everyone as soon as he appeared, but he didn't do that. Killing felt good for a moment, but becoming a red name would lead to a funeral. In the game, killing too many players at once would mark you as a red name by the system. At that point, buying items would incur hefty fees, which was quite troublesome. So, Yun Chen deliberately stood there taking hits. Let them strike first, and then he would retaliate. This was called justifiable defense. In the game, if you are attacked first and then kill the opponent, you will not be marked as a red name. Now, this group of guys has almost all attacked him. It was time for him to strike back. Yun Chen raised his hand, consuming 3,000 points of health to unleash withering lightning. Demon transfer triggered. Yun Chen's gaze fell on the bespectacled Indifferent as Wind in the crowd. Indifferent as Wind felt a chill run down his spine under Yun Chen's stare. A cold shiver shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. No, don't. He wanted to say something in terror, but found he couldn't utter a single word. In the next second, Indifferent as Wind's health bar instantly emptied. His body went limp and fell to the ground, transforming into a beam of white light and disappearing from the spot. Indifferent as Wind opened his eyes again, finding himself in the familiar resurrection square of the novice village. What happened? His mind was blank. What just occurred? He didn't even see what that demon did. He was merely swept by the opponent's cold gaze, and then his vision went dark. Did he just die like that? What strange method did that guy use? He couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, Indifferent as Wind forced himself to calm down. No, the battle wasn't over yet. That guy should still be fighting his team. He had to rush back immediately. With the number of players in their group, it shouldn't be a problem to hold him off. He just took a step, ready to dash out of the resurrection point, when he caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of his eye. He saw the resurrection square lighting up with white light like bamboo shoots after rain. 1, 2, 3. Dense white lights kept appearing, quickly coalescing into familiar human forms. Wait, aren't these all players from his team? The color drained from Indifferent as Wind's face in an instant. His steps felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. In just a few seconds, the resurrection point was already crowded with people. A rough count revealed no less than 20. Moreover, the frequency of the flashing white lights showed no signs of slowing down. Half a minute later, the white lights in the square finally began to thin out. Indifferent as Wind stared blankly around. His gaze swept over faces that were equally bewildered and terrified. He counted, not one more, not one less. A total of 56 people, all present. This meant that guy called Demon had managed to wipe out their meticulously organized team of 56 in less than half a minute, as if clearing away trash. What kind of monster is he? The tremor in Indifferent as Wind's voice was barely perceptible, and the chill in his heart was worse than death itself. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest outside the novice village, Can't Touch Me was leading the team, struggling to evade the relentless pursuit of a black iron level boss while continuously advancing towards the novice village. One teammate couldn't help but speak up, anxiety in his tone. Captain, do you think, can the demon boss really handle it alone? Even though the boss is ranked first, can he really fend off those more than 50 people? Can't Touch Me replied helplessly, for now, we can only trust him, we have no other choice. Just then, the priest in the team, Milk Candy No Milk, suddenly exclaimed in delight, Bro, the boss sent a message. Everyone perked up, and Can't Touch Me quickly asked, what did the boss say? Milk Candy No Milk looked at the private chat channel, his expression a bit strange. The boss said he has taken care of things on his end, and we should hurry back to the novice village now. Taken care of? The team erupted in a commotion. How long has it been? Not even 3 minutes, right? One person against more than 50. That fast? Doubts spread among the team. Despite their skepticism, they quickened their pace. When they finally burst out of the forest, panting, and reached the entrance of the novice village, the sight before them left everyone frozen in place. The entrance to the novice village was empty and silent. Where was even a single player blocking the road? Only dozens of light spheres of varying sizes were scattered on the ground. These were the equipment and items dropped after players died. really cleared the field. He actually said it and did it. Someone murmured, their voice dry. Can't Touch Me was completely stunned. Even with his god-level talent and hidden class, he had to admit to himself that facing 56 players alone, he absolutely couldn't eliminate so many players in such a short time. He looked at his sister, Milk Candy No Milk, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Sis, you said before that I had a 0% chance of winning against the big shot, and I was still unconvinced. Now, I believe it. Milk Candy No Milk had no time to pay attention to her brother's sentiments. She was looking at the system message prompt. After a while, she spoke again. The big shot sent another message. Can't touch me. Instinctively asked, what did he say this time? Milk Candy No Milk twitched her lips and read in a tone of mixed amusement and exasperation. The big shot said, he can't pick up the equipment on the ground because his backpack is full, so he wants us to help clean it up, and he'll come find us later to collect it. Everyone. On the other side, Yoon Chen was standing at the entrance of the empty novice village, weighing a newly acquired staff in his hand. Ice Crystal Staff Grade, Silver Effect, Intelligence plus 35, Casting Speed, plus 10%, 5% chance to trigger Frost Effect, reducing target's movement speed. Required level 5 class requirement, Mage. This staff looked very familiar to Yun Chen. Wasn't it one of the 2 silver items dropped by the silver boss he had killed before? At that time, he had given 1 piece of warrior armor to the fat guy at the blacksmith shop. This staff had just been casually hung in the trading hall. Unexpectedly, this staff was eventually bought by Indifferent as Wind. What was even more surprising was that it hadn't been long before this staff returned to its original owner in the form of loot. Yun Chen stroked his chin. He thought that when he returned to the village he would hang this staff in the trading hall again. He just didn't know if Indifferent as Wind would buy it again. With tears in his eyes when he saw this familiar staff back on the shelves. Thinking of this, Yun Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He put away the staff and turned his gaze towards the direction of the stone wall where Can't Touch Me and the others had obtained the treasure. When they met earlier, he confirmed that they had indeed obtained the treasure. But strangely, when he took out the ancient treasure pointer again, the pointer did not point towards the direction where Can't Touch Me and the others had left. Instead, it still pointed deep into the Stonewall's temple. The treasure pointer never made mistakes. Yun Chen's heart stirred. There was only one explanation. There was a second treasure in that temple. Although it was rare for 2 treasures to be hidden in the same location, it was not without precedent in the game. Without hesitation, Yun Chen turned around and stepped back into the temple. Passing through the spacious hall and along the corridor where the monsters had rushed out before, he explored deeper. After about 5 minutes, a huge stone door appeared before him. Since the previous mechanism had been triggered and the monsters had rushed out, the stone door was wide open at this moment. Behind the door was an even larger room. In the center of the room stood an ancient stone platform. On the platform lay a square object, emitting a soft blue light. It looked like a cube made up of countless tiny runes. The moment Yun Chen saw the blue cube, his eyes lit up. Yes, that was the treasure. Next to the treasure were 2 massive open cages. The metal bars of the cages were covered in rust and scratch marks. The ground was littered with fragments of unknown creatures' bones. It seemed that the monsters that had rushed out to attack Can't Touch Me and his group were originally imprisoned here. The treasure was within reach, emitting an enticing bluish glow. But Yun Chen's gaze did not linger on the cube. Instead, it moved upward, landing on the top of the cages. There, 2 statues blended seamlessly with the surrounding stone walls. They curled their bodies, wings folded, and beneath the rough, gray rock texture lay an unsettling tremor. Gargoyles. Yun Chen understood. This was undoubtedly the guardian of the treasure in this place. He had experience dealing with similar guardians. Usually, whenever someone attempted to take the treasure they protected, these seemingly lifeless statues would immediately awaken, transforming into deadly hunters. He did not rush forward impulsively. Instead, he cautiously moved around the spacious room, his gaze sweeping over every inch like a searchlight. The cracks in the stone walls, the tiles on the floor, the structure of the ceiling. He confirmed there were no hidden monsters. There were also no triggering magical runes or physical traps. Only then did he return to the center of the room, standing before the stone platform that held the blue cube. Taking a deep breath, Yun Chen reached out, his fingertips touching the cold surface of the cube. The treasure was in hand. Almost at the same moment, a crisp crack echoed, as if ancient joints were moving. Above the cage, the gray surface of the 2 gargoyles quickly faded away, replaced by an ominous dark hue. In their stone eye sockets, 2 points of crimson light suddenly flared up, locking onto Yun Chen tightly. Hateful Gargoyle, LV7, grade, bronzen information panel popped up. The gargoyles suddenly spread their clawed wings, stirring up a gust of foul wind, ready to leap into the air. However, their movements abruptly halted. Without warning, a massive crimson number exploded above one of the gargoyles' heads. -3000. Yun Chen activated Demon Transfer. The gargoyle let out a dull wail, its body shaking violently. Yet it did not die. The bronze-level gargoyle had a substantial health pool, far exceeding that of ordinary monsters of the same level, estimated to be close to 4,000 points. This strike did not result in an instant kill, but this was just the beginning. Yun Chen raised his hand, dark energy gathering in his palm, crackling with electric arcs. A gray lightning bolt, infused with a withering aura, shot out suddenly. The lightning traced a twisted path through the air, accurately piercing through the two newly awakened gargoyles in succession. -4,865 -4,965. The gargoyle's magical resistance was noticeably higher. Yet even so, facing Yun Chen's terrifying damage now, that resistance was practically meaningless. The two massive bodies stiffened instantly under the impact of the lightning, then shattered like weathered rock, turning into a pile of debris. Just when Yun Chen thought it was all over, an unexpected change occurred. Rumble, the entire hall shook violently without warning, dust falling in showers. The massive stone door behind him began to close rapidly, accompanied by a heavy grinding sound. Finally, with a bang, it sealed shut, cutting off any escape. Immediately after, a more alarming sound echoed from above. The entire massive rock structure of the ceiling began to sink slowly. No, not slowly. Its descent was rapid. The pressure of the wind causing Yun Chen's clothes to flutter. Roughly estimating, in no more than 10 seconds, this space would be completely compressed. At that time, everything within would be ground into paste. The corner of Yun Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, there are actually traps. He quickly calmed down. Escaping this dire situation was not difficult for him. Shadow stealth. This skill provided an untargetable and invincible state, enough for him to ignore any physical crushing. However, releasing shadow stealth required consuming health points. Normally, Yun Chen could use demon transfer to generously pass on this cost to any unfortunate soul within sight, achieving a zero cost, or even negative cost permanent invincibility. But now, he encountered a small problem. Looking around, aside from the two piles of gargoyle remains he had just shattered on the ground, the entire enclosed hall was empty. No monsters, no living beings. One of the release conditions for demon transfer is that there must be a target with a health bar in sight. The fragments of the gargoyle's corpse clearly do not count. This was a slight miscalculation. The ceiling continued to descend at an unrelenting pace, getting closer and closer to the ground. Shadows swiftly swallowed the light on the walls, and the sense of oppression pressed down on the air like a tangible weight. There was less than half a meter of height left. Yun Chen let out a helpless sigh. It seemed that this time he would have to consume his own health points to activate Shadow Stealth. Although it was a bit painful, it was better than being crushed to death and sent back to the novice village. Just as he was about to accept the loss of health points and forcibly activate the skill, a sudden faint yet clear sound came from behind him. It was like hurried footsteps, or the sound of fabric brushing against the air. Yun Chen turned his head sharply. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a blurry black shadow rushing towards him at high speed. The distance was too close and the speed too fast, making it difficult to see the shadow's exact appearance for a moment. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that above the blurry shadow, Yun Chen clearly saw a health bar. A surge of joy filled Yun Chen's heart. Just when he was feeling drowsy, someone had come to offer him a pillow. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Stealth. At that moment, Demon Transfer was triggered simultaneously. Demon Transfer activated. You can transfer 3,000 points of damage to other targets in sight. Yun Chen's gaze precisely locked onto the rapidly approaching black shadow. Confirmation. The massive health point cost instantly descended upon that shadow. Almost at the moment the cost was transferred, as Shadow Stealth took effect, Yun Chen's body transformed into a pure shadow. Silently, he merged into the unshrinking crevice of the ground, completely disappearing. Boom! The next moment, the ceiling crashed down heavily onto the ground, producing a deafening roar. The entire temple seemed to tremble in response. An unimaginable force crushed everything in the hall to pieces. 30 seconds later, outside the now ruined hall, in the shadows of the corridor, Yun Chen's figure slowly coalesced and emerged like ink dropping into clear water. He stood there unharmed. In his mind, he replayed the last glimpse he had seen. That shadow, after enduring the 3,000 points of health damage he had transferred, didn't even let out a sound. The health bar was instantly emptied, and it died on the spot. Just before he completely slipped into the shadows, he barely managed to see the outline of that figure. It was a humanoid silhouette. From the equipment and movements, there was no doubt it was a player. How strange. In a place like this, at a time like this, how could a player suddenly appear? At the resurrection square of the novice village, a flash of white light appeared. As the light faded, a beautiful female assassin materialized. Her ID name was Ghost Pawn Night Shadow. She was the player who had just been effortlessly wiped out by Yun Chen using demon transfer in the treasure room. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with disbelief, fear, and a chilling dread. This was the resurrection point? She could hardly process what had just happened. She murmured in a daze, her voice trembling slightly, "That demon. His strength is so terrifying?" Originally, she had accepted a deposit from Indifferent as the Wind, agreeing to ambush the Can't Touch Me team to seize the treasure. As an assassin, it was only natural to work for money. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. When she had stealthily positioned herself at the edge of the forest, ready to cooperate with, indifferent as the wind's main force, what she saw was not the target team, but rather the demon who was leisurely walking out of the woods alone. How could the top player on the leaderboard be here? Upon learning that the top player was there to help clear the area, she immediately decided against taking action. She didn't want to needlessly make an enemy of this top player. As it turned out, her intuition had saved her life. What happened next left even this top assassin in shock. She witnessed it with her own eyes, the demon facing the indifferent as wind with their grand team of 56. With just a flick of his hand, a skill was unleashed. The next second, a dense burst of white light exploded among the crowd. In just a few seconds, the entire team was wiped out, not a single hair left behind. That scene was less of a battle and more of a one-sided slaughter. Yu Tangying was hiding in the treetops not far away, not daring to breathe. She was immensely grateful that she hadn't rushed in recklessly. Otherwise, there would surely be one more person in the Resurrection Square. After the battle, the demon simply picked up the equipment dropped by the players. However, he did not return to the novice village to deal with the spoils as one would expect. Instead, he turned and ventured deeper into the forest. Out of curiosity, she quietly followed him, wanting to know the purpose of his unusual actions. At the same time, she wanted to observe this absurdly strong guy a bit more to understand his methods better. Following closely, she trailed Yunshin into the ancient temple. She maintained a high level of vigilance, using the assassin's stealth skill to hide in the shadows, until she followed Yunshin to the hidden room deep within the temple. When she saw the blue treasure quietly placed on the stone platform, her heart began to race uncontrollably. This was another treasure. Horror. Breathing quickened instantly. A greedy flame ignited quietly in her heart. A bold thought emerged: take the treasure while the demon was unprepared. But reason quickly doused that thought with cold water. The opponent was the top-ranked demon, the monster that had just casually wiped out 56 people. Trying to snatch it would be tantamount to suicide. Yu Tangying forced herself to calm down, suppressing her inner impulses. She decided to continue lurking, waiting for the right moment. The opportunity soon arrived. The moment the demon took the treasure, it triggered the traps in the room. Watching the massive ceiling crash down, Yu Tangying's eyes lit up. Opportunity. This was her chance. While the demon had to focus on dealing with this deadly trap, she would rush over at the fastest speed to snatch the treasure from his hands. Then she would immediately use the assassin's wall-piercing skill, penetrate, ignoring physical obstacles to escape this enclosed room. Escaping was not impossible. No matter how strong he was, he would definitely not have time to react. With her assassin's extreme agility, he would absolutely not catch up to her. The plan was set, and she no longer hesitated. She took a deep breath. Just as the ceiling was about to fall, she calculated the timing precisely. In the corner, she saw the demon seemingly preparing to cast a skill to counter the trap. Now, Yu Tangying suddenly deactivated her stealth, darting towards the demon like lightning. Her target was the blue cube in his hand. However, at that moment, the demon suddenly turned his head. Yu Tangying's heart skipped a beat, but she did not panic. She was certain he was casting a skill to deal with the trap. There was no way he could be distracted by her. But what happened next completely overturned her understanding. Even now, recalling it feels absurd and bizarre. Just as the ceiling was about to crash down, when she was only a step away from the blue cube, the demon turned his head and merely glanced at her. No incantation, no casting motion. Her health bar evaporated in an instant under that gaze. Everything went dark. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing in the cold Resurrection Square. In a daze, she recalled the last look the demon had given her. In that calm gaze, there was not a hint of surprise, but rather a trace of expectation, as if he were waiting for her arrival. A terrifying thought emerged: had he already discovered her tracking? Triggering the trap was not an accident at all. It was a deliberately set trap meant to lure her out. This thought sent her plummeting into an icy abyss. Yu Tangying couldn't help but shiver, cold sweat trickling down her back. This demon not only possessed terrifying strength that crushed everything to is the scheming and depth of character really this profound? It's terrifying. This man is simply a demon disguised as a player. In the end, Yu Tangying let out a powerless sigh. She had completely accepted her defeat. It was indeed unwise to be enemies with such an existence. Next time, she should bring a gift to apologize to the boss. On the other side, Yun Chen had already returned to the forest outside the temple. He was indeed puzzled by the player who had suddenly appeared earlier. In that deadly trap room, how could there just happen to be someone rushing out to serve as a cost transfer target for him? After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Forget it. Yun Chen shook his head and pushed this little episode out of his mind. Perhaps it was just an unlucky soul who happened to be exploring the temple as well. Anyway, as long as the outcome was good for him, that was all that mattered. Now, the treasure was already in hand. The main objective of this trip had been successfully achieved. Considering the treasure's frustrating characteristic of guaranteed drop, On death, Yun Shen had no intention of taking this thing around to grind monsters and go on adventures. He immediately chose to return to the novice village. He found that Holy Angel NPC and submitted the treasure for decoding. System prompt: treasure decoding in progress, estimated time required 71 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. The decoding would take a full 3 days. After 3 days, he would know what kind of treasure this cube contained. A hint of anticipation rose in Yun Shen's heart. After all, in his previous life as a struggling little priest, he had never owned a treasure. Yet in this life he had obtained one right from the start. The trajectory of fate had already changed drastically. After dealing with the treasure, Yun Shen opened the trading interface provided by the Angel NPC. He dumped all the loot he had picked up from the 56-member team of Indifferent as Wind onto the market. Most of it was black iron level equipment, with a few pieces being bronze level. Finally, his gaze fell on that familiar staff. Ice crystal staff, silver. This was the silver level equipment he had obtained from defeating a silver boss and had sold off casually. He didn't expect it to return to him so quickly. He wondered if Indifferent as Wind, after resurrecting, would shed tears upon seeing the familiar staff appear in the trading market again. Would they buy it back again? Yun Shen even began to conceive a sustainable business model. If he killed that player again in the future and they dropped it again, it would create a virtuous cycle. He could endlessly farm life currency. Thinking of this, Yun Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He emptied all the equipment from his backpack. Feeling light, Yun Shen walked out of the novice village again. At the village entrance, a graceful figure was already waiting there. It was Bai Shirshan. On the way back to the novice village, Yun Shen had already messaged her to meet at the village entrance. Yun Shen stepped forward. Did you find the entrance to the new boss dungeon? Bai Shirshan nodded, a hint of excitement on her face. Yes, I found several. While you were handling things, I explored the nearby areas. Yun Shen replied decisively. Great, lead the way. Time was precious, and they had to hurry. In the next half day, under Bai Shirshan's guidance, Yun Shen officially cleared 7 hidden boss dungeons like a bulldozer. But unfortunately, it seemed that luck had run out. In those 7 dungeons, he didn't see a single silver-level boss, let alone a silver-level treasure chest. Yun Shen even began to doubt whether he had been infected by that unlucky player's bad luck after their brief encounter. Had his previously decent luck suddenly taken a nosedive, turning as dark as the bottom of a pot? Just as Yun Shen silently complained and considered whether to keep his distance from Indifferent as Wind, the two arrived at the 8th dungeon entrance that Bai Shirshan had found. However, when they saw the dungeon information, both of them were taken aback, because according to the displayed dungeon information, this dungeon is not an ordinary boss dungeon. They hit the jackpot. In this dungeon, there is a regional boss. According to the game rules of God's Fall during the novice village phase, a regional boss is a special existence. Its difficulty usually far exceeds that of an ordinary boss of the same level. As long as they successfully clear the dungeon where the regional boss resides, all players in the entire novice village area governed by that boss will have the opportunity to return to the real world. At this moment, Yun Shen and Bai Shirshan are behind a waterfall. Hidden behind the water curtain is a concealed stone door, which is the entrance to the dungeon. The bluish font clearly displays the dungeon name, Mystic Waterfall. Note, this dungeon contains a regional boss. Please challenge with caution. To be honest, Yun Shen is slightly surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a regional boss so soon. It should be noted that in the entire Lost Ruins area there are hundreds or even thousands of bosses, but there is only one regional boss. According to the normal game progression, players would need to explore for at least 3 days to possibly discover the trace of the regional boss. Yet, he stumbled upon it on the very first day of the server opening. As long as they kill the regional boss in this dungeon, all players in the City Novice area can return to the real world. At the same time, the teleportation arrays between various novice villages will also be activated. By then, Yun Shen will be able to use the teleportation array to go directly to Blackbird Town to find his nemesis from his past life, Lu Tianming. The opportunity for revenge is right in front of him, and Yun Shen naturally does not want to miss it. He immediately steps forward, intending to enter the dungeon. However, as soon as his hand touches the stone door, he is blocked by an invisible blue light screen. Hint, this dungeon is a high difficulty dungeon, and at least 9 people are required to form a team to enter. Looking at this system prompt, Yun Shen is momentarily at a loss. Including Bai Shirshan, they only have 2 people in total. They need 7 more to enter the dungeon. Where can he find 7 teammates on such short notice? Just then, he suddenly remembers something. If he recalls correctly, the Team Can't Touch Me has exactly 7 members, neither more nor less. Meanwhile, at the Resurrection Square of the Lost Ruins Novice Village, a team stands out at the edge of the square. After finishing a call with the D-City officials, Can't Touch Me stands in the center of the square, just like last time, while his teammates wait not far away. He walks back to the team, and his teammates immediately surround him, their faces filled with anticipation. Milk Candy Without Milk is the first to ask, "Bro, what new information did the official prophet give this time?" Can't Touch Me smiles and replies, still some locations of bronze level bosses and above, but this time, there's an extra gain. Milk Candy without milk curiously presses. What? Extra gain? Can't Touch Me's expression becomes somewhat serious. This time, the official prophet also told us the location of the regional boss's dungeon in the Lost Ruins. This statement detonates like a bomb within the team. The teammates exchange glances, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Captain, did I hear wrong? It's a regional boss. I heard that Angel NPC say that as long as we clear the regional boss, we can return to reality, right? The teammates chatter excitedly. Milk Candy without milk nearly jumps up. Bro, let's go fight the regional boss now. Her voice is filled with impatience, as if she is about to rush out at any moment. Slap. Can't Touch Me raises his hand and gently taps his sister's forehead. What's the rush? He pours a bucket of cold water on them. According to the information revealed by the Angel NPC, the regional boss is a level 10 silver boss, the strongest boss in this area. Look at us, our average level is just over 5. We have to be cautious even when facing an ordinary bronze boss. He spreads his hands, his tone helpless. With our current strength, what can we use to fight? Going there will only waste our resurrection chances. What my brother said made sense. Nai. Tang Bu Jianai pouted, deflating a bit. But the next second, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, brother, we can ask the big shot for help. She abruptly lifted her head, excitedly waving her hands. The big shot. He was the one who got the first kill on the silver level boss. If we can get the big shot to lead us, we definitely have a chance. This suggestion was like a beacon, instantly igniting everyone's hope, and some teammates chimed in. Yeah, the demon big shot is so strong. With the big shot around, we might really succeed. The team members became excited again. I listened to everyone's discussions, falling into a brief contemplation. The demon's strength was unquestionable. With him on our side, we indeed had a chance to defeat the regional boss. But after a moment, I slowly shook my head. No. Nai. Tang Bujianai's smile froze on her face. Why not, brother? I raised my index finger. First of all, the big shot is only level 9 right now. Challenging a level 10 silver boss is risky. And we still haven't paid him for the last help. Are we really going to turn around and ask him to help us fight an even tougher regional boss? I looked at my sister and countered. Are you really going to ask him? Nai Tang Bujianai was stumped, stammering, and unable to speak. The other team members also looked awkward. Indeed, challenging a boss of a higher level was already a huge risk. They couldn't just push the big shot into danger because of their own needs. Seeing this, I clapped my hands and replanned. First, we need to settle the payment we owe the big shot. That's the priority. Then, we should focus on leveling up and improving our gear. We need to raise our average level at least. Once we are stronger, we can invite the big shot for help, and by then, we won't be dragging him down. The team members nodded in agreement, recognizing this prudent plan. Just as I was about to say a few words to boost morale and prepare to lead the team to the forest for leveling, Nai Tang Bujianai suddenly paused her finger on the communication interface, looking up in surprise. Brother! The big shot contacted me again. My steps halted. My first reaction was that the big shot probably came to discuss the previous payment. I immediately said to my sister, is the big shot here for the payment? Tell him to feel free to ask for anything, as long as we can do it, we will agree. Nai Tang Bujianai shook her head. Her expression strange. No, the big shot isn't here for the payment. I was taken aback. Before I could ask further, Nai Tang Bujianai lifted her head, her face filled with incredible surprise, her voice trembling slightly. The big shot said, he found the regional boss too. He asked us if we want to team up to take down the regional boss. The entire team fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They had relied on the official prophet and almost cheating external source to know the location of the regional boss in advance. Yet the demon big shot had found it on his own so quickly? What surprised them even more was that they were still hesitating about whether to trouble the big shot. In the end, the big shot not only found the boss himself but also wanted to fight. He even took the initiative to invite them to team up. This twist left everyone a bit bewildered. Nai Tang Bujianai looked at her still-dazed brother and couldn't help but remind him, brother, the big shot is waiting for our reply. I snapped back to reality, and all my previous concerns and hesitations vanished in an instant. I almost immediately made a decision. Agree. Tell the big shot. We're coming over right away. About 5 minutes later, my team of 7 arrived at the dungeon behind the waterfall according to the coordinates sent by Yun Chen. As soon as we met, Nai Tang Bujianai was like a cheerful little bird. She rushed straight towards Yun Chen. Big boss. She grabbed Yun Chen's arm, her crisp voice brimming with unrestrained excitement. Thank you so much last time. You helped us clear out those players blocking the road. She spoke in a rapid-fire manner. You should have seen the looks on the faces of that group, indifferent as the wind, when we entered the village with the secret treasure. TSK, they looked like they had swallowed live flies, their faces turned green. Yun Chen thought to himself, if that indifferent as the wind were to see that familiar silver staff again in the trading hall, his expression would probably be 100 times more entertaining than swallowing a fly. He gathered his thoughts, intending to discuss the dungeon before them. However, at that moment, Bai Shan, who had been quietly standing beside Yunchen, suddenly moved. She stepped forward, her actions not overly rude. With a deft motion, she created some distance between herself and the milk candy without milk still hanging on Yunshen's arm. Bai Shan's gaze fell on milk candy without milk, her tone serious. We're about to take on the regional boss. Miss, it would be best if you stepped back a bit. Don't interfere with the big boss's upcoming actions. Yunchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Bai Shan's reaction today was somewhat unexpected. Usually, she was like a quiet shadow, silently following behind. She rarely intervened in matters outside of the dungeon. Why was she taking the initiative today? Milk candy without milk was taken aback by this sudden action, blinking in surprise just as the player Can't Touch Me, who had been following behind, caught sight of the scene. With a mischievous grin, he leaned in closer, eager for the drama. He gently nudged his sister with his elbow. Sister, it seems like there's a competitor now. You better step up. Your game. Milk candy without milk snapped back to reality and shot a glare at her brother, who was enjoying the spectacle. Without hesitation, she lifted her bronze-level shoes and stomped down hard on Can't Touch Me's foot. Ow! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the dungeon. Can't Touch Me hopped on the spot, clutching his foot in pain. Yunchen's attention was drawn to the scream. He looked over in confusion. What happened? Milk candy without milk quickly reached out, covering her brother's mouth, which was still wailing. At the same time, she flashed a sweet, innocent smile at Yunchen and explained, "It's nothing, nothing at all. He accidentally stubbed his toe and it hurts." Seeing that everyone seemed to be fine, Yunchen spoke up to get to the point. "Alright, let's prepare to enter the dungeon." Milk candy without milk tilted her head in confusion. "Big boss, shouldn't we discuss our tactics first?" Yunchen shook his head, his tone decisive. "We'll talk about it once we go in." The group of 9, neither too many nor too few, just met the minimum entry requirement for the dungeon. When they touched the cold stone door, the runes on it glowed softly, pulling them inside. The scene before them changed abruptly. No longer was it the sight of waterfalls. Instead, they found themselves in a vast chasm completely covered in ice and snow. A bone-chilling wind howled through the canyon, whipping up clouds of snowflakes. The air temperature seemed to plummet below freezing in an instant, quickly dropping to around -10 degrees. As soon as they entered, everyone shivered in unison. The exposed skin could clearly feel the stinging cold. Fortunately, the basic attributes provided by the game system of God's Fall greatly enhanced the player's physical qualities. Although the cold was uncomfortable, it wasn't enough to cause immediate harm thanks to their attribute values. Yunchen was not surprised by this. He knew very well that this was the powerful force of the regional boss, which had already begun to affect and forcibly change the entire environment of the dungeon. At that moment, Can't Touch Me rubbed his somewhat frozen hands and stepped forward to ask, Big boss, since you're preparing to challenge this dungeon, I assume you have a detailed battle plan in place? Yunchen nodded. I took a deep breath, patted my chest firmly, and spoke with determination. You can give your orders, big boss. Whatever you need us to do, we will not hesitate. Whether it's drawing fire or scouting for traps, as long as it's something we can do, we will give it our all. Then I added, as long as we can successfully defeat the area boss, even if it means using all of us as cannon fodder, that's fine. Yunchen looked at me in surprise upon hearing this. I didn't expect that this future top guild leader would have such awareness for clearing the dungeon. Yunchen smiled and said, I appreciate your goodwill. Then he shook his head, but this time, you don't need to do anything, and you certainly don't need to be cannon fodder. The expression on my face clearly froze. The enthusiasm and spirit of sacrifice I had prepared seemed to be suddenly stifled, and I was momentarily at a loss. Looking at my dazed expression and the confused gazes of the others nearby, Yunchen continued, the battle plan this time is very simple. He paused, scanning everyone present. All of you stay here at the dungeon entrance, don't move. As for the monsters inside, and the final area boss, leave it to me alone. This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. All the members of my team were stunned. They widened their eyes, looking at Yunchen in disbelief. One person, handling the entire area boss dungeon? Including the rumored strongest level 10 silver area boss? What a joke! A chorus of gasps filled the team. Only Bai Shan, who had been following Yunchen, showed no surprise on her face. She was already used to the big boss casually soloing dungeons. At this moment, even the usually silent and cold-tempered gray-haired beauty, Shuiyu, could not remain calm. Her exquisitely sculpted face, like ice, showed clear emotional fluctuations. Unable to hold back, Shuiyu spoke up. This is the strongest area boss dungeon in the Lost Ruins area. You want to solo it? Her gaze locked onto Yunchen. Are you serious? Yunchen met her gaze and nodded lightly, without a hint of hesitation. I swallowed hard and asked, Big boss, may I ask, how confident are you in your strategy for success? How much confidence does the big boss have in soloing the area boss? This question was on everyone's mind. Upon hearing this, Yunchen slightly lowered his head, as if deep in thought. A few seconds later, he raised his head and gave a number. Well, about 80%. 80%. This number struck everyone like a heavy hammer on their hearts. For a moment, the entire team fell silent. One person challenging the top-level dungeon in the novice area, facing the strongest area boss, could still have an 80% chance of winning? It sounded like a fairy tale. I raised my head again, carefully observing Yin Chen's calm and unruffled face. It didn't seem like a bluff, nor was there any hint of reluctance. In fact, based on Yun Chen's assessment of his current strength, he was at least 99% sure of soloing this dungeon. But he knew very well that if he stated an almost 100% success rate, he would likely be seen as boasting. At that point, it would not earn him trust but rather more doubts and troublesome explanations. So, he casually reported a relatively conservative 80%. In the end, I let out a long breath, revealing a wry smile that was both helpless and relieved. Alright then, boss, we will follow your arrangements. At this point, apart from choosing to trust, they seemed to have no other options. Yun Chen nodded, saying no more. He turned around, preparing to walk deeper into the icy crevice. Just as he took a step forward, de Bougeois called out to him again. Boss, wait. Yun Chen stopped, turning back to look at him. De Bougeois' face showed a hint of hesitation, but he ultimately asked the question that had been circling in his mind. Boss, since you planned to solo this dungeon from the start, his tone was cautious, then your purpose in bringing us to team up is. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen paused slightly. He instinctively raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. His gaze unconsciously shifted away, avoiding the eyes of the others. A somewhat unnatural expression appeared on his face, tinged with obvious embarrassment. Well, he spoke vaguely, mainly because the entry requirement for this dungeon is that the team must have at least 9 people. Otherwise, you can't even enter the dungeon. So I just brought you all along. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. De Bougeois' expression momentarily stiffened. The other team members exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After all this time, this group of top players ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard. To the boss, they were merely used to meet the dungeon entry requirement? The feeling was truly hard to describe. Yun Chen keenly sensed that the atmosphere around him had suddenly become a bit off. The complex gazes falling on him made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't want to linger in this subtle and awkward environment any longer. So, he decisively chose to make a run for it. Ahem, if you have any other questions, just ask by Shirshan. He dropped this line, no longer lingering, and turned to walk deeper into the crevice. As he walked, he didn't forget to turn back and remind them, remember, no one should follow in within 10 minutes. After leaving this statement, Yun Chen walked alone into the vast icy crevice, leaving behind 8 people at the entrance, exchanging glances with complex feelings, disoriented in the cold wind. Along the way, Yun Chen's progress was smooth. The scattered black iron-level monsters he encountered tried to block him. For Yun Chen now, they were basically one-hit kills. Experience points kept rising, but for him, who was already level 9 and needed a massive amount of experience to level up, the experience gained from these black iron-level monsters was barely worth mentioning. The reason he refused assistance from others and insisted on challenging the dungeon alone was twofold. First, going solo indeed made him feel more at ease, without the need to coordinate with others, keeping the rhythm entirely in his control. But that was just a secondary reason. The real key was the information in his mind about the boss in this specific area. In his previous life, Yun Chen had heard about the final area boss in City A from the casual chats of other top players. This boss was designed to be quite tricky. It had an extremely annoying mechanism. The more people there were, the stronger it became. For every additional player in the team, the boss's total health would surge by 10%. At the same time, its base attributes, including attack, defense, agility, etc., would also increase by 5%. This meant that the more challengers there were, the disproportionately higher the difficulty of the boss. The sea of people tactic was not only ineffective here but would also become a huge obstacle to clearing the dungeon. Therefore, to take down this boss in the most efficient and stable manner, going solo was the optimal solution. After about 5 minutes of walking, a massive door made entirely of solid ice appeared ahead. Before him was the boss room. Yun Chen reached out and directly pushed open the frozen door. Creak, the heavy ice door slowly opened. A wave of cold air, far more piercing than that in the passage, surged out, almost freezing one's blood. Accompanying this cold current was an invisible yet heavy pressure, terrifying as a mountain. Behind the door was an extremely vast and enormous hall of ice and snow. The dome was high above, with countless icicles hanging down like crystal chandeliers. In the center of the hall, a colossal creature over 20 meters in size occupied all the site. It was a giant bear, entirely snow-white. Its fur resembled a blanket of pure white snow, and its muscles were knotted, exuding explosive power. Extreme Cold Tyrant Korea, LV10, Grade, Silver, Regional Boss. Note, the target is a powerful regional boss. Please respond with caution. The system prompt popped up at the right moment, the crimson font carrying a strong warning. However, to Yun Chen's surprise, this regional boss seemed completely unaware of his intrusion. At this moment, it was crouched in front of a massive ice sculpture that was not much smaller than itself. He could vaguely see some strange creature frozen inside. The white bear lowered its head, opened its massive jaws, and bit down hard on the ice block. Crunch! The crisp sound echoed throughout the hall. It continued to gnaw at the ice sculpture, seemingly enjoying some delicious delicacy. Yunchen focused his gaze, penetrating the ice layer. Inside the ice sculpture was a bizarrely shaped giant monster fish. The most striking feature of this fish was that it had 8 crab-like jointed legs on either side of its abdomen. Yunchen's memory was instantly triggered. He recognized this monster. Octopus ice crabfish, LV8, grade of bronze, boss. In his previous life he had encountered this boss in another novice village dungeon. Its characteristic was extreme speed and several rather troublesome ice control skills. Back then, Yunchen and his temporary team had suffered greatly in their attempt to hunt this octopus ice crabfish. They had nearly exhausted all their resurrection chances before barely managing to kill it. Unexpectedly, here, this bronze-level boss, which should have been a local overlord, had become the snack of a regional boss? Watching the white bear savoring its meal, Yunchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The regional boss truly lived up to its name. It could even catch the boss from another dungeon for a feast. This ecological niche was indeed unparalleled. Yunchen did not hesitate. He raised his hand and unleashed an instant skill, Shadow Word, Pain. He directly consumed 3,000 health points through demonic transfer, transferring the cost to the opponent while instantly casting the skill Shadow Word, Pain. 2 striking damage numbers burst out above the white bear's head, minus 3,000 to 4,856. This boss had a decent magic resistance. The original 6,000 magic damage was reduced by 1144 points. It seemed that this silver-level regional boss not only had astonishing physical defense but also considerable magic resistance. Even so, nearly 8,000 total damage was still an astronomical figure for players at this stage. With this strike, the white bear's health bar visibly dropped. Yunchen quickly glanced around, estimating the damage ratio. It had roughly reduced about 1/8 of its total health. Roughly estimating, this creature's total health should be around 60,000 points. For a level 10 silver boss, this health was quite substantial. Roar! Suddenly, struck hard, the white bear Korea abruptly stopped its gnawing. It turned its head sharply, its 2 ice-blue giant eyes instantly locking onto the tiny Yunchen. Clearly, it had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant human player, as small as an ant, could inflict such high damage on it. Facing the boss's fierce gaze, Yunchen felt no ripple in his heart. His mind raced, preparing to unleash all subsequent skills. However, just at that moment, roar! The white bear boss suddenly stood upright and let out a roar. The sound wave was like a tangible shockwave, instantly sweeping through the entire icy hall. The countless icicles hanging from the dome trembled violently. They emitted a crack-crack sound under the unbearable strain, and tiny shards of ice fell like a torrential rain. This was not merely a roar, but the boss's skill, Extreme Cold Roar. As the roar struck, Yunchen felt his mind momentarily freeze, his prepared spellcasting forcibly interrupted. Spellcasting interrupted. Immediately following the roar, in the next moment, the massive white bear boss abruptly vanished from sight. Teleportation. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying pressure mixed with a bloody wind suddenly descended before Yunchen. The white bear Korea, with its enormous body over 20 meters long, seemed to teleport across dozens of meters, appearing right in front of Yunchen. Such a massive size, yet possessing such unbelievable agility. It gave Yunchen no time to react. A gigantic paw covered in thick ice armor and white fur came crashing down towards him. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Yunchen's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the thick ice wall at the edge of the boss room, leaving behind a human-shaped dent. The ice shards scattered in the air slowly settled. In the dent, Yunchen was surrounded by a faint, almost transparent gray shield. Shadow shield. He was unharmed, not even losing a sliver of health. Instead, the attacking white bear Korea inexplicably had a damage number float above its head. Minus 3,000. Demon transfer. Just moments ago, when the white bear Korea had forcibly interrupted his spellcasting with Extreme Cold Roar, Yunchen had keenly sensed the danger. He decisively abandoned the idea of continuing to cast an offensive spell. Utilizing demon transfer, he immediately activated the life-saving skill Shadow Shield. It proved to be the right decision. He quickly glanced at his shield value status, 2860/6000. Yunchen was somewhat surprised. Just a single hit had taken away more than half of his Shadow Shield value. Over 3,000 points of physical damage. That attack power was a bit excessive, wasn't it? If he were to take another hit like that, his Shadow Shield would definitely shatter on the spot. Without a moment's pause, the next instant, the massive head of the white bear Korea slightly lifted, and a blinding white light began to gather in its mouth. Ice elemental energy was wildly converging, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop sharply once again. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He no longer intended to take it head-on. With a thought, he once again utilized Demon Transfer, consuming 3,000 health points. The hidden skill, Shadow Stealth, activated. Above the White Bear Korya's head, the damage number of -3,000 floated up once more. Almost simultaneously, the white light it had gathered reached its peak and was shot out with a roar. It was a massive frost light cannon with a radius of 3 meters. Wherever the light cannon passed, it left a clear trail of ice crystals. However, just as this devastating attack was about to reach him, Yun Chen's entire body suddenly became ethereal, transforming into a twisted shadow. Silently, he merged into the cold shadows of the ground, disappearing from sight. Boom! The white bear's frost light cannon struck heavily at the spot where Yun Chen had just been. The terrifying energy erupted, and the hard ice wall was easily penetrated and shattered like tofu, leaving behind a massive frozen pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. Hiding in the shadows, Yun Chen secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, he had run fast. If he had reacted just half a beat slower and been hit directly by that light cannon, even with the shadow shield, he would likely have met a fate of being instantly killed. After the attack missed and completely lost sight of Yun Chen, the white bear boss, Korya, clearly paused for a moment. Its massive head swayed from side to side, confusion evident in its ice-blue eyes. It wandered in place for a few seconds, seemingly using its sense of smell or other means to search for Yun Chen's trace. But Yun Chen, in the state of shadow stealth, had effectively vanished from this dimension, making it impossible to be locked onto by conventional methods. After searching in vain for nearly 20 seconds, with no sign of Yun Chen appearing, Korya seemed to gradually lose patience. It let out a low growl in irritation and turned around, slowly making its way back to the central platform of the hall. Picking up the enormous ice-pop encasing, the 8-clawed ice crab fish, it began to gnaw on it again. Meanwhile, in the nearby shadow dimension, Yun Chen did not rush to act. He calmly observed the boss's movements while silently calculating the time in his mind. Shadow Stealth allowed him to extend his stealth duration by 1 second for every 100 points of health consumed through Demon Transfer. When he had cast it earlier, he had consumed 3,000 health points. This meant that his Shadow Stealth would last for a full 30 seconds. Coincidentally, the cooldown time for the Shadow Stealth skill was also 30 seconds. The duration equaled the cooldown time. His current skill cycle could seamlessly connect, achieving nearly uninterrupted stealth. In other words, he could maintain a state of invincibility indefinitely. Time ticked away second by second. Just 1 second before the duration of Shadow Stealth was about to end, Yun Chen silently moved behind the white bear Korya, at the very edge of his skill casting range. He suddenly revealed himself from the shadow dimension. Almost the moment he appeared, he once again used Demon Transfer, consuming 3,000 health points. This time, he cast a control skill, Shadow Cage. A dense mass of black energy coalesced out of thin air, quickly weaving into a massive shadow cage. The cage firmly locked the white bear boss, who was engrossed in its meal, in place. -3,000. Demon Transfer damage. Yun Chen would not waste this precious control time. Almost the instant Shadow Cage took effect, his subsequent skills flowed seamlessly into action. Shadow Word, Pain, Withering Lightning, a series of even larger, bright red damage numbers, erupted wildly above the boss's head. The white bear boss, which had already lost a significant amount of health from Yun Chen's earlier attacks, saw its health bar drop below half after enduring this complete set of skills. After completing this round of explosive damage, Yun Chen had no thoughts of greedily attacking again. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Stealth once more. His form transformed back into shadow, disappearing from sight. Although theoretically, with Yun Chen's current health exceeding 3,000, he could sustain continuous casting of Shadow Cage, consuming 3,000 health for infinite control over the boss, he was well aware that silver grade and above bosses often possessed considerable mental resistance. This resistance would significantly shorten the actual duration of player control skills. Moreover, the vast majority of high-level bosses also had skills similar to unyielding or break control, allowing them to ignore or dispel control effects for a short time. Sure enough, just as Yun Chen re-entered the shadow dimension, the white bear, briefly restrained by Shadow Cage, suddenly erupted with a blinding circle of yellow light. The opponent had activated Unyielding. The Shadow Cage shattered. Immediately after, it began to gather an even more dazzling white light in its mouth. The energy fluctuations were more violent than any previous instance. Roar! A massive frostlight cannon, thicker than before and with a radius of an astonishing 5 meters, shot towards the spot where Yun Chen had just revealed himself. At this time, the light cannon was not only more powerful but also had a larger range. The white bear Korya moved like a mobile artillery platform, spewing light blasts while twisting its massive head. The devastating frost beams swept across nearly half of the boss room in a fan shape. Wherever it passed, the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, and deep ravines were plowed into the ice walls. If one were to be caught by this frenzied light cannon, even just grazing its edge, the outcome was easy to imagine. Yun Chen remembered very clearly that this area boss in City A, the extreme cold tyrant Korya, would enter a berserk state once its health dropped below half. Not only would it gain a brief invulnerability effect, ignoring some control effects, but more importantly, all its attributes would be significantly enhanced. Its desire to attack and skill damage would also become more frenzied and lethal. For the top teams that had cleared dungeons in the previous life, surviving this berserk phase of the boss was the most challenging part. Countless teams had been wiped out here. Once the white bear boss entered its berserk state, its attacks and light cannon fell like a torrential storm, nearly demolishing the entire boss room. Yet Yunshan was completely unscathed. No matter how frenzied the opponent's attacks were, how immense the power of the light cannon, or how astonishing the destruction, it was all in vain. They couldn't touch Yunshan in shadow stealth. Thus, Yunshan hid in the shadows, watching the enraged boss flail its skills like a clown. Time passed amidst the futile attacks of the white bear boss and Yunshan's calm waiting. The 30 seconds of stealth time was about to end again. Yunshan silently reappeared behind the white bear Korea, still at the very edge of the casting distance. Another familiar skill rotation began. Shadow Cage, Shadow Word, Pain, Withering Lightning. The massive red damage numbers continuously floated above the boss's head like fireworks. Minus 3,000. Demon Transfer, minus 4,856. Shadow Word, Pain, minus 3,000. Demon Transfer, minus 4,862. Withering Lightning. The white bear boss, already with less than half its health remaining, took the full brunt of Yunshan's perfectly timed explosive combo. Its thick health bar could no longer hold up and was instantly emptied. Oh whoa! The massive body of the white bear Korea suddenly stiffened. The frenzied ice blue light in its eyes quickly dimmed. Then, as if all its strength had been drained, it crashed down. The battle was completely over. You have killed Extreme Cold Tyrant Korea, Silver. You have gained 7,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. As you were the first to kill the area boss, you have gained 20 reputation points. A series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. Almost simultaneously, an announcement echoed in the minds of all online players in the entire game world of "Got Abandoned" server announcement. Congratulations to the player demon from the Lost Ruins for defeating the area boss Extreme Cold Tyrant Korea, Silver, getting one step closer to becoming a deity. We hope all players will continue to strive hard. Due to the defeat of the Lost Ruins area boss, the teleportation array restrictions have been lifted, and players in the area can return to reality through the teleportation array. This announcement rang out 3 times in a row. In the square of the Lost Ruins Novice Village, players who had originally complained, felt lost, or even despaired due to the high intensity of the game monsters, suddenly erupted upon hearing the announcement. Wait, did you hear that? The area boss has been defeated. It was that top-ranked demon guy who did it. The announcement said, the teleportation array restrictions have been lifted? We can go home? No way. Is this for real? Demon is amazing. Wow, I didn't do anything. And I can go home? The feeling of hugging the big guy's thigh is just too awesome. After confirming the news, the crowd's emotions completely exploded. In an instant, everyone surged like a tide towards the teleportation array at the center of the square. Meanwhile, players in other novice village areas, upon hearing the cross-region server announcement, were stirred into a frenzy. Their regional chat channels were instantly flooded with messages. What the hell? Someone in the Lost Ruins took down the regional boss? A silver-level regional boss? Are you kidding me? We can't even defeat a bronze-level boss here, and they've already cleared the silver regional boss? Who is that demon guy? So strong? Ah, I'm so envious of the people in the Lost Ruins Novice Village. They can go home now. Damn it, I wish I was born in the Lost Ruins. Jealousy, envy, disbelief, a myriad of emotions spread among the other novice villages. The name of the player demon echoed throughout the world of Godforsaken. And all this commotion and upheaval was, of course, invisible to Yunshan, who was in the boss room. He didn't care about the reactions outside. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the spot where the white bear Korea had fallen. There lay a pile of loot, quietly shimmering with different glows. Yunshan stepped forward to begin collecting. As expected of the final boss of the region, there were no less than 6 pieces of silver-level loot. 3 of them were equipment radiating a silver sheen. The other 3 were skill books. Yunshan picked up the 3 skill books to examine them closely. The first 2 were skills for warriors and archers, which were useless to him. When he saw the third one, his gaze sharpened slightly. Disaster Field, Priest Skill, Grade, Silver, White, Cost, 100 Health Points Effect, creates a disaster field around oneself, 1 meter radius that lasts for 20 seconds, dealing 100 magic damage per second to enemies within the field and reducing their movement speed by 1%, effect lasts for 20 seconds. Note, for every additional 100 health points consumed, the field radius increases by 1 meter. Magic damage per second increases by 100 points and the movement speed reduction effect increases by an additional 1%. Skill cooldown 30 seconds. Another new area damage skill. Unlike the targeted Withering Lightning, Disaster Field is released directly centered on oneself. This means that even when facing invisible or fast-moving enemies that are hard to lock onto, this skill can still take effect reliably. This is a good skill. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. However, a system prompt popped up just in time. You have currently learned 5 skills, and your skill slots are full. To learn a new skill, you must forget an already learned skill. Skill slots full? Yunchen paused for a moment, then opened his skill list. Shadow Prison, Shadow Word, Pain Withering Lightning, Shadow Shield. Insight. His gaze fell on the last skill, Insight. This was a basic detection skill he had purchased from a wandering merchant shortly after entering the game, specifically to find the bronze level boss, the Fallen Demon. As his strength increased, the usefulness of this skill diminished. He had almost forgotten he had even learned it. In contrast, the first 4 skills, whether for control, single target damage, area damage, or survival, were all core skills. Only Insight now seemed somewhat redundant. The choice was clear. Without any hesitation, Yunchen replaced the old skill Insight with the new skill Disaster Field. After handling the skill books, Yunchen turned his attention to the remaining 3 pieces of silver equipment and some scattered materials. The equipment was temporarily not needed, so he stored it away. While checking the materials, his eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered a small vial of dew-like liquid radiating a soft, holy glow. Holy Spring Dew. This was precisely the last key material needed by Shirshan to synthesize water of life. He didn't expect to find it here. Yunchen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 drop that he received. After carefully counting, he found that there were actually 2 drops of Holy Spring Dew. What surprised him even more was that, in addition to the dew, the other 2 materials needed to synthesize water of life, Root of Life and Stardust, also dropped 1 each. This meant that he had gathered all the materials for 2 complete Water of Life. The generosity of the area boss exceeded his expectations. The quality and quantity of the drops were quite impressive. After carefully organizing all the loot and placing it in his backpack, Yunchen turned around and did not linger. He walked towards the only exit of the dungeon. Soon, he returned to the entrance of the dungeon. The group consisting of Can't Touch Me, Milk, Candy Without Milk by Shirshan, and 5 others were still waiting in place. Due to the game's settings, players inside the dungeon could not hear system announcements to avoid disturbing them. At this moment, the crowd at the entrance was still unaware that Yunchen had cleared the dungeon. After Can't Touch Me informed everyone that Yunchen had defeated the area boss, the expressions on their faces shifted from anxious waiting to disbelief and shock. Did the big shot really solo the silver level area boss? Can't Touch Me gaped, unable to close his mouth. For a long time, he had anticipated that Yunchen was strong and might have a chance to succeed, but he never expected it to happen so quickly. How long had it been? Not even 10 minutes? This efficiency was simply outrageous. Yunchen raised his hand first and tossed 1 Holy Spring Dew towards Bai Shirshan. Bai Shirshan instinctively reached out and caught it in a bit of a fluster. Looking down, she recognized the item in the bottle. It was exactly the last thing she had been longing for to synthesize Water of Life. She suddenly looked up, her face filled with surprise and disbelief as she gazed at Yunchen. Yunchen revealed a faint smile. Lucky me, the boss dropped it just right. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shirshan dashed forward 2 steps. In the astonished gazes of everyone, she leaped into Yunchen's arms, hugging him tightly. Thank you so much, Demon Big Shot. Yunchen's body stiffened slightly. The sudden impact wasn't strong, but the soft sensation in his arms was exceptionally clear. Through the not-so-thick clothing, he could feel 2 elastic softnesses pressing closely against his chest. The warm body temperature, accompanied by the fragrance of the girl, made him momentarily unable to react to the unexpected embrace. Standing not far away, Milk Candy, Without Milk, watched the despicable Bai Shirshan, who had used the body slam move. She instinctively lowered her head and glanced at her own chest. It couldn't be said to be overflowing, it was more like a flat plane. It seemed, indeed, a bit lacking. She pouted in envy. Can't Touch Me keenly caught the fleeting look of disappointment on his sister's face. He stepped closer and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Don't worry, sister. Everyone has different aesthetics. Who knows, maybe the big shot likes it flat." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scream shattered the tranquility of the dungeon. Ah! Can't Touch Me hopped on 1 foot, holding his right foot, grimacing in pain. Without a doubt, it was his sister Milk Candy Without Milk who had kicked him hard. Bai Shirshan then realized that her earlier action had been somewhat rude. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly stepped back from Yunchen's embrace. She secretly glanced up at Yunchen's expression and found that the big shot showed no signs of displeasure, which made her quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Can't Touch Me grimaced in pain, limping over to Yunchen. "Big Shot, you really soloed the area boss, that's amazing." Yunchen humbly replied, "It was just luck." His tone was modest, devoid of any pride or arrogance, but to everyone else, it sounded even more profound and inscrutable. Only a true big shot would be so nonchalant. The crowd didn't chat much. Now that the regional boss had been defeated, the teleportation array in the Lost Ruins was unlocked. Everyone was eager to return, longing to get back to the real world and their warm homes. Soon, Yunchen bid farewell to the others. He didn't rush to leave. After everyone had gone, Yunchen felt it was about time. He took out a fist-sized, bright red heart from his backpack. The item. Information appeared before his eyes. Tyrant's Heart grade, silver, reward, one-time consumable, after consumption, all attribute points. Permanently +1 every minute cost. Due to the violent effect of the Tyrant's bloodline, the user will take 100 points of true damage every minute, and will be in an unhealable state. This was a special one-time consumable dropped after defeating the regional boss. The effect was simple and brutal. Consuming it could permanently increase a character's attribute points, but the cost was equally staggering. Taking 100 points of true damage every minute and being in an unhealable state. True damage ignores defense and damage reduction. Being unhealable means that any healing methods are ineffective. How long a player can endure the damage determines how many attribute points they can gain. For a normal player, the initial health points are not high. To gain 10 points of all attribute points for free would already be a great achievement. But for Yun Chen, who possessed Demon Transfer, this cost was practically negligible. Yun Chen immediately took action. Earlier, in order to quickly clear the regional boss, he had rushed straight to the boss room without clearing the many monsters in the dungeon. Now was just the right time to use these monsters to bear the negative cost of the Tyrant's Heart, acting as tools. Soon, Yunchen found a black iron level Treant in the dungeon. This type of monster had high defense and substantial health. It was perfect for taking damage. He first cast a shadow cage to firmly control the target in place. Then, Yunchen decisively took out the Tyrant's Heart and swallowed it whole. The taste was much better than he had expected, somewhat like eating pig liver. As the Tyrant's Heart was consumed, Demon Transfer activated. You can transfer the cost of 100 points of damage per minute to other targets in your line of sight. It was indeed feasible. He immediately looked at the Treant not far away. The Treant is bearing the cost for you. At the same time, a bright red number appeared above the Treant's head. -100. 10 minutes later, the poor Treant perished. Yun Chen, unscathed, received a permanent boost of 10 points to all attributes. Throughout the process, he hadn't lost even a sliver of health. A proud smile appeared on Yun Chen's face. The feeling of gaining attribute points for free was simply exhilarating. He immediately searched for the next target and repeated the process. One Treant after another became his tools for enhancing attributes. Time passed, and after an hour and a half, when the 9th Treant fell unwillingly, Yun Chen stopped. He noticed that the growth of attribute points had ceased, and the negative burning sensation from the heart had completely disappeared. It seems that 90 points is the upper limit for this heart's enhancement. Unfortunately, he had thought he could exploit this bug to infinitely farm attribute points. But even so, Yunchen was already very satisfied. A boost of 90 points to all attributes was an extremely terrifying figure. It's important to note that a normal player reaching level 10 would only have a total of a few dozen points across all attributes. Yet he had directly multiplied that by simply using a Tyrant's Heart. He roughly estimated that his 5 basic attribute points now averaged 120 points. This value had far surpassed that of players at the same level. In terms of agility, he was now completely on par with those level 10 assassins specialized in agility. In terms of strength attributes, he was no less impressive than those level 10 warriors known for their strength. Now he had become a versatile existence. Moreover, due to the additional boost from 90 points in stamina, Yun Chen's maximum health had increased by another 2,000 points. In the game, each point of stamina raised health by 22 points. His maximum health had successfully surpassed the 5,000 point mark. It was likely that even a silver-level boss standing in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand the burst of his skills. After dealing with the loot, Yun Chen left the dungeon. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the novice village, the ruins of despair. At this moment, most people had returned to reality through the teleportation array. The novice village had become desolate, almost devoid of any presence. Occasionally, a few players could still be seen. When they spotted Yun Chen, they immediately rushed over, their faces filled with gratitude and admiration. "Big shot, I love you. I want to have your babies. Don't push. That big shot, can you take me as your apprentice?" Yun Chen paid them little mind. He headed straight to the center of the novice village. Next to the resurrection square, there was a white teleportation array leading to reality. However, he did not walk towards it but instead crossed the resurrection square. He arrived at the back of the church where the angel NPC was located, in front of a blue teleportation array. He had never forgotten that his purpose was revenge. The reason he had defeated the regional boss was to use the teleportation array to find Lu Tianning in Blackbird Town. Helping others return to reality was merely a side benefit. Soon, Yun Chen stepped onto the teleportation array. In the game, teleporting to other novice villages required 50 life coins. Yun Chen paid without hesitation. For someone bent on revenge, the small amount of money was nothing. At that moment, the system prompted him. The target location, Blackbird Town, has not yet cleared the regional boss. The teleportation array is locked. This teleportation will be one-way, unable to return until the Blackbird Town regional boss is cleared. Do you wish to teleport? One-way teleportation? Yun Chen didn't mind. If necessary, he could defeat the regional boss in Blackbird Town later, but that would be after his revenge. Yun Chen clicked yes. After a flash of white light, he opened his eyes again and found himself behind the church in Blackbird Town. Because the location of this teleportation array was relatively secluded, no one noticed his arrival. To avoid being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble, Yun Chen activated his facial concealment and ID concealment, then donned a black robe. He stepped out of the church. Next, he needed to find Lu Tianming, planning to kill him a few times first. As Yun Chen exited the church and passed by the Resurrection Square, he overheard a few players discussing. It seems someone has discovered a hidden dungeon. I heard the number 1 ranked Sword of Lu Tian is recruiting teammates to prepare for a raid. Should we go? Yun Chen paused. The name Sword of Lu Tian was all too familiar to him. That was indeed the ID of his enemy, Lu Tianming. Yun Chen sneered coldly. What a coincidence. He hadn't expected to find him so quickly. The group at the Resurrection Square quickly made up their minds. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can fish in troubled waters and snag some bronze gear. After a few words, they hurriedly ran out of the village. Yun Chen followed them silently like a shadow. Before long, they reached the edge of the forest outside the novice village. Ahead was an open space, where quite a few players had gathered, around 20 or so. On a prominent large rock stood a burly man with a noticeable scar next to his left eye. He shouted at the top of his lungs, finally managing to suppress the surrounding noise. The moment Yun Chen saw the scar-faced man, he abruptly stopped. His hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white. His eyes were fixed on the man on the rock. The scar-faced man's game ID was Lu Ba Tianxia. But Yun Chen could never forget that this guy's real name was Lu Jin. The people from the Linhai group, the lackeys of the Lu family. Back in the Dawn of Light Guild, Lu Jin was the vice president. Thinking back now, it's very likely that I was insidiously plotted against by this group of people who had long since planned it. Yun Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to release his grip, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Stay calm, stay calm. It's not the right time yet. The person he hated the most, the culprit who took everything from him, the president of Dawn of Light, Lu Tianming, had not yet appeared. Before seeing Lu Tianming, he couldn't act rashly. Lu Jin's shout quieted the noisy players. He spoke in a rough voice. 3 hours ago, our people discovered a hidden dungeon. We've investigated, and there might be a silver-level boss inside. This statement was like a pot boiling over. The players in the venue gasped in surprise. What the hell? A silver boss? This should be the first silver boss in our Blackbird Town, right? What's the first? There's one called Demon in the Lost Ruins next door that has already soloed the silver-level area boss. I envy the people in the Lost Ruins. I heard they can return to the real world. Yeah, if only the demon boss was born in our village. The players were discussing animatedly, completely unaware that the demon boss they were talking about was right behind them, dressed in a black robe, blending into the crowd. Lu Jin listened to the discussions about the demon below, a look of disdain on his face. He raised his voice again to interrupt everyone. What's that demon even worth? It's definitely just luck. Bringing a bunch of people to clear small monsters, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, just bumping into the area boss. The cave behind me is the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Maybe the silver boss inside is the area boss of our region. So, we're preparing to team up to take it down. He hadn't finished his sentence. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a commotion and wolf howls erupted from deep within the cave. Immediately after, a pack of wolves, their bodies engulfed in black flames, charged out of the cave. Their eyes were blood red, fixated on the players, rushing towards them like arrows. Demonic flame wolf grade, black iron, and it wasn't over. Behind the black wolves, a larger wolf followed, with sharp horns on its head, its roar deafening. Demonic flame wolf king grade, bronze. The monsters in the dungeon actually came out on their own? Yun Chen had rarely seen such a situation in his previous gaming life. The players were first stunned, then their faces were filled with astonishment. But the wolf pack wouldn't wait for them to be dazed. In the blink of an eye, the wolves were upon them. The players didn't have time to organize their formation and were forced to start a chaotic battle. In the midst of the chaos, Yun Chen didn't rush to attack. He quietly stepped back, shielding the others in front of him. He didn't want to reveal his strength just yet, especially not in front of enemies like Lu Jin. Just then, a few black iron demonic flame wolves, lacking in sense, broke away from the pack and charged towards him, howling, seeking death. Yun Chen had already sentenced these wolves to death in his mind. He could only try out the new skill he had just learned. He casually glanced at the wolf in front. Demonic transfer activated. 1200. A huge number popped up above the wolf's head, and it didn't even make a sound before it fell straight to the ground, dead. Then, Yunchen felt a surge of inspiration and activated the skill using the effect of demonic transfer. Catastrophe Domain. A circle with a radius of 12 meters, a very faint, almost transparent gray domain centered around Yunchen silently and slowly expanded. The color of the domain was extremely light. If one didn't observe carefully, in the chaotic battlefield environment, it was nearly invisible. Plus, Yunchen had retreated to the edge of the crowd in advance. Almost no one noticed that he had cast a skill. However, the next moment, the three demonic flame wolves that stepped into the gray domain simultaneously had frightening numbers pop up above their heads. 1200, 1200, 1200, catastrophic damage of 1200 points per second. In just 1 second, the three fierce black iron wolves had not even approached Yunchen within 10 meters when, like their companions, they collapsed to the ground, turning into corpses. Yunchen's peripheral vision kept an eye on the other side of the battlefield. While he easily dealt with his troubles, other players, including those with Lu Jin, were still engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining wolf pack and the bronze wolf king. Yunchen glanced at Lu Jin. This guy was already level 5, which was quite high for the current stage of the novice village. He was also wearing several pieces of bronze equipment. It seemed he was doing well thanks to the Lu family's connections. Lu Jin wielded a bronze long sword, charging into the wolf pack like a tiger descending the mountain, leading a few better equipped players into the fray, with flashes of blades and the magical flame wolves falling one after another. The wolf pack was clearly faltering. At this rate, the battle would likely end in just a few minutes. Yunchen simply found a large tree, leaned against it, and sat down. He leisurely watched the excitement unfold. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out beside him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Everyone else is fighting hard and you're just hiding here slacking off?" Yunchen looked up to see a tall girl in leather armor, carrying a longbow, standing not far away, hands on her hips, looking a bit displeased. Her ID was born to aim and see through. Judging by her outfit, she was likely an archer. Yunchen calmly replied, "I'm a priest, not good at fighting. Anyway, I won't snatch the loot after the fight, is that a problem?" The girl paused for a moment after hearing this, as if she found his reasoning somewhat valid, and lowered her hands from her hips. Then, a sly smile appeared on her face. She walked over and casually sat down next to Yunchen, bringing with her a waft of fragrance. "Hee, I was just joking with you earlier." Before Yunchen could figure out her sudden change in attitude, the girl spoke again, her tone curious. "Actually, I was secretly watching you just now." Yunchen raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised. The girl tilted her head, tapping her chin as she recalled the earlier scene. "I saw it clearly, those few black wolves ran not far from you, and then bam, they all fell down." She pointed at the wolf corpses not far away. "You're amazing. You took out so many black iron wolves in one hit. I bet right now, the top player in Blackbird Town, Lu Tian's sword, isn't as relaxed as you are, right?" As she spoke, she leaned in closer, her face almost touching Yunchen's. A faint scent of girliness wafted over. Her big eyes were full of curiosity. "Hey, how did you do that? How did those wolves die?" Yunchen was a bit taken aback, not expecting that despite trying to keep a low profile, he was still noticed. He smiled casually and said, "Maybe they were running too fast and accidentally stubbed their toes, and that's how they died." The girl burst into laughter at Yunchen's nonsense. The battle in the distance finally came to an end. After all, the players had the advantage in numbers. Those black iron level magical flame wolves were no match and were quickly cleared out. Seeing the situation was not in its favor, the magical flame wolf king turned and fled back into the cave dungeon. Lu Jin stood at the front of the crowd, seizing the opportunity to raise his arm and shout, boosting morale. "Did you all see that? Just now, even the bronze-level magical flame wolf king came out." His voice was quite loud, filled with excitement, drowning out the chaotic sounds of players finishing their fights. "There must be a silver-level boss in this hidden dungeon. It might even be the regional boss for our area. As long as we take it down, we can go home." Lu Jin's words were very stirring. Upon hearing they could go home, the players immediately became excited and responded in unison. "Go home. Leave this novice village." Yunchen watched the excited crowd with an expressionless gaze. A throng of people surged after Lu Jin, rushing into the dark cave dungeon. The born to aim and see-through girl hadn't had a chance to say anything more. Yunchen had already stood up, expressionless, and followed at the end of the player line into the dungeon. The aiming girl called out, "Hey, wait for me." She quickly got up and jogged to catch up. Just a short distance into the dungeon entrance, a player anxiously asked, "Brother Lu, why haven't we seen the number 1 ranked Lu Tianji Jian?" Another player chimed in, "Yeah, I heard the regional boss is at least level 10. Without Brother Lu here, with just us, our firepower might not be enough, right?" As soon as he said this, others began to murmur, all looking at Lu Jin, who was walking at the front. Lu Jin seemed to have anticipated the question, wearing a confident smile. "Don't worry, I've arranged everything." He waved his hand to calm everyone down. "This dungeon has 2 entrances. Our guild leader, Lu Tianji Jian, has already taken another group of elites through the other entrance. Once we move in, we'll meet up with them soon." Hearing that the top player, Lu Tianjian, was also in the dungeon, the players felt a lot more at ease. With the top player here, they were secure. Yunchen continued to silently follow at the back of the group. Now that he had confirmed that scoundrel Lu Tianming had also entered this dungeon, he was no longer in a hurry. He just needed to wait for Lu Tianming to show up. After walking for a short while, they encountered a few scattered monsters. They were still the flame wolves, but at a lower level, only black iron level 2. These small monsters posed no threat to the players and were quickly dispatched. However, after walking a little further, they came to a fork in the road. The cave split into two dark paths. A cold wind blew from the entrance, sending a chill down their spines. The players stopped, looking at each other, unsure of which way to go. Two paths, someone murmured. Yunchen looked at the fork ahead. Based on his gaming experience from his previous life, this kind of fork design was quite common. He knew that at the end of each path lay a key. Those keys were needed to open the final boss's room. They needed to collect both keys to fight the final big guy in the dungeon. In other words, both paths needed someone to explore. Immediately, a player looked at Lu Jin and asked, "Brother Lu, there are two paths, what should we do?" Lu Jin frowned, surveying the fork as if pondering. After a moment, he raised his head, scanning everyone, and made a decision. "We can't waste time here, let's split into two groups." Saying this, Lu Jin stepped to the front of the group, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Now I'm going to divide the teams. According to what I say, split into two teams and enter different caves. Listen up, don't move around." Lu Jin began to assign people. "You, and you, yes, you, come over to my side. And that warrior over there, come here too." Yunchen stood at the back, watching coldly. He quickly noticed that Lu Jin was picking players who were mostly level 4 and above, with even a few at level 5. Their equipment was also significantly better than the others. Meanwhile, most of the remaining players were below level 3. This guy was indeed cunning. Yunchen understood that Lu Jin wanted to gather the higher level players into his team to form an elite squad, while throwing the lower level ones into the other path as cannon fodder to fend for themselves. Soon, Lu Jin also spotted the self-targeting girl standing at the edge of the crowd. She was exactly level 5, quite high among this batch of players. Without hesitation, Lu Jin included her in his group. When his gaze fell on Yun Chen, he paused for a moment. This was because Yun Chen had hidden his ID and level information, wearing a black robe with the hood pulled low. Lu Jin couldn't discern Yun Chen's level at all. To him, this was likely a low-level player too embarrassed to show weakness, wanting to tag along with the main group to fish for benefits. "Want to fish in my Lu Ba Tian Xia's team? No way." Lu Jin disdainfully curled his lip. He directly skipped over Yun Chen and continued to point out players behind him. In no time, Lu Jin had selected 12 people to form his team. The remaining 24 players were all from the weak team, with levels not exceeding 3. Lu Jin looked at the people he had chosen with satisfaction, a smug smile appearing on his face. "Alright, the teams are divided. We'll take the path on the right." He pointed to the right passage, his tone commanding. "The rest of you, go left." Immediately, someone from the remaining group sensed something was off and questioned with dissatisfaction. "Lu Gu, you took all the high-level players, what are we supposed to do?" Lu Jin's expression darkened, and he impatiently scolded, "Shut up, what are you shouting about? Don't you have more people than us over there? This is called reasonable distribution of combat power, understand? Less talk, move quickly." With his fierce demeanor, the player who had questioned him immediately fell silent. The others could only seethe in anger without daring to speak. There was no choice. In this world, strength equated to power. Whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction, ready to lead his elite team forward. Just then, a crisp and delicate female voice suddenly rang out. Can I switch teams?" Lu Jin stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, frowning at the speaker. He realized it was the level 5 female archer, born with aimbot and X-ray vision. Lu Jin frowned and asked, "What do you mean? What do you want?" The girl extended her slender finger, pointing towards the remaining cannon fodder team on the other side. More specifically, she was pointing at the mysterious figure in a black robe at the end of the team, Yun Chen. She said, "I want to join the team over there." Hearing that the level 5 aimbot girl wanted to join the cannon fodder team with levels not exceeding 3, Lu Jin was momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite understand. Was this girl out of her mind? Did she lose her marbles? Why would she abandon a strong team to run over to a bunch of rookies? Was she overflowing with compassion for the weak? Ha, how naive and ridiculous. Lu Jin coldly mocked her in his heart. But whatever. She was just a level 5 archer. Having one more or one less didn't matter to him. Lu Jin shrugged indifferently and nodded, as if to agree. Soon, the aimbot girl took a step forward, walking towards Yun Chen and standing beside him. At the same time, she winked at Yun Chen and made a funny face. However, Yun Chen seemed to not notice at all, not even lifting his eyelids. Quickly, Lu Jin led his 12 elites into the right passage without looking back, their figures swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Only more than 20 low-level players remained, along with the newly joined born with aimbot and X-ray vision. The remaining players exchanged glances and the entrance fell silent. After a short while, some people's gazes began to unconsciously fall on the aimbot girl, because she was now the highest level and strongest in this team. With Lu Jin gone, she seemed to naturally become the leader of this temporary team. A somewhat timid-looking player cautiously asked, aimbot sister, what should we do next? The aimbot girl clearly didn't expect everyone to suddenly look to her as the backbone and ask for her opinion. She was taken aback. Instead of directly answering the player, she turned to Yunshen beside her and asked in a somewhat deferential tone, what should we do next? All the players were stunned again, their eyes wide open. What was going on? The aimbot girl was indeed the strongest in the team, that was true. But now, this strongest player was asking a stranger in an inconspicuous black robe whom no one recognized. Moreover, her tone seemed to carry a hint of respect. What was happening? In an instant, all eyes were focused on Yunshen, filled with confusion, curiosity, and deep skepticism. However, facing everyone's gaze, Yunshen still showed no reaction. He didn't even pay attention to the girl beside him. He simply took a step forward and walked directly into the left passage. The self-aiming girl saw this and quickly shouted, "Hey, wait for me." Following closely behind Yunshen, she also entered the left passage. The remaining players exchanged glances, feeling a bit dazed. They hesitated for a moment but ultimately could only brace themselves and follow suit. The group walked through the deep and winding cave. The self-aiming girl couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. She moved next to Yunshen again, her voice low and filled with a mysterious tone. "Hey, you definitely aren't the kind of low-level priest who can only heal. Am I wrong?" Yunshen turned his face slightly, giving her a faint glance. He could see the bright, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation and testing. He replied nonchalantly, "Guess. You." The self-aiming girl was momentarily taken aback by his nonchalant attitude, pouting a bit in frustration. This guy really knows how to keep people on their toes. However, Yunshen ignored her little temper, as if nothing had happened. He kept his gaze straight ahead, his steps unceasing, just moving forward. Before long, the passage came to an end. It suddenly opened up into a fairly large stone chamber. At the far end of the room, there was a rough stone platform. Quietly lying on the platform was a key that glimmered faintly with silver light. It looked like it was the key to opening the final boss room. However, just as everyone stepped into the room, boom! A dull, thunderous sound. A heavy stone wall suddenly crashed down at the entrance they had just entered, sealing off their escape route completely. At the same time, the shadows around the room began to twist as if they had come to life. One after another, dark, grotesque monsters crawled out from within. They hunched their backs, saliva dripping, and emitted low growls from their throats, their pairs of ghastly green eyes fixated on the players. There were quite a few, at least 20 of them. Dark Ghoul, LV3, Grade, Black Iron. What the hell? So many. It's ghouls. Black Iron monsters. The door is closed. We're being wrapped up like dumplings. The player team instantly fell into chaos, voices of panic rising and falling. Most of them were barely level 3, and a few were only level 2. To deal with a single Black Iron Ghoul, at least 3 players of the same level would need to cooperate carefully to manage it. Now, suddenly, over 20 appeared. How could they fight this? The self-aiming girl standing next to Yunshen furrowed her brows tightly. The sight of the ghouls was indeed a challenge to one's composure, making one feel nauseous. With her strength, she might be able to handle 2 Black Iron Ghouls in a one-on-one fight. But with this number in front of her, it was practically a hellish start. She leaned closer to Yunshen, her face unable to hide her worry, and quickly whispered, "With so many ghouls, we definitely can't win. How about we think of a way to retreat first?" She pointed to the thick stone wall that had just fallen. "That wall looks pretty solid, but I should be able to use my skills to blow it open." In her view, retreating was the only way out. For now. No matter how mysterious this black-robed person was, no matter how powerful, he couldn't possibly take down so many Black Iron monsters alone, right? Just as the self-aiming girl was still pondering how to break the wall and escape, Yunshin seemed to have not heard her at all. He moved. He stepped away from the crowd, walking slowly towards the stone platform. His target was clear, the silver key on the platform. Roar! The ghouls near the platform saw Yunshin acting alone and immediately became excited, howling as if they had caught the scent of blood, rushing towards him. "Be careful," the self-aiming girl exclaimed, instinctively wanting to draw her bow and shoot to help him. But in the next moment, an extremely bizarre scene, one that could even be called a miracle, unfolded. Yunshin didn't stop his steps and continued to walk forward. The ferocious ghouls that lunged at him, as soon as they approached a certain range of his body, seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand around their necks. The health bars above their heads suddenly dropped to 0 without any warning. Damage numbers popped up and quickly disappeared. The ghouls couldn't even let out a scream. They fell to the ground one after another, like crops being cut down. After a couple of spasms, they lay completely still. Almost no one noticed. Centered around Yunshen, a gray field with a radius of 50 meters quietly spread out. The color was very light, almost transparent. This field was silent and perfectly concealed in the dim stone chamber, making it extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye. It almost covered the entire room. The whole process was so fast it was hard to believe. In less than 3 seconds, the more than 20 dark ghouls that had just been menacing and forcing the players into a corner had all turned into corpses on the ground. A deathly silence ensued. Looking at the motionless ghoul bodies scattered on the ground, all the players were dumbfounded, their minds blank. What just happened? Was it an illusion? It wasn't until a few seconds later that the ghoul corpses began to emit the glow of loot, equipment, materials, coins, that everyone snapped back to reality. No matter what had just happened, grabbing the loot was the priority. Loot the equipment. Quick, grab it. They instantly cast aside their fear in the bizarre scene from moments ago, rushing forward in a frenzy to snatch up the dropped items. As for the instigator of all this, Yun Chen, he had already stepped forward to collect the life coins dropped by those monster corpses. As for the equipment and skill books gleaming with black iron light, he only picked a few that looked relatively valuable or rare. Most of the ordinary black iron items didn't even pique his interest. These things held no value for him anymore. Keeping them would only take up precious backpack space. The rest of the items were left for the players to fight over. He walked to the stone platform and calmly picked up the silver key. Miss Self-Aiming didn't rush forward like the other players to grab the loot. She stood there in a daze, staring at Yun Shen's back, her face filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen clearly or were too stunned, but she had been close and had maintained her focus, witnessing everything in detail. What had just happened was absolutely, definitely all done by Yun Shen alone. Those ghouls had inexplicably died as they approached him. Just how strong was this person? To take down more than 20 black iron level ghouls in an instant? Was this even something a human could do? Such power should belong to a prominent figure on the level leaderboard. However, she had been paying attention to the leaderboard of Blackbird Town and she had seen the top few names, but she had never heard of a priest with such explosive damage appearing in the town. Wait a minute. If this guy wasn't from Blackbird Town, could it be he came from another novice village? She suddenly recalled that the angel NPC had mentioned something before. It was said that only novice villages that had defeated the regional boss were qualified to open the teleportation array to other novice villages. And so far, it seemed that only one novice village had achieved this, the one that had just recently defeated the regional boss, the Lost Ruins. Could it be that this mysterious figure in the black robe was a top expert teleported over from the Lost Ruins? No way. A normal person would have a hard time defeating the regional boss and seizing the opportunity to leave this hellish place. Their first reaction would definitely be to hurry back to the real world. Who would still have the time to linger in this dangerous game world? Even to run to another novice village? What for? To provide aid? Am I overthinking this? Miss Autoaim shook her head, temporarily suppressing the chaotic guesses in her mind. She couldn't contain her intense curiosity and took a few steps closer to Yun Chen. Just as she was about to speak, tentatively asking what exactly just happened. Before she could finish, Yun Chen turned his head and directly interrupted her. I know what you want to ask. After saying this, he raised his hand, gently placing his index finger against his lips, signaling her to keep quiet. His voice was soft, yet it clearly reached Miss Autoaim's ears. But I hope you won't ask, because it's better for both of us. After saying this, Yun Chen casually handed her a piece of black iron-grade leather armor he had just taken from a ghoul, which had decent attributes. It was as if he was sealing her lips. Then, he no longer looked at her, nor did he pay attention to the players behind him who were still fighting over the loot. He walked straight to the back of the stone platform. As he reached a specific spot, the stone wall in front of him emitted a clicking sound. A hidden stone door slowly opened inward, revealing a darker passage behind it. Yun Chen showed no hesitation and stepped inside. His figure quickly vanished into the darkness. After moving forward for about 2 minutes, Yun Chen stopped in front of a heavy silver metal door. On the door, 2 key-shaped grooves were very prominent. As long as both keys were inserted, the door leading to the final boss room would open. Yun Chen raised his eyes and glanced toward the entrance of another passage. It was pitch black over there, with no movement at all. It seemed that Lu Jin and his group hadn't arrived yet. However, considering the average level and equipment of their team, obtaining the other key was just a matter of time. It was unlikely anything unexpected would happen. Yun Chen simply sat down in front of the door and closed his eyes to rest. The naturally auto-aiming and transparent player saw him sit down and obediently settled beside him, hugging her knees. The low-level players who had finished grabbing the loot gradually followed suit. They walked while quietly murmuring about the strange events in the stone chamber. Hey, what do you think happened with those ghouls? They all fell down in an instant? Yeah, it was so weird. I didn't even see a skill being cast. Who cares? The monsters are dead. And the gear dropped. Maybe it was because we had so many people, our momentum was too strong, and we scared those ugly things to death, one player joked, eliciting a few dry chuckles in response. Miss Autoaim listened to the group's discussions, coldly observing those players. Scared to death? How naive. These people had no idea they had just danced on the edge of the ghost gate. If it weren't for this big shot beside her, those people would have long returned to the novice village to respawn. She couldn't help but turn her head again, glancing at Yun Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Who exactly is this guy? He's a bit absurdly strong. After waiting for about 10 minutes, footsteps and voices finally echoed from the depths of the other passage. The commotion was quite loud. Yun Chen opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Lu Jin leading a dozen high-level players emerging from the darkness. Yun Chen gave them a quick glance. This group seemed to have just finished a tough battle. Several warriors had noticeable scratches and damage on their armor. The priest in the team was busy healing a few teammates whose health wasn't full. However, it seemed there were no casualties. They had only consumed some equipment and status, and their overall combat power was still intact. Yet, when Lu Jin and his elite team approached and saw that Yun Chen's cannon fodder team was not missing a single member and that everyone was in high spirits, even chatting and laughing while waiting in front of the boss door, everyone was stunned. Especially Lu Jin, whose face was filled with astonishment. Comparing his slightly disheveled team to the almost unscathed, leisurely waiting cannon fodder on the opposite side. Lu Jin's brows immediately furrowed into a knot. What is going on? Logically, the two branching paths should lead to key rooms. The strength and number of monsters should be roughly the same. After learning that 2 keys were needed to open the door, he had almost concluded that the team composed of low-level players on Yun Chen's side would likely be wiped out. In the key room, he had even prepared himself, planning to wait until he got his key before bringing people back to spend more time getting the other one. But the result? Lu Jin's gaze instinctively turned to the massive silver boss door. In one of the keyholes, a key shimmering with a faint silver light was inserted. These guys, this cannon fodder team he had dismissed, not only successfully obtained the key, but it seemed they were even faster than their carefully selected elite team? What the hell is going on? Just as Lu Jin was at a loss, he vaguely heard 2 low-level players from the cannon fodder team discussing not far away. That was really strange earlier, so many ghouls. And in the blink of an eye, they were all down. I keep feeling like there's some hidden big shot in our team who secretly made a move. Yeah, I feel that way too. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Lu Jin's eyes flickered, and he immediately walked over. He called out to the 2 players who were discussing and asked a few questions. Soon, from their excited chatter, he roughly understood everything that had happened in the left key room just now. After listening, Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed drastically. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. In less than 3 seconds, they killed over 20 dark ghouls of level 3? What kind of international joke is this? How the hell did they do that? No, wait. More than that, what he was more concerned about now was who on earth had the ability to achieve this. A player with such efficiency and means could not possibly be of low level. Lu Jin's sharp gaze slowly swept over each member of this cannon fodder team. Finally, his eyes landed on the level 5 female archer who had been sitting next to Yun Chen. Innate aim assist and X-ray vision. She was the highest level in this team on the surface. But Lu Jin knew very well in his heart, although this female archer had decent skills, they were all in the same novice village and they had a rough idea of each other's strengths. To say that she could instantly kill over 20 black iron level ghouls alone, he wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. So, who could it be? Suddenly, Lu Jin's gaze sharply turned to the black-robed figure sitting next to the female archer, Yun Chen. Wait a minute. A flash of inspiration struck Lu Jin. He remembered. From the very beginning, before the teams were split, he had noticed that the level 5 female archer seemed to have been intentionally or unintentionally following this black-robed figure. Moreover, during the team division, it was also this female archer who actively requested to give up the elite team and specifically wanted to join the cannon fodder team where the black-robed figure was. Could it be that the female archer had already seen something? That's why she made such an unusual move? And this guy, who had been hiding his ID and level, dressed in a black robe and looking unremarkable, could he be hiding something? Although Lu Jin had a somewhat rugged appearance and a rather intimidating nickname, he was not just a brute to become the vice president of the Lu Dominates the World Guild. He merely connected the details and, after a bit of thought, keenly grasped the key point was Yun Chen. He then discreetly asked the 2 players for more details about the specific actions of everyone after the team split and the detailed process of the battle in the key room, especially regarding the black-robed figure, Yun Chen, and his every move throughout the process. When he learned that the girl, who was a level 5 archer, had been seeking the black-robed figure's opinion at every turn during the operation, and when facing the monsters in the key room, it was this black-robed figure who took the lead. The others almost instinctively followed his rhythm, and then Lu Jin had no more doubts in his heart. Damn, this black-robed person is definitely a top expert pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Thinking of this, a surge of unnamed anger suddenly rose in Lu Jin's heart. Damn it, with such strong abilities, why act like a fool and hide his identity? Isn't this deliberately slapping me in the face, making it seem like I was blind when I divided the teams before? However, Lu Jin quickly forced himself to suppress his anger. This was not the time to dwell on that. The dungeon was not yet cleared, the final boss had not yet appeared, and offending an unknown expert was definitely not a wise choice. He took a deep breath. A friendly, even somewhat flattering smile instantly filled his face. Lu Jin quickly walked up to Yun Chen and enthusiastically said, "Ah, I really have to thank this brother for his righteous help. I just heard them say that if it weren't for you stepping in, we would probably have to turn back and run to the key room again, and that would delay things." Yun Chen looked at Lu Jin, whose expression changed faster than flipping a book, and felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be so quick-witted. He actually figured it out so fast and guessed that he was hiding his strength. However, Yun Chen's face still showed no expression. He calmly raised his eyes to look at Lu Jin and replied indifferently, "It's nothing, mainly because team leader Lu chose well." As soon as these words came out, Lu Jin's smile suddenly stiffened. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn it! This kid is indeed mocking me. Mocking me for being blind before and putting him in the cannon fodder team. But Lu Jin still endured it and forced out an even brighter smile. "Ah, brother, you're joking. It was my oversight before. I didn't recognize you as this true deity. I apologize. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a piece of equipment from his backpack and handed it to Yun Chen. It was a priest's staff with a bronze sheen. The top of the staff was embedded with a deep blue gem, clearly not an ordinary item. "Apprentice mine staff, bronze level," Lu Jin said sincerely. "Brother, it was my fault before. This little trinket is just a token of respect. Consider it my apology. I hope you can overlook it for my sake. If possible, I hope we can cooperate more in the future." Yun Chen looked at the bronze-level staff handed to him, his eyes flickering. This guy is willing to spend such capital to win him over or stabilize him? It's important to know that with the current general progress in Blackbird Town, a bronze-level weapon is definitely considered top-tier equipment and is quite valuable. Yun Chen's face remained expressionless as he reached out to take the staff. After all, it was an apology offered by the enemy, so why not accept it? Seeing Yun Chen accept the staff, Lu Jin visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and his smile became a bit more genuine. In his view, having accepted the equipment meant this matter was settled. Using a piece of equipment to temporarily stabilize a powerful expert was not a loss. Then, he no longer delayed and took out the silver key their team had obtained from his backpack. He stepped forward and inserted the key into the remaining empty lock on the boss door. Click, it was inserted all the way. The two keys were finally in place. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the heavy boss door to open. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the expected rumbling sound of the door opening did not occur. The huge silver metal door remained completely still. What's going on? Why isn't the door opening? The players looked at each other, puzzled. And at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. To the right of the crowd, next to the stone wall by the passage, where Lu Jin and the others had just come out, suddenly lit up without warning. The grayish-white mysterious patterns rapidly spread and flowed across the surface of the stone wall, emitting a faint halo. The halo flickered and vanished. In the next moment, the originally solid and heavy stone wall transformed into something resembling transparent glass. Through this suddenly transparent wall, one could clearly see that on the other side was another spacious passage. Inside the passage stood a group of players. This group of players was well equipped, and their levels appeared to be quite high, clearly a strong team as well. It seemed they were startled by the sudden change in the stone wall on this side. The players on the opposite side almost simultaneously turned to look over here. Two groups of players, separated by a layer of transparent wall, stared at each other in surprise. And just as Yun Chen's gaze swept over the group of players across from him, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A chilling coldness flashed deep within his pupils. Because among that group, he saw a figure he would never forget even in his dreams. The culprit who had betrayed him in his previous life, stabbing a long sword into his chest. Lu Tianming. At that moment, he stood on the other side of the transparent wall. Even though his enemy was so close, Yun Chen did not rush to act. Because between the two teams, there was still a wall that resembled transparent glass. This wall was no ordinary object. Its surface faintly pulsed with energy, clearly a high-level barrier within the dungeon. Given the current levels and abilities of the players, attempting to forcibly break through would be akin to a fool's dream. Soon, Lu Tianming's voice came through the barrier. With a hint of composure typical of someone in a superior position, he asked, "Lu Jin, what's going on? How's the situation on your side?" Lu Jin immediately stepped forward a few paces, getting close to the transparent wall. He began to quickly exchange information with Lu Tianming on the other side, succinctly recounting everything that had happened since they entered the dungeon, including how they obtained the keys. Yun Chen stood a little farther away, his gaze calmly fixed on Lu Tianming. This guy, clad in shining bronze-level equipment, firmly held the top position on the leaderboard. It seemed he had been thriving during this time, living quite well. Yun Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he thought of the other parties: plunderer, god-level talent, killing enemies to steal their levels and talents. He could almost be certain that Lu Tianming's rapid leveling up was definitely not achieved by simply grinding monsters. Many unfortunate players had likely become victims under his talent, losing their levels and abilities. Through the transparent wall, Lu Tianming and Lu Jin quickly exchanged the basic information about the dungeon. After listening, Lu Tianming nodded, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. I see, it turns out that the transparent wall only appears after both keys are inserted. He turned to look at the identical massive metal door in front of his team. The door also had 2 keyholes, but at that moment, only a silver key was inserted. Lu Tianming pondered, it seems we need to gather all 4 keys to simultaneously open the boss doors of both rooms. Then, he confidently added to Lu Jin, don't worry, my other team has already gone to get the last key and should be back soon. After discussing the main business of the dungeon, Lu Jin suddenly shot Lu Tianming a very subtle glance. The expression and gesture clearly indicated he wanted to discuss something that shouldn't be overheard by others. Lu Tianming instantly understood. He discreetly leaned in closer to the wall. Lu Jin quickly signaled for the people around to spread out a bit. Then he almost pressed his face against the transparent barrier, lowering his voice to a volume. Only Lu Tianming could hear, President, I've discovered an unexpected surprise on my side. As he spoke, Lu Jin used the corner of his eye. He glanced discreetly in the direction where Yunchen was, his chin slightly raised. Did you see that man in the black robe? Then, Lu Jin quickly recounted the events that had occurred in the key room, along with his speculations and judgments about Yunchen's strength to Lu Tianming. As Lu Tianming listened, his brows gradually furrowed. 3 seconds to instantly kill more than 20 Dark Iron level 3 ghouls? Just not long ago, he had successfully used the Predator talent to devour a level 5 player's talent in part of their levels. He felt that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Yet even so, to achieve the level Lu Jin described, he admitted he couldn't do it. This guy. Lu Tianming's gaze involuntarily turned back to the man in the black robe standing quietly in the corner, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. At that moment, Lu Jin's voice, laced with a hint of malice and encouragement, quietly rang out, President, how about we make that guy your next supplement? Hearing this, Lu Tianming's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting I use Predator to take that black-robed man's abilities? Lu Jin immediately nodded. Exactly. His tone was filled with excitement and temptation. That guy can instantly kill so many Dark Iron level monsters. His strength is definitely unfathomable. His level and talent must be impressive. As long as you, President, can successfully take his abilities, our strength will definitely reach a whole new level. As Lu Tianming listened to Lu Jin's words, his eyes revealed unmasked greed. He almost didn't hesitate and quickly nodded. This proposal was too tempting. He agreed to the plan. And all of this was seen by Yunchun from a distance. He had been keeping an eye on those 2 sneaky guys out of the corner of his eye. When he saw Lu Jin pointing at him, whispering conspiratorially with Lu Tianming, and the unhidden greedy look in Lu Tianming's eyes, he thought, good. The fish has taken the bait. From his understanding of Lu Tianming's greedy and selfish nature, willing to do anything to achieve his goals, this guy was 100% considering him as the next target to be plundered at will. In his previous life, he had been too careless, allowing such a petty person to find an opportunity, ultimately leading to his bitter end. In this life, Yunchen sneered coldly in his heart. He would never make the same mistake again. The roles of hunter and prey should be reversed. Beside him, the curious voice of Miss Auto-Aim rang out. Big shot, big shot? She noticed the fleeting strange smile on Yunshen's face. Why are you smiling so happily? Is there someone you know over there? Yunshen turned his head to look at her, nodding, the cold smile on his face unabashed. Yes, I ran into an old acquaintance, but just then, on the other side of the wall, another small team sent out by Lu Tianming indeed returned with the last silver key. As the key was quickly inserted into the lock, click, click, 2 almost simultaneous sounds of mechanisms echoed. On Yunchen's side and Lu Tianming's side, 2 heavy silver metal doors slowly opened inward in response. It's open. The door is open. We're finally going to fight the boss. The players perked up, gripping their weapons tightly. As the doors fully opened, what came into view was a more spacious gray stone hall filled with the scent of sulfur. However, Yunchen's brows furrowed. He was disappointed to find that even with both doors opening simultaneously, the 2 teams he and Lu Tianming were in still hadn't merged. It seemed they had entered 2 parallel, disconnected boss rooms. To his right, he could see an ominous red energy barrier separating the 2 halls completely. It appeared that the design of the dungeon required them to defeat the boss in their respective rooms before this red barrier would disappear, allowing him and his old acquaintance Lu Tianming to truly face each other. And deep within the hall of their room, a massive wolf, its robust body engulfed in black flames, slowly rose to its feet, its crimson eyes locking onto the intruders. Demon Flame Wolf King, LV6, grade, bronze. It was indeed the Wolf King boss they had encountered earlier at the entrance of the dungeon. Lu Jin shouted, prepare for battle. He immediately began directing, with warriors taking the front, priests readying to heal, and damage dealers finding their positions. Awah! The Demon Flame Wolf King threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. With its roar, the ground of the great hall erupted with twisting, leaping black flames. Whoosh! 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 Those black flames quickly coalesced and morphed, transforming in an instant into ferocious black iron-level demon wolves, baring their fangs and glaring menacingly. A quick glance revealed at least 20 of them. This number was double what they had faced at the dungeon entrance before. Damn! So many minions. Warriors, hold the line. Clear the minions. First, the players instantly threw themselves into battle. Blades flashed, magic arrows flew, and the entire hall was filled with chaos. Although with Yun Chen's current strength, killing this mere bronze-level Wolf King would be a simple task, he chose not to reveal his full power immediately. Patience was key when fishing. The bait had been cast, he needed the fish to feel a bit more confident, a bit more greedy. Even though Lu Jin had begun to suspect him, they still had no real concept of his true strength. Even the self-targeting girl who had been following him closely was equally unaware. Caution was always the secret to longevity. Thus, Yun Chen once again activated his actor mode. He began to leisurely fish as he had at the dungeon entrance. Occasionally, he would raise his hand and use a skill to instantly kill a black iron-level demon wolf that charged too far forward, then retreat to a relatively safe position in the crowd, pretending to observe the battle. Yet, even as he deliberately restrained himself, his relaxed and effortless, one-hit kill demeanor inevitably caught the attention of some elite team players who had never seen him in action before. Especially those who were level 5 and above, members of Lu Jin's elite squad. Damn, one hit to kill a black iron-level demon wolf? Who is this guy? I didn't notice him before, turns out he's this strong? Yun Chen paid no mind to the surprised and inquisitive gazes around him, continuing his daily fishing. The battle raged on intensely. Lu Jin, living up to his title as the vice president of Lu Dominates the World, commanded with precision. The warriors held firm against the demon flame Wolf King's attacks, the priests desperately healed, while other damage dealers prioritized clearing the continuously summoned demon wolves. After about 7 or 8 minutes, under the concentrated fire of the players, the demon flame Wolf King finally fell with a pitiful, unwilling wail, its health completely depleted. As the boss collapsed, a shower of equipment and gold spilled onto the ground. The players rushed forward, shouting to collect their spoils. Yun Chen remained still, quietly watching the door leading to the adjacent room. Lu Tianming's team over there should be stronger, they probably cleared the boss long ago. Sure enough, the red barrier began to dissipate, and the door connecting the two rooms slowly opened. Footsteps approached from afar. Yun Chen squinted, waiting for Lu Tianming's face, which made him feel nauseous, to appear. He promised himself that he would send that bastard back to town for free with the first strike. However, before the door was fully opened, whoosh! A blue thorn shot out of the ground like a venomous snake, instantly binding Yun Chen tightly. Crack! 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 The thorns tightened, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Yun Chen turned around to see Lu Jin's grinning face before him, holding a glowing blue scroll. Hee hee, little black-robed kid, didn't see this coming, did you? Lu Jin chuckled sinisterly. Like to mock me? I've been fed up with you for a long time. Almost simultaneously, the large door connecting the two boss rooms swung wide open. Lu Tianming strode in with his team, exuding confidence. Hey, Lu Jin, what's the rush? Lu Tianming's voice carried the arrogance of someone in power. I haven't even arrived yet and you've already made your move? Miss Autoaim also noticed the sudden change over here. She shouted angrily, Lu Jin, what are you planning to do? Are you thinking of turning on your teammates? That's a bit too much, don't you think? The players around, who were picking up loot, finally noticed the conflict and turned to look. However, Lu Tianming seemed unfazed, waving his hand dismissively, signaling the other players to ignore it. Everyone, don't misunderstand, this is just a little private matter between us and this friend. The loot on the ground is. Just to ease everyone's shock, please continue, don't mind us. Hearing Lu Tianming's words and glancing at the tempting equipment on the ground, most players hesitated for a moment. In the end, they silently lowered their heads and continued to pick up the loot. But a few others stopped, watching warily, not daring to casually intervene in the internal conflict of two obviously stronger teams. Miss Autoaim had a grim expression, her eyes fixed on Lu Jin and Lu Tianming, gripping her bow tightly. Only then did Lu Tianming turn his gaze back to Miss Autoaim, his tone icy. If anyone wants to meddle, don't blame us for being rude. Meanwhile, Yun Chen, bound by thorns, laughed. Lu Tianming, it's been years and you still can't change your dog-eat-dog ways. What, are you eyeing my level and skills? Want to use plunder on me? Plunder? Lu Tianming's smile instantly froze on his face, his expression changing drastically. How did this guy know about plunder? His god-level talent plunder was his biggest secret. No one knew except for a few absolute confidants. How could this black-robed person possibly expose it so easily? Lu Tianming was still in shock when, in the next second, something even more jaw-dropping happened. Yun Chen casually glanced at Lu Jin in the distance. Pfft, a light sound. The sneer on Lu Jin's face instantly froze. His health bar dropped to 0 as if it had been emptied. Bang! Lu Jin's body fell heavily to the ground, transforming into a white light and disappearing without a trace. Instant kill. Just like that, with a mere glance, he killed Lu Jin? Lu Tianming and his teammates were all dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? A black light flashed around Yun Chen. Demon transfer. Shadow stealth. In an instant, he entered an unselectable state, and the thorny bindings on him shattered. As if they were nothing, his figure seemed to merge with the shadows, slowly sinking into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. Where is he? Lu Tianming looked around in horror. Where was Yun Chen's shadow? Lu Jin was killed? That mysterious black-robed person also disappeared? What the hell just happened? Stealth skill. Lu Tianming, being someone who had seen the world, quickly reacted. It's a stealth-type skill. Damn it! He immediately shouted at a nearby mage girl, Lily. Quickly use reveal. Break that guy's stealth. The mage girl named Lily was startled by Lu Tianming's sudden change. Hearing his command, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly nodded. Oh, okay, President. She quickly raised her staff and began to chant a spell. A soft white light instantly burst forth from the tip of the staff. The white light rapidly spread, covering the entire hall. Reveal. The white light swept across the ground. The previously vanished Yun Chen suddenly reappeared before everyone. Now it was Yun Chen's turn to be a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the other side actually had a skill to break stealth. Moreover, judging by the effect of this skill, it wasn't low level. After all, his shadow stealth was a silver level skill, easily breakable. This indicates that the opponent's reveal is at least of the same level as a silver rank. How could a novice village like Blackbird Town possibly have silver rank skills? Yun Chen's gaze involuntarily fell on that mage girl. Lu Tianming pointed at Yun Chen, gritting his teeth as he said to Lily, Lily, use your talent skill to see his real ID and information. I want to know who this guy is. Daring to oppose us, I want him to know how to write the word death. At the same time, Lu Tianming also realized that the black-robed figure in front of them was not easy to deal with. With their current team, it would be difficult to take him down. They must rely on some external force. He quickly turned his eyes and shouted loudly to the players watching the show around him, Friends, who can help me take this person down? Anyone who lends a hand, I, Lu Tianming, guarantee in the name of the Linhai Group, a reward of 100 life coins for each person. 100 life coins? The players watching the show immediately erupted in excitement. 100 life coins is a huge sum. With a generous reward, there will surely be brave men. The players were instantly eager to move, and their gazes towards Yun Chen turned unfriendly. Lu Tianming smiled with satisfaction. He didn't believe that under the temptation of money, these people would remain unmoved. No matter how powerful this black-robed man was, what could he do? Two fists can't fight four hands. Moreover, there were hundreds of players. Here. Big shot. Self-aiming miss had somehow already stood beside Yun Chen, looking anxious. Big shot, I know you're strong, but this is the Lu family's territory. I suggest we retreat. I can help cover you. Yun Chen looked at the greedy eyes around him and calmly uttered two words, no need. No need? Self-aiming miss widened her eyes, hardly believing her ears. Big shot, you haven't gone crazy, have you? Look around, there are so many people. No matter how strong you are, can you fight 100 alone? Run. If you don't run now, it will be too late. However, Yun Chen still did not respond. He just stood there quietly, motionless. At that moment, in the distance, the mage girl, Lily, suddenly let out a terrified scream. Thud. She fell to the ground, her staff dropping beside her. Lu Tianming frowned and impatiently asked, Lily, what are you screaming about? Is it just an ID? Why are you so scared? Lily's face turned pale, her finger trembling as she pointed at Yun Chen, her voice changing pitch. Demon, his ID is Demon. It's that level 10 player from the Lost Ruins, the one who first cleared the boss. Demon? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianming felt as if he had been struck by an invisible lightning bolt. He froze in place, his mind buzzing in blank. Demon! It's actually him? The big shot rumored to have first cleared the boss in the Lost Ruins. The monster that was ridiculously strong even in the novice village. How could it be him? The players watching the show around them instantly exploded. What? Demon? He is that demon Big Shot? Holy crap! Holy crap! Is it really him? How did he end up here? My god! I can actually see the demon Big Shot in person. No wonder he's so fierce. Gasps and discussions surged like an uncontrollable tide. All eyes were focused on Yun Chen. Awe, shock, fear, admiration. Various complex emotions fermented wildly in the air. Self-aiming miss was completely dumbfounded. She turned her head blankly to look at Yun Chen beside her. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had vaguely guessed that Yun Chen might be a Big Shot from the Lost Ruins, but she never expected that he was actually the renowned demon Big Shot from the Lost Ruins. Lu Tianming's face instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten something foul. He finally understood that this time he had truly hit a steel plate, and it was the hardest kind. But after all, he was the president of the Linhai Group. Having weathered many storms, he quickly forced himself to calm down and shouted with a fierce facade, what are you afraid of? With so many of us, why should we fear just one of him, even if he's a demon? Yun Chen scoffed, interrupting the others barking. He spoke in a tone that was almost mocking, lightly saying, you can't do anything to us, can you? The words that followed from Lu Tianming got stuck in his throat, his expression stiffening. In the next moment, without even waiting for him to react, he simply raised his hand. Puff! One of the level 5 experts in Lu Tianming's team suddenly trembled violently. His health bar seemed to evaporate in an instant, completely emptying. He didn't even have time to scream before he dropped dead. Immediately after, a thick gray lightning bolt came slicing through the air, like the scythe of death itself. The priests in the team were so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies, screaming as they activated their shields in an attempt to block it. However, it was all in vain. At this moment, Yun Chen's health had swelled to 5,000 points. The decaying lightning released on that basis had a base damage that directly exceeded 10,000. Crack! The lightning instantly shattered the fragile shield, leaping wildly among the players like the breath of death. Crackle! 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 In the blink of an eye, the players around Lu Tianming fell like harvested wheat. The sounds of screams and wails echoed throughout the hall. In just a fleeting moment, the dozen or so people who had just been flaunting their power beside Lu Tianming were all gone. He was left standing there all alone, looking like a fool. The only reason he survived was because of an inconspicuous white ring on his finger. At the critical moment, it burst into light. Ring of Protection, one-time use, effect, absorbs 1 fatal damage. This thing had taken the brunt of that terrifying lightning for him, but that was all it did. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the ring, and it shattered into pieces in an instant. Clearly, it was used up after one use. Lu Tianming stood there, dumbfounded, looking around. It was empty, with only himself left. If it weren't for this life-saving ring, he would probably have respawned back in the novice village like the others. What kind of international joke was this? Was the gap between the number 1 player and himself really this vast? At that moment, Yunchen slowly raised his wrist, his movements casual. Shadow Cage. Thud. A rogue player, who had just circled to the side, dagger in hand and body, slightly leaning forward, was about to launch a sneak attack when his movements suddenly froze. In the next moment, under the damage transferred by Yun Chen, the rogue's health bar emptied, turning into white light and disappearing. The surrounding players, witnessing this scene, all retreated, not daring to come any closer. At the same time, a black energy chain appeared out of nowhere, instantly wrapping around Lu Tianming and locking him in place. Yun Chen slowly walked towards Lu Tianming. Each step echoed like a countdown from death. As Lu Tianming watched Yun Chen approach, genuine fear finally seeped into his eyes. He knew very well that he absolutely could not defeat the person before him. Resistance? That would be nothing but self-humiliation. But after all, he was the future heir of the Linhai Group, the nominal number 1 player in Blackbird Town. The pride ingrained in him and his habitual arrogance made it impossible for him to bow his head and admit defeat. A strong sense of humiliation intertwined with fear, twisting his face as he hoarsely shouted, "Demon, don't get too cocky. I am a member of the Linhai Group. If you dare to touch a hair on me, the Linhai Group will never let you go. I, Lu Tianming, swear, on the name of the Linhai Group, I will make you pay the price." He tried to threaten the other party with his real-world identity and background. Yun Chen walked up to Lu Tianming and stopped. Facing his hysterical threats, Yun Chen showed no change in expression, simply watching him quietly. That gaze was as calm as watching a jumping clown. Lu Tianming felt a chill run down his spine under his scrutiny, but he still held on, even managing to force out an ugly smile. "What, scared? I'll tell you, if you kneel down and give me a few loud kowtows and hand over all your equipment and skills, I might consider sparing you." Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, Yunchen swiftly slapped Lu Tianming across the face. The crisp sound rang out, directly interrupting his spellcasting. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on Lu Tianming's handsome face, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His head buzzed, and for a moment he was a bit dazed. He had never been slapped like this in his life. Before Lu Tianming could speak, Yun Chen's eyes were cold as he said lightly, "You will regret it. That ring saved your life, preventing you from dying under that lightning just now." Then, Yun Chen grabbed the back of Lu Tianming's collar with one hand. Like dragging a dead dog, he pulled him deeper into the room. The surrounding players were all silent as the grave, not daring to breathe a word. They watched as Yun Chen dragged Lu Tianming through the crowd. No one dared to step forward to stop him. Each one was terrified, instinctively retreating, automatically clearing a path. Yun Chen dragged Lu Tianming all the way to the innermost part of the room. An inconspicuous small door appeared before them. Lu Tianming, being dragged in a daze, looked at the door and suddenly felt a strong sense of unease rise in his heart, tremblingly asking, "What do you want to do? I warn you, don't do anything reckless." Yun Chen continued walking, answering indifferently, "I'm giving you a test." Lu Tianming was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he meant. Then Yun Chen continued, "If you pass this test, I can let today's events go unpunished." Lu Tianming's eyes lit up like a drowning man grasping at a straw, hurriedly saying, "Really? You have to keep your word." Yun Chen wore a sinister smile, his tone chilling. Of course, in his previous life he had a vague impression of this hidden dungeon, but he also vaguely remembered, after defeating the 2 room bosses, there seemed to be a hidden area. If he remembered correctly, behind this small door was where the truly formidable beings of this hidden dungeon resided. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chen pushed open the small door and dragged Lu Tianming inside. Instantly, a chilling, foul stench assaulted them. In the distance, a huge, twisted monster's silhouette slowly emerged. Abyssal Maw, LV9, grade, silver. The creature's body resembled a pile of rotting flesh. It was grotesquely bloated, covered in disgusting pus-filled sores and tentacles. The most terrifying part was its massive mouth, which occupied half of its body. Inside the maw, rows upon rows of tiny, densely packed teeth stacked upon each other, looking like a meat grinder, exuding an eerie terror that sent shivers down one's spine. Yun Chen casually tossed Lu Tianming out like garbage, simultaneously releasing the shadow cage on him. Yun Chen said lightly, "The test is very simple. As long as you can survive from this guy's mouth, I will spare you." Lu Tianming clumsily got up. When he looked up and saw the terrifying silver boss before him, he was instantly scared out of his wits. He never expected that there would be such a boss in this hidden dungeon. Before he could act, whoosh! A thick tentacle shot out from the boss like lightning, firmly grabbing Lu Tianming's ankle. Then, like dragging a dead dog, it slowly pulled him towards the abyssal maw. "No! No! Let me go! Let me go!" Lu Tianming screamed. Like a slaughtered pig, he struggled desperately, using all his limbs and every means possible to try to break free from the tentacle's grip. However, it was all in vain. The tentacle held him tightly, not budging an inch. At this moment, Lu Tianming turned back in despair, looking at Yun Chen, who stood at the door with a sinister smile on his face. He finally understood. This guy had never intended to let him go from the very beginning. What tests, what forgiveness, it's all nonsense. This guy just wanted to watch him get eaten alive by monsters. At that moment, Yun Chen's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed again. "You should already know that although this is nominally a game, the pain feedback is 100% real. Moreover, I heard." Yun Chen paused, the smile on his face growing colder, "that the abyssal maw eats at a very slow pace. It likes to savor its meals." Hearing this, Lu Tianming completely broke down, his face filled with despair and fear. He finally understood what Yun Chen's earlier words meant. "You will regret it. That ring saved your life, preventing you from dying in the previous attack." He wanted to retort, to curse Yun Chen. The massive tentacles suddenly exerted force. Lu Tianming was completely dragged into the abyssal maw, which exuded a strong stench and was filled with countless shark teeth. Only a few muffled, abruptly cut off screams remained, gradually dissipating in the dark cave. "Hey, buddy, have you heard? That demon boss parachuted into our Blackbird town yesterday." "No kidding, that news has spread everywhere. I heard that the guys from the Linhai group tried to ambush the boss in a hidden dungeon, but they ended up being wiped out by the boss alone. Even the president, Lu Tianming, was fed to the boss. It's simply satisfying, isn't it? Those arrogant guys from the Linhai group, relying on their high levels, monopolizing monsters and dungeons, were so cocky. Now they've hit a wall, right? They deserve it." The speakers were a few ordinary players gathered together, their tone laced with glee. In Blackbird Town, similar discussions arose one after another. A team was heading towards the town's exit, preparing to level up. Leading them was a level 4 female mage named Su Lin. She had a curvy figure, clearly a good foundation. However, her disheveled long hair almost covered half of her face, making it hard to see her exact features. The other members of the team were mostly around level 3, with an ordinary configuration, typical of a passerby team. One of the warriors carrying a shield excitedly said, "The guys from Linhai finally got a taste of defeat. Captain, don't you think this is particularly satisfying?" Su Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging him. However, just as they reached the exit, the group's footsteps came to an abrupt halt in unison. Not far ahead, on a large stone at the entrance of the novice village, sat a figure. The ID hovering above his head was exceptionally eye-catching. Demon. He was sitting leisurely, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the flow of people entering and exiting the village. A teammate following Su Lin froze for a moment and instinctively asked, "Captain, why aren't we moving?" The others followed Su Lin's gaze. Instantly, they gasped in shock. The assassin in the team couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, it's the demon boss, a real person." Another teammate's eyes lit up, eager to try. "How about we go up and see if we can team up with the boss?" The warrior beside him immediately slapped that teammate, lowering his voice. "Are you stupid? You don't know what the boss is doing?" The assassin looked at the warrior in confusion. "What's wrong?" The warrior gestured towards Yun Chen on the stone. "The boss is waiting for the Linhai group. Because of what happened yesterday in the dungeon, the boss hasn't let it go. Look, he's directly guarding the entrance of the novice village today. I heard that no one from the Linhai group dared to leave the village to level up all day because the boss is guarding the entrance." After hearing this, the assassin suddenly understood, and his gaze towards Yun Chen held a bit more reverence. "Captain Su." Lin spoke up at this moment, her voice not loud but very clear. "Let's go, don't disturb the big shot." She knew in her heart that it was now a time when the Linhai group was being suppressed. The dungeon entrances and quality leveling spots they had occupied were now empty. It was a good opportunity for ordinary players like them to level up quickly. Upon hearing this, the team members said no more and silently followed Su Lin. They bypassed the area where Yun Chen was located and headed towards the forest outside the village. Su Lin walked in front, and as she passed near Yun Chen, she couldn't help but sneak a glance in that direction through the strands of hair falling over her forehead. The young man named Demon was sitting there, looking utterly bored. However, just as her gaze fell upon him, she was taken aback to find that his eyes were also looking in her direction. Their gazes briefly met in the air. Su Lin's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned her head, her heart racing. Instinctively, she quickened her pace, almost jogging, leading the team to swiftly disappear at the edge of the forest. Meanwhile, Yun Chen watched the figures disappearing into the woods, deep in thought. Especially the girl leading the group. Her ID was Su Lin. Coupled with her figure and the vaguely revealed features, she seemed somewhat familiar. Yun Chen searched his memory for a moment, and soon a name surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, there had been an unofficial mage firepower ranking circulating among players, specifically listing those mages with explosive output and top-tier strength. The rankings often changed due to the fluctuating strength of players, but he vaguely remembered that this mage named Su Lin had consistently ranked in the top 10 for a long time, and even made it into the top 3 a few times. This was a bit strange. A top-tier mage who was so renowned in his past life actually came from a novice village like Blackbird Town. Moreover, what was even stranger was that since she was a future top mage, her talent and strength should logically far exceed that of ordinary players. Why was her level only a mere 4? Yun Chen pondered for a moment and then shook his head. In this game world, which had merged with reality, various talents and abilities were bizarre and far beyond his imagination. Perhaps she possessed some kind of talent that required a slow build-up or had a special talent that developed slowly in the early stages. Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts any longer, Yun Chen withdrew his gaze and continued to look towards the novice village. After sending Lu Tianming and his group back to their hometown yesterday, he quickly cleared the final boss of the hidden dungeon. He then hurried back to Blackbird Town without stopping. Since then, he had been targeting the people from the Linhai group, killing one whenever he saw one, without mercy. Now, those guys who usually flaunted their power had been killed to the point where they didn't even dare to swagger out of the novice village's main gate. However, Blackbird Town did not have only one exit. Those guys would definitely try to sneak out through other remote exits to level up secretly. Yun Chen had naturally considered this. Just then, a figure rushed around the corner of the street nearby. From the outfit and agile movements, it was a rogue player, only level 3. The rogue ran up to Yun Chen, slightly out of breath, and said, "Big shot, I saw Lu Tian's sword sneaking out with a few people from the exit on the west side of the novice village." Yun Chen smiled. He had long anticipated that the Linhai group wouldn't stay obediently in the village. They would definitely find ways to sneak out. As expected, he had contacted some assassins or rogue players through information rewards, promising them generous rewards as long as they helped monitor the movements of the Linhai group and informed him in a timely manner. Yun Chen casually took out 200 life coins and tossed them to the rogue. However, the rogue quickly waved his hand to refuse. Yun Chen was somewhat puzzled. The thief explained, "Actually, those guys from the Linhai group have been bullying people here. A friend of mine was even killed by them and lost his gear. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. Now that you're taking action, it's like helping me vent my anger, so I won't take any reward." Seeing the other party decline, Yun Chen didn't insist further. The thief continued, "One of my other companions is still keeping an eye on their location." Yun Chen nodded and decisively said, "Then lead the way." On the other side, Lu Tianming led his team, cautiously navigating through the dimly lit forest. Each of them was wrapped in a large black cloak, trying to keep a low profile as they moved. This outfit clearly indicated they didn't want anyone to recognize their identities. The group silently advanced for about 10 minutes until they confirmed that no other players were in sight. They finally let out a sigh of relief and removed their cloaks. Lu Jin from the team spat angrily, his face full of frustration. "Damn it, even going out feels like sneaking around like a thief. I'm really fed up with this. We really have bad luck running into that scourge in the dungeon." Another team member couldn't help but complain softly, "Yeah, what deep-seated grudge does that demon have against us? It's just that we ambushed him once in the dungeon. Does he have to chase us down and kill us endlessly?" At the front of the team, Lu Tianming's eyes were so dark they seemed to drip with water. In his mind, the terrifying experience of being devoured by that abyssal maw flashed back uncontrollably. The extreme pain of having his bones and flesh slowly chewed and crushed was so vivid that just recalling it made his body tremble slightly. An indescribable mix of fear and humiliation surged in his heart. He suddenly swung his fist and slammed it heavily against a nearby sturdy tree trunk, producing a dull thud. "You wait for me, you damn demon. One day, all the pain I've experienced today will be repaid to you 1,000-fold, 100-fold. However, as soon as Lu Tianming's vengeful vow fell, a voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the silent forest, laced with obvious mockery. "Oh, really? But I see you won't be able to wait for that day." This sudden voice struck Lu Tianming and his group like a bolt from the blue, leaving them all shocked. They quickly turned towards the sound and saw a tall, young figure leisurely stepping out from the dappled shadows of the trees. The ID hovering above his head was a nightmare etched in the minds of Lu Tianming and the others, demon. Lu Tianming's pupils constricted. His eyes instantly filled with a complex mix of fierce determination and fear. He had just uttered a word, barely able to react. A bright red damage number suddenly floated above his head. -5,000. In that instant, Lu Tianming's health bar was completely emptied. Yun Chen acted decisively, not giving them a chance for any idle chatter. Following that, seemingly taking advantage of the demon's transfer effect, a gray light flashed in Yun Chen's hand. Withering lightning. Waves of gray lightning appeared out of nowhere, sweeping through like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lu Tianming's teammates around him fell like cut wheat, turning into white light and dissipating. The entire process was so fast it was suffocating. In the blink of an eye, the once living Lu Tianming and his group had been sent back to the resurrection point in the novice village. All that remained on the ground were scattered, faintly glowing orbs of light. Yun Chen walked forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the scattered loot on the ground. He couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. He remembered that during the previous few times they had killed this group, they at least dropped a few pieces of bronze-level equipment. But now, apart from a total of 426 life coins, nothing else had dropped. A few pieces of equipment were revealed. Surprisingly, they were all of black iron grade. This group of people was truly becoming less and less valuable with each kill. Meanwhile, Yun Chen silently calculated in his heart. Over the past 2 days, he had been chasing and repeatedly killing these few individuals. If he remembered correctly, this group, especially the leader Lu Tianming and that Lu Jin, should now only have one life left. On the other side, in reality, D City. At this moment, everyone had been forcibly teleported into the game, leaving the city completely deserted. The streets were empty, with only the faint sound of wind stirring up scraps of paper. Just then, a Harley motorcycle suddenly sped in from the horizon. It raced down the main road of the deserted city at nearly 200 miles per hour. Finally, 10 minutes later, the motorcycle executed a beautiful drift and came to a steady stop in front of a towering 100-story building in D City. The rider removed his heavy helmet, revealing a handsome yet somewhat unruly young face. This person was the president of the Can't Touch Me Guild. He dismounted the motorcycle with agility, not even glancing at the expensive vehicle, and walked straight into the cold entrance of the high-rise. Taking the internal elevator, he quickly arrived at the 96th floor. He stepped out of the elevator into a tightly monitored corridor. The walls were covered with cameras, their red indicator lights flashing incessantly. The cold lenses tracked his every move. At the end of the corridor was a heavy metal door, with a card reader beside it, the green light blinking. He skillfully took out a pure black access card and gently swiped it in front of the sensor. With a beep, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. After Can't Touch Me walked in, a line of eerie blue welcome words slid across the display screen on the wall by the entrance. Welcome to the official strategy room of God's Fall. In fact, long before the game God's Fall descended and pulled humanity into that game world, a very small number of people within the official organization had foreseen the arrival of this catastrophe. They secretly gathered, mobilized resources, and made numerous preparations in advance. Can't Touch Me was also secretly invited to join this official organization. Before the game arrived, he became an important collaborator for the officials among the player community. This matter had always been buried deep in his heart. Even his closest sister had not been told a word before the game started. Can't Touch Me walked into a huge room filled with large screens and rows of control stations, resembling a command center. However, at this moment, all the seats were empty. After all, currently, only the players from a city were able to return to the real world early due to clearing the regional boss. Ignoring the emptiness, Can't Touch Me had a clear goal and walked straight through the command room. After several twists and turns, he arrived at an inconspicuous room at the end of the corridor. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scene inside the room was completely different from the cold, technological feel outside. It was actually a warmly decorated bedroom filled with various stuffed bears. The pink and white tones exuded a soft, girlish atmosphere. Can't Touch Me quickly scanned the room, and soon his gaze locked onto a blue stuffed bear sitting quietly in the corner. The bear had a small note awkwardly stuck to it, which read 2 words, D City. He stepped forward and took out 10 shimmering life coins from his pocket. Carefully, he placed them on the fluffy head of the blue stuffed bear. This should be right, Can't Touch Me murmured to himself, feeling somewhat uncertain. After a brief silence, the next moment, a gentle blue light suddenly illuminated the room. The 10 life coins on the bear's head vanished as if they had melted away. Immediately, the originally dull glass eyes of the blue stuffed bear lit up with a faint blue glow. A girl's voice, sounding drowsy and a bit lazy, came from inside the plush bear. Hey, this is the official representative of D City. The Prophet. Can you hear me? Dabujawa showed a hint of joy. This is the representative of a city. I can hear you. He couldn't help but tease with a hint of emotion. I didn't expect that after entering the room, the usually lazy you would have such a cute decoration style. A voice of impatience came from the plush bear. Tisk, it turned out that this room filled with plush bears was the private space of the D City representative, codenamed Prophet. The Prophet's voice sounded a bit Displeased, less nonsense. What style I like in my room is my business. Since we've successfully contacted each other, let's get down to business. The prophet girl immediately got to the point. In this room, besides the blue plush bear representing D City, there were many other plush bears of different colors and shapes scattered around, each adorned with notes representing different cities. The prophet girl's voice remained lazy. She instructed De Bourgeois to place the life coins he brought on the heads of the other plush bears labeled with different cities. De Bourgeois complied, placing the life coins one by one. Then, suddenly, a slender white beam shot out from the blue plush bear's eyes. The beam precisely touched a brown plush bear representing E City. The white light flashed and immediately rebounded towards a gray plush bear representing H City. Like a domino effect, soon, all the plush bears with city labels in the room lit up their eyes with different colors of light. At the same time, various voices, each carrying the accent and style of their respective cities, emerged from these plush bears. This is the representative of E City, signal clear. This is the representative of H City, received. This is the representative of Z City, communication established. Various voices rose and fell, each with its unique accent and temperament, converging in this small room. De Bourgeois was stood in the center of the room, surrounded by these voices from all over the country. After confirming that all communications were stable, the representative of East City, a cold male voice, broke the brief silence. This should be the first real collective communication among our official collaborators since entering the game. From the gray plush bear representing H City came a mature female voice. Yeah, speaking of which, we have to thank the representative of a city. If it weren't for him successfully returning to reality and providing the necessary operational assistance, we wouldn't know when we could achieve this kind of cross-regional instant collective communication. De Bourgeois was slightly nodded, knowing that others couldn't see his gesture. At this moment, the cold male voice of the E City representative spoke again, directly addressing De Bourgeois. Speaking of which, a city representative. Clearly, we official collaborators knew so many game secrets in advance, and the official also invested resources for you. And what happened? Your city's regional boss was first cleared by a stranger who popped up out of nowhere, a guy called Demon. Don't you feel embarrassed? This statement was full of provocation and disdain. The room fell silent, and no sounds came from the other plush bears. It seemed that the atmosphere in the room had turned a bit icy. A middle-aged male voice from B City tried to smooth things over. We are all official collaborators, E City representative, there's no need to be so harsh. Before the representative of B City could finish, De Bourgeois calmly spoke up, his tone revealing no waves, not embarrassed. Because the demon boss is indeed stronger than me. This simple and straightforward admission left everyone momentarily silent. No arguments, no excuses, no evasion. He straightforwardly admitted that he was inferior to others. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire communication network fell into silence. No one expected that would so readily acknowledge this. The representative from E City seemed taken aback by this turn of events. With a light scoff, he expressed his disdain but did not pursue the matter further. At this moment, the prophet from D City spoke again, her lazy tone tinged with impatience. Enough with the nonsense. Today's collective meeting isn't for you to brag and compare. Let's start by reporting the current progress of your game strategies in each city. Once I know the situation, I can help adjust your strategies. The prophet girl's words made the atmosphere in the room serious again. Following this, different plush bears sequentially spoke, reporting the strategy progress of their respective cities. The representative from E City reported first, his tone filled with pride. E City representative, level 7, first on the novice village leaderboard. The representative from H City followed closely, his voice steady. H City representative, level 6, first on the novice village leaderboard. Z City, level 6, second. B City, level 7, first. K City, level 6, second. After a round of reports, among the 14 cities, most representatives were around level 6, all ranking high on their respective novice village leaderboards. Only 2 cities had representatives who reached level 7, with the East City representative being one of them. However, there was an awkward fact. Aside from a city, no other city's representative had successfully tackled the regional boss yet. After the reports concluded, the prophet girl pondered for a moment. Based on the current situation and progress of each city, she utilized her unique foresight ability to inform everyone of some dungeons and boss locations suitable for their current levels and strengths. She also revealed the triggering conditions and methods for some hidden quests. Once the information sharing was complete, the representative from H City, that mature female voice, spoke again, laced with a hint of mockery. E City, clearly the prophet from D City has already told you the location of the regional boss. What's the matter? I remember you were quite fierce before, yet in the end, you didn't even manage to defeat the regional boss. Struck at a sore spot, the cold male voice of the East City representative rang out again, this time filled with anger and impatience. What do you know? I bet you've never even seen a regional boss. That's the strongest silver-level boss in the novice village. Not only is it level 10 with extremely high damage, but it also has complex mechanics and skills. It's not that easy to tackle. But before he could finish, the female voice from H City interrupted again. But the player named Demon has already successfully tackled it. Upon hearing that the demon had cleared the regional boss with just one life, the communication network erupted into a brief silence followed by a chorus of incredulous gasps and exclamations. Clearly, everyone was utterly shocked by this fact. The cold male voice of the E City representative was the first to break the silence. The tone rose with excitement, carrying a clear sense of doubt and disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He nearly shouted. I personally led the team to challenge that area boss. You have no idea how troublesome that guy is. Its mechanics are incredibly complex and its skills are endless, with damage that's outrageous. To think you can clear it with just one life without knowing the details? That's a pipe dream. You must have heard some unfounded rumors. It's definitely false. His voice echoed in the small room, filled with a near hysterical denial. In contrast, my tone remained calm and unruffled. It's true. The voice of the representative from City E became sharper, clinging to the doubt with a tone of reluctance. On what basis are you so sure? I slowly began to speak, my words clear in everyone's ears, because I was there at the scene. I was in the dungeon with the demon boss. The mature female voice representing City H, after a brief silence that seemed to allow for her contemplation, spoke with a hint of realization. With you present, if the two of you top players teamed up, clearing the area boss with one life doesn't seem entirely impossible. She tried to find a relatively reasonable explanation for this astonishing outcome. However, my next words landed like a heavy blow. They struck hard at everyone's hearts, shattering the flicker of reasonable speculation that had just arisen. No, my team and I, from start to finish, did not assist the demon boss in any way. The female voice from City H immediately pressed for clarification, her tone filled with deep confusion, clearly unable to comprehend. What do you mean? I calmly explained the situation at that time. After entering the dungeon, at the demon boss's request, my teammates and I all stayed at the dungeon entrance on standby. The demon boss went deep into the dungeon alone. The mature female voice from City H gasped, her tone incredulous. You can't be telling me he not only cleared the area boss with just one life, but he did it all solo? With a single word, I completely shattered all hopes and doubts. Yes. The room fell completely silent. This silence was longer and heavier than any before. The air seemed to freeze. It was unclear how much time had passed. The female voice from City H suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, I finally understand why you so decisively admitted that. You're not as good as that demon. Honestly, if I had witnessed that guy soloing the area boss with just one life, my reaction would probably be even more intense than yours right now. As she spoke, her tone abruptly shifted. It took on an unmistakable sarcasm, aimed directly at the previously boisterous representative from City E. What's wrong? City E's representative? Do you still think you have the right to compare yourself to that demon? Can you clear the area boss solo with just one life? Oh, wait, I almost forgot. It seems you've already died once at the area boss, so you probably won't have that chance anymore. The plush bear representing City E fell completely silent. No sound came from it again. Clearly, in the face of ironclad facts, he could find no excuses to refute. At this moment, the calm middle-aged male voice representing City B broke the awkward silence, his tone clearly thoughtful. If the player known as Demon is indeed as powerful as the representative from City A described, his potential and strength have far exceeded our expectations. Shouldn't we consider bringing him into our official collaborator team? Debu Zhao nodded slightly, and a serious expression finally appeared on his usually calm face. Yes, I came here this time to discuss this matter with you. He then added some previous context. After defeating the boss in the clearing area, before returning to reality, I actually tried to invite him. The voice of the representative from B City came from the teddy bear, carrying a hint of inquiry. Oh? What was the result? Debu Zhao recalled the situation at that time and briefly explained. I extended an invitation to him, hoping he would join my guild. In fact, I even promised that as long as he agreed, the position of guild leader could be directly handed over to him. But he refused. This information sparked another round of low murmurs in the communication network. A slightly sharp male voice emerged from the panda plush of the Z City representative. From your description, this demon doesn't seem very interested in fame and power. Immediately, another representative countered. Not necessarily. Perhaps the position of guild leader just doesn't hold enough weight in the demon's eyes. In other words, the reward offered at that time was not enough to impress him. The crowd began to discuss the possible motives and needs of the demon in a flurry of voices. The steady voice of the B City representative rang out again, interrupting the speculation and getting straight to the point. A city representative, you didn't mention our official collaborator status when you invited him, did you? Debu Zhao immediately responded, no. After all, that's confidential information. The B City representative pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. In that case, a city representative, this time, you should extend a formal invitation to him in the name of our government. Explain the existence of our official collaborators and the resources and support we can provide, and see if it can impress him. To show our sincerity, it would be best if you could meet him in person and discuss it face to face. Dabu Zhao nodded solemnly. Of course, I understand. Just then, someone who had been silent, seemingly uninterested in the topic of the demon, spoke up. The D City representative, the seer, who had almost never spoken. The girl's voice, laced with a heavy drowsiness, suddenly came from the corner where a blue plush bear sat. How about I handle this? Let me take care of the invitation for the demon to join the official team. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room, or rather, in the communication network, was taken aback. The mature female voice representing H City was the first to break the sudden silence. Her tone carried a clear teasing note. Oh, how unusual. The sun must be rising in the west? Our usually lazy seer, who avoids trouble and would rather save trouble than get involved, is actually volunteering to take on this task today? Her tone was light, yet it pointed out the doubts in everyone's minds. The steady middle-aged male voice from B City expressed a more practical concern. Seer, it might not be good for you to take the lead. After all, the A City representative has had actual contact with that demon and has experienced the dungeon together, so logically, he should have a higher success rate if he makes the second invitation. After a brief silence, B City pressed on. Is there a particular reason you're suddenly interested in this matter? The seer's lazy voice rang out again, as if she was just casually mentioning it. No special reason. Mainly because the A City representative, even if he wants to personally go find the demon to talk now, probably won't be able to see him. Dabu Zhao was taken aback by this and felt puzzled. Why? The seer's tone was languid. Because the demon did not return to reality after clearing the boss in the A City area. Instead, I was directly teleported to our Blackbird Town. On the other side, in Blackbird Town, Yun Chen, as usual, was blocking the entrance near the spawn point. His gaze calmly swept over the outline of the town. Lu Tianming and his remaining teammates had not shown their faces for half a day. It seemed that the last remaining life had made them particularly cautious, like startled birds. They chose to huddle in the safe zone of the novice village, protected by the rules, not daring to step out. The novice village had a player protection mechanism. In the novice village, players could not harm each other. As long as they stayed inside, they could not be directly harmed. But dragging it out like this was clearly not a solution. Yun Shin did not have the leisure to play hide and seek with them. He narrowed his eyes slightly, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips together. He quickly calculated in his mind. It was time to push the revenge plan into the next phase. The next target was very clear. Defeat the area boss of Blackbird Town. Once the area boss was defeated, the teleportation array leading to reality would open. By then, Lu Tianming and his group would most likely return to reality. When players returned from the game to reality, their abilities in the game could be carried over. But in the real world, there was no such thing as a safe zone. More importantly, in reality, everyone only had one life. At that time, without the protection of game rules, completely dealing with Lu Tianming and his little ants would be a piece of cake. The reason Yun Shen did not do this from the beginning was, on one hand, to exhaust their equipment and items in the game as much as possible, especially those life-saving trump cards. This was to ensure that the final harvest in reality would be foolproof, leaving no room for accidents. On the other hand, being able to repeatedly torment enemies in the game and kill them with ease. How could Yun Chen easily let go of such a great opportunity to vent? Having made the decision, Yun Chen withdrew his gaze from the distance. He took one last glance at the depths of Blackbird Town. Just while they were still hiding in the novice village like turtles, he would go and take down that so-called area boss. Just as Yun Chen was about to set off, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his view, indicating that a friend message had arrived. He casually clicked it open. The sender was "Can't touch me." The two exchanged a few simple greetings. "Can't touch me" quickly got to the point. Demon boss, there's something I want to confess to you. Yun Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, "What is it?" "Can't touch me's" message followed closely. "Actually, I'm with the official team." Yun Chen looked at the text on the screen, his fingertips paused in the air, and he replied with a single word, "Oh." On the other end of the communication, "Can't touch me" seemed to be choked by this overly bland response, falling silent for a few seconds. The boss's reaction was a bit too calm, wasn't it? It was almost as if he had known all along. And in fact, for Yun Chen, who was a reborn person, he had long been aware of Can't Touch Me's official background. This was also one of the reasons he was willing to maintain some contact with the other party. Official resources could indeed provide quite a bit of convenience at times. Can't Touch Me quickly adjusted and continued. "This time, I mainly want to talk about the previous reward. That time, regarding the treasure mission, Yun Chen had helped their guild clear the player gang blocking the way. The agreed-upon reward had not yet been paid. After confirming that Yun Chen was indeed in Blackbird Town at that moment, Can't Touch Me mentioned that they had also arranged cooperative players on this side of Blackbird Town. Regarding the specifics of the reward, Yun Chen could directly make requests to the other party. Saying this, Can't Touch Me inquired about Yun Chen's current approximate coordinates and informed him to wait a moment. The official personnel responsible for the liaison would soon arrive. Just as Yun Chen sent his location information. In just about a minute's time, clear footsteps could be heard coming from the direction of the novice village. Two figures were quickly running towards him, their speed not slow at all. Soon, the two figures stopped right in front of Yun Chun. His gaze fell on the newcomers, and he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Because among these so-called official people, he actually recognized one of them. It was the archer girl he had met not long ago in that hidden dungeon. Her ID was born to aim and see through. At this moment, the beautiful archer girl was reaching out to pull another female player. This was a woman dressed in a mage robe, wearing a wide-brimmed mage hat that partially obscured her face, which was quite delicate and pretty. However, for some reason, she exuded an air of lingering laziness, as if she hadn't fully woken up. But upon seeing the other person's ID, Yun Chen understood half of it. The other person's ID was just want to lie flat and not move. She was slightly bent over, her hands resting on her knees, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for breath. Fine beads of sweat even appeared on her fair forehead. It seemed that running that not so long distance had exhausted her greatly. Born to aim and see through appeared quite relaxed. She raised her hand first to greet Yun Chen, her tone carrying a hint of familiarity. Big shot, we meet again. Yun Chen's gaze swept over the two of them, and he tentatively asked, you are the one sent by the official? The girl with the self-aiming ID wore an apologetic smile. Sorry, we didn't inform you of our official identity earlier due to confidentiality reasons. Yun Chen didn't care much about that. He just wanted to finalize the reward quickly and then head out to deal with the regional boss in Blackbird Town. He got straight to the point. Regarding the reward, my condition is a piece of silver-grade equipment or an item of equal value. At the same time, I need to have the right to use the treasure we bring back. The reward Yun Chen proposed was definitely not low. However, considering the uniqueness and long-term value of that treasure, this asking price was actually quite fair, even on the lower side. But as for the silver-grade equipment, Yun Chen knew very well that at this stage, it probably wouldn't be so easy to come by. After all, in the entire Blackbird Town, there had only been one silver-grade boss so far, which was the abyssal giant that had swallowed Lu Tianming in that hidden dungeon not long ago. Unfortunately, Yun Chen's luck during that encounter was not good at all. After he killed that silver-grade boss, aside from gaining experience points and some life coins, he didn't even see a shadow of a silver equipment, let alone any rare materials. Even so, Yun Chen couldn't lower his bottom line any further. At that moment, the seemingly lazy prophet spoke. We agree to the right to use the treasure, no problem. However, as for silver-grade equipment, I really don't have any on hand. But I do have something here that I think should be worth that price. Saying this, she slowly rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a crystal emitting a soft blue light. Revival crystal type, one-time consumable effect, prevents the holder from dropping any items upon death and allows them to resurrect in full state once at the spot, only effective for players level 20 and below. Yun Chen's gaze fell on the crystal. His pupils slightly contracted, almost imperceptibly. It was actually a revival type item. Such things were definitely rare in the game. Although players themselves had 5 chances to revive, that usually meant waking up at a distant novice village resurrection point. For tackling those complex mechanisms and high-difficulty bosses, that could easily lead to first encounter kills. Having such a crystal that allowed for a full-state resurrection at the spot greatly increased the margin for error. At a critical moment, it was equivalent to having an extra life. The actual value of this item, it is likely not less than a piece of silver equipment, and it might even be higher. Yun Chen raised his eyes to the lazy girl and confirmed, are you sure you want to use this as payment? This is something that can save your life at a critical moment. The prophet lazily nodded, seemingly unfazed. Yun Chen said no more. He reached out and took the blue glowing crystal from her hand. After the transaction was completed, the lazy voice sounded again, big shot, I have another thing I want to discuss with you. Yun Chen's movement of putting away the crystal paused slightly. He turned his gaze to the beautiful girl who looked like she could fall asleep at any moment. The prophet met Yun Chen's gaze, and her originally lazy expression now held a hint of seriousness. I would like to formally invite you to join our official team. As expected, Yun Chen understood in his heart. Given the strength he had displayed so far, it was almost inevitable that the official would extend an olive branch. The prophet continued, her voice still low, as long as you are willing to join, the official will provide you with the maximum resources for training. Whether it's the current top-tier equipment or rare skill books, they will be prioritized for your use. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's eyebrows moved slightly. Prioritized for my use? As far as I know, there should be more than just me among the players cooperating with the official. The lazy voice remained serious, even carrying a tone of solemnity. That's right, but based on our internal comprehensive evaluation, we unanimously believe that you possess the highest training value, which justifies our actions. Seeing that Yun Chen seemed to be considering and did not respond immediately, she added, as if to increase her persuasiveness, throwing out a heavy piece of information, actually, my hidden profession is prophet. I am quite skilled in detecting boss locations and finding hidden treasures. To be honest, the specific location of that treasure in City A was detected by me through my abilities, and then I informed those who couldn't reach me. Yun Chen was taken aback. So that's how it is. He thought to himself, with that kind of game luck comparable to an African chieftain. How could they possibly stumble upon a treasure of that level? After all this time, it turned out that this girl was providing intelligence support. However, Yun Chen's thoughts raced. This person's ability could actually detect treasures across a large area? The range of this skill seemed a bit absurdly broad. That said, the official was offering such generous conditions to recruit him, prioritizing all top-tier resources. This sincerity indeed surprised Yun Chen. Frankly speaking, under such conditions, any ordinary player would probably find it hard to refuse. Yun Chen even felt a moment of temptation, but he also understood. Clearly, enjoying the maximum resource allocation for training inevitably meant having to do work for the official. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Taking so many benefits from the official, it was impossible to only enjoy the rights without giving anything in return. Moreover, regarding whether to join the organization, Yun Chen had already made up his mind. He spoke calmly, "Sorry, I'm used to being independent and have no plans to join any organization for now. Of course, if the official needs my help with anything in the future, maintaining a cooperative relationship is completely fine. As long as appropriate compensation is provided, I will consider accepting commissions based on the situation." The lazy voice nodded gently in response. Her face, which always seemed a bit lazy, showed no significant change in expression, but Yun Chen still caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in her eyes. He put away the resurrection crystal and turned to head towards the forest deep in Blackbird Town. He had just taken a couple of steps. Behind him, the voice that just wanted to lie flat rang out again, stopping him. "Boss, you just said that as long as the reward is appropriate, you would consider taking our official commission, right?" Yun Chen paused his steps. He turned around and nodded. The prophet girl seemed to quickly organize her thoughts in her mind. Then, she raised her eyes, her gaze landing on Yun Chen, and slowly said, "We want to commission you to eliminate the regional boss of D City, specifically in the area of Blackbird Town." Time slightly rewound to earlier, in the conference room filled with representatives from various cities. After it was basically decided that the prophet would be responsible for contacting and attempting to invite the demon to join the official matters, the calm middle-aged man representing B City suddenly spoke up. "Prophet, I remember your abilities, such as long-distance communication and precise foresight, seem to be greatly limited in the game world but can be maximally utilized in the real world, right?" In the corner, the blue plush bear representing D City moved slightly. The prophet lazily confirmed, "Yes, that's right. If I could return to reality, the communication restrictions would be lifted and the efficiency of predicting boss spawn locations and scouting treasure chests could at least double." At this moment, the voice of the B City representative rang out again. "I have an idea. Since that demon boss has the terrifying strength to solo clear regional bosses, and he just happens to be in D City, which is Blackbird Town." He paused slightly here. The other representatives in the conference room immediately understood what he was about to express. The B City representative continued, "Could we possibly persuade the demon boss to help us deal with the regional boss in D City? Then, you could return to reality ahead of time." Everyone present had no objections to this proposal. After all, the demon's crushing strength had already been confirmed, and the importance of the prophet's abilities was also self-evident to the entire official cooperation system. The B City representative spoke up, "In any case, let's give it a try. If there's a chance, you can mention it to the demon boss in the form of a commission and see if he is willing to accept." Back to the present. The prophet girl was actually quite anxious in her heart. After all, eliminating a regional boss was no small matter. It inevitably came with considerable risks. However, what she didn't expect was that Yun Chen's response was exceptionally quick, even straightforward. "Sure." Both the prophet girl and Miss Ottawayne were momentarily stunned. They didn't expect the boss to agree so quickly. On Yun Chen's side, his original goal was to deal with the regional boss of Blackbird Town. Now that the official had come to him and with a reward attached, he naturally had no reason to refuse such a favorable opportunity. However, he shifted his thoughts. Considering his subsequent revenge plan, he intended to make good use of this opportunity. Yun Chen looked at the prophet and added, "Although I agreed, killing the regional boss is not an easy task." The prophet immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Boss, feel free to mention any rewards or conditions." Yun Chen extended 2 fingers, 2 conditions. First, 10,000 life coins as a basic reward. The prophet almost didn't hesitate and immediately nodded, "No problem." However, what he said next shocked both the prophet and the nearby Ottawayne and X-ray vision users. Yun Chen calmly stated, "Second, after I return to reality, I will take action to annihilate the Lin family of the Lin High Group. At that time, I hope the official stance on this matter will be no interference, no questions." On the other side, in a special conference room in reality, when the prophet relayed Yun Chen's 2 conditions, the cold male voice representing E City immediately exploded, the sharp and piercing voice coming from the plush bear. "Absurd. What does he mean by this? Are we supposed to officially assist him in killing people?" In the room, the representatives of various cities, the plush bears, instantly stirred, and discussions erupted. Someone immediately countered, "But we can't say that, his request is just for us to look the other way, not to help him. The cold male voice from East City persisted, but we are the officials. Allowing him to kill is no different from being an accomplice? If this gets out, where will our official reputation go? However, what truly made everyone feel troubled was not merely a matter of morality or stance. More crucially, the target that Yun Chen specifically named for extermination was the Liu family of the Linhai group. The Liu family, it's not just a real estate company, the representative from B City said in a low voice, his tone grave. They are the ruling family of the Linhai group, and their influence in reality is deeply intertwined. Some family members even hold significant government positions. I remember, the head of the Liu family is the current mayor of D City. This information fell like cold water into hot oil, instantly making the atmosphere in the conference room even more tense. In a sense, the person Yun Chen wanted to kill was someone within the government system. One representative couldn't help but complain, "What the hell, why does he have to target the Liu family?" The voice of the prophet timely arose, explaining the background. From what I understand, it seems that someone from the Liu family provoked the demon boss in the game. They tried to ambush him in a dungeon but ended up getting killed instead. Recently, the demon boss has been chasing those Liu family members around Blackbird Town. Immediately, a representative cursed, "Those idiots, they must have had their brains slammed in a door. Why provoke anyone, let alone the number one demon in the entire server?" At this moment, the representative from Z City, who had rarely spoken during the meeting, finally chimed in. A casual male voice emerged from the panda plush. "If you ask me, just let him kill. I've heard that the Liu family has a lot of dirty secrets, their hands are far from clean, and they've done plenty of bad things. Even that mayor position, I heard they used quite a few dirty tricks to snatch. It's killing such societal parasites is no loss." Immediately, someone retorted, "This isn't about whether they are bad people or not. This concerns our official reputation." The Z City representative continued to argue, his tone still indifferent. "What does it matter at this point? Why cling to face? Since the game has entered reality, the rules of the world have long changed. According to the NPCs, the power in the game will carry over to reality. In other words, we are now in an era where strength is paramount." After a pause, the Z City representative coldly stated, "With the demon being the number one in the entire server in terms of level and strength, if he wants to kill, can we stop him?" This question landed like a boulder in a calm lake. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Everyone was lost in thought. The Z City representative raised his voice, "Everyone, think carefully. The demon's actions are not seeking our opinion at all. He specifically informed us of this matter in advance, and included it in the compensation, which is also a way to give us a way out, to avoid completely souring relations with the officials later." I also agreed. From what I know about the demon boss, this aligns perfectly with his character. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Finally, the representative from B City, a composed middle-aged man, sighed and broke the silence. "This matter is no longer something we can decide. Let's report the situation to the higher-ups and let them make the final decision." Meanwhile, in the game world, outside Blackbird Town, in the forest, Yun Chen was weaving through the trees while reflecting on the conversation he just had with the prophet. The terms of the deal he proposed, using the heads of the Liu family in exchange for the officials' commission to hunt the regional boss. He believed that as long as the officials weren't fools, they should understand the value of this transaction. To those from the Liu family, he saw them as nothing more than social parasites and scum. To kill them was simply to take out the trash. And the government's authority? He scoffed. What was authority worth? In a world where power reigned supreme, a strong fist was the only truth. He had a reason for telling the authorities about his plans to kill the Liu family in advance. First, the Liu family's real-world identities were sensitive. Liu Tianming's father was the mayor of D City. After all, no matter how dirty the Liu family's business was behind the scenes, they were still government officials on the surface. If he acted rashly, it could attract unwanted attention and an investigation. He didn't want to be distracted by official trouble while seeking revenge. Second, he wanted to gauge the government's attitude. He wanted to see what they were willing to sacrifice to win him over. In Yun Chen's memories, the government possessed many awakened individuals with special abilities, including those skilled in tracking and investigation. If he were to kill the Liu family, it would be nearly impossible to completely hide the truth from the authorities afterward. Rather than being exposed passively, he chose to proactively put the issue on the table, allowing them to weigh the pros and cons and make a choice. This also gave them a chance to take a side in advance. At the time, the prophetess said she couldn't make the decision and needed to consult her superiors. Yun Chen didn't press her, simply giving her 2 hours to consider. He had no intention of wasting that time. In his memories, there was a very famous dungeon hidden near Blackbird Town, and he certainly wasn't going to miss it. About 5 minutes later, he followed the coordinates to a steep cliff. Below was a bottomless abyss shrouded in mist, with no visible bottom. But Yun Chen didn't seem to notice. He simply lifted his foot and walked toward the opposite side of the cliff. The next second, something magical happened. Yun Chen's feet landed firmly on empty air. Step by step, he walked as if on solid ground, and he didn't fall. This wasn't some flashy magic or skill. The reason was simple: there was an invisible bridge already there. In essence, the cliff was more of a visual mirage. Yunchen walked to the other side of the cliff without a change in expression. The area on the other side was enveloped in a thick fog so dense you couldn't see your own hand. It carried a damp, musty smell. Yunchen ignored it and walked straight ahead. Before long, the silhouette of an ancient and desolate temple appeared in the mist. This temple was his destination, a hidden dungeon. And even among all the hidden dungeons, this one was extremely special because it was connected to ancient demons. It was said to be a place left behind by an ancient demon god. More importantly, the primordial demon's eye that allowed Yunchen to be reborn came from this very place, a relic left by the time demon god, one of the 7 primordial demons. So, Yunchen wanted to try his luck and see if he could find more clues about the item. He soon approached and stepped through the temple's gate. The interior of the temple was extraordinarily vast and tall. A long passage stretched deep into the distance. In the center of the passage, at regular intervals, stood 5 grotesque demon statues. Each was over 10 meters tall, with a ferocious appearance and an ominous aura. One statue stood roughly every 200 meters. According to Yunchen's memory from his previous life, once a player entered their alert range, these seemingly inanimate statues would immediately awaken and transform into 5 tough bronze-level bosses. To reach the deepest part of the temple, one had to sequentially defeat these 5 gatekeepers. 4 players. Still in the beginner phase, the difficulty was exceptionally high, but for Yunchen, it was just a light drizzle. He didn't even glance at those statues. He simply stepped forward. As Yunchen's figure entered the warning range of the first statue, the massive demon statue indeed trembled slightly, with stone chips falling off. Yunchen's gaze sharpened, and he became alert. As long as that statue dared to show a health bar, he guaranteed it would be taken down in the next second. However, something strange happened. The original demon eye he held in his palm suddenly emitted a faint red light without any warning. The next moment, the demon statue that had just been stirring abruptly froze again, completely still. What's going on? Yunchen looked down at the original demon eye in his hand. The red light had already faded. He was certain that the statue's sudden strike was definitely related to this eyeball. Although he didn't understand the specific principle, he had no time to ponder it further and continued walking forward. Next, the same scene unfolded repeatedly. As he passed the remaining 4 demon statues, they all remained unresponsive, not a single one attacking Yunchen. Moreover, Yunchen keenly noticed that as he walked past the statues, the massive stone heads seemed to slightly lower, their posture resembling a respectful bow. Yunchen mused to himself, and just like that, he walked unobstructed to the back of the 5th statue, arriving directly in front of the massive stone door leading to the inner sanctum of the temple. Strangely, this heavy stone door was wide open at that moment. Normally, once the demon statues outside were activated and entered combat mode, this large door would slam shut with a bang, only reopening after the player defeated all 5 statues. But now, the door stood wide open, seemingly completely unguarded. Yunchen raised an eyebrow, preparing to step inside. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The entire temple floor suddenly began to tremble slightly. Following that, with a loud boom, the open stone door in front of him slammed shut, sealing tightly. At the same time, behind Yunchen, a heavy sound of stone scraping could be heard. The statues were moving. Yunchen felt a bit speechless. After all that, it was still going to be a fight, huh? He turned around, ready for battle. However, he immediately noticed that the 5 demon statues behind him, after a slight tremor, did not turn towards him, the intruder, as he had expected. Instead, they all uniformly turned towards the entrance of the temple. Before long, a clear sound of footsteps, accompanied by voices, came from the temple entrance. Yunchen's heart stirred. He instinctively ducked into the shadow of a nearby massive pillar, deciding to observe the situation. First, as the footsteps grew closer, several blurry figures appeared in the light at the temple entrance, gradually becoming clearer. It seemed to be players. Moreover, Yunchen recognized one of the figures. He remembered the ID of that female player, which seemed to be Su Lin. She was the female mage who had caught his attention not long ago at the entrance of the novice village. Quite interesting. In his previous life in the game, this girl named Su Lin had mastered violent fire magic to perfection. Her ID had long occupied a top 10 position on some unofficial mage firepower output ranking. He didn't expect that. They had also found this hidden dungeon. Yunchen remained hidden in the shadows, making no sound, planning to observe the situation first. He saw Su Lin and her few teammates cautiously entering the temple hall. They all maintained a high level of vigilance, not daring to venture deeper. Su Lin's bright eyes quickly scanned the surrounding environment, soon landing on the 5 demon statues in the center of the corridor. She confidently analyzed, these 5 demon statues should be the boss guarding this dungeon. Based on experience, looking at their positions and the distance between them, I guess that as soon as someone steps within a 200-meter radius of the statues, they will immediately trigger their attack. Su Lin's analysis matched the actual mechanics of the dungeon. Subsequently, she decisively ordered her teammates to stay outside the alert range and remain on standby. She herself stood at a slightly farther position. silently beginning to chant a spell, preparing to unleash her skills. The talent Su Lin possessed was an extremely rare legendary talent, maximum firepower. The effect of this talent was very simple and brutal. It allowed her to actively extend her skill casting time. The longer the casting time was dragged out, the higher the damage of the next attack would be. Su Lin stood still, closed her eyes, and entered a focused casting state. Visible fire elements began to swirl around her, and the temperature in the air seemed to rise a few degrees. Time passed second by second. After a full half minute, Su Lin suddenly opened her eyes, cleared her throat, and signaled her teammates that they could act. "It's ready, go!" Upon hearing the command, Su Lin's teammates immediately understood. They cautiously moved toward the passage ahead. Soon, when the frontline warrior player tentatively stepped into the 200-meter range around one of the demon statues, a dull mechanical sound echoed. The originally motionless giant demon statue suddenly trembled as if infused with a soul. The sound of stone grinding was piercing. Immediately, two ghostly green lights lit up in the statue's eyes. A string of blood-red names also appeared above the statue's head. Abomination. Demon, LV5, rank Bronze. Oh no. It really moved. Prepare for battle. Keep your distance. The warrior player exclaimed and quickly retreated. The other teammates also reacted immediately, retreating while launching attacks at the just activated Abomination Demon. The spells and arrows from the ranged classes poured out first, attempting to attract the boss's aggro. The warrior player stood at the front of the team, wielding his weapon to block the approach of the Abomination Demon. They fought while retreating, coordinating quite well. Soon, they successfully led the massive Abomination Demon to the position Su Lin had prepped. As the Abomination Demon roared and stepped heavily into Su Lin's attack range, Su Lin suddenly raised her staff. In an instant, a massive fireball coalesced at the tip of her staff. The fireball was as large as a room, with a radius of at least 5 meters. It radiated intense heat, causing the surrounding air to subtly distort. Su Lin's gaze was sharp as she swung her staff, accurately hurling the enormous fireball toward the Abomination Demon. Boom! The gigantic fireball, carrying terrifying force, smashed into the Abomination Demon. It erupted with a deafening roar. Flames instantly engulfed the Abomination Demon's body. An incredibly eye-catching damage number floated up from above the boss's head. -999. The terrifying damage value visibly caused the boss's health bar to drop significantly. The once ferocious Abomination Demon had its health bar suddenly reduced by more than half. It seemed to have only 200 or 300 points of health left at most. In the shadows, Yun Chen, who had been silently observing, was slightly shaken by Su Lin's exaggerated firepower. Damn, so fierce? Logically speaking, a fireball of that size and power would require at least a level 15 fire mage to barely cast. Yet a level 4 mage could unleash such a powerful fireball? Although in terms of cheating, it was far from his level, having this kind of damage at level 4 was still quite extraordinary. Sure enough, the mage who could rank in the top 10 of the firepower list in the last life was not just a name. However, considering the terrifying casting time of nearly half a minute just now, Junshin could roughly guess the effect of Su Lin's talent. It should be a type of explosive talent where the longer the casting time, the higher the damage. As expected, after Su Lin's almost cheat-like terrifying burst output, the remaining battle had no suspense. With the tacit cooperation of his teammates, the nearly depleted health of the Abomination Demon couldn't withstand a few rounds of beating and was quickly hacked to death by several people. In the distance, as the battle ended, the members of Su Lin's team showed joy on their faces. Under Su Lin's command, they took a short break and began preparing to challenge the second demon statue. Yun Chen remained hidden in the shadows, watching silently. He glanced back at the tightly closed door behind him. It seemed that unless all these bosses were taken down or the intruders were completely cleared out, this door would not open. Now, Jun Chen felt a bit of a headache. He originally thought it was a random group of wild players that would soon be sent back to the novice village by these bronze bosses. That way, it wouldn't delay his exploration of the depths of the temple. But now, looking at their tactics, Yun Chen frowned slightly. These stationary demon statues had a single attack mode and a fixed alert range, which indeed provided Su Lin, a player who needed a long time to charge her spells, with great room to maneuver. It seemed they had found the most suitable strategy for themselves and planned to grind through one by one. But this speed was a bit too slow. Can we finish the battle a bit faster? Yun Chen couldn't help but mutter softly while hiding in the shadows. His voice was not loud, almost inaudible in the vast temple. At that moment, the eye of the primordial demon he had been holding in his palm seemed to sense his impatience and suddenly emitted a slight tremor. Following that, the eye of the primordial demon, which had only occasionally flickered with dim light before, suddenly burst into a strong scarlet glow, more intense than any previous instance. The light flashed and disappeared as quickly as an illusion. But the next moment, boom! A tremor far more intense than when the first statue was activated suddenly resonated from the temple. Not one, but four. The second, third, fourth, and fifth Demon statues, which had been quietly standing at the back of the passage, unexpectedly came to life at the same time without any players approaching. Crack, crack, crack. 4 pairs of 6 ghostly green eyes lit up simultaneously. The cold killing intent instantly locked onto Su Lin's team in the distance. The demon statues, which originally needed players to step into their alert range to awaken, suddenly began to move one after another without any warning. Stone debris fell, and the heavy sound of friction echoed in the empty temple. They charged aggressively towards Su Lin's team in the distance. Yun Chen was taken aback. What was going on? This sudden change caught him off guard. Recalling the earlier experience, he had merely complained, "I want the battle to end faster." Then the eyeball in his hand flashed red, and this group of statues seemed to act as if they were executing an order, all moving towards Su Lin's team. Damn! So this eyeball could control bronze-level bosses? While Yun Chen was still pondering this, the situation on Su Lin's team had completely exploded. Just a second ago, they were feeling slightly relaxed after successfully killing the first boss. The next second, the remaining 4 bronze-level bosses seemed to have coordinated and collectively went berserk. Who could withstand this? An archer player responsible for vigilance was nearly wide-eyed, his voice changing pitch. What the hell? What's going on? The shield warrior in the team instinctively raised his shield. We didn't get close. We're still far away. How? Did they move on their own? The warrior stared at the colossal creatures charging from all 4 directions. Cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. Which side should he block? Someone panically speculated, is it a bug? Or some special mechanism? The suddenness of the event left them completely unprepared to face multiple bosses at once. The team had no time to mount an effective response or adjust their formation. Su Lin's squad was almost instantly surrounded by the 4 awakened bronze-level bosses. Heavy attacks rained down continuously, and screams echoed one after another. In their team, players vanished, one by one, turning into white light. In the end, only Su Lin remained, struggling to hold on. But against the onslaught of 4 bosses, she was powerless. Her health bar plummeted rapidly. Yet, in the final moment before her consciousness completely faded into white light, she instinctively glanced deep into the temple passage. In that thick shadow, she saw a blurry figure of a player slowly emerging from behind a pillar. The ID above that figure was one she knew all too well. It was Demon. Immediately after, Su Lin's vision went dark. After resurrecting in the square of Blackbird Town, Su Lin's mind was filled with immense questions. Wait, why was the demon appearing in that hidden dungeon? This was the first thought that popped into her head. What chilled her even more, leaving her puzzled, was that the other party was clearly standing near those activated demon statues. It could even be said they were within arm's reach. Yet, they chose to ignore the nearby demon and instead relentlessly attacked her and the others from a distance? Was that reasonable? It was unreasonable. Su Lin shook her head vigorously, trying to calm herself down. She was a very logical girl, and she began to force herself to analyze the situation. Was it a bug? Did the game malfunction? It was possible, but the probability was low. Moreover, even if it was a bug, why was it only he who triggered this monster? Ignore bug? Or could it be he used some special item or skill that allowed him to temporarily become invisible or erase aggro? Recalling how relaxed he looked, as if strolling leisurely behind the demon statue, for some reason, an extremely absurd yet persistent feeling surged in Su Lin's heart. She felt as if that demon was controlling the terrifying statues in the temple. And after Su Lin and the others were forcibly teleported back to the novice village, the 5 demon statues that had just been ferocious returned to their original positions. They transformed back into cold stone statues, showing no hostility towards Yun Chen, who was nearby. Yun Chen observed the scene and felt somewhat strange. Could it be that the group of bronze-level bosses had actually heard his careless complaint just now, and then took that statement as some sort of command and executed it faithfully? He was still pondering this in silence. Boom, the massive stone door ahead slowly opened again. Yun Chen glanced at the open door and then turned back to take a look at the unmoving demon statues. In the distance, he didn't dwell on these temporarily inexplicable phenomena any longer. He stepped straight into the area beyond the stone door. As he passed through the doorway, Yun Chen arrived at the next area of the dungeon. The scene before him changed dramatically. No longer was it the stone passage from before. A mingling scent of blood and decay filled the air. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast space with a viscous dark red river flowing across the ground. In the river, faintly visible, white skulls occasionally bobbed up and down. In the center of the space stood a massive circular altar, with a radius of at least 50 meters. A straight path paved with bones crossed the dark red river, connecting the entrance to the central altar. Yun Chen walked along the bone path. In the center of the circular altar, several steps extended upward. At the top of the steps stood a massive throne made of countless pile-up skeletons. Sitting upon the throne was a humanoid skeleton demon draped in a tattered red robe, with menacing ram's horns protruding from its skull. The moment Yun Chen stepped onto the circular altar, the skeleton demon on the throne suddenly lit up its hollow eye sockets with 2 points of crimson light. Its gaze as if tangible, locked directly onto Yunchen below. Forgotten Loyal Demon Knight, LV10, rank, Silver. The sky's level was surprisingly similar to that of the area boss outside. Yunchen steeled himself, his eyes fixed firmly on the boss on the throne. Just then, the Demon Knight on the throne moved. It slowly extended a bony hand and picked up a massive white bone sword leaning against the throne. Then, step by step, it descended from the skeletal throne steps. Meanwhile, the dark red river surrounding the altar began to make a splashing sound. One after another, skeleton soldiers struggled to climb up from the viscous river. Their numbers grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they approached 100, surrounding the edge of the altar tightly. Yunchen paid no attention to the skeleton minions emerging around him. His gaze remained locked on the Demon Knight descending the steps ahead. He was waiting for it to enter the range of his skill casting. Once it was within distance, he was confident he could take down this silver-level boss with a burst of skills. The boss drew closer. Yunchen silently calculated the distance. However, just as the Demon Knight was about to step into the estimated casting range, it suddenly halted. The crimson light flickering in its hollow eye socket seemed to flash and fixate on Yunchen. Yunchen's action to release his skill paused slightly, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. Could it be that this guy had some special long-range initiation skill? He focused intently, mentally prepared for any possible ambush. The next moment, an entirely unexpected scene unfolded before Yunchen. The Demon Knight, wielding the massive white bone sword and exuding the powerful aura of a silver-level boss, did not charge at him as if facing a formidable enemy. Instead, it clang. A crisp yet heavy sound echoed in the empty, silent space of the altar, feeling particularly jarring. The Demon Knight simply and decisively released its grip on the sword's hilt, allowing the seemingly hefty white bone sword to crash to the ground. Yunchen, no, buddy, you dropped your weapon. However, that was not the end. Following this, to Yunchen's astonished gaze, the boss actually knelt heavily on one knee towards him. The knee made of stark white bones collided with the ground, producing a muffled thud. It slightly raised its hands, crossing them over its chest, then slowly lowered its terrifying skull adorned with massive ram's horns. The entire posture was incredibly standard, incredibly devout, filled with an indescribable sense of submission. Yunchen stared blankly at this scene. Although he had some psychological expectations after previously commanding the bronze boss, he truly did not anticipate that this boss would kneel directly before him. Before he could process this, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. As the Demon Knight, resembling a leader, knelt first, the skeleton soldiers that had just struggled out of the viscous dark red river, originally clawing and exuding the aura of low-level cannon fodder, seemed to receive some silent command. Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense sounds of bones grinding together arose, rising and falling in unison. They all knelt down in perfect synchronization. Hundreds of skeletons, a dark mass, filled the circle, all bowing their heads towards the center of the altar where Yunchen stood. For a moment, the entire altar area was silent. Aside from the occasional bubbling sound of the dark red river, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was oddly solemn and grave. The corner of Yunchen's mouth twitched slightly. This situation made him feel a bit embarrassed. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was some high-ranking official here for an inspection. Just then, the Demon Knight kneeling at the front began to murmur. A faint crimson light flickered in its hollow eye sockets as it started to chant in a low voice. It was an ancient, obscure language filled with sinister syllables. Jili Gulu. Alawala. Yunchen was baffled, his brows furrowing. What kind of gibberish was this? Demon language? He couldn't understand it, man. It seemed that the Demon Knight had heard Yunchen's unspoken thoughts. The original demon eye in his hand suddenly emitted a faint red glow without warning. The red light flashed and vanished as quickly as an illusion. But then, to Yunchen's astonishment, he realized that an invisible translator seemed to have appeared in his mind. He could actually understand the meaning of the whispers coming from the Demon Knight. The Demon Knight spoke slowly, with a tone filled with endless sorrow and fervor. Welcome back, my Supreme Sovereign. Yunchen was instantly stunned. Supreme Sovereign? Who was it calling? Me? He instinctively looked down at the original demon eye in his hand, which had just performed a feat. The red light had completely faded, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that because he was holding this eyeball, the monsters in this instance mistook him for their leader? Or perhaps their former master? Was this misunderstanding a bit too much? Before he could digest this shocking information, the Demon Knight's voice grew even more excited and earnest. Please, lead our fallen original clan back to its former glory. For this, I am willing to offer my broken body. Wait, original clan? What is that? Even with the memories of his previous lives game merged, Yunchen was sure he had never heard this term before. Back to glory? Did this mean that the so-called original clan had experienced some upheaval in the past that led to its disappearance? Or decline? Thoughts raced through Yunchen's mind. At that moment, the Demon Knight on the ground suddenly let out a low growl. It began to chant an even older, more convoluted spell. As the incantation progressed, its skeletal body gradually became illusory and transparent. Eventually, its entire form completely dissipated, transforming into wisps of pure white mist with a faint red glow. This white mist did not disperse into the air but seemed to be drawn towards Yun Chen, flying straight at him. Ultimately, it all merged into the original demon eye in his hand. After the original demon eye absorbed the white mist, Yun Chen immediately noticed that in his item panel, the attribute display for the original demon eye, which had previously shown durability 0/100, had quietly changed. It now read 1/100. It had actually regained a bit of durability. Just as Yun Chen was surprised by this discovery, a cold, familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his mind without warning. Detected that the host's current level meets the advancement conditions. Detected that the original demon eye has usable durability. Conditions met will consume 1 point of durability to perform the original advancement ceremony for the host. Warning, the advancement ceremony is extremely important. Upon completion, the host will receive the original identity imprint and some original power. Original advancement? Original identity? Original power? What on earth is this? A series of unfamiliar terms came crashing down. The joy that had just risen in Yun Chen was instantly replaced by immense confusion. The surprise brought by this eyeball, or rather, the shock. It was truly a wave after wave, completely out of the ordinary. But there was no time for him to think. In the next moment, the original demon eye in his hand, which had restored 1 point of durability, suddenly flew into the air. The eyeball emitted a blinding red light. Then, it transformed into a streak of light, moving with lightning speed. With a whoosh, it directly plunged into the center of Yun Chen's forehead. The cold, mechanical prompt sounded again. Original ascension ceremony initiated, expected duration, 3 hours. During the ceremony, the host will be in an unconscious state. Please ensure to find an absolutely safe environment to prevent the ascension process from being interrupted. As soon as the words fell, an irresistible, tidal wave of drowsiness instantly swept over Yun Chen's entire body. The intense fatigue made his eyelids feel incredibly heavy, almost impossible to open. He struggled to maintain his last bit of clarity, laboriously moving his feet to climb the few steps to the center of the altar. Then, he plopped down onto the cold skeletal throne. In the next second, his consciousness was completely engulfed by darkness. Yun Chen's head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep on the throne. On the other side, about 2 hours later, in Blackbird Town, in a shabby room temporarily rented from an NPC for 10 life coins, the seer, who just wanted to lie down and not move, slowly opened her eyes, still lingering in a daze from just disconnecting from reality. She had just finished an emergency meeting in the real world. Habitually, she stretched lazily. Her bones made a slight crack sound as she slumped onto the hard wooden chair, looking like she could fall asleep again at any moment. At that moment, a slightly lively voice came from beside her. It was the one with X-ray vision and auto-aim. "Hey, Lazybones, it's been 2 hours. What did the higher-ups say? Did they agree to that somewhat scary condition from the demon boss?" The seer lazily lifted her head, rubbed her forehead, and her tone revealed little emotion. "The higher-ups agreed." The one with X-ray vision and auto-aim widened her eyes, her voice rising by 8 degrees, as if she had heard some absurd tale. "Agreed? To exchange the lives of those from the Liu family for the first kill rights of a regional boss? The higher-ups actually agreed?" She had originally thought that the demon boss proposed that condition mostly to raise the stakes, or perhaps just to annoy the higher-ups and see where their bottom line was. Who would have thought that the people above would actually nod in agreement? This made her evaluation of the demon boss, whom she had rarely seen, rise by more than 1 level. The weight of this boss in the eyes of the higher-ups was probably much heavier than she had imagined. Her small face was filled with disbelief, as if her worldview had been refreshed. "Oh my goodness, this demon boss has quite the influence, doesn't he?" The weight of this demon boss in the eyes of the higher-ups was probably much heavier than she had imagined. The seer seemed unfazed by her surprise and simply asked lightly, "Where's the demon?" The one with X-ray vision and auto-aim shrugged helplessly. "We agreed to meet at the entrance of the novice village 2 hours later. I got there 10 minutes early and waited until the flowers were about to wither, and not even a hair of the boss showed up." She stroked her chin and speculated, maybe the boss got too caught up in monster farming and forgot the time. "Should I contact my guild leader? Have him help reach out again?" The seer gently shook her head, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping her knee. "No need." She paused, a hint of barely noticeable light flashing in her eyes. "I'll use my ability to find out." In fact, she hadn't fully disclosed her innate ability to the demon. Her talent was called Heavenly Eye Insight. This ability not only allows her to vaguely sense the approximate locations of unopened treasure chests and undiscovered bosses, at the same time, as long as she has seen a person with her own eyes at least once, she can consume magic power to attempt a vague tracking through the threads of fate. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. In her mind, she began to quietly outline the figure of the player with the ID demon, especially those eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through the human heart, deep and impressively striking. Magic power flowed like a gentle stream, silently consuming itself. And those deep, impressively striking eyes. Gradually, her consciousness seemed to sink into a hazy mist. In the depths of the mist, a faint light flickered, then slowly spread out like ink dropping onto rice paper. It sketched a blurry, swaying image. It seemed to be the outline of an extremely ancient temple filled with a sense of decay and the passage of time. The base of the temple was surrounded by a thick, dark red river that exuded an ominous aura. Occasionally, bubbles rolled up on the river's surface and one could vaguely see white bones floating. As she continued to invest her mental energy, her vision drew closer. The blurry image began to stabilize and clarify. She saw the interior of the temple, an incredibly vast space. In the center of the space stood a massive circular altar. When she finally saw the specific scene on the altar, even in a state of spiritual perception, the prophet felt her heart skip a beat, her pupils uncontrollably constricting. There, on that enormous circular altar, countless figures knelt. They were not players but monsters. Skeletons. At a glance, there were clusters of skeletal soldiers, all bowing their hollow heads, uniformly maintaining a single knee-kneeling posture. The number, roughly scanned, was a dark mass, probably at least several hundred. Moreover, from the faint black mist emanating from their white bones, which almost seemed tangible, it appeared that these skeletal soldiers were all of black iron grade. Hundreds of black iron grade monsters. This power was enough to easily flatten any player team currently. But that wasn't all. On the periphery of the dense formation of skeletal soldiers, she also saw four even larger, more menacing figures. They were 4 stone demon statues, almost identical to those encountered by Su Lin and her companions before. However, at this moment, these 4 bronze-grade demon statues, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, also maintained a strange posture filled with submission, bowing their heads as if participating in some kind of ritual. What made the prophet's scalp tingle was that a chill shot up her spine. At this moment, this vast, fearsome army of monsters was, without exception, kneeling in the same direction, worshipping with utmost devotion. That direction was right at the center of the altar. On the throne sat a vague figure. That figure was enveloped in a thick, rolling, scarlet glow, making it impossible to see its specific appearance or ID. What was going on? Why were so many monsters gathered here? Who were they worshipping? Countless questions surged in the prophet's mind like a tide. She forced herself to concentrate, trying to penetrate that layer of scarlet light to see the true face of the figure on the throne. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. She suddenly saw above the head of the figure on the throne, wrapped in red light, a phantom, seemingly composed of pure malice, a blood-red eyeball pattern, forming without warning. That eyeball instantly turned. Its cold gaze seemed to penetrate endless space, locking directly onto her, who was peering in on a spiritual level. At the same time, a cold, emotionless voice, as if from an ancient abyss, echoed directly in her mind. The primordial cannot be glimpsed. The primordial cannot be glimpsed. Buzz. The prophet felt as if her brain had been struck hard by an invisible giant hammer. A sudden jolt of fear surged through her heart, an unprecedented sense of crisis exploded in an instant. The next moment, crack. The images in her mind were crushed as if by an invisible hand, collapsing and dissipating in an instant. Meanwhile, in the shabby rental room of Blackbird Town, puff. The prophet, who had been sitting quietly with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a suppressed groan of pain. Her body trembled violently, and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. She felt her body go weak, nearly toppling off the chair. Reacting quickly, she instinctively braced herself against the ground with one hand. Her knuckles turned white from the force, barely stabilizing her swaying form. A sharp, bright red streak of blood slowly trickled down from the corner of her pale mouth. Meanwhile, the blood bar above her head visibly plummeted, cascading down like a waterfall, disappearing in an instant by a large margin. It was almost severed in half. Less than half of her remaining health was barely hanging on. The nearby player with aimbot and wallhack was startled by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly rushed over to support her. "Hey, Lazybones. What's wrong with you? You suddenly lost half your health. What happened?" Her tone was filled with urgency and confusion. "I've never heard of you losing health as a cost for using that tracking ability." However, the prophet couldn't care less about answering her at that moment. Her heart was already filled with unprecedented shock and horror. Her mind was blank. Only the cold, merciless voice and that terrifying blood-red eye were replaying in her head. This was still her heavenly eye insight ability. Since her awakening, it was the first time she had been so violently and rudely interrupted. Moreover, she had suffered such severe backlash damage. The primordial cannot be glimpsed. That cold voice seemed to still echo deep within her mind. What did this mean? Why was it that she was clearly searching for the player demon, yet ended up seeing such a bizarre, terrifying, completely irrational scene? Wait. The prophet gritted her teeth against the stabbing pain in her head, desperately trying to recall that fleeting yet unforgettable image. From just now. The ancient temple altar surrounded by ominous dark red waters, the hundreds of pious kneeling black iron skeletons, the 4 bronze demon statues also bowing. their heads in submission, and that mysterious figure, enveloped in a rich, rolling crimson glow, seated upon a throne made of countless skeletons, receiving the worship of all-powerful monsters. A wildly absurd yet heart-pounding thought suddenly surged into her mind. That person sitting on the throne, the one being worshipped by hundreds of black iron skeletons and 4 bronze statues, the one who triggered the primordial cannot be glimpsed warning and directly dealt her a heavy blow. Couldn't it be Demon? An hour later, on the cold skeleton throne, Yun Chen's eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. He slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness surfaced from the depths of the sea, carrying a hint of groggy awakening. But the next moment, a series of cold system prompt sounds exploded in his mind like a dense drumbeat. The primordial ascension ceremony has been completed. Detected that the host has obtained the primordial identity imprint and part of the primordial power. Based on the characteristics of primordial, the creation level talent demon transference has successfully advanced. New talent name, Demon Authority. The talent has advanced. Yun Chen's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately focused his mind, opening his system panel. His gaze quickly locked onto the talent section. Talent name, Demon Authority. Grade, creation level, chaos, effect 1, demon transfer, allows the bearer to transfer all costs incurred, including but not limited to damage, consumption, negative effects, etc., to a specified or random target. Effect 2, demon sacrifice. For every 10,000 points of life consumed, 1 point of advancement points can be obtained. Advancement points can be used to elevate the grade of skills, equipment, and items. Yun Chen looked at the brand new talent description, his eyes brightening. After the evolution, the original effect of demon transfer not only remained intact but was fully incorporated into demon authority. More importantly, a new effect called demon sacrifice had emerged. Consuming life points to gain advancement points to enhance skills and equipment? Isn't this a method of evolution? Moreover, the condition for obtaining advancement points is the consumption of life points. For others, this might be a harsh condition that requires careful handling, even risking their lives for enhancement. But for someone like him, who possesses demon transfer, Yun Chen's lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc. He could easily transfer the life point consumption required for demon sacrifice to other targets through demon transfer. Doesn't this mean he could acquire advancement points almost at no cost, infinitely? This brand new demon authority was practically a tailor-made cheat for him. He suppressed his excitement and casually clicked on the most basic skill in his skill bar. Shadow word. Pain grade, normal, gray, consumption, 10 life points effect, whips the enemy's mind, dealing 20 magic damage. Note, for every additional 10 life points consumed, an extra 20 magic damage is dealt. Skill cooldown, 6 seconds. Points required for evolution, 2 to evolve from normal to black iron level, 2 advancement points are needed. According to the rules of demon sacrifice, that means a total consumption of 20,000 life points is required. Yun Chen's gaze slowly turned to the edge of the altar, where the skeleton soldiers remained kneeling, motionless, perfect cost bearers. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and began to unleash skills on different skeleton soldiers. Of course, he deliberately avoided area attack skills. After all, he didn't want to wipe out these laborers providing experience. No, providing advancement points all at once. Shadow word, pain. Shadow prison. One by one, single target skills were released, accurately landing on different skeleton soldiers. With each skill cast, the life point consumption that should have been borne by him was silently transferred to the target skeletons under the effect of demon transfer. His own health bar showed no fluctuations. Meanwhile, on the system panel, the accumulated life points consumed by demon sacrifice were rapidly increasing. His own health bar showed no fluctuations. Meanwhile, on the system panel, the accumulated life points consumed by demon sacrifice were rapidly increasing. Detected that the host has accumulated a consumption of 20,000 life points. Gained advancement points x2. Soon, with the release of the fourth skill, Yun Chen met the conditions for skill evolution. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to use demon sacrifice. Do you wish to consume 2 points of advancement points to elevate the skill shadow word, pain, normal level, to black iron level? Confirm. A barely noticeable red light flashed briefly on the skill icon. Skill shadow word, pain has successfully evolved to black iron level. Note, for every additional 10 life points consumed, extra damage dealt increases from 20 to 30 magic damage. Skill cooldown, 6 seconds. 5.5 seconds. Points required for evolution for damage has slightly increased. Cooldown time has been reduced, and the additional damage coefficient in the effect description has changed from 20 to 25. The most critical change is that the points required for the next evolution to bronze level have increased to 4 points. It has doubled. However, Yun Chen did not mind. A mere doubling of point requirements posed no obstacle for him, as he could infinitely transfer the costs. He could just enjoy the benefits. He did not stop. His gaze swept over the skeleton soldiers kneeling like wooden stakes. As soon as the skill cooldown ended, he raised his hand again. Shadow word, pain. Shadow prison. One by one, skills poured onto different skeletons. The consumption of health was perfectly transferred. Evolution points steadily flowed into his system panel. The efficiency was astonishing. In just a few minutes, he had easily accumulated over 100 evolution points. Yunchen first focused on Shadow Word, Pain. Consume 4 evolution points to upgrade to bronze level. Consume 8 evolution points to upgrade to silver level. Consume 16 evolution points to upgrade to gold level. A series of confirmation actions flowed smoothly. The skill icon for Shadow Word, Pain flashed brightly, finally settling into a dazzling golden frame. Shadow Word, Pain grade, gold, golden. Note: for every additional 10 health points consumed, deal an extra 30-40-50-60 magic damage. Skill cooldown 5.5-5.0-4.5-4.0 seconds. Points required for evolution 32, points required for demon evolution 5. Note: demon points can only be obtained by defeating bosses. Yunchen originally thought about continuing to enjoy free upgrades, but at that moment, a system prompt sounded: insufficient demon points. Yunchen was taken aback. He carefully checked the skill details and found that upon reaching gold level, the conditions for evolution had changed. To continue upgrading, in addition to needing as high as 32 evolution points, there was an additional requirement called demon points. It also specified the method of acquisition: defeating bosses. Yunchen pondered. He had initially wanted to see if he could reach the god level directly through free upgrades. It turned out there were limitations. What a pity. However, being able to easily upgrade the skill to gold level, Yunchen was already quite satisfied. He temporarily stopped investing further into Shadow Word, Pain. His gaze shifted to other skills and equipment. He decided to first upgrade all his current combat methods to gold level. Demon Sacrifice was activated again. Target: Shadow Prison. Grade: Normal, Gray, Black Iron level. Consume 2 points, Bronze level. Consume 4 points, Silver level. Consume 8 points, Gold level. Consume 16 points. Shadow Prison grade: Gold, Golden, cost 50 health points. Effect: binds and controls the enemy's actions, with a base duration of 1-1.25-1.5-1.75-2 seconds. Note: for every additional 50 health points consumed, control time is extended by 1-1.25-1.5-1.75-2 seconds. Skill cooldown 10-9.5-9-8.5-8 seconds. Control time significantly increased, cooldown time notably reduced. Next was Shadow Stealth. Grade: Silver, White, Gold level. Consume 16 points. Shadow Stealth grade: Gold, Golden, cost 100 health points. Effect: enter the Shadow Realm with a base duration of 1.5 seconds, during which you are in an untargetable invincible state. Note: for every additional 100 health points consumed, duration increases by 1.5 seconds. Skill cooldown 3028 seconds. The duration and cooldown of the life-saving divine skill have been optimized. Next is Disaster Domain. Grade: Silver, White, Gold, Golden. Consume 16 points. Disaster Domain grade: Gold, Golden, cost 100 health points. Effect: creates a disaster domain around oneself, base radius 2 meters, lasting 2030 seconds, dealing 100200 magic damage per second to enemies within the domain and reducing their movement speed by 1%. 2%. Effect lasts for 20 seconds. Note: for every additional 100 health points consumed, the domain radius increases by 2 meters, magic damage per second increases by 20 points, and the movement speed reduction effect increases by an additional 2%. Skill cooldown 3028 seconds. Range, damage, and slow effects have been comprehensively enhanced, with cooldown reduced. Finally, there is Withering Lightning. Grade: Bronze, Green, Silver, White. Consumes 8 points. Gold, Golden. Consumes 16 points. Withering Lightning grade: Gold, Golden, cost 100 health points. Effect: summons a Withering Lightning that, upon hitting an enemy, will jump continuously between targets, dealing a base damage of 200300400, range 30 meters. Note: for every additional 100 health points consumed, damage increases by 400 points. Skill cooldown 98.58 seconds. The damage of the core output skill has undergone a qualitative change, with a significant reduction in cooldown time. In a short period, Yunchen has upgraded all his main combat skills to the current limit achievable by Demon Sacrifice, Gold level. In addition, he has not forgotten about several pieces of equipment on him, which also consume advancement points, and he has upgraded them all to golden quality. Yunchen ignored other unrelated attributes. What he focused on was naturally the health attribute. With all equipment evolved, the attributes increased. Yunchen's current health limit has reached 8,080 points. Just with his current health releasing Shadow Word, Pain could theoretically deal 48,000 magic damage. This damage is already close to the health of most silver-level bosses. However, these enhancements are secondary. What truly makes Yunchen happy is another matter. What surprises him the most is that during the recent advancement ritual he has completely bound himself to the primordial demon eye. At this moment, the primordial demon eye has fully integrated into his body. Moreover, he has now obtained the method to use this item. He tentatively opened his palm. A blood-red anomaly glowed in the center of his palm. Following that, a pulsating red eyeball filled with strange vitality slowly appeared before Yun Chen's eyes. Primordial Demon. I-grade, unknown durability, 0/100. Note, durability can only be restored by absorbing the faith power of the primordial followers. Effect 1, consuming 1 point of durability grants an opportunity to forcibly modify system rules. Effect 2, requires level 20 to unlock. Effect 3, requires level 30 to unlock. Note, this item is deeply bound to the host and cannot be lost or dropped by any means. While holding this item, under the protection of the primordial power, the host cannot be seen through by any skill or equipment effects. Yun Chen stared at these few lines of concise yet shocking introduction text. His breath quickened involuntarily, forcibly modifying system rules. Isn't this the incredible ability that helped him change his class and talents when he first entered the game? He originally thought that this bug-level ability would at most be a one-time experience card. Unexpectedly. Now, as long as he can obtain enough durability, such an extraordinary ability could become his regular weapon, couldn't it? Use it however he wants. Yun Chen's gaze burned as he scanned the area around the altar. The skeleton soldiers, still maintaining their devout kneeling posture, were densely packed and lifeless. These guys, should they be considered the so-called original believers? How can he absorb their faith power? Just as thoughts whirled in Yun Chen's mind, the original demon eye in his hand seemed to sense his intentions. It glowed with an eerie red light once more. The red light spread like ripples, gently brushing over the nearby kneeling skeletons. In the next second, a strange phenomenon occurred. The skeletons, illuminated by the red light, began to emit wisps of white aura floating like fireflies towards the blood-red eyeball in the air. This aura was not smoke, it resembled a pure energy condensation carrying an indescribable sense of devotion. Like fireflies drawn by an invisible force, they rushed towards the blood-red eyeball hovering above Yun Chen's palm. The eyeball seemed like a greedy vortex devouring all these white auras. The skeletons, having lost this aura, appeared to have their dark pupils deepen in intensity. Gradually, they lost their last support. Crack, crack. The crisp and dense sound of bones shattering echoed continuously, like frying beans. Without the faith power to sustain them, these once sturdy black iron skeletons could not even maintain their basic form. Their bodily structure rapidly disintegrated, collapsing on the spot. Ultimately, they turned into piles of lifeless, pale bones completely devoid of any movement, as if they had never existed. This process lasted several minutes, until all the hundreds of skeleton soldiers on the altar had turned to dust. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up faint white dust. Only then did Yun Chen lower his head to look at the attribute panel of the original demon eye. The number in the durability column had changed. 1.36/100. Yun Chen was overjoyed. It worked. He estimated that each skeleton provided about 0.01 in durability. Having absorbed so much faith power from the skeletons, the durability had restored to over 1 point. What does this mean? It means he can now use Effect 1. He had gained a super trump card that could forcibly alter the rules at a critical moment. Not bad, very good. He contentedly retracted the original demon eye into his body. With a thought, the eerie blood-red eyeball melted back beneath the skin of his palm, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a faint sense of connection. This trump card needed to be well hidden. He stood up from the throne made of countless bones and began to carefully search the chaotic altar for any overlooked loot. Soon, his gaze fixed on the spot where the bronze-level demon knight had fallen. There, a white bone sword, exuding a chilling aura, was still embedded. At an angle, it was the weapon used by the demon knight in life. Yun Chen stepped forward, grasped the hilt, and gently pulled it out. Relic of the original white bones, grade, golden, unidentified. It felt heavy in his hand, the blade covered in strange bone patterns. It turned out to be a golden grade weapon. This was quite a pleasant surprise. However, he also knew that in the game, once an equipment's grade reached gold, it required players of other professions, such as appraisers or blacksmiths, to identify it and reveal its true attributes and name. I'll find a chance to deal with this later. Yun Chen temporarily stored the unidentified golden bone sword in his backpack. Just as he finished this, he noticed a red dot flashing on his system message interface, indicating there were new unread messages. Yun Chen casually clicked to open it. The sender was. At that moment, Yun Chen suddenly remembered. It seemed he had arranged to meet them 2 hours later. However, the original ascension ceremony had lasted a full 3 hours. He had completely stood them up. Yun Chen quickly replied, "Sorry, I got held up with something and didn't see the message." It was almost an instant reply. Message popped up immediately. No problem. You take your time, Big Shot. By the way, Big Shot, I have good news. The officials have agreed to your terms. For the specifics, you can go talk to the prophets. They are already waiting for you in Blackbird Town. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. The officials agreed? That was within his expectations. After all, the value and potential he was currently demonstrating were enough to make them concede. However, the next focus. According to the prophet's almost bug-like ability to find bosses, the so-called regional boss in Blackbird Town must have already been pinpointed by her. So, the next step was to meet that boss. Feeling the surging power within him and the unknown golden bone sword in his backpack, Yun Chen's gaze sharpened. Right now, he was very eager to know just how many moves could that regional boss, lurking in Blackbird Town, take from him? At the entrance of Blackbird Town, the prophet and the self-aiming and perspective abilities stood side by side. Light occasionally cast towards the path connecting the town and the forest. Just now, through the message from, they learned that the demon Big Shot was already on the way. So, they waited here in advance. After all, this was an S-class powerhouse and they couldn't afford to neglect him. About 5 minutes later, a tall young figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the edge of the forest. Both of them recognized this figure. It was indeed the demon Big Shot. The self-aiming and perspective ability wore a habitual warm smile and was about to step forward to greet him. Big Shot, you came. But as she approached within a few meters of Yun Chen, her steps involuntarily halted. An invisible, heavy pressure, like mercury, spread through the air, causing her heart to skip a beat. Not only that, she keenly noticed that it seemed just a few hours apart. After experiencing the original ascension ceremony, the demon's entire aura had undergone some indescribable change. The current demon seemed like some ancient existence, exuding a strangely dangerous aura. At the same time, the prophet, a little further away, also clearly sensed the anomaly in Yun Chen. A certain speculation in her heart was confirmed at that moment. Initially, using the ability of heavenly eye peering, she had vaguely seen that indistinct figure sitting on the bone throne. Without a doubt, it was the demon before her. What had he gone through? How could there be such a significant change in just 3 hours? Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, Yun Chen had already approached, and his calm voice broke the silence. First, I heard from that the officials have agreed to my terms. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. The prophet was pulled back to reality by this voice. She quickly collected her thoughts and nodded in response. She paused, her lazy tone carrying seriousness as she continued. The officials have one small additional condition that we hope you can consider. Yun Chen's gaze fell flatly on her face. What condition? The prophet met his gaze and slowly spoke. We hope that before you take action against the Lu group, you can notify the officials in advance. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's eyes flickered, and he fell into brief contemplation. Notifying the officials before taking action? This request wasn't unexpected. The officials' concerns were evident. They were probably worried that he would act recklessly, leading the situation to an uncontrollable state, ultimately making it difficult to resolve. The advance notice was likely intended to allow time for reactions and handling subsequent matters. This request was understandable. Yun Chen nodded slightly. No problem. His response was crisp and decisive. Without any hesitation, the prophet secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her taut nerves easing slightly. She spoke again, shifting to the main topic. Let's set off now. I've found the location of the regional boss. Yun Chen replied calmly. Lead the way. Half an hour later, in a remote valley outside Blackbird Town, mist swirled and strange rocks jutted out. Under the guidance of the prophet and the auto-aim and perspective features, Yun Chen wound through the terrain, eventually stopping in front of a rock wall almost completely covered by thick vines and scattered stones. Between the gaps in the vines, a distorted light gate flickered irregularly, its edges blurred, as if it could vanish at any moment. Above the light gate floated a line of system text. Lost Fallen Valley Note. This dungeon contains a regional boss. Please challenge with caution. Tip. This dungeon is of high difficulty. At least 9 players are required to enter. Yun Chen's gaze lingered on the light gate for a moment. Then he shifted his focus to a spot not far from the entrance. There stood 6 people, and judging by their formation, they seemed to be a small team. Their equipment varied widely, with levels generally around 4. They looked over here with slightly tense expressions. At this moment, the prophet explained timely. Don't worry, they are our official people. The entry requirement for this dungeon is at least a team of 9. They are here to help gather the numbers. Yun Chen nodded, indicating he understood. As for that official team, upon seeing the main character arrive, their hushed whispers still faintly reached him. Wow, is that the demon boss who ranks first in our town, the one who scares even the newbies out of the village? In just a few days, he's already leveled up to 10. That leveling speed, is he cheating? Hiss, do you feel that there's an indescribable aura of danger around him? You felt it too? I thought it was just my imagination. As Yun Chen and the others approached, the murmurs abruptly ceased. The team members looked at Yun Chen somewhat awkwardly, their eyes filled with curiosity, awe, and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Yun Chen ignored these gazes. He simply glanced at the few people and then, without any hesitation, stepped directly into the distorted light gate. The prophet and the auto-aim and perspective feature exchanged a glance. Then they signaled for everyone to follow and walked in. Inside the dungeon was a dark, damp rock cave. The sound of dripping water echoed in the spacious cavern, particularly clear. As soon as they steadied themselves, the prophet quickly followed, taking out a pigeon egg-sized orb that emitted a faint white light from her backpack and handed it to Yunchen. This is the fragmentation stone, please take it. Her tone was serious. If any unexpected situation arises in the dungeon, or if you need our assistance, please crush it immediately, and we will receive the signal and come to support you. Yunchen looked at the orb. He initially wanted to say he didn't need it. With his current strength, he didn't require backup for a regional boss. But seeing the seriousness on the prophet's face, he paused. He still reached out and took it, casually stuffing it into his pocket. Seeing him accept it, the prophet seemed to relax a bit and continued, according to the information I gathered through my talent, the regional boss here is named Corrupted Giant Rock Centipede. Yunchen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that. The prophet's talent could even uncover the specific name of the boss. At least Bai Shirshan seemed unable to do that. However, as a hidden profession, the prophet's main strengths lay in other areas. The prophet continued, I also discovered some information about the boss. But before she could finish her sentence, Yunchen raised his hand to interrupt her. Quiet. The crowd was taken aback, somewhat confused. Just shortly after Yunchen spoke, a faint yet increasingly clear and spine-chilling sound of rapid wing beats, accompanied by a low grinding noise, quickly emanated from deep within the cave. As the rustling sound drew nearer, about 3 seconds later, a dark shadow surged forth from the depths of the cave like a tide. It was a swarm of demonic insects the size of fists, resembling wasps, their wings vibrating at high speed, producing an irritating buzzing sound. Venomous. Killer wasp grade, black iron. There were countless numbers, at a rough glance, at least several hundred. And at the forefront of this swarm of killer wasps, there was a particularly large entity. It was a giant wasp over 3 meters long, its exoskeleton displaying an ominous dark blue hue, its compound eyes glinting with a cruel light. Venomous wasp queen grade, bronze. Right from the start, they encountered a bronze grade boss leading the charge. The members of the official team instantly tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly. However, Yunchen made no unnecessary movements. His gaze, as if solid, locked onto the wasp queen in the distance. The next moment, a scarlet damage number abruptly exploded above the wasp queen's head. -8,000. The damage transferred from the demon instantly cleared the wasp queen's already thin health bar. The enormous wasp queen didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry. Her massive body stiffened abruptly and then crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She died on the spot. Immediately after, leveraging the demon's transfer, Yunchen unleashed his next skill, Domain of Calamity. A faint, almost transparent gray domain spread silently around Yunchen. After his promotion to gold grade, the effects of Domain of Calamity had changed dramatically. For every additional 100 points of health consumed, the domain radius increased by 2 meters and the magical damage per second rose by 200 points. At this moment, Yunchen sacrificed 8,000 health points, and the range of the Domain of Calamity instantly expanded to an astonishing radius of 160 meters. The magical damage it dealt per second soared to a terrifying 16,000 points. Buzz, the gray domain swept through the entire cave entrance like ripples of death. The venomous killer wasps that had just rushed out didn't even have time to approach the crowd before they were reaped by an invisible scythe. In just a second, the buzzing ceased. Hundreds and thousands of killer wasps lost their life force simultaneously, falling from the sky like rain. They plummeted to the ground with a crackling sound, piling up into a thin layer of insect corpses, leaving no further movement. The entire cave entrance fell into a profound silence. In the distance, whether it was the prophet, the auto-aiming and perspective abilities, or the 6 official team members, they all stood frozen in place. They had just instinctively taken up battle stances, preparing for a tough fight. But before they could react, the battle was already over. One official team member couldn't help but swallow hard, his voice dry. I can't believe it. Is this the power of the number 1 player in the entire server? Another person, equally dazed, muttered to himself, one-shotting a bronze-grade boss, just like chopping vegetables. It wasn't just the official team members. Even the prophet, who was used to grand scenes and had a certain estimation of Yunchen's strength, was momentarily speechless. She had considered that the bronze-grade wasp queen might not withstand Yunchen, but she never expected it to be so clean and swift. It could even be described as a crushing one-shot kill. This had surpassed her understanding of the current player strength. As for Yunchen, he seemed oblivious to the shock of those behind him. He scanned the ground littered with insect corpses and stepped forward to simply collect the spoils. Then he stepped forward, walking straight into the depths of the cave. It was as if the battle that had just ended in an instant was nothing more than swatting a few flies. At that moment, the prophet finally snapped out of her shock. She watched Yunchen's figure retreating into the darkness and quickly called out to him, "Wait." At the prophet's shout, Yunchen paused. He turned his head slightly. The prophet spoke. I haven't finished telling you about the boss. The boss has a dominant body and physical damage immunity. Also, if nothing goes wrong, the boss should have a second phase. But Yunshen interrupted, knowing the boss's name is enough. I don't need that information. The prophet was taken aback. Before she could react, Yunshen had already turned and walked into the dark depths of the dungeon, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Not long after Yunshen left, one of the official players gathering numbers couldn't hold back their curiosity and spoke up. Isn't it a bit too arrogant for the big shot to ignore the boss information and just go for a one-on-one? The Demon Lord, isn't that a bit too inflated? That's a regional boss. Another person quietly retorted, don't worry about it, the big shot has already soloed the regional boss, so he definitely knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, Yunshen walked alone in the dark, damp passage of the cave. As for the boss's information, Yunshen only needed to know the name. After all, as a reborn person, he had some impression of the characteristics of these powerful regional bosses. There was no need to waste time listening to the prophet repeat what he already knew. With a thought, he activated the skill Catastrophe Domain. Since Catastrophe Domain had upgraded to gold level, the skill's cooldown time had been reduced to 28 seconds, while its duration was 30 seconds. This meant that Yunshen could now achieve a perfect connection, keeping Catastrophe Domain activated continuously. The gray domain silently spread along the way any monster that entered the 160-meter radius around Yunshen, whether lurking in the shadows or emerging from the crevices, was instantly turned to ashes under the domain. Unable to even let out a scream before being killed in an instant, he advanced at a pace akin to a leisurely stroll. After just about 3 minutes, Yunshen arrived at the massive stone door leading to the boss room. However, he did not rush in. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, casting his gaze towards an inconspicuous fork in the path he had come from. He turned back and walked in that direction, because on the way here, he had noticed another winding path that seemed to lead elsewhere. Since it was rare to come to a regional boss dungeon, he thought it best to explore as much as possible. Perhaps there would be unexpected rewards. Before long, he reached the fork he had seen earlier. Following the narrow path, he walked straight in. At the end of the path, it opened up to a slightly smaller cave. Yunshen saw a silver glimmering treasure chest quietly placed in the center of the cave. A silver-level treasure chest. Yunshen's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, there were good things here. He paused for a moment, noticing that beside the silver-level treasure chest stood two equally large bronze-level bosses, both venomous killer bee queens. However, Yunshen's gaze didn't linger on them for even a second. He walked straight up to them. These two entities, which were like nightmares to ordinary players, were no different in essence from the previous black iron-level minions. Under the terrifying magic damage of 16,000 points per second from Catastrophe Domain, the two bronze-level, venomous killer bee queens almost simultaneously stiffened and then fell heavily to the ground, dying instantly. They couldn't even put up a symbolic resistance. Yunshen walked up expressionlessly, as if he had merely squashed two bothersome bugs, casually picking up the 356 life coins and two pieces of bronze-level equipment they dropped. He took a quick glance at the equipment and attributes. None of it was usable for his class, so he casually stuffed them into his backpack. He approached the silver treasure chest. If it were any other player, they would probably be eagerly rubbing their hands together to open it by now. After all, a silver-level chest was quite a good haul in the current novice village dungeon. However, Yunshen did not rush to open the chest immediately. Not long ago, he had just acquired the talent of Demon Sacrifice. This talent not only enhanced the grade of equipment and skills but also explicitly stated in its description that it could be applied to items. Did a treasure chest count as an item? The moment this thought popped into his mind, it grew wildly like weeds. Yunshen's gaze sharpened, and his heart couldn't help but quicken slightly. If it really could, then that would be quite the fun. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and slowly raised his hand to hover over the cold silver chest. The metallic coolness tingled at his fingertips. As he focused his thoughts, a system prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Detected sacrificial target, silver treasure chest. Do you wish to consume 32 evolution points to upgrade it to gold level? Yunshen's heart leaped with joy. It really could be done. This Demon Sacrifice talent was even more powerful than he had imagined. It could even upgrade treasure chests. As for the evolution points, Yunshen didn't care at all. With Demon Transfer, he could infinitely benefit without cost. Just in that hidden skeleton dungeon, he had already accumulated over 900 evolution points. That was more than enough for now. Moreover, as long as he continued to use Demon Transfer, his evolution points would keep increasing. Yunshen chose confirm. A barely noticeable red light seeped from his palm into the chest. Buzz. A faint tremor resonated. The silver chest before him flashed with light and instantly transformed into a dazzling golden chest. Yunshen reached out and opened the chest. A golden orb of light slowly floated before him. As he touched it, the orb dissipated, revealing an item that looked like a kind of token or a special rune. As Yunshen picked it up, the item's information immediately appeared before his eyes. Skill expansion slot beginner, type, special consumable item, effect, permanently increases one skill slot position upon use. Requirement. None. Even with Yun Shen's 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't help but gasp lightly upon seeing the attributes of this item, and the playful smile on his face instantly turned into uncontrollable joy. A skill expansion slot. It was actually a skill expansion slot. This thing was an absolute rarity in the early game. Normally, players would have to wait until they left the novice village area and entered the much broader second area to have a small chance of obtaining it through golden level chests, or by completing some extremely difficult hidden quest chains, or by defeating some incredibly rare world bosses. And now, he had merely upgraded a silver chest in a novice village dungeon using the demon sacrifice talent. And it had directly yielded this? This was simply like a pie falling from the sky. Each skill slot had a crucial impact on a player's combat power and tactical combinations. Having one more skill slot meant being able to carry one more key skill, whether for damage output, survival, or control, which could lead to a qualitative leap. Moreover, for Yun Shen's Shadow Priest class, it was even more of a boon. Coupled with Demon Transfer, having one more skill also meant one more high damage method. The smile on Yun Shen's face grew even brighter. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to use this item. You have successfully used skill expansion slot, beginner, increasing the maximum number of skills you can carry by 1. The system prompt sounded again, confirming the effect of the item. Yun Shen could clearly see that next to the originally 5 skill slots on his character panel, a new, empty slot had quietly appeared. The skill limit had changed from 5 to 6. Awesome! Yun Shen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Indeed, exploring a bit more had yielded rewards. Yun Shen nodded in satisfaction. The unexpected gain from the dungeon was already in hand. Next, it was time to meet the true master of this dungeon. He turned around and walked back the way he came, heading straight for the boss room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. The Prophet, the aimbot with wallhack, and the 6 official team members were still patiently waiting in place. Time passed second by second, and deep within the cave, only the occasional sound of dripping water could be heard. With no other movements, the Prophet's delicate brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. In her lazy eyes, there was an unmistakable hint of worry. That demon boss from earlier had barged in so confidently without even waiting for her to finish sharing the crucial boss intel she had painstakingly gathered. Although she knew the other party was powerful, even having soloed a regional boss, each regional boss had its own unique characteristics. Different bosses required different strategies. That almost I know without you saying attitude made the Prophet feel uneasy, as if she was lacking assurance. Moreover, when she was about to elaborate on the intel, she had been so abruptly interrupted by the demon boss. For some reason, deep down, the Prophet felt a vague sense of displeasure, like having prepared a sumptuous meal only for the guest to declare they were full without even looking at it, which was somewhat frustrating. At this moment, the aimbot with wallhack seemed to sense the Prophet's thoughts. She leaned over, gently patting the other's shoulder, and comforted her in a relaxed tone. Don't worry too much, you just saw the demon boss's strength with your own eyes, right? One-shotting a bronze-level boss is as easy as squashing an ant. A mere regional boss is definitely not a problem for the boss. The Prophet responded with a soft acknowledging the comment. However, her expression did not ease much. The vague worry deep within her had not completely dissipated. How about we check on the demon boss's situation? The Prophet thought silently. This was not a matter of distrust but rather a responsibility as the official liaison and team coordinator. Of course, it was mainly concern. This check on the situation did not require her to personally take the risk. The fragmented aid stone she had handed to the boss earlier, besides being used for emergency assistance, also had a little trick of her Prophet profession quietly attached to it, Spirit Butterfly's eye. This allowed her to use that orb as a medium to remotely observe the surroundings of the holder within a certain distance. With this in mind, she slowly closed her eyes, concentrating her mental energy, and attempted to establish a connection with the fragmented aid stone. On the other side, Yun Shen had returned to the massive stone door. He reached out and pushed open the heavy stone door without hesitation. Behind the door was an extremely spacious natural rock cave. In the center of the cave was a murky swamp, emitting a foul odor. Within the swamp, a massive, heart-stopping figure was slowly writhing. It was a giant centipede, its segmented body covered with a shell as heavy as rock, glimmering with a dim light. Corrupted giant rock centipede, LV10, grade, silver note. The target is a powerful regional boss with special abilities. Please respond with caution. Just by visual estimation, the width of that centipede's body is about 3 meters. Most of its massive form is buried beneath the murky, foul-smelling swamp, making it difficult to see its full length, but just the part of its body exposed above the swamp is estimated to be at least 50 meters long. While Yun Shen was carefully observing this regional boss, he completely failed to notice that in the pocket of his clothing, the quietly resting fragmented aid stone emitted a barely perceptible pale blue glow that flickered like a breath. Immediately after, a completely energy-formed, nearly transparent pale blue butterfly silently separated from it. It had no physical form, as if it were merely an illusion of light and shadow, gracefully flapping its almost invisible wings and flying upwards without a sound. It skillfully avoided Yun Chen's line of sight and eventually settled quietly in an extremely inconspicuous rock crevice at the top of the cave, perfectly concealing itself. This energy butterfly was the eye used by the seer to scout remotely after casting Spirit Butterfly's eye. Through the vision shared by the butterfly, the seer, far at the entrance of the dungeon, instantly immersed her mind and clearly saw everything happening in the boss room. She saw that the demon, after entering the dungeon, had successfully reached the regional boss's room in less than 5 minutes. The seer was taken aback and couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying strength of the opponent. However, the real challenge was just beginning. The corrupted giant rock centipede alone gave an unparalleled sense of oppression just by looking at it. A silver-grade regional boss was no joke. Utilizing the energy butterfly's vision, the seer began to focus intently on observing the battle situation below. She was already prepared. If the demon showed any signs of unexpected trouble or the need for assistance, she would immediately arrange for the official team behind her to rush in for support. Below, Yun Chen was completely unaware that every move he made was being captured by the hidden butterfly at the cave's top. His attention was entirely locked onto the massive regional boss in front of him. Without any unnecessary probing or hesitation, he decisively struck. With a slight thought, the power of the demon was instantly activated. The next moment, a scarlet damage number abruptly exploded above the corrupted giant rock centipede's massive head. -8,000. The boss's health bar, which had originally looked incredibly thick, visibly dropped sharply, about 1/6 of its total health. The seer, witnessing this scene through the butterfly's vision, felt her pupils suddenly constrict. Such high damage. Did it just take away that much health? However, this was just the beginning. Almost without any interval, Yun Chen raised his hand, and another shadow word, pain, was instantly cast. Now, shadow word, pain, had already reached golden level. Its effect was that for every additional 10 points of health consumed, it could increase magic damage by 60 points. This time, Yun Chen directly consumed a full 8,000 points of health to amplify this skill. A black whip of concentrated shadow energy, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing through the air, struck heavily against the shell of the corrupted giant rock centipede. -42,650. Another astonishing damage number erupted from the boss's head. The seer, seeing this number through the butterfly's vision, felt her heart skip a beat, and her brain momentarily stalled. Over 40,000? What a joke! It should be noted that now, in the novice village, even those rare top players with god-level talents could only consistently deal over 4-digit damage, which was enough to draw countless envious and amazed gazes from other players. The moment the demon made a move, it dealt 5-digit damage. This was outrageous. While the prophet was astonished, Yun Chen was silently calculating the damage. In his mind, a total of 48,000 points of magical damage, reduced by 5,350 points due to magic resistance? As expected, it was completely consistent with the information he remembered. If it were another regional boss, this damage would have been reduced by at least 10,000. However, this corrupted giant rock centipede, despite its extremely high physical defense and its tough shell akin to a body of steel, did not have particularly outstanding magical resistance. Since Yun Chen primarily relied on magical damage output, he had a certain advantage over it. Yun Chen showed no signs of stopping. He was about to execute his planned strategy, immediately activating Shadow Stealth to temporarily conceal his form. This would allow him to avoid any potential furious counterattacks from the boss and better observe the boss's subsequent actions and skill patterns, preparing for future attacks. But at that moment, as Yun Chen was about to activate Shadow Stealth, his finger hesitated slightly. He suddenly realized he seemed unable to cast his next skill. The reason was very simple, even a bit unexpected for him. Because the regional boss he was targeting, the corrupted giant rock centipede, after taking his seemingly casual demon transfer, followed by an extreme amplification of dark word, pain, with just one hit, its health bar, which still had more than half remaining, was completely emptied. At this moment, the boss's massive body stood rigid in the swamp, devoid of any life force. Even the anticipated furious counterattack or the second phase mentioned by the prophet had no chance to trigger. The regional boss was thus defeated in an instant. Server announcement: congratulations to the player Demon from the Lost Ruins for defeating the regional boss. Corrupted giant rock centipede, Silver, in Blackbird Town, getting one step closer to the path of becoming a god. We hope all players will continue to strive hard. Due to the defeat of the regional boss in Blackbird Town, the teleportation array has lifted its restrictions, allowing players in the area to return to reality through the teleportation array. The system prompt echoed in the minds of every player in the game world without warning, broadcasting 3 times in a row. In an instant, the entire game world seemed to have been hit by a deep water bomb, boiling over completely. Countless Players stopped their actions, looking up at the sky in disbelief, as if trying to glean something from that void announcement. Demon? It's him. Again? Holy crap. The first kill of the regional boss in the Lost Ruins was him, and now the regional boss in Blackbird Town is also him? What speed is this? Just a few days, and the second regional boss is gone like this? Big shot, you're amazing. I really envy the people in Blackbird Town. They can already go home by hugging the big shot's leg. Can the big shot come to our novice village? In an instant, the entire game world was flooded with the words demon. Countless exclamations, speculations, doubts, and envy surged like a tide. This mysterious demon, after the shocking display in the novice village, once again crushed everyone's perception with an unmatched presence. Meanwhile, those trapped in the Blackbird Town area, tormented by monsters and the environment, erupted in ecstatic joy as if they had survived a disaster. We can go back. The teleportation array is open. We can go home. Thank you, Big Shot Demon. You're my reborn parents. Countless people cried tears of joy, rushing towards the nearest teleportation array, eager to return. And at the center of all this commotion, the protagonist of the event, Yunchen, stood at the edge of the swamp, which reeked of decay. He watched as the massive body of the corrupted giant rock centipede collapsed with a thud, completely devoid of life. He was momentarily stunned. The follow-up tactics and observation plans he had prepared had not even begun before it all ended. Yunchen's raised finger curled slightly in embarrassment. Was this a bit too quick? The strongest regional boss in the novice village. How could it be taken down by just one of his skills? It was too fragile. He hadn't even seen the second phase yet. Compared to the last time he fought a regional boss, this felt a bit too easy. Yunchen felt a moment of disbelief. However, the small surprise was quickly cast aside as he saw the loot orbs dropping from the boss. Rather than pondering why the boss was so weak, the more important matter now was looting the corpse. At the entrance of the dungeon, through the shared vision of the spirit butterfly's eye, the prophet witnessed everything happening in the boss room. Her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes filled with daze. She stood frozen in place. From the moment the demon overlord pushed open the stone door to the massive, grotesque corrupted giant rock centipede turning into a cold corpse, the entire process took less than a minute. The two consecutive, blindingly bright crimson damage numbers were etched in her mind like a brand, causing her brain to nearly stop functioning. Over 50,000 damage combined, instantly killing a silver level regional boss? Was this really the damage a player could deal at this stage? The prophet felt her understanding of power was once again completely overturned. She continued to maintain the spirit butterfly's eye, her mind still immersed in that shared vision. She saw the demon overlord below, after a brief pause, begin to pick up the loot dropped by the boss. Golden life coins, equipment and materials radiating various colors of light, a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, the prophet noticed that when the demon overlord picked up a staff glowing with silver light, he revealed an extremely happy smile. Did he find a top-tier piece of equipment? A hint of curiosity arose in the prophet's heart. She instinctively wanted to control the spirit butterfly to fly a bit closer and get a better look at the equipment. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden change occurred. A massive crimson eye, filled with ominousness and pressure, appeared beside Yunchen without warning. It was the primordial demon eye. The moment this eye appeared, the prophet's heart skipped a beat. A strong sense of crisis enveloped her instantly. She clearly remembered the last time she tried to spy on the demon overlord. It was this strange eye that discovered her, resulting in a severe mental backlash that made her spit blood on the spot. Watching the crimson demon eye slowly turn, as if it was about to look towards the hiding place of the spirit butterfly, the prophet's alarm bells rang loudly. She dared not hesitate any longer. She abruptly severed her mental connection with the spirit butterfly's eye. Poof! At the top of the cave, the nearly transparent light blue energy butterfly shattered and dissipated silently like a bubble, leaving no trace behind. Far away at the dungeon entrance, the prophet finally let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest with lingering fear. Thankfully, she cut it off quickly, otherwise, she would have to experience the feeling of soul tearing again. On the other side, in the boss room, Yunchen looked curiously at the suddenly appearing and quickly disappearing primordial demon eye beside him. What was going on? Why did that eye suddenly appear? He didn't pay it much mind, quickly redirecting his attention back to the loot in his hands. The reason he had smiled earlier was simple. The items dropped by this boss were quite good. In addition to about 800 life coins and 5 precious demon points, it also dropped a piece of equipment he could use. Demon staff, silver, type. Weapon/staff requirement, priest class attributes, spirit +20, intelligence +15 active skill, summon demon imp, silver. What truly caught Yunchen's interest was that active skill. Summon demon, silver, consume 500 health points to summon a demon imp to fight for you. The base attributes of the demon imp are enhanced by your maximum health points. The demon imp will remain as long as it is not killed. When not in use, it can be stored in the demon staff. Current capacity 0/10. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Special note, when the demon imp exists, the 500 health points used to summon it will be in a sacrifice-locked state, displayed in gray, and cannot be replenished by any healing or recovery means, including natural recovery after leaving combat, until the demon imp dies or is recalled to the staff, at which point that portion of health will be returned. This sacrifice-locked negative effect may be troublesome for other players, equivalent to a permanent reduction in maximum health. But for Yun Chen, who possesses demon transfer, this is not a problem at all. He can easily find some unfortunate soul to bear the cost of those 500 health points. This staff is practically tailor-made for him. Moreover, and more importantly, with demon sacrifice, he can also upgrade this staff. Without hesitation, Yun Chen focused his thoughts and activated demon sacrifice. The target he chose was precisely the newly acquired demon staff. A system prompt immediately popped up. Before him, detected sacrificial target demon staff, silver. Would you like to consume 32 advancement points to upgrade it to gold level? Yes. Yun Chen confirmed without hesitation. In the next moment, the surface of the demon staff in his hand transformed, the silver glow instantly replaced by a more brilliant and profound golden light. The shape of the staff also underwent some subtle changes. The gem embedded at the top became darker, and the patterns on the staff body grew increasingly intricate and sinister. Demon staff, gold, attributes, spirit plus 40, intelligence plus 30. The active skill was also upgraded. Summon demon servant, gold, consume 500 health points to summon 2 demon imps to fight for you at once. The capacity of the demon staff increased from 10 to 20. Summoning 2 at once doubled the capacity. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction and then walked out of the boss room. To test the effect of the new skill, he deliberately left a few stray small monsters alive in some remote corners while clearing the dungeon. He found a wandering venomous cave spider. Yun Chen raised his hand and activated demon transfer, transferring the health cost of the summoning skill to this unfortunate spider. Immediately after, he activated Summon Demon Servant. Poof, poof, 2 small shadowy energy forms coalesced in front of Yun Chen, quickly transforming into 2 demon imps less than half a meter tall, with dark red skin, fierce faces, and rusty knives in hand. As soon as they appeared, they let out sharp, piercing shrieks, their green eyes fixed on the spider, filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Yun Chen checked the attributes of the demon imps. Demon Imp, LV5, level, 10 health, 3000 strength, 48 stamina, 55 agility, 52 intelligence, 45 spirit, 45 skill, demon throwing knife, throws the knife in hand, dealing 400 physical damage to the target. The average attributes were close to 50 points. Yun Chen calculated that the base attributes of the demon imp were probably around 10 points. The remaining 40 points came entirely from his own maximum health bonus of over 8,000 points. Every 100 points of maximum health provides 0.5 to all attributes for the summoned creature. With average attributes around 50 points, plus 3,000 health points, the combat power of this demon imp was already comparable to a well-equipped level 5 player. Yun Chen was quite satisfied with this result. But it wasn't over yet. This staff still had room for improvement. He cast his gaze once again at the demon staff in his hand, thoughts stirring in his mind. Do you wish to consume 64 points of advanced points and 5 points of demon points to upgrade the demon staff gold to platinum level? Having just defeated the area boss, corrupted giant rock centipede, he earned 5 points of demon points. Along the way, he also casually dealt with a few bronze level elite monsters and a bronze level mini boss, accumulating a total of 6 points of demon points. Now he had a total of 11 points of demon points, enough to cover the cost of this upgrade. Confirm. Yun Chen confirmed once more. The demon staff in his hand glowed anew. The gem at the top of the staff transformed completely into pure darkness. The runes on the staff flowed like living creatures. Demon staff, platinum, attributes, spirit plus 70, intelligence plus 55, active skill, summon demon, platinum, summon demon servant. Platinum, consumes 500 health points, summoning 2 demon imps and 1 demon servant to fight for you. Demon staff capacity, 2/45. At the platinum level, not only did the number of summons increase to 3, but there was also a new type of summoned demon servant. Moreover, the capacity limit was significantly raised to 45. Yun Chen found another small monster and activated the skill after using demon transfer. Poof, poof, 2 demon imps appeared. First, followed closely by a larger mass of shadow energy coalescing into a demon clad in tattered robes, slightly hunched, holding a rudimentary staff. This was the demon servant, seemingly a ranged spellcaster. Yun Chen immediately checked its attributes. Demon servant, LV10, strength, 80, stamina, 90, agility, 85, intelligence, 120, spirit, 110, health, 5,000 to 5,000, skill, shadow arrow, fires an arrow formed from shadow energy, dealing 900 magic damage to the target. Thanks to the upgrade to platinum level, the attributes of the summons had improved once again. Demon Imp, LV10. Health, 8,000/8,000. The health of the demon imps had increased from 3,000 to 8,000 points. The newly appeared demon servant had 5,000 health points. Their average overall attributes had directly surpassed the 100-point mark. This value was already comparable to top-tier level 10 players at this stage. In the following minutes, Yunshin continuously summoned using demon transfer in various corners of the dungeon. Soon, the 45 capacity of the demon staff was completely filled. 30 demon imps wielding flying daggers. 15 demon servants hiding behind, constantly casting shadow arrow. Looking at this initial formation of a demon squad, Yunshin nodded in satisfaction. This was equivalent to carrying 45 fully armed level 10 player minions. Although their individual strength might not match that of true top players, their sheer numbers and fearless nature made them absolutely obedient to commands. After gathering all the summons into the staff space, Yunshin organized the other loot and turned to head towards the dungeon entrance. At the dungeon entrance, the members of the official team were still patiently waiting. Due to the isolation of the dungeon from external information, they were unaware of the system announcement that had echoed throughout the server moments ago. Time passed second by second. Some began to whisper among themselves. Hasn't the demon boss been inside for nearly 20 minutes? Why hasn't he come out yet? Yeah, I remember hearing someone say that the boss soloed the Lost Ruins in less than 10 minutes? Could the boss have encountered trouble? Pa, shut up, you jinx. Don't you want to go home? Worry began to spread among the crowd. Only the prophet remained relatively calm. She leaned against the nearby rock wall, appearing utterly bored. The nearby Autoaim girl noticed her unusual demeanor. From the previous tension and worry to the current calmness, her keen mind immediately guessed what was happening. She leaned in and whispered, "Hey, lazy bug, has the demon boss already taken care of it?" The prophet lazily lifted her eyelids and softly replied with an Although it was just one word, the Autoaim girl understood immediately, a relieved smile appearing on her face. Just as everyone was discussing and speculating about the battle inside, a figure leisurely walked out from the shadows of the cave. It was Yunshin. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, he calmly scanned everyone and said lightly, "It's done, the boss has been dealt with." With that one sentence, the scene fell silent instantly. After a brief moment of dead silence, it erupted into volcanic joy and noise. Dealt with? Really? Dealt with? Someone repeated in disbelief, their voice trembling slightly. Great! The demon boss is amazing. I knew the boss could do it. The excited shouts nearly threatened to topple the cave ceiling. Finally, we can go home. The members of the official team were overwhelmed with excitement, their gazes towards Yunshin filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, at Blackbird Town, the area around the teleportation portal back to reality was already packed, overflowing with people. The news of the area boss being defeated and the teleportation restrictions lifted spread like wildfire, instantly reaching the entire novice village. Countless players trapped here rushed towards the teleportation portal as if they had grasped a lifeline, frantically pushing forward. The air was thick with anxiety and urgency. Shoving and shouting echoed throughout. Everyone wanted to leave this cursed place as quickly as possible. Amidst the chaos, a more violent and aggressive commotion tore through the crowd. Get out of the way. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. A boisterous voice rang out. It was Lu Tianming, the top player on the Blackbird Town leaderboard, accompanied by several equally arrogant high-level subordinates. They rudely pushed aside the players blocking their path, forcing their way through the crowded throng straight to the front of the teleportation portal. The players who were shoved down could only curse under their breath, too afraid to voice their anger. In the shadows at the edge of the crowd, a few inconspicuous official players quietly observed everything. Their expressions were calm, contrasting sharply with the surrounding players' agitation. One of them lowered his head, quickly swiping his fingers through the air, operating the system message interface to relay information to someone. At the entrance of the dungeon, the prophet had been lazily leaning against the cold rock wall, boredly watching the celebrating crowd in the distance. Suddenly, her body imperceptibly paused for a moment. She opened the system message interface, and a few lines of newly received information flickered on the screen. After a moment, she closed the interface, her lazy expression tightening slightly. Then, she discreetly stepped over to Yunshin's side. Lowering her voice to a volume only the two of them could clearly hear, she said, "There's news from the novice village. Lu Tianming and his people have already returned to reality through the teleportation portal." The prophet raised her head, her eyes, usually carrying a hint of weariness, now looked unusually calm as she gazed at Yunshin. "Do you want to act now?" Her tone was light, yet it carried an unspoken understanding. Yunshin's gaze swept over the cheering and bustling crowd in the distance. He shook his head slightly. "No rush." He paused and added, "I still need to make some preparations." Noticing a hint of confusion in the prophet's eyes, he explained, "Don't worry, I'll notify you before I take action." The prophet nodded in understanding, no longer asking further questions. She exchanged a glance with the Autoaim girl beside her. Then, along with the other members of the official team, they began to head out of the dungeon. "Then we'll head back first, boss." The Autoaim girl waved at Yunshin. Yunshin watched as the figures of the group disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Once everyone had left, the entrance to the dungeon returned to silence. He took out the demon staff again and summoned the demon imp and demon servant back. He commanded them to clean up the remaining small monsters in the dungeon. Now, Yunshin had leveled up from level 10 to level 11. It required a full 100,000 experience points. Just to defeat the regional boss, he needed to take down over 10 of them to reach level 11. Although the experience and life coins provided by the remaining small monsters were not much, even the smallest mosquito meat is still meat. While the demons worked in his stead, Yunshin sat down on the spot. He had a simple meal of compressed biscuits and rested for a while. About 5 minutes later, the demons completed their cleaning task and returned to the staff space. Yunshin stood up, stretched his slightly stiff body, and after confirming his status was restored, he left the dungeon. Soon, he returned to Blackbird Town. The familiar teleportation area flickered with light. Now, most players had returned to reality through the teleportation array. However, he chose not to return to reality but walked towards the teleportation array leading to the Lost Ruins. Before going back for revenge, he needed to make a trip to the Lost Ruins. His goal was clear. It was the Lost Ruins, that special outdoor merchant, the fanatical believer. Back then, he had set his sights on a piece of golden grade armor with excellent attributes. A full 3,000 points of health bonus. For Yin Chen, where health equated to damage, the value of this equipment was immeasurable. He clearly remembered the mechanism of the fanatical believer. On the surface, he was an NPC merchant selling items, but in reality, he was a hidden silver-level boss. Any items sold to him by players would not truly disappear. As long as he was defeated, all the items he had acquired would drop as loot. Back then, Yunshin had held back and not attacked. Now, it was time to reclaim that armor. Yunshin was well aware that the secret of the fanatical believer being a hidden boss could not be kept forever. The number of players in the game world was vast. There would always be curious or lucky players willing to try attacking an NPC. Once someone discovered this secret, it was only a matter of time before the fanatical believer was hunted down by players. If someone else killed him first, that golden armor would be completely out of reach. Soon, Yunshin stood on the teleportation array. The next second, his figure appeared in the resurrection square of the Lost Ruins. Yunshin oriented himself and was just about to head straight to the location of the fanatical believer in his memory. At that moment, a few players had just resurrected nearby in the resurrection square. Their disgruntled voices, filled with curses, clearly reached Yunshin's ears. Damn it, that crazy old man NPC in the ruined church is too strong. Who says otherwise? He looks like a merchant, but turns out to be a boss with ridiculous damage. Our team got wiped out instantly. Damn, there are still players attacking him. Should we give it another try? Maybe we can pick up some loot. Yunshin's footsteps suddenly halted, and his heart sank. The crazy old man NPC in the ruined church? A silver level boss? It had already been discovered. The secret of the fanatical believer had been exposed so quickly. He immediately recalled the map information about the Lost Ruins in his mind and quickly identified the general direction of the ruined church mentioned by the players. Time was of the essence. He could not waste any more time. Without a moment's hesitation, he flashed and hurried in that direction. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. 20 minutes later, Yunshin arrived at his destination. In the distance, a dilapidated church shrouded in ominous energy came into view. The air was thick with a faint, rusty smell of blood. Trees lay toppled around the church, and the ground was churned up, clearly having experienced a fierce battle not long ago. The closer he got to the church, the more shocking the scene became. A large number of white orbs of light were scattered on the ground. These were the loot dropped. After players' deaths, a rough count revealed at least 20 or 30 of them. This was enough to prove that more than one team had paid a heavy price here. In the open space at the entrance of the church, a figure stood out conspicuously. It was an old man dressed in tattered robes. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his eyes burned with a near-mad fervor. He was the target of Yunshin. Fanatical believer Augustine, LV10, rank, silver. It was clear that he had triggered the hidden boss form. He seemed to have only a few insignificant scratches on him, and his health bar was nearly full. His condition looked quite good. At this moment, the fanatical believer was gripping the neck of a female archer player tightly with one bony hand. He lifted her high, as if holding a chicken ready for slaughter. The female player's face was a mix of purple and red. In immense pain, her limbs could only twitch helplessly. She opened her mouth, seemingly trying to call for help, but only a wheezing sound escaped her throat. Her teammates had long since turned into one of those white orbs on the ground. Yunshin stopped in his tracks. His body melted into the shadow of a broken stone pillar in the distance. He ignored the female player's silent plea for help. He did not reveal himself immediately. His gaze calmly swept over the actions of the fanatical believer, assessing the opponent's condition. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings, confirming whether there were any other players hidden among the ruins. There were none. Only the sound of the wind whispering through the wreckage. Just as the female player's weak struggles were about to cease, the fanatical believer let out an unintelligible low growl from his throat. His arm tightened suddenly. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out clearly. The Female player's neck twisted at a strange angle. The light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Her health bar emptied abruptly and her body transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing from the spot to respawn in the city. The fanatical believer casually flicked away the few drops of blood that had stained his fingertips. He nervously adjusted his tattered robe. He began to mutter incantations as if performing some kind of blasphemous prayer. It sounded like he was softly chanting a vicious curse. Hidden in the distance, Yunshin silently observed everything. He had initially worried that the boss would be besieged by players. Now it seemed he had overthought it. At this stage, the average strength of players was still hovering around level 5. Challenging a level 10 silver boss was basically impossible. The scattered white orbs on the ground were the best proof. There were no other competitors at the scene for. Now, it was time for him to take action. In the forest, a team of more than 10 players appeared excitedly on the path leading to the church. Leading them was a burly man holding a tower shield. Judging by his equipment, he was a shield warrior, and at this moment he was full of confidence, his face radiating enthusiasm. A cacophony of footsteps and excited chatter erupted from the team. "Stay close. Hurry up," a rough voice called out, brimming with unmasked excitement. "Up ahead is that crazy old man boss. This time we are well prepared. We can definitely secure the first kill." "Ha, the first kill of a silver boss. Just thinking about it gets me excited. If we get a piece of golden equipment, we'll be set." From the sound of it, it seemed to be a sizable group of players. They were clearly also coming for the fanatical believer. But as the team of more than 10 players eagerly turned the corner, about to see the outline of the dilapidated church, the path ahead was suddenly covered by a rolling mass of shadows. The shadows were thick and tangible, exuding a chilling aura of evil. "What the hell is that?" "Put." 10 small demons wielding rusted flying daggers, their faces twisted and terrifying, along with 5 demon minions dressed in tattered robes and holding crude staves, appeared out of thin air in the middle of the road. They formed an impenetrable dark red line of defense. Cold green eyes stared unblinkingly at this group of uninvited guests. The demons did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they fixed their bloodthirsty and icy gazes on the players before them, as if warning everyone not to advance any further. This sudden turn of events left the player team momentarily stunned. Soon after, someone recognized the type of demons they were facing. A player wielding a staff scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. "Ha? Is that it? I thought it was something formidable, but it turns out to be a bunch of low-level demon imps and minions? A bunch of trash demons dare to block my way?" The shield warrior at the front clearly shared the same sentiment. He roared, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Who cares? Let's charge through. Don't waste time on the boss. Crush them." He charged at the demon line like a heavy truck. The mages and archers behind him quickly reacted, beginning to chant spells and draw their bows, ready to unleash a barrage of firepower to vaporize the obstructing demons in an instant. However, what awaited them was a chilling blow far beyond their expectations. Whoosh! 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 The demon imps raised their arms almost simultaneously. 10 flying daggers whistled through the air, transforming into beams of death, accurately shooting towards the shield warrior at the front. -367. -367. -367. A series of dense physical damage numbers instantly floated above the shield warrior's head. The smile on his face froze in an instant, replaced by horror and disbelief. This damage, how could it be so high? His charge skill hadn't even finished yet. The sturdy tower shield hadn't had a chance to collide with any demon. Before he knew it, his health bar was plummeting. Like a floodgate had been opened, hitting the bottom in an instant. Thud! The shield warrior was pierced by rusted daggers, crashing heavily to the ground. He then transformed into white light and vanished. Before anyone could react, 5 demon minions in the back also raised their staffs. Dark energy coalesced at the tips of their staves. Whoosh! 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 5 arrows, infused with pure shadow energy, shot forth with sharp whistling sounds, accurately targeting the mages and healers positioned further back in the player team. -852. -852. Even higher magic damage numbers exploded. In just one round of fire, 3 players screamed as they transformed into white light and disappeared. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Impossible. These demons' attributes are off. The players were horrified to discover that these seemingly inconspicuous low-level demons not only had shockingly high attack power, but their health and defense also far exceeded their understanding. Their attacks barely scratched the surface of the demon's health, while the demon's strikes were like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. Every blow drew blood, every arrow pierced the heart. This was not a battle of the same magnitude. Their attributes were completely crushed. Can't hold on. The attack is too high. Healer. Where's the healer? Damn it, the healer got one shot. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The few surviving melee fighters and archers finally realized the severity of the situation. Fear was written all over their faces as they frantically tried to fall back. But it was too late. The demon imps darted through the crowd like phantoms, their daggers continuously reaping lives. The demon minions stood at a distance, calmly unleashing deadly shadow arrows, precisely picking off every player who attempted to resist or flee. The sounds of screams, curses, and desperate cries rose and fell, but soon fell silent. In less than a minute, this confident team of over a dozen players was completely wiped out, leaving only a denser cluster of white orbs of light and a few fading resurrection lights. Yun-chan raised an eyebrow. Oh, quite a commotion. It seems that those blind fools have run into the guard I set up. Before entering the church, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I casually placed 10 demon imps and 5 demon servants in the forest surrounding the church. Consider them as hired free security. I didn't expect this to come in handy. Yun-chan thought it was about time for him to take action. He raised the demon staff in his hand once more. The dark magic surged. The remaining 20 demon imps and 10 demon servants appeared out of thin air behind him. This display could easily be described as a small demon legion. With a wave of his hand, Yun-chan pointed towards the dilapidated church. The imposing demon army marched forward with a somewhat comical yet oppressive gait towards the church. However, when Yun-chan and the demons reached the church entrance, the scene that followed left him momentarily stunned. The attack command that had been on the tip of his tongue was stuck in his throat. In the distance, the fanatical believer, Augustine, froze in place upon seeing Yun-chan approach with a throng of demons. Instead of displaying the frenzied, bloodthirsty expression he had shown before, he seemed to be under a spell, rigidly standing still. After a while, he suddenly made a move that completely took Yun-chan by surprise. With a thud, the fanatical believer knelt down in front of Yun-chan, his head nearly buried in the ground. What's going on? Yun-chan was bewildered. This wasn't the script. This mad old man shouldn't have seen him coming with a group of demons and rushed at him screaming, right? Why is he kneeling? Moreover, the crazed expression on his face had vanished, replaced by an indescribable piety. The fanatical believer trembled all over, tears and snot covering his face, his voice choked with emotion. My primordial lord, you have finally returned. Primordial lord? A question mark slowly appeared above Yun-chan's head. What is this mad old man talking about? He scrutinized the fanatical believer in front of him. Suddenly, a bold guess emerged in his mind. No way. Could it be this guy is also a primordial believer? Yun-chan felt as if he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. The last time they met, the other party didn't have this attitude. How could it change so drastically in just a few days, suddenly calling him Lord? This shift in attitude was comparable to the face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Humble servant Augustine, I pay my respects to my lord. The fanatical believer knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. His tone was one of utmost respect and piety, almost shouting, "Long live my lord." Yun-chan tentatively broke the eerie silence. You must have mistaken me for someone else? No, absolutely not. The fanatical believer suddenly raised his head, his tone resolute as if defending his faith. Your aura is so pure, so intoxicating. He explained excitedly, the last time we met, it was my dereliction of duty, my foolishness for not recognizing your magnificent form at first sight. Please punish me. As he spoke, he slapped his own cheeks hard with his palm, producing crisp sounds as if genuinely repenting for his sins. Aura? Upon hearing this, Yun-chan felt a stir in his heart, deep in thought. He quickly connected the dots in his mind, analyzing the reasons behind it. After a moment, he vaguely formed a guess. He recalled the primordial ascension ceremony he had recently undergone in the binding with the primordial demon eye. It was very likely that this incident had left him with some special primordial mark or aura. And this aura could only be sensed by special NPCs like the fanatical believer. But as for the first meeting, the other party did not recognize him. It was likely because at that time he had not yet undergone the advancement ceremony, and naturally he did not possess the so-called primordial aura. Understanding this, Yun-chan suddenly felt enlightened. It seemed that this was indeed an unexpected joy. My lord. The fanatical believer was still chattering away, crawling on the ground towards Yun-chan. With tears and snot, he said, you truly have not forgotten us humble believers. You are finally willing to respond to our prayers. He raised his head, gazing at Yun-chan with an almost fanatical look. He scrutinized Yun-chan closely, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. I can feel it. I can feel the surging power within you. It seems, you have regained some of your strength. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Let this humble servant offer you a bit of meager assistance. As he spoke, the fanatical believer began to chant. It was an ancient and obscure language. The syllables sounded like some mysterious incantation, sending waves of heart palpitations through the air. As the incantation was chanted, wisps of visible white mist began to drift from the fanatical believer, gathering like some invisible energy towards Yun-chan. At the same time, in Yun-chan's field of vision, the familiar primordial demon eye reappeared, greedily absorbing the white mist. The power of faith. Yun-chan immediately realized the essence of this white mist. It was the power of faith. It came from the fanatical believer. He felt a stir in his heart and quickly checked the attributes of the primordial demon eye. Sure enough, the durability, originally at 1.36/100, was slowly rising. 1.86/102.36/100. Soon, the durability of the primordial demon eye increased by a whole point. Yunchen felt a surge of joy. It seemed that this fanatical believer was indeed an unexpected surprise. After completing all this, the fanatical believer seemed to have exhausted all his strength, instantly aging several years, panting heavily. But he wore a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had accomplished an incredibly glorious mission. He trembled as he got up from the ground. He then pulled out a bulging package from his backpack and respectfully handed it to Yunchen, saying, "My lord, this is a small gift prepared by this humble servant for you, a token of respect, please accept it." Yunchen took the package and opened it. Instantly, he was delighted. Upon opening the package handed over by the fanatical believer, Yunchen's eyes lit up. Wow! What a generous gift from the believer! The package was filled with a dazzling array of various goods. It was everything the fanatical believer had traded as a wild merchant. Equipment of all grades, materials, potions, scrolls, everything one could imagine. Yunchen roughly estimated that these life coins amounted to at least 20,000. Of course, what excited Yunchen the most was the item lying in the center of the package. A chest piece radiating a faint golden glow. It was the golden grade chest piece with plus 3,000 health points that he had been longing for. How should he put it? Although the development of events was slightly different from what he had anticipated, the outcome was good enough. The equipment and life coins were already in hand. If he had to say that something was still lacking, it would be the boss experience points from the fanatical believer himself, as well as the demon points that could only be obtained after defeating the boss. However, one shouldn't be too greedy. Having these things was sufficient. Just as Yunchen had this thought, the next moment, something even more shocking happened. The fanatical believer seemed to have heard Yunchen's inner voice. He suddenly dashed to the side of a demon imp, snatching the rusty flying knife from its hand. Then, without hesitation, he slashed it across his own neck. With a splatter, blood gushed out. The health bar of the fanatical believer plummeted. Like a flood breaking through a dam, rapidly dropping from 90% to 80% to 70%. His health bar emptied at a terrifying speed. Yunchen was completely dumbfounded. No way? This crazy old man is serious? Just a second before the health bar was about to hit zero, the fanatical believer staggered forward again. With his last ounce of strength, he handed a parchment letter to Yunchen. "My lord, if you ever have the chance, please go to the place mentioned in the letter. My true self is waiting for you there." True self? Does that mean this old man is just a clone here? Before Yunchen could think it through, a system prompt echoed in his mind. "You have obtained Augustine's token, triggered hidden quest token." After saying this, the fanatical believer's health bar completely hit zero. His body collapsed weakly to the ground, transforming into a white light that vanished. Almost simultaneously, the cold system notification rang in Yunchen's ears. System notification: you have killed fanatical believer, Augustine, silver. You gained 6,800 experience points. You gained 5 demon points. Listening to the system notifications echoing in his ears, Yunchen stood there in a daze. No, dude. I was just thinking about it in my heart. I didn't actually say it out loud. Is this guy really that ruthless? Committing suicide for experience? This move is just too flashy. For a moment, Yunchen didn't know what to say. He shook his head, clearing his chaotic thoughts, and examined the parchment letter in his hand. Augustine's token type. Quest item. Quest objective: go to the second main area and find Augustine's true self. Quest reward: unknown. Quest difficulty: extremely high. Upon unfolding the letter, it contained not text but a simple map, marked with a special location in red ink. Yunchen glanced at it and then stowed it away in his backpack. The marked location on the map was neither in the Lost Ruins nor in any known novice village area. Judging by the outline and markings on the map, it clearly pointed to the second main area of God's Fall. At his current stage, he couldn't access the second main area yet. Yunchen shifted his focus back to the legacy left by the fanatical believer after his suicide. What he cared about most was the golden grade equipment lying quietly in the center of his pack. A chest plate entirely dark gold, covered with fine, sharp barbs, radiating a steady and heavy golden glow. Thorn chestplate, gold, grade, gold, golden, equipment type, chestplate required level, 10 effect 1, health, plus 3,000. This is it, 3,000 health points. For Yunchen, whose damage increases with higher health, the importance of this equipment was self-evident. With this in mind, Yunchen didn't hesitate to activate Demon Sacrifice again. The target was the newly acquired Thorn chestplate, gold. Detected sacrificial target, Thorn chestplate, gold. Do you wish to consume 64 advancement points and 5 demon points to upgrade it to platinum grade? Yes. Yunchen confirmed. He had accumulated quite a few advancement points through self-harm with demon sacrifice before, and his stock was still ample. As for the demon points, killing the fanatical believer, Augustine, this silver grade boss, had just given him 5 points. He now had a total of 11 demon points, more than enough to cover this cost. In the next second, the golden glow on the surface of the Thorn chestplate suddenly retracted immediately. A deeper and more sinister platinum sheen erupted. The shape of the chest armor also changed. The spikes on the surface became longer and more menacing, glinting with a dangerous cold light as if they were alive and slightly undulating. Thorn chest armor, platinum, grade, platinum equipment. Type chest armor required level 10 effect 1, health plus 4500 effect 2, enhanced thorn aura. When receiving melee attacks, reflect 10% of physical damage back to the attacker, with a 5% chance to inflict the bleeding status, causing a loss of 50 health points per second for 3 seconds. Platinum grade. The health bonus shot up directly, from 3000 to 4500 points. There was also a damage reflection effect, along with the added bleeding status. This upgrade was nothing short of transformative. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction and quickly removed the frost crystal armor, gold, he had been wearing. This piece of silver-grade armor had been upgraded to gold using demon sacrifice, providing 2500 health points and 50 dual resistances. But now, with the better thorn chest armor, it was time for it to retire honorably. He donned the brand new thorned chest armor, platinum. Yun Chen opened his attribute panel to take a look. Health 10080/10080, originally 8080, frost crystal armor 2500 plus thorn chest armor 4500 equals 10080 over 10,000. Looking at his health bar breaking into 5 digits, a sense of unprecedented security and strength surged within Yun Chen. Everything was ready. He took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions swirling inside him. It was time. He needed to return and settle the score with Lu Tianming. Yun Chen recalled the demon army back to his staff. He turned and walked towards the desolate ruins. Soon after, he arrived at the edge of the resurrection square, where a teleportation array emitted a faint glow. The light suddenly brightened, engulfing his figure. The next second, a strong sense of spatial displacement hit him. Yun Chen's figure rematerialized, standing on a bustling street in City A. Beneath his feet was solid asphalt, not the soft ground of the game world. Surrounding him were the cold silhouettes of tall buildings, replacing the crumbling walls of the game. This was the street where he had stood before entering the game, precisely in the same spot. The teleportation mechanism of God Abandoned worked like this. No matter which teleport point you returned from in the game world, you would accurately return to the exact location you left in reality. The afternoon sun streamed through the gaps between the buildings, somewhat blinding. The sounds of car horns, conversations of pedestrians, and music from shops, all mixed together, flooded back into his ears. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat strange street scene before him, Yun Chen felt a moment of disorientation. Clearly, he had only spent a mere 2 days in that game world. Yet, it felt as if several weeks, even months, had passed. The pedestrians on the street still hurried along. On the surface, this city seemed no different from 2 days ago, orderly and calm. But Yun Chen keenly sensed an indescribable tension permeating the air. Underneath the calm surface lay hidden currents. When players returned to reality from the game, they would find that the power, levels, attributes, and even those powerful skills they had gained through battles, quests, and adventures in the game were all intact, brought back to this once ordinary reality. Extraordinary power had descended upon the world, shaking the very foundations of order. When an ordinary person suddenly gains power far beyond their control, their inner desires and dark sides would spread like mold in a damp corner, finding fertile ground to grow wildly. Just then, bang! A loud sound of shattering glass suddenly came from across the street. Yun Chen turned to look, his gaze landing on a supermarket he found somewhat familiar. Oh, he remembered now. It was the one where he had previously bought compressed biscuits to eye in the shattered window of the supermarket. A man dressed entirely in black and wearing a black mask emerged, clutching a bag full of money. He burst out of the supermarket in a frenzy. It seemed he was a robber. Thanks to the physical enhancements from his game attributes, his running speed was astonishing, with explosive power that far exceeded that of the world's top sprinters. Ha ha ha! You fools, Grandpa is rich now. The man in black laughed maniacally. He glanced back at the supermarket owner and staff chasing after him, his face filled with disdain and cruelty. With a casual flick of his hand, a fiery orange fireball appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat, and smashed violently towards the supermarket entrance. Boom! The fireball struck a trash can by the roadside, producing a muffled sound. In an instant, the trash can exploded into pieces, flames roaring to life. After doing all this, the man in black seemed unsatisfied. He arrogantly flipped the bird at the crowd and turned to flee. The entire process was fluid and extremely arrogant. However, Yun Chen merely watched all of this calmly, not even furrowing his brow. He showed no intention of stepping in to stop or help. It was as if everything happening before him was just a boring farce. Because he knew that this level of chaos didn't require his intervention. Someone would take care of it. Sure enough, just as the man in black turned to escape, his movements suddenly froze. Hiss! Several thick, dark green vines, like venomous snakes with a life of their own, erupted from the hard concrete ground without warning. They wrapped around his legs, binding him firmly in place. What the hell? The man's face changed dramatically as he struggled desperately, but the vines only tightened their grip, rendering him immobile. Vine binding. Yun-chan recognized this skill. It was a basic control skill used by priests or druids. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 several agile figures, like leopards, leaped silently from the rooftops and shadowy corners of the surrounding buildings. They moved with grace and speed, dressed in matching black combat uniforms with a barely noticeable dragon emblem on their chests. These individuals were clearly players as well, and they were not low-level, working together seamlessly. A burly man wielding a shield knocked the resisting robber unconscious with a shield bash. Another swift assassin struck the back of his neck with the blunt side of a dagger, rendering him completely incapable of resistance. In just a few seconds, the once arrogant robber was thoroughly subdued by this sudden group of official personnel, dragged away like a dead dog. The surrounding pedestrians gasped in surprise but soon returned to calm, as if they were somewhat accustomed to such scenes. Yun-chan withdrew his gaze, showing no signs of surprise. Whether in his past life or this one, the authorities reacted extremely quickly and harshly to such acts of wrongdoing using game abilities in reality. Relying on these well-trained, well-equipped official players, while it was impossible to completely eliminate all chaos, at least maintaining the basic order of society on the surface was achievable. He turned his attention away from these minor incidents. His immediate priority was to go to D-City and settle accounts with Liu Tianming. He approached the roadside, instinctively reaching out to hail a taxi. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. It dawned on him that he had nearly exhausted his real-world currency before entering the game, having spent almost all of it on that pile of compressed biscuits and bottled water. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a crumpled 50-cent coin. Yun-chen. He had forgotten that taking a taxi in the real world required money. He knew that as time passed, the life currency in the game would eventually replace real currency, becoming the new hard currency. But in the 2 days since the game had just arrived, this replacement was clearly not yet complete. Most ordinary people, including taxi drivers, probably only recognize money. 150? Don't even think about going to D-City, that's not even enough for the starting fare. However, Yun-chan quickly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a check for 5 million. He almost forgot. This check was the one he had obtained from those two clueless guys at the Lehigh Group back when he was in the Lost Ruins. Yun-chan turned and headed to the bank. Soon, he withdrew several tens of thousands from inside. He hailed a taxi. Driver, to D-City. Driver, to D-City. Yun-chan opened the door and sat in the back seat. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Upon hearing this, as he started the car, he couldn't help but complain, D-City? Another intercity trip. That's not close, little brother. Intercity fares need extra money. The driver's slightly complaining voice came from the front seat. The tone and inflection made Yun-chan pause slightly. This voice sounds a bit familiar? Yun-chan raised his head and carefully examined the driver. Oh my, isn't this the driver he met on the day he was reborn, when he took a taxi from B-City to a city? Fate is indeed quite interesting. It seemed the driver sensed Yun-chan's gaze. He also looked at him through the rearview mirror, and his eyes widened. Oh, little brother, it's you. I remember now. It's you. That day I took you to a city. The driver suddenly slapped his thigh, his tone instantly becoming extremely enthusiastic. Thanks to you. If it weren't for this trip with you, I'd be stuck with those guys in B-City, trapped in that damn game. I heard that now there are only a few cities where you can return to reality. The driver's face showed a relieved expression, clearly still feeling a bit shaken about having escaped a calamity. Yun-chen casually responded. The driver was evidently a chatterbox. Once he opened up, he couldn't stop. The world these days, TSK, it's a mess. Those players, having gained a bit of power from the game, don't even know their own surnames anymore. Robbing, causing trouble. Just the other day, the news said someone dared to storm an official institution. But hey, the officials aren't pushovers either, they respond quickly. You see those patrols on the street? I heard they're all powerful players, specifically catching these troublemakers. If caught, it's heavy punishment. The driver's tone carried both concern for the chaos and a hint of respect for the official forces. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the subject, his face showing admiration and gratitude. Speaking of which, being able to come out of the game this time, I really have to thank someone. Yun-chen casually asked. Oh, who? The driver excitedly replied. Who else could it be? Of course, it's that demon boss. If it weren't for him defeating the regional boss, I'd still be stuck in the game. And I also heard that this demon boss not only defeated the regional boss in a city but also took down the regional boss in D-City. One person saved the people of 2 cities. TSK, that person must be a great hero. A true hero. Yun-chen listened to the driver's extravagant praise of his game alias. He just listened calmly, not saying a word. His appearance in the game was casually adjusted when he entered, completely unrelated to his real self. Naturally, no one could connect him to that demon. He certainly wouldn't reveal his identity for no reason. The driver, of course, had no idea that the savior he spoke of, the virtuous demon boss, was quietly sitting in his back seat, contemplating how to go to D-City to deal with an enemy named Liu Tianming. The car drove steadily along the road. The driver seemed to be in high spirits and suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know that demon boss?" Yun Chen's movements paused imperceptibly for a moment. He shook his head, his tone flat. "I don't know him." The driver clicked his tongue, seemingly a bit regretful. "Ah, what a pity. I thought maybe you young people might know each other." Yun Chen asked, "What do you want with the demon boss?" The driver spoke sincerely. "Of course, I want to thank him. By the way, if you ever get the chance to meet that demon boss, make sure to thank him for me. Just say it's old Wang, the taxi driver, thanking him for saving his life." Yun Chen looked at the driver's honest and serious face in the rearview mirror. He nodded. "Alright, if I get the chance, I'll definitely pass it on." On the road, the driver continued to chatter about his experiences in the game, as well as various speculations and admiration for the demon boss. Yun Chen leaned back in the back seat. However, his attention had quietly shifted to the rear of the car. Through the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. A black, eye-catching sports car had been trailing him since he left the bank, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, neither getting closer nor moving away. Following him? Yun Chen's gaze turned cold. The car drove for another 5 minutes. Yun Chen interrupted the driver, suddenly speaking. "Driver, stop at the fork in the road by that abandoned factory." The driver was taken aback. "Huh? That place? Little brother, what are you going there for? It's quite remote." Yun Chen didn't explain, directly pulling out a thick stack of cash from his pocket. He handed it over, estimating it to be at least several thousand. "No need for change, driver. Just drop me off here, you can go." The driver looked at the thick stack of bills in his hand. It was more than he would earn from a trip to D-City, his eyes flickering. A fool not to take the money. Who cares what the young man wants to do? The taxi slowly stopped at the fork in the road. Yun Chen opened the car door and got out. The driver reminded him, "If you meet the demon boss, be sure to send my regards." Yun Chen smiled and nodded, watching the taxi disappear from view. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and walked slowly towards the entrance of the factory that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. The iron gate at the entrance was rusty and half open, revealing a yard overgrown with weeds and dilapidated factory buildings inside. Sure enough, just as he reached the entrance, the sound of an engine roared behind him. The black sports car had silently followed him. With a drift, it came to a steady stop by the roadside. The car door opened, and 2 men stepped out. One was fat, the other thin, both dressed elegantly, but their eyes carried a hint of malice and hostility. The 2 men blocked the entrance of the factory, cutting off Yun Chen's escape route. The leading fat man sized Yun Chen up a few times, especially noticing his somewhat frail figure, a sneer appearing on his face. "Kid, you've got some guts, huh? Knowing you're being followed, you still dare to sneak into a place like this?" Yun Chen looked at the two, calmly, not responding. The thin man sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. "Where did you get that 5 million check?" So they were after the check. Yun Chen understood in his heart. The fat man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes glinting as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. "Kid? You dared to touch the money of the Lehigh Group. You must be tired of living." The thin man chimed in, his tone sinister. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the money from the check and you might suffer less." Yun Chen dug at his ear, ignoring the two. He leisurely pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, waving it in front of them with mockery. "Want it? Come and take it." The fat and thin men exchanged glances, their contemptuous smiles growing wider. This weak little pretty boy dared to act tough in front of them, truly unaware of his own mortality. "You don't want to drink the toast, so you'll have to drink the punishment wine." The fat guy's expression darkened, and his eyes instantly turned fierce. "Bro, let's go. Quick battle, quick resolution, to avoid long nights filled with dreams." The skinny guy let out a sinister laugh, flexing his wrist, the joints cracking with a sound. "Don't worry, bro, dealing with these little chicks doesn't require any real effort. A few hits and it's done." The two were clearly players of a decent level. In the rankings of the Lost Ruins, they had reached level 5. Although they didn't make it into the top 10, they were ranked 15 and 16. When it came to dealing with Yun Chen, they had no intention of using skills or equipment. After all, reality is different from the game. Besides the attributes inherited from the game, using skills and equipment in reality consumes life currency, and the cost is not low. This is another major reason why life currency is so precious. For such a trivial matter, it really wasn't worth it. The attributes of a level 5 warrior were more than enough to handle a weak young man like Yun Chen, who was unarmed. Moreover, they also planned to kill him afterward to eliminate any future troubles. However, they clearly miscalculated. As Yun Chen watched the two approach, his gaze was terrifyingly calm, as if he were watching two clowns perform. He was now level 10. All attributes over 100, especially his agility, which had surpassed 100. His speed was now about 30 meters per second. There's a formula for this, not just random writing, comparable to a cheetah. Against these two in front of him, Yun Chen had no intention of wasting precious life currency. The fat guy launched the first attack, swinging his fist, which was as big as a cooking pot, with a whistling wind towards Yun Chen's face. "Kid, die. For me." The fist cut through the air, and an ordinary person would probably not even have time to react before their brains were splattered. However, in Yun Chen's eyes, the fat guy's movements were as slow as a slow-motion replay. He didn't even have the interest to dodge, merely shifting his body slightly. The fat guy's fist whizzed past, almost grazing his nose, the gust of wind even ruffling his hair. A missed strike. The arrogant smile on the fat guy's face instantly froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. What the hell? He dodged? At the same time, the skinny guy's attack arrived. The skinny guy was even more agile, taking a quick step forward, brandishing a dagger aimed at Yun Chen's waist. The dagger glinted coldly in the sunlight, carrying a deadly threat. However, the result was the same. Yun Chen merely swayed slightly, like a ghost, instantly disappearing from his original spot. The skinny guy's dagger also missed. "Where is he?" the skinny guy exclaimed, his pupils suddenly constricting, his face filled with horror. He clearly saw Yun Chen standing there. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? This speed was simply outrageous. Just as the two were shocked beyond measure, Yun Chen's figure, like a ghost, reappeared behind them. His speed was so fast that the two couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement trajectory, only seeing a blurred afterimage flash by. Too slow. Yun Chen's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in their ears. Immediately after, they felt a blur before their eyes. Before they could react to what had happened, bang, bang, two muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The fat guy and the skinny guy felt as if their chests had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. Their internal organs seemed to shift, and with a sweet taste in their throats, they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their bodies flew backward like kites with cut strings, crashing heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, the two didn't even manage to see how Yun Chen had struck. Just two moves, clean and swift. The two self-important thugs from the Linghai group were easily subdued by Yun Chen. As if he were swatting flies, Yun Chen slowly walked up to them, looking down from above, his gaze cold, as if he were looking at two ants. "With such little skill, you dare to come out and rob?" His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling intensity that made one's heart race. The fat man and the thin man lay on the ground, their bodies feeling as if they had fallen apart, the sharp pain in their chests making it hard for them to breathe. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Yun Chen had long lost its previous arrogance and disdain, replaced only by deep fear and horror. What kind of monster is this kid? This skill, this speed, is definitely not that of an ordinary player. They've kicked a steel plate, a titanium alloy one at that. The fat man struggled to plead for mercy, his voice hoarse and distorted from the pain. Big brother, spare me. We didn't recognize the mountain. Take the money, consider it a tribute to you." The thin man nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile on his face that was more painful than crying. Yes, big brother, we are just two errand boys, acting on orders. You have a big heart." Yun Chen squatted down, his face still expressionless. "Acting on orders," he repeated, his tone flat. "Whose orders?" It's the group." The fat man dared not hide anything, spilling the beans like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. "That check is our emergency reserve from the Linhai group. It has special markings, and once withdrawn at the bank, it will trigger alarms and tracking. We were just ordered to deal with the person withdrawing the money and recover the funds." Yun Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Deal with? What do you mean by deal with?" The fat man and the thin man exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, not daring to speak. Yun Chen chuckled lightly, extending his finger to gently poke at the fat man's broken rib. "Ah!" The fat man let out a pig-like wail, writhing in pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. I'll talk. The thin man, terrified out of his wits, hurriedly interjected. "The order is to take the person out and then bring the money back, leaving no witnesses." Yun Chen withdrew his finger and stood up. As expected, it was pretty much what he had guessed. From the very beginning, these two had come to take his life. During the subsequent interrogation, Yun Chen obtained a key piece of information. Today, the group would hold a very important internal family meeting at their headquarters in D City, and all members of the Lu family would be present. For Yun Chen, this was a perfect opportunity to catch them all in one go. In the corner of the abandoned factory, a faint smell of blood mingled with dust hung in the air. The fat man and the thin man lay limp on the ground, their eyes vacant, breathing shallowly. Yun Chen squatted in front of them, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his knee, producing a light sound of tap, tap, tap. In this silent environment, it was particularly clear. He had no interest in knowing the names of these two lackeys, nor did he care to hear their tearful confessions. He only needed information. A few minutes later, Yun Chen stood up, his face devoid of any extra expression. He had asked all the necessary questions. Tonight at 6 o'clock, the Linhai Group's top-level conference room in D City, an internal family meeting. All core members of the Lu family would be present. Security measures, personnel configuration, even the blind spots of several key monitoring positions. These two skilled thugs had spilled everything. After all, compared to so-called loyalty, one's own life was far more important. Yun Chen glanced at the two men on the ground who had already lost their breath. His gaze showed no signs of fluctuation, since the other party had intended to kill him. From the start, he naturally would not leave any future troubles. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. He bent down and fished a set of car keys from the fat man's pocket. It had a flashy, black sports car emblem hanging from it. Weighing it in his hand, he felt the cold touch. "Thanks, I'll borrow your car," Yun Chen murmured. Leaving behind two gradually cooling corpses, he turned and walked towards the black sports car parked by the roadside. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The feel of the leather seats was quite nice and the interior was luxurious enough. It was just that the taste was a bit tacky, yet he casually tossed his slightly dusty coat onto the passenger seat and started the engine. Vroom! The deep and powerful roar of the engine shattered the dead silence surrounding the factory. Yun Chen glanced at the navigation. D-City was about a 6-hour drive from here. The family meeting was scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. Time was a bit tight. However, Yun Chen wasn't worried. What's the biggest advantage in this world now? Most people were still trapped in the game. On the roads of the real world, the traffic was pitifully sparse. As for traffic rules, speeding tickets, who cares about that? In the next moment, the black sports car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. It surged forward, leaving a faint mark on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The accelerator was pressed all the way down. The scenery outside the window flew by in a blur of colors. The originally 6-hour journey was brutally compressed under Yun Chen's reckless speed. 4 hours. Just 4 hours. It was just past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sky was painted with the orange-red hues of sunset. The black sports car had already entered the city center of D-City. There was less than an hour left before the so-called family meeting at the Lu family. Yun Chen parked the car at a relatively secluded street corner and turned off the engine. He didn't get out immediately. The next actions couldn't reveal his true identity. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, there was no need to increase his exposure risk unnecessarily. With a slight thought, he opened the system backpack. His gaze fell on an inconspicuous item. Disguise mask. This was one of the welcome gifts sent by the fanatic followers back then. Now he had the chance to use it. Do you want to consume 50 life coins to use the disguise mask? Yes. With the consumption of 50 life coins, the mask transformed into a faint glow and merged into Yun Chen's cheek. A strange coolness instantly covered his face. He could feel the bones of his face and the muscles making extremely subtle adjustments. A few seconds later, the coolness disappeared. Yun Chen raised his hand to touch his face. The texture felt no different from before. He rolled down the car window and glanced at himself in the rearview mirror. The reflection showed an ordinary, unfamiliar face. In his early 20s, with an unremarkable appearance. The kind that would definitely not attract a second glance if thrown into a crowd. Perfect. This effect was sufficient. After confirming the disguise was flawless, Yun Chen pushed open the car door and got out. He left the sports car casually where it was. After straightening his collar a bit, Yun Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets. He walked leisurely towards the headquarters building of the Linhai Group like an ordinary citizen, taking a stroll after a meal. The headquarters building of the Linhai Group was considered a landmark in D-City. Towering into the clouds, it was extraordinarily imposing. However, as Yun Chen approached the building, his steps slightly faltered. His brows unconsciously furrowed. He noticed that the atmosphere at the main entrance of the Linhai Group headquarters was clearly off. Several men in crisp black combat uniforms were standing dispersed on either side of the entrance. They stood tall, their expressions solemn, their eyes sharp as hawks, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The most striking feature was the emblem on their chests, a vividly lifelike dragon pattern. What were the officials doing here? What the hell was going on? Yun Chen wondered. He calmly walked to a nearby bus stop. At that moment, he overheard the discussions of passers-by. Hey, did you see those people at the Linhai Group entrance? Wow, what a show of force. Isn't that right? I heard that those wearing black combat uniforms with dragon patterns on their chests are all official players. What are they doing here? Did the Linhai Group get into some trouble? Trouble? The version I heard is different. It seems that the Linhai Group offended some high-level player in the game and, fearing retaliation, called in the officials for protection. Why can a real estate company hire official personnel as bodyguards? What do you know? The father of the group's CEO is the mayor of D-City. I heard it cost a lot of money and involved many connections to bring them in. The murmurs of the bystanders came intermittently. Yun Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. That old fox, Lu Tianming. His reaction was quite quick. He actually thought of hiring official players as bodyguards. But Yun Chen remembered very clearly. They had already made an agreement with the officials. After dealing with the regional boss in D-City, the higher-ups had explicitly promised him that the officials would not interfere in his personal grievances with the Lu family. As long as he didn't create too much of a stir that affected ordinary citizens and social order, the officials would turn a blind eye. This was a tacit understanding, a kind of deal. So now, what did it mean that these officials appeared at the entrance of the Linhai Group? Had the officials gone back on their word? Or was there some unforeseen development he was unaware of? Yun Chen's eyes flickered, his thoughts racing. He didn't like unexpected events that were beyond his control, especially those that could impact his plans. After a moment's contemplation, Yunchen walked to a relatively secluded corner and opened the system interface. With a few taps, he found that familiar ID. He didn't waste any words and directly informed the other party of the situation. As soon as the message was sent, it was almost instantly replied to. The content was equally brief. Don't mind the officials, just carry on as normal, boss. Don't mind the officials, just carry on as normal, boss. Yunchen looked at the screen, his brows furrowing even tighter. Don't mind them? Carry on as normal? He raised his eyes, glancing again at the few official personnel standing nearby, their postures straight and their aura intimidating. They certainly didn't look like they were just there for show. Carry on as normal. Yunchen repeated softly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbed together. This reply carried a sense of, how should he put it? A bit of a do as you please, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up bravado. What exactly were the officials up to? However, Yunchen no longer had time to ponder these things. The Lu family's stronghold was right in front of him, and the family meeting was about to begin. If he missed tonight, finding such an opportunity to take them all down would be difficult. Forget it. Trust the officials once. Yunchen steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He stepped out of the shadow of the bus stop and walked straight toward the imposing main entrance of the Linhai Group headquarters. His current disguise was unremarkable, blending in with the crowd of people leaving work. However, the direction he was heading was precisely toward the entrance guarded by those official personnel. Almost the moment he approached the restricted area, whoosh, whoosh, two sharp gazes locked onto him like searchlights. Stop! A cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. The two official personnel closest to the entrance stepped forward almost simultaneously, crossing in front of Yunchen. Their movements were crisp and efficient, clearly well trained. One of them scrutinized Yunchen's unfamiliar face with sharp eyes and spoke firmly. An important meeting is underway inside with officials protecting key individuals. No entry for outsiders. The other added, with a tone that carried a clear warning, leave here immediately or you will bear the consequences. A powerful aura surged toward him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely turned and fled. Yunchen's steps did not falter. He didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard the warnings at all. In his mind, he recalled S nonchalant reply, don't mind the officials, just carry on as normal, boss. Fine. Then he would carry on as normal. He continued to walk forward. The two blocking his path noticed and their expressions darkened simultaneously. Was this kid deaf or just stupid? Did you not hear their warning? How dare you push forward? Looking for death. One of the slightly burly officials hissed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Clang! With a light sound, the long sword in his spatial backpack had already been drawn half an inch. The cold blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of chill. The other person did not hesitate either. With a flick of his arm, an energy shield engraved with dragon patterns instantly materialized in front of him, emitting a faint white light. Final warning. The voice of the sword-wielding guard turned extremely chilling. The tip of the sword slightly raised, it pointed towards Yunchen's brow. Take another step forward, and we will take coercive measures. You will bear all consequences. Yunchen's footsteps finally paused slightly. He raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the two tense figures before him. From the unmasked killing intent of the other party, he had no doubt that if he took even half a step forward, he would be met with a thunderous strike. What on earth is going on? If I can't hit you, I will grow taller. That guy, is he just playing around? Or is the official really planning to tear up the previous agreement and forcibly intervene in the feud between him and the Lu family? Yunchen's gaze gradually turned cold. No matter what the official's attitude was, no matter what calculations that president was making, he was here today. The grudge from his past life must be avenged today. Whoever stands in his way will die. Even if it's the officials, it's the same. The power within him began to surge quietly. A dim light flickered at his fingertips. However, just at this critical moment, just as Yunchen was preparing to take action and forcibly break through this blockade, a figure appeared without warning, like a ghost, silently behind the two highly alert official guards. It was a handsome young man with squinted eyes and a warm smile on his face. He was dressed in seemingly ordinary casual clothes, hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed as if he were just passing by. But his appearance instantly made the originally tense atmosphere somewhat strange. The two guards, fully focused and ready to act at any moment, almost simultaneously sensed the anomaly behind them. They turned around sharply. When they saw the face of the newcomer, both were momentarily stunned. Then, the vigilance and killing intent on their faces receded like a tide, replaced by incredulous surprise and heartfelt respect. Minister, the voice of the sword-wielding guard even stuttered a bit. His grip on the sword instinctively loosened. What brings you here? The other shield-wielding guard also quickly put away his shield, straightening up like a javelin. The two immediately saluted the suddenly appearing minister. Then, pointing at Yunchen not far ahead, they quickly reported, Report, Minister. This person has an unknown identity. ignored warnings, and attempted to forcefully break in. We were about to subdue him. Do you need to take him down immediately? The sword-wielding guard asked, his eyes sharpening again. As long as the minister gave the order, he would act without hesitation. The young man known as Minister he still squinted his eyes, wearing that harmless signature smile. He stroked his smooth chin, his gaze first lingering on Yun Chan's unremarkable disguised face with interest for a few seconds, as if trying to discern something from it. Yun Chen was also observing the other party. From the speed at which he had just appeared in his current aura, the squinting minister he was definitely not simple. He should be a high-level player, certainly stronger than the fat and thin ones he had encountered before. Yun Chen instinctively heightened his vigilance, ready to act at any moment. Then, Minister he shifted his gaze to his two serious, tense, and waiting subordinates. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, Minister he suddenly grinned, revealing a, somewhat strange smile. In that smile, there seemed to be a hint of playfulness, a touch of helplessness, and a sense of enjoying the spectacle. He looked at the two subordinates who were still standing at attention with bewildered expressions, and said in a very relaxed and casual tone, breaking in, tisk, this is indeed a bit troublesome. He nodded seriously, then shifted the topic. How about this? I see you two have been working hard, standing for half a day. Why don't you take a nap first? Sleep, take a nap? The two official guards were completely stunned. They doubted whether they had heard wrong. What did the minister say? Let them sleep? This was a state of high alert. Minister he pointed at the bloodshot eyes of the two and said earnestly, look at you two, your dark circles are almost dropping to your chins, your mental state is so poor, you should rest. As soon as he finished speaking, before the two officials could react, a blurred afterimage flashed by. Immediately after, bang, bang, two muffled sounds almost simultaneously rang out. Deep, short, yet incredibly clear. It sounded like heavy objects hitting the ground. The two official guards, who had been standing straight, suddenly stiffened. The expressions on their faces froze in an instant. Their eyes rapidly lost their sparkle at a visible speed. Then, like puppets with their bones pulled out, they slumped backward. This change happened too quickly. Minister he dealt with his two subordinates in less than half a second. Clean and decisive. Yun Chen stood there, somewhat dazed. What kind of play is this? Hitting one's own people? And doing it so decisively? This wasn't how the script was written. He had even prepared to break in hard. He had quietly selected the target for demon transfer. As a result, it flipped. Yun Chen's gaze returned to the handsome young man who was still squinting and smiling. His eyes carried scrutiny and vigilance. But the next actions of the other party were even more unexpected. This minister he showed no signs of the official upper echelon. Instead, he slightly bowed to Yun Chen. There was no hint of hostility in his voice. You must be the demon boss, right? I've heard so much about you. Yun Chen looked at him, then at the unconscious guards on the ground. For a moment, he couldn't sort out the situation. Noticing Yun Chen's gaze on the two fainted guards, the young man called Minister he shrugged, showing an expression of, this is my fault, ahem. He cleared his throat and began to explain. Boss, don't misunderstand, the transaction that the official reached with you is a high-level secret and hasn't been communicated downwards. So, my two subordinates, they are not aware of it. He pointed at the two lying on the ground, his tone relaxed. I rushed a bit, but I was still a little late, which caused the small misunderstanding. His smile remained, but his tone became a bit more sincere as he bowed slightly to Yun Chen again. I apologize for being late and causing you some unpleasant trouble. On behalf of the official, I sincerely apologize for the conflict just now. However, Yun Chen was not interested in these formalities. He glanced over the guards on the ground, then turned his gaze to the smiling Heejin and directly asked, so, can I go in now? Upon hearing this, Heejin immediately stepped aside, his right hand gesturing towards the interior of the building. He made an extremely standard please gesture. Of course, please, go ahead. Yun Chen didn't waste any more words, nodded, and walked past Heejin, heading straight for the elevator hall inside the building. Heejin watched Yun Chen disappear at the elevator entrance. The smile on his face slowly faded a bit, and his eyes flickered. He stroked his smooth chin and muttered to himself, Tisk, I'm more imposing in person than the rumors suggest. This situation is getting more and more interesting. Inside the elevator, the metal box rose steadily and quickly. Bright lights illuminated the ordinary face of Yun Chen, disguised beneath a disguise mask. He closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing, sensing the external situation while checking his own equipment and skills. Dark Word, Pain, Shadow Cage, Shadow Stealth, Catastrophe Domain, Withering Lightning, Shadow Shield. One by one, his golden level skills were ready to unleash. His health remained at a full 10,080 points. The talent effect of Demon Transfer was his strongest trump card. Everything was ready. His gaze turned cold and sharp again. The grudges of his past life. Tonight he would reclaim everything with interest. Ding! A crisp notification sound. The elevator reached the top floor. The metal doors slowly opened to the sides. In the distant hall, the sounds of lively music, laughter, and the clinking of glasses could be faintly heard. A wave of luxurious decadence rushed towards him. However, just as the elevator doors were about to fully open, a figure stood like a loyal dog, motionless at the elevator entrance. Dressed in a black suit, expressionless, with an earpiece communicator, his vigilant eyes scanned the inside of the elevator. A guard, but not an official personnel. It seemed that the Liu family had indeed invested heavily in tonight's meeting, with security measures layered upon layers. Unfortunately, in front of Yun Chen, these so-called security measures were like paper tigers. The guard saw a stranger's face appear and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Yet, Yun Chen didn't even pause his steps. His mind stirred slightly. Demon authority activated. Demon. Transfer. Target locked on the guard at the elevator door. In the next moment, the guard suffered a massive health point loss transferred from the shadow stealth skill. He didn't even have a moment to react. The suited guard's body instantly lost all vitality, collapsing straight back. Almost at the same moment, shadow stealth activated. Yun Chen's figure dripped like ink, transforming into a faint shadow that blended into the darkness outside the elevator. The effect of shadow stealth took effect. He entered an unselectable stealth state, completely concealing his presence. Using the golden level skill shadow stealth in the real world cost him 100 life coins. Watching the coin in his hand dissipate into white light, Yun Chen sighed inwardly. Using skills and equipment in reality indeed had a significant cost. The specific consumption of life coins was based on their tier. The higher the tier, the greater the consumption. Each use of golden level skills and equipment fixedly consumed 100 life coins. It's worth noting that after hard work defeating a bronze level boss, the drops were only this much. For other players, using it once would likely cause them to feel heartache for a long time. However, Yun Chen didn't care at all. After all, having gone through the crazy monster grinding in the novice village, the sincere traits from the officials, plus the welcome gift from the fanatic believer that came at just the right time, his current balance of life coins was roughly estimated to be over 90,000. A mere 100 life coins? Use them freely, create them freely. Yun Chen silently passed through the elevator hall, stealthily moving towards the area where the noise was coming from. He planned to scout first and get a grasp of the internal situation. Passing through a luxuriously decorated corridor, he suddenly found himself in a spacious area. This was originally supposed to be the top-floor conference room, but at this moment it had been transformed into a temporary, extremely luxurious banquet hall. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the towering ceiling, emitting a soft and bright glow. The air was filled with a mix of high-end perfume, cigars, and fine wine. The atmosphere was filled with elegance and mingling. Hundreds of well-dressed men and women with extraordinary demeanor gathered here. They held wine glasses, clustering in small groups, wearing either genuine or feigned smiles, whispering to each other. These people should be the core members of the Liu family, along with some important relatives closely connected to them. Just then, at the front of the banquet hall, on a makeshift podium, the lights suddenly brightened. A tall, imposing, middle-aged man slowly walked onto the stage amidst applause. He was around 50 years old, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit. His hair was meticulously styled, and his sharp gaze exuded the authority of someone who had long held power. He was Liu Tianming's father, the current mayor of D City, and also the head of the Liu family, Liu Tianzhao. Liu Tianzhao strode to the microphone, raising his hand to gesture for silence. The once noisy hall fell silent in an instant, all eyes converging on him. Liu Tianzhao's voice was steady and powerful, his words clearly resonating throughout every corner of the hall through the microphone. I know that many things have happened recently. He began, the game has descended into reality, and this change has indeed caught everyone off guard, even leaving some feeling lost. But the reason for gathering you all here today is not for anything else. He shifted his tone, speaking firmly. It is to discuss how our Liu family can seize opportunities and face challenges in this new era so that we can continue to grow and thrive. His words were polished and flawless, yet they only elicited scattered applause from the audience. Clearly, some could no longer suppress their true concerns. Among the crowd, a slightly portly middle-aged man cautiously raised his hand, his voice trembling slightly. Head of the family, what you say is certainly reasonable, but I've heard that Tianming's child seems to have offended a very formidable character in the game. I think it's called Demon, and it's rumored to be the #1 in the entire server. Everyone outside is saying that this demon has been hunting down our Liu family members. Head of the family, what do you think we should do about this? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Many faces showed signs of worry, and whispers filled the air as people exchanged glances. Clearly, this was the issue they were most concerned about tonight. Liu Tianming's catastrophic blunder. Would it affect the entire family? Faced with the evident anxiety of the crowd, Liu Tianzhao remained unfazed, showing no signs of panic, and instead smiled reassuringly. There's no need for everyone to worry about this matter at all. His tone was relaxed, exuding a sense of confidence. That so-called demon is merely a character who got a bit lucky in the game. Just a small fry who stumbled upon some fortunate encounters. Does he really think he's invincible? Lu Tianzhao looked around, his voice slightly raised, tinged with a hint of pride. When you all arrived, did you notice the guards downstairs? Those in the crisp black combat uniforms, wearing dragon-shaped badges on their chests? The audience nodded in agreement, confirming the presence of such guards. Seeing the curious expressions on their faces, Lu Tianzhao's pride deepened, and he said with a hint of boastfulness, those people are not just ordinary bodyguards. They are official player members, and most of them are top experts in the game. I managed to invite them to protect us at great cost, leveraging my position as mayor and calling in numerous favors. With them here, let alone a mere demon, even if 10 or 8 more come, they won't be able to step into this building. Lu Tianzhao's voice was filled with immense confidence, as if those official players were an unbreakable wall. He stated emphatically, so everyone can rest easy. No matter how powerful the demon is, he wouldn't dare to oppose the officials. Upon hearing this, the worry on the faces of the audience indeed dissipated significantly. They began to show expressions of realization and relief, so the head of the family had already planned for this. With official experts on guard, what was there to fear? In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became lively again. People began to toast each other, praising Lu Tianzhao's foresight and powerful connections. Only Yun Chen, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. This group probably still didn't know that they had already been sold as bargaining chips by the very officials they trusted. At this moment, Lu Tianzhao on stage saw that the timing was almost right. He raised his hand again, signaling everyone to be quiet. The noisy hall once again returned to order, and Lu Tianzhao's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, having resolved the immediate threat, we must also look further ahead. The game has descended into reality. This is both a crisis and an unprecedented opportunity. The old order is collapsing, and new rules are being established. Whoever can adapt to this era first will seize the initiative for the future. He paused, his gaze sweeping intensely across the crowd. Our Lu family must not fall behind. We not only need to survive but also seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance further. Lu Tianzhao's voice suddenly rose. Therefore, I have decided. Based on our Lehigh group, we will invest to establish a game guild that belongs to our Lu family. We will gather all the elite forces of the family, invest the most generous resources, and develop with all our might. We must lay a broader foundation for our Lu family in the new world. This news reignited the atmosphere in the banquet hall. Establishing a guild. This is a significant move. It means the family will shift its focus towards the gaming world. They will mobilize vast resources to compete for the benefits of the new world. Many young members of the Lu family instantly lit up with excitement. Many of them had achieved some success in the game and were worried about not having a platform to showcase their ambitions. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. The head of the family is wise. I support the head of the family. Our Lu family should have established a guild long ago. With Lehigh Group as our backing, our guild's starting point is already much higher than others. Lu Tianzhao paused and continued, as for the choice of president, I have decided that my son, Lu Tianming, will take on the role. Currently, he is ranked first on the level leaderboard in Blackbird Town. Moreover, he has awakened an incredibly rare divine level talent. I believe that with him leading our Lu family's guild, we will surely carve a path through thorns and create brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, amidst the enthusiastic gazes and cheers of the crowd, a tall and upright figure slowly walked out from the back room. It was Lu Tianming. He reveled in the attention of the crowd, enjoying the overwhelming adoration. Calmly walking onto the stage, he took the microphone handed to him by his father. Thank you, uncles, elders, brothers, and sisters, for your trust. I am deeply honored that my father has entrusted me with the important role of guild president, and I will certainly live up to this responsibility. He scanned the audience, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with anticipation, and the ambition in his chest began to blaze. The arrival of the game marks a brand new era. This is an era full of infinite possibilities. Our Lehigh group was the leader in D City during the old era. So in the new era, our Lu family will undoubtedly become a top force in the gaming world. We will recruit the strongest players, create the finest equipment, conquer the most difficult dungeons, and occupy the richest resource points. I want everyone to know that our Lu family can not only command the wins and reigns in the real world but is also an unshakable presence in the gaming world. His words were passionate and highly provocative. The audience erupted into warm applause and cheers once again. Someone, seizing the moment, shouted, Young Master Lu Tianming, what will our guild be called? This question caused a brief silence in the room. Everyone looked at Lu Tianming, waiting for his final decision. Lu Tianming pretended to ponder for a moment, then raised his head and announced in a powerful tone, word by word, I will lead the guild and the family to always be at the forefront of this new world. Therefore, the name of the guild will be Light of Dawn. Light of Dawn. The crowd below carefully chewed on this name, their eyes gradually lighting up. What a good name. It has a profound meaning. Breaking through the darkness, welcoming the dawn. Exactly. Let young Master Lu Tianming lead us to become the first ray of light in the new world. Lu Tianming looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction. The smile on his face grew even brighter as he straightened his chest, his gaze sharp as a knife. He swept over everyone present. I, Lu Tianming, swear by my name. I will lead the dawn of light. Guild to resound throughout the entire God's Fall game world. I will lead our Lu family to stand at the pinnacle of this new era. The atmosphere in the hall reached its peak at that moment. Everyone raised their glasses, shouting excitedly. Their faces were filled with anticipation and fervor for the future. Lu Tianming stood on the stage, basking in the cheers of the crowd. He seemed to have already envisioned himself leading the dawn of light, sweeping through the game world and establishing immortal achievements. As for that so-called demon, it was merely a trivial stumbling block on his path to the top. Once the guild was established, he had plenty of ways to deal with the opponent. However, just as the cheers reached their highest pitch, and Lu Tianming felt he had everything under control, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out, like a chilling wind from the abyss, clear and distinct, cutting through the noise of the banquet hall. The voice was not loud, yet it strangely overshadowed all the clamor. It precisely reached everyone's ears. Dawn of light? No. At least in this life, there will no longer be a guild by that name. Yun Chen's cold voice echoed. In the entire hall, time seemed to freeze. Just a second ago, the luxurious hall was filled with cheers, applause, and the clinking of glasses. Suddenly, it fell completely silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. On the high platform, Lu Tianming's smug smile froze abruptly. His eyes, which had just sparkled with ambition and fervor, shrank to pinpoints the moment he heard that voice. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Fear instantly engulfed his entire body, his limbs turned cold, and his blood seemed to freeze. That voice, the nightmarish voice that had haunted him for countless sleepless nights. It was the demon. That relentless guy. How could he appear here? How did he get in? What about the guards downstairs? What about the officials? Countless questions and uncontrollable fear gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Clang, he instinctively wanted to retreat. His fingers trembled violently, unable to hold onto the microphone, which slipped from his grasp. It fell heavily onto the carpeted stage, producing a muffled sound that was particularly jarring in the silence. At that moment, hundreds of gazes in the venue suddenly turned towards the open entrance of the banquet hall, as if pulled by an invisible thread. A young man's figure emerged slowly from the shadows at the door. Immediately, someone couldn't hold back and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Dare to run wild on the Lu family's territory? Where are the guards? How did they let this wild dog in?" Yun Chen paid no attention to the surrounding insults. His gaze never lingered on the faces of those around him for even a second. From beginning to end, his cold, inhuman eyes were fixed firmly on Lu Tianming, who stood on the high platform, his face as pale as paper. Enemies meet, especially eye to eye? No. There was no anger or excitement. In his gaze, only a complete indifference. It was as if he were looking at a corpse. Lu Tianming felt a chill run down his spine under his stare. His heart raced uncontrollably, almost leaping out of his throat. There was no mistake. This guy was the demon. Although he looked completely different from his appearance in the game, that feeling was unmistakable. The current him was simply not a match for him. Lu Tianming instinctively turned his head. He wanted to run. Yun Chen's mind stirred slightly. Demon transfer activated. In the next moment, Lu Tianming's movements froze. The look of terror on his face instantly solidified. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The spark in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, quickly extinguished. Thud. This person, who had just been full of vigor, announcing his intention to lead his family to glory as the prospective president of the Dawnlight Guild, collapsed to the ground as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out, limp and lifeless. Dead? Those nearby who leaned in to check were filled with disbelief. The silence in the banquet hall was shattered. First came a collective gasp. Then, uncontrollable exclamations and whispers of disbelief followed. A young girl in a glamorous evening gown, standing closest, witnessed the entire process of Lu Tianming's fall. Overwhelming fear made her cover her mouth tightly. She let out a short, piercing scream. He killed someone. What happened? What did he do? In the crowd, a few who considered themselves of status, or those who were scared out of their wits and wanted to show loyalty, reacted. They shouted angrily, wanting to rush towards Yun Chen. It was this guy who killed young Master Lu. Quick, kill him. Avenge the young master. However, Yun Chen remained expressionless, showing no reaction to the chaos around him. He slowly raised his hand. 100 life coins quietly appeared in his palm, then immediately transformed into white light and vanished. The golden level skill, Disaster Domain activated. Buzz, an almost invisible gray ripple spread out from him, like ripples on water, silently expanding in all directions. 3 meters, 6 meters, 9 meters. As he transferred the extra consumed health points to the panicking people around him through demon transfer, the range of the disaster domain expanded at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large portion of the banquet hall. A chilling, desperate feeling, heavy with the scent of death, suddenly descended those members of the Lu family and guards who rushed forward had just taken their first steps. They hadn't even gotten close to him. Thud, thud. The first few people in the front suddenly stiffened. The expressions on their faces froze, and the vitality in their eyes dimmed rapidly like a candle flame extinguished by a fierce wind. Then, like puppets with their strings cut, they fell straight to the ground. No wounds, no struggle. Just like that, abruptly, they died. Within the domain, it was a death zone. Screams, cries, the sound of tables and chairs being overturned, the shattering of glass, all mixed together. The originally luxurious banquet hall turned into a hell on earth in an instant. The people in the venue seemed to be swept by an invisible scythe of death. Groups of people, in their running, in their screaming, in their despair, silently collapsed. Life, at this moment, was terrifyingly cheap. In just 1 second, the once boisterous banquet hall, filled with the core elites of the Liu family, had no one standing except for him at the center. The ground was in disarray, bodies strewn everywhere. Yunchen coldly surveyed this hell he had created with his own hands. There was not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He stepped forward, slowly walking towards the platform, towards the body of Lu Tianming. The grudges of his past life, the resentments of this life. He wanted to confirm with his own eyes that this culprit was truly dead. However, just as his toes were about to touch the body, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly transformed into a pile of withered yellow straw, scattering apart. On the ground, only a small figure made of straw remained. Yun Chen frowned. Straw clone. He recognized this item. Its effect was to create a controllable clone that, aside from resembling the original, had no combat power. This meant that Lu Tianming himself was actually hiding somewhere else, not in this building at all. After all, according to his memory, the control distance of this clone straw can reach up to a kilometer. At this moment, that guy must have sensed danger and already fled. As expected of you, Lu Tianming, truly cunning. Yun Chen really didn't anticipate this. This guy actually had such a trick up his sleeve. He had killed him so many times in the game, yet had never seen him use this thing. The plan had fallen through. Not being able to personally take down Lu Tianming right away left Yun Chen feeling quite displeased. Just then, a series of dense and hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the clanging sound of metal colliding, coming from the corridor outside the banquet hall. Reinforcements had arrived. The guards stationed by the Liu family on other floors, as well as the security forces from the Linhai group, seemed to have heard the commotion and rushed over. Dozens of individuals armed with gaming equipment and weapons, and even a few security personnel carrying firearms, surged into the banquet hall like a tide. When they saw the scene inside the hall, which resembled a hellish battlefield, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Bodies strewn everywhere, the air thick with tension, and that solitary figure standing amidst the mountain of corpses, like a demon. People turned pale. Their hands gripping weapons trembled slightly, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. What kind of monster is this? One person slaughtered the entire banquet hall? In stark contrast to the horror and shock of the reinforcements was Yun Chen's reaction, which was calm to the point of being cold. He slowly turned around to face the dozens of security personnel who had surged into the hall, surrounding him. His face remained expressionless. He didn't immediately use any skills. Instead, he raised his left hand. The darkly gleaming demon staff appeared in his palm. With a thick stream of dark energy surged forth like ink, coalescing in front of Yun Chen. 30 demons, each less than half a meter tall, with dark red skin, grotesque faces, and rusty knives in hand, along with 15 demon servants clad in tattered robes, their bodies slightly hunched, emerged before Yun Chen. They roared and howled as they crawled out from the dark space. Yun Chen merely waved his hand lightly. The demon army charged forward under the terrified gazes of the onlookers. The demon servants wielded their staffs, unleashing thick shadow arrows that whistled through the air, easily piercing the fragile blast shields and exploding the security personnel behind them into a bloody mess. The demon minions darted through the crowd like phantoms, their demon flying knives carving intricate arcs as they precisely slit the throats of their enemies. The LV-10 demon servants and demon minions had attributes comparable to the top players at this stage. Faced with these security personnel, it was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The security tried to resist, but it was utterly futile. Inside the building, screams echoed one after another. Blood splattered across the walls, carpets, and ceilings, like paint without cost. The originally luxurious banquet hall had completely transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. 1 kilometer away from the Linhai group building, in a hotel room, Lu Tianming suddenly sprang up from the bed. His breathing was rapid, like a broken bellows. His chest heaved violently. His heart thudded as if it were about to leap out of his throat. His face was as pale as a ghost, and a layer of cold sweat clung to his forehead, sticking to his hair, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. The room was very quiet, only the sound of his heavy breathing and the faint howling of the night wind outside could be heard. But his mind buzzed with the hellish scene from earlier. He stared intently at the small handful of ashes in his hand. That was the residue left from the clone straw after it burned. He had personally experienced everything that had happened in the banquet hall. Through the senses of the clone, he felt the chilling breath of death. It was too real. So real that he still felt cold all over. His stomach churned violently. Demon! Demon! Lu Tianming clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, almost drawing blood. He let out a low growl, his voice filled with fear and overwhelming hatred. Why hadn't the officials stopped the demon? They hadn't even notified them. Damn it! It's over. Everything is over. Since the demon has appeared there, the chances are that the entire family has been wiped out. The Lu family had operated in D City for decades. They had finally achieved their current status and power. And what now? Just because he, Lu Tianming, offended a demon in the game, his home was directly raided. Uprooted. Those core members of the Lu family, those key figures of the Linhai group, all the connections and power his father had painstakingly built, all gone, all slaughtered by that demon, his father. At this thought, Lu Tianming's heart jolted as if someone had stabbed him hard. He didn't dare to think, nor did he want to. He only knew that from today on he, Lu Tianming, had completely become a lonely outcast. No, that's not right. He still had himself. He was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was still hope for the Lu family. Lu Tianming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. He took a few deep breaths, trying to quell the turmoil in his chest. No, he couldn't panic. In times like this, he needed to stay calm. Although he had narrowly escaped this time, that demon would definitely not let him go. He had already witnessed that guy's ruthlessness and decisiveness. To that guy, what was Lu Tianming? Just a slightly plump grasshopper. At this thought, a chill ran down Lu Tianming's spine. He knew that with his current strength, he was definitely no match for that demon. What to do? What should he do? If he was found in reality, he would have only one way out, death. Now that he had lost the protection of his family, how could he evade the demon's pursuit? Lu Tianming's mind raced, desperately thinking of countermeasures. He gradually realized that in the real world, there was no place for him to take refuge anymore. Could it be that he could only wait to die? The more Lu Tianming thought, the more desperate he became, as if a giant stone was pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought of a place. The game world. The novice village. Yes, back to the game world. Back to the novice village. The novice village has a player protection mechanism. No player can attack each other there. Even if that demon was powerful, it was impossible for him to harm him in the novice village. The novice village was the safest place for him right now. That's right, let's do it. First, return to the game and escape this calamity. When the opportunity arises later, he would find a way to settle the score with that demon. The more Lu Tianming thought about it, the more reliable this idea seemed. He immediately opened the system interface, just about to select the teleport back to the game. But his actions suddenly halted. No, he couldn't just think about running. Even if he hid back in the novice village, how long could he hide? Did he want to spend his life cooped up in the novice village, like a turtle afraid to show its head? No, he absolutely couldn't do that. But as long as that demon was around, he would have no chance to rise again. He had to find a way to fight back. He had to take down that demon. Lu Tianming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with determination and madness. But how could he take down that demon? By himself, it was definitely impossible. He needed help. He needed stronger power. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. A name he hadn't originally wanted to seek help from, but now had no choice but to consider. Perhaps only that person could help him escape his current predicament, could help him deal with that demon. Lu Tianming gritted his teeth, picked up the phone that was on the bedside table. His fingers quickly slid across the screen, finding the number saved as Coffee House. He took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. The phone rang a few times before being picked up. On the other end, a low, hoarse voice, tinged with a hint of cynicism, came through. Oh, young Master Lu, what brings you to call me? Is the sun rising in the west? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Tianming's originally tense nerves relaxed slightly. He took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and said urgently, help me with something. No matter the cost. I need you to help me get rid of someone. Outside the headquarters of the Linhai group, the wind carried a hint of chill, sweeping across the empty square. Minister, he leaned against the cold marble pillar. He held a cigarette between his fingers, the crimson ember flickering in the breeze, reflecting in his slightly squinted eyes. Those eyes occasionally lifted to gaze at the brightly lit upper floors of the building, as if they could penetrate the thick glass and see the scenes inside. Faint, almost imperceptible cries and sounds of chaos echoed, like a drama behind a heavy curtain, muffled by the soundproof building. Minister he paid no attention to at all, treating it as merely a slightly noisy background sound in the quiet night. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, swirling around his handsome face with squinted eyes, yet his gaze held no warmth. Just then, bang! The security door on the first floor of the building was suddenly slammed open from the inside. A disheveled figure stumbled out, almost rolling and crawling. It was a middle-aged man in a suit. At this moment, his expensive suit was torn and stained with dark red blood and unknown filth. His face was smeared with blood and tears, his expression twisted, filled with extreme terror and a hint of bewildered relief at having survived. One of his arms was grotesquely twisted at an angle, clearly broken. He rushed towards the door and immediately spotted Minister He, who was casually dressed in official uniform, as if smoking in his own backyard. In that instant, he looked like a drowning man grasping at a last straw, his eyes bursting with almost mad joy. Help me. The man's voice was hoarse, like a broken gong, as he staggered, nearly collapsing in front of Minister He, crying heavily. He incoherently shouted, "Official sir, quickly, save people. Inside, there are monsters, demons, they are killing, everyone is dead. The head of the family, the young master, all gone." Tears streamed down his face as he pointed inside the building, his body shaking violently from immense fear. However, before he could finish his words, a swift dark red shadow, carrying a strong scent of blood and a suffocating aura of death like a ghost, shot out from the open door. It was a demon imp, less than half a meter tall, with a terrifyingly hideous face. Its speed was astonishing. With a clear target, it lunged straight at the middle-aged man who had just escaped. The middle-aged man felt the chilling evil wind behind him. In sheer terror, he turned around abruptly, just in time to meet the demon imp's blood-red eyes filled with brutality, cruelty, and pure murderous intent. Ah! He let out the most piercing and fearful scream of his life, his voice tearing through his throat. Instinctively, he desperately tried to hide behind Minister He, reaching out with his intact hand, futilely grasping at the corner of Minister He's clothing. "Sir, save me." Faced with the ferocious demon so close at hand, and the man's desperate plea, Minister He's expression showed not a flicker of change. He glanced at the demon imp, then gently flicked off the ash from his cigarette. He slightly turned his head, avoiding the man's outstretched hand, and his gaze drifted towards the distant city night sky, where the light shone brilliantly, starkly contrasting with the darkness here. He spoke in a slow, almost casual tone, as if commenting on the weather. The wind today is quite noisy." The middle-aged man's screams and pleas abruptly ceased. The expression on his face, from extreme fear and desperation, instantly froze, then transformed into disbelief and shock. Finally, it transformed into a surge of overwhelming anger, feeling mocked and abandoned. "What the hell, are you blind? Or deaf? Can't you see that monster?" He roared hysterically, trying to grab Minister He's arm. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish his words. The little demon had already pounced on him from behind. With a soft, sickening sound, the sharp knife mercilessly stabbed into his lower back. Ugh! The man let out a short, agonizing grunt. His body stiffened suddenly, all his strength and voice seemingly drained in an instant. Immediately after, the demon's small yet powerful claw gripped his ankle tightly. It yanked him backward. "No! Let go of me! Help!" The man let out one last weak and desperate scream. His body was roughly dragged across the smooth, cold marble floor, leaving behind a glaring, rapidly expanding trail of blood. Soon, he was pulled back into the darkness of the building that symbolized death and despair. The screams completely vanished. The entrance returned to silence. Only the tiny crimson cigarette butt at Minister He's fingertips flickered stubbornly in the night breeze. It was as if he saw nothing, heard nothing. He took another puff of smoke, his posture still relaxed. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound of static came from the tiny communicator stuffed in his ear. Following that, a crisp, pleasant female voice with a hint of teasing rang out. "Tisk tsk, Minister, you're so heartless," ignoring a common person crying out in despair. "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Upon hearing this, Minister He's lips twitched, and he rolled his eyes at the air. He replied irritably into the communicator, "Lon Dai, stop the nonsense." He exhaled a smoke ring, his voice returning to its usual laziness. "This is a decision from the higher-ups, we just need to obey. Whether those guys live or die has nothing to do with us. Follow orders, got it?" As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the distance. Under the night sky, hundreds of meters away, on the rooftop of another towering skyscraper, a vague silhouette could be seen. There, a girl dressed in a black tight combat suit, with a windbreaker over it, and a tactical skirt for ease of movement, was crouching at the edge of the rooftop railing. This girl was Lon Dai. The night wind tousled her hair, revealing a pair of eyes that glimmered with a faint blue light in the darkness. She was observing the situation at the Heisher Group building through some special visual ability. Speaking into the communicator, her voice tinged with curiosity, she asked again, "Hey, you saw that little demon just now, right? It moved pretty quickly. What do you think of its strength?" After hearing Lon Dai's question, Minister He lightly hummed in his nostrils. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and replied, "I saw it. That little demon is no ordinary creature. Just from that speed and strength, its attributes are probably not inferior to a proper level 10 top player." Lon Dai exclaimed, sounding a bit surprised. She then curiously pressed on, her tone eager, "So, Minister, with your strength, how many of these little cuties could you take on at once?" Hearing Lon Dai's question, Minister He shrugged and answered straightforwardly, "Me? I could probably handle 4 or 5 at the same time, but any more than that, I'd have to think about how to escape." In the communicator, Lon Dai gasped, her voice rising a bit. 4 or 5? Minister, doesn't that mean you can take on 4 or 5 top level 10 players by yourself? But speaking of which, That demon can actually summon such things? Looking at it this way, the rumors about him challenging the area boss are probably true. Minister, he clearly didn't want to continue this topic. His tone became a bit more serious. Let's not talk about that for now. How did things go on your end just now? I brought you here not just to enjoy the scenery. Earlier, I had my people stop the demon to buy you some time. That should be enough for you to use your eagle eye to take a good look at him, right? That's right. The two official guards who stopped Yun-Chen earlier were not acting out of misunderstanding. It was entirely Minister He's deliberate arrangement. His sole purpose was to buy time. The aim was to give Lan Dai, who was 500 meters away and possessed the special innate skill Eagle Eye, a chance to observe. Eagle Eye is an extremely rare observational innate skill. It not only has extraordinary long-distance vision but, more importantly, it also provides a certain degree of true vision effect, allowing one to see through most disguises and illusions. The official stance on this mysterious player, the demon who suddenly emerged to stir up trouble, was very clear. On one hand, they viewed him as a potential collaborator. On the other hand, uncovering his true identity was one of the top priorities assigned by the higher-ups. Today, Yun-Chen came knocking on their door. To deal with the Liu family was simply a godsend opportunity. That's why Minister He would personally intervene. First, to ensure that the transaction went smoothly, to make sure the official forces wouldn't interfere with Yun-Chen's annihilation of the Liu family. Second, to create conditions for Lan Dai to observe. Minister, he asked into the communicator, so, did he use a disguise? On the other end, Lan Dai's voice was a bit hesitant. He used a disguise item. Minister He narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, as expected, this demon is quite cautious. Minister He pressed on, did you see what he looks like? There was a moment of silence on the communicator. Lan Dai's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. I didn't see anything. Minister He frowned slightly, not quite understanding. What do you mean? Doesn't your eagle eye say it can see through disguises? Could it be that his disguise level is so high that even your eagle eye can't see through it? Lan Dai denied his speculation. No, his disguise level isn't that high. The problem isn't with the item. Minister He was even more puzzled. Then what exactly is going on? Lan Dai explained, her voice tinged with a bit of fear. My passive intuition reacted. Minister He repeated the skill name, pondering. Intuition? He was certainly aware of this skill. It was one of Lan Dai's signature abilities. Thanks to it, their team had dodged countless deadly attacks from bosses and dungeon traps in the game. Minister He had a vague guess in his mind. He slowly spoke. Could it be that, this time the reaction of intuition is related to the demon? Lan Dai's voice confirmed his thought. Yes. Just now, when I tried to use Eagle Eye to look at the demon's face, intuition suddenly gave me an extremely strong danger warning. That feeling was telling me that if I kept looking, I would soon encounter something very dangerous. So, I had to stop immediately. Minister He's brow furrowed even tighter. He knew very well that Lan Dai's intuition warnings had never been wrong. Could it be that this guy harbored some strange power that could counteract probing and even bring misfortune? It seemed this demon was far more mysterious than they had thought. Minister He clicked his tongue. Tisk, things are getting more and more interesting. Originally just here to watch the excitement, he couldn't help but develop a great interest in this demon. After exchanging a few more simple words with Lan Dai, Minister He hung up the communicator. He raised his head and glanced again at the brightly lit building. The sounds inside had grown fainter. Time passed second by second. About 5 minutes later, the headquarters building of the Linhai group finally fell completely silent. Only the sound of the night wind blowing remained. In this suffocating silence, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance on the first floor of the building. It was Yun-Chen. He was still wearing that ordinary casual outfit. The footsteps were calm, and there wasn't a speck of dust on his face, let alone any bloodstains. He looked as clean as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll after a massacre. Minister He had been waiting at the door, naturally the first to see Yun-Chen. But when his gaze swept behind Yun-Chen, his pupils suddenly constricted. The previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant. Even the cigarette he held between his fingers fell to the ground with a thud, sparking a few embers. What did he see? Behind Yun-Chen, there was actually a large group of monsters. It was an astonishingly large demon army, a total of 15 tall demon servants, wielding staffs covered in blood, and 30 small, grotesque demons, equally drenched in blood. They stood neatly in line behind Yun-Chen, exuding a chilling scent of blood and death. This formed a stark contrast to Yun-Chen's immaculate appearance. Minister He's mind buzzed, instantly going blank. He stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, hardly believing his eyes. What the hell is this? 45 demons? And judging by the aura these demons emitted, none of them were harmless. Just pulling one out would match the strength of a top-tier level 10 player. Not to mention, there were a full 45 of them here. Minister He suddenly recalled his recent conversation with Lan Dai. At that time, he had estimated that dealing with 4 or 5 demon minions at once should be manageable. But now, 45. A full 45. The quantity, the quality, completely exceeded his imagination. It was simply absurd. A storm of disbelief surged within Minister He. How on earth did he summon so many demons? Even a level 10 summoner couldn't possibly do this. Just as Minister He was shaken to his core, filled with horror, Yun Shen's gaze casually swept over him. That look was as indifferent as if he were glancing at a stone by the roadside, without pausing or showing any emotion. He raised his hand, and the darkly gleaming demon staff reappeared in his palm. An invisible wave emanated from the staff, spreading outwards. The demon army, which had just been so imposing and exuding a terrifying aura, instantly scattered. One by one, they vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, all the demons disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. Only Yun Shen remained, still standing alone. In the night, Minister He watched in disbelief as the demon army, capable of flattening a small stronghold, dissipated at Yun Shen's gesture. He stared intently at the empty ground behind Yun Shen. The night wind blew through, bringing with it a stronger scent of blood, reminding him that what had just happened was not an illusion. What kind of monster is this guy? Minister He felt his brain stalling. The calmness and judgment he had always prided himself on seemed laughable in the face of the iceberg that Yun Shen had just revealed. His throat bobbed up and down with difficulty. He forced back the exclamation "what the hell" that almost slipped out. He struggled to relax his facial muscles, putting back on his signature squinty-eyed smile, though he felt it must look incredibly stiff at that moment. Ahem. He cleared his throat and took 2 steps forward, trying to break the suffocating silence with a casual tone. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Heejin, one of the officials in charge in Z City. He paused and added, my in-game ideas. Let the world be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Yun Shen silently scoffed. Let the world be destroyed? What kind of name is that? Is he in the late stages of a midlife crisis? Is it really okay to let someone like this be an official in charge? However, despite the internal mockery, Yun Shen maintained a calm exterior. He replied coolly, the demons, I won't mention their names. Minister He smiled, faltered for a moment but quickly returned to its natural state. He chuckled, I understand. Big shots like to maintain an air of mystery, I get it. He rubbed his hands together, his tone becoming slightly more formal as he began to get to the point. Well, Mr. Demon, I'm here not only to represent the official side to ensure our previous agreement goes smoothly, but also at the behest of the higher-ups, to consult you on a question. Minister He chose his words carefully. His eyes involuntarily darted to the entrance of the lifeless building behind him. Although he couldn't see the specifics inside, the pervasive stench of blood was enough to imagine the horrors within. The higher-ups want to know if there will be more of these, retaliatory actions like tonight in the future? The question was quite tactfully phrased, but the meaning was clear. The officials were worried that such massacres would become the norm. After all, the integration of the game into reality had only just begun, and establishing order was particularly important. Such large-scale, extrajudicial killings were undoubtedly challenging the bottom line that the officials were trying to maintain. Yun Shen was sharp enough to immediately catch Minister He's implied meaning. He glanced at Heejin, his tone flat. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Heejin's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes clearly conveyed, dude, look at that building behind you. Don't you feel any guilt saying that? Yun Shen also noticed Heejin's instinctive glance towards the sea of corpses inside the building. Realizing how hollow and unconvincing his statement of not being bloodthirsty sounded against the backdrop of a recent massacre, he cleared his throat twice to cover up his slight embarrassment. He then added, well, except for some scum. He stated seriously, in any case, tonight's incident was brought upon by the Liu family themselves. As long as no one is foolish enough to provoke me in the future, similar incidents will naturally not happen again. This statement served as a half-reassurance to the officials. It clearly laid out the conditions. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. If one offends me, I will wipe out their entire family. Minister He let out a bitter smile in his heart but could only nod. In agreement, all right, I will convey your words to the higher-ups as they are. The conversation seemed to be coming to an end. Yun Shen turned around, appearing ready to leave. Just as Minister He was beginning to relax, he saw Yun Shen suddenly halt his steps. Without turning back, he spoke softly to the side, by the way, I also have something I'd like to ask Brother He to relay to the officials. Heejin's heart sank, sensing something ominous. Minister He maintained his smile. Oh, what is it? Please, go ahead, I will definitely inform them. Yun Shen slightly turned his head. What happened just now at the building entrance? I hope it doesn't happen a second time. Minister He was taken aback, instinctively thinking Yun Shen was referring to the earlier incident with the 2 guards blocking his way. He quickly explained, you mean the incident with my 2 useless subordinates stopping you? That was indeed my mistake. I assure you it will never happen again. Yun Shen decisively interrupted him, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. No, I'm not referring to that. Minister He's voice faltered. Oh, then what is? Yunshin slowly turned around, his face expressionless but his eyes sharp as a knife. He stepped closer to Yijin until they were less than a meter apart. An invisible pressure enveloped them. Yunshin slowly spoke, "You know what I'm referring to." Before he finished speaking, he slightly tilted his head. He precisely locked onto the tall building 500 meters away. That was where Blue Butterfly was hiding and observing. Boom! Minister, he felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his brain. Could it be that the demon had discovered Blue Butterfly's location? That was impossible. At such a distance, and with Blue Butterfly using an item to conceal her presence, how could she possibly be found? This guy not only possesses the power to summon a terrifying demon army but also has such unfathomable perception abilities? What kind of monster is this demon? Minister. He felt his throat dry, his heart racing, and his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He tried to say something but found he couldn't utter a single word. All explanations and disguises seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of Yun Shen's all-seeing gaze. Yun Shen withdrew his gaze from the distance and locked eyes with Minister He again. His expression was calm, devoid of anger or mockery, only a near indifferent coldness. This is my advice. If the authorities wish to continue maintaining our cooperative relationship. He paused, his tone growing even colder, carrying an undeniable warning, then stop probing into me. After saying this, Yun Shen no longer looked at Minister He's ashen face. He turned around, took a step, and his figure quickly blended into the deep night, disappearing from sight. Only Minister He remained, standing stiffly in place. He stared blankly in the direction Yun Shen had left, instinctively glancing at the building where Lan Dai was. He couldn't help but feel that this demon was indeed not simple. Yun Shen got into his black supercar, the engine growling deeply. He then vanished at the end of the silent street. Outside the car window, the lifeless building of Lin Hai Group rapidly receded, eventually becoming a small black dot at the edge of his vision. The advice he just gave Minister He should be enough to keep those officials in line for a while. Want to probe into me? Heh, they should weigh their own worth first. Yun Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts returning to the moment before he entered the building. After his rebirth, he had become much more cautious, especially before actions that were clearly going to stir up trouble. He had ingrained the principle of better safe than sorry into his very DNA. Just before entering Lin Hai Group, he seemed to casually scan the surroundings. In reality, a skill he had almost forgotten. Insight had quietly activated. The Insight skill had a bit of a story behind it. When his skill slots were insufficient, Yun Shen was the first to optimize it away. After all, reconnaissance skills weren't top tier in the early stages and had low cost effectiveness. However, later, after opening a golden level treasure chest and obtaining and using skill expansion slot, beginner, his skill slots expanded to a full 6. At that moment, he didn't have any more suitable skills to fill the gaps. Following the principle of having something is better than having nothing, Yun Shen relearned this insight skill. Little did he expect it would prove invaluable today. He activated the skill through the demon's transfer. As for the cost, he precisely transferred it to one of the summoned demon minions. After all, demon minions, if they died, they died. There were plenty in the staff, and he could summon them back in no time. Thus, without anyone noticing, Yun Shen conducted a zero-cost full-coverage large-scale reconnaissance. It felt like he had activated a full map hack, exhilarating beyond measure. It was this reconnaissance, which could be considered a bug-level ability, that allowed him to easily lock onto a sneaky figure on a high-rise building 500 meters away. Even though the other party used special concealment items and abilities to try to disguise themselves as air, all disguises were meaningless in the face of insight. After learning insight, Yun Shen immediately used Demon Sacrifice to elevate the skill's grade to gold for free. To evade a golden level insight, one would at least need to employ a concealment method of the same level or higher. Keep in mind, this was the early game, the novice village stage. It was rare for players to obtain silver-level equipment or skills. Golden-level equipment and skills, except for himself, there probably aren't many who have it. Yun Shen's thoughts returned from Lan Dai and Heejin. He thought of another trouble, Lu Tianming. That cunning guy actually managed to escape using a special item called Clone Straw. Yun Shen frowned. After this incident, that guy probably wouldn't dare to stay in reality anymore. Life in reality is only one. If he were to be found by himself in reality, that guy would be completely finished. Based on Yun Shen's understanding of him, he must have teleported back to the novice village in the game by now. After all, the novice village is protected. By system rules, players are prohibited from harming each other within the novice village. Damn it, this rule really benefits that little brat. Lu Tianming clearly wants to take advantage of this and hide like a turtle. Although he felt a bit displeased, Yun Shen knew very well that rushing back to the novice village to kill Lu Tianming was simply unrealistic. If the guy is hiding in a safe zone, what can you do? However, Yun Shen was not anxious. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. He didn't believe that someone as ambitious as Lu Tianming would be willing to live as a turtle in the novice village for a lifetime. there would always be opportunities to catch him later. A cold glint flashed in Yunshen's eyes. Right now, compared to hunting down a temporarily immobilized stray dog, he had more important things to do. That is, improve his strength. Experience from his past life told him that the integration of the game into reality was just the beginning. The real challenge was still ahead. Only by continuously becoming stronger and mastering more powerful abilities could he firmly grasp his fate in this perilous new world. And to quickly enhance his strength, staying in the novice village was absolutely not an option. He had to move to higher level areas as soon as possible. Second main area, Yunshen silently recited in his heart. According to his memories from his past life, to reach the second main area, 2 hard conditions must be met. First, the player's level must reach level 10. He had already achieved that. Second, at least 3 novice village area bosses must be cleared. This condition seemed a bit troublesome at first glance, but for Yunshen, it was no longer a problem. He carefully calculated. He had initially cleared the area boss in City A. Then, for revenge in the official quest, he cleared the area boss in District D. In this way, he had cleared 2 by himself. And from the earlier conversation, Yunshen learned that the representative named Heejin came from City Z. Since the other party could return to reality, it meant that the area boss in City Z must have also been defeated. Yunshen had cleared the area boss on the first day the game opened. Then he spent another 2 days clearing the area boss in District D while taking revenge. During that time, he hadn't really leveled up seriously. It was normal for other strong players from different areas to catch up and clear the area bosses during this period. This situation was within his expectations. After all, in his previous life, the fastest record was also around 3 days. Now, if City Z is counted as a cleared area, City A, City D, City Z, that makes 3, right? All set. Very good. He no longer hesitated, and with a thought, he directly opened the system interface. He quickly found the teleportation function. Target location, Lost Ruins, City A. After a slight spatial fluctuation, the familiar desolate scene reappeared before his eyes. Yellow sand filled the sky, and broken walls and ruins surrounded him. Yunshen was no longer surprised by this place. He navigated through the ruins with ease and soon saw an old acquaintance in front of the church, the angel NPC. This angel lady was still wearing that pure white robe, her 6 pairs of holy wings gently fluttering behind her. Yunshen stepped forward and got straight to the point. I apply to go to the second main area. The angel NPC seemed to pause for a moment before mechanically turning her head, her hollow eyes focusing on Yunshen, devoid of any emotion. A few seconds later, the system's prompt sounded in Yunshen's ear. Detected that player demon has reached level 10. Detected that at least 3 novice village areas have completed area boss strategies. Conditions to proceed to the second main area met. Do you confirm teleportation? Confirm. Yunshen made his choice without hesitation. Memories from his past life surged like a tide. He knew better than anyone that only by stepping into the second main area as soon as possible could he access a broader world, achieve faster growth, and gain more powerful strength. The comfort of the novice village would only dull a person's will. True strong individuals are always on the path of embracing challenges. As his confirmation echoed, the white light in front of the angel NPC suddenly became blinding. A powerful spatial pulling force instantly enveloped Yunshen's entire body. The scene before him began to twist and blur. A sensation of weightlessness washed over him. This feeling lasted only a brief moment. The next second, Yunshen found himself standing firmly in a completely unfamiliar environment. Before him stood a vast, ancient city that seemed to stretch endlessly. Towering Gothic buildings pierced the sky, shrouded in a layer of eternal gray mist. The air was thick with a damp, mixed scent of some unknown decay. Silence, oppressive. This was the first impression the second main area gave. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Welcome to the second main area, City of Mist. Yunshen stepped onto the stone-paved road of the City of Mist. The ground felt cold and hard beneath his feet, while above him loomed a gloomy, oppressive gray sky. This city felt like a massive gray cage. The Gothic architecture soared into the clouds, with spires faintly visible in the mist, as if they were trying to pierce the heavens. On either side of the streets, shops lined up, each with a different style, their signs displaying twisted and bizarre text that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Occasionally, hurried pedestrians passed by, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, their expressions indifferent. Yunshen knew that everything here was starkly different from the novice village. The City of Mist was one of the cities in the second main area. It was also a more real, more brutal world. The people here were no longer the NPCs from the novice village who only repeated simple dialogues, but real beings from countless parallel worlds. They had their own stories, desires, and ways of survival. Yunshen had barely steadied himself when the system's voice came again. Warning, staying in this area will be affected by the mist erosion effect, requiring a daily consumption of 100 points of life currency to resist. If the life currency balance is insufficient, the player will be forcibly teleported back to the safe area of the real world, novice village. Yunshen understood this rule well. 100 life currency was the ticket to the second main area. This was also one of the biggest differences between the novice village area and the second main area. A daily consumption of 100 might be a considerable burden for ordinary players, but for Yun Chen, with his 90,000 savings, it was not much at all. Moreover, after entering the second main area, there were bronze-level monsters everywhere. Killing a few would yield enough life currency for the ticket. In the second main area, opportunities and dangers coexisted. To quickly enhance his strength, he had to seize opportunities and delve into this mist-covered city. For Yun Chen, the fastest way to improve was to take on high-level quests. He possessed memories from his past life, clearly knowing which NPCs in the City of Mist held high-level quests, where precious treasures were hidden, and which areas harbored deadly dangers. His goal was clear: find the puppet master Ella. This NPC was known for issuing high-difficulty trial quests. As long as he could pass her tests, he would receive commissions and rewards far exceeding those of ordinary quests. Yun Chen set his feet in motion, walking forward along the stone path. The streets twisted and turned like a labyrinth, with increasingly eerie and sinister architectural styles lining both sides. He passed through several alleys, circled around a fountain square, and finally stopped in front of a slightly dilapidated massive building. The exterior walls were covered in withered vines, and the doors and windows were tightly shut, exuding a chilling atmosphere. A rusted copper plaque hung beside the door, inscribed in twisted letters, "Ella's Doll Workshop." This was the place. Yun Chen took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Creak, the door emitted a grating sound that was reminiscent of a dying old man's groan. The interior of the workshop was even darker than outside. The air was filled with a faint scent of sawdust and paint, mingled with an indescribable odor of decay. Various doll parts were haphazardly piled in the corners. Some were missing arms and legs, others had severed heads and hands, all posed in different ways, like dismembered corpses. On the workbench lay various tools for doll making: hammers, chisels, carving knives, needles, and threads. The walls were adorned with completed dolls. There were exquisite porcelain dolls, rugged wooden puppets, and bizarrely shaped metal dolls. Each one was lifelike yet carried an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Deep in the hall, a figure sat with her back to the entrance, at the workbench. It was a woman dressed in a black Gothic long dress. She had a slender figure, and her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, obscuring half of her face. In her arms, she cradled a delicate girl doll, gently stroking it with focused attention, as if treating it like a real child. This woman was Yun Chen's target, the doll maker, Ella. Yun Chen stepped inside, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent workshop. He stopped a short distance from the workbench, his gaze fixed on Ella's silhouette. The air seemed to freeze, with only the creaking of the wooden door echoing softly within the workshop. Ella seemed to sense someone entering and slowly lifted her head. She turned around, revealing a face so pale it was almost sickly. Her delicate features resembled a meticulously crafted artwork, yet there was no expression, as if she wore a mask. What stood out most were her eyes. They were gray, hollow, and devoid of spirit, like two pools of stagnant water, showing no emotional ripples. The doll in her arms bore a striking resemblance to her. It too had a pale face and gray eyes, but was even more hollow and lifeless. Ella spoke. "Another descender? Do you wish for my commission?" Her voice was like the shattering of ice, flat and cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Descender was the term used in this world for players. Ella set down the tool in her hand and slowly stood up. "My commissions are only given to those capable of bearing their cost." Her Gothic dress trailed on the ground, the hem like ripples of ink. "If you want a task, you must first pass my test." Her tone remained flat, but her hollow gray eyes seemed to see through one's heart. Yun Chen had anticipated this and calmly nodded. "Understood." Ella raised her head, her cold gaze sweeping over Yun Chen, her voice devoid of any waves. "The trial is simple. Defeat the dolls I create within my time limit. The more you defeat, the higher the level of commission you can accept." She paused, adding with a hint of barely perceptible disdain in her tone, "My dolls are strong. There was a conceited descender who tried before but only defeated two, not even passing the minimum standard of the trial." Someone has been here before?" Yun Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. From her tone, it was clear that he was not the first person to find this place. After all, it had been some time since the second area was opened. Many had already actively entered the second area. It seemed he needed to hurry. He nodded again. "Understood, I accept the trial." Era said no more. She bent down and carefully placed the doll that resembled her in her arms onto the ground. Then, she took 2 steps back and began to chant a low and obscure incantation. As the incantation was sung, the mountain of doll parts piled up in the workshop began to tremble slightly. On the ground, those scattered limbs, torsos, and heads seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, starting to assemble on their own. Soon, a doll, standing at the same height as a real person, slowly rose before Yun Chen. Its scarlet eyes, filled with a chilling murderous intent, locked onto Yun Chen. This doll took the form of a girl in a dress, with joints glinting with a cold metallic sheen, holding a sharp short blade in its hand. Its face was a larger version of the doll Era had held, exquisite yet lifeless. A breath belonging to a silver-grayed creature emanated from the doll. Era's doll number 9879, LV10, grade, silver. The trial begins with a time limit of 5 minutes, Era announced coldly, raising her hand to point at an ancient hourglass timer on the wall. The hourglass flipped, and fine sand began to fall. Almost the moment Era's words fell, the silver grade doll moved. Its movements were exceptionally swift, the metallic joints producing faint friction sounds, transforming into an afterimage as the blade in its hand lunged straight for Yun Chen's heart. The speed was fast, and the power was not weak. For an ordinary level 10 player, this was undoubtedly a tricky opponent. However, Yun Chen's gaze remained calm, even too lazy to dodge. Just as the doll was about to charge in front of him, a thought flickered. In his mind, demon transfer talent, quietly activated. Target, the silver grade doll before him. Thud. A massive damage number suddenly floated above the doll's head. Minus 10,070. This was the cost Yun Chen had to pay when activating his talent, now perfectly transferred to the doll. However, the doll that had taken 10,000 points of damage only paused slightly, its momentum unbroken. The health bar above its head had only dropped a fraction. Oh, Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. This doll's health actually exceeded 10,000? Judging by the rate of health loss, its total health was probably around 30,000. Silver grade, indeed something to note. But that was all there was to it. While enduring the transferred damage, Yun Chen raised his hand, his index finger pointing towards the charging doll. He silently chanted in his heart. Dark word, pain. Now, Yun Chen's health reached 10,080 points. Since the life amount transferred by demon transfer could not exceed the maximum health limit, and according to the rule of dark word, pain, for every additional 10 points of health consumed, deal 40 points of extra magical damage, Yun Chen only transferred 10,070 points of health. This skill, in theory, could add up to open parenthesis 10,080 divided by 10 close parenthesis times 40 is equal to 40,320 points of magical damage. Of course, this was just a theoretical value. The actual damage would still be reduced by the target's magical resistance. But even so, it was terrifying enough. The most crucial part was that this terrifying health cost did not need to be borne by Yun Chen himself. Buzz. A rich black energy instantly gathered at Yun Chen's fingertips, transforming into a long black whip that, with a piercing scream that tore through the air, struck fiercely at the doll. Minus 36,826. An even more astonishing damage number floated above the doll's head. Even after deducting the doll's considerable magical resistance, this strike's damage still exceeded 36,000. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The charging doll's movements abruptly halted, as if the pause button had been pressed. In the next second, a web-like pattern of dense cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks spread rapidly, covering its entire body. Boom! The doll exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless tiny parts that scattered across the ground. Instant kill. It didn't even last a single encounter. From the moment the puppet launched its attack to being blasted into pieces, the entire process took no more than a second. Unfortunately, this type of puppet was a temporary creation for the test. Defeating it would not yield any experience or items. Otherwise, Yun Chen would have directly farmed this test. On the other side, a hint of visible fluctuation appeared for the first time on Era's eternally icy face. A fleeting look of incredulous surprise flashed through her hollow gray eyes. It seemed she had never expected that this seemingly ordinary newcomer could so effortlessly take down her creation with a single blow. After all, that was a silver-level puppet. Even the previous newcomer, who had barely defeated two, had expended considerable effort. And this person before her. Era's gaze fell back on Yun Chen, and in her cold eyes there seemed to be a hint of something else. The clear fluctuation on Era's face lasted less than a second. She quickly returned to her usual icy demeanor, as if the earlier surprise had been an illusion. Perhaps in her view, the death of puppet number 9879 was merely a trivial programming error. It was normal for mass-produced models to have some minor flaws, she thought to herself, trying to find a reasonable explanation for this absurd instant kill. After all, how could a silver-level puppet be so easily defeated? Poof. Era let out a soft hum, a cover for her earlier loss of composure. She raised her hand again, her movements a bit quicker than before. This time, it was no longer a solo effort. Buzz, 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 accompanied by three faint buzzing sounds. The scattered parts in the workshop flew and combined once more. Three battle puppets identical to the previous one appeared in a formation before Yun Chen. Era's puppet number 9878. LV10, grade, Silver. Era's puppet number 9877, LV10, grade, Silver. Era's puppet number 9876, LV10, grade, Silver. The three silver-level puppets, with their cold metallic eyes, simultaneously locked onto Yun Chen. Era's cold voice rang out. Continue. She wanted to see if this newcomer could still handle the pressure of 3 times as many opponents with the same ease as before. Yun Chen looked at the 3 puppets before him. He remained standing in place, not even shifting his feet. Faced with the 3 aggressively charging puppets, he appeared exceptionally calm. A thought flickered in his mind. Demon transfer. This time, the target of the ability was precisely locked onto the puppet in the front left, designated as 9,878. The cost was still the transfer of 10,000 health points. Poof. Minus 10,000. A massive damage number appeared above the selected puppet 9,878's head, causing its charge to abruptly stall, and its health bar dropped again. However, the other two puppets were unaffected, maintaining their speed, their short blades glinting coldly as they flanked from both sides, cutting off all of Yun Chen's escape routes. Yet, Yun Chen had no intention of dodging at all. At the same time as he transferred the cost, he raised his right hand, palm facing forward. This time, the energy gathering at his fingertips was no longer a black whip, but withering lightning. This skill had undergone a qualitative change after being upgraded to gold level. For every additional 100 health points consumed, damage increases by 400 points. With Yun Chen's maximum health of 10,080 points, he could theoretically add open parenthesis 10,000 divided by 100 close parenthesis times 400 is equal to 40,000 points of magical damage. Buzz! A thick bolt of ominous gray lightning erupted from Yun Chen's palm. Zzz. The piercing sound of electric current echoed throughout the workshop. The gray withering lightning, like the scythe of death, accurately struck the oncoming puppet number 9877-38550. A more terrifying damage number than before floated above the head of puppet number 9877. The silver level magic resistance was as fragile as paper in the face of such horrifying damage. Crack! Boom! Puppet number 9877 didn't even have time to scream, and the process of its body shattering was barely visible. It simply exploded in midair into a mass of charred parts and flying ash. However, this was just the beginning. The withering lightning did not dissipate after hitting the first target. It seemed to have a life of its own, instantly bouncing. Zing! The lightning accurately struck puppet number 9876, which was flanking from the right. Minus 36,622. With each jump, the damage of the withering lightning decreased by 5%. But that still didn't affect the outcome. Another instant kill. Puppet number 9876 followed in its companion's footsteps, exploding into a shower of fragments. It wasn't over yet. The withering lightning jumped again. Minus 34,791. Poor puppet number 9878 first inexplicably took on a loss of 10,000 health points for Yun Chen. Then it took the full brunt of the incredibly powerful withering lightning. Under this double blow, its fate was far more tragic than the other two. Even the shape of the explosion seemed more flamboyant, with parts flying further away. They splattered against a distant wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint. In the blink of an eye, three imposing silver-level puppets had all turned into a ground of charred remains and tiny fragments. The entire process was so fast that it left people unable to react. Standing not far away, Ella was completely stunned. The cold mask on the puppet master Ella's face seemed to show a crack. Her gray eyes were rarely widened slightly. Deep in her pupils, the charred remains of the puppets were clearly reflected on the ground. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, it only turned into a silent movement, and she pressed her lips tightly together. How is this possible? 3 silver-level puppets. Even if 10 level 10 players came, they might not be able to win. Even that previous invader, whom she had deemed arrogant but still somewhat capable, had spent nearly all the trial time defeating 2. Yet in front of this invader, it was another instant kill? What on earth is this guy? The workshop fell into a deathly silence. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell, a remnant of the lightning. The sand in the hourglass continued to fall, reminding that the trial was still ongoing. Yun Chen noticed that Ella had not moved for a long time. He took the initiative to remind her, the time isn't up yet, can we continue? Ella was startled awake by Yun Chen's voice and came back to her senses. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Ella waved her hand again. Buzz 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 buzz, this time, it was 5. 5 identical silver-level puppets appeared simultaneously on the field. As soon as they appeared, they shot towards Yun Chen like arrows released from a bow, attacking from 5 different directions at once. 5 gleaming short blades blocked all possible escape angles, weaving a net of death. Yun Chen's expression remained calm. Demon transfer. Just pick a poor soul. Withering lightning. Zing. The gray lightning lit up again, like the dance of death, wildly jumping between the 5 puppets. Boom 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 boom. 5 explosions sounded almost as one. In just 1 second, the 5 silver-level puppets followed in their predecessors' footsteps, all turning to charcoal and fragments, scattered on the ground. In the following challenge time, Ella was completely numb. She seemed to have turned into a machine programmed to follow a set routine. She mechanically waved her hand, summoning more puppets. 6, 7, 8, the numbers kept increasing. However, no matter how many she summoned, no matter how these puppets changed formations or attempted to coordinate their attacks, the result was always the same. That was the fragments of the puppets killed by Yun Chen piling up like a mountain, almost drowning Yun Chen's ankles. 5 minutes passed quickly. When the last grain of sand fell from the hourglass, the workshop finally returned to calm. Only the debris remained scattered across the floor. Yunchen stood amidst the mountain of corpses made of puppet fragments, completely unharmed. Not even the hem of his clothes was dusted. He clapped his hands and looked at the somewhat dazed Ella in the distance. The trial is over, right? How many did I defeat? Ella stared blankly at the remnants of the puppets on the ground. After glancing at Yunchen, it took her several seconds to regain her voice. Her tone was laced with undeniable shock and even a hint of barely perceptible tremor. You defeated a total of 165 puppets. Ella struggled to articulate this number. The way she looked at Yunchen had completely changed. No longer was it the indifference and condescension she had for an ordinary descender, but rather a mix of shock and confusion. There was even a hint of indescribable curiosity. Ella spoke slowly, her voice still somewhat airy. The number and speed at which you defeated the puppets far exceed the record. You have passed the trial. According to the rules, you are qualified to accept the highest level commission from me. She returned to the workbench, bent down, and retrieved an ancient black scroll from beneath it. The scroll was made of some unknown black leather. Its surface was engraved with intricate runes, emanating a faint wave of dark energy, clearly not an ordinary item. As the scroll appeared, a system notification sounded in Yunchen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the platinum level commission. Lost Core. Yunchen felt a surge of joy. It was indeed platinum level. Ella handed the scroll to Yunchen, her expression complex. Outside the City of Mist, there is a valley shrouded in thick fog all year round, called Fog Valley. At the deepest part of the valley lies a forbidden area known as Heart of Oblivion. Legend has it that the original secrets of this city are buried there, but it is also home to extremely terrifying entities. She paused, her tone growing somber. One of my creations that is very important to me, its core component has unfortunately been lost there. I need you to delve into the forbidden area and retrieve that core for me. She raised her eyes, her gray gaze fixed intently on Yunchen. This task is extremely dangerous. According to past intelligence, almost no creature that entered the Heart of Oblivion has returned alive. The cost of failure could very well be becoming eternally lost in that forbidden area, becoming part of it. But, her tone slightly lifted, carrying a hint of temptation. If you succeed, you will receive unimaginable rewards, including a personal promise from me. Yunchen took the scroll, feeling its cold weight in his hand. The system notification immediately popped up, displaying the task details. Task name, Lost Core. Task level, Gold. Task publisher, Puppeteer Ella. Task objective, go to the depths of Fog Valley's Heart of Oblivion, find and bring back S-Core. Task difficulty, dangerous. Task rewards, 100,000 experience points, 50,000 life coins, Ella's mysterious treasure chest X1, Ella's promise X1, special item fragment of Oblivion Stone X1. Failure. Penalty? Hiss. Yunchen looked at the reward list, feeling a slight surprise in his heart. 100,000 experience, 50,000 life coins, plus a mysterious treasure chest and Ella's promise. More importantly, that fragment of Oblivion Stone. This item was crucial in the later stages of his previous life. It was key to the final main storyline of the City of Mist. He never expected to have access to it through this task. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. This time, he made the right choice. I accept. Yunchen chose to accept without hesitation. For him, danger? It didn't exist. As long as there is a goal, demon transfer can turn danger into opportunity. Moreover, this task is clearly related to the main storyline of the Mist City, and it must be completed. When Ayla saw Yunchen so decisively accept the task, she nodded, seemingly satisfied with his reaction. She then took out a parchment map with simple lines drawn on it from the workbench, along with a note filled with precautions. This is a partial map of the forbidden area, along with some precautions that I know of. Although it might not be of much use, it's better than nothing. Good luck, Descender. Aila's voice returned to its usual coldness, but in the end, she added softly, with a hint of complex emotion, I hope you can come back alive. Yunchen took the map and the note, tucking them away casually. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave the workshop directly. Yunchen stored away the ominous black scroll, as well as the crude map and the note filled with precautions that Ayla had given him. He left the workshop without hesitation, heading straight towards the Mist Valley outside the Mist City. On the way, he casually unfolded the note Ayla had given him. The parchment had a rough texture, and it was written in a twisted, strange script. This was the language of another world, which Yunchen could barely understand. However, under the influence of the system's power, these words automatically transformed into content that Yunchen could comprehend. The first line read, avoid entering the Mist Valley at night. After nightfall, the mist in the valley becomes thick and alive. The monsters lurking within not only multiply several times, but their desire to attack and ferocity also increase significantly, making it extremely dangerous. Yunchen looked at the first line and couldn't help but chuckle. Nighttime? Monsters doubling in number? Ferocious attack desires? TSK. To others, this would be a death sentence, something to be avoided at all costs. But in Yunchen's eyes, wasn't this the golden time for farming monsters with doubled efficiency? While others feared the number and ferocity of monsters, he did not. With demon transfer, the more monsters there were, the more he could kill. The experience and loot dropped would also increase. This was simply a leveling paradise tailor-made for him. AI La really did a great job. In a good mood, Yunchen tucked the note away, quickening his pace. Soon, he arrived at the exit on the west side of the Mist City. This was the main passage connecting to the Mist Valley outside the city. It was already deep into the night. Outside the city gate, thick gray mist hung down like a massive curtain, enveloping everything within. The visibility was frighteningly low, probably less than 5 meters. Only 2 hanging magical lamps at the city gate emitted a dim, yellowish light, barely dispelling a small patch of darkness near the entrance. But that was all. Beyond that lay an unknown expanse where one could not see their own hand. Huff, huff. Just as Yun Chen was about to step out of the city gate and plunge into the thick fog, a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps, accompanied by heavy breathing, suddenly came from the mist ahead. Following that, 4 figures stumbled through the fog and onto the stone path at the city gate. This was a standard 4-player team, 3 men and 1 woman. Each of them bore injuries, their faces showing expressions of lingering fear. Their equipment, which had originally looked quite polished, was now covered in ghastly scratches and indistinguishable stains, making them appear disheveled, as if they had just escaped from some hellish place. Leading them was a swordsman player holding a long sword, his ID quite prominent, rating 13.0. Damn! The swordsman rating 13.0 plopped down on the ground, gasping heavily. He spat towards the thick fog behind him, still shaken. This damn place is really not fit for humans at night. The monsters are like crazy, spawning wave after wave, and their damage is ridiculously high. Damn it, I almost bit the dust back there. The shield warrior player next to him also looked terrified, nodding repeatedly. Yeah, it was so scary. That shadow wolf almost chewed my shield to pieces. Another team member, a player who looked like a rogue, couldn't help but complain. The worst part is, there wasn't even an NPC to warn us how dangerous it is at night before we entered. Yun Chen glanced at them, not paying much attention. Their experiences perfectly confirmed the warning on Ella's note. But he didn't care at all and lifted his foot to continue walking towards the city gate. For him, the misty valley at night was the real paradise. At that moment, a voice from the team called out to Yun Chen, "Hey, friend." Seeing Yun Chen all alone, wanting to venture into the mist, the swordsman with the ID of rating 13.0 paused for a moment and quickly called out to him, "It's very dangerous in the valley. Right now, the number of monsters is more than twice that of the daytime, and they're as fierce as if they've taken drugs. You're going in alone, buddy. Take my advice and wait until dawn." His words weren't purely out of kindness. Perhaps there was a hint of a subtle psychology of look at how miserable we are. Do you still dare to go in? Yun Chen's footsteps paused slightly. He turned his head, calmly scanning the swordsman. With his gaze, he said lightly, "Thank you for the reminder." After that, he showed no signs of stopping. His figure flickered, as if a ghost, actively stepping into the thick night mist that resembled the mouth of a gray giant beast. In an instant, he disappeared, as if he had never been there. Rating 13.0 stared in the direction Yun Chen had vanished for a few seconds, then a hint of anger at being ignored appeared on his face. And he couldn't help but spit towards the mist. "Hey, what the hell? Not listening to advice, huh? Acting like a pro? Fine, just wait to be chewed to bits by the monsters outside. Do you really think you're the chosen one? A fool like that deserves to die in there." The shield warrior next to him shook his head and muttered, "Exactly, good intentions treated as donkey liver and lungs. We almost got wiped out, and he goes in alone like it's a death wish?" The rogue player scoffed. "Does he really think he's the chosen one? A fool like that deserves to die in there. And then don't come crying for a resurrection." The priest girl, however, said nothing, only glancing worriedly into the depths of the fog and letting out a soft sigh. Just then, a remarkably burly warrior player, sporting a shiny bald head, strode over from inside the city. His ID was also quite distinctive, Shiny Durian. Deputy team, you're back." The team members, who had been complaining, immediately surrounded the bald warrior as if they had found their backbone, asking in a flurry, "How was it, Deputy Team? Did you take on the task from the puppet workshop?" The bald warrior known as Deputy Team, Shiny Durian, revealed a wry smile and shook his head. "Sigh, don't mention it." He sighed, looking somewhat frustrated. "I didn't pass their test. I couldn't even take on the minimum standard task." "What?" The team members were instantly shocked. Rating 13.0 widened his eyes, incredulously shouting, "No way. Deputy Team? You're the second strongest in our rushing forward team after the captain. Even you couldn't pass? How difficult is the test from the puppeteer Ella?" Shiny Durian scratched his smooth head, looking somewhat helpless. "I gave it my all and barely managed to defeat 2 silver-level puppets." It turned out that the one Ella mentioned in the workshop, who was rated as arrogant but still somewhat capable, having defeated 2 puppets, was actually this Shiny Durian. "Damn, 2 silver-level puppets are just the starting price?" The shield warrior exclaimed. "How many do you have to defeat to take on a task?" "Who knows," said the Vice Captain Durian, shrugging his shoulders. "Anyway, I can't handle it. That puppet attacks fast and hard. When two come at me, I get a bit flustered. I can't withstand any more than that. He sighed again. It seems that for Ella's quest, we'll have to wait for the captain to log in and let him give it a try. In our whole team, only the captain has that kind of strength. Mentioning the captain, rating 13.0, couldn't help but ask, by the way, Vice Captain, where did the captain go? Smooth Durian replied, I'm not too sure about the specifics. The captain, as the area leader, said he had to take care of an urgent task in real life, so he logged off. It seems it was arranged from above to deal with a player called Demon. Vice Captain, Smooth Durian, continued, from the captain's tone, it sounds like this demon matter is quite important. Even he has to go personally. The swordsman, rating 13.0, pouted and complained, what demon? Acting so high and mighty? Does the captain really have to go serve him personally? The female priest in the team explained, you only know how to grind monsters, don't you even listen to the announcements? That demon is the one who recently killed 2 area bosses and made it onto the server-wide announcement. He's currently ranked first on both the level and reputation boards. It's him. No wonder even the boss has to go in person. While everyone was discussing, marveling at the power of the demon and the heavy responsibilities of their captain, other team members noticed that since the mention of the demon ID, the swordsman's, rating 13.0, gaze had become somewhat erratic. He occasionally glanced towards the city gate where Yunchen had disappeared, and his expression grew a bit strange. The priest girl couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? You've been staring blankly at the city gate since just now? The swordsman, rating 13.0, turned his head, his voice trembling as he asked the others, Did you see clearly that guy who rushed into the fog, what his ID was? The other team members were taken aback by his sudden reaction, shaking their heads. We didn't pay attention, the fog was so thick, we only saw a shadow. Rating 13.0, swallowed hard, his expression turning extremely bizarre, as if he had seen a ghost. In a dreamy tone, he uncertainly said, I was closest just now, and it seems I caught a glimpse of his ID. I think it was Demon. As soon as he said this, the air seemed to freeze in that instant. On the other side, Yunchen stepped into the misty valley. In an instant, it felt like crashing into a thick, cold gray wall. The dense fog, almost tangible, enveloped him instantly. An indescribable scent filled the air, reminiscent of rotting plants from 1,000 years mixed with a faint metallic, bloody odor. The visibility was terrifyingly low. Extending his hand, he could barely see his fingertips. The surroundings were eerily quiet, only the faint sound of the fog moving. Occasionally, strange howls would echo from the depths of the thick fog, or the rustling sound of something dragging along the ground, sending chills down one's spine. Any ordinary player in such an environment would have long been terrified and struggling to move. But Yunchen's face showed no signs of disturbance. He even had the leisure to comment, this fog density is still a bit lacking compared to winter back home. He raised the top of the demon's staff, the dark gem embedded in it glowing faintly. A hum and almost imperceptible ripple spread through the air. A legion of 45 demons appeared before Yunchen. They formed a circle, tightly surrounding Yunchen in the center. Embraced by his summoned creatures, Yunchen felt a strong sense of security. He looked towards the outer edge, where a rather dazed little demon was curiously pawing at the moss on the ground. A thought flickered. Demon transfer activated. Instantly, that little demon suffered the transfer damage and collapsed on the spot. Next, Yunchen activated the skill insight. In the next moment, the world before him changed. The thick, sticky fog was no longer an obstacle. Instead, it transformed into a transparent curtain. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the monsters hidden in the mist, behind rocks, and under tree shadows were revealed. No matter how they lurked or concealed themselves, they appeared as clearly as fireflies in the night to Yunchen's perception. Within his sensing range, bronze and silver level monsters were almost everywhere, bustling like a market. Just as Ella had noted, the number of monsters in the valley at night had indeed surged. Wow, there are quite a few. Yunchen scanned the area, feeling very satisfied. His gaze locked onto a shadow of a humanoid rock about 30 meters to his right. There, a pitch-black monster, as if merged with the shadows, was lying on the ground, its crimson eyes fixed intently in his direction, clearly preparing to launch a sneak attack. Shadowstalker, LV-10, grade, bronze. Yunchen activated his talent again. Demon transfer. Put. The Shadowstalker lurking behind the rock suddenly stiffened. It couldn't even let out a scream. A bright red damage number popped up above its head, minus 10,000. In the next second, this bronze-level monster died on the spot. Only a small loot orb remained. With a consumption of 10,000 health points, Yunchen smoothly activated his next skill. Catastrophe Domain. Buzz, a faint gray domain, almost blending with the surrounding mist, spread silently from Yunchen's center. After evolving to gold level, the Catastrophe Domain increased its radius by 2 meters for every additional 100 health points consumed, and damage increased by 200. So, with an extra consumption of 10,000 health points, the radius increased. Open parenthesis 10,000 divided by 100 close parenthesis times 2 meters is equal to 100 times 2 meters equals 200 meters. Damage per second increased. Open parenthesis 10,000 divided by 100 close parenthesis times 200 points is equal to 100 times 200 points equals 20,000 points. A death halo with a radius exceeding 200 meters, dealing over 20,000 magic damage per second, was thus formed. This damage value, let alone bronze-level monsters, even the tough silver-level monsters would definitely not withstand it for a few seconds. Done, let's get to work. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward. He began to leisurely stroll through the fog-filled valley. He was like a moving disaster of death. The gray catastrophe domain, with a radius exceeding 200 meters, silently advanced with his steps. Wherever he passed, the screams couldn't even be uttered. Those monsters hidden in the mist, originally eyeing the intruder with hostility, would have their health points flood out like a burst dam as soon as they were lightly brushed by the edge of the domain. Minus 18,624. Minus 18,251. Even with magic resistance reduction, the damage remained terrifying. Dense damage numbers floated up like a waterfall from the monsters' heads. The vast majority of bronze and ordinary silver-level monsters couldn't even last a second, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and loot orbs. Then, they were collected by Yun Chen, clinking into his backpack. Yun Chen didn't even need to deliberately search for monsters. He just needed to maintain the catastrophe domain and head straight towards the lost land marked on Ella's map in the depths of the valley. As Yun Chen advanced, he continued to get closer to his destination, the lost land. The surrounding demon legion tightly clustered around Yun Chen, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Occasionally, there would be one or two elite silver monsters with particularly high health or strong magic resistance that could struggle for a few seconds under the continuous burning of the disaster domain. But just as they were about to make a move, not even having the time to see who was attacking them, they were met with shadow arrows condensed in the hands of the demon minions, as well as the demon knives thrown by the little demons glinting with a cold light. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. The dense attacks instantly overwhelmed these stragglers, finishing them off. The entire process was smooth and efficient to an astonishing degree. Since entering the second main area, Fog City, the levels of the wild monsters had also risen significantly. The monsters in the Fog Valley started at a minimum of level 10 bronze monsters, providing quite a considerable amount of experience. At this moment, under the almost bug-like monster spawning mode of the disaster domain, Yun Chen's experience bar was skyrocketing at a visibly insane speed. Kill Shadowstalker, bronze level, gain experience plus 550. Kill Fog Corrupted Wolf, bronze level, gain experience plus 600. Kill Venomous Zombie, silver level, gain experience plus 3600. System notifications flooded Yun Chen's ears like a screen spam. He didn't even need to attack himself. He just had to keep moving, occasionally checking the cooldown of the disaster domain to ensure it could be maintained. What others saw as a perilous death zone filled with crises at every turn had now become his exclusive, explosively efficient leveling ground and cash machine. If Ella knew that her warning of extreme danger at night had instead pointed Yun Chen towards a monster farming path, she wouldn't know what to think. Time passed quickly in this almost monotonous stroll. About 2 hours later, Yun Chen had delved deep into the heart of the Fog Valley. The surrounding mist seemed thicker, and the smell of blood in the air was increasingly pungent. The levels and strength of the monsters were clearly a notch higher than those on the outskirts, with some elite silver monsters starting to appear sporadically. But to Yun Chen, it made no difference. They still shattered upon contact. As the disaster domain swept over another area, it directly obliterated the last large spider-like monster, exuding dark green, poisonous gas, venomous fog spider matriarch, silver elite. This was the 12th silver elite monster he had casually cleared. Finally, after a series of experience gain notifications, the pleasant system prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations, player demon has leveled up to level 11. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. Yun Chen stopped, and with a thought, he allocated the newly acquired 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he continued to add them to stamina. His health increased by another 660 points. Additionally, from the spoils of battle just now, Yun Chen had optimized a pair of leggings that increased health, also acquiring it for free at the golden level. Now, Yun Chen's maximum health had reached 12060. This gave him more confidence to spend his health. He took out the crude map that Ella had given him and took a look. According to the markings on the map, if he continued forward, he should soon reach the target location of this mission, the entrance to the Lost Land. However, Yun Chen recalled the information about this area from his previous life, as well as the reminder on Ella's note. The so-called Lost Land was not so easy to enter. There was an extremely complex natural maze at the entrance, formed by thick fog and twisted space. In his previous life, a player team had attempted to navigate it. It was said that just getting out of that maze took a full 5 to 6 hours, and that was during the day when visibility was relatively good. Entering at night would only increase the difficulty. A maze, huh? That's a bit troublesome. Yun Chen frowned slightly. According to his impression, there were no monsters in that maze. This meant there would be no experience or loot drops. Yunchen wasn't afraid of danger, he just felt that venturing into the maze was a bit of a waste of time. But now, he had no other choice. Just as he was putting away the map and preparing to move on, the previously calm and swirling fog ahead suddenly began to churn violently. Immediately after, a somewhat frivolous male voice abruptly emerged from the depths of the mist, clearly reaching Yunchen's ears. "Hey there, brother, hunting monsters alone, you've got some skills." This sudden voice made Yunchen's gaze sharpen. Instantly, something was off. He had been using insight with a perception range covering hundreds of meters around him. Yet, before hearing this voice, he had completely failed to notice anyone's presence. This was not something an ordinary character could achieve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time the voice sounded, the 45 demon servants and demon imps surrounding Yunchen all came to a halt. Their crimson gazes instantly locked onto the direction from which the voice came. They assumed a defensive posture, emitting low, threatening growls from their throats. The air was thick with a murderous aura, seemingly frozen for a moment. "Hey, don't be nervous, friend. I mean no harm." Accompanying the voice, a lantern emitting a faint yellow light swayed back and forth through the thick fog ahead. The light seemed to have some special effect. Wherever it passed, the thick night mist slowly parted, as if pushed aside by an invisible hand. A man's figure gradually became clear. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, around 40 to 50 years old. He wore a severely worn brown leather armor with old stitching visible at the edges. Slung across his back was an ancient-looking longbow, its body covered in dense, cryptic runes emanating a faint energy fluctuation. At his waist hung a small, sharp-skinning knife, along with several bulging little pouches. He held the peculiar lantern that dispersed the mist in his hand, and under its light, a weathered face was revealed. The wrinkles on his face were like knife marks, and his unkempt beard gave him a somewhat disheveled appearance. But his eyes were sharp, like a hawk soaring high in the sky, now filled with unabashed curiosity and scrutiny as they scanned Yunchen and the group of menacing demons behind him. Yunchen's gaze quickly swept over the man. Above his head, a line of information was clearly displayed. Wandering Hunter Carl, LV13, type, NPC, NPC? Yunchen's heart stirred slightly. In this perilous wilderness area of the game, the probability of encountering an NPC was not high. Moreover, this Carl gave him a feeling quite extraordinary. The rugged aura of experience and the faint sense of danger surrounding him indicated that this guy was definitely a tough character. What concerned Yunchen even more was Carl's current position. Not too far, not too close, he stood just outside the terrifying 200-meter radius of his catastrophe domain, merely a step away. This guy had definitely sensed the range and power of his skill and had precisely avoided it. This level of perception and control over distance was remarkably accurate. Tisk, TSK, tisk. The wandering hunter Carl looked at the barren area beneath Yunchen's feet, where even the remains of monsters had been completely obliterated, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Old Carl here has been wandering in this cursed misty valley for decades, killing more monsters than I've eaten salt. But it's truly the first time I've seen someone treat this damned valley, which is haunted at night, like their own backyard, casually strolling around. His gaze swept over the group of variously shaped, menacing demons behind Yunchen, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Not to mention, he brought along such a large group of, well, quite uniquely looking houndstooth. Carl's tone sounded casual, as if he were just making small talk. But those hawk-like eyes never left Yunchen, as if he wanted to see right through him. This old guy was clearly testing him. Yunchen didn't like beating around the bush. His expression remained calm as he directly asked, "You called for me. What is it?" Carl grinned, revealing a set of slightly yellowed teeth stained by tobacco. "Hey, just call me Carl, an old man living off the mountains, just muddling through life." He shook the lantern in his hand and continued. "I couldn't sleep tonight, so I thought I'd take a stroll, see if I could strike it lucky and hunt down something rare to trade for a couple of good bottles of wine. And what do you know? I just happened to stumble upon you here, doing a spring cleaning. That racket, TSK, I could hear it from quite a distance." At this point, Carl's tone suddenly shifted. He raised the lantern and pointed in the direction Yunchen was heading, deeper into the misty valley. The smile on his face faded slightly, and his expression became a bit more serious. "From the way you're charging ahead, your target must be that lost land up ahead, right?" Yunchen nodded slightly in response. "Hey, that place is no good, you know." His tone carried a hint of warning. "To get in, you have to pass through a maze, right? Let me tell you, that maze, it's quite the tricky one, full of twists and turns, traps everywhere, not easy to navigate." Yunchen listened quietly, not interrupting. Seeing this, Carl stroked his stubbly chin, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "But," he elongated his tone, his words dripping with obvious temptation, the old man, am quite familiar with that cursed place. I know some shortcuts that others don't, and quite a few tricks inside." Carl rubbed his fingers together suggestively, his movements quite practiced. "If you're willing, to sponsor me a little, so I can buy a few bottles of good wine to warm myself up, I might just be able to show you a clear path. I guarantee it will save you a huge amount of time. Others might take 5 or 6 hours to navigate inside, but with me leading the way, at most 10 minutes, and you'll be right in the core area of that lost land. Just as Carl's words fell, a system prompt popped up in front of Yunchen. Wandering Hunter. Carl has initiated a trade request with you. Trade content. Pay 1,000 life coins, and Carl will act as your guide, leading you through a secret passage to quickly enter the core area of the Lost Land. Note the credibility of this trade. Suspicious. Players are advised to discern carefully and decide whether to accept. Suspicious? Yunchen's gaze fell on the two bright red words suspicious. His brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. The meaning of these two words was quite simple. It was a system prompt warning the player that the trade might be fake. In the game God's Fall, especially with wild NPCs outside the safety zone of the main city, it was truly a mixed bag, with all sorts of characters. The quests they offered and the trades they proposed often came with unknown risks. Opportunities and traps coexisted. On the surface, Carl's approach was the classic information for reward, guiding for tips. But if it was fake, this old man was just trying to swindle you, and he might even lead you straight into a trap. Yunchen fell into a brief contemplation. In his past life memories, he indeed knew that the maze in the Misty Valley and the Lost Land was very time-consuming and not easy. However, he had no impression of this wandering hunter NPC named Carl. This meant that this was a variable he had never encountered in his past life. Was it simply a case of greed, wanting to scam a little money? Or was this Carl's appearance somehow related to the lost core quest he had taken on? Was his arrival a coincidence or some kind of inevitability? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Yunchen's mind. Using 1,000 life coins to save at least 5 or 6 hours of tedious maze exploration time. If what Carl said was true, it would undoubtedly be a great deal. But if it was false? Seeing that Yunchen had not responded for a long time, Carl urged again, "So, what do you think, young man? Thinking it over? Old man here is honest and fair, the price is quite reasonable." Yunchen raised his head, looking calmly at Carl. He wore a peaceful smile, showing no signs of ulterior motives. After a few seconds, he made his decision. Okay. He chose to accept the deal. There were two reasons. First, he really didn't want to waste those 5 or 6 hours in the maze. The efficiency was too low, and it was boring. With that time, he could level up again. Second, and most importantly, he had enough confidence. Even if this Carl had malicious intentions and wanted to lead him into a trap, so what? With his current strength, he could even take on a golden level boss. If it came to a fight, this LV-13 Hunter NPC might not be much of a challenge. Not to mention, he had an army of 45 demons. Playing dirty? Who's afraid of whom? At that time, he might even see what rare loot this NPC would drop. Moreover, even if he accidentally fell into a trap and died, it wouldn't matter. He currently had 5 chances to resurrect. Plus, the resurrection crystal gifted by the fortune-teller lady that could fully revive him on the spot. A total of 6 lives. Dying once would just be a way to scout. Perhaps he could even use the on-the-spot resurrection mechanism to turn the tables on this old hunter. For Yunchen, the risk of this deal was bearable. If he bet right, he would save a lot of leveling and exploration time. With that thought, Yunchen no longer hesitated and directly chose to trade. Splash, 1,000 life coins disappeared from his backpack. "Pleasure doing business," Yunchen said, his voice revealing no emotion. He. That's the spirit." Carl's smile became even brighter upon seeing the successful transaction prompt. He rubbed his hands together and tucked the peculiar lantern back at his waist. "Don't worry, young man, old Carl is reliable when it comes to money." He patted his chest, looking very earnest. "Follow me this way." With that, Carl turned and walked toward a seemingly unremarkable foggy area to the side. His steps were light and practiced, clearly familiar with the terrain. Yunchen signaled for the demon army behind him to follow. He then leisurely trailed a few meters behind Carl. His insight skill was still active, his mind highly focused, always alert to Carl's every move around him. At the same time, the target of demon transfer silently locked onto Carl. The 45 demons, like silent shadows, surrounded the two. As long as this guy made any unusual move, Yunchen would be able to react immediately. Carl, walking ahead, seemed completely unaware of the undercurrents behind him. He hummed a strange little tune out of tune, pushing aside the vines and bushes blocking the way, winding through the fog. The path they took clearly deviated from the general direction Yunchen had been heading. The surrounding environment also became more complex and bizarre. The ground beneath their feet was no longer relatively flat dirt but covered with slippery moss and jagged rocks. The stench of decay and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. Occasionally, more chilling roars and chewing sounds could be heard coming from the depths of the fog, but strangely, along the way, they encountered no monster attacks at all. It was as if all danger had been cleverly avoided by Carl. He, little brother, did you see that? Stick with old Carl, and it's perfectly safe. Carl seemed to notice Yunchen's silence and turned back to boast proudly. Yunchen remained non-committal. About 10 minutes later, Carl stopped in front of a steep rock wall covered in massive vines. Below the rock wall was a dark, shadowy cave entrance that looked bottomless, as if it were the mouth of a giant beast, constantly exhaling cold air. "We've arrived." Carl pointed to the cave entrance with his chin. Pass through this snake path and you'll reach the outer area of the Lost Land. Yun Chen followed closely behind Carl, stepping into the cave entrance concealed by the enormous vines. A chill and dampness rushed towards him. The air was filled with an indescribable stench, a mix of decaying corpses that had rotted for countless years and a strong metallic rust smell, making it almost suffocating. The cave was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Only the faint glow left by Carl's lantern barely outlined the entrance. This place didn't seem like a proper passage, it felt more like an entrance to an abyss. Yun Chen's gaze was calm, but his heart was already on high alert. The effect of the insight skill was still active, allowing him to perceive the surrounding environment. Although the darkness greatly limited his vision, he could still capture basic outlines and movements. The 45 demons around him silently spread out, forming a perfect protective circle, encircling him in the center. Their crimson eyes flickered with a ghostly light. In the extreme darkness, like the most loyal hunting dogs, vigilantly scanning every inch of possible danger. The passage was not long but exceptionally narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. After walking for about several dozen meters, the path suddenly opened up. It seemed they had entered a relatively spacious underground cavern. However, before they could steady themselves, roar. Two deafening roars erupted like thunder in the enclosed cavern, causing rocks on the walls to tumble down. With the flickering red light in the demon's eyes, Yun Chen saw the scene ahead. Not far in front of them stood two massive monsters blocking the way. Raging Burrow Lord. LV-12, grade, Silver Elite, 2 Silver Elites. They resembled a combination of some kind of lizard and beetle. Their bodies were covered in thick, dark green shells, adorned with sharp bone spines that glinted with a metallic sheen. Their crimson compound eyes fixed intently on the intruders, and thick, foul-smelling saliva dripped continuously from their massive mandibles. They exuded an aura of violent bloodlust, clearly not friendly. Moreover, judging by their stance as gatekeepers, they were evidently well prepared. Almost as soon as Yun Chen saw them clearly, the two raging Burrow Lords suddenly stomped the ground. Their enormous bodies charged towards Yun Chen and Carl with tremendous force. The speed was astonishing. The gust of wind they created nearly knocked him over. Damn! Yun Chen even heard Carl gasp behind him, but he himself didn't even blink. His reaction was incredibly swift. Just as the monsters lunged forward, a mass of pitch-black shadow energy rapidly condensed and surged in the palm of his right hand. A thought flashed through Yun Chen's mind. With a slight mental shift, demon transfer activated. Target locked on the left raging Burrow Lord charging at him. Put! A light sound echoed. The massive body of the raging Burrow Lord suddenly halted, its movements freezing for a moment. A crimson number abruptly appeared above its head. Minus 12,000. Yun Chen's current maximum health had already exceeded 12,000, so the damage was naturally even higher. In the next moment, withering lightning. Boom! A thick bolt of gray lightning, as wide as a barrel, with a devastating aura of decay, it erupted from Yun Chen's palm in an instant. The energy contained in this bolt of lightning was more terrifying than any before. It was a horrifying amplification brought about by an additional consumption of 12,000 health points. Damage increase, open parenthesis 12,000 divided by 100 close parenthesis times 400 is equal to 120 asterisk 400 is equal to 48,000 points. ZZZZZ. The black lightning accurately struck the left raging dungeon lord. The terrifying damage number exploded instantly. Minus 46,580. Calculated with the monster's base magic resistance reduction, that Silver Elite Raging Dungeon Lord didn't even manage to assume a proper defensive stance. Its heavy shell was pierced as if it were made of paper. It let out a short, piercing wail, its massive body seemingly drained of all strength, collapsing instantly. But that wasn't the end. The characteristic of the decaying lightning is its leap. The black electric light, after killing the first dungeon lord, showed no signs of stopping, instantly bouncing towards the right, or another companion was charging in. Put! Minus 44,251. Jump damage reduced by 5%. The second raging dungeon lord also couldn't escape its doom. It died even faster than its companion, not even having time to let out a wail before succumbing to the terrifying decaying energy. The lightning flashed. In just a second, two aggressive Silver Elite monsters, capable of wiping out an ordinary player team, were effortlessly reduced to two clusters of light dissipating into the air. Only two faintly glowing loot orbs remained in their place. The entire cave returned to silence once more. Only a faint, burnt smell lingered in the air, a testament to the terrifying power that had just erupted. Yun Chen expressionlessly retracted his hand. His gaze warily swept behind him. During the battle, he had sensed some movement from Carl. Behind him, that guy seemed to have been sneaking around behind his back. He saw that the wandering hunter Carl, who had been right on his tail, had retreated to several dozen meters away. Pressed against the cave entrance wall, he was peeking over curiously. That posture resembled a startled groundhog. He really ran fast. Yun Chen couldn't help but scoff internally. In fact, the decaying lightning in his hand was a precaution against old Carl. If the other party made any unusual moves, he would have directly unleashed it. But seeing how that guy was keeping his distance, it seemed he had overthought it. As the battle ended, Carl immediately donned his signature, slightly unruly smile, striding over quickly. As he walked, he tried to cover for himself. Ahem, little brother, you made quite a racket. You scared me half to death. He patted his chest, looking somewhat shaken. No choice, we hunters are used to observing from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, not good at facing these big guys head on. That was a reflex, just a reflex, haha. Yunshin shot him a glance, too lazy to call him out. He stepped forward and bent down to pick up the 2 loot orbs on the ground. Acquired, Lifecoin *792. Acquired, Lifecoin *792. A total of 1,584 life coins. Not bad. Too bad, no equipment dropped. As Yunshan stored the life coins, he kept an eye on Carl. He noticed that Carl's expression was no longer as relaxed and casual as before. The old hunter furrowed his brow, surveying the cave, sniffing the air, and his expression gradually grew serious. Something's not right, Carl muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and vigilance. The mist here is much thicker than outside. Moreover, the appearance of these 2 dungeon lords here is quite unusual. They usually only operate deeper within. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Yunshan, his tone much more serious. Little brother, we might not be very lucky. Looking at these signs, the lost land. I'm afraid it's entering the frenzy period. Frenzy period? Yunshan raised an eyebrow. That's right. Carl nodded and explained, this cursed place, the lost land, goes crazy every so often. We call it the frenzy period. Once it enters the frenzy period, the number of monsters will not only increase several times, but their aggression and strength will also rise significantly. Just like those 2 cave lords we saw earlier, normally they would be considered minor bosses, but during the frenzy period, their strength could rival that of a regular boss-level monster. Carl's tone carried a strong warning. Little brother, take the old man's advice. The danger level in the lost land during the frenzy period is at least 10 times worse than usual. Even for veterans, going in is a matter of life and death. In my opinion, we should better retreat for now and wait for this storm to pass. An increase in monster numbers? A significant rise in strength? Upon hearing this, Yunshan's eyes involuntarily lit up. Danger? What does danger mean? It means a massive amount of experience points and loot. This is practically a gift-wrapped experience package. Retreat? What a joke. This frenzy period is practically a leveling paradise tailored just for him. However, Yunshan quickly thought of another issue. According to his memories from his previous life, when the lost land enters the frenzy period, aside from the monsters becoming more numerous and stronger, there is another very troublesome side effect. That is illusion mist. The lost land randomly has certain areas shrouded in a special illusion mist. Once players step in, they are forcibly pulled into an illusion, falling into various negative states, and even having their minds controlled. While it's not fatal, it is extremely time-consuming. And during the frenzy period, the frequency and range of these damned illusion mist areas will also increase significantly. That is the most headache-inducing part. He certainly didn't want to waste his precious time breaking through those boring illusions. With that in mind, Yunshin looked at Carl and directly asked, the frenzy period means that the illusion mist areas inside will also increase, right? Carl was taken aback, looking at Yunshin with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to know this. Oh, little brother, you even know about this? He nodded, his expression growing more serious. That's right, the most troublesome part of the frenzy period isn't those crazy monsters, but those ubiquitous illusion mists. Once you get caught in that stuff, it's like hitting a wall, it can trap you to death inside. When I was young, I fell victim to this and almost didn't make it out. Yunshin directly asked, since you seem so familiar with this place, can you avoid them? Carl patted his chest, a sly smile returning to his face. Of course. Although I'm not good at fighting, my nose and instincts are top-notch. I have a special perception ability for those illusion mists, allowing me to sense them in advance and steer clear of them. Carl rubbed his fingers together, his movements incredibly skilled, his intentions clear, but you also know, the danger level during the frenzy period. TSK, it's no joke. If I take you in, I would also have to help you avoid those deadly mists, the risk. So, this guiding fee, I'm afraid it needs to be increased a bit. He held up 2 fingers. 2,000 life coins. For just 2,000, I guarantee to safely guide you through the lost land during the frenzy period, straight to the core area, and help you avoid all the illusion mist areas. Yunshin looked at Carl's shady merchant face, feeling no waves in his heart. The illusion mist is indeed a big hassle, and avoiding it would be best. Weighing the pros and cons, Yunshin made his decision. He needed Carl's guidance to save time and maximize monster farming efficiency, and Carl needed his strength to ensure safety and make a quick profit. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Sure, Yunshin replied succinctly, choosing to pay directly. With a whoosh, 2,000 life coins disappeared from his backpack once again. That's the spirit. I love dealing with someone like you who understands. Carl's face broke into a wide smile as he saw the transaction. Success prompt. With the money in hand, his attitude became even more courteous. Don't worry, with me, old Carl around, I guarantee you'll navigate this frenzy period with clarity. He lifted the peculiar lantern again, its dim, yellow light illuminating the area and dispersing a small patch of thick fog. Come, follow me this way. Carl checked the direction and led the way once more. Yunshin signaled the demon army behind him to follow, while he remained vigilant, trailing behind. One person, one NPC plus 45 silent demons, ventured deeper into the Lost Land. After stepping into the cave at the end of the snake path, the true Lost Land finally unfolded before Yunchen. Unlike the eerie misty valley he had encountered before, the environment here exuded a deep-seated oppression and distortion. The air was no longer just misty, it presented a foreboding, viscous gray-black hue. The intense stench of decay mixed with a rusty, bloody odor formed a nauseating foulness that assaulted the senses. The light was extremely dim, with visibility at a minimum. The surroundings appeared to be shrouded in a thick layer of grime. Jagged rocks and dead trees took on bizarre shapes, as if they were scenes from a nightmare. Roar, hiss, caw caw caw. The roars of monsters no longer came sporadically but surged like a tide, rising and falling in a dense chorus. Various sharp, low, and frenzied growls intertwined, pouring in from the depths of the fog, converging into an endless feast of death. This cursed place was practically a monster's carnival. However, amidst such a terrifying environment, Yunchen's expression remained calm and unperturbed. He even had the leisure to observe the twisted scenery around him. For him, more monsters? Wasn't that better? It meant more experience points. Disaster domain. As Yunchen's thoughts stirred, a massive gray halo with a radius of an astonishing 200 meters silently spread out from him. Where the halo passed, time seemed to be muted. Those monsters that had been roaring and hunting just a second ago, whether the lowest level bronze cannon fodder or the large, elite-scented silver monsters, all turned gray and withered the moment they touched the gray halo, ultimately disintegrating into ashes. There were no screams, no struggles, just pure annihilation. A death halo centered around Yunchen advanced silently. He walked leisurely as if in his own backyard, while the gray domain spreading beneath his feet was a moving death zone. Killed rotting zombie, bronze level, gained experience plus 720. Killed twisted terror, silver level, gained experience plus 4100. Killed venom spitter, silver elite, gained experience plus 5500. Gained life coins asterisk 1356. The system prompts flooded his ears like a burst dam, almost never pausing. Experience points and life coins poured into his backpack. Occasionally, a few pieces of silver-level equipment dropped, but either the attributes didn't match or they weren't suitable for Yunchen's class. Although he didn't acquire any equipment, his experience bar skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed. Level 11 to level 12 requires 2 million experience points. In just half an hour, Yunchen's level had already risen to 12. To reach level 13, 4 million experience points are needed. Although it doubled at Yunchen's speed, it would probably take about an hour. The 45 demons lingering at the edge of the disaster domain now seemed somewhat idle. They cautiously looked around, their crimson gazes sweeping over the areas not yet covered by the domain. Occasionally, there would be one or two monsters with particularly high health or absurd magical resistance that could last a few more seconds under the domain's continuous burning. But before they could react, they were met with shadow arrows condensed by the demon servants and the demon knives thrown by the little demons. Put, put, put. Precise finishing blows, completing the harvest. The entire process was shockingly efficient. Carl, who was at the back, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He carefully stayed just outside the terrifying 240-meter range of the disaster domain, following step by step. He watched the young figure strolling ahead in the gray halo that continuously advanced, turning all monsters into ashes. In an instant, the look of shock on the old hunter's face seemed glued there, refusing to fade. His weathered eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down several times before he managed to swallow. Holy shit! Carl couldn't help but curse, his voice trembling. Is this something a human can do? He had been in the Misty Valley for decades. What storms hadn't he seen? What fierce characters hadn't he encountered? But someone like Yunchen, treating the perilous and monster-infested Lost Land like his own backyard, crushing everything in his path with a map cannon. He had never seen it, nor even heard of it. This was not an adventurer exploring, this was clearly a natural disaster descending, a humanoid self-operating map-clearing machine. This kid must be cheating, right? Carl muttered to himself, feeling that the worldview he had built over decades of hunting was being ruthlessly shattered by the inhuman scene before him. He was somewhat relieved that he hadn't entertained any crooked thoughts earlier. With this level of strength, his little tricks would probably be crushed to dust the moment he tried to use them. Time passed quickly in this monotonous mowing session. About an hour later. Ding! Congratulations! Player Demon has leveled up to 13. The pleasant system notification sounded again. Leveled up again. Yunchen continued walking, his mind moving, adding 10 free attribute points to stamina once more. His maximum health increased again. During this time, he finally obtained a usable silver-level priest's gloves, which provided a health bonus of 2,000. And Yunchen directly utilized the demon's sacrifice to obtain a golden level item for free. The health bonus increased to 3,000, and Yunchen's maximum health broke through the 15,000 mark. At this moment, Yunchen suddenly had a thought and opened the system panel to check the quest log. After entering the Lost Land, the quest description regarding the Lost Core seemed to have changed. The original quest objective pointing to a vague area deep within the Lost Land had now been updated. On the map, there were no longer single markers but 6 scattered light points in different directions, and the quest prompt had changed to, please find the core fragments scattered in the Lost Land, 0/6. Core fragments? Yunchen frowned slightly. It seemed that the so-called Lost Core was not a complete item. It was likely shattered long ago for some reason or sealed by a powerful force, turning into 6 fragments scattered across this area. This meant he would need to run to these 6 places to gather all the fragments to ultimately complete the quest. The complexity of the task had increased significantly, but it also meant the locations of the 6 fragments likely indicate 6 powerful boss guardians. A glint flashed in Yunchen's eyes. More bosses meant more experience, better drops, and demon points. This was, in fact, good news for him. With a new target in mind, Yunchen adjusted his route and headed towards the nearest light point marker. Carl naturally followed, but the look in his eyes as he glanced at Yunchen was now tinged with an indescribable awe. The two continued deeper, one in front of the other. The surrounding environment grew increasingly bizarre. The gray-black mist thickened to the point where one could hardly see their hand in front of their face. The stench and the smell of blood in the air became overwhelmingly intense, even faintly mixed with a chilling aura of resentment. Just then, Yunchen suddenly felt a subtle change in the color of the mist around him. The original gray-black seemed to be intermingled with a strange, unsettling purple. At the same time, he faintly heard a whispering sound in his ears. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were weeping, or some evil presence was softly tempting him. The previously blurry scenery began to show slight distortions and double images. Yunchen immediately became alert. His mental strength experienced a slight jolt, which was quickly countered by his powerful mental attributes. But this feeling, illusion mist zone. Be careful. Almost as soon as Yunchen sensed something was off, Carl behind him suddenly let out a low shout. The lantern in the old hunter's hand flickered, its light becoming somewhat unstable, and the edges of the dim yellow light seemed to be tinged with a faint purple. Carl's expression turned extremely serious as he abruptly pointed towards a misty area that appeared no different from the surroundings, urgently warning, "Little brother, it's the illusion mist. Don't go forward. Follow the direction I'm pointing and steer clear of it. Getting caught up in this is troublesome." Carl's tone was filled with caution, clearly harboring a deep disdain for this illusion mist. Yunchen looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, in that area, the mist's color was even deeper, with a faint purple-black halo swirling, emanating a disquieting aura. "Thanks." Yunchen nodded. Although he was confident that with his mental strength he could quickly break free. Even if he fell into an illusion, based on his past experiences, this illusion mist zone often refreshed a special type of illusion monster. Killing these illusion monsters not only yielded no experience or drops but also wasted a lot of time. Avoiding them was naturally the best course of action. Under Carl's guidance, Yunchen cautiously changed direction, skirting the edge of the illusion mist zone. Throughout the process, the whispers in his ears and the illusions before him never faded, even intensifying. It wasn't until they completely exited that area that the eerie feeling slowly dissipated. Phew! Carl let out a breath, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Good thing we noticed early. This damn thing is hard to guard against. Yunchen glanced at Carl. This time, he genuinely felt that the 2,000 life coins spent were worth it. Without Carl leading the way, just dealing with the incessant illusion mists would have been enough to drive him to drink. It seems that the Lost Land during the frenzy period is indeed more troublesome than expected, Yunchen thought to himself. The journey ahead confirmed his thoughts. As they delved deeper, they encountered more and more illusion mist zones, with their ranges growing larger. Some areas were completely shrouded in purple-black mist, with the mental interference so strong that even Yunchen had to concentrate to resist it. Fortunately, Carl's special perception ability was indeed not exaggerated. Each time, he could provide early warnings and accurately find safe paths to bypass the mist. Although their speed slowed considerably, they managed to navigate through without incident. Yunchen had a deeper appreciation for Carl's value. This guy really had something. Of course, he never let his guard down. The target of the demon transfer was still firmly locked onto Carl. After walking for about half an hour, according to the indicators on the map, they were very close to the approximate location of the first core fragment. The surrounding environment had also become increasingly perilous. The density of monsters had reached a spine-chilling level. The disaster realm was almost cleared of one wave when, in the next moment, new monsters surged forth from the thick fog. Some even began to appear as mutated creatures never seen before. They were more twisted and terrifying in shape, exuding a more violent and chaotic aura. Just then, Extremely powerful, bone-chilling wave of energy filled with endless resentment suddenly swept in from deep within the fog not far ahead. The intensity of this wave was so strong that the air around them seemed to freeze. The thick resentment even caused the demon legion beside Yun Chen to show signs of restlessness, emitting low, threatening growls from their throats. Not good. Carl's face changed drastically as he abruptly stopped, the light of the lantern in his hand flickering violently, almost extinguishing. This aura, it's a big guy. At least a lord level. The old hunter's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Yun Chen also halted, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. He saw that the originally thick, rolling gray-black mist was suddenly pushed aside as if by an invisible hand. A vague, humanoid silhouette, radiating a strong aura of resentment, slowly emerged from the depths of the fog. Its figure was not particularly tall, but just standing there exuded a chilling, terrifying pressure. All sounds around them, whether it was the roars of monsters or the wind rustling through the dead branches, completely vanished under this pressure. Silence. A suffocating silence. As the silhouette became clearer, a translucent humanoid creature, entirely formed from cold resentment, fully revealed itself before Yun Chen and Carl. It wore a tattered, black-stained ancient general's armor. In its hand, it gripped a massive, two-handed sword also made of resentment. Its face was indistinct, with only two hollow eye sockets visible, burning with two ghostly blue flames of soul fire filled with endless pain, hatred, and madness. Above its head, a line of scarlet text was clearly visible: resentful spirit. General Edgar, LV-13, rank gold level boss. It wore a tattered, black-stained ancient general's armor. In its hand, it tightly held a massive two-handed sword made of resentment, with a heart-stopping ghostly blue glow flowing along the blade. Its face was blurred, with only two hollow eye sockets burning with two ghostly blue flames of soul fire swirling with endless pain, hatred, and madness. Just standing there. That bone-chilling energy wave filled with endless resentment made the surrounding air freeze. Even the fearless demon legion beside Yun Chen showed signs of restlessness, emitting low, threatening growls from their throats. Not far from the resentful spirit general, an ancient, softly glowing wooden box lay quietly on the desolate ground. The mission prompt clearly indicated that this was the location of the first core fragment. However, just as Yun Chen was about to lock onto the target and take the initiative, an unexpected change occurred. The hollow eye sockets of the resentful spirit General Edgar slowly swept over the two in front. When its gaze landed on Yun Chen, it lingered for just a moment, carrying a sense of indifferent scrutiny. But when its gaze passed over Yun Chen and fell on Carl, who was holding the lantern and looking pale several dozen meters behind, it suddenly roared. The two ghostly blue flames of soul fire surged violently, like flames doused in gasoline, and extreme resentment and hatred erupted in an instant. The entire body, composed of grievances, began to tremble violently, emitting a cold aura that seemed to freeze the air. Carl. Surprisingly, this golden-level vengeful spirit boss actually spoke human words. Its voice was sharp and piercing, filled with a hatred as cutting as a steel knife against bone. It echoed in the dead silence of the cave, stabbing at the eardrums. You despicable, shameless traitor, how dare you appear before me? The boss completely disregarded Yun Chen, who was close by and radiating a powerful aura. All its hatred, all its murderous intent, was firmly locked onto Carl in the distance. Before the words had even faded, the vengeful spirit General Edgar moved. Its massive body transformed into a blurred, ghostly blue afterimage, ignoring Yun Chen and the demon legion blocking its path. The vengeful giant sword in its hand dragged a bone-chilling wind, surging with overwhelming hatred, and charged straight at Carl. But Carl reacted with astonishing speed, completely unlike an old man of his age. Almost simultaneously with the movement of the vengeful spirit general, he slipped away. Displaying agility that was entirely inconsistent with his disheveled appearance, his body darted back like a ghost, narrowly evading that deadly strike. Boom! The vengeful giant sword smashed into the spot where Carl had just stood. The ground instantly froze, creating a deep pit, ice shards flying everywhere. The vengeful spirit General Edgar, missing its strike, showed no signs of stopping, transforming into an afterimage once more, launching a frenzied pursuit of Carl. It seemed determined to eliminate Carl, the traitor, first. What a great opportunity! Seeing this, Yun Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. The boss actually ignored him to chase after Carl? This was simply a godsend. He wouldn't be polite. His thoughts instantly locked onto the vengeful spirit General Edgar, who was madly pursuing Carl. Demon transfer. Target locked. Shadow cage. Buzz. Without any warning, chains of pure shadow energy appeared out of thin air around the vengeful spirit general, tightening instantly. Put. The vengeful spirit General Edgar's body suddenly halted, a bright red damage number floating above its head, minus 15,000. This was the damage caused by Yun Chen transferring all 15,000 of his life points to the boss. This was just the beginning. Withering lightning. Boom! A thick, barrel-like gray lightning bolt carrying the withering aura of destruction erupted from Yun Chen's palm in an instant. This was a terrifying strike that had accumulated a full 15,000 points of life value consumption. ZZZZ. The gray lightning accurately struck the vengeful spirit general who was temporarily bound by the shadow cage. The horrifying damage number exploded again, minus 55,562. But it wasn't over. Dark word, pain. Whoosh. A long black energy whip condensed to perfection, lashed out like a venomous snake, striking fiercely at the vengeful spirit general's soul body. Each lash was accompanied by an additional life point consumption transfer. Put. Minus 15,000. Transferred damage. Crack. Minus 52,562. Skill damage, a seamless burst of attacks, all within just 2 or 3 seconds. Above the vengeful spirit general Edgar, a series of spine-tingling damage numbers filled the screen. The terrifying damage from the skill itself. The total damage instantly surpassed 130,000. In the early stages of the game, where players were just over level 10 and still reveling in damage numbers in the hundreds or thousands, this was astronomical. Enough to make any player witnessing this scene question their life. Roar. The vengeful spirit general Edgar let out a deafening roar of pain. A blinding golden light erupted from its body, entering a state of invincibility. Crack. The shadow cage binding it shattered in response. Although it forcibly broke free from the control, its once solid body of grievances had clearly become much more ethereal, and the health bar above its head was gushing like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, half of it was gone. But the health of this golden level boss was indeed absurdly thick. Even after enduring such a terrifying burst, its remaining health still steadily maintained above 100,000. The total health probably exceeded 250,000. The vengeful spirit general, having broken free from its bindings, had its hollow eye sockets filled with a flickering blue flame of soul energy. It suddenly turned its head, and that gaze filled with endless resentment finally landed on Yun Chen. Clearly, it realized that this seemingly low-level shadow priest was the real threat. It opened its blurred mouth wide. Whoosh! A breath containing extreme icy energy erupted forth like a roaring frost dragon, instantly spewing out. The target was unmistakably the dense legion of demons in front of Yun Chen. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the icy breath passed, the air instantly froze. Those little demon imps, with average attributes reaching 100 points and health of a full 8,000, were as fragile as paper in front of this golden level boss's area skill. They didn't even have time to react before being instantly frozen. Following that, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, one by one, the demon imps turned into a sky full of ice shards, completely dissipating. In just a moment, Yun Chen's demon legion lost more than half. What high damage! Yun Chen's pupils constricted. The skills of the golden level boss could indeed not be taken head-on. He hesitated. Not for a second. Shadow stealth. Put. The vengeful spirit general took damage transferred from the demon. A damage number floated above its head again, minus 15,000. This was the health consumed by shadow stealth, perfectly transferred once more. Meanwhile, Yun Chen's figure instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, merging into the ground, disappearing from sight. He narrowly avoided that lethal icy breath capable of one-shotting the demon imps. With a missed strike and unable to find Yun Chen's trace, the vengeful spirit general seemed to be once again blinded by hatred, roaring as it locked onto Carl, who was still fleeing in a panic from a distance. Well done. Keep running, Yun Chen silently praised. Carl, this old guy, regardless of other skills, was definitely top-notch at drawing aggro and escaping. Seizing the moment the boss turned around, the invincibility time of shadow stealth ended, and Yun Chen's figure quietly reappeared on the other side. At this moment, his skills had cooled down and were ready to go. Looking at the vengeful spirit general's health bar, which was now less than half, a cold glint flickered in Yun Chen's eyes. Second round of explosion. Demon transfer. Withering lightning. Shadow word, pain. Put. Minus 15,000. Boom. Minus 55,562. Put. Minus 15,000. Clap. Minus 52,562. The same combo, the same damage numbers. Once again, they accurately struck the back of the vengeful spirit general Edgar. No! The vengeful spirit general let out a wail filled with unwillingness and despair. Its massive body of resentment swayed violently like a candle in the wind under the continuous terrifying damage, ultimately unable to maintain its form. Boom! A dull explosion sounded. The golden level boss vengeful spirit general Edgar, its enormous body completely shattered and dissipated, transformed into a sky full of flickering blue light points. System notification: you have killed vengeful spirit general Edgar, golden. You have gained 20,526 experience points. You have gained 20 demon points. Almost at the same moment that boss Edgar dissipated, a cold and grand system announcement echoed in the ears of all online players in the entire game world of God's Fall. Server announcement: congratulations to player Demon. Successfully achieved the first kill of the golden level boss vengeful spirit general Edgar. One step closer to the path of becoming a god. We hope all players will continue to strive and reach new heights. The server announcement rang out 3 times in a row, like thunder, in every player's ears. What the hell? First kill of a golden boss? Is it that big shot called Demon again? I'm still being chased and bitten by wild dogs outside the newbie village, and they've already started killing golden bosses? How long has this game been open? Someone can solo a golden boss already? He must be cheating, right? Demon is amazing. Voice breaking. Does the big shot need any leg accessories? The kind that shouts 666. The world channel exploded instantly. Countless players were shocked beyond measure by this news, discussing the terrifying power represented by the ID Demon. As the center of the storm, Yunshin calmly stepped forward to start collecting loot. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the loot orb, an unexpected change occurred. The vengeful spirit General Edgar, who had completely dissipated, left behind an extremely dim, almost transparent afterimage. This afterimage suddenly reached out a semi-transparent hand and grabbed Yunshen's wrist. Ha! Yunshen was startled, almost instinctively activating a skill to counterattack. But that hand did not exert any force, only a bone-chilling coldness and a strong sense of resentment. The afterimage slowly raised its head, its blurry face. The hollow eye sockets fixedly stared at Yunshen. It used its last bit of strength to emit a broken, yet warning-laden voice, although, I don't know how the damn stinky hunter managed to recruit a powerhouse like you. But you, be careful. That guy is a thorough, despicable scoundrel, a traitor. It was he who caused us to end up like this. After uttering the last sentence, the afterimage could no longer hold on, completely dissipating into the air like blue smoke. Only that bone-chilling warning echoed in Yunshen's ears. Traitor? Caused us to end up like this? Yunshen instinctively turned his head, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto Carl not far away. He saw that old hunter, who had quietly sneaked up beside the position where the vengeful spirit general had guarded. There, quietly lay an ancient, softly glowing wooden box, exactly the quest target core fragment. At this moment, Carl showed none of the previous panic. He hunched over, his murky old eyes fixed on that wooden box. Deep in his gaze surged a nearly greedy, fiery light. His hand trembled uncontrollably as it reached toward the wooden box. Carl, what are you doing? Yunshin shouted sharply, his voice as cold as the polar wind. The target of Demon's transfer had always been firmly locked onto Carl as long as the other party made any move, a thunderous strike would descend instantly. Ha! Carl jumped as if his tail had been stepped on, his whole body shivering. The outstretched hand retracted like it had been electrocuted. He hurriedly turned around, forcing a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. His eyes darted, his tone clearly stiff and unnatural. Little brother, you misunderstood. I was just curious. This box looks quite unique. I just wanted to take a closer look. Right, it was just a subconscious reaction. He rubbed his hands, trying to cover up his earlier gaffe with a smile. But that stiff smile and wandering eyes only made his intentions more obvious. Old habit, I can't help it when I see shiny things. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Definitely. Yunshen looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes showing no fluctuation. Curious? Subconscious? This old man thinks he can fool him like a 3-year-old? The greed and desire in that gaze just now were practically overflowing, coupled with the vengeful spirit General Edgar's resentful accusations before his death. Traitor! It was him who caused us to end up like this. A storm surged in Yunshen's heart, countless clues rapidly connecting in his mind. This Carl definitely has a problem, and it's a big one. As he approached, Yunshen felt a chill in his heart. He feared there might be ulterior motives to avoid any trouble. Later, perhaps he should deal with Carl right here. Yunshen pondered. A killing intent quietly surged within him, but he glanced at the still thick, even beginning to take on a strange purple hue, mist around him. He still needed this guy to lead the way, to avoid those damned illusion mists. Moreover, although this old fox had revealed his true colors, he hadn't completely torn off the mask yet. Now wasn't the time to act. The killing intent in Yunshen's eyes slowly receded, replaced by deeper vigilance and calculation. Alright, old man, let's see what tricks you really have up your sleeve. Yunshen ignored Carl's clumsy excuses and stepped forward. He deliberately walked between Carl and the wooden box, blocking Carl's line of sight, then bent down and reached out. His fingertips touched the ancient wooden box, a chilling sensation coursing through him. System notification, obtain special item core fragment, 1-6. Item description, one of the core fragments scattered in the lost lands containing unique energy fluctuations. Currently cannot be opened, need to collect all fragments. The first fragment in hand. Yunshen casually stored the wooden box in his backpack. Then, he leisurely walked towards the several loot orbs dropped by the vengeful spirit general Edgar. He reached out to grab one. Obtained, life coin *3150. Obtained, vengeful spirit crystal *3, gold level material. What a pity. The first kill of a dignified gold level boss didn't even drop a single piece of gold equipment or skill book. This luck is truly terrible. However, Yunshen didn't mind too much. He opened his attribute panel. His gaze fell on the demon point section. After killing the gold-level boss, the vengeful spirit General Edgar, he gained 20 demon points. Adding to the points accumulated from previous boss kills, he now had a total of 42 demon points. Enough for a crucial upgrade. To upgrade from Platinum to Emerald, 30 demon points are needed. Now the demon points were sufficient. Yunchen considered upgrading a piece of equipment or a skill first. He scanned through his equipment and skills. After careful thought, he chose to upgrade the demon staff. The recent battle with the vengeful spirit general had reminded him. His little demon minions, although bound by health points, had decent base attributes, but they were still too fragile in the face of a gold-level boss's area skills. A single icy breath nearly wiped out half of them. He didn't lack damage now. It was better to enhance the quality of his summons first. Yunchen's gaze fell on the Platinum-level demon staff. Do you wish to consume 120 upgrade points and 30 demon points to upgrade the equipment demon staff Platinum to Emerald grade? Yunchen silently contemplated. Buzz! The demon staff in his backpack suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The platinum light quickly faded, replaced by a deep and mysterious emerald hue. As the light dissipated, a brand new staff appeared in Yunchen's hand. The staff's body displayed a warm emerald color. It was engraved with more complex, twisted demonic runes, and at the top the skull's eye sockets burned with two ghostly green flames, radiating even more powerful energy fluctuations. Demon staff grade, emerald attributes, spirit plus 100, intelligence plus 85 active skill, summon demon, emerald, effect, consumes 500 health points to summon 2 demon minions and 2 demon servants to fight for you. Demon staff capacity, 0 of 100 special effect, summon attribute binding enhancement, for every 100 maximum health points. Provides 1 point to all attributes for the summons. Originally 0.5, holy crap. A qualitative change. Yunchen's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the enhancement in the special effect. The originally platinum level staff provided 0.5 points to all attributes for every 100 points of maximum health. Now upgraded to emerald level, it has doubled. It has become 1 point. Yunchen's maximum health has now surpassed 15,000 points. This means that the demons he summons, both the imp and the demon servant, can directly gain over 150 points in basic attributes. This doesn't even account for the attribute growth from their own levels. More importantly, the number of summons has also increased. He could originally summon 2 imps and 1 servant. Now he can summon 2 imps and 2 servants at once. Although the increase in the number of summons isn't exaggerated, the total capacity of the staff has risen from 45 to 100. This means that the scale of the demon army he can maintain has more than doubled. And it doesn't stop there. The system prompt immediately sounded. System prompt, your summons, imp, demon servant, have leveled up to LV15. System prompt, your summon imp has learned a new skill, self-destruct. System prompt, your summoned demon servant has learned a new skill, demon empowerment. Self-destruct, the imp sacrifices itself, triggering a violent explosion that deals current power value *10 magic damage to a designated single target. Demon empowerment, the demon servant channels evil energy, increasing the next skill damage of a friendly unit, including the player and other summons, by 50%, lasting for 10 seconds. This effect cannot stack on the same target. Yunchen's eyes lit up instantly. The imp has learned self-destruct. With his current health exceeding 15,000, the summoned imp has a power attribute of 213. This means that when an imp self-destructs, it can deal at least 2,000 points of single-target magic damage. Although compared to his own skills that can deal over 10,000 damage, it seems low, but the sheer number makes up for it. If, at a critical moment, dozens of imps rush into self-destruct simultaneously, just imagining that scene is exhilarating. More importantly, the demon servant's new skill, demon empowerment. The next skill damage is increased by 50%. If this is applied to his high-cost, high-burst skills, the boost is simply terrifying. It's a pity it can't stack. Yunchen pouted. If it could stack infinitely, he would soar, unstoppable by gods or Buddhas. However, even without stacking, it is already incredibly powerful. Moreover, the demon servant empowers the imp, and then the imp self-destructs. The self-destruct damage is also directly increased by 50%. The tactical combinations have suddenly become much richer. Not bad, not bad. Yunchen nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement of the staff has brought an all-around increase in combat power. Whether it's the tankiness, output capability, or supportability of the summons, they have received an epic level boost. He is now confident that even if he encounters a golden level boss again, his demon army can definitely withstand it and deal tons of damage. His strength has surged once more. He glanced at Carl, who was still standing awkwardly to the side, his eyes unable to resist glancing at Yunchen's backpack. Yunchen's voice was devoid of any emotion. Continue leading the way to the next fragment location. At these words, Carl's body instinctively trembled. He quickly nodded and bowed, a smile returning to his face. All right, this way, this way. He hurriedly picked up the lantern that dispels the fog. His movements were even more cautious than before, carrying a hint of barely perceptible reverence and fear. The two walked one after the other, once again heading into the depths of the thick fog. But this time, the atmosphere between them had quietly changed. The two set off again. The deeper they went into the lost lands, the more absurd. The environment became of the thick, nauseating gray-black mist was so dense it felt almost unbreakable, with visibility pitifully low. The air was filled with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood. Mixed in was an indescribable aura of resentment that left one feeling dizzy. The monstrous roars echoed like maggots gnawing at bones, coming from all directions, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even more troubling was the bizarre purple illusion mist zone, which had increased significantly in both frequency and range. Several times, large swaths of purple-black fog nearly completely blocked the path ahead, the mental interference it emitted causing even Yun Chen to feel a wave of agitation. Little brother, over here. Avoid that dark purple thing. This way. It's safe here. At critical moments, Carl's special nose and intuition proved crucial once again. He always managed to give a warning before they approached the illusion mist zone and skillfully found a safe gap to navigate through. Although the old rascal was sneaky and clearly had ulterior motives, one had to admit that the money spent on his guidance was not wasted. At least for now, he couldn't be dealt with. Yun Chen temporarily suppressed the killing intent rising within him. He redirected his focus back to the task of farming monsters. The speed at which monsters respawned around him was astonishing, and their strength was a notch higher than those on the outskirts. High-tier elite monsters emerged one after another. But in front of Yun Chen, these were merely moving experience bags and life currency. Disaster domain. This skill was practically tailor-made for such an environment. However, as Yun Chen felt the efficiency of disaster domain in clearing monsters, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Although the gold-tier domain was already quite powerful, with the increase in monster levels and strength, the one-hit kill efficiency seemed a bit slow, especially when encountering some tough elite monsters. He occasionally needed his demon minion to finish them off. No, the efficiency could still be improved. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, time is money. With a thought, Yun Chen opened his attribute panel. His gaze fell on the skill disaster domain. Do you wish to consume 100 advancement points and 5 demon points to upgrade the skill disaster domain, gold, to platinum tier? Confirm. Buzz. A deeper, more ominous gray energy wave spread from within Yun Chen. Disaster domain tier, platinum cost, 100 health points effect, creates a disaster domain around oneself, base radius 3 meters, that lasts for 30 seconds, dealing 300 magic damage per second to enemies within the domain and reducing their movement speed by 3%. Note, for every additional 100 health points consumed, radius increases by 3 meters, damage increases by 300, and movement speed reduction increases by 3%. Skill cooldown 25 seconds. Holy crap, both radius and damage have increased. Yun Chen's eyes lit up. Originally at gold tier, for every additional 100 health points consumed, the radius increased by 2 meters and damage increased by 200. Now at platinum tier, it became a radius increase of 3 meters and damage increase of 300. With his current maximum health exceeding 15,000 points, and leveraging the demon's transfer, theoretically, the maximum radius of disaster domain could reach an astonishing 450 meters. The magic damage dealt to all enemies within the domain per second would soar to 45,000 points, 45,000 damage per second, and it's an area of effect. This clearing efficiency was about to take off. As his thoughts moved again, a massive gray halo expanding to a terrifying 450 meters, consuming 15,000 health points, silently spread from him. The per second damage within the halo also skyrocketed to 40,000. This time, with the increase in range, the effect was immediate. Wherever the gray halo passed, whether it was ordinary bronze or silver cannon fodder, or those elite monsters and mutants that had just seemed a bit tough, at the moment they came into contact with the aura, it was as if they were erased by an eraser. Their bodies quickly turned gray and withered, unable to hold on for even a tenth of a second, and completely turned to ashes. Truly, everything fell silent. Not a blade of grass grew. Kill Abyss Corruptor, Silver Elite, gain experience plus 6,800. Kill Frenzied Bloodthirsty Demon, Silver Elite, gain experience plus 7,100. Kill Twisted Stitching Monster, Gold Elite, gain experience plus 10500. Gain, Lifecoin * 2177. The system's notification sound went completely wild, cascading in a waterfall-like manner in his ears, merging into one. The speed of gaining experience and life coins was more than double what it had been before. Ding! Congratulations, player Demon has leveled up to level 13. The pleasant notification sound rang out again. Leveled up again. To reach level 14 next, a total of 4 million experience points was needed. Although the experience requirement had increased significantly after leveling up to platinum in the disaster domain, with this terrifying monster clearing efficiency, 4 million experience seemed like it wouldn't take too long. Carl, who was trailing behind, was now completely numb. Looking at the figure ahead, leisurely walking with an aura of silence wherever he passed, the awe on the old hunter's face had reached its peak. He even subconsciously distanced himself a bit more from Yun Chen. What kind of person is this? This is clearly a moving natural disaster disguised in human skin. A humanoid self-propelled lawnmower is not this outrageous. He was now incredibly grateful that he had restrained his greed earlier and hadn't actually made a move on that core fragment. Otherwise, Carl shivered, not daring to think further. Time flew by in this monotonous yet astonishingly efficient mowing session. About an hour later, according to the indicators on the map, they finally arrived at the approximate location of the second core fragment. Before them was a vast, black swamp exuding a strong stench. The surface of the swamp bubbled and gurgled, the thick sludge writhing as if it were alive, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. Be careful, little brother, this place is very sinister. Carl stood at the edge of the swamp, warning from a distance, his expression clearly showing disgust and caution. I've passed by here before and seen some careless fellows get stuck in, not even leaving a bone behind. Yun Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the swamp. The light point on the map clearly pointed to the center of the swamp. It seemed that the second core fragment was right beneath it, and the boss guarding the fragment. Just then, splash! The calm surface of the swamp suddenly exploded. The foul-smelling black sludge shot up into the sky. A massive creature, entirely made of thick sludge, suddenly burst forth from the depths of the swamp. It had no fixed form, resembling a huge, constantly writhing pile of mud. Countless thick sludge tentacles flailed wildly around it, emitting a nauseating stench and powerful energy fluctuations. Abyss Sludge Monster, LV-14, grade, gold, another gold-level boss. Moreover, it seemed that this boss had little intelligence, driven solely by pure destruction and devouring instincts. Roar! The Abyss Sludge Monster let out a deep and chaotic roar. Its massive body shook violently and a sludge tentacle thicker than a barrel, carrying immense force, smashed down towards Yun Chen like a battering ram. The speed was so fast, the power so fierce, that the gust it created even blew away the surrounding mist. Come on! Yun Chen stepped forward instead of retreating, his gaze sharp as a knife. His mind instantly locked onto the Abyss Sludge Monster. Demon transfer. Target locked. Shadow cage. Buzz. Black chains appeared out of thin air, accurately wrapping around the falling massive tentacle and the monster's huge body. Put. Minus 15,000. Health points consumed, perfectly transferred, withering lightning. Boom! A thick, grayish-white lightning bolt struck again. Ziz! Minus 55,226. Shadow word, pain. Whoosh! A black whip lashed out. Put! Minus 15,000. Damage transfer, crack. Minus 51,581. Skill damage, a familiar combo flowing like water. In an instant, the total damage exceeded 130,000, hitting precisely again. The massive body of the abyssal sludge monster trembled violently, its health bar visibly plummeting. Almost half was knocked off. Roar! The intense pain drove this mindless sludge monster into a complete rage. Its enormous body suddenly swelled, the flowing sludge on its surface becoming even more violent and viscous. A powerful golden aura erupted from it. Crack! The binding effect of Shadow Prison was instantly broken. Immediately, dozens of sludge tentacles surged forth like a crazed python, wildly slapping and striking towards Yun Chen from all directions. The speed and power had increased significantly. It had entered a berserk state. Faced with the onslaught of tentacle attacks, he couldn't even be bothered to use Shadow Stealth this time. Why hide? Skill cooldown? Not a chance. What he needed was faster kill efficiency. With a thought, summon Demon. V-Room. V-Room. Accompanied by the shimmering emerald light. One by one, demons exuding a sulphurous aura appeared out of thin air above the mire beside Yun Chen. In the blink of an eye, 100 demons appeared before him. 50 demon servants. 50 imp demons. A dense army of demons instantly filled the area around Yun Chen. Their crimson gazes locked onto the raging abyssal sludge monster. The scene made Carl, who was watching from a distance, feel his eyelids twitch, his smile more painful than a cry. Yun Chen issued a cold command, ordering the demon servants to use demon empowerment on the imps. Woo! Woo! The 50 demon servants immediately sprang into action, chanting incantations, channeling dark energy, and bestowing dark red light upon the imps around them. Demon empowerment. The empowered imps seemed to swell in size, the red light in their eyes burning brighter, and the throwing knives in their hands even igniting with black flames. Their power surged instantly. Imps, self-destruct. Yun Chen commanded again. Kak-o-kek. The imps, receiving the order, let out sharp, piercing cackles. Without hesitation, as if fueled by adrenaline, they charged fearlessly towards the massive abyssal sludge monster. Their target was that enormous, writhing core body. Boom! The first empowered imp crashed into the sludge monster. Minus 3,195. Sacrificial self-destruct damage. Magic resistance reduction calculated, a magic damage number that wasn't too high but certainly not low floated up. But this was just the beginning. Boom, 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 boom. Like igniting firecrackers. The second, the third, the 10th, the 50th. One after another, the empowered imps charged headlong into the abyssal sludge monster. A series of dense, deafening explosions erupted above the mire. The black-red explosion flames burst forth like fireworks of death. Each explosion took away over 3,000 health points from the sludge monster. 50 explosions. What terrifying cumulative damage was that? Roar. The abyssal sludge monster's frenzied attack movements suddenly stalled. Its massive body, under the relentless self-destruct bombardment, twisted and churned as if it had been thrown into a pond filled with countless deep-sea bombs. Finally, boom! A sound so deep it was almost unbearable. The enormous sludge body of the abyssal sludge monster could no longer withstand this devastating blow and exploded. Violently. A rain of foul-smelling black sludge splattered everywhere. System notification: you have killed the abyss sludge monster, gold. You gain 26,115 experience points. You gain 20 demon points. Done. Yunshin clapped his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. The demon imp's sacrificial self-destruction combined with the demon servant's demon enhancement was incredibly effective. This demon self-destruction tactic was simply exhilarating. The clearing efficiency was top-notch. He ignored Carl, who was standing nearby, dumbfounded, his face pale, and even feeling a bit nauseous. He stepped towards the center of the mire, where, after the sludge monster exploded, an ancient wooden box flickering with a faint light was revealed. He reached out to grab it. System notification: you have obtained a special item core fragment, 2/6, the second fragment in hand. Next, he picked up the other 2 orbs of light dropped by the boss. Gained, life coin *4010. Gained, skill book Shadow Strike gold, another gold skill book for assassins. What a pity, it was still of no use to him. However, he earned another 20 demon points, bringing his total to 57 points. A good haul. Yunshin stowed away his spoils and casually glanced at Carl. This time, the old hunter was very understanding, standing still with his hands tucked in his sleeves, not even glancing at the wooden box. Only the slight twitch at the corner of his eye and his increasingly stiff smile betrayed his inner turmoil. Ha! Yunshin sneered inwardly. He was quite good at pretending. He didn't expose him, merely saying lightly, next location. For the next half-day, Yunshin was like a humanoid self-propelled lawnmower rampaging through the Lost Land during the frenzy period. He continuously harvested experience points and life coins. As for the gold-level boss guarding the fragments, relying on the demon imp's self-destruction and his own skill burst, Yunshin killed them instantly. In just half a day, Yunshin had flattened 3 boss points in a row, leveling up to level 14. Moreover, with the attribute bonuses from leveling up and the updates of new equipment, Yunshin's health had surpassed 20,000. His current health was 20,034. Half an hour later, in front of a dilapidated ancient altar. Boom, 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 boom. With the brilliant demon fireworks bursting forth, the continuous explosions instantly engulfed the boss's figure completely. System notification: you have killed Lost Priest Mogan, gold. You gain 28,350 experience points. You gain 20 demon points. Yun Chen glanced at the experience bar. After killing Mogan, he was less than 100,000 experience points away from leveling up to 15. He nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward. At the spot where Mogan exploded, an ancient wooden box flickering with a faint light lay quietly on the cold stone slab of the altar. Yunshin bent down to pick it up. System notification: you have obtained a special item core fragment, 6/6. System notification: all core fragments have been collected. They resonate strongly with each other, emitting a strange glow, seemingly guiding towards a direction. Quest Lost Core has been updated. Please proceed to the core area at the deepest part of the Lost Land to find a way to merge the fragments. As soon as the words fell, the 6 core fragments in Yunshin's backpack simultaneously emitted a soft glow. They seemed to attract each other, vibrating slightly. At the same time, the map interface in front of him automatically popped up. A brand new marker radiating golden light appeared in the center of the map, in the deepest unknown area. That was the true core of the Lost Land. It was also the final quest location. Yunshin looked at the automatically popping up map interface. In the center of the map, the area that had been shrouded in thick fog and had never been stepped on by anyone was now brightly lit with a brand new marker radiating dazzling golden light. The final quest location. Yunshin's mouth twitched slightly. Still coming? He couldn't help but vent his frustrations in his mind. Collecting all 6 fragments isn't enough? Do I really have to run to the last place for some fusion ritual? This task design is just like that. Help me with a cut. You're the last one. It's always the last step, right? Damn planners. Although he was ranting internally, looking at the final marker on the map that sparkled with golden light, as if saying, "Come here, darling, I'm right here," Yunshin suppressed his impatience. Alright, hopefully this is the last trip. He put away the map and turned his gaze to Carl, who was obviously relieved. Let's go to the last place. Following the Map's guidance, the two set off again, heading deep into the lost land. The further they went, the harsher the surroundings became. The eerie, purple-black illusion mist that emitted mental disturbances was almost everywhere, and its range and concentration far exceeded before. The stench of decay and the aura of resentment hung in the air, almost solidifying into a substance thick enough to make one nauseous. The roars of monsters rose and fell, with levels and density reaching unprecedented heights, including many Platinum Elite monsters at levels 14 and 15. However, all of this was meaningless to Yunchen now. Disaster Domain. After upgrading to Platinum rank, this skill had transformed into a true mobile calamity. A massive gray halo with a radius of up to 450 meters swept silently like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The terrifying damage exceeding 40,000 per second caused any monster attempting to approach, whether elite or ordinary, to disintegrate into ashes the moment they touched the halo, not even having time to scream. Truly barren, with all things extinguished. Experience points and life currency surged in like a tide, and the system notification sound hardly stopped. Carl, following behind, watched Yunchen stroll forward, leaving silence in his wake, and the awe on his face turned to numbness, even tinged with an unmistakable fear. He instinctively stepped back a few paces from Yunchen. This was not an adventure, it was a one-sided massacre. Following such a big shot, the pressure was too much. His old heart could hardly take it. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe half a day, maybe longer. When Yunchen raised his head again, the scene before him finally changed. Ahead, the thick gray-black mist, which had been impenetrable, seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force, noticeably thinning. A massive, crumbling stone archway, exuding an ancient aura, faintly appeared at the end of his vision. Beyond the archway, there seemed to be an ancient ruin that had never been explored. The golden marker on the map shone just beyond that archway. "We've arrived," Yunchen said calmly. "Ha!" Carl let out a long breath, as if he had shed a heavy burden. He stopped, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and rubbed his hands in front of Yunchen. Buddy, you see, we've reached the place. That door behind feels very eerie, full of energy. An old man with these old bones, won't go in and cause trouble. I'll wait for you out here, and when you come out, we can." Before Carl could finish, Yunchen waved his hand, interrupting him. "No need to wait." Yunchen glanced at him, his tone calm. "Do as you please." After saying that, he ignored the astonishment and complexity that flashed across Carl's face and walked straight toward the ancient stone archway. Carl not coming in? Perfect. That way, he wouldn't have to constantly be on guard against this old fox pulling any tricks. Behind him, watching Yunchen walk into the unknown ruins without hesitation, Carl opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. The smile on his face completely vanished, replaced by an indescribable seriousness and a hint of unnoticeable relief. He silently stepped back a few paces, found a relatively secluded corner, extinguished the lantern, and his figure quickly blended into the surrounding faint gray mist. Yunchen stepped alone into the stone archway. The scene behind the door made him pause slightly. The expected ruins, an eerie underground palace, did not appear. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. It was an extremely vast, naturally formed underground cave. The cave was absurdly high. Looking up, he could even see the gaps in the top rock walls where cool moonlight spilled down, dispersing all the gray mist. The air was fresh, in stark contrast to the nauseating environment outside. In the center of the cave was a small lake, not very large, but radiating a soft deep blue glow. The water was crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep, as if connecting to another unknown space. A pure and gentle energy wave emanated from the lake, bringing a sense of tranquility to the mind. System notification, special location discovered, soul purification pool. System notification, please place the core fragment, wooden box, into the pool water to lift the attached binding curse. Binding curse? Yunchen raised an eyebrow, looking at the 6 wooden boxes in his backpack that still emitted a faint glow. Was this thing cursed too? Who did it? That old bastard Carl? Or the previous boss? A hint of doubt flashed through his mind. Just then, rumble. The entire massive cave shook violently without warning. Debris fell from the towering ceiling, and the calm soul purification pool rippled violently. A roar filled with endless rage, as if it came from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted from the shadows deep within the cave. Who is it? Who dares to touch my collection? Who wants to lift the curse I personally set? Coveting my treasures? The voice was sharp and piercing, filled with brutality and possessiveness. As the roar echoed, the shadows deep in the cave twisted and writhed. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was an extremely ugly, repulsive ghost. Its skin was a ghastly pale, tightly clinging to its bones like dried bacon, with a twisted face. Its features crammed together, exuding a strong aura of death. Strangely, this hideous ghost was dressed in a seemingly exquisite, albeit somewhat tattered, black tailcoat with a crooked bow tie around its neck. What was even more striking was that on its emaciated back, it carried an enormous, ancient wooden cabinet that was completely disproportionate to its body. The cabinet was tightly closed, its surface engraved with intricate and bizarre patterns, emanating an ominous aura. Collector Abacus, LV15, grade, Platinum. Platinum level boss. Level 15. Collector Abacus, with its hollow eye sockets burning with vengeful flames, stared intently at the center of the cave, the only living person, Yunchen. It was initially furious, but when it realized the intruder was alone and seemed not too high in level, it was taken aback. Then, it let out an extremely shrill and unpleasant laugh, like nails scraping against glass. Ha! Ha! Cough cough cough. It laughed so hard that it triggered a violent coughing fit, its pale body trembling. Just one? A little brat still wet behind the ears? Abacus screeched with its sharp voice filled with disdain and mockery. With just you dare to invade this collector's secret vault? Attempting to lay your hands on my most precious treasures? How ridiculous. Utterly foolish. Do you know how many well-equipped, numerous adventurer teams have perished here, becoming new additions to my cabinet? You little brat who hasn't even grown hair. Where do you get your courage? Ha! It seemed to think that Yunchen's solo intrusion was a great insult, and its laughter grew increasingly wild, looking at Yunchen as if he were a pathetic collectible willingly offered up. Yunchen stared expressionlessly at the noisy ghost. His heart was completely unmoved, even feeling a bit amused. Another self-satisfied boss? A collector? More like a collector of corpses, I'd say. Wasting time talking to this kind of trash is pointless. His gaze calmly locked onto the cackling collector, Abacus. In an instant, his mind communicated with the creation-level talent. Demon transfer. Target locked, Collector Abacus. The next second, Yunchen raised his hand, shadow energy swirling at his fingertips. Dark word, pain. This time, he held nothing back. With his will driving it, his health points burned wildly. A full 20,000 health points, as the cost of casting, were injected into the skill. Put. Minus 20,000. A bright red damage number abruptly floated above Collector Abacus's head. That was the effect of demon transfer, perfectly transferring the health points Yunchen consumed onto it. Immediately after, whoosh! A black whip formed from pure shadow energy, tore through the air, striking Abacus's pale, withered body with devastating force. Crack! Minus 74,318. An even more terrifying magic damage number exploded. After calculating the boss's magic resistance, 20,000 transfer damage, over 74,000 base skill damage. In total, nearly 95,000 points of terrifying damage. An instant explosion. Abacus's health bar, which was as high as 1.02 million, dropped sharply at a visible speed. 102,000,00925,682. That sharp, piercing cackle, like a duck with its neck squeezed, abruptly stopped. Collector Abacus looked down in disbelief at the sudden loss of a large chunk of its health. It then jerked its head up, staring intently at Yunchen, its hollow eye sockets filled with horror and confusion. No, it's impossible. What kind of damage is this? Illusion? This must be an illusion. It screamed in a hoarse voice, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before its eyes. How could an apparently ordinary human adventurer deal such outrageous damage? This defied logic. Yunchen didn't give it time to react or think. The best way to deal with such an enemy was to completely cripple it or even kill it before it could respond. He remained expressionless and raised his hand again. Gray-white destructive lightning gathered and leaped in his palm. Withering lightning. Again. It was an extreme infusion. Cost 20,000 health points. Put. Minus 20,000. Demon transfer activated once more. ZZZ. A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, radiating a bone-chilling cold, instantly crossed the distance and accurately struck Abacus. The lightning flashed. Destructive energy rampaged. Minus 70,098. Another astonishing damage number floated up. After calculating the boss's magic resistance, Abacus's health bar once again poured down like a waterfall. 925,682 A35584, only about 830,000 left. Now, Abacus was completely convinced. This was not an illusion. The seemingly unremarkable human brat before it was a thorough monster. The intense pain and fear of the unknown drove Abacus into a complete rage. You angered me. It let out a shrill, piercing scream. The entire ghostly figure suddenly became blurry and distorted, as if it were about to merge into the shadows. The next moment, whoosh, a needle-like ghostly dart, as thin as a cow's hair, almost completely transparent, exuding a bone-chilling cold, shot out from the blurred shadows without warning. The speed was extreme. The angle was incredibly tricky. The target aimed directly at the vital point between Yunchen's brows. Yunchen's pupils suddenly contracted. This strike, an ordinary player wouldn't even have time to react, let alone see it clearly. The attack speed, the activation time of Shadow Stealth, would probably be too late. He could only choose the faster casting speed of Shadow Shield. In the blink of an eye, he made the quickest response. His thoughts raced like lightning. Demon transfer. Target Collector Abacus. Almost at the same moment, Shadow Shield. Buzz. A deep shadow barrier coalesced in front of him. 20,000 points. Put. Minus 20,000. In the distance, Boss Abacus was preparing to enjoy the sight of his prey being pierced through the skull. Suddenly, his body jolted, and a bright red damage transfer number floated above his head without warning. His hollow eye sockets widened in shock, the flames of resentment flickering violently. What's going on? Before he could comprehend it. Ding! A very faint crisp sound, like a drop of water falling on a jade plate. The wraith needle, capable of piercing steel and corroding souls, accurately struck the shadow shield that had just formed in front of Yun Chen. The imagined scene of the shield shattering and flesh flying did not occur. The flying needle merely caused a trivial ripple on the surface of the profound shadow shield, then it vanished silently. The shield value in front of Yun Chen only decreased slightly. 20,000 health points exchanged for a shield value of up to 80,000. Abacus's charged attack didn't even break through 1/8 of the shield's strength. Abacus's sharp voice carried obvious astonishment. You defended? And while defending, you reflected damage back at me? A serious expression appeared on his pale, emaciated face for the first time, the red glow in his hollow eye sockets flickering uncertainly. This guy is strange. Good. Very good. Abacus stared intently at Yun Chen, his voice becoming low and hoarse. You remind me of a hero from a long, long time ago who also didn't know the heights of heaven and earth and came to challenge me. He was a bit capable, very strong, just like you. He paused, his tone carrying a sickly nostalgia and cruelty. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Do you know why? Abacus elongated his tone, seemingly trying to pique Yun Chen's interest. Do you know why that hero failed? Yun Chen looked at him expressionlessly, as if looking at a fool. This guy has quite the theatrics? What time is it? And he's still reminiscing about the glorious past. Villains die from talking too much, doesn't he understand that? Who the hell has time to listen to your rambling? Yun Chen answered his question with action. He couldn't be bothered to entertain Abacus's nonsense, and with a swift motion he unleashed another strike infused with massive shadow energy. Shadow word, pain. Cost, 20,000. Health points. Put. Minus 20,000. The damage transfer hit accurately again, interrupting Abacus's impending words. Crack. Minus 74,318. The pitch-black whip, carrying devastating power, struck fiercely against Abacus's ghostly form, unleashing astonishing magical damage. Abacus's health bar plummeted once more. You interrupted mid-sentence, and suffering such terrifying damage, Abacus completely broke down. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. Unrighteous scoundrel. Collector Abacus let out a roar filled with rage, his voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. He suddenly turned around, his bony hand slamming hard against the massive, ancient wooden cabinet behind him. Then, let me show you what true despair looks like. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy sound, the enormous cabinet door, engraved with twisted runes, suddenly swung open to the sides with a thunderous crash. Behind the cabinet door was not a physical space but a deep, dark chasm, exuding endless resentment. In an instant, the sound of ghostly wails and cries erupted. 100 terrifying specters, each with a different form and exuding overwhelming resentment, surged forth like a flood from the rift in the underworld. The ghost knights, wielding broken knightly lances and riding skeletal steeds. The cursed sorcerers, draped in tattered robes, with ghastly green flames dancing at their fingertips. The bone behemoths, assembled from countless bones, with the fire of souls burning in their eye sockets. A diverse array, everything one could imagine. Each specter radiated a powerful aura far beyond that of ordinary elite monsters, their eye sockets burning with hatred for the living. Cursed spirit, LV-15, grade, gold, a full 100 of them. Each possessed nearly 200,000 health points, and their strength was comparable to a weakened version of a gold-level boss. This was the pride of the collector, Abacus's greatest collection. Do you see it? You fool! Abacus looked at the army of cursed spirits he had summoned, a triumphant and sinister grin reappearing on his face. Why did that hero fail? Because he foolishly chose to challenge me alone. One person facing me and my 100 powerful collectibles. How could he possibly win? Ha, ha 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 ha. He pointed at the 100 cursed spirits surrounding Yun Chen, exuding a terrifying pressure, laughing maniacally. Now, you're the same. Get ready to become my new collectible in the cabinet. However, before his laughter could fade, a sudden change occurred. Without warning, the 100 cursed spirits that had just burst forth from the cabinet, brimming with menace and ready to tear Yun Chen to shreds, their bodies trembled violently. Immediately after, a dense and shocking array of damage numbers erupted like a waterfall from above each of their heads. Minus 54,881, minus 53,990, minus 55,012. Each damage number exceeded 50,000. What horrified Abacus even more was that he himself felt an indescribable force of decay and withering sweep through his body. Minus 50,341. A damage number exceeding 50,000 floated above his head. Ha! Abacus's manic laughter was suddenly choked, as if someone had grabbed his throat, abruptly caught in his voice. What's happening? Before he could react from the immense shock, in the next second, the second wave of the same damage struck again. Minus 54,765, minus 54,003, minus 55,109. Another round of area damage exceeding 50,000. In just 2 seconds, the 100 cursed spirits, brimming with menace and boasting 200,000 health points, saw their health bars visibly halved. The entire scene turned bizarre in an instant. What is this? Abacus was completely stunned, his expression of pride and malice instantly replaced by horror and disbelief. Area damage? Continuous area damage? What did you do? He stared fixedly at Yun Shen, his voice sharp and distorted with fear. He hadn't seen Yun Shen make any gestures to cast spells or chant incantations. Where did this terrifying area damage come from? Naturally, Yun Shen wouldn't explain it to him. The moment those specters surged out of the cabinet, a massive, yet silent gray halo had already spread out from him as the center, quietly enveloping the entire central area of the cave. Catastrophe domain. Platinum level. Consuming 20,000 health points transferred to Abacus with a radius expanded to the maximum of 600 meters. Theoretically, it dealt up to 60,000 magic damage per second to all enemies within the domain. Put. 20,000, transferring damage. A damage transfer floated above Abacus's head again, but at this moment, it was completely unconcerned, only looking at its army of vengeful spirits in confusion as they inexplicably lost health. What on earth did you do? Abacus questioned sharply again, its tone filled with suspicion. Yun Shen had no interest in explaining anything to this noisy ghost. He raised his hand, and gray-white lightning danced and gathered wildly in his palm. Withering lightning cost 20,000 health points. Put. Minus 20,000. Transferring damage, ZZZ. A gray-white lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, roared like an angry thunder dragon, charging into the group of treasured vengeful spirits that had already lost more than half their health. The lightning jumped and darted wildly between different vengeful spirits. Each jump brought up large damage numbers, coupled with the catastrophe domain's continuous damage of 60,000 per second. Minus 75,042. Withering lightning base damage, minus 55,040. Catastrophe domain per second damage, minus 76,089. Withering lightning jump damage, minus 55,040. Catastrophe domain per second damage. Boom! Like a crushing blow. Those treasured vengeful spirits, which had just been so imposing and had been highly anticipated by Abacus, with less than half their health remaining, were as fragile as paper under this double strike. They couldn't even last a second. All the vengeful spirits stiffened simultaneously, then shattered like weathered sand sculptures, turning into a cloud of black-gray dust. The battlefield was cleared in an instant. 100 golden elite-level summons were completely evaporated in just 3 seconds. Only the boss remained, stunned in place. What a pity! Yun Shen looked at the empty battlefield and shook his head slightly. The things summoned by the boss indeed did not provide experience points or loot. It was all for nothing. Then, he raised his head, his gaze landing on the boss collector, Abacus, who was now completely dazed, as if even its soul had frozen. At this moment, Abacus had none of the arrogance and pride it had before. Its pale, withered face was left with nothing but endless shock and deep-seated fear. Its proud army of vengeful spirits was gone. Just like that, gone? Yun Shen did not stop his actions. The next second, the demon scepter in his hand burst forth with a brilliant and deep emerald hue. Buzz, 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 accompanied by violent fluctuations of spatial energy. 1, 10, 50, 100. More robust demons, exuding a strong sulfuric scent, appeared out of thin air around Yun Shen. 50 demon servants, LV-15, wielding rune blades, their figures agile. 50 demon imps, LV-15, with cunning and crazed red glints in their eyes, holding black flame-imbued flying daggers. A total of 100 elite demons at level 15, enjoying the full attribute bonuses from Yun Shen's 20,000 health points. As soon as they appeared, they formed a neat formation, surrounding Yun Shen at the center. 100 pairs of blood-red eyes filled with a desire for slaughter, all locked onto the solitary, trembling ghost boss, Collector. Abacus. The terrifying momentum generated by 100 elite demons made the air in the entire cave thick and oppressive. Yun Shen's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion, clearly reaching Abacus's ears. Next. It's my turn to outnumber you. Faced with the army of over 100 demons, plus Yun Shen, boss Abacus suddenly realized the situation seemed to have reversed. Gulp. Collector Abacus's pale, withered throat seemed to emit a sound of swallowing, even though a ghost shouldn't have such a physiological reaction. The vengeful flames in its hollow eye sockets now only flickered violently and fearfully. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Its proud spirit legion was instantly defeated by the opponent with a single glance. Now the opponent summoned 100 demon armies in retaliation. What kind of game is this? Abacus quickly realized that facing them head-on was futile. Since he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, he would change his approach. He. Abacus suddenly let out a strange, forced laugh that broke the oppressive silence in the cave. Its pale, emaciated body trembled violently. Whoosh! A wave of even colder, more vengeful, and larger ghostly energy erupted from within it like a volcanic explosion. The entire cave shook violently due to the eruption of this energy. Gray-black. Resentment swirled around it like a tangible substance, coiling and condensing. Abacus raised its bony arms high, striking an exaggerated pose as if to summon some world-destroying entity. The space behind it began to warp, and countless tortured souls' shadows faintly appeared. Insignificant human. Abacus roared in a chant-like tone filled with self-proclaimed authority. You have successfully angered me. Now, let me show you my ultimate move. Yun-chan raised an eyebrow. What is this guy up to now? Judging by this display, with all the sound and light effects, the energy fluctuations were astonishing. Could it be the ultimate move of a platinum-level boss? Although, with demon transfer, theoretically, he wouldn't fear any consumption or damage. But to be cautious, it was better to avoid its sharp edge for now. What if it was a special skill that ignored defenses and directly erased him? He instinctively tensed up, already prepared to activate Shadow Stealth at any moment. However, just when everyone thought a world-shattering ultimate move was about to descend, the next moment, just as Yun-chen thought, Abacus was about to unleash some earth-shattering attack. A twist happened again. He saw Abacus, striking an exaggerated pose and glowing with ghostly light, suddenly freeze. Its raised hands did not come crashing down with a world-destroying attack as expected. Instead, they shot lightning-fast towards the massive, ancient wooden cabinet behind it. Not to open the cabinet door, but it suddenly reached inside. Creak! A piercing sound of friction echoed. Abacus actually pulled out from the endless resentment-filled ghostly crack a gigantic, bizarrely dark green, spiked shell. A giant shell over 2 meters in diameter, looking incredibly hard and even. Reflecting light. The shell was also covered in twisted runes, emanating an extremely heavy yet dangerous energy fluctuation. Yun-chan? The demon army, ready to charge into battle? Everyone was utterly baffled by Abacus's sudden bizarre maneuver. What happened to the anger of the abyss? What happened to the world-destroying ultimate move? How did it pull out a turtle shell? The shift in tone was too abrupt, like a tornado. What made Yun-chan's eye twitch even more was the next scene. He saw Abacus after struggling to pull out the giant spiked shell, not even glancing at Yun-chen. It let out a strange cry and, with remarkable agility, directly fitted the shell onto itself. Thud! A muffled sound. Abacus's emaciated ghostly body actually snugly shrank into the giant dark green shell. The shell perfectly enveloped its entire body, leaving only a narrow gap at the front. Through that gap, one could see Abacus's ugly, twisted ghostly face. At this moment, there was not a trace of the previous anger and authority on its face. Instead, it wore an extremely lewd and smug expression. It even made a face at Yun-chen and the demon legion outside through the gap, sticking out its tongue, twisting it, and making a lulu sound. Then, in a sharp, piercing tone full of provocation, it shouted loudly, "He, come hit me, little beggar. If you have the guts, come break my Abacus's treasure shell." Boss Abacus, hiding in the shell, sounded utterly arrogant, as if it were already invincible. "Let me tell you, this is my ultimate treasure. Absolute defense. Indestructible. I tell you, if you can break even a tiny bit of my shell, I'll consider myself defeated." By the end, it seemed that this was not enough excitement. It poked its ugly face out again and provocatively enunciated, "Can't break. You are a little dog. Woof woof." After saying that, it humorously imitated a couple of dog barks before quickly retracting its face deep into the shell's gap. Yun-chen. Yun-chen looked at the ghostly boss, who was curled up in the huge spiked shell, wildly shouting provocations, and for a moment he felt both amused and exasperated. This guy. I could just say good guy. After all this, was it just a feint? That earth-shattering momentum just now was to buy itself time by hiding in a shell? An absolute defense? And calling me a little dog? Is this boss a bit off in the head? However, Yun-chan's gaze fell on the shell, which shimmered with a dangerous dark green light and was covered in sharp bone spikes. Abacus's treasure shell? Absolute defense? He didn't believe in any real absolute defense. Considering this guy's earlier tense demeanor, then suddenly changing tactics and now being so arrogant and provocative, along with the sharp bone spikes densely covering the shell, a thought suddenly flashed through Yun-chen's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty, yet seemingly meant for the other party to hear. He coldly said, "This thing. Could it be a rebound damage type of armor?" As soon as the words fell, Abacus's smug, cheeky face in the shell's gap instantly froze. It felt like someone who was laughing wildly suddenly had their throat grabbed. The smile was frozen on its face. Seeing the other party's reaction, Yun-chen felt certain. He must have guessed right. Sure enough, the so-called absolute defense was merely a rebound damage type of equipment. Effect. Yun-chen was not anxious. Since he had guessed it, he would verify it. He lifted his chin slightly, his thoughts moving, pointing at the shell. A demon servant standing in the front row immediately. Took the order, a red light flashing in its eyes, raising its arm. Shadow Arrow. The current power of the Demon Servant combined with Yun Chan's high health value bonus meant that the theoretical damage of this Shadow Arrow had increased from the initial 900 points to 1,500 points. Whoosh! An arrow infused with rich shadow energy shot out, accurately hitting the massive dark green shell. Bang! The Shadow Arrow hit the surface of the shell solidly. The twisted runes on the shell suddenly lit up and the dark green ghostly light flashed violently. Minus 1,370. A magic damage number floated up from above the shell. This was the actual damage after deducting the boss's magic resistance. However, almost at the same moment, the demon servant that had just shot the shadow arrow trembled violently, and a more astonishing scarlet number exploded above its head without warning. Minus 2,740. A full double damage. The demon servant let out a low roar, its health instantly empty, dissipating into black smoke. Hiss. The other demon servants and little demons around instinctively took half a step back, a hint of caution flashing in their scarlet eyes. Double rebound. Confirmed, it really is magic reflection damage. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Inside the shell, after a brief moment of shock from Abacus, a sharper, more arrogant laughter erupted. Since it had been seen through, there was no need to pretend anymore. The cards were on the table. That's right, my treasured shell can reflect damage, and it's double the reflection. Abacus's voice was filled with pride and schadenfreude. You little beggar, isn't your damage impressive? Come on, hit me. I admit your damage is high, but can you withstand your own double damage? Let's see how you hit. Ha 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 ha. It was certain. This human kid definitely wouldn't dare to strike easily again. Otherwise, that damage of 80 or 90,000 would bounce back as over 100,000. This human absolutely didn't have that much health. The harder he hit, the faster he would die. This was the unbeatable aspect of the treasured shell. Come on, keep attacking. Why have you stopped? Are you scared? Abacus shouted wildly from inside the shell, trying to provoke Yun Chen. However, Yun Chen merely looked at it with an expressionless face, his gaze terrifyingly calm. At that moment, Yun Chen noticed that the dark green shell, after reflecting the damage, did not immediately dim. Instead, it continued to emit a soft, breathing light green glow. As the glow flickered, Abacus's health bar above its head was actually slowly but steadily recovering at a visible speed. Although the speed wasn't too fast, roughly estimating, in less than 30 seconds, this guy would probably recover close to 100,000 health points. A healing effect? Yun Chen frowned slightly. This shell not only reflected damage but also had continuous healing? That was a bit disgusting. If this dragged on, it would probably be unfavorable for him. Kick, why aren't you talking? Abacus in the shell seemed to sense Yun Chen's hesitation and its laughter grew even more smug. Give up. It's useless. As long as I hide in here, you can't do anything to me. Wait until my health is full, then I'll come out and deal with you. Listening to Abacus's noisy and piercing taunts, Yun Chen suddenly smiled. It was a cold smile tinged with a hint of mockery. Reflecting attackers? He slowly spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching inside the shell. Then, what if the attacker doesn't plan to live inside the shell? Abacus's laughter suddenly halted. What does that mean? Before it could react, Yun Chen's gaze swept over to the relatively small demons beside him, their eyes flashing with madness and a destructive glow. He focused his thoughts. The command was given. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 50 demon minions simultaneously raised their hands and the dark green enhancement aura instantly descended, precisely enveloping the 50 little demons. Enhancement. The next skill's damage increased by 50%. The enhanced little demon's aura suddenly surged, their eyes glowing even redder, as if they were ablaze with fierce flames. What is this for? Abacus in the shell, watching the bizarre scene outside, suddenly felt a strong sense of unease rising in its heart. With a wave of his hand, the 50 enhanced little demons, like a death squad, responding to a charge, let out a bloodthirsty roar. Their eyes sparkled with fervent light, ignoring the potential physical damage from the hard, spike shell ahead, charging forward like 50 arrows released from a bow, recklessly and fearlessly. Abacus watched the group of little demons rushing over like madmen. A chill ran through its heart, and an ominous premonition arose. The next second, it knew. Thud 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 thud. Thud. 50 little demons almost simultaneously crashed hard into Abacus's treasured shell. At the moment of contact with the shell, the last flicker of madness in their eyes exploded. Without hesitation, they unleashed their most powerful and final skill. Sacrificial self-destruction. Boom 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted like a dense thunderstorm in the center of the cave. Terrifying shadows and fiery energy rampaged wildly. The dark green turtle shell was instantly engulfed by the fierce light of 50 explosive blasts. The shockwave from the explosions even caused the entire massive cave to shake violently, with debris falling like rain. 4235. 4235. The power attribute of the demon minions had reached 320 points after Yunchen broke through 20,000 health points. Sacrificial self-destruction dealt 10 times its own power in damage, which meant a base damage of 3,200 points. After a 50% increase from the enhancement skill, the theoretical damage soared to 4,800 points. Currently, after deducting magic resistance, the actual damage dealt to the boss was only 4235. But that was enough. The densely packed, shocking damage numbers erupted like rain, crazily jumping out from above the turtle shell that was engulfed in explosions. Each number represented the end of a demon minion's life and the maximum damage they could inflict by sacrificing themselves. 50 demon minions self-destructed simultaneously, a total of over 210,000 terrifying magical damage. In an instant, it poured down like a torrential storm upon the abacus's treasured turtle shell. Although the shell was hard and could rebound damage, it was not immune to it. Abacus, curled up inside the turtle shell, let out a piercing scream. The violent tremors made it feel as if its ghostly body was about to fall apart. What horrified it even more was the health bar above its head. The health bar, which had just painstakingly recovered 100,000 points and was still slowly rising, was not only instantly emptied but the remaining health also cascaded down like an avalanche. Just one round of self-destruction. Its total health plummeted below 400,000. It was left with less than half. No, it's impossible. How could this happen? Attacking with summoned creatures self-destructing? Such a tactic existed? As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, the 50 demon minions that had self-destructed turned to ashes and vanished. Huff, huff. Abacus gasped for breath but suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over it. They're dead. They're dead. Such a powerful self-destructing summon clearly came at a great cost, consuming 50 at once. This kid must be heartbroken. In a short time, he definitely couldn't summon a second batch. As long as it could withstand this wave and wait for the turtle shell's healing effect to raise its health, it would still have a chance. It had even begun to calculate how to deal with that detestable human kid outside once its health was fully restored. However, just as hope ignited in Abacus's heart, the next second, when its gaze focused through the gaps in the turtle shell back on Yunchen, its hollow eye sockets widened in shock, as if it had seen the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. There, beside Yunchen, a new batch of demon minions had densely gathered without it noticing. Their eyes sparkled with the same madness and destructive light, eagerly waiting for their master's command. And in front of that group of new demon minions, Yunchen faced the turtle shell, revealing a cold and cruel smile like that of a demon. That gaze seemed to silently say, "Surprised, aren't you?" Through the gaps in the turtle shell, Abacus's hollow eye sockets were fixed on the densely packed demon minions beside Yunchen, their eyes flashing with a crazy red glow. Its ghostly body trembled uncontrollably. It was a fear and disbelief that came from the depths of its soul. No, it's impossible. Abacus let out a shrill, piercing scream, more desperate than ever before. How is this possible? How can you still summon? What about the cost? Doesn't summoning them require a price? It had completely lost its mind. In its understanding, summoning such powerful demons, especially summoning so many at once, absolutely required an extremely terrifying cost. Health points? Mana? Souls? Or some other precious thing? But this human before it, not even breaking a sweat, as if just waving a hand, had summoned a demon suicide squad. This was unreasonable. This was unscientific. This completely overturned its worldview as a ghost boss that had lived for who knows how many years. However, in the face of Abacus's nearly collapsing questions, Yunchen simply stood there quietly, without any response. Cost? Of course there was. The demon staff, Emerald, S, summon demon, skill required an additional 500 health points for every 2 demon imps and 2 demon servants summoned. Yunchen currently had a health pool of 20,000. If he consumed all his health points at once, he could only summon 40 demon imps and 40 demon servants. Repeated summons would overwrite the original summoned creatures. This cost was not insignificant. If it were any other player, they would have been drained dry long ago. But who was Yunchen? He was the man with the creation-level talent, Demon Authority, Demon Transfer. While summoning demons, Yunchen had already transferred that high health cost through Demon Transfer silently to the newly summoned demon servants standing by. As for why he didn't transfer the summoning cost to Boss Abacus, naturally, it was due to concerns about damage rebound. Although Demon Transfer transfers consumption, which is theoretically different from damage, it's better to be cautious. If that turtle shell could even rebound consumption, then it would be a big problem. To be safe, it was more reliable to transfer it to his summoned creatures. Similarly, the previously activated catastrophe domain was also temporarily halted. That thing dealt up to 60,000 damage per second. If it were to rebound double TSK, the image was too beautiful to imagine. Now, all that was needed was the simplest, most brutal, and most defenseless way to completely crush this cowardly turtle. Don't come over. Inside the shell, Abacus looked at the group of demon Imps outside, once again enhanced, their eyes glowing red, eager to try, and finally panicked completely. It let out a terrified, desperate scream, its voice trembling. However, it was too late. Under Yun Chen's cold and merciless will, without the slightest hesitation or pause, the second batch, another full 40 freshly summoned, sulfur-scented, and enhanced demon imps, they transformed into a surging tide of black death once more. Their eyes burned with the last madness and destruction, ignoring the sharp bone spikes on the shell that could cause physical piercing. Like moths to a flame, they charged fearlessly towards that massive dark green turtle shell. They launched a suicidal charge. No! Abacus's scream was completely drowned out by the even more violent explosion. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. An explosion more intense and dense than before erupted like a grand firework in the center of the cave. Destructive. Shadows and fiery energy violently crashed and tore at the hard turtle shell. Crack, crack. The clear sound of shattering echoed. The Abacus's precious turtle shell, which had originally seemed indestructible, shimmering with dark green ghostly light, finally could not bear the continuous terrifying explosions. Fine cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The shell's glow dimmed at a visible speed. Minus 4,235. Minus 4,235. Minus 4,235. The damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall again. Although this batch only had 40 little demons, the total damage was slightly lower than the previous wave, just under 170,000. But for Abacus, whose health was already precarious, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Its health bar, which had just barely risen a little thanks to the shell's healing effect, plummeted again like a flood breaking through a dam. 400,000, 300,000, 200,000. Soon, the boss's health bar dropped to 200,000. It's over. Inside the shell, Abacus felt the violent tremors and the mournful cries of the nearly shattered shell. Sensing its rapidly fading vitality, and a chill spread through its heart, it watched helplessly. Watched as the smoke from the explosion had yet to fully dissipate. Watched as that human, resembling a demon god, raised his hand again. Buzz. The spatial fluctuations surged once more. A new batch of little demons, spirited and lively, exactly 40 of them. Immediately, the demon servant stepped forward, skillfully applying the enhancement buff to them. The same scene, the same process. It was as if trapped in an endless nightmare loop. Abacus was utterly despaired. It finally understood. The guy in front of it was not human at all. He was a demon in human skin. A monster wielding a terrifying power that it could not comprehend or imagine. He possessed nearly infinite summoning abilities, continuously creating this fearless, powerful self-destructing army. Its collector's shell? A treasured item kept under lock and key? Absolute defense? In front of him, it was nothing but a joke. Fight? How to fight? In front of him, it was a complete, foolish, ridiculous joke. Just a living, breathing target. Breaking the shell? The damage from that human's true form was even more terrifying. It was likely that it would be instantly killed the moment it showed its head. Advance and die. Retreat and die. This was an utterly unsolvable deadlock. Aha! Endless frustration, anger, fear, and despair finally erupted into a piercing roar. Abacus tried to do something. It frantically urged the power of the soul, wanting to repair the cracks in the shell, but it was all in vain. Yun Chen gave it no chance to breathe. Third wave. Fourth wave. The self-destructing charge of the little demons came like an unending tide, one wave after another. Boom! The sound of explosions nearly merged into one. The entire cave trembled violently, groaning. No, don't. Inside the shell, Abacus's voice had turned into a cry filled with endless fear and despair. It could clearly feel that its proud absolute defense was crumbling and disintegrating inch by inch. Those damned, fearless little demons were simply its nemesis. Finally, under the continuous bombardment of self-destruction, bang! A crisp sound, like glass shattering. The Abacus's collector shell, covered in cracks and dimmed to the extreme, finally reached its breaking point. It shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless dark green fragments, mixed with pale bone spurs, splattered in all directions. At the moment the shell broke, the twisted, shriveled, translucent form of the collector, Abacus, was completely exposed to the air. Its health bar had long since hit rock bottom. I won't accept this. Abacus let out one last scream filled with resentment and unwillingness. Its soul form, like burning paper, began to rapidly dissipate and vanish from the edges. Ultimately, it completely turned to nothingness, disappearing into the air. All that remained was a scene of devastation and a profound silence. System notification: you have killed Collector Abacus, Platinum. System notification: you have gained 160,000 experience points. System notification: you have received 100 points of demon points. Yun Chen calmly put away the demon staff, and the remaining demons around him dissipated into black smoke. Killing a platinum-level boss seemed like a trivial matter to him. However, at the same moment that Abacus fell, a system announcement echoed throughout the entire game world of Godforsaken. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Demon for successfully achieving the first kill of the Platinum level boss, Collector Abacus. You are one step closer to the path of divinity. We hope all players will continue to strive. The server announcement repeated 3 times, instantly igniting the entire world channel. Players who had been discussing various gossip, dungeons, and equipment collectively fell silent for a brief moment upon hearing this announcement. Immediately after, the world channel exploded again. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Platinum first kill? Did I hear that right? Demon. It's him again? Damn. How long has it been since the server opened? Bronze, silver, gold, and now he's even taken the first kill of a platinum boss? Platinum. That's a platinum level boss. Which guild dares to touch it at this stage? He's been farming it again. You all can be surprised, I'm already numb to it. Why does it feel like we're not playing the same game as him? The ground was in disarray. After the massive spectral body of boss Collector Abacus completely dissipated, only a pile of loot shimmering with different glows was left behind. However, Yunchen did not rush to pick up those items. His main purpose for this trip was not yet complete. His gaze passed over the glowing orbs of loot and fell deeper into the cave, onto the pool radiating a soft blue halo, soul purification pool. There lay the key to his quest. Yunchen stepped forward, walking towards the pool. The water presented a dreamlike deep blue color, calm and undisturbed, with a faint halo spreading outward, illuminating the surrounding rock walls in a ghostly blue. Compared to the earth-shattering battle scene just moments ago, this place felt like another world, tranquil and peaceful. Yunchen approached the edge of the pool and crouched down. The water was crystal clear, revealing a bottom covered with a layer of pure, pearl-like fine sand. 6 ancient wooden boxes lay quietly at the bottom of the pool, wrapped in soft blue light. He reached out, dipping his hand into the water. The water was slightly cool, with a gentle touch, and a pure energy flowed through his fingertips, invigorating him. Yunchen carefully fished out the 6 wooden boxes one by one and placed them side by side on the dry ground. The damp surfaces of the wooden boxes were speckled with blue droplets, reflecting faint glimmers in the dim environment. Yunchen picked up one of the boxes and examined it closely. When he had placed it in the pool earlier, he could still vaguely see a wisp of black mist entwined around the surface, a manifestation of the binding curse. Now, after the cleansing of the soul purification pool, that wisp of black mist had vanished without a trace. The box had returned to its original texture, looking like an ordinary wooden box. The curse has been lifted, Yunchen confirmed, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed that the effect of the soul purification pool was indeed immediate. So, what exactly was inside the box? What could be so precious to a platinum-level collector boss that it warranted a curse for protection? Yunchen suppressed his curiosity and attempted to open the wooden box in his hand. He encountered no obstacles. Click! With a soft sound, the lid opened in response. Yunchen's gaze fell inside the box. There was nothing shiny or valuable like he had imagined. Only one thing lay quietly on the soft lining. It was a arm. A meticulously crafted arm, resembling a work of art. The material of the arm is a special wood that is warm and smooth like jade, its surface polished to a delicate sheen, even revealing faint wood grain. The fingers are slender and elongated, each joint flexible and movable, with the connections crafted so ingeniously that the seams are nearly invisible. Yunchen's pupils suddenly constricted. This arm, this material, this style, even the unique mortise and tenon structure at the joint. So familiar. This is exactly the same as the puppet parts made by the mysterious puppeteer Era in the puppet workshop before. Could it be? Yunchen's thoughts raced, and he immediately set down the box in his hand, quickly opening the other 5 wooden boxes. Click, click, click. As the lids were lifted one by one, the contents were revealed. The second box contained the other arm of the puppet. The third and fourth boxes held 2 equally exquisite and elongated legs. The fifth box contained the torso of the puppet with a delicate curve and perfect proportions. And in the last box was a puppet's head. The face of the head was carved with extreme precision, the features soft, the lines smooth, truly a perfect work of art. That face. Yunchen's breath caught slightly. This face resembles Era by 7 or 8 points. However, the eyes of this puppet head are tightly closed, the expression serene, yet carrying an indescribable sense of detachment and coldness, starkly different from Era's gentle yet mysterious aura. 6 parts. Arms, legs, torso, head, neither more nor less, perfectly forming a complete puppet. Just as Yunchen took out the last part, the head, from the wooden box, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The 6 scattered parts on the ground suddenly vibrated in unison. Following that, they floated into the air uncontrollably. A soft and mysterious white glow emanated from each part, illuminating the area. Arms, legs, torso, head. The 6 parts spun and danced in the air as if they were alive, actively seeking each other's positions. They began to combine on their own at a dazzling speed. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of assembly echoed continuously. the arms connected to the shoulders of the torso, the legs attached to the lower part of the torso. Finally, that exquisite head settled firmly in place on the neck. The entire process flowed seamlessly as if it had been rehearsed countless times. At the moment the last part was assembled, buzz, an even more dazzling white glow erupted, completely enveloping the assembled puppet. The light was not blinding, instead, it carried a sacred and pure aura. Yunchen instinctively squinted, quietly watching this fantastical scene before him. A few seconds later, the glow gradually dissipated. A life-sized, exquisitely crafted puppet floated silently in front of Yunchen. Her entire body displayed a warm, jade-white color. Her skin as delicate as a real person's, and her long black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her features were extraordinarily refined, resembling Era, yet with a more ethereal and cold expression. Her eyes remained tightly closed, and her hands naturally hung at her sides, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. The proportions of her body were perfect to an unbelievable degree, every detail revealing the creator's peak craftsmanship. But what caught Yunchen's attention the most was the unique aura she exuded. Ethereal, cold, as if she did not belong to this world. Like a perfect vessel without a soul? At that moment, an item information automatically appeared before Yunchen's eyes. Item name, Era's Zero Puppet Type. Special item note, the initial, and also the final, she is waiting to awaken. Era's Zero Puppet? Yunchen looked at the item information, his brows slowly furrowing. Zero, he remembered very clearly that during the task assessment at Ella's puppet workshop he had defeated quite a few puppets. Those puppets seemed to all have numbers in the 9,000 range, and this one in front of him, is it number 0? By the numbering, doesn't that mean this puppet is the first one made by Ella? The most original one? What Yunchen was even more curious about was why Ella's first creation would appear here. Is this what the hunter wanted? Looking at the Ella's Zero puppet floating in mid-air, Yunchen frowned slightly. This thing doesn't look like some extraordinary divine weapon, nor is it a rare treasure, Yunchen muttered to himself. It's just a well-crafted puppet. Why would that hunter named Carl want this? What's the point? Yunchen couldn't figure it out. Forget it, if he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it. After all, the task requirement was to take this thing out. Who cares what Carl wants it for? Completing the task and getting the reward is what matters. Yunchen set aside his doubts and stepped forward, reaching out his hand, ready to put the floating Ella's Zero puppet into his backpack. His fingertips gently touched the puppet's cold arm. At the moment of contact, buzz, an indescribably vast stream of information surged into Yunchen's mind like a flood breaking through a dam. System prompt: you have gathered the puppet components and obtained memory fragments of Zero puppet. Countless chaotic, fragmented, and mixed images, sounds, and even some vague emotional snippets flooded in wildly. A cold laboratory. Jumping electric sparks, design blueprints, a gentle yet crazed female voice whispering, and endless emptiness and coldness. The amount of information was overwhelming. Too chaotic. Yunchen felt his head buzz as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. He froze in place, his gaze instantly losing focus, his brain struggling to process the sudden influx of massive information. However, the upheaval did not stop there. Just as Yunchen grasped the puppet, rumble, 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 the entire cave suddenly began to shake violently. It was more than 10 times stronger than the commotion caused by Abacus earlier. The ground beneath his feet shook wildly, and huge rocks fell from the ceiling, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse at any moment. An indescribable, suffocating sense of terror erupted suddenly from the deepest part of the cave. What's going on? Yunchen snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth against the pain in his head, and looked in horror towards the source of the tremor. Deep in the cave, the huge cabinet originally used to store Abacus's various treasures suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Countless fragments of stone mixed with dust shot up into the sky. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive, twisted figure radiating a sinister crimson glow slowly rose from the shattered ruins. The shape of that figure bore some resemblance to the ghostly boss Abacus that Yunchen had previously defeated with a swarm tactic, but it was definitely not the same. The one in front of him was no longer in a translucent ghostly state. It had a nearly solid body, as hard as obsidian. Its size was even larger, almost touching the top of the cave. A pair of eyes, burning with hellfire, glowing a fierce crimson, locked onto Yunchen. In those eyes, there was a mix of brutality, madness, and deep-seated rage. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly overwhelmed his heart. System prompt: warning. You have disturbed Collector Abacus, true form. Collector Abacus, true form, level, LV 60 grade. Epic status: extremely angry, soul avatar destroyed. Note: feeling the complete destruction of the soul avatar left here. Collector Abacus's true form tears through space and descends here. He is now very angry. Epic. Level 60. What kind of international joke is this? That platinum level just now was merely a clone? This epic level 1 now is the real deal? And it's a level 60 epic boss? How the hell are we supposed to play like this? At This stage, players can't even handle a strong platinum-level boss without gathering several top teams to carefully strategize. A level 60 epic boss has truly descended? This is simply beyond what current players can contend with. But Yun Chen didn't think much about it. He instinctively raised his hand and unleashed the fastest cooling single-target skill he had. Shadow Word, Pain. Whoosh! A black whip, infused with dense shadow energy, lashed out fiercely at the massive epic boss. Crack! The whip struck solidly against the obsidian-like body of Abacus. 98765. An astonishing damage number close to 100,000 floated above the boss's head. This damage was enough to instantly kill most gold-level bosses at this stage. However, Yun Chen's gaze was fixated on the nearly endless health bar of Abacus. After that long string of damage numbers appeared, it only lost a tiny bit of health. Yun Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. What the hell? Is this health bar fake? It's not even this ridiculous when doing scraping therapy. This amount of damage was probably not even enough to tickle this epic behemoth. This boss was estimated to have at least 100 million health points. It could even be more. What the hell are we supposed to do? Human. A deep hoarse voice, like the wails of countless wronged souls, echoed from the mouth of Abacus, shaking the entire cave. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yun Chen, filled with disbelief and even more frenzied rage. You actually can destroy the soul clone I left here all by yourself. Your strength is commendable. But it ends here. As the words fell, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Abacus like a tsunami. Yun Chen's scalp tingled. Without hesitation, he was about to activate Shadow Stealth. As long as he entered an invincible state, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. However, just as Yun Chen's thoughts shifted, the moment Shadow Stealth was about to activate, the real Abacus across from him seemed to have already seen through his intentions. Its massive, mountain-like arm didn't even lift. Just from a distance, it reached out towards Yun Chen's direction and pinched the air. Buzz! The space twisted violently. A semi-transparent energy cage, flickering with eerie blue runes, appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping Yun Chen completely. A powerful, irresistible force of confinement surged forth. Yun Chen felt his body stiffen, as if it had been cast in cement, unable to move. What terrified him even more was system notification: you have been affected by soul confinement, unable to move or cast any skills for 10 seconds. System notification: skill Shadow Stealth casting interrupted. Silence? Interrupted? Yun Chen felt a chill in his heart. Even the life-saving skill Shadow Stealth was instantly blocked. A massive shadow loomed over him. The gigantic palm of Abacus, blocking out the sun, slowly reached towards Yun Chen, who was trapped in the blue cage and unable to move, carrying the terrifying pressure that could crush everything. Its face bore an unmasked cruelty and mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. You killed my clone and still want to escape? There's no such good fortune. Those abyss-like terrifying blood-red eyes looked down at Yun Chen in the cage, as if gazing at an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Now, have you thought about how you want to die? Ant, faced with this inevitable death, feeling the terrifying pressure that seemed to crush his very soul, Yun Chen's face showed no fear. He even started to laugh. Heh! A light chuckle echoed in the dead silence of the oppressive cave, sounding particularly out of place. Just as Abacus was about to enjoy the thrill of crushing an ant, its movements suddenly halted. A flicker of astonishment and disbelief flashed in its crimson eyes. What are you laughing at when death is imminent? Yun Chen ignored the boss's question, laughing even louder instead. Abacus's voice was thick with confusion, even tinged with offended anger. Are you crazy? To it, this human before it was either scared silly or completely insane. Yun Chen did not respond immediately. He slightly raised his head, his gaze calmly meeting the giant eyes burning with hellfire. His brain was racing, comparing the current situation with countless gaming experiences in his mind. Then, as if speaking to himself yet deliberately addressing the other party, he spoke in a voice that was not loud but clearly reached Abacus's ears. In the game, when players encounter a boss whose level and quality far exceed their own strength, making it impossible to defeat, Yun Chen paused, his tone carrying a hint of amusement and sarcasm. Unless the game developers have lost their minds or there's a catastrophic server bug. Generally, there's only one possibility: a plot kill. Abacus was utterly confused, but it could sense the calmness in the other's tone, that attitude of completely disregarding itself. This ignited its fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Abacus roared, the deafening sound nearly shaking the cave ceiling. Answer me. What are you laughing at? Yun Chen finally lifted his head, his smile unchanged, even widening slightly. In that smile, there was a hint of pity, a touch of mockery. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing. The one who's going to be the unfortunate victim of a plot kill isn't me as the player. Yun Chen's gaze locked onto Abacus's furious crimson eyes, each word crystal clear. It's you, idiot. What? Abacus was completely enraged. This ant, this insignificant human, on the brink of death. Not only was he unafraid and begging for mercy, but he also dared to mock it? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Seeking death. Abacus no longer had any intention of playing around. Its brutal killing intent erupted completely. That massive palm, which had been slowly descending, suddenly accelerated. With a roar that tore through the air, it slammed down towards Yun Chen in the cage. It intended to crush this oblivious ant along with that detestable cage into dust. However, just at this critical moment, just as that destructive palm was about to touch the blue cage, whoosh! A blinding, golden arrow of light infused with divine power, like a meteor slicing through the darkness, silently shot in from the direction of the cave entrance. The speed was extreme. It even tore a fine golden trail through space. Thud! A dull slicing sound rang out. The arrow of light struck precisely at Abacus's true form, hitting the arm as thick as a mountain that was reaching for Yun Chen. Golden light exploded. Divine energy erupted wildly, cutting through. Ugh! Abacus let out a scream of pure agony. That massive arm, made of obsidian-like hard material, was actually severed by that seemingly slender arrow of light, right in half. Boom! The severed half of the arm crashed to the ground like a small mountain, creating a tremendous noise, shaking the ground violently. Black, foul-smelling blood gushed out from the severed end like a waterfall, losing the support of his arm. The energy of the cage that had imprisoned Yun Chen, the soul prison, instantly dissipated. Crack! Yun Chen felt his entire body relax, the sense of restraint vanished, and he fell directly from mid-air. He reacted quickly, performing a nimble roll to dissipate the force, landing steadily on the ground. Not a scratch on him. Roar! The excruciating pain and the humiliation of his severed arm drove Abacus into a complete frenzy. It suddenly turned its massive body, its crimson gaze fixated on the entrance of the cave. Who was the fool that dared to ambush it? Who is it? Get out here! The furious roar echoed throughout the cave. At that moment, in Yun Chen's mind, the memory fragments of doll number 0 that had been forcibly implanted due to the gathering of doll parts began to unfold like scenes from a movie, clearly emerging. It was a room filled with sunlight and warmth. The room was decorated with childlike charm, with cute paintings hanging on the walls and various toys piled in the corners. A little girl in a beautiful princess dress was sitting on a soft carpet. She had a head of smooth black hair, her features exquisite like an angel, and her face radiated with an innocent and cheerful smile. In her arms, she tightly held a doll that looked strikingly similar to her, crafted with exquisite detail. That was Ella's doll number 0. Mommy, look! Isn't doll number 0 beautiful? The little girl raised the doll, proudly showing it to a gentle and beautiful woman beside her. That woman was the most renowned doll maker in the city, her hands seemingly possessing magic, able to create lifelike beings. She affectionately patted her daughter's head. Of course, because she is a unique gift made just for you by mommy. The scene shifted. A tall and heroic figure appeared at the door. He was clad in armor that shone with a holy glow, his face resolute, his gaze firm, and behind him, angelic wings seemed to flicker in and out of sight. He was the hero of this city, blessed by angels, possessing immense divine power. He had spent years fighting against dark creatures, protecting the peace of the land. At that moment, he had just returned from battle, his armor still bearing the marks of combat, but upon seeing his wife and daughter, a gentle smile spread across his face. Daddy! The little girl cheered as she leaped into the hero's embrace. The family of 3 was filled with joy. However, the warm scene was soon shrouded in gloom. A twisted, greedy figure lurked in the shadows, watching everything. Collector Abacus. It coveted the little girl's pure and untainted soul, which contained a hint of special power. Like a cunning hunter, it patiently awaited the opportunity. Finally, on a night when the heroic father was once again out on a mission and the mother was preoccupied with crafting an important batch of dolls, Abacus used trickery to lure and abduct the innocent little girl. When the mother discovered her daughter was missing, her heart-wrenching cries echoed through the night sky. She immediately contacted her husband, who was far away on the battlefield. Upon learning that their daughter had been taken, the heroic father felt as if struck by lightning. He didn't even have time to deal with the aftermath of the battlefield and rushed back at the fastest speed, disregarding everything. When he learned that the notorious collector Abacus was behind the abduction and that it had escaped into the treacherous and complex terrain of the Lost Lands, the hero showed no hesitation. He gathered his most trusted comrades, a battle-hardened elite team known for their seamless cooperation. Resolutely, they charged into that cursed land. Captain, wait! Abacus is known for its cunning, and the Lost Lands are its territory. We can't rush in like this. In the dense, ominous forest, a heavily armored shield warrior teammate anxiously shouted at the figure racing ahead. Yes, Captain. We need to devise a plan and be wary of traps. Another ranger teammate echoed. But at this moment, the hero could hardly hear any advice. The image of his daughter being taken away lingered in his mind like a nightmare. There was only one thought in his heart: save his daughter. At all costs. His eyes were fixed on the faint traces left by Abacus ahead, and his speed increased. Abacus clearly knew the hero's strength. It dared not confront him head-on but continuously used the bizarre environment of the Lost Land and the endless traps to hinder and divide the pursuing team. Quicksand, poisonous mist, illusions, and suddenly emerging powerful monsters. The hero's team faced constant troubles, and their progress was greatly slowed. Captain, that way is a fork in the road. We can't split up. Damn it! It's Abacus's trick. It wants to divert us. The teammates shouted anxiously. However, thinking of his daughter being captured, the hero's heart grew more anxious. We can't delay here. I'm going after it. The hero hesitated. Not at all, leaving this sentence behind, and his figure shot into that dangerous fork like an arrow released from a bow. Captain, are you crazy? It's too dangerous in there. We must act together. Come back. The teammates' shouts were left far behind. In their astonished and disbelieving gazes, the captain, who had once led them into countless battles and was immensely trusted, made a choice that was almost to abandon them at the most critical moment, to chase the enemy, to pursue the possible hope of saving his daughter. Bastard! He abandoned us. How could he? Does he not care about our lives? You, traitor! The word traitor pierced the hero's heart like the most vicious curse, but he did not look back. He could not look back. He had only one thought: save his daughter. Upon seeing this, Yunshen's pupils suddenly contracted. This hero, this man who disregarded everything to save his daughter, even being scolded as a traitor by his former comrades, that familiar sense of sacred power lingering on him, and that face, twisted with anxiety, anger, and pain, yet vaguely recognizable in the memory. Yunshen was all too familiar with it. That's right, this so-called hero was the one he encountered when he first entered the Lost Land, who looked disheveled, timid, fond of drinking, yet held a peculiar lantern that could dispel the fog. The hunter, Carl. The conclusion of the story was already evident. The heroic father finally caught up with Abacus, but, having lost the support of his teammates, fell alone into the carefully laid traps and encirclements of the enemy. A fierce battle broke out. The outcome was obvious. The hero failed. He could not save his daughter. The girl's pure soul became one of Abacus's many collectibles. He lost his daughter, as well as his former glory and comrades. He himself, in the battle, lost most of his power, becoming the wandering hunter Carl in the Lost Land. With a heart like dead ashes, he ultimately did not leave this sorrowful place. Instead, he transformed into an ordinary hunter, Carl. Day after day, year after year, he wandered in this land that buried all his hopes, appearing dispirited, afraid of death, indifferent to everything. Carl never truly gave up. The power he lost, his familiarity with the Lost Land, his seemingly cowardly shrewdness, all were for survival. To wait for a chance to challenge Abacus again, to wait for an opportunity to avenge his daughter, to wait for a hero like himself who could truly threaten and even kill Abacus's soul avatar to appear. And today, now, this moment has finally arrived. Deep in the cave, chaos reigned. The massive body of Abacus was still twitching slightly from the excruciating pain, black blood gushing from the severed arm, emitting a nauseating stench. Its pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the cave. There, smoke and dust swirled. A familiar figure was slowly emerging from the light outside the cave, still clad in that tattered leather armor, still bearing that weathered face. But at this moment, the eyes that usually held a hint of drunkenness and laziness were ablaze with the flames of revenge. He gripped the ancient longbow tightly in his hand, the runes on the bow glowing, golden holy energy surging like a tidal wave. The hunter, Carl, the hero. This was the true posture of a hero. In front of Yunshen, a line of system information even automatically appeared. Carl Mulander. Hero, level, LV60 status, last gleam. The former hero sacrificed all his vitality to forcibly reclaim all the power of his peak period, but this is only temporary. And the collector, Abacus, true form, who had his arm severed and was in excruciating pain, was also staring intently at the figure at the cave entrance. The moment it recognized the newcomer, a flicker of astonishment flashed in its hellfire burning crimson eyes, quickly replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. That massive obsidian body even trembled uncontrollably for a moment. Carl? Abacus's voice was sharp with terror and confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 10 years ago, in that battle, you clearly should have been dead. How could you still be alive? Fear. A fear that came from the depths of the soul. Abacus would never forget that nightmare from 10 years ago. This man before him, this hero named Carl Mulander, had once single-handedly hunted it to the ends of the earth. If it hadn't resorted to using over 100 carefully cultivated powerful avatars at all costs to wear the opponent down, it would have long since fallen. And now, this nemesis that should have died 10 years ago had reappeared before it. Moreover, Abacus felt the almost tangible, even more terrifying holy pressure emanating from him than 10 years ago. It desperately realized that its true form had descended. No avatars to expend. No way to retreat. Run. It had to escape immediately. This thought flashed through Abacus's mind like lightning. It didn't even have time to care about its severed arm. Its massive body suddenly twisted, trying to tear through space and flee from this place that made its soul shudder. However, how could Carl give it that chance? 10 years. A full 10 years of waiting. A full 10 years of forbearance and torment. All for today. For now. Carl's gaze was as cold as frost, with no unnecessary movements. He simply drew the longbow again. The bowstring vibrated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! 4 more golden arrows of concentrated holy power shot forth. Like they had eyes, they screamed through the air, tearing space as they approached in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds echoed as they struck home. Abacus's massive body, which had attempted to flee, suddenly stiffened. Its remaining arm, and the 2 sturdy legs supporting its massive body, were precisely pierced by the 3 arrows, firmly pinned in place. Golden, holy flames raged at the wounds, preventing its terrifying self-healing ability. Ugh ah ah ah. Abacus let out a more wretched and painful scream than before, and the 4th arrow, thud, struck right in its head. 87654321 91234567 89998888 100000000. For shocking astronomical numbers of damage floated up from above Abacus's head. Every damage number was enough to make any player at this stage feel a chill down their spine. The health bar, which had seemed almost endless, plummeted like an avalanche under Karl's 4 arrows. In an instant, it dropped by more than 2/3. Only a thin layer of health remained, barely hanging on. Yunchen watched with his eyelids twitching. Damn! Is this the explosive power of the LV-60 hero in the reversal of light state? This is just absurd. This damage is simply apocalyptic. However, just when Yunchen thought the outcome was sealed, a change occurred. Buzz! A thick, inescapable black mist suddenly enveloped the body of Abacus, which was pinned in place and on the brink of death. The black mist surged, emitting a nauseating aura as if resonating with the entire lost land. System prompt: Collector Abacus, true body, has received the blessing of the lost land. Rapidly recovering health and life. The 4 terrifying wounds on Abacus, pierced by golden light arrows, began to visibly squirm and heal under the cover of the black mist. Even the severed arm began to regrow amidst the gathering black mist. What left Yunchen dumbfounded was that precarious health bar above its head. In the blink of an eye, it shot back up as if propelled by a rocket, instantly restoring to that despairing figure of over 100 million health. Ha 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 ha. Abacus, fully healed and with a full health bar, let out a maniacal laugh as if it had survived a catastrophe. It twisted its massive body, now free again, its crimson eyes filled with endless resentment and pride, fixating on Karl. Did you see that? Karl, you can't kill me. As long as I'm in this lost land, as long as I still have the blessing of this land, I am an immortal existence. And you? Abacus, sensing the unstable aura emanating from Karl, wore an even more cruel smile. How long can your reversal of light last? When your power runs out, that will be your death. I will extract your soul, turn it into my most precious collection, so you can never be reborn. In the face of Abacus's arrogant laughter and malicious curse, Karl completely ignored the words. He slowly lowered the longbow in his hand, the golden runes on the bow gradually fading away. He stepped forward, walking towards Abacus. His steps were steady and slow, carrying a heavy sense of ritual. Then, he raised the peculiar lantern in his other hand, which had been emitting a faint glow. The lantern that Yunchen had always found a bit strange, capable of dispelling the mist. At this moment, the flame within the lantern was no longer the dim, weak light from before. Instead, it transformed into a soft, warm flame, yet containing a supreme, majestic aura of pure white fire. Yunchen's heart skipped a beat. This aura, this feeling that seemed to transcend all rules, carrying a sense of purification and judgment, was somewhat similar to the overwhelming sense of pressure he felt when he first encountered the Eye of the Demon, a pressure that stemmed from the essence of life itself. Although it didn't quite match the Eye of the Demon, it was definitely a power of the same type. And Abacus, who had been wildly shouting just moments ago, suddenly fell silent upon seeing Karl raise that lantern, especially when it saw the pure white flame within. Its laughter came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body trembled violently like chaff. In its crimson eyes, the pride and arrogance that had just risen were instantly replaced by boundless, deeper fear, even more terrifying than when it faced Karl's death threat earlier. 100 times more, 1,000 times more. No, no, that is, holy flame? Impossible. How could you have such a thing? No, Karl, stop it. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Let me go. I can give you all my collections. Abacus was completely panicked. It screamed and begged incoherently. It frantically urged its power, wanting to escape again. However, it was all in vain. Karl simply raised the lantern in his hand calmly. He aimed it at the terrified Abacus. The pure white flame in the lantern flickered gently. Buzz! An irresistible pull, imbued with the power of purification and judgment, suddenly erupted from the lantern. Abacus's massive, obsidian body was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of this force. It let out one last, piercing scream of utter despair. No! Its entire body was uncontrollably pulled and twisted, ultimately transforming into a stream of black light, forcibly sucked into the small lantern. The pure white flame inside the lantern surged violently. One could faintly hear the wails of countless vengeful spirits being purified and ultimately extinguished in the flames. A few seconds later, the flames returned to calm. the light of the lantern once again became gentle. As if the terrifying scene of devouring an epic boss's true form had never happened, the cave returned to a deathly silence. Only the debris scattered on the ground remained, along with the lingering scent of sulfur and the divine aura in the air. Yunshen stood in place, staring at the scene before him, which could only be described as a celestial battle, unable to regain his senses for a long time. This is over? An LV60 epic boss's true form was just taken down by a lamp? He finally understood completely. This was not a simple kill the boss quest at all. This was a story quest with deeply hidden prerequisites. Defeating the platinum-level Abacus avatar was merely the key to unlock the subsequent plot. The real condition for clearing the quest was to trigger Carl's storyline and bring him here. Both were indispensable. Yunshen felt a wave of fear and relief. Fortunately, although he had doubted Carl at the beginning, he did not act on that doubt or choose to part ways. Otherwise, not to mention whether he could defeat that seemingly disheveled yet secretly heroic Carl. Even if he could win facing the arrival of this LV60 epic boss's true form today, without Carl's final plot kill trump card, he would definitely be doomed. This quest would surely fail. Damn, this planner has a really dirty mind. Yunshen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The battle was over. Revenge was achieved. Carl stood still, with his back to Yunshen, motionless. There was no ecstatic joy or roar of vengeance as he had imagined. Not even the slightest hint of emotion was displayed. He just stood there quietly, his figure appearing somewhat desolate and lonely in the flickering light. As if the heroic figure who had just effortlessly slain the epic boss with 5 arrows was merely a fleeting illusion. Yunshen looked at his back, then lowered his gaze to the LS0 doll in his hand, which had just automatically assembled and emitted a soft glow. He glanced again at Carl, who stood silently at the cave entrance, recalling the earlier scene. Outside the cave, when Carl had wanted to reach out and touch those wooden boxes but was stopped by his own vigilance, he realized that Carl had simply wanted to touch the doll that belonged to his daughter. Right? After all, it was the companion his daughter cherished most in her lifetime. Thinking of this, his previous actions, like a thief on guard, really did seem a bit excessive. Yunshen silently scolded himself. He walked to the cave entrance, looking at Carl, who still seemed a bit dazed, staring into the depths of the cave as if reminiscing about something, and broke the silence. Hey, aren't you going to come and see your daughter's doll? Yunshen offered the doll in his hand, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. This time, I won't stop you. Carl's body trembled imperceptibly. He slowly turned around, his gaze fell upon the lifelike doll that bore a striking resemblance to his daughter. His expression was a complex mix of longing, pain, guilt, and a hint of almost humble reluctance to touch it. He raised his hand, seemingly wanting to reach out. But in the end, he dejectedly lowered his arm and shook his head vigorously. His voice was hoarse, laden with exhaustion and self-reproach. No, I can't even save my own daughter. I don't have the right to touch her most cherished belongings. Yunshen felt a slight stir within. So that's how it is. No wonder this guy had insisted on standing at the door earlier, refusing to come in. It was probably rooted in this unbearable guilt and self-blame. He couldn't bring himself to enter. He couldn't face this place that might hold his daughter's belongings. Seeing Carl like this, for some reason, a surge of inexplicable anger flared up in Yunshen's heart. Right? To hell with qualifications. He stepped forward, not giving Carl a chance to react. Smack! He shoved the cold, smooth doll into Carl's arms. What the hell does this have to do with qualifications? Yunshen locked eyes with Carl, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. You love your daughter, right? That's enough. A father loving his daughter is only natural. What the hell does it matter about qualifications? Carl was taken aback by this sudden action and Yunshen's blunt words. He stared blankly at the doll in his arms. The face that resembled his daughter, yet was cold and serene. It felt as if he had crossed 10 years of time, once again touching that warm, soft memory. The frozen emotions burst forth in an instant. He tightened his arms, holding the doll close, as if trying to meld her into his very being. In the next moment, this man who had just descended like a god, slaying an epic-level demon, this father who had wandered in despair for 10 years, burdened with endless pain and hatred, finally could no longer hold on. He lowered his head, burying his face deep in the doll's cold hair. The pain and longing that had been suppressed for 10 years erupted like a mountain flood, transforming into choked, heart-wrenching sobs. After a long while, the crying subsided. Carl lifted his head, his face streaked with tears, eyes swollen, but his gaze seemed much clearer, as if he had shed a heavy burden. He carefully wiped away the tears on the doll's face, his movements gentle as if handling the most fragile treasure. Then, he looked at Yunshen, his eyes filled with complex emotions, gratitude, relief, and a hint of entrustment. He extended the lamp in his hand, which had just devoured an epic-level boss and radiated a supreme aura, towards Yunshen. This, for you. Light of the Holy Remnants lamp. This is an item I spent 10 years crafting to deal with my enemies. It's now useless to me. Carl's voice was still hoarse, but carried a sense of solemnity. Thank you for bringing me here, allowing me to end this myself. And thank you for your words just now. Yunshen accepted the lamp without pretense. This thing was clearly not an ordinary item, it was definitely epic level, perhaps even higher. This was a huge profit. However, Carl's next action surprised Yunchen a bit. He gently caressed the doll's cheek, his eyes filled with endless tenderness and reluctance. But in the end, he still handed the doll back to Yunchen. And this, Zero doll. Isla, she must still be waiting. Please, take it back and give it to Isla. Yunchen took the doll and nodded. This was indeed part of the mission. Carl looked at Yunchen, his lips moved, and finally turned into a heavy sigh. Please help me convey one more message to her. I'm just saying. Carl's voice paused. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring back our daughter. I am an unqualified father. As these words left his lips, Carl's body began to become ethereal and transparent at a visible speed. The glory of the hero faded away. The power gained from sacrificing his life had reached its end. The story of Carl Mulander. This decade-long revenge in waiting seemed to come to a close. At this moment, ultimately, under Yuncheng's gaze, Carl's figure completely vanished into the air, leaving not a trace behind. Only the light's ember lantern remained quietly in Yuncheng's hand, emitting a faint yet undeniable pure white glow. Inside the cave, only Yuncheng was left. He held the cold Ella's Zero doll, staring at the spot where Carl had disappeared, motionless for a long time. His heart was a mix of emotions. Sigh. After a long silence, Yuncheng finally let out a low sigh. Once he calmed his emotions, Yuncheng began to tally his gains from this encounter. First were the items dropped by Abacus. 2 skill books. Skill book Fireball, Platinum, class requirement. Mage skill book Fearless Charge, Platinum, class requirement. Warrior. Unfortunately, one was for a mage and the other for a warrior, neither of which he could use. I'll just keep them for now, and sell them later when I have the chance. Yuncheng stored the 2 skill books in his backpack. Then, he looked at the lantern in his hand. Light's Ember Lantern type, special item grade. Effect? Item is in a special sealed state. Detailed information can only be obtained through identification. As expected, it's in a sealed state. Yuncheng was not surprised. It could directly absorb the true form of a LV60 epic boss and kill it in an instant. The grade of this item, one could easily guess, was definitely not low. Epic level at the very least, and it might even be legendary? Yuncheng's heart raced slightly. Although he couldn't use it for now, it was undoubtedly a treasure with immense potential. Once he found a way to unseal it, this lantern could very well become a powerful weapon for him. After carefully storing the lantern, Yuncheng opened the system prompt. System prompt: congratulations on completing the hidden storyline quest Hero's Revenge. You have received a blessing from the hero Carl. Please choose one as your reward. A. Strength plus 100. B. Spirit plus 100. C. Maximum health plus 10,000. Looking at these 3 options, Yuncheng hesitated not at all. Strength? Spirit? While these attributes were important for him as a shadow priest, the highest priority was always one. That was health. Without hesitation, he chose C. As he made his choice, a white light shone upon him, and a warm current surged through his body. He immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Health 20,034/20034. Health 30,034/30034. 30,000. A full 30,000 health points. Looking at this number, Yuncheng couldn't help but smile slightly. This health was simply outrageous. At this stage, those top tank players who primarily focused on stamina would consider themselves lucky to have around 10,000 health. With his 30,000 health, he could easily trample over those health tanks. More importantly, this 30,000 health was equivalent to 30,000 points of mana for him. Combined with Demon Transfer, he now had even more confidence when using skills. Yuncheng glanced at his current level. After defeating the Platinum boss, he had reached level 15. He firmly sat on the throne of the level leaderboard. Ever since players generally reached level 10, the experience required to level up had begun to skyrocket exponentially. The difficulty more than doubled. The player in second place on the leaderboard had barely reached level 11 and still didn't know how long they had been stuck there. At level 15, Yunchen was simply in a league of his own, leaving everyone far behind. Feels good. Yunchen contentedly closed the attribute panel. The sensation of his power surging once again was always delightful. He picked up the Ella's Zero doll, checked the direction, and headed towards the Mist City. It was time to go back. Mist City Puppet Workshop. It still bore that eerie and strange appearance. The air was filled with a faint scent of preservatives and metallic oil. In the corner, various incomplete doll parts were piled up, while several highly finished yet eerily beautiful gothic dolls hung on the walls. The workshop's owner, the puppet Master Ella, stood with her back to the door, focused on her workbench. She wore an intricately designed black gothic gown, her figure slender, with a neck and wrists so pale they were almost sickly. Her gray hair was casually tied back, with a few rebellious strands falling beside her cheeks. She seemed engrossed in polishing a part in her hands, not noticing Yunchen entering right away. Ahem. Yunchen lightly coughed, breaking the silence in the workshop. Ella paused for a moment. She slowly turned around. Her face, always expressionless like a delicate doll, had gray, lifeless eyes that looked at Yunchen with a hint of surprise. Did you complete the task? Without wasting words, Yunchen directly handed over the Ella's Zero doll. Ella's gaze fell on the doll. When she saw the face that resembled hers by 7 or 8 points forever frozen in her youthful form, her body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. She slowly reached out and took the doll. Her fingers were cold, touching the equally cold material of the doll. She lowered her head, holding the doll close, and remained silent for a long time. Yunchen watched her, thought for a moment, and decided to convey Carl's last words. Carl also asked me to tell you something. He then relayed Carl's message verbatim. When the last sentence fell, Ella's arms tightened slightly around the doll. She still did not look up or speak. The workshop once again fell into a suffocating silence. After a long while, Ella finally spoke softly. Thank you. She gently uttered those 2 words to Yunchen. System notification, you have completed the task Lost Core and you have received the task rewards, experience plus 100,000, life coin, plus 50,000, Ella's mysterious treasure chest X1, special item fragment of the Forgotten Stone X1. Task completed. Rewards received. Seeing Ella holding the doll, Yunchen was also perceptive. He said nothing more and turned to leave. Just as he gently closed the door behind him, from within came the faint, suppressed sound of sobbing. Yunchen paused in his action of closing the door. He stood at the entrance, listening to the intermittent cries, and shook his head gently. Not lingering any longer, he turned and left. On the way, he took out the Ella's mysterious treasure chest he had just received. It was a palm-sized, entirely black wooden box, engraved with silver mysterious patterns. Click. The treasure chest opened in response. Inside, there was no dazzling gold as he had imagined, only an ancient-looking mirror. Doll shadow mirror type, special item grade, platinum level, special item, no grade, effect, after use, it can create a shadow doll clone that is identical to the holder's current appearance and basic attributes, strength, agility, intelligence, spirit, endurance, health. The clone cannot use any skills or equipment effects, only capable of normal attacks. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Note, is the you in the mirror the real you, or a false you? Puppet Master Ella A clone. Item, Yunchen carefully examined the attributes and his eyes immediately lit up. Although this shadow puppet clone couldn't use skills or equipment and seemed a bit useless, the key point was that its base attributes and health points were exactly the same as the main body. What does this mean? It means Yunchen could create a super meat shield with over 30,000 health points, and an average of over 200 in all attributes, stamina over 300. This thing could be used to draw fire, confuse enemies, scout, and even block bullets at critical moments. It's simply a divine skill. Imagine, during a PK or when fighting a boss, suddenly summoning a clone that looks exactly like oneself and is incredibly tanky. Would the enemy attack the main body? Or the clone? It would definitely have an unexpected tactical effect. Not bad, not bad, this is a win. Yunchen happily stored away the puppet shadow mirror, this time in the Lost Land quest. Although there were constant setbacks, even nearly resulting in failure, the final rewards were absolutely bountiful. Level skyrocketed, health broke 30,000, obtained 2 platinum. Skill books, for sale, a highly potential holy light ember lantern pending identification, and a tactically valuable puppet shadow mirror. His strength had received a comprehensive boost. So next, Yunchen opened the map. He was preparing to return to the novice village Lost Ruins. Calculating the time, it's been 3 days since I handed that treasure over to the angel for analysis, right? According to the timeline, it should be completed by now. It's time to go back and check the results, in the real world. D City, on a remote street with few pedestrians. A coffee shop with a sign reading closed today was nestled in this inconspicuous corner. The shop was small and the glass door was relatively clean. However, through the glass, one could see that the interior was dimly lit, with tables and chairs covered in dust cloths, giving off a definite impression of being closed. A figure swiftly darted through the alley and stopped at the coffee shop's entrance. The girl wore a loose hoodie, and a cap pulled low over her head nearly obscured half her face, revealing only her well-defined chin. She cautiously looked around, confirming there were no suspicious gazes before raising her hand and gently tapping on the glass door in a specific rhythm. Knock knock, knock knock knock. A few seconds later, a low and cautious male voice came from inside. We're not open today. The voice was muffled through the door. The girl spoke softly from beneath her cap, with a hint of deliberately feigned hoarseness. I'm not here for coffee. I'm here for a party. There was silence in the shop for 2 seconds. Codename, Shadow of the Ghost Pond. The girl stated her ID in the New World game. That's right, she was the one in the Lost Ruins who once tried to seize Yunchen's treasure amidst the chaos, only to be sent back to the resurrection point by Yunchen with a single glance using demon transfer, a top-tier female assassin. This coffee shop was not as ordinary as it appeared. It was one of the bases of a secret underground assassin organization in reality, known as the Coffee House. With the arrival of the game, the organization's members gained gaming abilities and this secret assassin organization grew stronger. Click. A small observation window on the door opened, revealing a pair of emotionless eyes that scrutinized the girl for a few seconds. Seemingly confirming her identity, the observation window quickly closed. Following That, the door lock turned and the glass door was pulled open slightly inward. A man dressed in a coffee shop uniform but with a cold demeanor and expressionless face stood behind the door. He said nothing, merely stepped aside to let her pass. The shadow of the ghost pond walked in with familiarity. The interior was indeed very dim and the air was filled with a faint aroma of coffee, mixed with a barely noticeable scent of disinfectant. The waiter handed over a black, unadorned hard mask. The shadow of the ghost pond took it and quickly put it on her face. The waiter led the way through the empty coffee shop hall, pushing open a hidden door disguised as a storage room behind the bar. Behind the door was a narrow staircase that descended, barely wide enough for one person. Yu Tangying followed the waiter down. They descended to about the second underground level. It was a fairly spacious basement covering several hundred square meters. However, the lighting was arranged to be extremely dim, with only a few wall lamps providing limited illumination, barely allowing a glimpse of the surroundings. In the basement, dozens of people had already gathered. Without exception, everyone wore the same black mask as Yu Tangying. No one spoke, and a stifling, oppressive atmosphere filled the entire basement. Yu Tangying found an inconspicuous corner to stand in. Soon after, at the front of the basement, a person stepped up onto a makeshift platform. He also wore a mask, but it was pure white, contrasting sharply with the black of the others. A simple coffee cup pattern was painted in black on the white mask. Codename, White Coffee. He was one of the leaders of this base. White Coffee stood still, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd of dark figures below. The basement was already quiet, and at this moment one could hear a pin drop. First, thank you all for coming. I'll keep it brief. Today, I urgently summoned you all. The organization received an urgent commission from the Linhai Group. The commission amount, he deliberately elongated his voice, building anticipation among everyone. 100,000 life coins. Boom. This statement was like dropping a deep water bomb into a calm lake. The entire basement erupted in an uproar. 100,000? Did I hear that right? 100,000 life coins? Who is it? Who's the target? Worth that much? The oppressive atmosphere was completely ignited. It should be known that usually, any commission received by the coffee house that exceeds 10,000 life coins is considered a big deal, enough to make most people present fight over it. 100,000 life coins. At this stage, early in the game's launch, it was an astronomical figure. Yu Tangying felt her heart skip a beat. 100,000, that number made her breath quicken. But along with it came a strong sense of vigilance. Such a high bounty could not possibly be for an ordinary player. As the crowd gradually quieted down, leaving only heavy breathing, White Coffee continued, the target for assassination is currently the #1 player in the entire server. Demon. Demon? Is it that demon who tops the level leaderboard? Damn. It's actually him. No wonder it's worth 100,000. So it's this guy. Are they crazy? Going to assassinate Demon? Isn't that asking for death? When White Coffee clearly stated the ID Demon, the basement, which had just been ignited by the bounty of 100,000 life coins, seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. The crowd that had just been roaring suddenly fell silent for a second or two. 100,000 life coins was indeed tempting, enough to drive any assassin mad. But the target was Demon, the mysterious player who dominated the leaderboard with an overwhelming lead, several levels ahead of the second place. Many assassins who had been blinded by the bounty now calmed down, their eyes flickering, contemplating retreat. Money is a good thing, but one must have a life to spend it. However, under a heavy reward, there are bound to be brave men. Fear did not completely overshadow greed, especially for some who considered themselves top tier, ranking high on the assassin leaderboard. Their eyes instead burned with an even hotter light. What are we afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's still a player. He's in the light, we're in the dark. In terms of leveling up, we may not be as good as him, but in terms of assassination, in terms of killing, he definitely can't match us. A competitive spirit intertwined with greed made some top assassins restless. They were desperate rogues, confident in their stealth, ambush, and explosive capabilities. In their view, as long as the plan is thorough and catches them off guard, there might still be a chance. At this moment, someone raised a question. Linhai Group? If I remember correctly, didn't that group just get wiped out for offending a big shot? Can they even come up with this kind of money? Most of the information regarding Yun Chen's revenge against Linhai Group had been suppressed by the authorities. Outsiders were unaware that this was the work of the demon. Moreover, only a very few high-ranking officials truly knew the ins and outs of the matter. Bai Ka-fei stood on the stage, calmly explaining, the main body of Linhai Group is indeed finished, but their young master, Lu Tianming, is still alive. According to the intelligence we have received, Lu Tianming has sold off all his sellable assets in reality, including real estate, stocks, and even some collectibles, sparing no effort to convert everything into life coins. So, everyone need not worry about the payment. As long as we can kill the demon, the 100,000 life coins will be intact. This statement dispelled many people's doubts. The atmosphere in the basement became subtly charged again. The scale of greed seemed to outweigh fear once more. as everyone had their own thoughts, whispering and even starting to form private alliances to discuss how to team up for this super big deal. Bai Kafei's gaze quietly shifted to the corner where the black-masked figure, Yu Tangying, had remained silent from the beginning. He walked over slowly. Approaching Yu Tangying, he lowered his voice. Yu Tangying, ranked 48th on the leaderboard. I didn't expect you to be here too. The gaze beneath Yu Tangying's hat slightly lifted, but no words were spoken. Bai Kafei continued, this job, 100,000 life coins, you must have heard about it. I have a few capable partners who hope to collaborate with a top expert like you. So, what do you say? Are you interested? He tried to win over this top assassin who was also considered prominent in the organization. However, to his surprise, Yu Tangying's response was crisp and decisive. No, the two words were cold, devoid of any emotion. Ha! Bai Kafei was taken aback, somewhat surprised. This is 100,000 life coins. Yu Tangying's icy voice interrupted him. I'm here to make money, not to seek death. The words were blunt. A nearby assassin, who was discussing something with a companion, couldn't help but snicker. The other approached, patting the white mask with evident mockery in his tone. No need to persuade her, leader. I see she's no different from those cowards outside who were scared stiff at the mention of the demon. Yu Tangying didn't even spare a glance at him. She only sneered inwardly. Seek death? Coward? A bunch of fools. Blinded by 100,000 life coins, have they lost even the most basic judgment? Among all those present, perhaps only she had truly faced the terror of that demon. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse and she hadn't even seen the opponent's face clearly before being instantly killed by a bizarre attack, the experience of her health points evaporating in an instant without even a moment to react had left a deep impression on her. That was a power that players at this stage simply could not possess. She even suspected it might be some kind of ability at the level of rules. To go against such a monster? And to assassinate? It was simply like an old man hanging himself asking for a long life. These peers who were blinded by the bounty, in her eyes, were no different from the dead. No matter how many came, it probably wouldn't be enough for that demon to kill. She couldn't be bothered to waste more words with these people and didn't want to stay in this place filled with stupidity and greed any longer. Yu Tangying turned directly and walked towards the exit of the basement. Hey, Yu Tangying, Bai Kafei called out behind her. It seemed he still wanted to persuade her, but Yu Tangying paid him no mind at all. She walked all the way to the stairway leading to the ground, pausing for a moment. She didn't turn back, just stood sideways to the still stationary Bai Kafei. Considering that we've had quite a few commissions from you in the past and our cooperation has been pleasant. Her voice, clear through the mask, reached Bai Kafei's ears. Here's a piece of advice. If you want the coffee house organization to continue existing, don't provoke that demon. After saying this, she no longer lingered, her figure disappearing into the shadows of the ascending stairs. Only Bai Kafei remained standing there. On the other side, Yun Chen had arrived at the lost ruins. The familiar sight of the dilapidated town came into view. After experiencing the thrilling adventure in the Lost Land, returning to this novice area gave Yun Chen a sense of nostalgia. Considering his current ID as demon and its notoriety across the server, Yun Chen kept a low profile. He casually pulled out a black hooded cloak from his backpack and put it on. Then he found the most ordinary, generic mask to cover most of his face, simultaneously concealing his ID and identity information. He then headed towards the church where the angel NPC responsible for analyzing the treasure was located, as recalled in his memory. It's been 3 days already. I wonder how that thing has been analyzed, Yun Chen muttered to himself, quickening his pace. However, before he could get close to the church area, he was drawn to a scene not far from the church. The once relatively quiet square in front of the church was now packed with people, a sea of bodies surrounding it in layers. And at the center of it all was a rather rotund figure. The person was someone Yun Chen was somewhat familiar with. It was the blacksmith fat guy whom Yun Chen had casually invested in with a silver weapon back then. At this moment, the fat guy was no longer the rookie with shabby equipment that no one wanted. He was wearing a set of seemingly heavy metal armor. Although the style was ordinary, it emitted a faint, excellent sheen, clearly of good quality. Most importantly, he wore a badge of a hammer engulfed in flames on his chest. That was the symbol of a blacksmith reaching level 10 and successfully changing jobs. At this moment, the fat guy was sweating profusely, standing next to a makeshift anvil. He held a small hammer in his hand, tapping away at a piece of equipment. Surrounding him were players, each stretching their necks, faces filled with eagerness and anticipation. Fat bro, is my shield repaired yet? I need to go raid a dungeon later. Master, please appraise this. I just got a golden necklace. Let's see what the attributes are. Fat lord, let me cut in. My weapon's durability is almost gone. I need it urgently. Everyone, don't push. Form a line. Fat bro said, one at a time. The scene was absolutely bustling. Yun Chen watched in amazement. The blacksmith profession, although weak in the early stages, would welcome its spring after reaching level 10. After the job change at level 10, blacksmiths would awaken 2 core skills, appraisal and repair. Appraisal can identify the detailed attributes of unidentified equipment, especially the active or passive effects attached to golden grade or higher equipment. Repair can restore the durability of equipment. As player levels increase, equipment quality improves and the penalties for death become heavier. The consumption of equipment durability has become a significant issue, leading to a surge in repair demands. At this stage, players possessing these two skills were few and far between. The fat guy, thanks to the silver greatsword Yun Shen had given him, along with his own good luck and effort, had evidently succeeded in reaching the top tier. He had become the most sought-after hot commodity in the current Lost Ruins and surrounding areas. Just right. Yun Shen patted his backpack. This time in the Lost Land, he had collected a large number of golden-grade equipment. Although they were not identified, it didn't mean the equipment couldn't be used. Players can determine the attributes provided by equipment by wearing and removing it, observing the changes in attribute values. However, its active effects can only be used after identification. Just as it happened, they encountered the other party and could conveniently identify it. Yun Chen was about to step forward. At that moment, suddenly, a commotion erupted at the edge of the crowd, accompanied by a few dissatisfied complaints and sounds of shoving. Immediately after, a sharp and arrogantly confident female voice rang out, "Everyone, get out of my way." A few unsuspecting players were shoved back a few steps, nearly falling, their faces instantly showing displeasure. "Who is it? So arrogant? What are you pushing for? Can't you see?" The complaints abruptly stopped, because they saw who was coming. Two exceptionally beautiful young girls, accompanied by a team of at least 10 players, all wearing uniform and high-quality gear, clearly well-trained, strode over with an imposing presence. The girl in front, slightly older, had the ID of Silver Rose. She wore a fitted silver-white light armor that accentuated her graceful figure, her expression calm, and her sharp gaze exuded a cold aura of someone accustomed to being in power. Next to her was the girl who had just spoken arrogantly, with the ID of Crimson Flame Rose. She wore a set of bright red leather armor that highlighted her attractive figure, playing with two sharp daggers in her hands, her face showing unabashed impatience and arrogance. "It's the people from the Rose Cross Guild. Damn, it's them. The top guild that cleared the K-City region boss. The guild leader, Silver Rose, has come with her sister." The crowd immediately erupted in low gasps and discussions. Clearly, the Rose Cross Guild and these two sisters had a very high profile among the K-City player community. The red-haired girl, Crimson Flame Rose, seemed to revel in the attention, raising her chin even higher. She stepped forward, completely disregarding the angry glares and attempts to avoid her from the surrounding players. She directly pushed aside a few players blocking her way, clearing a path for her sister behind her. "Get out of the way. Don't block the road." Her actions were rude and her attitude extremely arrogant. The players who were pushed aside dared to be angry but said nothing. Soon, they arrived at the fat man's stall. The gaze of Silver Rose fell on the flustered fat man. Her expression calm, she got straight to the point, her tone carrying an undeniable indifference. "You are the newly awakened blacksmith, right?" The fat man was taken aback by this sudden situation, stopping his work and looking up in confusion. "Ah, I am." Silver Rose did not answer his question, simply continuing in that calm tone, "Join us at Rose Cross." Simple and direct, even carrying a hint of a commanding tone. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, all eyes focused on the fat man filled with shock, envy, and jealousy. Rose Cross, the #1 guild in K-City. They actually came personally to recruit this fat blacksmith? This fat man must have hit the jackpot. Before the fat man could react, Silver Rose took out a high-end virtual contract made of special materials from her backpack and handed it over. "This is the contract for our guild's chief blacksmith. You can take a look." Some sharp-eyed players, standing closer, stretched their necks to catch a glimpse of the vaguely visible terms on the contract. Monthly salary, 10,000 life coins, priority supply of top-tier forging materials from the guild warehouse. Damn, 10,000 life coins monthly salary? Is this for real? And top-tier material support. This treatment is insane. The crowd instantly erupted. 10,000 life coins. At this stage, an ordinary player working their fingers to the bone for a month would be lucky to earn 1,000 life coins. This monthly salary of 10,000 is simply astronomical, enough to drive any professional player, no, any player, crazy. Countless envious and jealous gazes were fixed on the fat man. Everyone believed that, faced with such a favorable condition that could be described as a leap to success, this fat man absolutely could not refuse. Even the fat man himself, upon seeing the numbers on the contract, noticeably breathed heavier, his eyes widening. In shock, he took the contract, flipping through a few pages roughly. His expression changed constantly. There was excitement, there was desire. But ultimately, it transformed into difficulty and apology. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, the fat man took a deep breath carefully, handed the contract back, shook his head, and spoke with a somewhat naive yet exceptionally firm tone. "Sorry, this lady, beauty. I can't sign this contract." What? He refused? He actually refused? The surrounding players were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. A monthly salary of 10,000. Top-tier treatment. Had this fat man's brain been kicked by a donkey? Even the usually calm Silver Rose furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is it the treatment you're not satisfied with? She asked, her voice still flat but carrying a hint of pressure. No, no, no. The fat man quickly waved his hands, scratching his head innocently, his face filled with sincere apology. The treatment is simply too good. So good that I can hardly believe it. But, he paused, pointing to a specific clause in the contract. I see. It states that if I join your guild, my forging and appraisal services will only be available to guild members, right? Silver Rose nodded. That's natural. The guild cultivates chief lifestyle players, and resource allocation naturally requires them to serve the guild internally. This was indeed standard practice beyond reproach. The fat man showed an expression of as expected, and then, I understand the rules, but I can't agree. Why? This time, it was the red-haired girl, Crimson Rose, who spoke up, her face filled with impatience. Isn't a monthly salary of 10,000 enough? Don't be too greedy, you fat pig. The fat man shrank his neck in fear at her fierce demeanor but still mustered the courage to explain. It's not about the money, it's because I owe a favor to a benefactor. Back when I was still a rookie, no one looked up to me, and I couldn't even afford a decent weapon. It was that benefactor who, without a second thought, gifted me a superb silver sword, giving me the capital to start and allowing me to be where I am today. The fat man's tone was filled with gratitude, his eyes sparkling with genuine light. Although I don't have much ability, one must be grateful and repay kindness. Before I repay this favor, I cannot join any guild. His words were resolute, and although his tone was naive, the content moved many players present. Gratefulness and repaying kindness. In this profit-driven game world, there are not many who can uphold this principle. However, the red-haired girl, Crimson Rose, clearly wasn't buying it. After hearing the fat man's explanation, she not only didn't understand but became even more furious. Nonsense benefactor. Nonsense favor. Crimson Rose stepped forward, grabbing the fat man by the collar of his armor, pulling him off balance. Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with anger and threat. Our guild leader personally came to invite you. Giving you such good treatment is a sign of respect. You fat pig. Don't be ungrateful. The fat man, gripped by the collar, showed clear signs of fear on his face, his body even trembling slightly. But he still gritted his teeth, shaking his head vigorously. His eyes, though fearful, revealed a stubbornness. I'm sorry. I really can't agree. Crimson Rose was about to explode in anger. Just then, her sister, Silver Rose, spoke up coldly. She reached out and pulled her impulsive sister back. Enough. Silver Rose looked deeply at the fat man. She withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to its previous indifference. You keep the contract for now. We will give you 3 days to consider. We will come back to find you in 3 days. After saying this, Silver Rose did not linger, turning to lead the guild members away. In the midst of the players' awe and complex gazes, she left decisively. Red Flame Rose was pulled by her sister, still glaring at the fat man with indignation, muttering curses under her breath. The storm had temporarily subsided. The fat man let out a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at the players still surrounding him, showing an apologetic smile as he clasped his hands together. Sorry everyone. Today there are some matters at home, so the business ends here for now. Come back tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. After he finished speaking, the surrounding players began to complain. After all, it was still early compared to the usual time he closed up, but the fat man ignored everyone and continued to pack up. The onlooking players, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch and having been given the order to leave, could only reluctantly disperse. In the distance, Yun Shen had watched the entire scene. Knowing that the fat man was closing up early today, he did not plan to disturb him just yet. The matter of identifying equipment could wait until next time. He turned around, preparing to head to the church to check on the situation with the secret treasure. However, just as he turned around and had not taken 2 steps, a slightly breathless and somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait. Yunshin paused, puzzled, and turned back. He saw the fat man jogging towards him, rushing straight over. He reached Yun Shen's side, panting heavily from running too fast. He looked around, confirming that there was no one else nearby, before leaning in closer. Lowering his voice, he spoke cautiously yet with immense excitement. Long time no see. Demon. Boss. The fat man's voice was filled with gratitude. Boss, thank you so much last time. If it weren't for you giving me that silver-grade equipment, I would never have leveled up to 10 so quickly. Yun Shen was taken aback. With his hooded black cloak and mask, his ID and information were all concealed. How did this fat man recognize him? He stopped, his gaze scrutinizing as it fell on the panting fat man. How did you recognize me? The fat man chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth, and pointed at the coarse cloak Yun Shen was wearing. Boss, this hooded cloak of yours, although it looks ordinary, the style and color are exactly the same as the one you wore when you gave me the weapon last time. I may not have other skills, but I have a good memory. Especially for those who have helped me. I definitely remember everything about them clearly. The fat man patted his chest, his tone resolute. Hearing this, Yunshen looked down at his cloak. It seemed it really was the one he casually pulled out from the warehouse last time. He didn't expect this to be the key to being recognized. This fat man's observational skills are quite something. The fat man raised his head, his eyes shining with sincerity. Yunshen recalled what had just happened. By the way, I saw you hurriedly closing up. Earlier? The fat man scratched his head, smiling innocently. I saw you outside the crowd. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long, so I decided to close up early and hurry over to find you. So that's how it was. Yunshen nodded. Boss, the fat man rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed. I forgot to formally introduce myself last time. My real name is Lin Shiheo, you can just call me Fatty. Lin Shiheo puffed out his chest, slapping it with a loud thud, his tone incredibly bold. From now on, no matter what equipment needs repairing or identifying, just come find me. All free. As long as I, Lin Shiheo, am still playing this game, this promise will always be valid. His words were powerful, and his eyes were filled with sincerity. Yunshen looked at him and felt that this investment was not in vain. He hadn't expected any return from the other party. It was just a casual act at the time. Unexpectedly, this fat guy turned out to be quite genuine. Since the other party had said so, Yunshen was not the type to engage in hypocritical pleasantries. All right, he responded decisively. Then, under the fat guy's eager yet slightly nervous gaze, Yunshen opened his backpack and began to pull out items. Swish, the first item, Disaster Mage's Boots, gold grade, unidentified. Lin Shiheo's eyes lit up. Swish, the second item, Bloodthirsty Battle Axe, gold grade, unidentified. Swish, 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 the third, fourth, fifth items, armor, weapons, accessories, a wide variety, and without exception, all were unidentified gold grade equipment. At first, the fat guy managed to keep his composure. But as Yunshen pulled out more and more gold equipment, 10 pieces, 20 pieces, 30 pieces, when a small pile of golden gear began to accumulate in front of him, surpassing 50 pieces, and it seemed Yunshen had no intention of stopping. The fat guy was completely dumbfounded. The way he looked at Yunshen was as if he were staring at a monster. BB boss. Lin Shuheo's voice began to tremble, pointing at the dazzling pile of gold equipment on the ground, stammering, this. Did you rob some guild's warehouse? Or did you wipe out some gold-grade boss's lair? It's no wonder he was so flustered. At this stage, an ordinary player boasting about having a single piece of gold equipment was already impressive. But now, this demon boss in front of him casually pulled out dozens of pieces of gold equipment. The visual impact was simply more shocking than when Rosie Cross had just issued a monthly salary of 10,000. Yunshen ignored his shock and continued to pull out items. He didn't stop until he had emptied all the unidentified gold equipment that had dropped from the Lost Land dungeon. He roughly counted, there were about 66 pieces. Here, it's all here. Yunshen pointed to the pile of equipment on the ground. Thank you. Lin Shiheo swallowed hard, snapping back to reality from his extreme shock. He squatted down to look at the equipment on the ground, estimating, with this much gold equipment, it would probably take a day to identify everything. Yunshen nodded in understanding. No problem. I'll come find you at this time tomorrow. Saying this, he opened the system interface and selected the Entrust Identification function. He formally entrusted all the more than 60 pieces of gold equipment on the ground to Lin Shiheo through the system. System prompt. You have entrusted 66 pieces of gold-grade equipment to player Fat Guy for identification. Expected completion time 24 hours. System prompt. During the entrustment period, the ownership of the equipment remains with you. If the identification is not completed within 24 hours, the equipment will automatically return to your backpack. With the system's guarantee, Yunshen naturally didn't worry that the other party would abscond with the equipment. This was also one of the foundations of his trust in Lin Shiheo. While the two were exchanging equipment, in the distance, the group from the Rosie Cross Guild, who had not left, naturally noticed the commotion over here, especially when they saw Lin Shiheo being so respectful to that mysterious figure in the black robe, even bowing and patting his chest in assurance. The red-haired girl, Crimson Flame Rose, couldn't help but frown, nudging her sister beside her with her elbow. Sis, look at that fat guy. She lowered her voice, her tone clearly showing displeasure and a hint of vigilance. He's way too polite to that black-robed person, bowing and smiling, more respectful than he is to us. Who exactly is that black-robed person? Could it be the so-called benefactor he just mentioned? Crimson Flame Rose pouted, a flicker of worry and reluctance in her eyes. He wouldn't have been snatched away by that black-robed person, would he? Then didn't we come here for nothing? Beside him, the Silver Rose, who had been silently observing, did not immediately answer her sister's question. Her cold, clear eyes remained fixed on Yunshen's back. After a moment, she slowly withdrew her gaze, her tone still flat. I'm not sure, but this person gives me a very dangerous feeling. He shouldn't be a simple character. After agreeing with the chubby Lin Shoheo to pick up the equipment tomorrow, Yunchen no longer lingered. He ignored the curious and probing gazes around him and walked straight towards the church and the lost ruins. The church was as quiet and solemn as ever. The angel NPC, responsible for analyzing the treasure, still stood in front of the statue, radiating a soft holy light. Yunchen approached. The angel seemed to sense his arrival, slowly turning around, her pure face revealing little emotion. She extended her slender, fair hand, cradling a palm-sized, ancient-looking prism. Adventurer, the item you entrusted has completed its mission. The angel's voice was ethereal and solemn. Yunchen took the prism. It felt cool to the touch, smooth on the surface, with what seemed like flowing light slowly rotating inside, refracting strange colors. He thanked her and did not linger, turning to leave the church. Finding a secluded corner, Yunchen eagerly checked the attributes of this treasure. That had cost him 3 days of waiting. Name, origin, prism type, treasure effect, attribute doubling, after binding. With the user's soul, one can choose any attribute value from their attribute panel to gain a permanent doubling effect. Note, each player can only bind once and the choice cannot be changed. What the hell? The moment he saw the effect of the origin prism, even with Yunchen's 2 lifetimes of experience, his heart couldn't help but twitch violently. Permanent doubling any basic attribute. This effect is simply outrageous. If this thing were in the hands of those big shots with thousands or tens of thousands of basic attributes in the later stages, it's unimaginable. A warrior with over 10,000 strength would have 20,000 strength after doubling? A single punch could explode a planet? An assassin with over 10,000 agility would have 20,000 agility after doubling, instantaneously becoming the Flash? The value of this origin prism is beyond measure. It is truly a strategic level item. Yunchen's breathing became somewhat rapid. Without any hesitation, he instantly made a decision in his mind. Choose health points. Is there any attribute more important to him than health points? No. His core talent, Demon Transfer, is entirely based on a massive health point limit. The higher the health points, the more cost he can transfer. As Yunchen made his choice, the cold system prompt sounded in his ear. System prompt, binding successful. System prompt, origin prism effect has been activated. System prompt, detected that your chosen basic attribute is health points. This attribute has gained a permanent doubling effect. It worked. Yunchen's gaze was firmly locked on the health points section. Health points, 60,068/60068, originally 30034, 60,000. This meant Yunchen's damage had directly doubled. Looking at this number, an unprecedented, heavy sense of security washed over him like a mountain. Awesome. So damn awesome. Yunchen suddenly remembered another thing. Speaking of which, that guy who can't hit me, there's also a treasure over there. It was something he had helped retrieve for the other party. He also had the right to use that treasure. He just didn't know what effect that guy's treasure would have once analyzed. With that thought, Yunchen immediately opened his friend list and found Can't Hit Me. He skillfully sent a message, President, has your treasure been analyzed yet? The message was sent successfully. However, time passed second by second. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The chat box remained empty, with no replies. Yunchen frowned slightly. This was a bit unusual. Normally, Can't Touch Me would reply instantly. Why was there such a delay today? Could something have happened? Just as Yunchen was thinking this, a ding-dong notification finally sounded for a friend message. Can't Touch Me responded, Boss, the secret treasure has been deciphered, but I'm currently leading a team to take down the regional boss in City E, so I can't break away right now. Boss, can you give me a day? Once I push this boss down, I'll come back to find you. Yunchen replied that it was no problem. After closing the chat box, Yunchen prepared to return to the real world. He glanced at the system's built-in time display. Calculating the days, it's been almost a week since the game arrived. According to his memories from his previous life, around the 7th day after the game descended into reality, the first global event would erupt. Catastrophe. Catastrophe. A large number of monsters from the game world would surge into the real world through unstable spatial rifts, portals, that suddenly appeared all over the globe. It would be a true calamity. In his last life, the sudden outbreak of catastrophe caught everyone off guard. Countless people perished under the claws and fangs of the monsters. Just the first wave of catastrophe caused direct casualties of over 1 million people. Worldwide, he remembered that 4 cities were completely devastated under the onslaught of the monsters, reduced to rubble, with almost no survivors. For the vast majority of people, catastrophe was a devastating disaster. But for Yunchen, it was another matter. A large number of monsters meant a large amount of experience points, equipment drops everywhere, and the demon points that could only be obtained by killing bosses used to upgrade items of gold grade and above. This global disaster was, for him, a feast for leveling up. The familiar light of the teleportation array flashed. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, his vision cleared. Yunchen had returned to the real world in City D. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, and pedestrians hurried along the street. Everything looked just like usual. Yunchen walked towards the black sports car, parked not far from the roadside, which he had seized from someone at the Linhai group. Before the arrival of catastrophe, he still needed to make some preparations. Just as Yunchen was about to start the car, a piercing scream shattered the previously calm atmosphere of the street. Immediately, as if a fuse had been lit, panic spread like a plague. Monsters! It's monsters from the game! Run! What is that thing? Pedestrians scattered in a panic, and the once orderly street instantly fell into chaos. Yunchen frowned slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the source of the commotion. Not far away, at the center of the intersection, the air was twisting and rippling violently as if stones had been thrown into water. Blinding arcs of electricity flickered at the edges of the distorted space, with a tearing sound like fabric ripping. An unstable portal flickering with ghostly blue lightning appeared out of thin air. Following that, a massive shadow clumsily tumbled out from within. Thud! A dull thud echoed, and the entire ground seemed to tremble. It was an exceptionally large monster, standing at least 5 meters tall. Its body was covered in rough, rock-like skin. Most strikingly, it had 2 heads perched on its neck. The 2 heads were grotesque, with exposed fangs, continuously emitting low growls. In its hands, it wielded a crude stone club made from large rocks and thick tree trunks, looking quite hefty. Almost. The moment the monster appeared, information about it automatically surfaced on Yunchen's retina. 2-headed brutal hammer giant, LV-10, grade. Silver. Yunchen was slightly taken aback. The timing is off. He remembered clearly that the catastrophe was supposed to fully erupt in a day or two. How could a silver-level boss show up now? He noticed that after the 2-headed brutal hammer giant dropped down, the spatial rift in midair quickly became unstable, flickering a few times before completely closing and disappearing as if it had never existed. Only one? If the catastrophe has descended, there should be at least hundreds. Yunchen understood. It seems this is just the precursor to the catastrophe? Like a few raindrops before a storm. Yunchen withdrew his gaze, preparing to drive away. He had other matters to attend to. He didn't want to waste time on this. He would leave this monster to the officials to handle. Sure enough, at that moment, hurried footsteps and shouts came from a distance. Everyone, step aside. Keep your distance. This area is dangerous. Evacuate quickly. 2 players in official combat uniforms, 1 male and 1 female, rushed in from the outskirts of the crowd. They were likely the officials responsible for patrolling this area. When they saw the massive, fierce-looking 2-headed brutal hammer giant, their expressions instantly turned grave. They were both only level 9. Dealing with a boss of the same level was already challenging, let alone a level 10 boss. The male team leader quickly made a judgment: evacuate the crowd. I'll hold it off. Call for backup immediately. Understood. The female team member showed no hesitation and immediately turned around, starting to organize the nearby onlookers who hadn't run far or were still watching the commotion to evacuate. Meanwhile, the male team leader took a deep breath, drew a gleaming long knife from behind, and charged towards the 2-headed giant. Beast! Look this way, he shouted, trying to attract the giant's attention. The 4 eyes on the 2 heads of the giant simultaneously turned towards him, letting out a deafening roar. A gray magic circle lit up beneath the boss. The male team member's pupils constricted. This was a sign that the boss was about to unleash a skill. He immediately focused, instinctively retreating. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. After the magic circle's light shone, the massive figure of the boss suddenly vanished from its spot. Almost simultaneously, it appeared right in front of the retreating male team member. The rough, gigantic stone club was easily swung up, creating a dull whooshing sound as it swept towards the male team member. The giant seemed clumsy, but the speed at which it swung the stone club was astonishing. The male team member never expected the opponent to be so fast. He barely managed to turn his body in an attempt to dodge this fatal blow. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache. The edge of the stone club struck the male team leader's side with tremendous force. Ugh! The male team leader let out a scream, his body feeling as if it had been hit by a speeding truck, instantly losing balance. He was sent flying like a broken sack. He traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground beneath him. His health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. He struggled a few times but lacked the strength to even get up. Ironically, the spot where he fell was right in front of Yunchen's black sports car, less than 3 meters away. Captain, the female team member, who was evacuating the crowd, gasped at the sight. She couldn't care about anyone else and rushed anxiously towards her injured companion. She ran to the captain's side, straining to half-lift him, trying to drag him away from the danger zone. However, the 2-headed giant gave them no chance. After knocking the male team leader away, the magic circle beneath its feet reactivated, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters. A huge shadow loomed over the female team member who had just run to the male captain's side. The 2-headed giant let out a cruel roar from both of its heads simultaneously. The massive stone club, stained with the captain's blood, was raised high. It was aimed directly at the two tiny humans lying and crouching on the ground, ready to smash down. It was over. Watching the rapidly enlarging shadow of the stone club, feeling the rush of the bloody wind and the overwhelming pressure, the female team member's face instantly drained of all color, leaving only despair. She instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable, unbearable pain to arrive. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated, shattering and excruciating pain did not come. Around her, it seemed to suddenly fall eerily silent. Only the faint noise of the distant crowd and the whimper of the wind blowing through the street could be heard. What was happening? The female team member was filled with immense confusion. Cautiously, she tentatively opened one eye. The sight before her left her completely stunned. The ferocious two-headed giant still held the stone club high, poised to strike down. The expressions on its two heads remained as terrifying as ever. But it was completely still. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button, turning it into a lifelike statue. The female team member instinctively turned her gaze to the top of the giant's head. Then, her pupils dilated sharply. She saw that the boss's health bar had somehow become completely empty, totally cleared. It had turned gray, the color of death. A gentle breeze blew by. With a crash, that massive, Mapu-like giant's body seemed to lose all support. It fell backward with a thunderous sound, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of choking dust. In the dazed gaze of the female team member and the injured male captain on the ground, a loot orb radiating a soft silver glow appeared above the boss. Before the two could react to what was happening, a sudden honking sound came from behind them. The abrupt noise startled the female team member, who was still in a state of extreme shock and confusion. Supporting the coughing male captain, she turned around abruptly. There, beside them, was a stunningly handsome black sports car parked. The window had been rolled down at some point. A young-looking man was sitting in the driver's seat. His fingers were lightly tapping on the steering wheel, seemingly a bit impatient. Then, the young man's calm voice reached her ears. "Sorry, could you please move aside? You're blocking the road. I'm in a hurry." The female team member? The male captain? Both of their brains momentarily crashed. Wait, wasn't the crowd dispersed? Why was this person still here? No, wait. What happened to that silver-level boss just now? How did it suddenly disappear? Could it be this person did it? But they hadn't seen either of them make a move. This massive influx of information crashed over the female team member's understanding like a tsunami, making her feel like her brain was about to overflow. Yet, she instinctively helped the injured captain and shifted aside to clear the path. Yunchen nodded indifferently. "Thank you." He started the sports car. The black sports car's engine let out a deep, pleasant roar as it slowly moved forward. Just as the car passed the spot where the giant had vanished, a hand casually reached out from the window. With pinpoint accuracy, it snatched the silver-glowing loot orb from the ground and tucked it into a backpack. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. Then, the black sports car accelerated beautifully, merging into the gradually restoring flow of traffic ahead. Soon, it disappeared at the end of the street, leaving behind two official team members, supporting each other, standing in a daze, watching the direction in which the sports car disappeared, and the huge shadow left on the ground after the giant fell. They exchanged glances. Inside the car, Junshin held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other played with the silver loot orb he had just picked up. System notification: you have obtained rock shoulder of the brutal hammer giant, silver level. System notification: you have obtained double-headed wisdom robe, silver level. System notification: you have obtained 635 life coins. Tisk. Yunchen curled his lips. Both items were silver-level equipment for mages. As for the life coins, they were hardly worth mentioning. The silver boss is still a bit poor. He thought for a moment and activated his talent demon sacrifice. He upgraded the two pieces of equipment to gold level. Then he tossed them into his backpack. He drove casually while reminiscing about that brief, almost negligible battle. The double-headed brutal hammer giant, level 10, silver grade. In the game, silver-level bosses had around 50,000 health points. For ordinary players at this stage, and even for those two official players just now, it was a formidable enemy that required careful handling, and could even lead to a total wipe. But for Yunchen, he merely activated demon transfer, glanced at the boss, and then there was nothing more. With his current health of 60,000, a boss with 50,000 health didn't even stir a wave before collapsing on the spot. The source prism was simply a divine artifact tailor-made for him. Even a higher-level gold boss posed no threat to him. But Yunchen quickly calmed his mind. He recalled the earlier encounter outside the Lost Land dungeon with that guy called Boss Collector. That time, despite the huge level suppression, he indeed couldn't win. But what frustrated him the most? It was when he tried to escape using the invincibility effect of shadow stealth. The opponent threw a silence skill at him, directly interrupting his casting. The skill went on cooldown, and he instantly became a live target. That experience rang alarm bells for Yunchen. His output and survival abilities were already quite monstrous, but he lacked effective crowd control countermeasures, commonly known as body dominance. Such skills usually required players to reach level 20 or even higher to learn through class change or special quests. At this stage, it was nearly impossible to obtain. The only way was to rely on special items. But these were rarer than platinum equipment. He had cleared so many dungeons himself, looted dozens of pieces of equipment and items, yet had never seen one with a decontrol attribute. Looks like I can only go to that place and try my luck. Yunchen made a decision in his heart. He sped towards the center of D City. His target, Starlight Chamber of Commerce, the largest player trading center in D City. According to his memories from his previous life, Starlight Chamber of Commerce was not only the largest player item distribution center in D City at this stage, but also had a very deep background. It was known for its complete range of goods and stable supply. Many rare items, even some that couldn't be bought through official channels, could be found here. In the future game progression, Starlight Chamber of Commerce would develop into a commercial giant spanning several major regions with immense influence. He had to enhance his strength as much as possible and fill in the gaps before the outbreak of the catastrophe, especially this decontrol method that could counter negative states. Starlight Chamber of Commerce. I hope you won't disappoint me. The speed of the sports car increased again, leaving the surrounding vehicles far behind, disappearing into the bustling city. Half an hour later, the black sports car executed a beautiful drift and came to a steady stop in front of a strikingly modern skyscraper in the city center. A huge sign hung at the entrance of the building, Starlight Chamber of Commerce. Yunchen pushed the door open and got out, looking up at the imposing building. People came and went at the entrance, players streaming in and out, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. He adjusted his collar and stepped into the hall of the trading association. Even with Yunchen's extensive experience, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Spacious, luxurious. The hall, at least 20 meters high, had a floor of polished marble that gleamed like a mirror. Above, a dazzling crystal chandelier sparkled. Surrounding walls were embedded with enormous virtual screens, scrolling information about various popular products. In exquisite glass display cases, equipment, skill books, and items glimmered with different levels of sheen. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air. Hello, sir, welcome to the Starshine Trading Association. How may I assist you? A melodious voice sounded nearby. Yunchen turned to look. A tall, elegantly dressed female staff member in a well-tailored black uniform stood beside him, smiling. Her smile was perfectly standard, radiating just the right amount of warmth without being overly solicitous. Clearly, she had received professional training. Chen wasted no time and got straight to the point. I need items that can dispel or grant immunity to control effects. Upon hearing this, the staff member's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered in her eyes. She walked over to a device resembling an operation console, her slender fingers quickly tapping on the virtual screen. Soon, she looked up and turned back to Yunchen, her smile still professional. Sir, we do have this type of item in our association. However, she paused, these items are very rare and the prices are quite high. Moreover, our association currently only accepts transactions in life coins and we do not accept real currency at this time. Yunchen raised an eyebrow. What's the cheapest one? The staff member smiled and quoted a number. Currently, the lowest priced item in our inventory is 8,000 life coins. 8,000? Highway robbery? Yunchen's brow furrowed slightly. He still had over 260,000 life coins in his backpack. 8,000 wasn't unaffordable. But the catastrophe was about to arrive. Using skills and activating equipment in the real world would consume life coins. Who knows what situations might arise then and how great the consumption would be. This money had to be spent sparingly. Every penny had to be used wisely. After pondering for a moment, Yunchen asked, do you accept equipment and skill books here? The staff member immediately nodded, her smile becoming more sincere. Of course we do, sir. We buy equipment, skill books, rare materials, as long as they are valuable items, we will purchase them. This is also one of our main businesses. If you have any idle items to sell, we can offer a very fair price. All right. Yunchen nodded. He opened his backpack and with a thought, a staff with an ancient design, topped with a blue gem, appeared in his hand. It was the bronze level, apprentice's arcane staff he had picked up earlier, which he had upgraded to gold level using advancement points. Apprentice's arcane staff, gold level, attributes, intelligence plus 40, spirit plus 35, special effect, casting speed plus 5%. Note, this is an apprentice staff enhanced by mysterious powers, but its basic material limits its potential. The attributes were quite poor, the lowest of the gold level. Just right to test the price. Estimate a price for this. Yunchen casually handed over the staff. All right, sir, please wait a moment. The staff member took the staff, and when she saw the golden gold level suffix behind the staff's information, a clear look of surprise flashed in her eyes. At this stage, gold equipment was definitely hard currency in the market. She didn't dare to be negligent and immediately placed the staff in the groove of the operation console for appraisal. Moments later, she lifted her head and quoted a price. Sir, this apprentice arcane staff, although its basic attributes are average, is still of golden quality. We can offer 2,000 life coins for it. 2,000? That seems fair. It appears that the Starlight Chamber of Commerce conducts business quite honestly. Since the price is acceptable, that makes things easier. Under the puzzled gaze of the female clerk, Yunshin opened his backpack again. Then, clatter! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. On the counter, brilliance shone. 1, 2, 5, 10. Weapons, armor, accessories, a variety of types, but without exception, all were of golden quality. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty counter was piled high with a small mountain of over a dozen pieces of golden equipment. The female clerk, who had just maintained a professional smile, was completely dumbfounded. She stared in astonishment at the pile of golden equipment radiating an enticing glow on the counter. Her expression was as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yun Chen ignored her loss of composure, pointed at the pile of equipment, and said flatly, "Please appraise these." Silence. A deathly silence. The shock on the female clerk's face quickly faded. In its place was a deep sense of vigilance and suspicion. Her gaze sharpened, and she subtly took a half step back. One hand quietly reached under the counter, pressing an inconspicuous button. Almost simultaneously, swish, 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 several figures, like phantoms, flashed out from various corners of the hall. They were several security guards dressed in matching black uniforms, exuding a fierce aura. These individuals were all players, and their levels were not low. Their eyes were cold, their movements swift, silently spreading out to subtly encircle Yunchen. An atmosphere of hostility permeated the air. Ha! Yunchen raised an eyebrow, instantly sensing that something was off. What did these people intend to do? Given their stance, could it be that they wanted to rob him? In the hall of the Starlight Chamber of Commerce? Such audacity? His gaze also turned cold, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. What do you mean by this? The female clerk took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm herself. She forced out a stiff smile, her eyes fixed intently on Yunchen, and asked word by word, "This customer, you suddenly took out so much equipment. Could you please explain the source of these items?" Yunchen, source? What do you mean? The female clerk's voice also turned cold, carrying an unmistakable scrutiny. Recently, the underground world of City D has been unstable, with some scoundrels specifically hunting solo players to rob their equipment. These criminal players, after succeeding, often choose to come to chambers like ours to sell off their stolen goods in bulk. Our chamber, for the sake of our reputation, does not accept stolen items. So, we kindly ask you to cooperate and clarify the origin of this equipment. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. The surrounding security players' hands were already resting on their weapons, their eyes locking onto Yun Chen with ill intent, ready to act at the slightest provocation. After hearing this, Yun Chen was momentarily stunned. Then, he felt somewhat speechless. Goodness! After all this, did they take him for a robber here to sell stolen goods? No wonder pulling out a dozen pieces of equipment so casually could indeed lead to misunderstandings. The atmosphere around the counter instantly dropped to freezing point. Faced with the questioning gazes around him, Yun Chen was pondering how to explain. Just at this tense moment, when the atmosphere was on the verge of exploding, "Everyone, put down your weapons." A gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice suddenly came from the second floor. The voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the entire hall, easing the originally tense atmosphere. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the spiral staircase on the second floor. A well-dressed young man, wearing single-lens glasses and exuding an elegant and approachable demeanor, was leisurely walking down the stairs. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a smile on his face and calm eyes. Upon his arrival, the previously wary female clerk and the several imposing security guards immediately reined in their hostility, bowing in unison with utmost respect. "Young master." The young man, who was named Xia Ming, nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Yun Chen. He looked him up and down, his eyes filled with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Then he turned his attention to the pile of gleaming golden equipment on the counter. "Take all of these golden grade items." His voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable commanding tone. "And on top of the estimated value, increase the price by another 5%. Ah, the female clerk was taken aback, a worried expression crossing her face. "But, young Master Xia Ming, the boss has instructed that we cannot accept items of unknown origin. If they are indeed stolen goods and attract the authorities, it would be very troublesome." Xia Ming merely smiled faintly at her words. He reached up to adjust the single-lens glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. "Criminal players, in pursuit of efficiency and risk reduction, usually only target players of a lower level than themselves. The equipment they can obtain is mostly not of high quality. Silver grade is already considered rare, let alone Xiaoming's gaze swept over the equipment on the counter, and these are all, at least golden grade. He looked at the still hesitant female clerk and continued, even if we take a step back and assume these items were indeed obtained through murder and robbery by this customer. The corners of Xiaoming's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. That would mean he has taken down at least 10 high-level players who possess golden grade equipment. Do you think there is any player at this stage who could be that strong? Or rather, would someone with such strength still need to resort to murder and theft to make money? They could easily run a few high-level dungeons and earn much more than this. The female clerk was left speechless, opening her mouth as if to say something. But Xiaoming waved his hand, cutting her off, his tone resolute. No need to say more. He raised his head, looking sincerely at Yun Chen, and with an apologetic tone said, "My people were rude earlier. I hope this friend won't take offense. I am willing to trust this friend's credibility. We, the Xinhui Chamber of Commerce, will accept these items. I guarantee with my reputation that if any issues arise, just have my father come to find me." With that, the female clerk naturally dared not voice any objections. She quickly lowered her head. "Yes, young master." Then, she put on a professional smile again, beginning to carefully count and appraise the equipment on the counter, though the occasional flicker of doubt in her eyes revealed her inner unease. The surrounding security guards also quietly returned to their original positions as if nothing had happened. Xiaoming then gestured for Yun Chen to follow, smiling warmly as he said, "My friend, there are too many eyes here. Why not move to the VIP room upstairs for a detailed discussion? Coincidentally, I might be able to help with what you are looking for." Yun Chen glanced at him and nodded. Since the other party had offered a way out, he saw no reason to hold on to the matter. Moreover, he was somewhat intrigued by this suddenly appearing young master. The VIP room on the second floor was decorated in a low-key, luxurious style. Soft carpets, comfortable sofas, and a faint aroma of tea filled the air. Xiaoming personally poured a cup of tea for Yun Chen, then sat down opposite him, getting straight to the point. "You are looking for items that can or control effects, right?" Yun Chen nodded. Xiaoming smiled, carefully retrieving 4 items from his storage space and placing them on the tea table. Between them, one was a charm that emitted a faint bronze glow. 2 items were rings and earrings shimmering with silver light. The last item was a badge radiating a faint golden glow. To be honest, these types of items are extremely rare in the entire D-City branch. There are only these 4 pieces in stock, Xiaoming introduced, pointing at the items on the table. Among them, 1 was bronze level, 2 were silver level, and 1 was gold level. After finishing, Xiaoming smiled at Yun Chen. "Feel free to take a look. Which one do you like? Considering the unpleasantness earlier, I can give you a 10% discount." Yun Chen's gaze swept over the 4 items. In the end, his eyes landed on the cheapest bronze amulet. Holy Soul Amulet, bronze level, type, consumable item effect, stores holy energy, can automatically negate 10 negative effects applied to the wearer. Effect judgment priority is lower than the player's own. Resistance, only effective against negative effects not exceeding the wearer's level plus 10. Once the energy is depleted, the amulet will become completely ineffective. Price, 8,000 life coins. This is it. Yun Chen made his decision. The reason was simple. First, it was cheap, only 8,000. Second, and most importantly, he had demon sacrifice. Bronze level? No problem. With a flick of his finger, he could easily get a gold level for free. Even higher rarity was never an issue. "I want this Holy Soul Amulet," Yun Chen said, pointing at the bronze amulet, his tone flat. Xiaoming was slightly taken aback, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Choosing the cheapest bronze over the better silver and gold? Was he really that frugal? "Would you like to reconsider, friend? This Holy Soul Amulet, while it has many uses, is still just bronze level, and the strength of the effects it can negate is limited." Xiaoming tried to persuade him. "If you really think the price is high, we can negotiate the discount further." "No need, just this." Yun Chen interrupted him directly. Seeing Yun Chen's firm attitude, Xiaoming no longer pressed the matter. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The female shop assistant from earlier walked in, holding a settlement slip, her attitude much more respectful than before. "Young master, the equipment has been counted. There are a total of 15 pieces of gold level equipment. According to your previous instructions, with a 5% price increase, the total is 32,000 life coins. After deducting the 8,000 life coins for the Holy Soul Amulet, Yun Chen still made a profit of 24,000 life coins. This deal was not a loss. The transaction was completed. Ming stood up voluntarily and handed Yun Chen a beautifully crafted business card. "This guest, here is my contact information. If you have any equipment or other items to sell in the future, feel free to contact me. The Starshine Chamber of Commerce will definitely offer you the best price. I hope we can have a long-term cooperation opportunity." Yun Chen took the card and glanced at it. Ming, head of Starshine Chamber of Commerce D-City branch, he nodded, put away the card, and prepared to leave. The matters that needed to be handled were done, and he had to hurry. However, just as Yun Chen reached the door, Xiaming's voice rang out again, stopping him. "This guest, please wait." Yun Chen turned back to look at him. Xiaming wore a gentle smile, but his eyes held a somewhat meaningful glint. "Sir, being able to take out so many high-tier equipment at once, you must be a top expert on the level leaderboard, right?" Yun Chen raised an eyebrow, non-committal. "So what?" Xiaming quickly waved his hand, still smiling. "You don't need to misunderstand, I didn't mean to pry into your identity, just..." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "It's just that recently, I've heard a little rumor from some special channels, and I thought it might be of some value to an expert like you, so I wanted to offer it to you for free." "Oh?" Yun Chen became a bit interested. "What news?" Xiaming leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear, and said, "I've heard that recently there's a killer organization called Coffee House that has taken on a big job. The target is to assassinate the player currently ranked number 1 in the entire server, a player called Demon." Xiaming looked at Yun Chen, his gaze sincere. "This Coffee House organization is ruthless, its members are mysterious, and it is said that they have considerable power in reality as well. If this guest happens to know that Demon, please be sure to warn him to be cautious. This is, at least, a goodwill gesture from me." Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. "Coffee House? Assassination? Demon? Assassination? Me?" A storm surged in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. He gave Xiaming a deep look. Then he nodded slightly. "Understood." After saying that, he no longer lingered, pushed open the door, and left the VIP room directly. Watching Yun Chen's disappearing figure, Xiaming's smile slowly faded. He adjusted his monocle, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. Leaving the Starshine Chamber of Commerce, Yun Chen sat back in the flashy black sports car but did not start the engine immediately. He leaned back in the seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the steering wheel, replaying the conversation with Xiaming in his mind. "Coffee House? A killer organization? The target is to assassinate Demon? In other words, to assassinate me?" He had a vague impression of that name. In his previous life, Coffee House was also a player organization of some size. They were known for taking contracts to kill. As long as the price was right, they would do any dirty work. They usually only cared about money and did not ask for reasons. "So, someone is paying to take my life? Who?" The thought spun briefly in his mind. A name almost immediately jumped out. Lu Tianming. Besides that enemy, Yun Chen couldn't think of anyone else. He didn't expect the other party to be hiding in the novice village, still unsettled. Moreover, they were willing to invest such a large sum. Hiring Coffee House to take action would definitely not be cheap. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. After this disaster incident, he needed to find a way to completely deal with that guy. However, he recalled Xiaming's face, which wore a gentle smile, but seemed somewhat meaningful. That guy is a bit interesting. Yun Chen instinctively sensed his demon's eye, receiving no abnormal feedback. This indicated that his disguise had not been seen through, at least on the surface. So, how did Xiaming guess that he was Demon? Was it the fact that he took out more than a dozen pieces of golden equipment at once? It was indeed a bit eye-catching, but it shouldn't have directly revealed his identity, right? Or was it that the Starshine Chamber of Commerce had some special means of identifying identities? Or perhaps Xiaming was merely making a reasonable deduction and test based on his desire to purchase a control-release item, combined with the fact that he presented a large amount of golden equipment? The possibility was high. That guy is not simple-minded. As for the last piece of inside information, was it a goodwill gesture from the other party? Betting that he was Demon, selling a favor in advance. A bit scheming, but not too much. Yun Chen scoffed. Regardless of Xiaming's thoughts, this information itself was indeed somewhat valuable to him. At the very least, it let him know that someone was secretly targeting him. Moreover, it was a killer organization in reality. Coffee House. Once he dealt with the matters at hand, he needed to find a way to track down this group of flies and eliminate them all at once. Yun Chen pulled back his thoughts, no longer thinking about Xiaming. He took out the Holy Soul Talisman he had just obtained from his backpack. Bronze level, negates 10 times, level. Restriction. Yun Chen curled his lips. Better than nothing. But for him, the grade was never an issue. Demon Sacrifice, activate. He activated his talent, directly upgrading the talisman to golden level. Then he additionally consumed 5 points of demon points to elevate it to platinum level. Holy Soul Amulet, platinum level. Type, consumable item effect, stores powerful holy energy. Can automatically negate 50 negative effects applied to the wearer. Effect judgment priority is lower than the player's own resistance. Can immunize against negative effects below platinum level, and judgments for negative effects of equal level take effect. Once the energy is depleted, the amulet will become completely ineffective. Done. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction. Platinum level. The number of resistances has increased to 50. The most crucial change is that the effect description has shifted from negate to immunize against effects below platinum level. This means that as long as the target applying the control effect does not exceed his level, the amulet can directly immunize against it without consuming energy. Even when facing control effects of the same level, he can still perform a judgment to negate. This effect is already quite domineering. With this thing, at least at this stage, he is no longer completely powerless against control skills. His sense of security has greatly increased. He relaxed his tense nerves a bit. Gulyolu. As soon as he relaxed, the rumbling sound from his stomach became particularly clear. Continuous gaming and running around in reality, even a tough person can't withstand it. For the past few days, aside from the dry taste of compressed biscuits, he hadn't tasted anything else. It was time to have a proper meal. Alright, let's fill my stomach first. The car drove casually through the city. Soon, a home-style restaurant that didn't look very big but had a clean sign caught his eye. This will do. Yun Chen parked the sports car by the roadside, pushed the door open, and walked into the restaurant. It was afternoon, past mealtimes, and there weren't many customers in the shop, making it seem a bit deserted. A middle-aged woman who looked like the owner was dozing off behind the counter. When she heard someone come in, she lifted her head and lazily greeted, "What would you like to eat?" Yun Chen glanced at the menu on the wall and casually ordered a few home-style dishes. When it was time to pay, he noticed that this restaurant actually accepted cash. I guess in a few days, it will have to switch entirely to life coins, Yun Chen thought to himself. After the arrival of the catastrophe, the collapse of the real currency system was almost inevitable. He found a seat by the window, sat down, and waited for the dishes while looking at the street view outside. Not long after, "Sir, your dishes are here." A slightly crisp female voice rang out. Yun Chen turned to look. A young girl in a waitress uniform, quite pretty and slender, was walking over with a tray. She placed several dishes on the table one by one. Her gaze seemed casual but quickly swept across Yun Chen's face before immediately lowering her eyes, not daring to make eye contact. After arranging all the dishes, the girl extended her delicate fingers and seemingly unintentionally tapped lightly twice on the edge of a plate of steamed base. This action was very subtle yet deliberate. After completing this small gesture, she quickly lowered her head and turned to leave briskly. Yun Chen frowned. What did that just mean? He lowered his head, his gaze landing on the dishes on the table, finally fixing on the plate of steamed base. The position of the plate seemed a bit off. It seemed to be pressing down on something. Yun Chen's eyes sharpened instantly, but he maintained a calm demeanor. He didn't check immediately but leisurely picked up the chopsticks on the table as if he was really about to eat. Then, his left hand casually reached toward the plate of steamed base. His fingers gently probed under the tablecloth and then he slightly lifted the edge of the plate. Sure enough, under the plate there was a neatly folded small note. The note was made of ordinary white notepaper. He discreetly pinched the note between his fingers and, while adjusting his sitting posture, quietly unfolded it. His gaze fell on the note. It was written in a delicate but slightly trembling handwriting, with a shocking warning: "The food is highly poisonous, don't eat. Everyone in the restaurant is a killer from the coffee house." After reading the note, Yun Chen's heart jolted, but his face remained as calm as ever. Coffee house. That guy Xiaoming's inside information had come true so quickly? How did they find him? This seemingly ordinary home-style restaurant had been a meticulously arranged death trap from the moment he stepped in. The waitress who handed him the note had already vanished without a trace. Who was she? Why did she warn him? But never mind, it was better not to think about that now. His gaze discreetly swept across the entire restaurant. Inside, there were indeed not many customers. By the window, a couple was feeding each other with affection. The man wore an extremely flashy floral shirt, the open collar revealing a small patch of his chest. The girl wore a super short skirt that barely covered her thighs, her two glaringly white legs exposed to the air, her makeup exquisite, a true fashionista. In the corner, a balding uncle with a Mediterranean hairstyle was engrossed in a book, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Behind the counter, the boss lady, who had been half asleep earlier, still squinted her eyes, but Yun Chen keenly noticed that her peripheral vision was subtly glancing his way. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the entire restaurant. Everyone seemed like clumsy actors on stage, trying hard to play their roles yet unable to hide the deliberate and unnatural air about them. Interesting, Yun Chen thought with a cold smile. He silently crumpled the note into a ball and hid it in his palm, then stood up leisurely. "Boss lady, where's the restroom?" he asked casually, as if he were just in need of a bathroom break. The boss lady couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids, merely gesturing with her chin towards a direction inside the restaurant. Yun Chen nodded and walked towards the restroom at a leisurely pace. Just as his figure disappeared behind the restroom door, a commotion erupted in a hidden communication channel within the restaurant. "Coffeehouse D City Temporary Action Team Floral Shirt Man, the target has entered the restroom." Damn it, could he have sensed something? Super short skirt girl, relax, the dosage of the poison is enough to take down an elephant, unless he has divine protection. Floral shirt man, I just feel something's off, he's too calm. The balding uncle with reading glasses also slowly typed a message. Bald uncle, Rose, be patient. The target, demon, is ranked first, not someone to be underestimated. The more it gets to this point, the more we need to keep our cool. Boss lady, what's the situation? The boss lady behind the counter lightly tapped her fingertips under the counter, sending a message. Boss lady, don't worry, the fish is still in the net. I've set up soundproof barriers and spatial seals around the restaurant. Unless he can break through the golden level composite barrier in an instant, he won't be able to escape. As long as he makes any move, I'll notice immediately. However, time passed second by second. Floral shirt man, damn, it's been 10 minutes. Is he pulling gold bars in there? Boss lady. Bald uncle, calm down, wait for him to come out. A few more minutes passed. In the slightly anxious waiting of the assassins, the restroom door creaked open. Yunchen strolled out, showing no signs of anything unusual on his face, even wearing a look of satisfaction after relieving himself. He casually returned to his seat. In that moment, all the customers in the restaurant focused their gazes on him, a mix of anticipation, cruelty, and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Yun Chen seemed completely unaware. He picked up his chopsticks and, under the eager watch of everyone, picked up a piece of crystal-clear steamed bass. The fish was tender and exuded an enticing aroma. Then, he put the fish into his mouth and chewed it carefully. Not bad, he nodded seriously, seemingly quite satisfied with the dish's flavor. Seeing this, the man in the floral shirt and the woman in the ultra-short skirt exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a flicker of suppressed joy and ferocity in their eyes. It worked. As long as he ate, even the gods couldn't save him. The boss lady's lips curled into a smirk. The bald uncle continued to look down at his book, but the fingers gripping the pages tightened slightly. Yun Chen leisurely picked up a few more pieces of food. Suddenly, he frowned imperceptibly, and his movement to pick up food seemed to pause. Immediately after, his face appeared to flush with an unusual redness, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. He reached out to support his forehead, his body swaying slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. The poison has taken effect? The man in the floral shirt's eyes flashed with a glint, and he could no longer contain the murderous intent in his heart. Now's the time. Demon, your death is at hand. He sneered, suddenly pulling out a dagger shimmering with a ghostly green light from beneath the table. The dagger was pitch black, clearly laced with deadly poison. Without a moment's hesitation, the man in the floral shirt sprang from his seat like a cheetah, the dagger transforming into a green shadow like a venomous snake, silent yet as swift as lightning, aimed directly at Yun Chen's vital spot in the back. This strike was both fast and fierce, with an extremely tricky angle. However, just as the poisoned dagger's tip was about to touch the fabric of Yun Chen's back, Yun Chen's body twisted sharply to the left at an angle that no ordinary person could achieve, as if it had no bones. Swoosh! The dagger grazed his ribcage, tearing a small piece of fabric, but failed to injure him in the slightest. It was a close call. What? The man in the floral shirt's pupils suddenly constricted, his triumphant sneer freezing instantly on his face. How could he possibly dodge? The poison should have already taken effect. Before he could react from his shock, a fierce gust of wind from a punch rushed toward him. Yun Chen didn't even turn around. While avoiding the dagger, his right hand transformed from a fist to an open palm, striking back with a knife-hand blow, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, forcefully aimed at the man in the floral shirt's wrist. No, it wasn't a knife hand. It was a fist moving at an extreme speed. The man in the floral shirt felt a sharp pain in his wrist, a tremendous force crashing down, and he could no longer hold onto the dagger, which fell to the ground with a clatter. What shattered his heart even more was the charm he wore on his chest. It suddenly exploded with a faint glow, and then with a crack, it shattered. Damn! I just spent a fortune on that guardian charm. The man in the floral shirt was both shocked and furious, his heart aching. That was a life-saving item that could withstand one attack below gold level. Just like that, it was gone. However, before he could fully voice his complaint, a shadow, like a ghost, had already closed in on him. It was Yun Chen. On his handsome face, there was no trace of the weakness from being poisoned. His gaze was icy, and the corner of his mouth even held a hint of a mocking smile. In the next moment, a fist, carrying terrifying power, rapidly enlarged in the man in the floral shirt's horrified gaze. It was coming straight for his face. Faced with Yun Chen's punch, the man in the floral shirt's pupils dilated. What the hell? What kind of freakish speed is this? The guardian charm on his chest had just shattered. There was no way he could have another life-saving item in such a short time. If this punch landed, he wouldn't just be dead, he'd be half-crippled. In that split second, you won't get away. A delicate shout rang out. The woman in the ultra-short skirt, who had been cozying up to the man in the floral shirt earlier, flashed a fierce look in her eyes. The cup of strawberry sundae she had been eating suddenly exploded with a soft white light. In the next moment, something bizarre happened. The man in the floral shirt's figure instantly vanished from the spot, replaced by that lonely cup of strawberry sundae. Bang! Yun Chen's fist landed solidly on Shanghai. Cream and ice cream splattered everywhere, and the cup shattered into pieces. The man in the floral shirt appeared in the spot where the short-skirted woman had been, his face pale with lingering fear, gasping for breath. Damn it! You scared the hell out of me! Useless! The boss lady behind the counter, seeing this, lost the last trace of laziness on her face, replaced by a chilling coldness. She slammed her hand on the counter, leaping out like a hunting female leopard. In her hand, she had somehow acquired a pair of gleaming judge's pens. The pen tips flickered with a ghostly blue hue, clearly laced with deadly poison. All together. Quick battle, quick resolution. In the corner, the bald uncle who had been reading with his head down finally stopped pretending. He suddenly closed the heavy book in his hands, which emitted a metallic scraping sound as it transformed into a shimmering, metallic, kite-shaped shield. Holding the shield in his left hand, he drew a small but sturdy war hammer from his waist with his right. Thud. The bald uncle stomped heavily on the ground, charging at Yun Chen like a human tank. The boss lady wielded the judge's pen, her figure flickering as she attacked Yun Chen's side, forming a pincer attack with the bald uncle, cutting off all of Yun Chen's escape routes. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. The four of them were clearly above level 10, and their coordination was seamless, indicating they were experienced combat players. However, what shocked them was that under the siege, Yun Chen appeared to be completely at ease. His speed was astonishing, and his strength was incredible. Every block sent their arms tingling. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was incessant. Yun Chen, barehanded, managed to deflect all three of their attacks with just his bare hands. Damn! Is this guy really a priest? The man in the floral shirt shouted angrily while wielding his poison dagger. His skills are faster than a damn agility-type assassin, and his strength is ridiculous. The boss lady's expression turned extremely serious, her voice slightly hoarse. His attribute values are off. Very off. And the poison seems to have no effect at all. She knew how potent her poison was, not to mention a player, even an adult African elephant should have dropped dead on the spot. Yet the demon before her showed no signs of poisoning, aside from a slightly unnatural flush on his face. Everyone, stop holding back, the bald uncle said in a deep voice, swinging his warhammer with a whoosh, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Yun Chen's clothes. The target before us is the current number 1 level player in the entire server, the demon. You should know the consequences of underestimating him. At these words, the boss lady and the man in the floral shirt exchanged serious glances. Indeed, they had heard of the demon's reputation. They had thought that, with their carefully planned poisoning, they could easily take him down, but they never expected him to be so difficult to deal with. Quick battle, quick resolution. The three exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. The next moment, dazzling skill lights erupted from all three of them. Poison dragon drill. The boss lady's judge's pen spun rapidly, unleashing two deadly spirals of poison aimed directly at Yun Chen's eyes. Backstab enhancement, bone extraction. The man in the floral shirt's figure suddenly became illusory, the green light on his dagger flaring up as he targeted Yun Chen's back. Shield bash, mountain collapse. The bald uncle roared, the kite-shaped shield in his hand glowing with a heavy, earthy aura, crashing down towards Yun Chen with immense force. Three deadly attacks surged towards Yun Chen from three different directions simultaneously. The light flashed, and the killing intent surged. They aimed to take Yun Chen down in one blow. Faced with this storm-like combined attack, Yun Chen seemed to finally show signs of struggling. His movements exhibited a momentary delay. This was the opening. Die. The man in the floral shirt's eyes erupted with ecstatic light. His backstab enhancement, bone extraction, successfully seized this flaw. Put. The poisoned dagger accurately pierced Yun Chen's chest. It sank in an inch. Ha! The man in the floral shirt grinned as he pulled out the dagger, drawing out a spray of dark red blood. Watching Yun Chen slowly fall, he spat disdainfully. Number 1 in the whole server? Is this all you've got? Besides having slightly higher stats, you're practically a pushover. The landlady complained with a hint of sympathy. You were too rough. The boss said to capture him alive, we could get an extra 50,000 life coins. The man in the floral shirt curled his lip. If he's dead, he's dead. At worst, we'll get a little less. It's better than failing. Something's not right. The bald uncle, who had been silently observing and was responsible for the main tank, suddenly spoke up, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. He stared intently at the corpse of Yun Chen on the ground, his brow furrowed. Did you notice, did he use a single skill from start to finish? At the bald uncle's reminder, the smug expressions on the landlady and the man in the floral shirt froze. The two quickly recalled the battle process, from Yun Chen poisoning, to their collective attack, and finally to the kill. Throughout the entire process, Yun Chen had indeed fought solely relying on his monstrous physical attributes and incredible combat skills. No dark word, pain, no shadow cage, and certainly no catastrophe domain. He hadn't used a single skill. How could this be? A priest, not relying on skills, only using basic attacks and positioning, could trade blows with 3 combat classes and even gain the upper hand at times? Was he a priest? Or a humanoid mecha? Just as the three were filled with doubt, preparing to check the dead Yun Chen, the corpse on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. It revealed a strange smile to the crowd. Immediately, its body began to become illusory and transparent, like a reflection in water, rippling with waves. What is this? In the horrified gazes of the 3 assassins, Yun Chen's body transformed into a bubble and with a pop completely vanished into thin air. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Substitute. Skill. The man in the floral shirt screamed, the color draining from his face in an instant. When did he use it? How did we not notice at all? In the bathroom, while pulling the gold bars, he used it casually. A cold voice laced with mockery suddenly came from behind them. The 3 froze as if struck by a paralysis spell and turned around sharply. They saw the real Yun Chen, who had quietly appeared at the counter behind them without them noticing. He was half squatting at the edge of the counter, casually resting his hands on his knees, his eyes playfully watching them, as if enjoying a poor performance by a group of clowns. Doppelganger mirror. This platinum-level special item did not disappoint. It created a shadow puppet that was completely identical to his current appearance and base attributes, lasting for 30 minutes. Although the puppet couldn't use skills or equipment effects, it was a divine technique for confusing enemies. The one they had just fought for so long was merely a clone he created using the doppelganger mirror. The landlady, the man in the floral shirt, and the bald uncle's pupils shook, their souls nearly escaping. They had just thought to make a move, to counterattack or flee. But Yun Chen's gaze had already locked onto the terrified man in the floral shirt. Demon transfer, activate. There was no skill wind-up, no flashy effects, not even a hand gesture. The man in the floral shirt felt his heart seize violently, an indescribable terror and pain exploding from the depths of his soul. His vision went black and his health bar emptied in an instant, like a floodgate bursting open. Not even a scream could escape his lips. The man in the floral shirt trembled violently, his eyes bulging with terror and disbelief. Then, he fell straight back. Bang! He died on the spot. Instant kill. A combat player, at least level 10, well-equipped, was just inexplicably taken out, watching his companion turn into a corpse without even a groan, while the other party didn't even move a finger from start to finish. The landlady, the balding uncle, and the short-skirted woman who had been lingering on the outskirts all turned pale, the color draining from their faces in an instant. A wave of extreme fear, originating from the depths of their souls, gripped their hearts like a cold venomous snake. What kind of bizarre ability is this? A chill shot up from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Killing without a trace? They didn't even see how Yun Chen made his move. No, he didn't move at all. Just a glance. A single glance took out a player who was not low in level and had decent equipment. What a ridiculous joke. Just a simple move. It made them see the gap between themselves and Yun Chen. Run! The balding uncle was the first to react. His face, usually scholarly from years of reading, twisted in horror, fear washing over him like a tide. Without a second thought, he turned and prepared to crash through the restaurant's glass to escape. The landlady and the short-skirted woman were also terrified, no longer caring about any tasks or bounties. Survival was the priority. But would Yun Chen give them this opportunity? The answer was clearly no. Just as the balding uncle turned around, Yun Chen had already conjured a writhing gray electric snake in his hand. Withering lightning. Ziz. The piercing sound of electric current echoed throughout the restaurant. A gray lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, carrying the aura of destruction and decay, roared out from Yun Chen's palm like a venomous dragon hunting its prey. The target was the balding uncle, who had reacted the fastest and was trying to escape. Holy Light Guardian. The balding uncle felt the terrifying energy wave behind him, his heart racing. He turned sharply, raising the kite-shaped shield made from books in front of him. The shield erupted with a milky white holy light, attempting to block this fatal blow. This shield was his prized possession, a golden-level defensive equipment, with the Holy Light Guardian skill, said to withstand a full-force strike from a warrior of the same level. However, crack! A crisp sound. The moment it came into contact with the withering lightning, that seemingly indestructible milky white light shield shattered like thin paper. It didn't even hold for a breath. No! The balding uncle let out a desperate scream. The withering lightning continued unabated, crashing into his kite-shaped shield. Boom! The shield exploded, fragments flying everywhere. Immediately after, the gray lightning surged forward, instantly engulfing his body. The shrill scream abruptly stopped. In the terrified eyes of the landlady and the short-skirted woman, the balding uncle and his equipment disintegrated inch by inch in the withering electric light, turning into a handful of ashes that drifted down. Not even a trace was left. Instant kill. Another instant kill. And it took both the person and the equipment with it. But it wasn't over yet. The characteristic of withering lightning is chain jumping. After killing The balding uncle, that terrifying gray lightning only paused slightly before, like a maggot burrowing into bone, it instantly changed direction and shot towards the nearest landlady. Shadow Veil. The landlady screamed, wildly waving the judge's pen in her hand, trying to construct a shadow barrier in front of her, but it was all in vain. Put. The shadow barrier was equally unable to withstand. The withering lightning instantly pierced through. The gray lightning accurately struck the landlady. The boss lady trembled violently, her expression frozen in a mix of terror and unwillingness, before she followed in the footsteps of the bald uncle, turning to ashes in the flash of lightning. Two experts, unable to put up even a decent resistance, were directly evaporated by this strange lightning. Only the last woman in a short skirt remained. At this moment, she was already terrified to the point of losing her color, her soul seemingly detached from her body. She had just witnessed the tragic deaths of her two companions, and the visual impact nearly drove her to collapse. Phantom Shift. The instinct to survive compelled her to activate her ultimate displacement skill the moment the lightning struck. It was the same skill she had used to swap positions with the man in the floral shirt earlier. Her figure instantly became blurry, disappearing from her original spot and reappearing at the other end of the restaurant in the position where the previous couple actors had been. She thought she had escaped. However, Withering Lightning was a tracking type skill. As long as it was within the skill's range, it wouldn't disappear until it hit the next target or its energy was exhausted. That gray death lightning traced a strange arc in the air as if it had eyes, locking onto the figure of the woman in the short skirt once more, its speed increasing as it lunged forward again. No! Don't come over, the woman in the short skirt screamed, activating Phantom Shift again. Her figure flickered between several fixed points in the restaurant. Once, twice, 3 times, each time narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the lightning. But her face grew paler, cold sweat beading on her forehead. This skill consumed a tremendous amount of energy and had a limit on the number of uses. She couldn't use it much longer. That damned lightning, however, pursued her relentlessly like a vengeful spirit. After her next flicker, she looked up. The deadly gray lightning was right in front of her. Finally, at the moment she landed after her fourth shift, the skill entering cooldown, the soul-chasing gray lightning caught up with her. Ah! A short, desperate scream escaped her lips. The woman in the short skirt followed in her companion's footsteps, perishing in the withering flash of lightning, turning to ashes. The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant. Only the faint smell of charred remains lingered in the air, along with Yun Chen's eerily calm figure. Yun Chen gently blew on his non-existent gun barrel. Oh no, it was his finger. He put away the doll shadow mirror in his hand. This platinum-level special item had indeed proven to be unexpectedly effective. The created shadow doll possessed the same basic attributes and health points as his own body, making it a divine skill for confusing enemies. It was this doll that had been fighting with those assassins just now. The only drawback was that the doll couldn't use any skills or equipment effects, only performing normal attacks. This battle served as an evaluation for the doll. No matter how strong the attributes, if it can't use skills, it's just a high-level punching bag, Yun Chen silently assessed in his mind. It's only suitable for reconnaissance or in specific situations, like just now, to confuse the enemy and catch them off guard. If it were to be the main damage dealer, it still falls short. Yun Chen's gaze swept over the wreckage of the dining tables and the few dishes that had hardly been touched, especially the steamed base, which was now emitting a strange burnt smell, clearly reprocessed by the residual lightning. He sighed. Great, his wish for a good meal had once again gone down the drain. After simply collecting the spoils dropped by the fallen individuals, Yun Chen pushed open the glass door of the restaurant. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispersing the blood and charred smell within. Yun Chen immediately spotted his still flashy black sports car, and beside the car, that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, a loose hoodie with the hood pulled over the head, topped with a low-brimmed cap that cast most of the face into shadow. It was the waitress who had secretly slipped him a note in the restaurant, warning him that the food was poisoned. At this moment, she had changed out of her uniform. The girl seemed to sense Yun Chen's gaze and her body stiffened slightly. As Yun Chen stepped towards her, she took a deep breath and made a surprising move. She suddenly raised her hands, adopting a standard surrender pose. Yun Chen stopped in front of her, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What does this mean?" Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, mixed with relief. "Surrender, I don't want to fight. You." As she spoke, she took off her duckbill cap, followed by the hood of her sweatshirt, revealing a rather delicate face that looked somewhat pale and tense at the moment. Yu Tangying bowed deeply to Yun Chen, her tone apologetic. "Last time, I'm really sorry about trying to steal your treasure in the Lost Ruins." Upon hearing this, Yun Chen immediately recalled the last encounter in the treasure room of the Lost Ruins. That sneaky assassin had tried to snatch the treasure while he was trapped by a trap. She had been incredibly fast and her movements were strange. She was indeed a top-notch assassin. Unfortunately, he had accidentally taken her out in one swift move. Oh, so it was her. The world really is small. Yunshen looked at her with interest. So, you're also with the coffee house. You. Tang Ying gave a bitter smile. I joined the periphery of the coffee house purely to make money and gather some intelligence. After all, they are well informed. The target I received this time is you, codename Demon. She paused, looking at Yunshen with a somewhat complicated expression, but I immediately decided to give up on this mission. She paused again, looking at Yunshen, her gaze complex. However, I guess my warning was unnecessary. Why do you say that? Yunshen asked. Tang Ying shrugged. I can tell that. Even if I hadn't reminded you with a note, you would likely have been able to turn the tables on them. And you have items that can resist negative effects, right? She pointed to the area around Yunshen's chest. Those poisons probably won't affect you. Yunshen merely smiled faintly at this, non-committal. He did indeed have the Holy Soul Talisman, and it was platinum grade. Those poisons, let alone being immune to a platinum grade talisman, he could probably withstand them with a gold grade one. However, the fact that she could perceive this showed she had good insight. In any case, thank you, Yunshen said sincerely. He then pulled out a folded note from his sweatshirt pocket and handed it over. This is some additional intelligence. It contains the locations of several coffeehouse strongholds in D City, as well as information on some important members. She handed the note to Yunshen. So, does this mean we're even? Yunshen took the note and glanced at it. The note was light, but the information on it was heavy. The strongholds of the coffee house. Information on important members. The value of this intelligence far exceeded those few pieces of gold equipment. He nodded. We're even. Tang Ying sighed in relief upon hearing this. She gave a slight bow to Yunshen and turned to leave. Wait. Yunshen suddenly called out to her. Tang Ying stopped, turning back to look at him in confusion. Yunshen looked at her and said calmly, you gave me intelligence, so I'll return the favor with a piece of news. Before long, he looked up at the sky and continued, many monsters will descend into reality. Reality will soon become quite unstable. A lot of people will die then. He looked at Tang Ying. If you want to be safe, it's best to go into the game during this time. Tang Ying raised an eyebrow. Thank you. After a brief moment of gratitude, she didn't say anything more, tightened her duckbill cap, and quickly turned to leave, watching the shadow of Tang disappear around the corner. Yunshen withdrew his gaze. He looked down at the note in his hand. The elegant handwriting listed addresses and names. A coffee house? He looked up at the sky. Looks like I need to change my plans. He tightened his grip on the note, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. I should deal with these guys first. Inside the sleek black sports car, Yunshen gripped the steering wheel, his fingertips unconsciously tapping, while his thoughts lingered on the homestyle restaurant from earlier. Coffee house. How did they find me? Was my disguise seen through? Impossible. The existence of the demons I eliminated. Any possibility of being spied on through skills or items. Once someone attempted it, the demons I would surely give a warning, or even retaliate directly. But just now, the demons I was completely silent. Various possibilities flashed through Yunshen's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Unless divination, he murmured to himself. Certain special divination skills or items could indeed vaguely locate a target's general position without directly peering into their specific information. This method cleverly bypassed the judgment mechanism of the demon's eye. It was like looking at someone through frosted glass. You know there's a person there, but you can't see their features, thus triggering no eye contact counterattack effects. If that's the case, it could indeed be troublesome. He didn't have any counter-divination items on hand. Tisk. Yunshen clicked his tongue. It seemed that wanting to level up peacefully and have a meal had become a luxury. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only erase the potential diviners, along with the entire coffeehouse, from this world. Once and for all. His gaze turned cold, and he slammed down on the accelerator. Not long after Yunshen left, about half an hour later. Screech, a faint sound of tires scraping. At the entrance of the previously chaotic homestyle restaurant, a sleek, stylish Cadillac silently came to a stop. The door opened upwards. A long leg and high heels stepped out first. Following that, a cold woman in a well-tailored black suit, wearing sunglasses that nearly obscured half her face, emerged from the driver's seat. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with a neat bob of black hair, a beautiful face, but an expression as cold as eternal ice. After getting out of the car, the woman didn't even glance back at the expensive luxury vehicle, striding directly toward the restaurant. Pushing open the slightly ajar glass door, a faint smell of burnt food and blood rushed at her. She didn't even furrow her brow. Inside the restaurant, tables and chairs were overturned, dishes scattered everywhere, and there were several scratches of varying depths on the walls. By the counter, the man in the floral shirt, who had been punched by Yunshen and had his talisman shattered, lay dead. His eyes wide open, his face frozen in the terror and unwillingness of his last moments. The woman merely cast a casual glance before shifting her gaze away, as if it were just inconsequential trash. Her eyes finally landed on the 3 piles of black ashes scattered on the floor. Those were the only traces left after the bald uncle, the landlady, and the short-skirted woman were completely evaporated by the withering lightning. She walked slowly to the 3 piles of ashes. Squatting down, she observed carefully. After a moment of contemplation, she pulled out 3 palm-sized deep blue crystal vials from the inner pocket of her suit. If Yunchen were here, he would instantly recognize these items as high-end goods in the game, golden-grade blue vials. Each one could instantly restore a whopping 1,000 points of mana. At this stage, they were absolutely strategic resources that were hard to come by. On the market, a single vial started at no less than 500 life coins, and they were in high demand. The woman seemed completely unconcerned about the value of the contents, twisting off the cap and slowly pouring 1 bottle of golden-grade blue liquid over the first pile of ashes. The deep blue potion seeped into the black-gray without making a sound or causing any strange phenomena. With a blank expression, she picked up the second bottle and poured it over the second pile of ashes. Still calm, when she picked up the third golden-grade blue bottle and emptied its contents onto the last pile of ashes, a change occurred, sudden and unexpected. Buzz above the last pile of black ashes, the air slightly distorted, and an extremely hazy, almost transparent angelic silhouette slowly emerged. The angelic figure seemed to be composed of the purest light, with a pair of equally ethereal wings extending behind it. It bowed its head, seemingly praying devoutly. Then, the angelic silhouette slowly raised its hand, as if absorbing the energy emanating from the golden-grade blue bottle. A soft, starry white light spread from the angelic figure, falling like spring rain upon the pile of black ashes. An astonishing scene unfolded. The black ashes on the ground, illuminated by the white starlight, began to writhe, gather, and reshape as if they had come to life. Bones, flesh, skin. In just a few seconds, the pile of ashes reformed into a complete human shape. It was none other than the balding middle-aged man, who had previously worn reading glasses, held a book, and exuded a scholarly demeanor, yet was actually the main tank wielding a shield and hammer. The balding man suddenly opened his eyes wide, let out a long yawn, stretched his back, and moved his limbs, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Fully resurrected. Turning his head, he saw the woman in a suit coldly staring at him. The balding man's eyes lit up, and he opened his arms, wanting to give her a warm hug. "Oh, my beautiful Miss You. You finally came, I missed you so much. Let me hug you." Slap. A slender palm accurately landed on the balding man's enthusiastic face, stopping his advance. The woman in the suit, "Miss You," spoke in a calm and emotionless tone. "How long are you going to keep up this lecherous uncle appearance?" Bai Ming. The balding man, referred to as Bai Ming, was momentarily stunned, his smile freezing on his face. He blinked his murky old eyes and then said, "Oh," scratching his shiny bald head somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the disguise technique." As he spoke, he raised both hands and rubbed his face vigorously. A miraculous thing happened. The wrinkles on his face quickly faded. His sunken eye sockets became full again, and his sparse hair grew and changed color at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the greasy balding man vanished. In his place stood a tall, handsome young man with white hair and striking features. If one overlooked the slightly awkward expression on his face, he could easily be mistaken for a beautiful youth straight out of a comic. Miss Yu continued to look at him with a blank expression, her gaze behind her sunglasses as cold as ice. The esteemed boss of the coffee house, Mr. Bai, who was as elusive as a dragon, leaves behind a mountain of tasks in the organization, claiming he wants to personally meet the current top-ranked demon, and in the end, he gets backstabbed? Bai Ming, now restored to his original handsome appearance, touched his nose and cleared his throat, attempting to defend himself. "Ahem, you can't say it like that." Miss Yu initially thought he was going to argue, but then Bai Ming changed his tone. "What do you mean backstab? That was a complete crush. A one-sided instant kill. Do you understand?" He gestured, his tone exaggerated. "You didn't see it. That guy was simply inhuman. I didn't even see how he attacked Bayu, and I turned to Ash. I didn't even have time to say a last word. If it weren't for the god-level talent Angel's blessing protecting me, I would have really met my end today." Angel's blessing, this was his trump card. It was his god-level talent. Currently, it had 2 main effects. Effect 1, the holder's attributes are directly increased by 50%. Effect 2, and the most important one, grants the holder a total of 10 resurrection opportunities. Unlike the resurrections that all players have, players in reality only have 1 life. They cannot resurrect again. However, with Angel's blessing, even if he was completely obliterated in reality, he could still resurrect. The only downside was that the cooldown for resurrection was a bit long. If he didn't consume extra mana, like the golden mana potions Miss Yu used earlier to speed up the resurrection process, it would take him a whole day to reform his body from a state of death. He turned to look at the other 2 piles of remains that were still in ashes beside him. He glanced at the 2 empty golden mana potions at Miss Yu's feet, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "I say, Miss Yu, you're really wasteful, aren't you? Don't you know how expensive these things are? Just throwing them around like that?" He looked pained. Those were golden mana potions. He usually couldn't bear to use them casually. Miss Yu shot him a cold glance. They've all been turned to ash. Who can tell which one is yours? We can only try them all. Miss Yu stood up, looking down at him from a height, her tone leaving no room for argument. Have you rested enough, leader Bai? If you still have the energy to complain about the price of potions, you might as well focus on the tasks that have piled up while you were away. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming's handsome face instantly fell, revealing an expression of despair. Rest? In this state, can you call this resting? I feel like my soul has been shattered and reassembled by that gray lightning. And it's still buzzing. However, Miss Yu completely ignored his protests. With a blank expression, she pulled out a roll of paper from the pocket of her suit jacket. To be precise, it was a long roll of lists that almost dragged on the ground. The paper was of excellent quality, but it was densely filled with various codes, targets, locations, and estimated bounties written in different colored pens. With a flick of her wrist, the list unfurled with a whoosh, cascading down like a waterfall, the other end sprawling across the messy restaurant floor, even curling up a few times because it was too long. She expressionlessly tossed one end of the list in front of Bai Ming. Boss Bai, this is the 26th task you haven't completed before you left. After this, there are still 327 pending approval, to be assigned and to be collected backlog tasks that need your review. Bai Ming looked at the task list in front of him, which could almost serve as a blanket. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt his future was even grimmer than the pile of ashes he had just turned into. The information provided by Yu Tang Ying was very detailed. The coffee house in D City was a cafe named Afternoon Corner. It was located in a rather remote area, and the sign was unremarkable. The kind that you could pass by 100 times without ever feeling the desire to go in for a drink. Yun Chen stood across the street, observing for a few minutes. Shadow stealth, his figure melted into the shadows beneath him, silently sinking into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already pressed against the wall's shadow, gliding towards the cafe's side door like a ghost. Damn it, what bad luck! At the cafe's side door, two men in server uniforms, but clearly with a fierce demeanor, were carrying buckets and mops, grumbling as they cleaned. One of them, a blonde, spat, "I'm here to be a killer, trading my life for money, not to be a janitor." The other, with a buzz cut, agreed, "Who says otherwise? Come on, Biao Ge, just hold on a bit. Later, we can find a chance to apply to Lord White Mask. I heard the organization is going to hunt down that guy codenamed Demon, and the rewards are shockingly generous. If we can get a piece of that pie, our brothers won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." The yellow-haired guy's eyes lit up. "Oh, hunting Demon? Is that the freak who's at the top of the level rankings?" "Exactly. That's him." The buzzcut man lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "It said that guy is loaded with treasures. Just one item he drops would be enough for us to live lavishly." "But..." The buzzcut man shifted his tone, a hint of caution creeping in. "You can apply later, but you absolutely must not disturb Lord White Mask while he's eating. You know his quirks. Anyone who dares to interrupt him during his meal is in for a world of trouble. It's worse than failing a mission." The yellow-haired guy shrank his neck, clearly having heard of this rule about White Mask. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Oh, where does he usually dine?" "In the exclusive dining room on the second floor. You didn't even know that?" "Ha?" The yellow-haired guy instinctively replied, but halfway through, he suddenly sensed something was off. That voice was too unfamiliar. He and the buzzcut man turned around sharply. They saw an excessively young figure, who had somehow appeared like a ghost, standing less than half a meter behind them. Those deep-set eyes calmly gazed at them, sending a chill deep into their souls. "Why you? Who are you?" The yellow-haired guy shouted, his hand already reaching for the weapon at his waist. Yun Chen's gaze fell on the yellow-haired guy. "Demon transfer. Activate." The yellow-haired guy's movements suddenly froze. Then, his body went limp, and he collapsed straight down. His health bar instantly emptied. Cardiac arrest, he died on the spot. Not even a grunt escaped his lips. "Biao Ge?" The buzzcut man's eyes nearly popped out, his face drained of color in an instant. What just happened? He recoiled in horror, trying to create distance. However, a barely perceptible dark light flickered at Yun Chen's fingertips. Dark word, pain. Instant cast. Put. A condensed shadowy black light precisely struck the buzzcut man's forehead. His body convulsed violently, his face frozen in terror and disbelief. Then, he followed the yellow-haired guy's fate, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The entire process was silent. Not a single extra sound was made. Yun Chen expressionlessly stepped over the two corpses, pushed open a side door, and vanished into the cafe. His figure disappeared on the second floor. Meanwhile, on the highway outside City D, a sleek, stylish black Cadillac was speeding at an astonishing rate. Inside the car, Bai Ming, oh no, he should now be called Mr. Bai, or rather, the cafe leader who had regained his handsome youth, was somewhat bored, leaning against the passenger seat, watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside. In the driver's seat, Miss Yu, wearing sunglasses, was steering the wheel. According to the latest intel, Miss Yu's voice was steady, without a hint of emotion. The target, demon, has a high probability of having locked onto our base in City D and is currently heading there. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily yawning. Oh, is that so? Got it. And then, there was nothing more. Miss Yu's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly, beneath her lenses. Mr. Bai, she had to speak up again, that base, while not large, is an important intelligence transfer station for us in City D, and, oh, come on, you. Bai Ming finally sat up. A bit straighter, turning his head with an expression that said, you're overreacting. It's just a base, if it's gone, it's gone. He waved his hand, his tone so casual as if he were discussing something trivial. Let's just consider it a gift for that demon. Anyway, that kid is quite to my taste, ruthless enough, strong enough, I like him. Miss Yu. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her professional composure. Sometimes, the thoughts of this leader were truly hard to understand. She seemed accustomed to Bai Ming's nonchalant attitude. Her expression didn't change much, she continued. In that flat tone, however, Mr. Bai, according to the records, there is an S-rank commission item currently stored in the vault at the D-City base. The coffee house internally rates various task rewards, spoils, and special items. Anything rated as S-rank is invaluable. Generally speaking, it is at least a rare item or equipment worth over 10,000 life coins. Bai Ming raised an eyebrow. S-rank? What is that? He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. If it's not that important of an S-rank commission item, then let's just send it to the demon as well. Upon hearing this, Miss Yu silently pulled out a document from the mountain of files beside her. She quickly skimmed through it and calmly reported a name. According to the item list, that S-rank commission item is Artifact Fragment. Ha! Bai Ming, who had been indifferent, suddenly froze at the mention of those 4 words. The playful demeanor on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a rare seriousness. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the car window. After a long while, he slowly spoke. You, turn around. Let's go back for a bit. If it were something else, Bai Ming would think nothing of sending it off. But an artifact fragment was not something to be given away lightly. D-City base of the coffee house, 2nd floor. In an office decorated in extreme luxury, even somewhat ostentatious, a middle-aged man around 40 was impatiently tossing the documents in his hand onto the desk. He was the head of this base, codenamed White Mask. Of course, he wasn't wearing any mask. This code name more described his usual demeanor of keeping his emotions hidden. Sir, it's about time, dinner is ready, a respectful assistant in a black suit quietly reminded him. White Mask stood up from his leather executive chair, adjusted his flashy purple suit, and stepped toward the office door. On the way, he casually asked, has there been any news from the team sent to assassinate the demon? The assistant followed closely behind, respectfully answering, report, sir, we have not received any communication yet. Not yet? White Mask's steps paused slightly, his brows furrowing. How long has it been? The ones sent out this time were all carefully selected elites from the coffee house. Logically, even if they couldn't successfully kill the target, they should at least be able to retreat safely or return with some valuable intelligence. How could it be that there hasn't been a peep? Could it be a total loss? The thought just emerged and was quickly suppressed by White Mask. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That demon, no matter how strong, was just a level 15 player. They were well prepared and had the advantage in numbers. Wait another hour. After a moment of contemplation, White Mask made a decision. If there is still no news after an hour, you should proactively contact them and ask what the situation is. Yes, sir. The assistant quickly nodded in agreement. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the exclusive dining room on the 2nd floor. This restaurant was White Mask's private domain. Aside from specific personnel delivering meals, no one was allowed near. The assistant stepped forward, reaching out to push open the heavy oak door. However, the moment his hand touched the door, he froze in place as if under a spell, completely motionless. The expression on his face was filled with extreme terror and disbelief. A heavy feeling sank in by Mianju's heart, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He pushed aside the assistant blocking his way and asked sharply, "What's going on?" The assistant's lips trembled, his fingers shaking as he pointed towards the dining room. There is someone. Someone? Bai Mianju was taken aback, and his gaze turned towards the interior of the dining room. In the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks. At the end of the long redwood table, which could accommodate 20 people dining at once, sat a young figure in the seat that was supposed to be his. The person was dressed in simple casual clothes, sitting leisurely as if at home. In front of him lay an array of exquisite dishes, which were indeed Bai Mianju's dinner for the night. At that moment, the person was leisurely cutting a medium-rare steak, his movements elegant like a nobleman. Hearing the commotion at the door, he wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and slowly raised his head. A calm expression, even with a hint of playful amusement, appeared on his youthful face. It was their target for this operation at the coffee house, the demon, Yunchen. Yunchen looked at Bai Mianju, whose face had drastically changed at the door. He spoke, "No need to contact them. The assassins you sent out He paused, picked up a goblet, and gently swirled the bright red liquid inside. Have all been dealt with by me. The moment Bai Mianju saw Yun Chen, his heart suddenly contracted. An indescribable sense of danger coiled around his spine like a cold snake. He almost immediately confirmed that the relaxed young man before him was indeed their target for this operation, the demon. The assistant beside him reacted quickly, preparing to act. Yun Chen didn't even look at him, just letting his peripheral vision sweep lightly over. Demon's transfer. The assistant's forward motion abruptly halted, collapsing weakly to the ground. Cardiac arrest. He died on the spot. Just like the two unfortunate guards downstairs. A dark flash of light flickered at Yun Chen's fingertips. Shadow Cage. The skill, now upgraded to platinum quality, manifested instantly under Yun Chen's will. Countless solid shadow tendrils erupted from the ground, transforming into an indestructible cage that trapped Bai Mianju firmly in place. To ensure absolute certainty, Yun Chen directly consumed a staggering 60,000 points of health. Of course, this bill would naturally be charged to Bai Mianju. Theoretically, the control time of this shadow cage was enough to imprison Bai Mianju until death. No need to waste your effort. Yun Chen's voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation, as if merely stating a predetermined fact. In this building, besides you and me, there are no survivors left. Bai Mianju's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't imagine how the other party managed to silently eliminate the entire stronghold in such a short time. It should be noted that while the guards here were not top-notch, they were by no means incompetent. Yun Chen, however, paid no attention to the storm of emotions within him and sat down in the chair opposite the main seat. I have many things I want to ask you. He picked up a steak knife, cut a small piece of steak, and leisurely placed it in his mouth. But before that, let me fill my stomach. I haven't had a proper meal in almost a day. I'm starving. Yun Chen savored the dishes, even nodding occasionally to praise the taste. Bai Mianju, bound by the shadow cage and unable to move, could only watch helplessly as Yun Chen enjoyed the dinner that was supposed to be his. He suppressed the shock in his heart and forced a playful smile on his face. Actually, I have my reasons for being so particular about dining. Yun Chen wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and looked up at him. Oh, I've heard your subordinates mention it. It seems to be a quirk? A glint of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the white-masked man. Quirk? No, that's my source of power. The hidden class I awakened in the game is the Poison Master. This class has a special feature. It can enhance one's strength and toxin resistance by consuming food containing deadly poison. So, every meal I have is meticulously prepared. He elongated his tone, enunciating each word. It all contains potent poison, including the dinner you are currently enjoying. After saying this, the white-masked man stared intently at Yun Chen, hoping to see panic and despair on his face. However, after hearing this, Yun Chen merely responded with a faint "oh." Then, he picked up his fork, speared a piece of cod drenched in black pepper sauce, and continued to eat as if the white-masked man's words were nothing more than trivial chatter about the nice weather. After taking the first bite, when the Holy Soul talisman that resisted negative effects activated, he realized the food was poisoned. But considering the meal tasted good, he continued eating. From a distance, the white-masked man watched as Yun Chen finished his meal, and the scene he had anticipated of the poison taking effect didn't even appear. The smug smile on the white-masked man's face gradually stiffened. How could this be? It's impossible. After finishing his meal, Yun Chen elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. He stood up and slowly walked in front of the white-masked man. Now, let's talk business. The specific information about your subordinates sent to hunt me, as well as details about other strongholds of the coffee house. The white-masked man snapped back to reality from his shock, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You won't get any information from me. We in this line of work have professional ethics. Even if it means death, I will not. Yun Chen interrupted his grandiose speech. You have family, right? The white-masked man's words halted abruptly, as if a duck had its neck squeezed. Yun Chen pulled out a photo from his pocket and gently placed it on the table in front of the white-masked man. It was a warm three-person photo. In the picture, the white-masked man was embracing a woman with a gentle smile, and beside them was a little girl with pigtails, laughing innocently. Yun Chen had found this while searching through the white-masked man's office, tucked away in a drawer. The white-masked man's face instantly twisted into a terrifying grimace, veins bulging on his forehead. You beast. What do you want to do? You wouldn't dare harm my family, would you? Don't you have any sense of morality? Yun Chen's gaze was icy, devoid of warmth. I never claimed to be a good person. Moreover, I'm quite timid. I will find a way to completely eliminate any existence that might threaten my safety, or I won't be able to sleep. To ensure a good night's sleep, I have always been unscrupulous. He looked down at the white-masked man, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Choose. Either you honestly tell me everything I want to know and you die alone, or you fear the loneliness of the afterlife and want your family to accompany you. The restaurant fell into a deathly silence. About 5 minutes later, Yun Chen walked out of the restaurant, holding a detailed parchment scroll recording personnel lists, stronghold locations, and some key intelligence. Satisfied, Behind him, the white-masked man collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. About 10 minutes after Yun Chen left, a harsh screech of brakes shattered the tranquility of the night. A sleek black Cadillac came to a steady stop in front of the afternoon corner cafe. Miss Yu was the first to get out, quickly entering the stronghold to inspect. About 5 minutes later, she returned to the car, her expression still cold. All personnel inside the stronghold, not a single one survived. Bai Ming, or Mr. Bai, got out of the passenger seat, looking at the silent cafe, and whistled. TSK, that kid really is efficient and ruthless in his work. He seemed indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates, instead showing a hint of appreciation. Bai Ming suddenly remembered the main purpose of this trip. By the way, what about the S-level commission item, the artifact fragment? Miss Yu shook her head, her tone flat. All valuable items in the base, including those in the vault, have been taken by the demon. Not a single one left. Miss Yu asked, "What should we do, boss?" Silence. The air seemed to freeze. Miss Yu stood quietly by, waiting for the leader's next instruction. After a long while, Bai Ming let out a long sigh and waved his hand. "We can't fight the demon right now. Forget it, let's go back and eat. We'll leave the artifact fragment in the demon's hands for a while. We can talk about it later when there's a chance." Back on Yun Chen's side, he was tallying up the gains from this trip. He had to admit, the coffee house in this base in City D was quite lucrative. Just from the life coins, he had managed to scrape together a full 70,000. Among them, he had swiped 50,000 from the person in charge, known as White Mask. Yun Chen smacked his lips. No wonder so many players chose to take risks and engage in murder and theft after the game spilled into reality. The efficiency of gathering wealth was indeed much faster than grinding monsters. Yun Chen shifted his gaze from the life coins to the other spoils. A pile of equipment and miscellaneous items of decent quality. Among them were a few pieces of gear and skill books usable by priests. He glanced at the attributes. None were better than what he currently had, so he couldn't be bothered to switch. I'll find an opportunity later to package them up and sell them to the officials or those big guilds. I should be able to exchange them for some good stuff, he thought to himself. Finally, Yun Chen's gaze landed on a palm-sized, completely black, unremarkable iron piece. This thing had been solemnly placed in a carved rosewood box hidden deep in the vault of White Mask's office. Yun Chen had originally thought it was some earth-shattering treasure, but when he took it out and looked at it, he thought, is this it? A scrap of iron? He turned it over several times. It felt cold to the touch, hard in texture, and otherwise, utterly ordinary. What was stranger was that this item clearly emitted the unique energy fluctuations of game items, yet no matter how he tried, he couldn't read any information from it. A line of question marks filled with mystery. Yun Chen frowned slightly, beginning to rummage through his memories from his past life. Soon, his eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. A game item that doesn't display information, he murmured to himself. In his memory, there indeed existed a special item that wouldn't display any attributes or information until certain conditions were met. That was the artifact fragment. This thing, before being completely gathered, was just a pile of question marks. But once all the pieces were collected and reforged using special blueprints and materials, it could be transformed into a true artifact. That was the pinnacle of equipment in the game, a symbol of top players in the late game. In his previous life, Yun Chen had also, by chance, spent over half a year just to barely piece together one artifact. Logically, items of the level of artifact fragments should only start appearing in the late game, after the world level has risen to a certain extent. How could something like this appear so soon after the game has just started? Yun Chen was puzzled. Where did the coffee house get this thing? However, he quickly cast this question aside. No matter how it came, it was his now. He would properly store it away. There would be plenty of time to study it later. Right now, the urgent matter was to deal with the assassins sent by the coffee house, who were after him. Only by eliminating the threat could he sleep soundly. Based on the intelligence extracted from White Mask, he only obtained the composition of the assassin team, the members, codenames, general appearance characteristics, and some common tricks. As for the specific locations where these assassins are currently hiding, the leader at the level of White Mask is not entirely clear either. The assassins from the coffee house operate with a single line of communication and are highly confidential. He only knows a special code and contact method used for urgently summoning these assassins. The problem is, according to the internal procedures of the coffee house, just sending out the summoning signal followed by the assassins confirming, responding, and gathering would take at least 3 days. And that's in the best case scenario. If any hiccups occur along the way, such as an assassin being on another mission or simply ignoring the summons, the time would be further delayed. Yun Chen doesn't have that much time to waste with them. The longer the night, the more dreams. He must take the initiative. From the assassin information provided by White Mask, Yun Chen focused on one piece of information. In the team pursuing him, there is indeed a member skilled in divination abilities. The profession is a warlock, one of the advanced branches of a mage. It was this guy who pinpointed Yun Chen's location at the homestyle restaurant earlier. To catch the thief, first catch the king. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. Yun Chen's goal is clear: to take out this divining warlock first. As long as he deals with this radar, the remaining assassins will be a headless flock of flies, not worth fearing. As for how to find this hidden warlock in the vast sea of people, he already has a plan. However, this requires the help of a friend. As night deepened, Yun Chen drove a black SUV that he borrowed from the garage of the coffeehouse space and parked in front of a somewhat old residential building. He turned off the engine and got out. He glanced up at a lit window on the third floor and walked straight towards the stairwell. Just as he stepped onto the stairs to the third floor, a noisy argument faintly reached his ears from the end of the corridor. Among them, a slightly anxious and stubborn girl's voice was one Yun Chen was all too familiar with. It was his old friend the seer, Bai Shirshan. Sister Shirshan, are you in trouble? Yun Chen raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace. Inside Bai Shirshan's room, the atmosphere was tense. Bai Shirshan was wearing a light blue home outfit, her petite figure standing in front of a group of burly men who looked like trouble, making her seem somewhat fragile. But there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with anger. Leading the group was a bald, tattooed man, wearing a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger around his neck, with a face full of flesh, looking fierce and menacing. He stepped forward, almost pressing his face against Bai Shirshan's, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Miss Bai, don't push your luck. Back when your mother was seriously ill and urgently needed money, we from Brother Lending kindly lent you the medical expenses. Now, isn't it time to pay us back with interest? Bai Shirshan's small face turned bright red as she angrily retorted. I've already paid back the money in full with interest as agreed. The bald tattooed man waved his hand impatiently, spitting as he spoke. This is a different time. What's the world come to? What's the difference between money and waste paper? In today's world, there's only one hard currency, life currency. He wiggled a finger in front of Bai Shirshan. We're not unreasonable people. You borrowed 100,000 from us, right? So, in the spirit of friendship, let's make it a broken bone. Just one broken bone. You only need to pay us back 10,000 life currency and this matter will be settled. The bald tattooed man wore an expression of we've been more than generous. And you're getting a great deal, with a tone full of condescension. The surrounding lackeys joined in, jeering and making light of the situation. Bai Shirshan trembled with anger. 10,000 life currency? How could they even say that? Now, on the black market, the price of a life coin has skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. 10,000 life coins could buy an entire building in the city center. Moreover, the value of life coins continues to rise at a visibly rapid pace. This group of people is clearly extorting. Dream on. Bai Shirshan gritted her silver teeth. What you're doing is robbery. Do you think I don't know how much 10,000 life coins can be exchanged for in the current market? Oh, the bald tattooed man's expression instantly turned cold, his eyes becoming sinister. Little girl, I advise you not to be ungrateful. He stepped forward, his tone filled with threat. You will pay this money back today, whether you want to or not. But Bai Shirshan showed no fear, the blue light in her hand flickering, ready to strike at any moment. Just at this tense moment, when the atmosphere was taut and ready to explode, a slightly lazy male voice came from outside the door. Could you please step aside? You're blocking the way. Everyone in the room was taken aback. The bald tattooed man turned his head and impatiently shouted towards the door. Who the hell is blind enough to? Before he could finish, the door was pushed open from the outside. A young figure walked in leisurely. The bald tattooed man looked at the intruder, Yun Chen, and his frown deepened. He glared fiercely at a tall, skinny lackey guarding the door and angrily scolded, Lin Slipper, how the hell are you watching the door? Didn't I tell you to keep it secure and not let any flies or mosquitoes in? If you can't even guard a door properly, do you really want me to treat you like a slipper and rub you under my feet? The one called Lin Slipper, the tall and skinny guy, looked timid, shrinking his neck, his voice barely above a whisper. Boss, I couldn't stop him. Useless. The bald tattooed man cursed under his breath, ignoring the cowardly subordinate. He turned back, directing his fierce gaze at Yun Chen, and asked in a menacing tone, Kid, where the hell did you crawl out from? We're busy here, so you better get lost before I lose my patience. Don't get in the way. Or else. Enough. Before the bald tattooed man could finish his threatening words, Yun Chen impatiently interrupted him. He walked straight to Bai Shirshan's side, not even glancing at the group of thugs, and spoke in a flat tone. I'm very busy right now, and I don't have time to waste with you. I'm giving you a chance to live. Yun Chen extended 5 fingers. 5 seconds. Disappear from my sight. After saying that, he ignored their reactions and began counting down for himself. 5. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Then, the bald tattooed man and his lackeys erupted into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? He wants us to disappear from his sight? Does he really think he's something special? Boss, stop wasting your breath on him. I think this kid is tired of living and has gone crazy trying to be a hero. Everyone chimed in with mockery, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain, as if they were watching a clown perform. However, amidst the raucous laughter, one person stood out. It was the tall, skinny guy known as Lin Slipper, who was responsible for guarding the door. The moment Yun Shen began counting down, his expression shifted from initial fear to sheer terror. Without any hesitation, Lin Slipper disregarded the strange looks and laughter from his companions. He suddenly turned and bolted. His speed was astonishing, as if a vicious dog were chasing him. In no time, he whooshed out of the door, tumbling and scrambling, disappearing into the hallway, leaving behind a series of frantic footsteps that gradually faded away. The laughter in the room paused slightly due to Lin Tuoxie's sudden action. The smile on the bald tattooed man's face also froze for a moment, then he spat angrily, "Damn it, this coward." But he didn't take it too seriously, thinking Lin Tuoxie was just scared out of his wits. Meanwhile, Yun Shen's countdown continued. His voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation, yet it struck the hearts of everyone like an invisible hammer. 4, 3, 2. The smile on the bald tattooed man's face gradually faded, and his gaze became increasingly fierce. He flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds, and sneered, "Kid, since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish today." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand violently. "Brothers, give me 1. Yun Shen softly uttered the last number. Outside the room, Lin Tuoxie rolled and crawled, his figure a mess, his heart pounding as if it were about to leap out of his throat. He had never run so desperately in his life. Born an orphan, from childhood to adulthood, his name, Lin Tuoxie, had always been called out by those who stepped on him. He was bullied, looked down upon, like a stray dog unwanted by anyone, struggling in every corner just to survive until today. He was weak to the point of being humble. This fact hadn't changed even with the arrival of the game world. While others flaunted their impressive hidden classes, he randomly got stuck with a common warrior class that was a dime a dozen. The game had been live for a week, and the big shots were already at level 10 or even higher. Where was he? Still pitifully probing the edge of level 4. Yet, it was this weakling who always managed to survive miraculously. What was the reason? It wasn't some amazing skill or incredible luck. It was his innate, or rather, honed through countless brushes with death, survival instinct. A mysterious yet incredibly precise sixth sense. Just moments ago, when that young man entered the room, he instinctively wanted to step forward to block him. After all, the boss had instructed him to keep an eye on the door. But his hand had barely lifted halfway when an indescribable, bone-chilling cold surged from his soles, straight to the top of his head. His instincts were screaming at him. If he blocked him, he would die. No, it wasn't a possibility. It was a certainty. That chilling sense of crisis was 100 times stronger than when he accidentally encountered a silver-level boss in the game. So, Lin Tuoxie chickened out. He didn't dare to make a sound when he heard the young man start the countdown. 5. The string in his mind named Survival tightened to its limit. Run. He had to run. Forget the boss, forget brotherhood, survival was the most important thing. So, without hesitation, he turned and slipped away. No matter what happened afterward, he firmly believed this was undoubtedly the best choice he had ever made in his life, bar none. Buzz buzz. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Lin Tuoxie, still shaken, fumbled to pull out his phone, answering without even looking. On the other end, a rough voice of a man sounded impatiently, "Hey, Tuoxie, I told you to go collect a debt from that bald guy. Why are you dragging your feet? Did that little girl cooperate or not?" Back in by Shirshan's room, the air still carried a faint, bird smell. The group of thuggish ruffians, who had been so arrogant and full of bravado, had completely vanished from this world. On the ground, only a few piles of fine black ash remained, as if they had never existed. Yun Shen raised his head, his gaze landing on Bai Shirshan, who was still in a daze not far away. The young girl clearly hadn't recovered from the shocking scene moments ago. Ahem. Yun Shen cleared his throat. "I need your help with something." Actually, on the way here, Yun Shen had already sent a message to Bai Shirshan. Coincidentally, she happened to be in D City as well. Hearing Yun Shen's voice, Bai Shirshan jolted awake, her small face still a bit pale. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, and nodded. "Demon boss, you said that as long as I can do it, I will definitely help." Yun Shen didn't hold back and directly asked, "Have you learned a skill called counter-divination?" Counter-divination, as the name suggests, allows you to trace back the position of someone trying to locate you through divination. Yun Shen needed this skill right now to track down the diviner assassin from the coffee house. Although Bai Shirshan also had innate divination skills, the Eye of Fate, that skill could currently only locate bosses and was of no help in finding people. So, Yun Shen needed to find that sorcerer and could only rely on counter-divination. This skill could only be learned by mages, and Bai Shirshan was one of the few mages Yun Shen knew. Upon hearing this, Bai Shirshan was slightly taken aback and then a bit embarrassed shook her head. "I've heard of the counter-divination skill, but this skill is too special, and you can hardly find anyone selling it on the market, so I haven't learned it." For a moment, Bai Shirshan felt a bit guilty. The boss had come to her for help, but she couldn't assist at all. After hearing this, Yun Shen didn't show much disappointment on his face. This situation was within his expectations. He casually reached into his front. The next second, a skill book glowing with a faint golden aura appeared in his palm. Golden level, counter divination. Yun Shen handed the skill book over, his tone as casual as if he were passing a regular magazine. Can you learn it now? During his time in the Lost Land, the loot he had accumulated was piled high. Although he hadn't found many top-tier skills useful to himself, he had collected a large number of various strange skill books. This golden level, counter divination, was one of them. Bai Shirshan stared at the enticing golden skill book in Yun Shen's hand, completely dumbfounded. Golden level? She had seen her fair share of things, but a skill book of this level just given away like that? The boss is indeed a boss. This generosity is too extravagant. However, she quickly realized that this wasn't the time to be dazed. Bai Shirshan hurriedly took the skill book, her small face filled with excitement and gratitude. I'll learn it right away. Bai Shirshan quickly learned the skill. Then she immediately used it on Yun Shen. Her delicate fingertips lightly tapped in the air and an almost imperceptible wave instantly enveloped Yun Shen. The counter divination status has been applied. Duration, 2 hours. During these 2 hours, anyone attempting to spy on Yun Shen's location through divination would be immediately tracked back to their coordinates by Bai Shirshan. Next, they just needed to wait for the rabbit to come to the trap. The group of assassins from the Yi Coffee House, since they were so eager for the 100,000 life coins bounty on him, would definitely not give up easily. That diviner sorcerer would most likely try to lock onto his position again. All he needed to do was wait patiently. While waiting, the two chatted casually. Yun Shen also took the opportunity to learn about Bai Shirshan's current situation. With the help of the water of life, her mother's cancer had been cured. However, she was still in a deep sleep. According to the system prompt, she would wake up in another day. And since she had been taking care of her mother during this time, Bai Shirshan hadn't gone to the game world to level up. She was still only level 5. Bai Shirshan's hidden profession, prophet, had a unique advantage in gathering intelligence and finding special resources. If her level was too low, it would indeed be a waste. Perhaps she could be introduced to someone from the official team? With the uniqueness of the prophet, the authorities would definitely invest heavily in its development. Just as Yun Shen was pondering these matters, he suddenly sensed a slight unusual fluctuation in the anti-divination state that was cast upon him. At the same time, Bai Shirshan's expression also changed. She closed her eyes, carefully sensing for a moment, then suddenly opened them wide, a glint of brilliance flashing in her azure eyes. Found it! Yun Shen's spirit lifted. Where? Bai Shirshan raised her head to look at Yun Shen, her expression carrying an indescribable peculiarity. Very close. She paused, speaking each word deliberately. Right, downstairs. On the other side, below the residential building, the night breeze carried a hint of chill, rustling the leaves by the roadside. Lin Tuoxi shrank his neck, standing next to a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, whose appearance exuded a shrewdness that could even be described as rat-like. He didn't dare to breathe. This bespectacled man, with the game alias Cobra, was on the surface a somewhat notorious loan shark in D-City, employing a group of thugs like bald tattooed men, specifically for debt collection. However, in the shadows, he had another identity, a professional killer for the coffee house. Bai Shirshan was one of his clients in the lending business. Originally, Cobra couldn't be bothered to deal with such small-time debtors personally. But today, his bold thug called to say that during a debt collection, they encountered a tough opponent. Not only did they fail to collect the money, but they might also lose their lives. More importantly, Lin Tuoxi, this coward, described over the phone, trembling, that the suddenly appearing young man had a terrifying aura, not someone to be trifled with. Only then did Cobra reluctantly come to take a look himself. After all, he had been a bit tight on cash lately. But just as he arrived in front of the dilapidated residential building, before he could even ask Lin Tuoxi for the specifics, the communicator in his pocket began to vibrate wildly. It was the encrypted channel of the coffee house. Urgent messages flooded in one after another. Cobra, has the latest location divination for the target called Demon been completed? Damn it, are the first batch of people all useless? They couldn't even make contact before getting killed? What a disgrace. Cobra, is your divination even reliable? Hurry up, the brothers can't wait. 100,000 life coins. Take him down, and we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Those killers. From the coffee house lurking all over D-City, upon learning that the first wave sent to test Yun Shen had been completely wiped out, not only showed no signs of retreat but instead became excited like sharks smelling blood, howling with enthusiasm. Just moments ago, he had already used his divination skills to try to pinpoint the demon's location. At this moment, the result of the divination left him stunned, because the target was right in this residential building. Cobra's expression instantly turned strange. How could it be so coincidental? Could it be that his divination was wrong? But that couldn't be right. He had never made a mistake in his divination. At the same time, he recalled Lin Tuoxi's previous dangerous description of the intruding youth. A very bad guess surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the one who intervened to stop the bald men from collecting debts was the demon himself? Damn! Could he be so unlucky? Just coming to collect a small debt and he runs into such a calamity? Although this possibility sounded slim, akin to being struck by a meteor while stepping out, Cobra's divination ability had never been wrong. Moreover, Lin Tuoxi, though useless, sometimes had a sense of danger sharper than a dog's nose. If the one who acted was truly the demon, Cobra felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Although this possibility was small, it didn't mean it was non-existent to I in his current state, alone and unprepared. If he were to run headlong into that ruthless person capable of wiping out a team of assassins, the outcome would undoubtedly be worse than death. Run. To be safe, his best option right now was to run. The only thought left in Cobra's mind was this. He made a quick decision, without a moment's hesitation, and turned sharply, ready to make a getaway. However, just as he turned his head, his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. A figure, appearing out of nowhere like a ghost, silently emerged in his escape path. The person wore a faint smile, their tone playful. "Oh, my friend, where are you off to?" Cobra's heart nearly stopped. At that moment, the instant he saw the young man, he felt an immense pressure. There was no mistaking it. This guy was a demon. He forced himself to remain calm. Me? I'm just a passerby. Happened to be passing by. Yes, just passing by. A pure passerby? Yunchan raised an eyebrow, his smile widening with a hint of mockery. He stepped forward, lightly patting Cobra's shoulder. A pure passerby who enjoys lending money at high interest from behind the scenes and also moonlights as an assassin? I must say, your extracurricular activities are quite colorful. Boom! Cobra felt as if something had exploded in his head, leaving him blank. His money-lending activities weren't a secret on the streets, so being recognized didn't surprise him. But how could the other party know about his identity as a coffeehouse assassin? This was his deepest secret. Not even his closest associates knew about this. A terrifying thought that made him feel cold all over and nearly suffocated him flashed wildly through his mind. Could it be that? He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with incredulous terror, staring fixedly at Yunchen's face, which wore a playful smile. Yunchen's smile grew even brighter. Looks like you've guessed it. His tone was as relaxed as if discussing the pleasant weather. That's right, the base of the coffee house in D-City has been uprooted by me. As for your information, it was thanks to that white-masked gentleman who enthusiastically provided it. White mask? The base has been taken down? Cobra's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. A bone-chilling cold swept over him in an instant. Beads of cold sweat poured down like rain, soaking his clothes. But Cobra was, after all, someone who had weathered many storms. After the initial extreme terror, he quickly calmed down. He knew very well that in the face of such a monster, any thoughts of resistance or escape were merely futile struggles that would only lead to a quicker and more miserable death. Since the other party had yet to make a move and was leisurely chatting with him, it meant he still had some value. Demon boss. Cobra took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, trying hard to make his voice sound less trembling. You haven't made a move against me yet, so I suppose you still have some use for my worthless life, right? Talking to smart people is indeed convenient. Yunchen nodded, his smile unchanged. My request is very simple. He extended a finger and gently shook it. Use your divination ability to tell me the locations of the other assassins sent by the coffeehouse to hunt me down, not missing a single one. Upon hearing this, Cobra's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Cobra soon made his reply. No problem. The answer from the Cobra was straightforward and crisp, even somewhat unexpected for Yunchen. But I have a condition. Oh? Yunchen raised an eyebrow. Go on. The Cobra swallowed nervously and said cautiously, Demon boss, this time you must spare my life. Of course, what I want is not just a verbal promise, he said, rummaging in his pocket for a moment. He pulled out a rolled-up ancient parchment scroll made of sheepskin, emanating a faint, soft glow. As the scroll unfurled, a sacred and solemn aura rushed forth. Contract of the Order. Angel Yunchen's gaze sharpened slightly. He recognized this item. In the game, it was quite a rare artifact. Any commitment made through it would be witnessed by a level 100 NPC Order Angel. If either party violated the contract, they would immediately incur the divine punishment from the Order Angel. That punishment was no joke. The lightest consequence would be a permanent reduction in attributes, while the heaviest could lead to complete annihilation. This guy actually had such a good item? It seemed that this Cobra was not as simple as he appeared. Yunchen pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. However, my condition is that after signing the contract for 1 month starting now, you must not use any form of divination or probing abilities against me or those around me. For enemies who could use divination, Yunchen always prioritized handling them. Although he would spare his life for now, necessary restrictions had to be in place. No problem. Deal. The Cobra agreed without hesitation. Not being able to use divination for just a month was nothing compared to his life. The two immediately stopped wasting words. They quickly wrote down the terms of the contract on the contract of the Order Angel. First, the Cobra must provide the exact location information of all the assassins from the coffee house who were pursuing Yun Chen, without any concealment or errors. Second, Yun Chen must not take action against the Cobra for any reason within a month. Third, the Cobra must not use any divination skills against Yun Chen and his companions within a month. As the last word was written, buzz, the sheepskin scroll suddenly erupted with a blinding holy light. A vague and majestic six-winged angelic figure appeared, holding a massive scale symbolizing fairness and order, descending from thin air. The angelic figure's gaze was indifferent and just, sweeping over Yun Chen and the Cobra. Then, it extended its hand and gently tapped. The contract transformed into two streams of light, each entering the foreheads of Yun Chen and the Cobra. Immediately after, the angelic figure took back the sheepskin scroll that was floating in mid-air, its form gradually fading until it disappeared completely. The contract was established. Yun Chen felt an invisible bond added to his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked at the Cobra in front of him, whose face was still somewhat pale but clearly relieved, and spoke in a flat tone. All right, the contract is complete. Now, can you tell me where your companions are hiding? The night was as dark as ink, and the neon lights of City D were bizarre, yet they could not illuminate every corner of the city where evil thrived. A black sedan weaved through the traffic. The man in the driver's seat was in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes held an unshakable malice. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other irritably tossed his phone, which had just ended a call, onto the passenger seat. Damn it, the man cursed under his breath, his voice hoarse. This Cobra is really useless. I asked him to find that demon's location, and after all this time, he hasn't turned up anything. I was counting on him to provide some accurate intel. The assassin from the coffee house, codenamed Black Scorpion, was in an extremely foul mood. The organization was eyeing the demon with a bounty of 100,000 life coins, and he was no exception. But the target's movements were elusive, and the informant, the sorcerer Cobra, had yet to provide any news. It felt like hitting a punch into cotton, powerful but with nowhere to exert it. The moment he was distracted and cursing, a dull thud suddenly came from the front of the car, accompanied by a violent jolt that nearly made him lose grip of the steering wheel. Damn it! Viper's expression changed, and he slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. He furiously unbuckled his seatbelt, flung open the car door, and shouted, "What the hell? Can't you look out for cars while crossing the road? You deserve to get hit." These days, there are always some blind idiots who think the road belongs to them. So what if he hit someone? Just his luck. Cursing under his breath, he walked to the front of the car, wanting to see which unfortunate soul it was in deal with the aftermath. However, when he saw the situation in front of the car, the anger on his face froze instantly, and his pupils constricted. Under the harsh white light of the headlights, there were no pedestrians at all. Only one monster. The creature was less than half a meter tall, hunched over, with skin of an ominous dark red hue, its face twisted and terrifying, and a pair of blood-red eyes glinting with cruelty. It tightly clutched a small, rusty knife in its hand. A little demon. A monster from the game. Viper's mind buzzed. He had indeed heard recently that some monsters from the game world could be transported to the real world for various unknown reasons. He never expected to encounter such bad luck himself. Truly, he should have checked the calendar before going out. He had no time to waste on such lowly creatures. He had more important matters to attend to. A glint of menace flashed in Viper's eyes, and he instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist, ready to end this quickly. Just a little demon, how much trouble could it cause? However, just as that thought crossed his mind, the seemingly sluggish little demon suddenly turned its blood-red eyes towards him. The next moment, whoosh, the little demon's figure vanished like a ghost, leaving behind a faint afterimage, disappearing from Viper's sight in an instant. Too fast. Alarm bells rang in Viper's mind, a chill rushing from his feet to his head. This speed was far beyond what he expected from a low-level monster. He didn't even have time to react. A profound sense of danger enveloped him. Immediately after, that dark red, diminutive figure appeared before him as if it had teleported, almost face to face. The little demon grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, displaying a chilling smile. Its body, under Viper's terrified gaze, began to swell rapidly like an inflated balloon. An ominous dark light seeped from within it, growing brighter and more blinding. Sacrificial self-destruction. This was the signature skill of the little demon, a move that would take both it and its summoner down together. Its power was closely related to the summoner's maximum health points, and its summoner, Yun Chen, had already surpassed 60,000 health points at this moment. This meant that the theoretical damage of this sacrificial self-destruction had skyrocketed to a despairing number 8,000 points. To put it in perspective, in the current game world, even top-tier warrior players specializing in defense rarely exceed 5,000 health points. Not to mention his own fragile assassin class, which pursued extreme burst damage and agility. Faced with this attack, he had no chance of resistance. whatsoever. Bang boom. A deafening explosion erupted on the silent street. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated from the little demon, spreading wildly in all directions. Viper couldn't even let out a scream. His entire body was instantly torn apart, disintegrated, and evaporated in that destructive black light, leaving not a trace behind. All that remained was a shallow pit charred black and a scattering of car parts. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt debris. The black sedan's front end was completely crumpled, the windshield shattered into a spiderweb. Everything returned to silence. Meanwhile, IND City, in a remote corner of an abandoned factory, in a dark and damp alley. Thud. A burly man, with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes, casually tossed a young girl, tightly bound with hemp rope and with her mouth taped shut, onto the cold concrete floor. The girl let out a whimper, her beautiful face filled with terror and helplessness, tears welling in her eyes. Behind the man, another voice, slightly hoarse and tinged with impatience, spoke up. Haisha, can you hurry up? Just kill this target and be done with it. After this job, we still have to split that big cake from Demon. The speaker was a relatively slender man, but his eyes were equally cold. He leaned against a wall covered in graffiti, holding a cigarette between his fingers, but it was unlit. These two were the infamous killer duo in the coffee house. Organization, Haisha and Baisha. The burly man known as Haisha grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, a cruel and mocking smile spreading across his face. He licked his cracked lips with his tongue, his gaze greedily sweeping over the trembling girl on the ground. Baisha, what's the rush? Haisha's voice was rough, carrying a chilling sense of amusement. Isn't the divination result from the Cobra side still not out? We have plenty of time. He stepped closer to the girl, his desire evident in his eyes. And this target, after all, is the renowned Xinghue Chamber of Commerce. The little princess of the Xia family. TSK, look at her, all teary-eyed and pitiful. If we don't play a little longer, wouldn't that be a waste? Baisha frowned, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand with some annoyance. When will you change this disgusting habit of playing with your prey? He snorted coldly. Every time we get delayed because of this. Sooner or later, it will cause problems. Haisha, however, was unfazed. Chuckling instead, this little hobby of mine is harmless. He pulled out a knife from his pocket and approached the girl, towering over her. His smile grew increasingly sinister. The girl trembled in fear, desperately trying to shrink back, but could only emit a hopeless whimper. Baisha watched Haisha's antics, shaking his head helplessly, too lazy to advise him further. He turned around, intending to light another cigarette to pass the boring waiting time. However, just as he turned, the action of holding the cigarette froze abruptly. His pupils slightly contracted, a flicker of shock and alertness flashed in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, two small figures had silently appeared less than 3 meters in front of him. They were less than half a meter tall, with dark red skin, grotesque faces, and holding rusty knives. They were two little demon imps. Monsters from the game? How could they appear here? And there were two of them. Baisha's heart sank suddenly, an ominous premonition washing over him. Meanwhile, Haisha raised his knife, walking towards the girl, a perverse excitement on his face. Little beauty, it will be over soon. At that moment, boom! A violent explosion sounded unexpectedly from behind him. The powerful shockwave even pushed him forward, causing him to stumble. Haisha was startled by the sudden noise, his movements faltering, his face showing displeasure at being interrupted. He turned around sharply, cursing, Baisha, are you fucking blowing up a gas canister? What the hell is all this noise for? However, as soon as he turned, what met his eyes was not Baisha, but a splatter of dark red liquid that suddenly flew towards him. It was mixed with bits of flesh and fabric. It splattered all over his face. The warm, blood-scented liquid slid down his cheek. Haisha instinctively raised his hand to block it, but felt something heavy and familiar in his grasp. He looked down in confusion. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. There it was, the severed hand of Baisha. Baisha? Haisha's mind went blank in an instant, a bone-deep chill making his blood feel like it was about to freeze. He didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened. Whoosh! A dark red afterimage lunged at him with a speed that surpassed his reaction limit. A cold, hard, little hand tightly wrapped around his waist. Haisha looked down and met a pair of eyes gleaming with a cruel red light. Another little demon. It was grinning at him with a sinister smile. Immediately after, that familiar and despair-inducing dark black light once again erupted from the little demon's body, rapidly expanding. Sacrifice self-destruct. At that moment, Haisha finally realized what kind of terrifying existence he and Baisha had provoked. He also understood what that deafening explosion meant. Fear, like a cold tide, instantly drowned all his senses. No! The shrill, desperate scream abruptly stopped in the alley. Another earth-shattering explosion consumed everything. As the thick smoke cleared, the narrow alley returned to an eerie calm. On the ground, only two pools of blurred blood and some charred scraps of cloth remained. The black and white duo, the infamous killer combination from the coffee house, had silently and completely vanished from this world. Only the tied-up young lady of the Xinghue Chamber of Commerce remained. She lay on the ground, eyes wide open, her body trembling like a leaf. She stared blankly at the hellish scene before her. Meanwhile, similar explosions were still unfolding in different parts of the city. The night wind grew colder. Cold sweat had soaked the temples of the cobra, trickling down his cheeks, but he was completely oblivious. The divination was ongoing. After a moment, he said to Yunshan, the demon boss, in D City there are a total of 26 assassins from the coffee house hiding within the city. I have already divined their locations. He gasped for breath, as if he had just been pulled from the water, adding, these people are now like startled birds. Once there's any sign of movement, they will immediately become alert and use various means to conceal their whereabouts. By then, finding them will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The implication was that Yunshan should hurry, preferably taking action himself to eliminate them one by one with a thunderous approach to avoid prolonged troubles. However, Yunshan merely glanced at him indifferently. You don't need to worry about these matters. His tone was flat, as if discussing something trivial. You just need to tell me their locations. The cobra was taken aback, a strong sense of unease surging within him. Not needing to worry himself? Could it be that this demon boss had some unimaginable backup plan? Although filled with doubts and confusion, his instinct for survival prevented him from showing any signs of negligence. He gritted his teeth against his body's weakness and the intense pain in his head, trembling as he reported the precise locations of the 26 assassins to Yunshan one by one. Each name, each location felt like a nail being driven deep into his heart. These were all elite members of the coffee house. Each one was a formidable character capable of standing alone. Now, they were to be sent to their doom by his own hands. When he finally reported the last location, the cobra felt almost drained, his whole body swaying unsteadily. Yunshan listened, nodded non-committally. Then, he made a move that left both the cobra and Bai Shirshan dumbfounded. He slowly raised his hand. In an instant, the space behind him rippled like a calm lake disturbed by thrown stones. Following that, a shadowy power as thick as ink surged wildly, gathering and solidifying, cackling, hiss. The grating, toothacheing laughter, along with the beastly low growls, echoed from all directions of the narrow alley. 1, 2, 10, dozens. Small demons less than half a meter tall, with dark red skin and rusted knives in hand, and towering demon minions, muscular and exuding a sulphurous stench. They appeared like a tide, materializing out of thin air. Their numbers were so vast that they nearly filled the entire narrow and dark alley. In each demon's eyes flickered a bloodthirsty and cruel crimson light. That immense, chaotic, suffocating evil pressure swept through like a tangible force. The air seemed to freeze. Gulp! The cobra struggled to swallow, his legs went weak, and with a thud, he collapsed directly onto the ground. His eyes widened, filled with unprecedented fear and horror. What the hell is this? A demon army? What the hell is this guy? Is he human or a ghost? Isn't he a priest? Which priest can summon so many terrifying demons? This is unscientific. This is not magic. Standing behind Yunshan, Bai Shirshan was equally stunned by the hellish scene before her, her beautiful eyes wide open, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. Her slender fingers instinctively clutched the hem of her robe. Too exaggerated. It's only been a few days since they last met? Yunshan's strength has undergone such a tremendous transformation. This growth rate is like riding a rocket. No, it's faster than a rocket. It's simply shocking. She finally understood what Yunshan meant by "you don't need to worry." With such a terrifying demon army at his command, does he even need to lift a finger? The answer is self-evident. Yunshan seemed oblivious to the shock of the two. His deep-set eyes calmly scanned the densely packed demon army before him, as if inspecting his most loyal soldiers. Then, he casually waved his hand. Go! The two words, spoken lightly, were like the final decree of death. Roar! Cackle! The demon army, receiving the command, instantly erupted with earth-shattering roars and shrieks. In the next moment, the massive demon army transformed into countless shadowy torrents, silently merging into the thick night. They made no unnecessary sounds, like a group of well-trained, coordinated ghostly assassins. They precisely pounced towards the various target locations provided by the cobra. The entire process was as fast as lightning. The alley fell silent once more. Only Yunshan, Bai Shirshan, and the cobra, who sat on the ground, pale as death, remained. The cobra gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring from his forehead like a waterfall. He felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. It was terrifying. This man was simply a walking disaster. No, he was 1,000 times more terrifying than disaster itself. At that moment, boom, kaboom, a dull and violent explosion suddenly erupted from some direction in City D, shattering the night's tranquility. Even from a distance, the shockwave from the explosion still made the ground tremble slightly. Following that, a dazzling fireball shot into the sky, illuminating the night sky of that area in a ghastly red. The wails of agony could be faintly heard even from afar. That was the first target location. The cobra's body trembled violently. He could clearly sense that the life force of a member of the assassin group from a certain cafe which he had previously divined had completely vanished after that explosion. Dead. Just like that. Dead. Not even a chance to struggle. Boom. Rumble. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of dull and violent explosions erupted one after another from various corners of City D. They came in waves, unending, flames erupted in every direction across the city, like death's flowers blooming in the night. Each explosion echoed in the sky. The Cobra could clearly sense the presence of one killer after another, each one he had divined, completely vanishing from this world. Fast. Too fast. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Those elite assassins from the coffee house, notorious for their fearsome reputation, were as fragile as paper in front of these demons that crawled out of hell. They couldn't even muster a semblance of resistance. Time ticked away. Second by second. The explosions continued. The Cobra's heart twisted painfully with each blast. The color had long drained from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. He didn't even dare to look up at Yun Chen. This man had not moved an inch from the beginning to the end. He simply stood there, expressionless, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. As if the lives being slaughtered were nothing more than insignificant ants. In the midst of laughter, the masts and sails turned to ash. No, he didn't even laugh. Just a glance, a gesture, and such bloody carnage ensued. This was the true demon. The last shred of hope in the Cobra's heart, the final thought of resistance, had been completely crushed by this brutal and efficient slaughter. In its place was a fear and reverence that penetrated to the bone, even merging with his soul. He had no doubt, as long as this man before him wished it, the annihilation of the entire coffee house organization might just be a matter of time. Finally, as the last echoes of the explosion gradually faded into the night sky, the entire D-City seemed to fall into a strange silence. The Cobra sensed that the life forces of the 26 coffeehouse assassins he had previously divined had all disappeared. Not a single one left. From the moment the first explosion sounded to the last assassin's death, the entire process took less than half an hour. 26 well-trained, experienced professional killers were silently erased from this world. Clean and neat, without a trace. The Cobra swallowed hard, his throat parched. He wiped the cold sweat that kept oozing from his forehead. His voice, strained and high-pitched from extreme fear, cautiously and somewhat obsequiously addressed Yun Chen, Demon Boss. The tasks you assigned have all been completed according to the contract. Can I leave now? The Cobra used all his strength to make his voice sound less trembling. His only thought now was to get away from this harbinger of death. The farther, the better. In this life, no, in the next life, in the life after that, he never wanted to have any connection with this man again. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen nodded lightly. The Cobra felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. A flicker of joy at having survived flashed in his eyes. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling back a few steps, never daring to fully expose his back to Yun Chen. Just as he prepared to turn and flee this unforgettable place of chaos as fast as he could, suddenly, Yun Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery and seemingly casual, drifted to him from behind. Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you. The contract only states that I cannot harm you. But Yun Chen paused, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It doesn't say that others can't. The Cobra's escape froze abruptly. He slowly turned his stiff neck, inch by inch, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. What do you mean? He instinctively asked, but his heart suddenly jolted, a strong and extreme sense of foreboding wrapping around his heart like a cold, venomous snake. The smile on Yun Chen's face grew even more radiant, yet colder. What I mean is, you'd better be careful. The enemy, other than me. Enemy? The Cobra's pupils suddenly constricted. At that moment, whoosh! A shadow, almost completely merging with the surrounding darkness, shot out from the shadows beside him without warning, like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it left a faint trace in the air. A chilling glint flashed and vanished. So fast. The Cobra had just turned his head, not even having time to let out a gasp. Put! A head, with golden-rimmed glasses, still wide-eyed, shot up into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed neck. Gurgle! That head rolled a few times in the air before crashing heavily onto the cold ground, rolling to Bai Shirshan's feet. The last expression on the Cobra's face was one of utter shock, confusion, and a hint of a deep fear that had not yet fully spread. He would probably never understand until his death. Why did this happen? The contract, clearly. The headless corpse swayed and then fell to the ground. Dust was kicked up. The alley once again fell into a suffocating silence. Only the rich smell of blood quietly spread in the cold night wind. In the alley, silence reigned. The thick scent of blood mixed with the earthy smell of dust swirled in the cold night air, invading the nostrils. By Shirshan's feet, the head with wide-open eyes still bore the expression of extreme shock and confusion. The Cobra, until death, could not comprehend why that sacred contract of the Order Angel could not save his life. The contract was indeed established. Yun Chen had indeed not made a move against him. But, a barely perceptible sound broke the silence. Something moved in the darkness. Bai Shirshan suddenly shivered, instinctively tightening her grip on the staff in her hand, nervously looking towards the shadow beside the cobra's corpse. There, a pitch-black figure was slowly peeling away from the distorted light and shadow. Its form was ghostly, flickering unpredictably as if it had no physical body. Only those ghostly green eyes, glimmering in the dark, held a mocking and cruel glint, like a cat playing with a mouse. In its hands, it tightly gripped two daggers. The daggers were short but shimmered with a chilling dark green light, clearly coated with deadly poison. A drop of blood slowly slid down the tip of the dagger, dripping onto the cold concrete floor. Shadow Stalker. LV-12 grade gold was actually a monster. An assassin-type monster skilled in stealth and one-hit kills. Bai Shirshan's heart skipped a beat. It was it. It killed the cobra. When did this monster appear? Had it been lurking nearby all along? The Shadow Stalker seemed very pleased with its work, letting out a low, hoarse hiss, as if mocking the foolishness of its prey. It extended its forked crimson tongue, greedily licking the blood off the dagger. Those ghostly green eyes then turned to Yun Chen and Bai Shirshan. In its eyes, these two humans were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Next, it would be you. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, the figure of the Shadow Stalker suddenly blurred. It transformed into a black line almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, rushing towards Yun Chen with lethal intent. The speed was far greater than the moment it had killed the cobra. Two poison glints cut through the air in a strange arc, targeting Yun Chen's throat and heart. Bai Shirshan's pupils constricted, her scream caught in her throat, barely able to react. Too fast, the speed of this monster was simply unbelievable. Ding! A crisp metallic clash echoed in the blink of an eye. The scene of blood splattering that was expected did not occur. The figure of the Shadow Stalker suddenly halted before Yun Chen, a flicker of astonishment passing through its ghostly green eyes. Its twin daggers were firmly blocked by a shadowy shield that had appeared out of nowhere. Ripples danced across the shield, yet it was unbreakable. The Shadow Stalker seemed taken aback that this seemingly ordinary human could withstand its full force strike. Just as it was about to exert more power to try and tear apart the bothersome shield, a lazy yet coldly mocking voice rang out. To be honest, I've been watching you hide over there like a little bug. Yun Chen lifted his eyelids, his tone laced with sarcasm. If it weren't for keeping you around to deal with that cobra, do you think you could have made it this far? What? The Shadow Stalker froze in its tracks, disbelief flashing in its ghostly green eyes for the first time. This human he had discovered me long ago? Impossible. It had absolute confidence in its stealth abilities. However, Yun Chen's next words extinguished all its hopes like cold water. A golden level Shadow Stalker, only level 12, dares to jump in front of me? Yun Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, like two unsheathed swords piercing deep into the soul of the Shadow Stalker. Are you even worthy? The moment the words fell, Yun Chen's eyes met the Shadow Stalker's uncertain ghostly green gaze. For an instant, Demon Transfer. Activate. Immediately, Yun Chen didn't even perform the initial motion of the skill. A torrent of overwhelming vitality, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged wildly from the Shadow Stalker's body. It felt as if its life was being forcibly pulled out by an invisible hand. 60,000 points. A full 60,000 points of health were transferred to this golden level monster under Yun Chen's single glance through Demon Transfer. This was the entirety of Yun Chen's health limit. He used all his health as a bet to execute this cost transfer. The Shadow Stalker couldn't even let out a scream. Its ghostly green eyes instantly lost all their luster, becoming dull and hollow. Its body stiffened abruptly and fell straight back. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, dust rising. This golden level assassin monster, which had just moments ago thought it was in control of the situation, died in a most humiliating manner, without even a splash of resistance. Bai Shirshan watched in shock, her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. It was killed in an instant? A golden level assassin monster was just taken down by a single glance from the demon boss? This was too absurd. She knew Yun Chen was strong, but each time he managed to redefine her understanding of strength. Yun Chen, however, seemed to treat it as a trivial matter, his expression unchanged in the slightest. You have successfully killed Shadow Stalker, LV-12, gaining 26,515 experience points. You have gained 20 demon points. You have obtained the equipment Shroud of the Shadow Stalker, golden level. You have obtained the skill book Shadow Step, golden level. Rich reward notifications popped up before Yun Chen. He stepped forward and picked up the two items dropped by the monster. Shroud of the Shadow Stalker, golden level. After equipping, health limit decreases by 30%, agility plus 100, critical hit rate plus 10%. Reduce health? Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. This thing isn't worth a dog's attention. For a blood tank like him, equipment that lowers health limits was simply toxic. Skill book Shadow Step, golden level. After learning it, can consume a small amount of stamina to instantly blink to a designated position within 10 meters with a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Limited to assassin type. Professions, an assassin's displacement skill. Not bad, but unfortunately I can't learn it. Yun Chen casually tossed these two items into his backpack. Although they were not immediately useful, golden level equipment and skill books could be sold for money or given to guild members in the future, which was a good choice. After dealing with the loot, Yun Chen's gaze fell on the rapidly dissipating body of the Shadow Stalker. His brows furrowed slightly. The frequency of monsters invading reality is getting higher and higher. Yun Chen murmured to himself, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. First, there were the low-level monsters encountered at the D-City base, and then this golden-level Shadow Stalker. All these signs indicated that the terrifying catastrophe, which he once remembered vividly, was probably really coming. Catastrophe. In his previous life, that sudden catastrophe descended like the apocalypse, dragging the entire world into endless chaos and panic. Countless cities fell, and countless lives vanished. Thinking of this, Yun Chen's expression became serious. He turned to look at Bai Shirshan, who was still in a daze beside him. Shirshan. Ah, Demon Lord, what's wrong? Bai Shirshan was startled awake by Yun Chen's sudden call, blinking her beautiful big eyes in confusion. Yun Chen's tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. Listen, what I'm about to say is very important. The real world is about to become extremely dangerous. He succinctly summarized the horror of the catastrophe and the huge crisis the real world was about to face to Bai Shirshan. There was no exaggeration, only cold and cruel facts. The more Bai Shirshan listened, the paler her face became. Although she was not very familiar with the specifics of the catastrophe, from Yun Chen's serious expression and the information conveyed in his words, she could already feel the suffocating despair. Then, what should we do? Bai Shirshan's voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. You need to go home. Immediately. Yun Chen's tone was unquestionable. Take your mother and enter the game world as quickly as possible. Remember, immediately. Right now. The game world? Bai Shirshan was a bit confused. Is the game world safer than reality? For now, yes. Yun Chen nodded. In the early stages of the catastrophe, the invasion of monsters is mainly concentrated in the real world, while the game world will be a temporary safe haven. Moreover, in the game world, we at least still have the power to resist. Bai Shirshan, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately understood Yun Chen's meaning. Ordinary people in reality had almost no ability to resist those ferocious monsters. But in the game world, players had levels, equipment, and skills, at least having the strength to fight back. She looked at Yun Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with trust and determination. I understand, Demon Lord. Bai Shirshan nodded heavily, without any hesitation. I'll go right away. After saying that, she took a deep look at Yun Chen, as if to engrave his image in her heart. Then, without any hesitation, she turned and quickly disappeared at the end of the alley, running towards home. The night wind blew, stirring up a few fallen leaves. In the alley, only Yun Chen remained. He watched Bai Shirshan's departing figure until she was no longer visible. Then, he slowly withdrew his gaze, his deep eyes flickering with a complex and inscrutable light. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that previous life filled with blood and fire. D-City, in the early stages of the catastrophe outbreak in his previous life, was one of the first cities to fall. The number of monsters and their levels far exceeded those in other regions. Countless players and citizens perished in this catastrophe, and the entire city ultimately turned into a wasteland, becoming a paradise for monsters. In the previous life, even in B-City, where monsters were not as numerous, Yun Chen almost didn't survive. But for the current Yun Chen, crises often come with tremendous opportunities, a massive amount of experience points, rare materials, and those special boss that only appear in the early stages of the disaster. All of these are excellent chances for him to rapidly enhance his strength and establish future advantages. Fortune favors the bold. Yun Chen murmured, his eyes growing brighter. He began to diligently recall the vague memories of the early stages of the disaster in D-City from his previous life. The distribution of those monsters, the important strategic locations, and the specific locations of those teleportation portals. I remember the largest and initial teleportation portal in D-City. Yun Chen furrowed his brows, constantly searching through that dusty memory in his mind. It seems to be near the abandoned industrial park in the East District. With the target locked, Yun Chen hesitated no longer. He turned around and quickly walked out of the alley filled with the stench of blood and death. He started the black sports car parked by the roadside, the engine roaring deeply, merging into the profound night. Relying on that vague yet profound memory in his mind, Yun Chen pressed the accelerator, racing towards the abandoned industrial park in the East District of D-City. Under the night sky, D-City had long lost its past hustle and bustle. In its place was a heart-stopping silence. The closer he got to the East District, the more clearly Yun Chen could feel an indescribable restlessness and unease permeating the air. It was as if some terrifying presence was lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. In the city, the number of monsters appearing in the game was increasing. On the streets, vehicles became sparse and moved chaotically, with many cars even crashing directly into the roadside or the shop windows, flashing dangerous warning lights like eerie embellishments before the apocalypse. Occasionally, he could see one or two mutilated corpses lying on the cold sidewalk, their deaths tragic. Blood stained the ground, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. Some ragged citizens, faces filled with terror, ran aimlessly in the streets like headless flies, letting out desperate and piercing screams. In the distance, various beast-like roars and the explosive sounds of human weapons firing could be faintly heard, mixed with the hoarse warnings and evacuation orders issued by officials through loudspeakers. The entire East District resembled a chaotic painting unfolding before the arrival of the apocalypse. Yun Chen's face was ashen, his fingers gripping the steering wheel so tightly that they turned slightly white. He knew this was just the beginning. The real disaster was far more terrifying than the scene before him, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The sports car weaved through the empty and chaotic streets, avoiding abandoned vehicles and wandering monsters. After a not-so-easy trek, Yunchen finally arrived at the vast, desolate industrial park from his memory. This place had once been the proud industrial heart of D City. Now, it was left with rusting, peeling factories and towering abandoned chimneys that loomed like silent giants. The air was thick with the smell of rust, dust, and an indescribable stench of decay. A heavy sense of foreboding and silence hung like thick lead clouds, making it hard to breathe. Creak, the tires of the sports car screeched against the gravel-covered road, producing a piercing sound. As Yun Chen drove into the outer area of the industrial park, he hadn't yet had the chance to observe closely when his extraordinary senses sharply detected the lurking danger. Swish, 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 a chilling scraping sound came from the abandoned railway not far away. Immediately, more than a dozen pale, bloated creatures with deep-set eyes, wielding rusted bone clubs, the rotten goblins, staggered out from the shadows. They emitted incomprehensible ha-ha sounds, their murky eyes fixated greedily on Yun Chen's sports car, filled with a hunger for flesh. Behind them trailed a few mutated burrow spiders, bulkier than barrels and covered in dark green bristles. These spiders moved with their 8 menacing limbs, green venom dripping from their mandibles, hissing threateningly. Clearly, these were low-level cannon fodder that had seeped out from some unknown small spatial rift. He couldn't even be bothered to get out of the car. With a thought, the active skill of the demon staff, Emerald, summon demon minions, Emerald, was activated. Kek-a-kek roar. Accompanied by a tooth-grating cackle and a deep growl, 2 demon imps wielding rusted daggers, their faces twisted in malice, along with 2 tall, muscular demon minions, appeared out of thin air around the sports car. As soon as the demon imps appeared, their crimson eyes locked onto the goblins and spiders, letting out excited shrieks. Go! Yun Chen commanded succinctly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 demon imps shot forward like arrows, transforming into 2 dark red afterimages, pouncing at incredible speed towards the horde of monsters. The sluggish rotten goblins and mutated burrow spiders had no time to mount any effective response. Yun Chen silently chanted in his heart. The next moment, boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously between the abandoned tracks. Self-destruct sacrifice. A terrifying shockwave of energy, mixed with chunks of flesh and green liquid, spread wildly in all directions. The dozen or so goblins and several burrow spiders were torn to shreds in that devastating explosion, unable to even let out a complete scream. You have killed Rotten Goblin LV5, gaining 1500 experience points. You have killed Mutated Burrow Spider LV7, gaining 2800 experience points. A series of experience notifications flooded Yun Chen's view. Although the experience from each individual monster wasn't much, it added up to a small income. More importantly, the energy bar of the demon staff was significantly replenished as well. The 2 demon minions didn't even get a chance to act before the battle was over. They stood there, somewhat bewildered, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. Efficiency is decent, Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction. After clearing out this wave of peripheral trash, he didn't linger and continued driving the black sports car deeper into the industrial park. The further he went, the more the faint spatial fluctuations in the air became clearer and stronger. The surrounding environment began to show slight distortions in light and shadow. The abandoned factory buildings by the roadside, the graffiti on the walls, and even some rusted metal pipes all appeared unstable, presenting a blurry sensation as if rippling like water. The space itself was subtly trembling. Yun Chen's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He knew he was getting closer to the main and largest stable teleportation portal. According to his memories from his previous life, that portal should be located in this area of flattened abandoned factory buildings. The sports car stopped in front of a massive factory skeleton, reduced to crumbling walls. Yun Chen turned off the engine, opened the car door, and stepped out. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings while heightening his mental awareness to the utmost, sensing every movement in the vicinity. In the air, besides the heavy smell of blood and the stench of monsters, there was also a peculiar, fresh scent reminiscent of ozone. That was a sign of highly concentrated spatial energy. He navigated around the collapsed walls and entered a relatively narrow alley flanked by towering factory ruins. At the end of the alley, a deep blue halo pulsed slowly, as if it were alive. Found it! Yun Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. In the deepest part of the alley, on a relatively open patch of ground, there was a massive light sphere over 5 meters in diameter, emitting a faint blue glow reminiscent of the deep sea. It quietly hovered about 2 to 3 meters above the ground. The sphere had an irregular oval shape, with edges that spread out like jellyfish tentacles, creating visible ripples in the air. Inside the light sphere, shadows shifted, and one could vaguely see some distorted scenes that did not belong to this world. This was one of the sources of the disaster, the spatial teleportation portal. At this moment, from the deep blue light screen, one after another, monsters of various shapes, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, crawled out. There were bone reapers wielding massive bone scythes, their bodies pale as death. There were stone-skinned earth dragons, large in size with skin as hard as rock. And there were some void stalkers floating in midair, constantly emitting sharp shrieks and capable of releasing shadow arrows. The levels of these monsters ranged generally from level 10 to level 15, with dozens of them in total. As soon as they emerged from the portal, they let out deafening roars, their crimson eyes filled with a thirst for slaughter. The air in the alley instantly became oppressive and violent. Wow, it's quite lively right from the start? Yunshen squinted, surveying the spectacle before him. For ordinary players at this stage, even well-equipped teams, these monsters were nothing short of a nightmare. But for him, they were merely a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, walking experience bags. He had even begun to calculate whether to continuously output with Disaster Domain or directly summon the Demon Legion for a spectacular fireworks show using Sacrifice Self-Destruct. Just as he raised his hand, preparing to give these oblivious creatures a welcome gift, the shadow energy at his fingertips had just begun to coalesce. His movements, however, suddenly halted. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, turned towards a dark corner at the entrance of the alley in front of the portal. There seemed to be something there. Yunchan raised an eyebrow. He sensed a faint human life force, very weak, almost overshadowed by the dense monster aura surrounding it. He held his breath, carefully discerning. In the shadowy corner piled with discarded tires and old wooden boxes, a petite figure was curled up, trembling violently from extreme fear. It looked like a girl. Not long ago, in the depths of the abandoned industrial park in the eastern district of D-City, which reeked of rust and decay, a dark, damp alley, the young lady of the Xinghui Chamber of Commerce, Xiaoyua, was slumped against the cold wall, her body limp. Her gaze was vacant, her pupils dilated from sheer terror. Not far in front of her, two bodies, mangled and unrecognizable from the explosion, lay like two disgusting piles of rotten flesh, emitting a strong smell of charred remains and blood. The black and white duo, the top assassins of the cafe. Just like that, gone? She had witnessed the dark red little thing that appeared like a ghost, and the earth-shattering self-detonation. The shockwave, the heat wave, the splattered flesh, everything felt like an unending nightmare. Her stomach churned, her throat burned, yet she could not vomit anything. Her legs felt as if they were filled with lead. No, they had completely lost sensation, soft as noodles. For more than half an hour, perhaps longer, Xiaoyua finally regained a sliver of control over her body from that soul-exiting fear. Trembling, she leaned against the filthy wall, struggling to stand up bit by bit. The relief of surviving had not yet surged in her heart. Suddenly, a change occurred. Buzz, a low, teeth-grinding hum resonated in the air behind her. The space twisted and tore without warning. A massive, ominous oval portal, radiating a ghostly blue light, suddenly appeared in midair like a gaping abyss. Then, she witnessed a scene that would haunt her for life and plunge her into utter despair. 1, 2, 3, grotesque and terrifying monsters of various forms were crawling out from that ghostly blue opening, wielding enormous bone scythes, skeletal creatures with pallid bodies, huge, four-legged crawling beasts with skin as hard as rock, and some strange entities floating in the air, emitting sharp screeches, sporting bat-like wings. Their crimson eyes were filled with greed and brutality for flesh and blood. Roar! Hiss! The nauseating roars and howls filled the entire alley. A strong stench of sulfur and decay assaulted her senses, nearly suffocating her. Monsters! Monsters from the game! How could they appear here? The nerves that had just slightly relaxed after the death of the black and white duo instantly tightened to the extreme again. No! They were completely severed. A short, suppressed groan escaped from Xiaoyua's throat. The body she had just barely managed to stand up with lost all its strength once more. Thud! She fell heavily to the ground. Beneath her skirt, a dampness rapidly spread, bringing with it an indescribable warmth and shame. She was so frightened that she lost control. Tears, mixed with snot, uncontrollably smeared her once delicate and beautiful face. Despair, utter despair, like cold seawater, completely drowned her. It was over. This time, it was really over. No one would come to save her anymore. Just as she closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive, sizzle! A blinding gray lightning, like a blade, tearing through the night, suddenly cut through the dimness of the alley. It struck precisely at the horde of monsters that had just surged out of the portal. Boom! Accompanied by a dull explosion, the violet energy rampaged forth. Those grotesque monsters didn't even have time to let out a complete roar. In That gray flash, like ice and snow thrown into a furnace, they instantly melted, disintegrated, and turned to ashes. With just one strike, more than a dozen ferocious-looking monsters were thus reduced to nothing. The alley returned to an eerie silence once more. Only the ghostly blue portal continued to pulse. Ominously, Xia Yuhua suddenly opened her eyes, incredulously staring at the empty ground before her. The monsters disappeared? She stiffly turned her head to look towards the alley entrance. There, unbeknownst to her, a figure stood quietly. A young man in casual clothes. One hand was in his pocket while the other was slightly raised, with the tips of his fingers seemingly still holding a few faint gray arcs of electricity, slowly dissipating. Yun Chen's gaze fell upon the figure curled up in the corner of the alley. It was a girl in an exquisite dress. At this moment, that expensive clothing was already covered in dust and stains, her hair was somewhat disheveled, and she looked utterly disheveled. The moment he recognized the girl's face, Yun Chen's eyes subtly shifted. He knew the girl before him. Xia Yuhua, the young lady of the Starshine Chamber of Commerce. He had an impression of this face. In his previous life, when he was still a struggling little priest barely making ends meet, he had seen this young lady from a distance at several public events. In his memory, she was always the center of attention, surrounded by many people. With an arrogant expression and a cold demeanor, she resembled a flower on a high peak, exuding an innate sense of alienation that kept others at bay. In stark contrast to the girl curled up next to the garbage pile, trembling all over, her eyes filled with confusion and extreme fear after surviving a disaster, they were two entirely different people. Fate is truly a marvelous thing. Xia Yuhua stared blankly at Yun Chen at the alley entrance. After a long while, her cracked lips finally moved slightly, producing a hoarse and weak voice thick with nasal tones. Are you human? The voice trembled, filled with uncertainty. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. Seeing her in such a state of shock, lost and disoriented, along with the dust and some unknown liquid on her skirt, it seemed she had been scared out of her wits, her mind a bit unclear. Indeed, anyone who suddenly faced a group of ferocious monsters would likely go mad. He nodded gently. With a confirmed response, Xia Yuhua's taut nerves seemed to finally relax a bit. In Zay's mind, thoughts raced like lightning. Xia Yuhua, he remembered clearly, in his previous life, this young lady of the Starlight Chamber of Commerce. She had been kidnapped by the assassins from the coffee house shortly after the game launched, and ultimately, cruelly murdered. This incident had caused quite a stir in the upper circles of D-City at the time. The Starlight Chamber of Commerce was furious, offering a sky-high bounty to track down the murderer, creating a storm throughout the city. The coffee house, assassins. Yun Chen's gaze instinctively swept towards the spot not far from where Xia Yuhua was curled up. There lay two charred bodies, blown to bits, almost unrecognizable as human. The air still carried the distinct scent of sulfur and charred remains left by the demon's self-detonation. In a flash, a thought crystallized in his mind. Among the 26 names of the coffeehouse assassins reported by the Cobra, there were indeed two, codenamed Black and White Duo, and their last reported location was near this abandoned industrial park. So, was it during his dispatch of the Demon Legion to clean up the coffeehouse scum that he inadvertently eliminated these two assassins who were supposed to take care of Xia Yuhua? An unintentional act had saved this young lady who was meant to perish. The trajectory of fate had already shifted unexpectedly. Quite interesting, but it was still best to confirm her identity to avoid any mistakes. Yun Chen spoke in a declarative tone, slowly saying, "You are Xia Yuhua of the Starlight Chamber of Commerce, right?" Xia Yuhua, curled up in the corner, suddenly lifted her head upon hearing this. Her bloodshot eyes instantly filled with disbelief and shock. How do you know my name?" Yun Chen did not answer her question but continued, "Not long ago, you should have encountered a kidnapping, right?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuhua's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with an incredible expression. Her identity, her ordeal, this suddenly appearing mysterious young man, knew everything clearly. Looking at her shocked expression, Yun Chen already had a plan in mind. This young lady held a significant position in the Starlight Chamber of Commerce. Her brother, Xia Ming, though a shrewd businessman, was also a person of principle. If he saved his sister, he should be able to receive a considerable reward from her side. With this thought, he took out the key to a black sports car from his pocket. Flicking his fingers casually, the key arced through the air, accurately landing towards Xia Yuhua. "Can you stand up?" Yun Chen's voice remained calm. "My car is not far outside the alley. Drive it and leave here as soon as possible. This place will soon become very dangerous." Xia Yuhua instinctively reached out, somewhat flustered, to catch the cold key. She looked at the young man, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. But more than that was the gratitude of having survived a disaster. Thank you," she repeatedly expressed her thanks, her voice still tinged with a sob but now with a bit more strength than before. She leaned against the wall, gritting her teeth, forcing herself to endure the weakness in her legs and discomfort in her body, struggling to stand up. The instinct to survive ignited an astonishing willpower within her. After several attempts, she finally steadied herself, swaying slightly. Just as she was about to Turn around and escape this nightmarish place. She seemed to remember something, suddenly turning her head to look at the young man still standing at the alley entrance, his figure appearing somewhat blurred in the dim light. I still don't know your name, she mustered the courage to ask. She couldn't possibly not know the name of her savior. However, Yunshin did not turn back. His gaze had already returned to the deepest part of the alley, where a space portal still emitted a faint blue light, and new monsters began to crawl out from it. It was as if those grotesque creatures were nothing more than insignificant backdrops in his eyes. Go back and ask your brother, Xiaming. His voice came from ahead, carrying an undeniable tone. Just say that a distinguished guest who traded with him not long ago saved you. After a pause, Yunshin added, oh, and by the way, tell him, saving people is not free. Next time I visit the Xinghui Chamber of Commerce, let him prepare enough compensation. Xia Yuha was slightly taken aback. Her brother Xiaming's friend? No wonder he knew her identity. She was exceptionally clever and immediately understood the implications, no longer asking further questions. She simply etched the words, distinguished guest, and the young man's calm yet absolutely confident demeanor deeply into her heart. She gritted her teeth, enduring the dual discomfort and weakness of her body and mind, and no longer hesitated. I understand. Thank you. She thanked him again, then turned around, leaning against the wall, stumbling step by step toward the alley entrance. Soon, Xia Yue's petite figure disappeared from the alley. Moments later, the sound of a sports car engine struggling to start came from outside the alley. Then there was the roar of tires screeching against the ground as it hurriedly sped away. Only then did Yunshin slowly turn around. His gaze fell once more on the eerie blue space portal. At this moment, the atmosphere in the alley was even heavier and more oppressive than before. Sure enough, in the short time since Xia Yuha had left, the portal seemed to have been invigorated, its output efficiency noticeably increased. More monsters surged out like a tide. Watching the extraordinarily lively scene before him, Yunshin felt no tension. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. It's time to level up. Deep in the alley, the eerie blue portal continued to pulse restlessly, like a huge, greedy stomach constantly spewing forth grotesque monsters. The Bone Reaper swung its pale bone side, the soul fire flickering in its hollow eye sockets. The stone-skinned Earthwalker moved with heavy steps, its hard skin glistening like rock. And there were those void stalkers floating in mid-air, emitting shark shrieks, shadow energy coalescing in their claws. Monsters surged forth like a tide, their numbers far greater than when Xia Yuha had caught a glimpse. One monster charged forward first. It was an exceptionally robust silver-level bone guardian, at level 13. Its entire skeletal body displayed an ominous dark gray hue. Gripping a rusted, massive bone battle axe, the 2 points of ghostly green soul fire flickered violently in its hollow eye sockets, clearly marking it as a small leader among this wave of monsters. You're the one, today's lucky audience, Yunshin silently thought, locking his gaze on the bone guardian. Demon transfer, activate. Almost simultaneously, he raised his hand. No incantation, no unnecessary movements. A faint, almost imperceptible gray field spread silently from him as its center. Disaster field. The field expanded rapidly, like ink dropped into water. In an instant, it enveloped the entire alley, including the area in front of the portal from which monsters were continuously emerging. Those monsters that had just burst out of the portal, even before they could let out a complete roar, suddenly froze in their tracks. Their bodies bore no scars, yet it was as if all their vitality had been instantly drained. Whether it was the tough-skinned, stone-skinned Earth Dragon, the agile and eerie Void Stalker, or the Bone Guardian chosen by Yunshin, their health bars plummeted like kites severed from their strings, emptied in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed in succession, merging into a single chorus. The alley that had just been filled with the clamor and fury of various monsters was suddenly cleared, leaving only a ground littered with twisted monster corpses. They didn't even have time to let out a single scream before bidding farewell to this newly arrived world. Ding! Your party has killed Bone Guardian. LV13, Silver Elite, gaining 12,000 experience points. Ding! Your party has killed Bone Reaper LV12, gaining 7,500 experience points. Ding! Your party has killed Stone-Skinned Earth Dragon LV14, gaining 14,800 experience points. Ding! Your party has killed Voidstalker LV11, gaining 6,600 experience points. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in City H, this once prosperous metropolis was now shrouded in the shadow of the cataclysm. In the city center, the streets that had once been bustling with traffic were now reduced to ruins, smoke filling the air. A well-equipped, coordinated player team was engaged in fierce combat with monsters emerging from small spatial rifts. This team, known as Dawn's Blade, was quite famous in City H and throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom Warzone. The captain, Frenzied Blade, a berserker wielding a massive two-handed sword, was at level 11, ranking among the top 50 on the leaderboard. With a furious shout, he swung his giant sword, cutting through the air with a powerful charged strike that landed heavily on the head of a golden-level raging Earth Dragon. Roar! The Earth Dragon let out a reluctant wail, its massive body crashing to the ground. Starfire, take out those little brats. Frenzied Blade shouted without looking back. The vice-captain and main mage of the team, Starfire, raised her staff in response. She was a voluptuous female mage, also at level 11, with a mastery of Fireball. Fireball. A searing fireball shot out, accurately hitting several silver-level corrupted hounds that were lunging from the side. Boom! In the midst of the violent explosion, those hounds were blown to pieces, charred limbs flying everywhere. The team's shield warrior, Iron Wall, a burly man wielding a massive tower shield, stood firmly at the front, providing solid protection for his teammates. As he blocked a monster's claw strike with his shield, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! The official prophet even warned that this monster wave in City H would be exceptionally fierce, but in my view, it's nothing much. His tone was filled with ease and disdain. Exactly, chimed in the archer Windchaser from the team. As long as our life currency holds out and the potion supplies keep coming, these monsters are just lining up to give us experience and gear. Don't be careless. Although Frenzied Blade felt the pressure was low, he still habitually reminded them, let's finish this area quickly, then we'll take a break and check out the commercial street. I heard they spawned a rare elite over there. Got it, Captain, the team members replied in unison, their offensive becoming even more intense. They were all elite players ranked in the top 100. Each had been through countless battles, possessing absolute confidence in their own and their team's strength. To them, the official warnings were mostly alarmist, aimed at stabilizing the emotions of the ordinary populace. A real threat? Non-existent. Soon, the monsters in this area were cleared out. As they cleaned the battlefield and collected the loot, they chatted casually. Speaking of which, those official prophets really know how to make things sound serious, causing everyone to panic, Xingho said with a pout, somewhat dissatisfied. In my opinion, they just want to boost their presence. Who says otherwise? TB replied in a deep, resonant voice. With that effort, they might as well study how to enhance our players' strength. I think this game merging with reality is actually a huge opportunity for us top players. Exactly. Once we level up a bit more and get better gear, all those monsters and bosses will just be stepping stones for us, Juefeng said, full of vigor. Guangdao did not join their discussion, merely wiping the giant sword in his hands. Yet, his gaze held a hint of longing for the future. Just as they finished sorting through their loot and prepared to take a moment to recover their skill cooldowns and consumables, a low, hoarse voice filled with a suffocating sense of oppression suddenly echoed behind them. The voice seemed to resonate deep within their souls, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Weak little humans. Are you the ones who killed my subordinates? The entire Dawn Blade team, including the usually composed Guangdao, froze in place. A chill surged from their feet straight to the top of their heads. The ease and teasing on their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer shock and vigilance. Almost simultaneously, they reflexively turned around. Not far behind them, in the shadows of the street, a tall and burly figure was slowly stepping out. It was a humanoid wolf monster. It towered over ordinary humans, standing over 3 meters tall, its body covered in thick silver-gray fur, each hair as tough as steel needles. Its bulging muscles radiated explosive power, and its sharp claws glinted with a metallic coldness. A pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at them, filled with bloodthirsty brutality and icy killing intent. Even more chilling was the massive battle axe it held, shimmering with a dark, cold light. The axe had a grotesque, ancient design, with a broad and heavy blade covered in dark red patterns, as if forged from solidified blood. Drops of thick, dark red liquid dripped slowly from the blade, creating small dents in the ground, emitting wisps of black smoke. Howling Moon Wolf General Fenry, LV-15, rank Platinum. When the Dawn Blade team saw the information floating above the wolf monster's head, they were momentarily stunned, then a glint of greed and excitement flashed in their eyes simultaneously. A Platinum-level boss. This was the highest-ranked boss they had encountered at this stage. If they could take it down, the experience, the gear, it was almost unimaginable. Damn it, kill him and we'll get rich. Brothers, get ready to feast. The rogue in the team, Ghost Shadow, even instinctively licked his lips and said excitedly in a lowered voice. The previous moment's disdain for the official prophets was long forgotten. In the face of immense profit, a little danger seemed insignificant. However, they clearly underestimated the true meaning of the words platinum level. They also overestimated themselves. Just as Ghost Shadow finished speaking, and before he could even enter stealth mode, the wolf general named Fenry moved. Its speed was extreme. It left only a blurred afterimage on the retinas of the onlookers. Swish! A piercing sound of air being sliced through rang out, followed by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and flesh being torn apart. Ah! A short, shrill scream came from the back of the team. Everyone turned in horror. They saw the archer, Juefeng, still wearing the expression of shock and greed from a moment ago. His body had already been neatly split in half from the middle. Blood and entrails gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam, staining the ground around him red. The giant axe, glimmering with a cold light, had somehow returned to Fenry's hand. A fresh smear of blood had appeared on the blade. The entire process happened in an instant. Not even a second. The proud long-range firepower of the team. The elite archer chasing Wind, ranked among the top 100 on the leaderboard, didn't even have a chance to react before being instantly killed. Just a moment ago, the members of the Dawn Blade team were laughing and dreaming of a bright future. Now, they looked as if struck by lightning. The color drained from their faces, leaving only a deathly pallor, as if plunged into an ice cave. Funli's crimson eyes slowly swept over the remaining few. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel arc, revealing fangs sharp as daggers. He extended his barbed tongue and gently licked the blood on the axe blade, letting out a satisfied low growl. Then, his hoarse and oppressive voice rang out again, each word striking like a hammer on everyone's heart. Say it again, who do you want to kill? H City, the official temporary combat command center. A massive arc-shaped light screen occupied an entire wall. The three-dimensional map of the city slowly rotated on it, countless blinking red dots interwoven with complex data streams. In the hall, only the sporadic sound of urgent keyboard typing remained, along with the occasional blurred reports from the communicator, mixed with the roars of monsters and violent explosions. Report, Minister He. A young man wearing the insignia of a combat advisor suddenly sprang up from a seat piled high with documents. His face was pale as if drained of blood, giving him a somewhat ghastly appearance. His voice, sharp and strained from extreme tension, carried a hint of cracking. West District. The energy wave in the West District has broken the threshold. Detecting platinum level boss signal. The Dawn Blade team has suffered a devastating blow. Captain Mad Blade, severely injured and on the brink of death. Archer chasing Wind, signal lost, confirmed deceased. The remaining team members are in grave danger. Requesting emergency support. Each sentence struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone in the command center hard. Platinum level boss killed in action. These words instantly dropped the already oppressive atmosphere to freezing point. However, in this suffocating tension, one corner of the combat command hall seemed somewhat out of place. The young man known as Minister Hijin was leisurely brewing goji berries in an ancient style thermos. Upon hearing the news, he merely blew gently at the steaming air rising from the cup. His eyes, which seemed perpetually sleepy, remained squinted into a slit, his tone lazily contrasting with the surrounding environment. Oh, platinum level? TSK can't hold it in any longer, huh? He set down the thermos and leisurely tapped a few times on the virtual screen in front of him. Aren't those little guys from Dawn Blade always bragging about being elites? Looking down on everyone? Why do they go soft when they encounter the real deal? Order. Hijin paused and commanded, Teams 3 and 5 proceed immediately to the coordinate area. Just after reporting the situation, the young advisor Li Ming, who was gasping for breath, was taken aback by this order. He suddenly raised his head, stumbling forward a step, his voice trembling with excitement. Minister He, that's a platinum level boss. Why aren't we sending all available forces immediately? Instead of just sending 2 teams? His gaze instinctively swept over to the standby area on the other side of the command hall. There, dozens of top official players, with fierce auras and sharp eyes like hawks, were clad in fine equipment, ready for battle at any moment. These people are the true trump cards of H City. In the face of Li Ming's outburst and questioning, Hijin simply picked up his thermos. He leisurely took a sip of the steaming goji berry tea before glancing at him unhurriedly. Young people are just prone to getting worked up. You need to stay calm in the face of events, understand? Li Ming's lips moved, wanting to say something, but Hijin's next words cut him off. Do you think this platinum level big shot is just going to favor our H City like a discount promotion at a mall? Hijin extended his hand and gently tapped the enormous curved light screen in front of him. On the screen, next to the 3D map of H City, there were several other major cities' icons glaringly displayed. A few of them were flashing ominously in a scarlet alert. We need to retain enough combat power. Minister He's voice took on a deeper tone, and a subtle glint flickered in his narrowed eyes, to deal with the platinum-level surprises that may arise in other places. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, a chill creeping up his spine. Other places, could it be? The scene silently shifted with Hijin's gaze. Deep within the command center, there was a quiet room protected by countless flickering runes and layers of translucent energy barriers. Usually, the mage girl, who always appeared half asleep and had so troublesome, "Let me lie down for a bit" on her lips, just wanting to lie flat and not move, was now behaving unusually. She sat cross-legged in the center of a complex magic array made of countless silver threads. Her eyes were tightly closed, long eyelashes trembling slightly. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans dotted her forehead, sliding down her pale, bloodless cheeks, quickly soaking her clothing at the chest. The silver magic array beneath her flickered with unstable light, like a candle flickering in the wind. Surrounding the magic array, the once mountainous pile of life coins was rapidly depleting, visibly transforming into pure energy light points and dissipating into the air due to her continuous use of an extremely energy-consuming prophetic ability. The rate of consumption was alarming to behold. Outside the quiet room, the narrow and oppressive corridor felt even more suffocating. Several city representatives from different safe zones, each with distinct expressions, paced back and forth like ants on a hot stove, whispering to each other, their faces betraying their concealed worries. Among them, a tall, handsome young man who usually wore a playful grin and made jokes was now serious, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning slightly white from the strain. He was the president of the Phantom Blade Guild. Can't touch me. His eyes were filled with unmistakable concern and unease, glancing frequently at the heavy alloy door as if trying to pierce through it. Suddenly, a muffled groan, stifled to the extreme, echoed from within the quiet room. The sound was not human, it resembled the final wail of a dying beast in despair, filled with pain and unwillingness. Following that was a series of crisp crack sounds, like some precious jade being crushed. Little lazy. Can't touch me could no longer contain his anxiety and worry, growling as he stepped forward, his large hand raised as if intending to smash through the alloy door. Just at that critical moment, a faint hydraulic sound was heard. The heavy alloy door slowly slid open inward, revealing a gap barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Behind the gap, a frail figure swayed unsteadily, slowly emerging with heartbreaking exhaustion and weakness. It was indeed just wanting to lie flat and not move. Can't touch me almost rushed over immediately. Just as he was about to ask her about her condition, he saw the girl raise a hand to stop him. He looked at her face, pale as paper, devoid of any color, and those dim, lifeless eyes caused a pang in his heart. The words that were on the tip of his tongue swallowed. Back down. He knew that this was not the time for idle chatter. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the worry in his heart and asked urgently, with a voice that was as steady as possible yet still trembled slightly, "Have you found it out? The locations of the other platinum-level bosses?" According to the prophet's prophecy, this disaster event would have 3 cities where platinum-level bosses would appear. However, the detailed locations had only been discovered for each city at the beginning. During this time, the other party had been searching for the locations of the other 2 platinum-level bosses. The prophetess, who had a lazy fish ID, was now completely devoid of her usual lethargy. Her face was pale, and fine beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. Supporting herself against the cold wall, her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly exhausted from overusing her prophetic abilities. In response to the inquiry from someone who couldn't reach me, she nodded, her voice hoarse and weak. "I found them. The other 2 platinum-level bosses are in G City and D City, respectively." A combat advisor quickly marked the locations on the electronic map, his brow furrowed. "G City is right next to H City, so it's not far. If we send support, we should be able to gather an elite team within an hour. But D City..." Another advisor's voice was filled with worry. "D City is too far from us. The straight-line distance exceeds 500 kilometers. Even if we immediately dispatch the fastest aerial units, with the gathering time, we won't be able to reach there in a short time. Moreover, the trouble is that in D City, the officials haven't arranged any strategic-level forces capable of independently handling platinum-level bosses. The main players there might struggle even against golden-level bosses." The command center fell into a dead silence. "We can only pray that D City can hold on a little longer," a young communicator murmured, his voice filled with a sense of helplessness. A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. D City was likely facing dire straits. However, on the other side, in D City, which everyone was worried about, in the abandoned factory area of the Eastern District where the portal was located, the scene had completely transformed. If before there were just a few scattered monster corpses, now it had become a mountain of corpses built from countless monster remains. Various grotesque forms of monsters lay piled on top of each other, their deaths tragic and horrific. Dark red, deep green, and pitch-black blood mixed together, forming a viscous stream that flowed slowly at the foot of the corpse mountain. The intense stench of blood and sulfur almost solidified into substance, dyeing the entire alley a foreboding dark red. At the peak of this horrifying mountain of corpses, a figure sat leisurely. No, more accurately, he was sitting on the corpse of an exceptionally large monster that had just breathed its last. The monster was engulfed in dark red abyssal flames, with 2 horns on its head and bat-like wings on its back. Even in death, its fierce visage and the residual power it exuded still hinted at the terror it had possessed in life. It was the platinum-level boss that had made everyone in the H City command center feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. In front of Yun Chen, a light blue system prompt just popped up. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyssal Flame Lord LV-18 Platinum-level boss, gaining 320,320 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 23,000 life coins. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 demon points. TSK, a platinum-level boss? Is that all?" Yun Chen curled his lips, his tone laced with a hint of boredom. A platinum-level boss that could easily annihilate high-level players couldn't even last a single round in Yun Chen's hands. His current health had already surpassed 60,000 after the previous game tasks, with a casual cast of a fully stacked shadow word, pain or withering. Lightning, the damage numbers were so high that the zeros were almost impossible to count, easily breaking the 200,000 mark. Yet, the imposing figure before him, the so-called platinum-level Abyssal Flame Lord, had a total health pool of just over 1 million. Moments ago, it had swaggered out of the portal with an air of arrogance, flames billowing around it, seemingly ready to deliver a grandiose declaration of invasion. However, Before it could even utter the first syllable of its proclamation, it was targeted by Yun Chen, who unleashed a combo of Kumagni, starting with Shadow Word, Pain, followed by Withering, Lightning, and finishing with a wide area plague field. In just a few seconds, this lord from the abyss had contributed its entire being without even managing a decent line. Really? There's no challenge at all. Yun Chen shook his head, bending down to pick up several items dropped by the boss. Aside from a few pieces of passable platinum level gear and a pile of materials, what caught his eye was an ancient badge radiating a dark glow. Abyssal Blessing, Consumable, Grade, Special Effect. Upon use, you can permanently choose one of the following 3 blessings from the abyss. 1. Life Enhancement, your maximum health permanently increases by 20,000 points. 2. Mana Spring, your mana cap permanently increases by 10,000 points, and your mana recovery speed increases by 50%. 3. Abyssal Power, the damage of all your fire-based skills permanently increases by 10%. Oh, Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. He completely ignored the second option, Mana Spring, as the Shadow Priest had no mana bar. It was meaningless to him. As for the third option, Abyssal Power, a permanent 10% increase in all damage sounded appealing, but it only applied to fire-based skills, which was of no use to Yun Chen. Without any hesitation, he chose the first option. Ding! You have chosen the blessing, Life Enhancement. Your maximum health permanently increases by 20,000 points. As the system notification chimed, Yun Chen felt a warm current surge through his body. His original base health of over 30,000 instantly skyrocketed to over 50,000. After factoring in the unreasonable doubling effect of the Prism of Origin, 100,000 health now. Yun Chen looked at the glaring 6-digit health cap in his status bar, nodding in satisfaction. A sense of security, wasn't that just what he needed? He lifted his gaze towards the deepest part of the alley, that eerie blue spatial portal. It continued to diligently function, like an ever-tireless excellent employee, continuously dispatching various high-level monster packages, ranging from LV-12 to LV-15. Most were silver elites, with the occasional golden level. Little surprise. Unfortunately, these fearsome monsters, capable of wiping out ordinary player teams in the outside world, had only one fate before Yun Chen. The moment they stepped out of the portal, not even having the chance to breathe in the freedom of this new world, their health bars were instantly emptied by the already spread plague field. Then they fell to the ground with a thud, adding to the ever-growing mountain of corpses. Not even a proper scream could escape their lips. The entire process was marked by efficiency and environmental friendliness. With the terrifying damage of Yun Chen's current plague field, let alone silver-level monsters, even golden-level ones couldn't withstand the continuous, slowing magical damage within the field for even a few seconds. He leisurely sat atop the warm corpse of the platinum boss, occasionally raising his hand to cast a withering lightning. He cleared out a few stray monsters or called out a particularly tough-looking unfortunate soul, enjoying the zero-cost monster slaying experience brought by demonic transfer. Experience points soared like a rocket, skyrocketing wildly. I can only say, it truly lives up to the Cataclysm event. This experience is just too generous, Yun Chen mused. It had been almost an hour since this portal began to spawn monsters steadily. Roughly estimating, this not-so-large portal had already spat out over 300 high-level monsters. And in this short hour, Yun Chen's level had shot up like he was on a roller coaster. From level 15, he raced up. Level 16, level 17, level 18, until now, level 19. Ding! Your party has killed a Bone Cutter LV-14, gaining 15,500 experience points. Ding! Your party has killed a Plague Spreader LV-13, gaining 12,800 experience points. Yun Chen glanced at his experience bar. Level 19, 800,000/20,000,000. Oh wow, just 200,000 experience left to reach level 20. For him. Now, 200,000 experience was just a matter of waiting for a few more waves of deliveries. Sure enough. A few minutes later, as another wave of over a dozen monsters rushed out of the portal and fell neatly in the disaster zone, a dazzling golden light suddenly rose from Yun Chen. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up. Current level, 20. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV-20. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Intelligence plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Stamina plus 50. You gain 100 free attribute points. With a thought, he allocated all 100 free attribute points to stamina. In an instant, his base stamina surged again. His health cap also rose sharply, climbing up significantly. Comfortable. Yun Chen felt the surge of vitality and nodded in satisfaction. Level 20. This was not just a simple increase in level number. It also meant he could learn and master more powerful high-level skills, unlock higher-level equipment wearing permissions, and there was one more important point. Just as Yun Chen pondered, a system prompt that only he could see quietly appeared before him. Due to reaching level 20, the effect of the primordial demon eye has been unlocked. Here it comes. Yun Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately focused on the long-dormant eyeball. In his vision, the attribute panel of the primordial demon eye slowly unfolded. Primordial Demon I grade, unknown, chaos derivative, durability, 2.34/100. Absorbing the power of faith can slowly restore it or quickly restore it by absorbing the same source. Primordial Fragments, Effect 1, Rule Alteration, consumes 1 point of durability, allowing for a forced modification, distortion, or exemption of specified system rules, priority, supreme. Effect 2, Death Transfer, when the holder suffers any form of fatal judgment, including but not limited to instant death effects, rule kills, health reaching 0, etc., resulting in death, they can actively or passively consume 1 point of durability to forcibly transfer this death result to any designated single living target within their line of sight. Cooldown, 24 hours. This effect has absolute priority, ignoring any exemptions, resistances, and resurrection. Effects. Yun-Chen read the description of Effect 2 word by word, carefully. Each word felt like a heavy hammer, striking hard against his heart. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, accustomed to all kinds of storms, his pupils couldn't help but slightly constrict at this moment. His breath even paused for a moment. Death. Transference. He murmured, his voice tinged with a dry incredulity. This was simply. Yun-Chen found himself at a loss for words to describe the sheer dominance and absurdity of this effect. To directly transfer the final outcome of death to someone else, and to do so forcibly, ignoring any exemptions or resistance? This was beyond what could be simply summarized as defying the heavens. This was outright cheating. It was flipping the table. It was a direct dimensional strike from the rules themselves. Damn. Even Yun-Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly at that moment. He had originally thought that the talent, Demon Transference, which could shift skill costs to the enemy, was already outrageous enough, a real bug. Little did he expect that the second effect unlocked by Primordial Demon I was even more heavyweight. 1 skill cost transference, and 1 transference of death itself. Goodness, was this like playing Russian nesting dolls? But I like it. After a brief shock, Yun-Chen's mind began to race with calculations. This death transference was not just a simple life-saving skill. In certain specific situations, it could be even more lethal and unresolvable than a direct attack skill. Just imagine, when facing a boss with disgusting skills like Lock Hell Feign Death or Golden Body, or a player relying on some ultimate life-saving skill madly provoking you in front of you. If you were to confront them head-on, it might take all your effort and you still might not be able to kill them. But with death transference, Yun-Chen smiled. As long as the opponent was within your line of sight, as long as you triggered the death judgment, no matter what lock health or golden body they had, no matter what invincible resurrection they relied on. Sorry, but this death, you can take it for me. Moreover, this thing could be triggered actively or passively. This meant that even if the enemy used some bizarre means to kill you before you even realized it, as long as the durability was sufficient, this death transference would still automatically take effect, randomly pulling a hapless soul to take your place. It was simply a strategic divine skill that combined life-saving, counter-killing, deterrence, and even framing. This skill is quite interesting. Yun-Chen stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with a hint of wicked fun. He began to imagine that in the future, some oblivious fellows would go to great lengths to try to put him to death, only to find, in the end, that their hard-earned fatal blow had inexplicably landed on themselves or their teammates. That expression would surely be quite spectacular. Just as Yun-Chen was immersed in his fantasies about his new ability, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, 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 at the deepest part of the alley, the deep blue spatial portal that had been diligently and continuously delivering experience orbs suddenly emitted a piercing wail. Previously, while this portal had been continuously spewing out monsters, the overall energy fluctuations had remained within a relatively stable range. But at this moment, that deep blue portal seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand of the abyss. It began to twist, shrink, and expand wildly. The edges of the portal flickered violently, becoming extremely unstable. It even tore open fine yet profound black spatial rifts. Those rifts resembled the mouths of ferocious beasts, exuding a chilling aura of nothingness. A pressure far more terrifying, oppressive, and suffocating than that of the previous platinum level, abyssal flame lord, surged forth. Like a landslide or tsunami, it swept out from the violently fluctuating depths of the portal. Boom! The entire abandoned factory area trembled slightly under the sudden onslaught of this overwhelming pressure. The mountain of monster corpses trembled under the oppressive force, as if they would be ground into powder at any moment. The air froze at that instant. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause. Yun-Chen, who had been leisurely idling and enjoying the thrill of rapidly rising experience points, felt the relaxed expression on his face vanish without a trace. In its place was a look of gravity. He abruptly stood up from the warm corpse of the platinum boss, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixated on the teleportation portal at the end of the alley that was undergoing a dramatic transformation. It seemed that some powerful entity was about to arrive. In H City, the underground parking lot. Amidst the screeching sound of tires, several SUVs drifted to a stop. "Can't touch me," guild leader kicked open the car door and jumped out with swift movements, a look of anxiety on his face. "Hurry up! Move! Support! D-City, target platinum level boss, he shouted, directing the gathering elite officials. At that moment, his deputy handed over a tactical tablet, looking extremely grim. Guild leader, the higher-ups just sent a command to cancel the support operation for D-City. What the hell? Can't touch me, guild leader snatched the tablet away. A quick glance made his eyes widen in shock, and a surge of anger flared up. Cancel support? Have they lost their minds? D-City doesn't even have a top-tier team capable of handling a golden boss, and now with a platinum one appearing, do they want to bury the entire city? He roared, his chest heaving violently, and directly called, just want to lie down and do nothing. As soon as the call connected, he unleashed a torrent of rage. I say, lazy fish sister. What the hell are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop supporting D-City? Do you know what the situation is over there? On the other end of the line, Miss Prophet's voice carried a weariness and hoarseness that suggested she had seen too much. Guild leader, calm down. Just now, my prophecy has undergone a new change. Just want to lie down and do nothing. Paused, seemingly organizing her words, then spoke slowly. The platinum level boss over in D-City, I'm afraid, is just an appetizer. A true disaster, far exceeding platinum level, is about to, or rather, has already descended upon D-City. In the underground parking lot, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Can't touch me, guild leader had his anger freeze on his face, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Exceeding platinum level? You mean emerald? His voice was dry, each word heavy with weight. An emerald level boss? What kind of concept was that? If a platinum level boss required the top combat power of an entire city to deal with cautiously, then an emerald level, even gathering all the strategic players from the officials, would probably just be sending them to their doom. So, can't touch me. Guild leader took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult in his heart, his voice strained. You mean, give up on D-City? Just want to lie down and do nothing? Fell silent for a moment. In this disaster, we cannot save everyone. Her voice was calm, yet carried a chilling resolve. We have already sent the highest priority emergency evacuation notice to all players and officials in D-City. Now, we can only pray that they can evacuate as many people as possible. Meanwhile, in D-City, the abandoned factory in the Eastern District. Before Yunchen, the eerie blue teleportation portal had twisted to its extreme. Buzz, 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 a piercing wail emanated from within the portal, as if some terrifying existence was forcefully tearing apart the barriers of space. The pressure from the previous platinum level, Abyssal Flame Lord, was nothing compared to what was happening now. A terrifying force, far exceeding tenfold or 100-fold, surged forth like an invisible tsunami from the depths of the violently fluctuating portal. Crack, crack, the entire steel structure of the abandoned factory groaned, twisted, and shattered under this overwhelming pressure. The mountain of monster corpses, in the face of this force, didn't even have the qualification to tremble. They were directly crushed and torn apart, turning into a sky full of fragments. The air froze, time stood still. The relaxed and comfortable expression on Yun Chen's face had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He could clearly sense that the creature about to emerge from behind the door had a life level and energy rank that were completely incomparable to those previous experienced babies. Boom! A loud noise erupted. The eerie blue portal suddenly expanded several times outward. Following that, a hand covered in withered yellow keratin, thin as a dead branch yet exuding a metallic coldness, first reached out from within the door. Then came a second, a third, a total of 6 arms. A humanoid monster, over 3 meters tall, its emaciated form resembling a gigantic skeleton, with 2 balls of ghostly green soul flames burning in its eye sockets, slowly stepped out from the portal with heavy strides. It was surrounded by a visible aura of dark green death and decay, and wherever it passed, the ground was shrouded in an ominous gray pallor. 6-armed withered bone priest, LV-21, grade, emerald grade boss. Yun Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. In his memory, during the early stages of the last great disaster event, he had never heard of an emerald grade boss appearing. Could it be that his rebirth triggered some unknown butterfly effect? Just as the 6-armed withered bone priest stepped out of the portal, its feet barely touching this area, the already pervasive disaster domain immediately began to take effect. A scarlet damage number erupted wildly from above its head. Minus 245,890. Yun Chen's current health had already surpassed 100,000. The base damage of disaster domain, without accounting for additional consumption, had already reached 300,000. Even though this emerald grade boss had extremely high magic resistance, it was still stripped of a portion of its health by disaster domain. The ghostly green flames in the eye sockets of the 6-armed withered bone priest flickered slightly. It seemed somewhat surprised by this sudden high damage. Its 6 arms trembled slightly, and a dim withered yellow halo instantly appeared around its body, like a resilient shield. The damage number from disaster domain suddenly dropped sharply. Minus 100,032. The damage was directly reduced by more than half. He. The 6-armed withered bone priest let out a hoarse, piercing laugh, as if 2 pieces of rotten wood were rubbing together. Its eye sockets, burning with ghostly green flames, turned towards Yun Chen, who stood atop the mountain of corpses. I say, how could those useless subordinates sent here be completely wiped out? So it turns out there's a monster like you, causing trouble. Here, Yunshin curled his lips. He was already accustomed to bosses that came with built-in taunts. Likewise, being called a monster by something like you, I'm really not used to it. Before his words fell, Yunshin had already taken action. He had no interest in engaging in any pre-battle friendly exchanges with a boss. In the next moment, another damage number popped up above the boss's head. Minus 100,000. Demon transfer. Then, Yunshin activated Shadow Prison. A solid shadow energy shot out instantly, accurately hitting the six-armed withered bone priest, binding it in an instant. Following that, Yunshin did not stop. Dark word, pain. Minus 100,000. Minus 244,203. Withering lightning. Minus 100,000. 2564430. At the same time, Yunshin's thoughts moved. You two, get to work. The two demon servants that had long been summoned immediately cast the enhanced skill on the two demon minions beside them. Sure, the enhanced demon imps, with a fiercer glint in their eyes, let out sharp shrieks as they charged with their short legs, unhesitatingly rushing towards the massive six-armed withered bone priest. Sacrificial self-destruction. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions erupted beneath the feet of the six-armed withered bone priest. The terrifying shockwaves mixed with magical damage once again took away a significant chunk of its health. A series of fluid operations. From initiation to explosion. It was barely 2 or 3 seconds. Nearly 1 million damage poured out in an instant. The massive health bar of the six-armed withered bone priest visibly dropped by about 1/5. Around 5 million health. Yunshin quickly calculated in his mind, among emerald-level bosses, that's considered relatively low, but this guy's damage reduction and magical resistance are indeed a bit troublesome. Although the six-armed withered bone priest seemed to still be briefly affected by the lingering effects of Shadow Prison, its movements were slightly sluggish. However, Yunshin had no thoughts of being greedy for more hits. He knew well that high-level bosses, especially of this tier, had absurd resistance to control skills and mostly possessed means to forcibly break free from control, similar to unyielding body. Shadow stealth. Yunshin's figure instantly became ethereal, slipping into the shadow realm, disappearing from sight. He needed to wait for the cooldown of his next skill while observing whether this emerald-level boss had any other trump cards. The six-armed withered bone priest was still bound in place by the black chains of Shadow Prison, its 6 arms struggling futilely, making a crack-crack sound. Time passed second by second. Soon, Yunshin's second set of skills finished cooling down. He quietly revealed himself from the shadows, ready to launch his second offensive. However, just as he was about to raise his hand to unleash his skill, an unexpected change occurred. Among the 6 arms of the six-armed withered bone priest that were still struggling, one arm suddenly shone with a blinding yellow light at the joint. Crack! The shadow chains binding that arm snapped in response. Immediately, the freed withered bone arm stretched out at a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. 5 dry fingers, like sharp bone claws, screamed through the air, aiming directly for Yunshin's face. The speed was so fast that it left a faint dark green afterimage in the air. Too fast. Yunshin's pupils suddenly constricted. He instinctively wanted to rely on Shadow Shield to withstand the attack. However, just as the withered bone claw was about to touch the energy layer of his Shadow Shield, a horrifying scene unfolded. That claw, shimmering with an ominous sheen, actually pierced through the solid energy layer of the Shadow Shield. A sense of crisis enveloped Yunshin's entire body. Damn! Yunshin's heart raced with alarm. What kind of skill is this? Ignoring shields? But fortunately, Yunshin had been on guard against the boss's actions. In a critical moment, relying on his agility far beyond that of ordinary players, he tilted his head back to the limit, his entire body being yanked sideways by an invisible force. Sizzle, the withered claw barely grazed the tip of his nose. A few strands of hair in front of his forehead were severed by the sharp wind of the claw, drifting down gently. The cold touch, the breath of death, was just inches away. Damn, that was close. Yunshin broke out in a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he exerted force with his feet, his body swiftly retreating like a ghost, instantly creating a distance of several dozen meters. If that claw had caught him, he would have probably lost tens of thousands of health points. This emerald-level boss was indeed not to be trifled with. Not daring to be careless any longer, Yunshin focused his thoughts and activated Shadow Stealth once more. His figure flickered and silently merged into the shadows on the ground, completely concealing his presence. However, when he cast his gaze back at the 6-armed withered bone priest, but he couldn't help but be taken aback. He saw the boss slowly retract the skeletal arm that had attempted the sneak attack, and between its dry, knife-like claws, it was surprisingly holding a long, black hair. Yunshin's eyes twitched. That hair, no matter how he looked at it, seemed so familiar. Damn, isn't that the hair I just had cut off? A sense of extreme foreboding, like a venomous snake, instantly seized his heart. Sure enough, the next second, the 6-armed skeletal priest grinned, revealing a chilling smile. It carefully placed the hair in the center of a miniature magic circle that had mysteriously appeared on the ground, glowing with a ghostly green light. Immediately after, this creature started performing a ritual. He watched as its 6 arms moved in a bizarre rhythm, its emaciated body twisting into grotesque arcs, while it chanted incantations at #UN% and asterisk binding of the bones, %UN hashtag its soul link. Although he couldn't understand what this boss was mumbling about, Yun Chen's battle instincts went into overdrive, a chill from the depths of his soul making his scalp tingle. No, it can't continue. Yun Chen decisively emerged from the shadows. No matter what ritual you're performing, take this first. Dark word, pain, withering lightning. The skills were instant, shadow energy, intertwining with withering lightning, accurately striking the 6-armed skeletal priest once more. -100,000. Demon transfer. Dark word, pain cost, -248,750. Dark word, pain damage, -100,000. Demon transfer, withering lightning cost, -2687500. Withering lightning damage, another nearly million damage poured out. However, despite enduring such terrifying damage, the 6-armed skeletal priest didn't even furrow its brow, as if the damage had struck someone else. It remained focused on its bizarre dance and chanting, the ghostly green soul fire in its eye sockets burning even more fiercely. Damn, something's not right. Yun Chen's ominous premonition grew stronger. This boss was definitely up to something big. As the chanting of the 6-armed skeletal priest became more urgent and its movements more frenzied, an abnormal change occurred. Above its head, in the void, 5 sharp bone spikes flickering with dark green ghostly light suddenly materialized without warning. Each spike was as thick as an arm, the tips shimmering with a chilling gleam, exuding a strong aura of death. Yun Chen's pupils constricted just as he was about to raise his hand to unleash his third set of skills to interrupt this damned ritual. At that moment, the chanting of the 6-armed skeletal priest abruptly stopped. Its 6 eyes, if the burning soul fire could be considered eyes, turned simultaneously towards Yun Chen, revealing a mocking and cruel smile. A hoarse voice, like a curse, echoed, "The first sacrifice. My left arm, depriving you of control." The moment the words fell, put, the first dark green bone spike hovering above its head suddenly accelerated, plummeting like a shooting star. The target was, astonishingly, one of the 6-armed skeletal priestess' own arms. The bone spike pierced precisely through the boss's dry arm joint. Ha! Yun Chen was taken aback. This boss was self-harming? However, the next moment, the shock on his face froze. Just as Yun Chen raised his right hand, ready to cast a spell, a sudden numbness coursed through it, followed by a complete loss of strength, causing it to droop helplessly. His arm suddenly lost all sensation. What the hell? Is this a curse-type skill? Yun Chen's heart shook violently, instantly understanding. This boss was transferring damage and negative effects to him through self-harm. That hair. It was that hair. It used its own hair as a medium to establish a curse link. Damn it, Yun Chen cursed under his breath, his face turning incredibly grim. The 6-armed withered bone priest watched Yun Chen's reaction, the soul fire in its eye sockets dancing with delight, and spoke again, its voice laced with a sickly pleasure. "The second, sacrifice my right arm, and bind your movements." Put. Another bone spike fell, precisely piercing its other intact arm. Almost simultaneously, Yun Chen's left hand went limp, completely losing sensation. Both hands were rendered useless. This was a huge problem. Before Yun Chen could react, it continued, "The third, sacrifice my left leg, sever your escape route. The fourth, sacrifice my right leg, crush your hopes." Put. Put. 2 muffled sounds followed in quick succession. The third and fourth bone spikes pierced through the 6-armed withered bone priestess' 2 withered thighs. Meanwhile, Yun Chen felt a sharp pain in his legs, followed by a heavy sensation as if they were filled with lead, and finally, they went completely numb, losing all strength. Bang! He could no longer support his body and collapsed weakly to the ground, his back heavily leaning against the cold factory wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it! Yun Chen gritted his teeth, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt like a puppet with all its bones removed, able to move only his head while the rest of his body completely disobeyed him. This sense of powerlessness was extremely frustrating. He lifted his head and stared fiercely at the 6-armed, withered bone priest. Above the boss's head, the last and thickest dark green bone spike hovered quietly. Its target was unmistakably the boss's withered chest, right where the heart was. Yun Chen's heart sank to the bottom. If the first 4 bone spikes corresponded to the control of his limbs, then this last one, without a doubt, corresponded to his life. If that spike fell and pierced the boss's heart, then through that bizarre curse link, the fate of death would also descend upon him. The 6-armed withered bone priest raised its 6 arms, 4 of which were pierced and drooping, slightly, as if embracing the impending victory. It looked at Yun Chen, who lay on the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, the ghostly green soul fire in its eye sockets flickering with a cruel and triumphant light. The boss loudly declared the final sentence, "The fifth, sacrifice my soul, and end your existence." The last death spike, with a sharp sound of slicing through the air, transformed into a dark green death ray, shooting straight down towards the heart of the 6-armed withered bone priest. Put. The bone spike unhesitatingly pierced through the boss's withered chest. emerging from its back and carrying a burst of dark green energy particles. It was done. The soul fire in the six-armed withered bone priestess eyes flickered violently. It seemed to envision the extinguishing of Yun Chen's life fire, his soul being dragged into an endless abyss. However, when the boss looked down at Yun Chen, the triumphant expression on its face instantly froze. The anticipated death did not come. The one who should have been under the curse, with his heart-pierced health bar emptied and completely dead, was now slowly lifting his head. His face remained pale, but his gaze was sharp as a knife, chilling to the bone. There was even a hint of barely perceptible mockery on his face. The six-armed withered bone priest sensed something was wrong. This was not right. Very wrong. Why was this human not dead yet? It clearly felt that the curse had successfully activated, and that fatal blow should have perfectly affected the opponent through the link. Just as it was filled with doubt, a sudden wave of weakness swept over its entire body like a tide. The ghostly green soul fire burning in its eye sockets began to flicker, violently fluctuating in brightness, as if it would extinguish at any moment. What's going on? The hoarse voice of the six-armed withered bone priest was laced with fear and disbelief for the first time. It felt its life force draining away at an incredible speed. Immediately after, its massive body suddenly went limp. The health bar that had about 3/5 remaining above its head was instantly emptied like a floodgate, bursting open. Bang! The enormous skeletal body of the six-armed withered bone priest crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The eerie green soul fire in its eye sockets was completely extinguished. Ding! You have successfully killed six-armed withered bone priest, emerald level, gaining 1,500,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 120,000 life coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 300 demon points. A series of system notifications rang in Yun Chen's ears. Yun Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and at that moment his limp limbs regained sensation. He shook his slightly numb wrists and stood up from the ground. Death transfer, truly impressive, he murmured to himself. Just at that critical moment, when the fifth bone spike was about to fall, determining his death, the effect of Primordial Demon's Eye, death transfer, was passively triggered. The death result that should have been borne by him was forcibly transferred to the six-armed withered bone priest within his line of sight. No matter what strange curse or soul link you have, sorry, but you can take this death from me. I have to say, this was indeed a bit thrilling. I almost really had to pay the price here. That boss's curse skill was insidious, to the extreme, nearly impossible to defend against. However, a glimmer of subtle brilliance flashed in Yun Chen's eyes. Even if he really died, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he had a second life. Previously, when helping the officials clear the disaster event in Blackbird Town, the prophet just wanted to lie down and not move had given him a resurrection crystal. That thing could also work in reality, allowing him to resurrect on the spot once. This was one of the reasons he dared to face this emerald-level boss alone, even knowing the opponent had some tricks up their sleeve. Looking at the boss's corpse, Yun Chen smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful. Unfortunately, this time there was no announcement of a server-first kill like before. Such announcements only triggered when a boss was killed in a proper game world. In reality, while the system still granted experience and rewards for defeating these descending monsters, it wouldn't do any global live broadcasts. The honor points from the announcements were something he wouldn't be able to get this time. However, this small regret was quickly cast aside, because the loot from this battle was quite good. After the six-armed withered bone priest died, it dropped a piece of equipment shimmering with emerald light, along with a pile of miscellaneous materials. Yun Chen picked up the equipment and his eyes immediately lit up. Withered bone priest's decayed amulet, emerald, type, accessory, necklace required level, LV20 attributes. Stamina plus 200, Spirit plus 150 special effect, maximum health plus 30,000 points special effect, withered bone resilience, physical damage taken reduced by 20%. Good stuff. Directly increasing the maximum health by 30,000 points. For a shadow priest like him, who relied on health points, this was like a timely gift. Without hesitation, Yun Chen opened the interface for Demon Authority, consumed 200 demon points and 500 advancement points, and upgraded for me. Ding! Withered Bone Priest's Decayed Amulet, Emerald, grade upgraded. Current grade, Epic, Purple. Decayed Amulet of the Bone Priest, Epic, type, accessory, necklace required. Level, LV20 attributes, Stamina plus 320, Spirit plus 240 special effect, maximum health plus 48,000 points special effect, bone resilience, physical damage taken reduced by 30%. Special effect, Unyielding Will, when health is below 30%, gain 15% damage reduction for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Beautiful. Upgraded to epic level, the maximum health skyrocketed to 48,000 points. Plus, there's an additional life-saving special effect. Adding to the health gained from previous upgrades, Yun Chen's base health has reached a brand new height, an impressive 100,000 points. And with the effect of the Prism of Origin, his health has doubled. His total health now stands at a staggering 200,000. 200,000 health. Hey, that means higher output. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction. Besides this exceptional necklace, there was another unexpected surprise among the spoils. An inconspicuous gray bag. Dimensional satchel, rare, type, special item effect, has 1,200 slots of storage space. A 1,000 slot backpack? Not bad. Yun Chan's eyes lit up again. His previous backpack space had long been insufficient, but now he could finally upgrade, no longer worrying about not having enough room for loot. He tossed all the spoils into the new dimensional satchel and felt very pleased with this enhancement. Then, he raised his head and directed his gaze to the deepest part of the alley, where a spatial portal still emitted a ghostly blue glow. After the six-armed bone priest, this emerald-level boss was defeated, no new monsters had emerged from the portal. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Is that it? Yun Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that the monsters connected to this portal had all been wiped out by him? That would be a bit of a headache. If the monsters were gone, how could he happily grind for experience to level up? He couldn't just rely on such bosses to show up every day, could he? Wait, a thought suddenly flashed in Yun Chen's mind, and he considered a possibility. He stepped up to the ghostly blue portal and examined it closely. This portal was steadily emitting a spatial fluctuation, showing no signs of closing. If the monsters weren't coming out on their own, could he actively go in to find them? According to the scattered information he had gathered in his previous life, these early appearing spatial portals mostly connected to places known as broken secret realms or small plane fragments. He vaguely remembered that this particular portal seemed to connect to an area called Forgotten Ruins, Nox. Normally, this Forgotten Ruins, Nox area, along with other similar early secret realms, would only be gradually open to players once most of them reached around level 20, serving as a novice area and dungeon cluster. At the onset of the first calamity, which is the current stage, most players were still at low levels, generally below level 10, and were already overwhelmed just dealing with the monsters pouring out of the portal. Therefore, hardly anyone would have the bold idea or the capability to actively enter the portal to see what's on the other side. What if they got killed instantly? What if it was a sea of monsters on the other side? The unknown often comes with great risks. But Yun Chen was different. He had the experience of 2 lifetimes, strength far surpassing that of current players, and the revival crystal as a trump card. Risks? For him, as long as the rewards were substantial enough, the risks could be minimized infinitely. Forgotten Ruins, Nox. Yun Chen stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. If it really is that place, there are quite a few good things and hidden quests inside. More importantly, there are endless experience babies. Just thinking about it makes him act. That's always been Yun Chen's style. He took a deep breath and hesitated no longer. With one step, he directly entered that spatial teleportation portal. D City, outskirts of the abandoned factory. The night was as dark as ink, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and char. A team of more than 10 people was swiftly sneaking towards the factory, using the remnants of walls for cover. They wore matching black combat uniforms, with the official emblem of the Dragon Kingdom on their chests, and each face bore a resolute expression of life and death. Leading them was a burly, stern-looking middle-aged man named Yi Lei, one of the few elite captains among the official players of D City. Stay alert. We are the last line of defense for D City. Yi Lei lowered his voice and spoke to his team through the tactical channel, his tone heavy as iron. The higher-ups have ordered us to abandon D City, but we cannot. Behind us are millions of our compatriots who haven't had the chance to evacuate. The communication channel fell into a dead silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. They were the Death Squad. After receiving the cold order to abandon D City, Yi Lei and a group of like-minded official players spontaneously organized this team. They knew very well that with D City's current strength, facing a platinum-level boss, or even something more terrifying, was akin to striking a stone with an egg. But they had to buy even a second more for the evacuation of the civilians behind them. They would use their lives to fill the gap. Each of them envisioned countless brutal battle scenarios, even preparing for the possibility of total sacrifice. They understood that this operation was a matter of life and death. No, it was a matter of certain death. Captain, we're almost there, a scout member signaled, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Lei took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening like an eagle's. Everyone, prepare for battle. Remember, our mission is to delay, not to fight head-on. Delay for as long as we can. Understood. The team members checked their weapons and gear, showing no signs of fear, only a kind of madness before burning out. They cautiously crept into the abandoned factory area. According to the intel, this should be the most densely populated area of monsters, and the core zone where that terrifying boss would appear. However, when they caught sight of the scene before them in the faint moonlight, everyone froze in shock. The anticipated overwhelming tide of monsters did not appear. The deafening roars and howls were absent. Instead, there were mountains of corpses, seas of blood. The entire abandoned factory area, from the entrance to the depths, was littered with countless monster carcasses. Severed limbs, charred flesh, shattered bones piled high as if a doomsday slaughter had taken place. Since there was no server-wide announcement for the first kill of the boss, these officials naturally had no idea that Yun Chen had already cleared this area. They were even unaware that he had achieved the first kill of an emerald-level boss. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood, mixed with the burnt smell of dissipated energy, crazily stimulating everyone's olfactory nerves. The most bizarre thing was the dead silence at the scene. Apart from the mournful sound of the night wind blowing through the ruins, there was not a single other sound. Gulp! Yi Lei swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry as if it were on fire. He looked at the hellish scene before him, at the least hundreds, even hundreds of grotesque monster corpses, his mind blank. They had imagined countless possibilities, but never thought it would end like this, in such a dead silence. It was as if an invisible hand had completely wiped everything here clean before they arrived. He muttered in disbelief, What on earth happened here? Meanwhile, Yunchen stepped forward and passed through the dark blue space portal. The scene before him changed abruptly. No longer was he in the dilapidated, abandoned factory of D City, but in a much older, grander, and eerily silent metropolis. Ruined walls and broken structures were everywhere, towering spires had collapsed, and the magnificent palaces were reduced to mere skeletons. The gray-black stone pavement was riddled with cracks, and in the crevices, some unknown dark plants stubbornly thrived. The sky was an eternal dull yellow, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only a suffocating haze lingered. The air was thick with the scent of decay and death, far more intense than that of the abandoned factory outside, at least tenfold. Forgotten ruins, Nox. Yunchen glanced around and whispered the name of this place. Indeed, it was here. He had just steadied himself and hadn't yet had the chance to carefully observe his surroundings. Roar! Hiss! Dozens of howls filled with rage and resentment suddenly erupted from the ruins all around. Following that, shadows sprang forth from the broken walls and dark alleys, charging out with ferocity. These monsters varied in form, some clad in decayed armor wielding broken long swords, known as corrupted guardians, while others were ethereal, surrounded by swirling black resentment, called vengeful spirits. Their levels ranged generally from 18 to 20. There were at least 30 or 40 of them. And at the forefront of these monsters was a particularly large knight, riding a skeletal warhorse, exuding a terrifying pressure far beyond the other monsters. The knight was enveloped in pitch-black heavy armor, with two flames of ghostly blue burning in his eye sockets, tightly gripping a massive lance inscribed with strange runes. Fallen Knight Commander, Elman, LV-18, rank Platinum. Well, what a great start, Yunchen said, looking at this group of experienced packages that had come to him, especially that Platinum-level boss, which made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curve into a pleased arc. It felt like just as he was about to doze off, someone had thoughtfully provided him with a soft pillow, and a limited edition one at that. The skeletal warhorse beneath Fallen Knight Commander, Elman, snorted loudly. It exhaled a visible grayish death aura, and with each step, it made a crisp clop-clop sound, finally stopping several dozen meters away from Yunchen. The two ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, as if two searchlights had locked onto this uninvited guest, filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. A hoarse and cold voice emerged from beneath the knight's visor. A living person? How did you end up in Nox? Its gaze swept over Yunchen, carrying a hint of scrutiny and confusion. Where is the high priest? Where has it gone? Why did it not return with you? Elman was referring to the emerald-level boss, six-armed withered bone priest that Yunchen had previously defeated. Oh, you mean that skeleton? Yunchen replied, his smile widening. It had bad luck, didn't check the calendar before going out, and accidentally got taken apart by me, turning into my experience and equipment in the process. He paused, his gaze lazily sweeping over the fallen knight and the bizarre little monsters behind it, as if surveying his own backyard. His tone was as relaxed as if discussing whether to have braised ribs or sweet and sour pork for dinner. Don't worry, you'll soon be joining it. A companion on the road to the underworld, so you won't be lonely. Arrogant human. The soul fire in Fallen Knight Commander, Elman's eyes suddenly flared up, letting out a furious roar, daring to desecrate the high priest. You will pay for this with your life. All citizens of Nox, tear him apart. With a command, the surrounding, corrupted guardians, and vengeful spirits surged forward as if fueled by adrenaline, letting out various shrieks as they charged madly towards Yunchen. However, Yunchen just stood quietly in place, too lazy to even move a finger. Noisy. Before the words fell, disaster domain. Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly spread out from Yunchen, radiating in all directions. The dark green aura of disaster swept over the entire area like a tide, instantly enveloping all the monsters rushing in, as well as the platinum-level Fallen Knight Commander Elman. In the next moment, a dense array of scarlet damage numbers erupted from the heads of all the monsters like a fountain. Yunchen's current base health, after equipping the decayed amulet of the Bone Priest, Epic, had reached an astonishing 100,000 points. With the doubling effect of the Source Prism, his total health soared to 200,000. The theoretical damage per second of the disaster domain, based on 200,000 health, had reached a terrifying 600,000. Those ordinary monsters, only level 18 or 19, generally had health between 100,000 and 200,000. Faced with such terrifying area damage, they didn't even have time to scream. Their health bars emptied instantly like punctured balloons. Thud, thud. One by one, the monster corpses fell to the ground like dumplings, quickly turning into experience points and scattered loot. Only the platinum level fallen Knight Commander Elman, with its high health of over 1,000,000 and decent resistance, still had a little less than half of its health bar left after the first wave of the disaster domain. But at this moment, the soul fire in its eyes flickered violently, filled with disbelief and horror. What kind of power is this? Its proud defense felt as fragile as paper in the face of this strange domain. It's nothing, just a little welcome gift. Yun Shen's voice floated over lightly. He then raised his hand. Shadow word, pain. Minus 200,000. Demon transfer, minus 710,400. Shadow word, pain damage, accounting for additional consumption and boss resistance. A solid shadow energy lashed out at fallen Knight Commander Elman, exploding with an astonishing damage number. Elman let out a painful grunt, and its health bar emptied. The platinum level boss, Fallen Knight Commander Elman, didn't even leave a dying word before it fell heavily from its skeletal warhorse, filled with rage and unwillingness, turning into a pile of experience and loot. Instant kill. From the moment Yun Chen unleashed the disaster domain to the time he followed up with 2 single target skills, it was only a matter of a few seconds. A group of elite monsters plus a platinum level boss was easily dealt with as if he were chopping vegetables. Ding! You have successfully killed Fallen Knight Commander Elman, platinum level, earning 800,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 70,000 life coins. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 150 demon points. A series of system notifications rang out. The efficiency is not bad. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction. The experience points provided by these monsters were quite considerable, especially that platinum boss, which had directly pushed him a small step closer to level 21. More importantly, the cumulative health consumption required for the demon sacrifice talent had also progressed significantly. Advanced points, the more the better. He bent down to pick up a piece of platinum armor and several materials dropped by Fallen Knight Commander Elman. He casually tossed them into his dimensional satchel. At that moment, Yun Chen noticed several space portals of varying sizes emitting a faint blue glow around the ruins of the city. These portals clearly connected to different areas of the real world. It seems that Forgotten Ruins Nox serves as a transit station or a monster stronghold, Yun Chen mused, a glimmer of thought crossing his eyes. His current goal was to level up as quickly as possible, unlock the subsequent effects of the primordial demon eye, while accumulating more advanced points and demon points to prepare for the more severe challenges ahead. This Forgotten Ruins Nox is undoubtedly an excellent leveling ground. He looked around. Surrounding this forgotten city are numerous portals leading to reality. The monsters here invade the real world through these portals. Yun Chen's gaze fell on the portal farthest from him. Let's just kill our way through and exit from that door. If we do that, we might even level up in another city. Yun Chen smiled slightly. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated and stepped forward, striding towards the area where the monster presence was stronger. G City, Central Square Battle Zone. The night loomed like a monstrous beast ready to devour, swallowing the entire city. In the center of the square, blinding skill lights and deafening explosions echoed one after another. The air was thick with gunpowder and a strange sweet scent. Damn! Here they come again. 5 of them. 5. A ghostly assassin darted across the battlefield, cursing under his breath. He was the leading figure among G City's official players. Can't touch me. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot at that moment. Under the siege of him and several top official players, the platinum-level boss Phantom Ruler, Morpheus once again unleashed its notoriously tricky core skill Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Swish, 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 swish. The boss let out a sharp screech, its body suddenly swaying. In an instant, it split into 5 identical phantom clones. Damn it, this bastard. Can't touch me, muttered, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. This was the most annoying part of the boss. The 5 clones had to be destroyed simultaneously within a minute to inflict effective damage on the main body. Otherwise, even if just one clone remained, the others would quickly regenerate in a very short time, rendering all efforts futile. All units, pay attention. Proceed as planned. Can't touch me suppressed his anger, his voice regaining calm. Understood. The mage players chanted spells, intertwining frost and flames, trying to control the clones' movements. Heavy armored warriors roared, holding the front line, sparks erupting from their shields. Meanwhile, Can't Touch Me darted like a ghost between the 5 clones. The dagger in his hand glimmered coldly, searching for that fleeting flaw. He relied on the core skill of the Void Assassin, Void Shift, which allowed him to be immune to all damage and control for a short time, the greatest support for his daring dance on the edge of a knife. The battle had already lasted a full 2 hours. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, and most of their potions had been consumed. Just a few minutes ago, they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. With perfect coordination and fluid focus fire, they had successfully taken down 4 clones just as the 1-minute limit was approaching. Only one left. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, at that critical moment, the last clone cunningly exploited a gap in a teammate's skill to escape at the last second, creating distance. Ding! Time was up, and the remaining 4 destroyed clones instantly revived. To full health. All efforts wasted. Damn it! Can't Touch Me was so furious he almost broke the dagger in his hand. He slammed a fist against the nearby broken wall just a little more. This bastard is too damn slippery. The feeling of a cooked duck flying away drove him mad. President, don't be impatient, we still have a chance. Milk Candy without milk softly comforted him, though her tone also carried an unmistakable weariness. Ha! Can't Touch Me let out a long breath, shaking his slightly numb fist. Got it. Everyone, regroup. Let's go again. I'm going to skin this bastard today. The team members quickly responded, although exhausted, the fighting spirit in their eyes had not faded. However, what they did not know was that Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles seemed to have sensed the difficulty posed by this group of humans. These ants, working together with increasing synergy, if this continued, it would likely find itself capsizing in the gutter. A glimmer of cunning flashed across its shadowy face. Swish! 5 clones suddenly feigned an attack, no longer willing to engage. Instead, they shot off in 5 different directions simultaneously, attempting to confuse everyone's judgment. But one of them was clearly much faster. Its target was a spatial teleportation portal at the edge of the square, which had appeared at some unknown time, radiating a ghostly blue aura and looking extremely unstable. That was the escape route it had only just sensed a short while ago. Not good. It's trying to escape. Can't Touch Me reacted the fastest, having been locking onto the boss's true presence. At this moment, seeing the situation, his pupils suddenly constricted and he shouted sharply, "Block it! Don't let it enter the portal!" Can't Touch Me let out a loud roar, his figure turning into an afterimage as he desperately chased after it. The other team members also quickly reacted, unleashing various interception skills as if they were free. But Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles was determined to flee. Its speed surged to the extreme, braving the skills and diving headfirst into the ghostly blue portal. It's over. Can't Touch Me felt a sinking feeling in his heart as he saw the boss's half-body about to vanish into the portal. Just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The portal, which had only been emitting a faint monster aura outward, suddenly trembled violently. Following that, a figure, neither hurried nor slow, walked out from the portal. Ha! Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles, about to completely slip into the spatial rift, suddenly froze. A flicker of astonishment crossed its crimson eyes. What's going on? How could a human come out from inside? Not just the boss was stunned. In the distance, Can't Touch Me and his team, who were desperately chasing, were also dumbfounded. They all gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? There's someone in the portal? A player? This sudden scene caused the fierce battle on the battlefield to come to a halt. Everyone's gaze focused on the young figure who had stepped out from the portal. It was Yun Chen. He had been grinding monsters in Forgotten Ruins Nox for several hours, his level skyrocketing. He had also accumulated quite a few advancement points and demon points. Moreover, he had obtained a piece of top-notch new equipment and several new skills. At this moment, he had just emerged from an exit portal in Nox, ready to see if this new city held any surprises. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a bizarre creature sticking its rear end towards him. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. After a brief moment of astonishment, Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles quickly reacted. No matter who this suddenly appeared human was, he had disrupted its escape plan. Moreover, with an additional enemy, the battle situation would only become more unfavorable for it. Hiss! It let out a sharp hiss, its survival instinct surging. Swish, 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 swish. Without any hesitation, it activated Mirror Flower, Water Moon again. 5 clones identical to the previous ones instantly appeared, and then all 5 figures, including the true body, charged simultaneously towards Yun Chen and the portal behind him. Yun Chen looked at the 5 aggressive figures rushing towards him, a hint of interest appearing on his face. Oh, 5? He flexed his wrist, his tone as relaxed as if he were seeing 5 fat rabbits coming to him. Just right, let's try out the new skill I just learned. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Chen raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying wave of dark magic surged explosively from him. 10,000 devouring shadows. Buzz. The void trembled. 5 shadowy tentacles, solid as reality, emerged like demonic claws from the depths of the abyss, carrying an endless aura of destruction, appearing out of thin air behind the 5 avatars of Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles. Each shadowy tentacle precisely locked onto a target. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react. Puff, puff. 5 muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The 5 tentacles of 10,000 devouring demons pierced through the chests of the 5 avatars of Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles with overwhelming force. Those 5 avatars, who had been tormenting the likes of Can't Touch Me and others to the brink of death, didn't even let out a single scream. The crimson light in their eyes dimmed instantly, their massive bodies stiffened in midair as if all their strength had been drained. Then, bang 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 bang, they transformed into 5 shattered light shadows, dissipating into the air. The entire process was fluid and decisive, from Yun Chen raising his hand to the demise of the 5 avatars, not even taking a second. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. The entire square fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the night wind whistling through the ruins and gulps, the sound of someone struggling to swallow. Can't Touch Me remained frozen in a forward charge position, his mouth agape enough to fit a duck egg, his expression a masterpiece of emotions from shock and anger to bewilderment, finally settling into an overwhelming state of shock and stupor. What had he just seen? That platinum-level boss, which had tormented their top team in G-City for a full 2 hours, pushing them to the brink of annihilation multiple times, cunning and nightmarish, had just been taken down in one move by a mysterious player who suddenly emerged from a portal, and it was 5 avatars taken down at once? What the hell? Is this some kind of international joke? Behind him, Nitang No Sugar, Minister He, and the other team members were all petrified on the spot, as if they had collectively fallen under Medusa's gaze. They didn't even notice their weapons dropping to the ground. The scene unfolding before them had completely shattered their understanding. That was a platinum-level boss. That was Phantom Ruler Mephistopheles with 5 powerful avatars. How could it be? As fragile as paper? After a long moment of daze, Can't Touch Me finally managed to recover a sliver of awareness from his petrified state. He looked at Yun Chen's understated, yet extraordinary equipment, and the other's expression as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This style of action. Could it be? Is Adam's apple Bob? His voice trembling with a hint of unrecognized awe, he tentatively asked, may I ask, are you the demon boss? Yun Chen looked at the familiar faces before him, especially the one making a fuss with the ID Can't Touch Me. He smiled and waved his hand. Yo, long time no see. Ah, demon boss. A surprised scream, and Nitang No Sugar's petite figure rushed over like a gust of wind, her big eyes sparkling with admiration. Demon boss, it's really you. How did you come out of the portal? Can't Touch Me also wore a ghostly expression, stepping forward quickly, sizing up Yun Chen from head to toe, his tone filled with uncertainty. Holy crap, demon bro, are you time traveling? Isn't this portal one way? Yun Chen shrugged, his tone as casual as if discussing a trivial matter. Oh, there were no monsters outside, so I just went in to take a look and cleared out the monsters inside. Once I was done, I came out through another exit. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire official team of G-City, including Can't Touch Me and Nitang No Sugar, collectively fell into a state of petrification. Going in, just taking a stroll? Clearing out the monsters inside as well? That's a portal connected to an unknown terrifying area. Inside, it's a nest where monsters continuously emerge. How can this be described as casually walking in one's own backyard? Just as everyone was caught in a whirlwind of confusion, the tactical communication channel of Can't Touch Me suddenly erupted with urgent calls. President, emergency. The number of monsters at the portals in various cities has suddenly plummeted. Almost no monsters are coming out anymore. The headquarters is urgently investigating the cause, suspecting there might be a larger conspiracy. The voice on the other end was filled with anxiety and confusion. Can't Touch Me twitched his lips, glanced at the calm and collected Yun Chen beside him, took a deep breath, and replied calmly into the communicator. It's fine now, everyone stay calm, there shouldn't be any more monsters coming out of the portal. Ha, President? What's going on? Could it be? We'll discuss the specifics when we get back. Can't Touch Me decisively cut off the communication, then looked at Yun Chen with an extremely complicated expression. Yun Chen ignored the shock of the others, turned his gaze to Can't Touch Me, and said, by the way, is it convenient to get that treasure we agreed on earlier? Upon hearing this, Can't Touch Me immediately came back to his senses, a familiar playful smile appearing on his face. Of course, when the demon boss speaks, it must be convenient. But there are still some leftover small monsters here, let's clear them out first. No need. Yun Chen interrupted lightly, waving his hand. Buzz. The space trembled slightly, and dozens of demon figures exuding a terrifying aura appeared out of thin air. The snarling demon imps and demon servants wielding crude staffs clustered behind Yun Chen. Roar! The demon army, like sharks sensing blood, instantly pounced on the scattered monsters remaining in the square. Screams, tearing sounds, and explosions echoed one after another. In less than a minute, the entire battlefield was devoid of any living monsters except for Yun Chen's summoned creatures. Can't Touch Me opened his mouth, ultimately turning it into a bitter smile. Alright, forget I said anything. Boss, this way please. I've temporarily placed the treasure at the guild's base in the game world. Yun Chen nodded. The group entered the game gods fall through a temporary teleport point set up by the G-City officials. As the light flowed, the scene before them switched from the ruined city to the fantastical and magnificent game world. Through the main city's teleportation array, they quickly arrived at the second main city area, Mist City. Mist City, as its name suggests, is shrouded in a faint mist all year round. The Gothic architectural style and winding stone paths added a touch of mystery. On the way, Yun Chen casually asked, what exactly is the effect of that treasure? Hearing Yun Chen's question, Can't Touch Me chuckled and teased, only explaining as they neared their destination. That treasure is called Lotus of Enlightenment. He paused, observing Yun Chen's expression, and seeing that the other remained unfazed. Continued, this thing is a good item. Once you consume a flower from the moment you eat it for a full 3 months. During those 3 months, any monster you kill will grant you an additional 50% experience boost. Can't Touch Me couldn't help but smacked his lips, his eyes filled with envy. Just think about it, 3 months. A 50% experience boost. If this were in normal times, how many levels could you pull ahead of others? It's simply a leveling artifact. He shifted his tone and added, however, this thing has a limitation. The effects do not stack with repeated use, so one person can only consume one flower within 3 months. When our guild discovered that place, there were initially 10 flowers, and then a new one grows naturally every week. The quantity isn't much, but the effect is truly top-notch. He proudly patted his chest as if taking credit. Don't worry, demon boss. I've already set aside your share, and no one dares to touch it. An extra 50% experience for 3 months? Yun Chen's eyes finally flickered with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. The effect of the Enlightenment Lotus was, even in the memories of his past life, undoubtedly a top-tier auxiliary item. For him, who urgently needed to level up and unlock more effects of the primordial demon eye, this item was like a timely gift. As they spoke, the group had already arrived in front of a 2-story spire building located in the heart of the commercial district of Mist City. The building was entirely made of dark gray stone. The windows were long and narrow, and the roof was steep, showcasing a typical Gothic style. A sign hung at the entrance, engraved with a badge of crossed blades and wings, Phantom Blade. This was the guild residence that the Phantom Blade Guild had spent a considerable amount of money to acquire from an NPC. Can't Touch Me pushed open the heavy oak door with familiarity and stepped inside first. However, the expected noise and greetings from guild members did not greet them. Instead, they were met with a tense atmosphere, as if the air had solidified. In the spacious guild hall, 2 groups were subtly confronting each other. One side featured a female player dressed in shiny silver light armor, perfectly outlining her curvaceous S-curve. She wielded a beautifully designed knight's long sword with tiny sapphires embedded in the scabbard. Her soft gray-white hair shimmered faintly under the magical lights, swaying slightly even without wind, exuding a heroic aura. She was none other than the strongest force of the Phantom Blade Guild, Shuiyu. At this moment, Shuiyu's delicate face was frosty, her gaze icy as she stared at the opposite side. Facing her was an aggressive young man with white hair. He appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and clad in an impressive set of golden armor. A vicious scar stretched from his brow to his cheekbone, as if torn by a beast's claw. This scar was clearly a deliberate feature created during character customization, adding a touch of fierceness and wildness to his already unruly appearance. Yun Chen casually glanced and saw the ID floating above the white-haired youth's head. Mad Blade. Mad Blade spoke with a very unfriendly tone, laced with suppressed anger, questioning, Vice President Shuiyu, I respect you as a senior, but our official guild in Peace City is still an official member, and logically speaking, this Enlightenment Lotus, as an important strategic resource for the guild, should be prioritized for those of us who can contribute more to the official side. Why are you hesitating to let me use it? Shuiyu's face was like ice, her voice cold. The distribution of guild resources has regulations. You reserved it for next week. Mad Blade scoffed, his emotions a bit agitated. Next week? The flowers will have wilted by then. What time is it now? A disaster event. Monsters are everywhere. It's the golden period for leveling up. With the experience boost from the Enlightenment Lotus, how much faster can I level up? And I've noticed that the Enlightenment Lotus in the guild warehouse has always kept one flower. Why not take it out for use? Shuiyu's tone remained icy. That is reserved for another person as per our agreement. A flicker of disdain and arrogance crossed Mad Blade's face. Reserved for what worthless person? Is his identity really more important than our official representatives? As soon as the words fell, clang, Shuiyu's gaze suddenly turned cold, her figure moving like a startled swan. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as the long sword in her hand was already drawn. The cold blade pressed firmly against Mad Blade's carotid artery. You have no right to insult that person. Shuiyu's voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Mad Blade's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling coldness on his neck and the unmasked killing intent. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a slightly playful voice came from the doorway. Oh, the bullshit person you mentioned seems to be me. Yun Chen walked in slowly, his gaze landing on Quang Ren, and he said lightly, that lotus flower was indeed promised to be left for me. Quang Ren turned his head with difficulty, and when he saw the bright red demon ID above Yun Chen's head, his pupils suddenly constricted. Demon? The mysterious big shot who dominated the level rankings and stirred up the entire server? How could he be here? Looking at the expression on Quang Ren's face, as if he had swallowed a fly, and the flash of disbelief deep in his eyes, Yun Chen's lips curled slightly. How about this, he said, extending a finger and gently shaking it. Let's have a match. If you win, the lotus flower is yours. If you lose, you won't bark like a dog and cause trouble for the guild anymore. How about that? Kwang Ren was taken aback. A one-on-one with that demon? He instinctively began to calculate. He also possessed the god-level talent, sort of holy judgment, and among the younger generation in City P, he was considered top-tier combat power. Moreover, this was a game. If he died, he could respawn, losing only a bit of experience. Perhaps he could give it a try? A hint of greed and competitiveness gradually overshadowed his initial shock. Alright, I'll fight you. Kwang Ren gritted his teeth. The news quickly spread, and a large crowd of onlookers gathered in the open space outside the City of Mist. Naitang Bujianai pulled at her brother's sleeve with some concern. Brother, should we go take a look? I heard that Kwang Ren also has a god-level talent. Not interested, he replied leisurely as he walked to the guild bar, poured himself a mug of wheat beer, and took a comfortable sip. He yawned. What are you looking at? Another boss in the clearing area, another disaster event to handle. I'm exhausted. I need to take a good rest now. Naitang Bujia pouted. Brother, don't you care at all about the outcome of the match? Hearing this, he put down his cup and revealed a mysterious smile. The outcome of the match? He glanced in the direction of the duel arena, his tone certain. Is there even a need to watch? Who will win? Isn't that as obvious as a louse on a bald head? Outside the City of Mist, in the wilderness, Kwang Ren held a two-handed greatsword radiating a faint holy light, his expression serious. His god-level talent, sort of holy judgment, could probabilistically add holy damage during attacks and had extra restraint against undead and demon-type targets. Although the opponent was the demon, ranked first in levels, he was confident that he might still have the strength to fight, as long as he seized the opportunity for a burst. At the moment the match began, Kwang Ren let out a roar, and a blinding holy light erupted from his body. The sword of holy judgment talent activated, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, charging fiercely towards Yun Chen. He had already planned to suppress the opponent from the start, not giving him any chance to cast spells. However, Yun Chen simply stood quietly in place, not even drawing his weapon. Just as Kwang Ren was about to rush in front of him, Yun Chen's gaze lightly glanced at Kwang Ren. The next second, minus 150,000. A blood-red terrifying damage number suddenly appeared above Kwang Ren's head. Now, after cutting through the ruined magic capital, Yun Chen's level had reached 26. After updating his equipment, his health had soared to 150,000. Kwang Ren's rushing figure suddenly froze, the ferocity and confidence on his face instantly solidifying, replaced by utter shock and confusion. He felt as if his health bar had been instantly drained by an invisible hand. Thud! Kwang Ren's tall body fell straight down, transforming into a white light heading to the resurrection square. Instant kill. He didn't even get to use a skill. After coming out of the forgotten ruins, Nox, Yun Chen's level had skyrocketed to 26. His equipment had been upgraded significantly, and with the massive advancement points from the demon sacrifice talent boosting his skills and gear. At this moment, his base health had reached a terrifying 150,000. Through demon transfer, this 150,000 health was the cost of a glance as well as the damage of a glance. The entire duel arena, along with the onlookers, fell into a dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the calm figure in the arena, their minds blank. Is it over? The battle ended. Yun Chen successfully obtained the Enlightenment Lotus, which emitted a strange halo. Without hesitation, Yun Chen directly stuffed the lotus into his mouth. It melted instantly, and a cool breath surged throughout his body. System notification: you have consumed the Enlightenment Lotus. For the next 90 days, killing monsters will grant an additional 50% experience bonus. Yun Chen smacked his lips. Tisk. If only I had gotten this before the disaster erupted. I lost a lot of experience for nothing. After obtaining the treasure, Yun Chen did not linger in Mist City. After leaving the ruins of Magic City, he immediately contacted the skilled blacksmith Fatty. When Yun Chen found him, Fatty was struggling, with two huge dark circles under his eyes, yawning as he hammered a glowing red ingot. Demon boss? Fatty saw Yun Chen and jolted awake, instantly more alert. You finally came. Those treasures of yours have worn me out. I didn't sleep a wink all night. He proudly presented a heavy package from under the counter. Yun Chen opened it to find several pieces of equipment shimmering with various colors of light clearly identified. Whispers of Disaster, Gold Intelligence plus 120, Spirit plus 100, Critical Damage plus 15%, Shadow Walker. Boots, Gold Agility plus 130, Movement Speed plus 20%, Evasion Rate plus 5%. With these pieces of equipment, Yun Chen's attributes received a significant boost. He nodded in satisfaction and casually pulled out a two-handed battle axe gleaming with a golden sheen from his backpack, tossing it to Fatty. This is your reward. The axe had a domineering design, with runes glowing along the blade, clearly not an ordinary item. Raging Roar battle axe, gold level. Fatty's eyes widened, and he fumbled to catch it. This. Boss. This is too precious. I can't accept this. A gold-level weapon was worth at least tens of thousands of life coins. How could the few pieces of equipment he helped identify be worth this price? Just take it. If there's good work in the future, I'll come to you again. Yoon Chen waved his hand, not waiting for Fatty to refuse again, and his figure had already disappeared at the door. Fatty stood there holding the battle axe, stunned, before he finally shook his head with a wry smile. This demon boss still had such a straightforward style. After handling the trivial matters in the game, Yoon Chun chose to log off. As the white light faded, he returned to reality. He took out his phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, is this young Master Xia? It's me. On the other end of the line, Xia Ming's voice soon came through, tinged with surprise. Demon boss? What a rare guest. You're looking for me about Yu He, right? Yoon Chen replied, I'm in D City. Do you have time to meet? Of course. Absolutely. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. Xia Ming sounded very enthusiastic. No need, just send me an address, and I'll go myself. After hanging up, Yoon Chen headed straight over. 2 hours later, D City, Starshine Chamber of Commerce branch building. This skyscraper stood tall in the city center. Yoon Chen reported his name and was smoothly led by a servant to the reception room on the top floor. Pushing open the heavy solid wood door, he entered the spacious and luxurious reception room, where Xiaming stood up with a smile to greet him. Beside him stood a young girl in a black lace dress, standing gracefully. The girl had fair skin, delicate features, and long black hair that flowed smoothly over her shoulders. It was indeed Xia Yu He. At this moment, she had long lost the embarrassment and fear from that day outside the cafe. Instead, she exuded a sense of tranquility and charm befitting a young lady from a prominent family. Seeing Yun Chen, Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she awkwardly lowered her head, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. Demon boss, you finally made it. Please, have a seat. Xiaming smiled brightly, showing no airs of being the young master of a major trading company. Thanks to your righteous intervention, my sister's situation was salvaged. Otherwise, he shook his head, still feeling a lingering fear. Yunshin sat down on the sofa and got straight to the point. No need for pleasantries, young Master Xia, let's discuss business. I said, saving someone isn't free, right? Xiaoming laughed heartily. Of course. Refreshing. I love dealing with people like you, demon boss. He snapped his fingers and brought up the system interface. Here are 50,000 life coins, a small token of our Starshine Trading Company, not much but sincere. Xiaoming directly transferred the life coins to Yun Chen. 50,000 life coins was an enormous sum for players at this stage. Yun Chen nodded, saying nothing. Xiaoming then took out a palm-sized, feather-shaped ornament that looked like it was carved from crystal. Additionally, please make sure to accept this little trinket. Wings of the Guardian Angel type, special item effect. The holder can resurrect in full state upon death. No level restriction. Cool down 72 hours. Note, the Mercy of Angels also has its limits. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. This item was far superior to the resurrection crystal given by the previous prophet. The resurrection crystal was a one-time consumable with a level restriction of 20. Now that he was level 26, it was no longer usable. But this Wings of the Guardian Angel could be reused and had no level threshold. Priceless. Young Master Xia is very thoughtful. Yun Chen did not decline this time. Seeing Yun Chen accept it, Xiaoming's smile grew even wider. It's only right. It's only right. The boss saved my sister's life. What's this little thing? After completing the transaction, Yun Chen stood up, intending to leave. He didn't like lingering in such commercial settings. Demon boss, please wait. Xia Ming suddenly called out to him. Yun Chen paused and turned to look at him. Xia Ming wore a slightly playful smile. Well, there are a few guests who would like to meet you. Guests? Yun Chen asked back. Who? Xia Ming hesitated for a moment before slowly uttering 3 words, coffee house. There, boss. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's expression turned cold. An apology? A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Chen could roughly guess their purpose for seeking him out. It must be because of the artifact fragment he had accidentally taken from their assassin, right? Yun Chen sneered inwardly. These guys were quite well informed, managing to find the Starshine Trading Company to make contact. What amused him even more was that the assassins from the coffee house had almost killed Xia Yuha just moments ago, and now, the Starshine Trading Company was agreeing to help them make connections? This operation was indeed a bit shady. Xiaoming seemed to sense Yun Chen's confusion. The smile on his face faded somewhat, replaced by a hint of helplessness and self-mockery. Boss, you see clearly. He sighed and lowered his voice. To be honest, those scoundrels nearly killed my sister, and I wish I could take people to wipe out their lair right now. Xiaoming's fists clenched unconsciously, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. But, sigh, in the world of trading companies, interests ultimately take precedence. The coffee house reached out to us afterward, taking a very low stance, not only offering a generous gift as an apology but also promising us an irresistible cooperative benefit. My father, he ultimately agreed, and this matter ends here. Xiaming's tone was filled with reluctance and frustration. With my current status and ability, I can't make many decisions in the company. He forced a bitter smile, but his gaze quickly regained its calm, even carrying a hint of a merchant's shrewdness. However, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. Those of us in this line of work, the most important thing is patience. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will definitely collect this debt with interest. He looked back at Yun Chen, his expression returning to the calmness it had before. So, boss, what do you think? To meet or not to meet? If you don't want to meet, I will refuse them immediately, ensuring you won't be troubled at all. Yun Chen's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. His gaze was calm, making it hard to discern his emotions. To meet or not to meet? He pondered for a moment. In the end, he nodded. Let's meet. Since the other party had come knocking and they had even gone through the Xinghua Chamber of Commerce, it would be better to see what this coffee house was really up to. A knowing expression appeared on Xiaming's face. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. He acted swiftly, immediately starting to make contact. About 10 minutes later, in a tastefully decorated but somewhat oppressive reception room on the top floor of the Xinghua Chamber of Commerce, Yun Chen sat alone on one side of a long conference table. On the table in front of him, there was only a glass of plain water. Soon, the door was pushed open. Xiaming led 3 people inside. At the forefront was a tall young man with striking white hair. This young man had handsome features, even to the point of being somewhat otherworldly. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were deep, making it hard to see his true thoughts. He wore a well-tailored, casual suit, and every gesture exuded an air of calm confidence. Behind him was a woman in a black professional suit, wearing oversized sunglasses. She was tall and exuded a capable aura, the sunglasses obscuring most of her face, revealing only her sharply defined jawline and tightly pressed thin lips, giving off a cold, unapproachable vibe. The last person seemed somewhat out of place. It was a young man with flamboyant red hair, wearing a ripped jacket and a jingling metal chain around his neck. His eyes were rebellious, with a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth, and he occasionally shot Yun Chen a sideways glance, exuding a sense of irritability and impatience. Yun Chen's gaze swept over the 3 of them. When he saw the red-haired youth, his eyes flickered slightly. This guy looks a bit familiar. Yun Chen's memories surged like a tide. In his previous life, during the early days of the game's arrival, there was a berserker with the ID Kihanmuro who consistently occupied a top 10 position on the leaderboard. At one point, he even briefly reached the number 1 spot. Known for his explosive temper, fierce fighting style, and overwhelming strength, if he remembered correctly, the red-haired youth in front of him almost perfectly matched the image of Kihanmuro from his memory. The ace enforcer of the coffee house? Interesting. If it were his past self encountering such a fierce character, he would have probably taken a detour. But now, times have changed, my friend. With his cliff-like lead in level and strength, he no longer feared anyone. After introducing the guests and exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaming wisely stepped out, leaving the space to them. The large reception room instantly became somewhat delicate in atmosphere. The white-haired young man broke the silence first. He pulled out the chair opposite Yun Chen and sat down gracefully. The woman in the suit and sunglasses quietly stood behind him, like an emotionless shadow. Only the red-haired youth, from the moment he entered, had been staring at Yun Chen with an aggressively intense gaze, as if he were about to pounce and devour him whole. Boss! The red-haired youth finally couldn't hold back. He slammed his hand on the table, producing a loud bang. He glared fiercely at Yun Chen, his tone filled with disdain and provocation. I say we don't need to waste time talking to this so-called demon. If we just take him out here, won't we have what we want? Isn't that more convenient? That Kihanmuro kid was clearly a typical example of action before thought. As he spoke, he had already placed his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. It was a menacing-looking katana. The scabbard was dark red, faintly shimmering with a fierce light. Chigo Kimaru, shut up. The white-haired youth's brow furrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of suppressed dissatisfaction as he admonished, in a low voice. However, at that moment, Chigo Kimaru was clearly not in the mood to listen. The red-haired youth obviously did not take his words to heart. Having enjoyed smooth sailing for a long time within the cafe and in the game, he had developed an extreme confidence that bordered on arrogance. Or rather, he was currently intoxicated by his own self-assurance. He had never lost a battle. Confident that even the top-ranked demon could be defeated, he was ready to fight. Clang! A harsh sound of metal scraping echoed. The red-haired youth had already drawn his sword from its sheath. The bright blade flashed through the reception room, carrying a sharp, killing intent, aimed directly at Yun Chen. Looking for death. Yun Chen's gaze turned icy. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely cast a casual glance at the red-haired youth. Demon transfer. Activate. Since the other party was eager to seek death, he naturally didn't mind fulfilling that wish. The sinister smile on the red-haired youth's face had not fully blossomed. The next second, the anticipated burst of blood did not occur on him. Thud. A muffled sound. The one who fell was, surprisingly, the white-haired youth who had always appeared calm and composed. The smile on the white-haired youth's face instantly froze. His eyes widened, and his body fell straight back, crashing heavily to the ground. Minus 150,000. A shocking damage number floated above his head. This sudden and completely unexpected scene left the red-haired youth, who was preparing to swing his sword and had even imagined the other party's terrified expression, frozen in place. The rage and disdain on his face receded like a tide, replaced by blank astonishment and incomprehension. "Boss," the red-haired youth exclaimed in disbelief, nearly dropping the katana from his hand. He turned his head in disbelief to look at the white-haired youth, who lay motionless on the ground. His mind buzzed, completely crashing. The woman in a suit and sunglasses, who had remained silent like a statue, suddenly removed her sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes filled with shock and horror. Almost instantly, she reacted, rushing forward in a single leap, crouching down to urgently check on the white-haired youth's condition, her voice trembling slightly. "Leader, what happened? How could the boss suddenly fall?" Moreover, they hadn't seen the demon make any move. No precasting gestures, no skill effects, not even a finger moved. Just a glance? The red-haired youth was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. A more violent rage surged from the depths of his heart. "What the hell did you do to the boss?" he roared, raising his katana once more. The blade ignited with blazing red flames, clearly using some powerful skill. However, just as his sword was about to fall, a strong hand, like an iron clamp, firmly grasped his wrist. "Did I not say, don't make a move?" A slightly lazy voice, mixed with a hint of helplessness, sounded from beside him. The red-haired youth turned sharply. He saw the white-haired youth, who had just been dead moments ago, now standing beside him, completely unharmed thanks to his godly talent. Angel's blessing. He wore a teasing smile on his face, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. "Really, I just took a solid hit. For you, Chigo Kimaru," the white-haired youth complained, casting him a sidelong glance. "Boss? You're okay?" The red-haired youth was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Resurrected? No, wait. That damage number. He saw it clearly. It was definitely lethal. The white-haired youth paid no attention to his shock. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yun Chen. The smile on his face faded slightly, replaced by a look of curiosity and seriousness. "Your Excellency, the demon, quite the skill," he slowly spoke, his tone revealing no hint of joy or anger. "However, even if you were to kill the demon right now, it wouldn't matter." The white-haired youth paused and said lightly, "Because what stands before you now is merely a puppet." At these words, not only the red-haired youth and the woman in the suit and sunglasses, but even Yun Chen, who had been hiding in the shadows, showed a rare expression of surprise. Puppet Shadow Mirror. This special item was something he had just acquired not long ago. Its effect was to create a doppelganger that looked exactly like him, with the same basic attributes. The doppelganger could not use skills or equipment effects, only ordinary attacks. He truly hadn't expected that the other party could see through it at a glance, realizing it was just a substitute. It seemed that the leader of this cafe had some real skills. That deadly glance earlier was certainly not executed by the puppet Shadow Mirror. Doppelganger. The puppet itself did not have the ability to release skills. That strike was initiated by Yun Chen's real body, far from a safe distance, through shared vision. The trigger condition for demon transfer was merely the target in sight. With the puppet's eyes, Yun Chen's real body could also lock onto and transfer damage. This was the confidence that allowed him to attend the meeting alone. "Oh?" Yun Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. "Interesting. The ability to see through his puppet Shadow Mirror and to block a fatal blow for his subordinate at a critical moment made this white-haired youth quite formidable." The white-haired youth slightly bowed to Yun Chen, a familiar smile returning to his face. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bai Ming, the head of the cafe. He gestured to the red-haired youth and the woman in the suit and sunglasses behind him. "This ill-tempered one is Chi Gue-wan, and this capable young lady is you. We have taken the liberty to invite Your Excellency, the demon, mainly to sincerely apologize for some previous misunderstandings," Bai Ming said earnestly. "Regarding the bounty on Lu Tianming, we have internally rescinded it." As he spoke, he brought up the system interface and operated it a few times. System notification. Player Bai Ming has transferred you 100,000 life coins. 100,000 life coins. This was the total amount of the bounty on Lu Tianming. This small gesture is not meant as a formality. We hope Your Excellency can forgive our previous recklessness, Bai Ming said with a smile. Free life coins were too good to pass up, and Yun Chen accepted the money without changing his expression. He looked at Bai Ming, his gaze calm. "No need for apologies," Yun Chen said lightly. "Now, tell me, why did your cafe go to such lengths to invite me here? It shouldn't be just for an apology and to send money, right?" Bai Ming's smile grew even brighter, tinged with a hint of a businessman's shrewdness. He lightly tapped his fingers on the smooth conference table, producing a soft tap-tap sound, as if he were counting beads on an abacus. Your Excellency, the demon, is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. After your siege on our cafe's branch, it seems, well, we seem to have lost a little something. Bai Ming deliberately paused, his gaze like a searchlight, carefully scanning Yun Chen's calm and unruffled face for something. That item is entirely black, covered in incomprehensible question marks. I wonder if your Excellency happened to accidentally pick it up while clearing the battlefield of the branch? Here it comes. Yun Chen understood in his heart. It was indeed about that fragment of the artifact. The doppelganger nodded, its voice still flat, revealing no emotion. Behind it, Miss Yu adjusted her sunglasses on her nose, the gaze behind the lenses seemed to sharpen a bit. Only Chigumaru still wore a displeased expression. He pouted, seemingly feeling that this conversation was dragging on and wasting time. Bai Ming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and snapped his fingers. The smile on his face became even more inviting, as if the earlier probing was just a harmless little joke. Since your Excellency the demon has acknowledged it, that makes things easier. That fragment is somewhat important to our coffee house. Moreover, it is after all an item lost by the organization, so there should be an explanation. As he spoke, he once again brought up the system interface, tapping a few times on the virtual screen. So, I'll offer another 100,000 life coins as a repurchase of that item. What do you think, Your Excellency the demon? Bai Ming looked at Yun Chen's puppet with a smile, his tone sincere, as if this was the greatest sincerity he could muster. 100,000 life coins, added to the previous 100,000 for the apology. Bai Ming had already shelled out 200,000 in total. This was no small sum. However, Yun Chen's puppet smiled slightly. Boss Bai. The puppet spoke, its voice laced with a hint of mockery. Your sincerity seems a bit lacking. If I'm not mistaken, that somewhat important little thing you mentioned should be a fragment of some divine artifact, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. The smile on Bai Ming's face stiffened. Miss Yu behind him gripped the handle of her briefcase tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Even the usually carefree Chigumaru widened his eyes, looking at Yun Chen's puppet in disbelief. Clearly, none of them had expected that this demon would recognize the true origin of that fragment at a glance. Bai Ming's mind was filled with questions. Players at this stage should have no way of knowing about divine artifact fragments. How could this guy know? Divine artifact fragments. The weight of these 4 words was enough to drive any player of Gods fall crazy. Bai Ming's expression changed several times. Finally, he took a deep breath, forcing a bitter smile as he spread his hands. Your Excellency, the demon truly has a discerning eye. I've made a fool of myself. He no longer denied it. At this point, pretending to be clueless was meaningless. Indeed, that is a fragment of a divine artifact. Bai Ming admitted candidly, then shifted his tone. However, according to our preliminary assessment, that fragment seems to be a component for the warrior class's divine artifact. He glanced meaningfully at Yun Chen's puppet. Given Your Excellency the demon's priest profession, this fragment probably has no practical use for you, right? The implication was clear. Since you can't use it, why not do me a personal favor and take a handsome sum of life coins, making it a win-win situation? Yun Chen sneered. Inwardly, Bai Ming was quite shrewd with his calculations. Whether I can use it or not is my own business. The puppet's voice remained flat. But a divine artifact fragment is still a divine artifact. Fragment. Even if I can't use it, I can always auction it off or find other more suitable buyers. I believe there won't be a shortage of discerning buyers. Yun Chen's words directly cut off Bai Ming's thoughts of bargaining. He leaned back slightly in his chair, his tone leaving no room for argument. The item can be sold. But Boss Bai, if your coffee house can't offer me satisfactory compensation, I think there's really nothing more for us to discuss. Additionally, Yun Chen added, if it's just life coins, then there's no need. I'm not lacking in that at the moment. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Chigumaru's forehead throbbed with veins, almost unable to resist drawing his sword again. Not lacking in life coins? Where did this guy get the confidence to say such things? Bai Ming raised his hand, subtly pressing down on Chigumaru's restless arm, signaling him to calm down. He fell into deep thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, producing a faint tap-tap sound. The atmosphere in the conference room grew oppressive once more. Yun Chen did not rush him, simply waiting quietly. He knew that since Bai Ming had gone to such lengths to invite him over, and had set up such a grand display, he would never easily give up that piece of divine artifact. After a long while, Bai Ming stopped tapping. He raised his head, looking at Yun Chen's puppet with a complex expression. In the end, he seemed to have made a certain decision and turned to Miss Yu beside him, speaking in a low voice. You, take out that thing. Upon hearing this, Miss Yu's body jolted. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment. Leader, are you sure you really want to use that for the exchange? Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Clearly, the value of that thing was extraordinary, perhaps even beyond imagination. Bai Ming nodded firmly. Take it out. Right now, it is the only thing that might impress the Lord Demon. Miss Yu's lips moved as if she wanted to persuade him further, but seeing Bai Ming's unquestionable gaze, she ultimately lowered her head and opened the suitcase she had been tightly holding. She rummaged through the box. Bai Ming then redirected his gaze to Yun Chen's puppet, his face regaining that confident smile. Lord Demon, I believe that the reward we present next will surely satisfy you. His tone was assured, carrying a sense of calm strategy. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. The mysterious demeanor of the other party piqued his curiosity. What on earth could it be that made Bai Ming so confident? 3 minutes later, when Yun Chen, through the shared vision of the puppet, clearly saw the item Miss Yu took out from the suitcase, even his seasoned heart from 2 lifetimes couldn't help but slightly constrict. It was an ancient parchment map. On the map, a constantly shifting area was outlined in strange golden ink. At the center of that area, a prominent red mark pulsed like a heartbeat. Pass for the God Burial Site, real-time dynamic map type. Special item effect, holding this map allows real-time viewing of the current location of the God Burial Site and grants entry qualifications to that dungeon. Note, a place of divine fall, where opportunities and crises coexist. The God Burial Site. These 4 words represented endless treasures and legends for any seasoned player of God Fallen. It was a special dungeon that moved randomly, its whereabouts uncertain, only accessible through extraordinary luck. It was rumored that each time the God Burial Site opened, it meant at least a complete set of divine artifact components and corresponding blueprints. In other words, successfully conquering the God Burial Site was equivalent to possessing a complete divine artifact. And this map before him was not just a pass. More importantly, it could mark the location of the God Burial Site in real time. Its value was simply incalculable, compared to a fragment of a divine artifact that he didn't know when he could gather, and which wasn't even for his own profession. This map that allowed stable entry into the God Burial Site had strategic significance and practical value that was undoubtedly much higher. Moments later, Yun Chen and Bai Ming, along with the others, walked out of the reception room together. Bai Ming wore a relieved smile and extended his hand. Lord Demon, it's a pleasure to cooperate. The puppet of Yun Chen shook hands with him, but its expression carried a hint of displeasure. Damn it. Although this deal yielded good items, it felt like he had been outsmarted by this old fox. However, the map to the God Burial Site was indeed much better than that warrior's artifact fragment. This was a temptation he could not refuse at the moment. Poof! The puppet let out a light snort in response. As they reached the door, Yun Chen's puppet paused and turned back, saying, Boss Bai, don't forget the other additional condition of our transaction. Bai Ming maintained his smile and nodded. Rest assured, Lord Demon. From today onwards, all assassin organizations will withdraw their assassination commissions against you. Furthermore, our coffee house will step in to sever all ties between Lu Tianming and other assassin organizations. I guarantee that there will no longer be any blind assassins bothering you. This was another condition proposed by Yun Chen. That fool Lu Tianming had not only sought the coffee house for a bounty on his own life but had also approached various other assassin organizations, big and small. Yun Chen did not want to waste his time dealing with those annoying flies every day. As the leading figure in the assassin world, the coffee house had enough clout and influence to make a statement. With their warning, those smaller organizations would surely think twice before accepting any commissions targeting him. It's best this way. With that remark, Yun Chen left the Starshine chamber without looking back. In a small alley outside the chamber, Yun Chen put away his puppet. Now that the trivial matters were settled, it was time to confront that enemy, young Master Lu. To avoid that water-brained fool causing any more trouble, Yun Chen decided not to delay any further. It was time to completely resolve this annoyance. Before setting off for revenge, Yun Chen quickly checked the equipment that the fat blacksmith had identified. He took out a few items from his backpack. The first thing that caught his eye was a one-handed longsword, entirely black, with strange bone-like patterns covering the blade. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and the hilt seemed to retain a cold touch. Relic of the primordial white bone grade, golden, equipment level 15. This was something he had obtained from an elite skeleton monster while clearing out the primordial believer's branch. A gold-grade weapon, and it's golden, Yun Chen mused as he weighed the longsword in his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. A level 15 gold weapon would have been considered a rare find when his level was still low. Even now, if he used demon sacrifice to enhance its grade, it might still be usable. What a pity, Yun Chen shook his head. His current main weapon, Demon Staff, was already at the emerald level. Even if this sword were to advance, its contribution to his current strength would be quite limited. Tasteless to eat, yet too valuable to discard. However, even though he couldn't use it, he was pleasantly surprised that this relic of the primordial white bone had restored a full 3 durability points to his primordial demon eye the moment he held it. Primordial demon eye grade, unknown durability 4.34/100. Previously, the durability of the primordial demon eye had dropped to 1.34 after using death transfer to kill that emerald level boss. Now it had risen to 4.34. The recovery Conditions for this item were extremely harsh. It could only absorb the faith power of the primordial believers. Who knows when he would encounter a primordial believer again? Now, unexpectedly gaining 3 durability points had alleviated his immediate concerns, giving him a bit more confidence. With 4.34 durability, he could have a few more lives in critical moments, or a few more chances to modify the rules. A great profit. After handling the white bone longsword, Yun Chen's gaze fell on another item. It was an ancient-looking lantern. The body of the lamp was made of some unknown metal, presenting a dull brass color. It was covered in fine rust and scratches, while the lampshade was a murky crystal that emitted a faint glow. Ember of Holy Light Lantern grade, unknown unidentified. This item was a special reward from the system after completing the Lost Core quest. He had previously asked that fat blacksmith to identify it, but after fiddling with it for a long time, the guy, sweating profusely, told him that with his current forging level, he couldn't identify the true properties of this item at all. Yun Chen had almost forgotten about it. But just now, after his demon staff absorbed enough advancement points, successfully upgraded from blue rarity to emerald level. And with the upgrade of the staff, the 2 demon servants under his command also rose with the tide, not only significantly enhancing their attributes but also each comprehending a new skill. Among them, the demon servant had comprehended the skill of identification. Come out. With a thought, Yun Chen summoned 2 demon servants and 2 demon imps who appeared beside him out of thin air. One of the demon servants, holding a rudimentary staff, slightly bowed to Yun Chen. Let's see if you can identify this thing. Yun Chen handed over the Holy Light Ember Lantern. The demon servant took the lantern, a glimmer flashing in its eyes, murmuring incantations as its dry fingers rubbed over the lantern. After a moment, the system prompted, "System notification, your summoned creature demon servant attempted to identify an unknown item, but due to insufficient identification level, only partial information was obtained. Holy Light Ember Lantern rarity, unknown type, special item passive effect, partial when the holder is in a desperate situation. It will guide them to a way out. After triggering this effect, the holder will temporarily become a Holy Lantern Apostle and must complete an unknown trial. Note, even the faintest light has once illuminated boundless darkness. Is that it? Yun Chen looked at the meager information obtained from the identification, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. In a desperate situation, guiding a way out? He stroked his chin, pondering over this description, and the more he thought about it, the more unreliable it seemed. This description was way too vague. What level qualifies as desperate? Being left with just 1 drop of health? Or being surrounded by 1,000 troops? Moreover, becoming a Holy Lantern Apostle and completing an unknown trial, it didn't sound like a good thing at all. I just feel like it's a trap. Yun Chen curled his lips. With his current strength, plus the 2 trump cards of Demon Transfer and Eye of the Primordial Demon, there probably wasn't an enemy or situation in the world of God's Fall that could force him into this so-called desperate situation. Forget it, I won't need it for now, let it gather dust. Yun Chen shook his head and casually tossed the Holy Light Ember Lantern deep into his backpack. Perhaps it would be useful later, but definitely not now. After sorting through these 2 unexpectedly pleasant pieces of equipment, Yun Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. Next, it was time for business. Lu Tianming. That guy, like a maggot in the bone, had caused him trouble time and again. Although, with the intervention of the coffee house, the major assassin organizations had already withdrawn their bounties on him, Lu Tianming probably wouldn't come up with any new tricks in the short term. But Yun Chen didn't want to wait for any more surprises. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. For such a potential threat, the only way to ensure Yun Chen's peace of mind was to make him completely disappear from this world. I heard that guy has been hiding in the novice village since the last assassination attempt failed, not daring to step out? That really fits his timid personality. The novice village. For all players of God's Fall, it was the starting point. It was also theoretically the safest place, because within the novice village there was a strict player protection mechanism. Players could not attack each other, nor could they inflict any damage. This was originally meant to protect novice players, allowing them to safely pass through the most vulnerable early stages. However, it unexpectedly became a safe haven for people like Lu Tianming. You think hiding in the novice village means I can't do anything to you? A glint of cold light flashed in Yun Chen's eyes. Indeed, according to the normal rules, he had no way to deal with Lu Tianming in the novice village. He couldn't just rush in and hope to kill him with a glare, could he? Although Demon Transfer was powerful, it still required skills to be released. Under the restrictions of the novice village's rules, none of his damage skills could affect other players. However, Yun Chen's face suddenly revealed a playful smile. Rules are dead, and I am alive. Not long ago, he had stumbled upon a brilliant idea. A method that could ensure Lu Tianming would have no place to hide, even if he was in the so-called absolutely safe novice village. Lu Tianming, your time of death has come. Yun Chen murmured to himself, his voice devoid of any emotion. He checked his equipment and skills one last time, confirming that everything was ready. In the next moment, his figure melded into the shadows of the alley like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. On the other side, in the novice village, the lost ruins. Bang! Lu Tianming slammed his fist against the mottled wall, debris falling in a shower. Damn it! Just a moment ago, all the assassin organizations he contacted had abruptly cut off all communication with him at almost the same time. Whether through threats or outrageous offers, they all had only one response. Sorry, we won't take your commission. Their attitude was resolute, as if he were some kind of plague. A tremendous pressure, like an invisible hand, gripped the throats of all the assassin organizations, making them dare not have any further dealings with him. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Lu Tianming's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. He paced through the ruins like a trapped beast. He couldn't figure out which part had gone wrong. Could it be the damned demon had done something? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he forcibly suppressed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a solo player, no matter how strong he was, how could he possibly affect the entire ecology of the assassin world? But apart from this explanation, he truly couldn't think of any other possibilities. Just as Lu Tianming was feeling anxious and nearly going mad, the once bustling streets of the novice village suddenly erupted into a louder clamor of exclamations and discussions. Holy crap! Look over there! Isn't that the top-ranked demon boss? It really is him. My god, why is the demon boss back in the novice village? Don't you know? The forums went crazy not long ago. The demon boss single-handedly cleared all the monsters in D-City. That scene, wow, it was like gods fighting. No way. Is that true? One person cleared an entire city? Is he even human? Alive. It's really the living demon boss. Quick, take a screenshot. Let's get a photo. The flattery and astonishment of the surrounding players surged like a tide. And the word demon clearly reached Lu Tianming's ears, causing him to stiffen all over. It felt as if a chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. That fear, deeply rooted in his soul, spread wildly again, instantly seizing his heart. He instinctively shrank his neck, wanting to find a more concealed corner to hide. However, it was already too late. A figure, ignoring the fervent gazes and discussions of all the players around, walked straight through the crowd and stopped precisely at the entrance of the ruins where he was hiding. The sunlight outlined the tall silhouette behind that person, but it could not dispel the chilling aura that made one's heart race. Yunshin wore a faint smile on his face and said, "Oh, it's been a while, Lu Tianming." His voice was calm and unruffled, yet it made Lu Tianming feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His back slammed heavily against the cold wall, barely stabilizing himself. Lu Tianming's voice trembled uncontrollably as he questioned, What do you want?" Yunshin stepped into the ruins, each step feeling like he was treading on Lu Tianming's heart. He stopped 3 steps away from Lu Tianming, looking at him with the gaze of someone observing a corpse, then casually uttered 3 words, "Here to kill you." Boom! Lu Tianming's mind buzzed, blanking out completely, although he had a premonition. When those 3 words were clearly spoken from Yunshin's mouth, he still felt a wave of dizziness. But immediately, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline, forcing a smile. "Kill me? Demon, have you forgotten where this place is?" He pointed around, deliberately raising his voice. "This is the novice village. It has a player protection mechanism. Here, players cannot attack each other, cannot cause any harm. As long as I stay in the novice village for a day, you can forget about touching a single hair on me." By the end, Lu Tianming's confidence seemed to return a bit. A hint of sickly pride even appeared on his face. That's right. The novice village was his last refuge. As long as the rules were in place, he was absolutely safe. Upon hearing this, Yunshin's expression showed no change, only nodding. There is indeed such a rule. Lu Tianming felt a surge of joy in his heart, just about to mock a few words. But he heard Yunshin's tone shift, laced with a hint of amusement. But what if this rule is modified? Lu Tianming's smile instantly froze, like a duck caught by the neck. He stared blankly for a few seconds, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Modify the rules? Ha ha ha. Demon, are you scared silly? Modify the game rules? Who do you think you are? A game GM? Or are you the beloved child of the developers of God's Fall? He laughed so hard he nearly fell over, tears almost streaming down his face. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, despite the surface mockery, deep inside Lu Tianming, that ominous premonition grew stronger, gnawing at his sanity like a venomous snake. This demon always managed to do things beyond reason. Yunshin didn't waste any more words with him. In front of him, that eye engraved with countless mysterious runes, seemingly containing the secrets of the primordial world, the primordial demon eye, quietly emerged. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure spread out like a tide. The crimson eye slowly opened, as if an ancient evil god was awakening at this moment. What is that thing? Lu Tianming's smile completely vanished, replaced by endless shock and terror. From that eye, he felt a chill capable of freezing his soul. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Yunshin silently thought. Originally, the durability of the primordial demon eye was incredibly precious. Each use of rule modification was a huge drain. He didn't want to waste even a bit of durability on someone like Lu Tianming, but the repeated assassination attempts arranged by the other party, along with the endless bounties, had completely crossed Yun Chen's bottom line. For such a parasitic pest, only by completely crushing him could he eliminate future troubles. Rule modification. With a thought from Yun Chen, a dark and profound beam of light erupted from the crimson eye of the primordial demon eye, instantly vanishing into the void. System notification. Rule modification in progress. System notification. Novice Village Area Protection Rule has been modified. Current rule: within the Novice Village area, players can engage in PvP actions, and damage calculation is normal. Almost the moment the system notification sounded, Lu Tianming felt a chill rush from his tailbone straight to his head. The color drained from his face in an instant, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. The rules had really been modified? How could this be? How the hell could this be? He wanted to scream, wanted to run away. He wanted to flee from this man before him, who seemed like a demon god, at all costs. But Yun Chen had no intention of giving him any more chances. He didn't even bother to use skills. Just a glance. Demon transfer activated. The life point consumption of a certain skill was instantly transferred to Lu Tianming. Minus 150,056. A terrifying crimson number floated up from above Lu Tianming's head. His health bar, like a punctured balloon, instantly emptied. No. Lu Tianming could only let out a short, desperate groan. Before he knew it, everything around him had plunged into darkness. A few seconds later, in the resurrection square of the novice village, a flash of light appeared, and Lu Tianming's figure re-emerged. He looked around in confusion. The relief of surviving the ordeal had yet to wash over him. A wave of extreme fear engulfed him once more, because he saw, not far from the resurrection square, Yun Chen's figure standing there like a ghost, calmly watching him, a hint of cold mockery at the corner of his mouth, as if waiting for him to walk into the trap. You. Lu Tianming was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, unable to utter a complete sentence. But Yun Chen had already raised his hand. In his hand, a withering lightning that exuded a sense of destruction was coalescing. Withering lightning. Now, under his demon sacrifice, this skill had already evolved to the emerald golden tier. The damage had increased by a full 6 times. With Yun Chen's terrifying health of over 150,000 as the base consumption, and after the demon transfer, the theoretical damage of this strike had already approached the million mark. No, don't! Lu Tianming let out a heart-wrenching scream and turned to run. But it was too late. Ziz! The ghostly purple lightning tore through the air, striking Lu Tianming with pinpoint accuracy. Minus 896,520. Another spine-chilling damage number exploded. Lu Tianming didn't even let out a grunt before his body turned into white light and vanished from the spot. In the resurrection square, the light flashed again. Lu Tianming appeared. Yun Chen raised his hand. Dark word, pain. Minus 889,520. White light reappeared. Another lightning strike. Minus 896,520. This cycle continued. Yun Chen stood guard at the resurrection square, like a hunter with infinite patience or a precise and merciless executioner. Each time Lu Tianming resurrected, he was met with a relentless skill. That terrifying damage number evaporated his health bar in an instant, leaving no room for resistance. The surrounding players had long been stunned into silence by this miraculous scene. The onlookers in the novice village watched as Lu Tianming was killed time and again, reappearing at the resurrection point, their eyes filled with pity and schadenfreude. Of all the people to offend, he had chosen this demon. In less than half a minute, Lu Tianming's 5 lives had been worn down to just 1. When he appeared at the resurrection point once more, he had completely broken down. Thud! His legs went weak and he fell to his knees before Yun Chen, tears streaming down his face, utterly disheveled. Demon boss! Demon grandpa! I was wrong! I was really wrong! Lu Tianming cried out while bowing his head, begging for mercy. Please, I beg you, spare my life. I won't dare again. I swear. I'll avoid you in the future. No! I'll be your servant. I'll lick your shoes if you want. He had discarded all dignity and pride. He just wanted to survive. However, all he received in response was Yun Chen's cold, emotionless gaze. And, once again, the withering lightning gathered in his hand, flickering with deadly electricity. No! In Lu Tianming's desperate scream, the ghostly purple lightning fell one last time, the most merciless strike. Minus 896,520. A flash of white light, and Lu Tianming's figure completely vanished. This time, he would never have the chance to walk out of the resurrection square again. The novice village, once hailed as an absolute safe zone, had its myth shattered today. And the instigator merely put away his staff with indifference, as if he had crushed an insignificant ant. His gaze turned towards the distance. Lu Tianming has resolved it. Next, it's time to check out that god's burial ground. He murmured to himself, his figure gradually blending into the shadows of the alley, disappearing from sight. Only the dead silence of the resurrection square remained, along with the indelible shock in the hearts of countless players. As the last trace of white light from Lu Tianming completely dissipated in the resurrection square, Yun Chen let out a gentle breath. Finally, he had dealt with this troublesome issue that had lingered from his previous life. Although the process was a bit more convoluted than expected, the outcome was good. The players in the novice village had long been terrified by this astonishing scene, their souls seemingly detached. The way they looked at Yun Chen was as if they were gazing up at a demon returning from hell. They all stepped back, fearing that the next one to be killed by the rules would be themselves. How did he do that? Isn't PvP not allowed in the novice village? Big shot, truly a big shot, able to disregard even the system rules. Run, get away from this calamity. Whispers filled with awe and fear surrounded them. Yun Chen paid no mind to it. The stone that had been hanging in his heart because of Lu Tianming finally settled. However, just as he was about to turn and leave this place of trouble, an unexpected change occurred. The originally clear sky darkened without warning. Thick clouds rolled in like spilled ink, gathering rapidly. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, making it hard to breathe. All players in the novice village, including Yun Chen, felt a shudder that originated from the depths of their souls. What is that? Someone pointed at the sky, their voice distorted by fear. In the center of the dense cloud vortex, a holy and majestic golden beam of light broke through the clouds, slowly descending. Within the beam, a figure gradually became clear. It was an angel with 6 pure white wings, clad in magnificent golden armor, holding a massive balance that exuded an ancient aura. Its face was shrouded in holy light, making it hard to see clearly, but its eyes, which looked down upon all beings, were cold and devoid of any emotion. The name and level above its head were clearly visible: Order Angel LV95. Rank, Divine. Note, Guardian of Order and Rules, Order Angel? Yun Chen frowned slightly. This name was not unfamiliar to him. Not long ago, that assassin called Cobra had obtained a contract of the Order Angel. He had tried to use that to sign a no-kill agreement with himself, only to be outsmarted in return. He never expected to see the real deal today. And judging by the situation, the visitor did not come with good intentions. This guy sure knows how to make an entrance, Yun Chen thought to himself. At that moment, a voice, both majestic and ethereal, resonated throughout the novice village like thunder from the heavens. Rules and order are sacred and inviolable. Those who alter the rules and desecrate divine authority shall face divine punishment. The voice echoed directly in everyone's minds, carrying an undeniable sense of judgment. Breaking the rules? Yun Chen's mind raced, and he immediately understood what the other party was referring to. Was it about him using the primordial demon eye to modify the novice village's PvP rules? Before Yun Chen could think further, a blinding golden lightning bolt descended from the sky without warning. It carried the aura of destruction, striking directly at Yun Chen. The speed was so extreme that it left no time for reaction. Yun Chen only saw a flash of golden light before an irresistible, terrifying force engulfed him in an instant. Minus 990,000. An exaggerated damage number popped up above his head. Damn! Yun Chen didn't even have time to let out a complete exclamation before his vision plunged into darkness. The aftershock of the divine punishment lightning even affected some onlookers who were too curious for their own good. They didn't even have time to scream before following in Yun Chen's footsteps, turning into white light and disappearing. In the novice village resurrection square, with a flash of light, Yun Chen's figure reappeared. He shook his somewhat dazed head, still trying to grasp the situation. Ding! System prompt: you have been marked with the divine punishment seal by the Order Angel. The punishment will not cease until your complete death. With the prompt sound, Yun Chen noticed something on the back of his left hand. A complex mark, emitting a faint golden light, had appeared at some point, resembling a miniature lightning symbol. Divine punishment seal? It won't stop? Yun Chen was stunned. Is this going to play an endless game of soul chasing with me? No death, no rest? He looked up at the sky, where the Order Angel still hovered in midair. The balance in its hand tilted slightly, as if conducting a final judgment on him. Boom! Another bolt of golden lightning tore through the sky, still aimed at him. Coming again? This time, Yun Chen was finally prepared. His gaze instantly locked onto the Order Angel in the air, and with a thought he activated Demon Transfer Shadow Shield. Now, the Shadow Shield had reached the Emerald tier. With Yun Chen's staggering 150,000 health points as a base, every additional 10 points of health consumed could generate 60 points of shield. He was not stingy and directly maxed out the transferable health. A thick, shimmering shield of shadow energy instantly enveloped him. Its shield value astonishingly reached a staggering 900,000. Almost the moment the shield formed, the golden lightning struck down. The divine punishment lightning hit directly. Boom! In the deafening roar, the shadow shield trembled violently. The surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The terrifying golden energy clashed and annihilated against the shadow energy. 990,000. The same damage number appeared again. Yun Chen's 900,000 shield, in the face of this divine punishment lightning, shattered as if made of paper. The residual power of the lightning struck him solidly. 87,244. After Deducting magic resistance, Yun Chen's health bar dropped sharply from 150,000 to just over 60,000 in an instant. At the same time, the effective demon transfer activated. The 150,000 health points of the Shadow Shield were precisely transferred to the Order Angel. However, when that 150,000 damage number floated above the Order Angel's head, the opponent's seemingly endless health bar barely showed a slight fluctuation. Yun Chen felt a chill in his heart. This guy's health, could it be in the hundreds of billions? How could he fight this? It wasn't even worth a scratch. As he watched the Order Angel in the sky seemingly preparing for another attack, Yun Chen made a quick decision. Shadow Stealth. His figure instantly merged into the shadows, entering an invincible state that could not be targeted. If I can't fight back, can't I at least hide? Yun Chen thought to himself. However, he clearly underestimated the means of this Order Angel. Just 3 seconds later, boom! The third bolt of golden lightning arrived. As expected, this time, the lightning did not strike directly down. Instead, it exploded above Yun Chen's stealth area, transforming into a torrential downpour of golden light. Under the sacred and domineering golden radiance, Yun Chen felt as if the shadow power surrounding him was rapidly dissolving as if it had met its nemesis. His shadow stealth state was forcibly yanked out of the shadow realm. The cold and authoritative voice of the Order Angel echoed again, devoid of any emotion. Under divine punishment, sinners cannot escape. There's a way to break stealth? Yun Chen was startled. The cooldown time for Shadow Shield had not yet ended. Forced out of stealth, Yun Chen was laid bare under the might of the divine punishment. He didn't even have time to make any evasive moves. That bolt of condensed divine might struck down once more. 990,000. In a flash of white light, Yun Chen once again met his demise on the spot. In the resurrection square of the novice village, the light flashed again. Yun Chen revived for the second time. His face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Conventional methods were almost ineffective against this level 95 Order Angel. The opponent not only had explosive attack power, thick health, and high defense, but also had the damn buffs of anti-stealth and continuous tracking. Is this never-ending? Yun Chen gritted his teeth. 3 seconds later, the golden lightning in the sky began to gather again. The fourth divine punishment was brewing. Yun Chen took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. The original demon eye quietly emerged, a glimmer of eerie light flashing in its crimson depths. I was hoping to leave a few more chances. As the golden lightning tore through the clouds, descending with a world-destroying might. Once more, it seemed he could only use his last resort. Yun Chen consumed a bit of durability. He prepared to activate Death Transfer. To be honest, he wasn't sure if Death Transfer would work on a genuine angel, especially one with a level as high as 95, a divine existence. After all, the opponent was a high-ranking guardian of order, a high-level being. The durability of original Demon Eye was as precious as blood from his heart. Every bit consumed made Yun Chen feel a pang of pain. But right now, this Order Angel clearly intended to fight him to the death. No matter how precious, it had to be used. Let's take a gamble. Yun Chen's eyes hardened, silently reciting in his heart. In his crimson gaze, the eerie light representing Death Transfer flickered and vanished. A bit of durability from original Demon Eye was consumed along with it. In that instant, the fourth divine punishment lightning, wrapped in a purifying golden light capable of cleansing all, once again tore through the sky, accurately striking Yun Chen. The massive damage numbers he had anticipated did not float above his head. He didn't even lose a single hair. He stood there unharmed, though his face was slightly pale from tension. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Above in the sky, the Order Angel, who had maintained a posture of divine majesty, trembled violently. The face shrouded in holy light seemed to show a hint of disbelief. Following that, a terrifying number, one that made all the players witnessing this scene nearly pop their eyes out, slowly floated above the seemingly endless health bar of the Order Angel. Minus 999,999,999. A long string of damage numbers, almost impossible to count, instantly cleared the Order Angel's health bar, which had originally appeared unbreakable, like ice and snow under the blazing sun. Buzz, the Order Angel let out a sound that seemed like a sigh, or perhaps a reluctant low moan, as its massive body began to shatter inch by inch. It transformed into countless golden light particles, like a grand golden rain, before completely dissipating into the air. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed, and sunlight once again poured down onto the earth. It was as if the world-destroying scene from moments ago had never happened. I did it. I actually succeeded. Yun Chen's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. He had bet right. Death Transfer of original Demon Eye could even directly kill a divine-level angel. This golden finger was simply against the heavens. The surrounding novice village players, who had originally kept their distance and didn't dare to breathe, were now completely in a daze. They gaped, their jaws nearly dislocating, staring blankly at Yun Chen, then at the sky where the angel had vanished. Their minds went blank. What just happened? That 95 level angel, just like that, is gone? The demon boss, he killed the 95 level angel? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this still human? This is simply a godly battle. No, it's a god being rubbed into the ground by a boss. They racked their brains but couldn't understand why the demon boss would fight with such a terrifyingly high-level angel. Even more incomprehensible was why this boss had won in the end. And won so decisively? It was completely a one-hit kill. Just as everyone was still in extreme shock, their worldview repeatedly crushed. A series of system announcements echoed throughout the game world of God's Fall, crashing into the minds of all players like thunder on a clear day. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Demon for defeating the Order Angel LV95 God level, getting one step closer to becoming a deity. We hope all players will continue to strive. Server announcement, due to player Demon completing an epic feat by defeating a God-level entity at a higher level, a reward of 1,000 reputation points has been granted, totaling 2,000 reputation points. Server announcement. The announcements repeated 3 times, quickly spreading through the minds of every player in God's Fall. Those top guilds and elite players still struggling against a gold level or platinum level boss nearly dropped their weapons upon hearing the news. What the hell? Demon? That demon again? A 95 level God level boss? Did I hear that right? We're still struggling with a level 20 platinum boss, and he's already hunting gods? Can we even play this game anymore? Is the gap between players really this huge? The World Channel exploded instantly, with countless players discussing and speculating. The ID Demon once again left an indelible mark on the hearts of all God's Fall players, becoming an earbug legend. As the protagonist of the event, Yunchen also heard a more direct system notification in his ear. Congratulations on successfully killing the Order Angel LV95 God level. You have gained experience, 100 million points. You have gained life coins, 500,000. With the 50% experience boost from Enlightenment Lotus, he received a total of 100 million experience points. To put this into perspective, leveling from 20 to 30 in the game only requires 50 million experience. And from 30 to 40, it requires a full 100 million. This massive amount of experience felt like a divine revelation, causing the upgrade glow around Yunchen to shine continuously. His level skyrocketed from 26, racing up to 27, 28, 35, 36, 37. He jumped a full 11 levels, directly soaring to level 37. This rocket-like upgrade speed was simply unheard of. However, the joy on Yunchen's face had not yet fully blossomed. He didn't even have time to examine the enticing loot. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him once again. He was horrified to discover that, although he had used death transfer to kill the Order Angel, the divine punishment mark on the back of his left hand, resembling a miniature lightning symbol, still emitted a faint golden light, showing no signs of fading. In the sky, the clouds that had just dispersed began to gather once more. Yunchen's mouth twitched, a terrible premonition rising in his heart. No way. Could it be that this thing recognizes the mark, not the person? The angel is dead, but the divine punishment continues? Boom. As if to confirm his suspicion, a slightly weaker but still deadly golden lightning bolt struck down from the gathering clouds, targeting Yunchen directly. 880,000. Without the Order Angel presiding, the power of the divine punishment lightning seemed to have diminished, but it was still beyond Yunchen's ability to withstand. In a flash of white light, Yunchen once again fell in the resurrection square. He crawled up from the resurrection point, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Damn, it's coming again? He quickly tried Shadow Shield. He even summoned a demon servant in an attempt to resist, but these methods seemed so feeble in the face of the divine punishment lightning. Stealth was forcibly broken, the shield felt like thin paper. The demon servant was nothing more than cannon fodder, evaporating instantly. Each resurrection was accompanied by a precisely falling golden lightning bolt. Yunchen felt like a locked target, helplessly watching his health points being drained repeatedly. His resurrection count rapidly depleting. In just a few seconds, his precious 5 lives were reduced to the last one by this unreasonable divine punishment lightning. When he once again stood up awkwardly from the resurrection point, his face was already filled with bitterness and helplessness. What kind of situation is this? After finally defeating the boss, he was chased to the ends of the earth by the boss's legacy? As he watched the golden lightning in the sky begin to gather once more, signaling the final and truly fatal blow was about to fall, Yunchen had no choice. He could only use death transfer to delay and think of any other possible solutions. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. An ancient-looking lantern, covered in rust and scratches, with a somewhat murky crystal lampshade, suddenly flew out from his backpack space and quietly hovered in front of him. It was the special item he had received after completing the task, Lost Core, Holy Light Ember Lantern. With the appearance of the lantern, a soft and warm glow emanated from the lampshade. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before Yun Chen's eyes. Detected that the holder is in an extremely dangerous predicament. The passive trigger condition for the special item Holy Light Ember Lantern has been met. Passive effect Desperate Guidance has been activated. When the holder is in a desperate situation, the lantern will guide a path to survival. In exchange, the holder will temporarily become a holy lantern. apostle and must complete an unknown trial. Do you accept the trial in exchange for a glimmer of hope? Holy Lantern Apostle? Trial? Yunchen was slightly taken aback, but at this moment the divine punishment lightning in the sky had already gathered into form, exuding a heart-pounding aura of destruction, leaving him no time to think. No need to say more, of course. Right now, he couldn't care less about any trials, surviving was the priority. Without hesitation, Yunchen chose yes in his heart. The moment he made his choice, the Holy Light Ember Lantern erupted with a brilliant and sacred light, enveloping him entirely. At the same time, the last golden lightning in the sky, carrying the might to end everything, crashed down. The golden light and holy light intertwined and collided, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that was blinding. When the light finally faded, the resurrection square was empty. Yun Chen's figure had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Only the faint smell of char and the lingering spatial fluctuations proved that a thrilling life and death struggle had just taken place. Here, everything seemed to return to calm. On the other side, high above the clouds, the sea of clouds churned. Majestic halls and buildings floated among the layers of clouds. Golden light shone in myriad ways, and auspicious energy flowed like a thousand streams, resembling a fairyland. At this moment, within the most magnificent hall, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Several figures stood in the hall, each with different forms, radiating a sacred brilliance that made one dare not look directly at them. Some had 4 arms, each holding a magical artifact. Some had halos rotating behind them, chanting ancient hymns. Others appeared ethereal, as if composed of pure light elements. Each of them was clearly above level 95. Their divine presence was imposing, clearly the true top-tier NPCs in the world of God's Fall. However, these high-ranking beings, usually aloof, were now all caught in a strange silence. Beneath their formless faces, there seemed to be a hint of disbelief. A deep voice, with a metallic quality, broke the silence in the hall. The Order Angel has actually fallen? Within the hall, another voice responded, somewhat ethereal. Indeed, the soul imprint has completely dissipated. Who did this? Could it be that those ancient beings have awakened? No. According to the last divine punishment record and the target locked before the order descended, it was a player, level 26. As soon as these words were spoken, the already heavy atmosphere in the hall dropped to freezing point. A 26th level player? Who eliminated a 95 level Order Angel? This is simply a fantasy. Absurd. How can a mere mortal ant kill a god? The previously metallic voice was filled with anger. It is clear that the Order has initiated divine punishment, that mortal must have violated the forbidden rules. What has become of him now? A deity, surrounded by countless runes, seemingly in charge of the power of investigation, slightly closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them. The voice was calm yet carried an undeniable certainty. I can no longer sense the presence of that player. It seems that under divine punishment, that player has been completely obliterated, dissipated between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, the gods seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That is good, the rules cannot be provoked. It is just a pity for the order to be dragged down by an ant like this. They did not know that the ant they spoke of, who was already dead in spirit, was not dead at all. Yunchen slowly awakened. His head was still a bit groggy. He shook his head, feeling as if he had slept for a long time. Ugh, my head hurts. Is this the after effect of being struck by lightning? He instinctively touched the back of his head, mumbling. When he opened his eyes, what greeted him was not the familiar resurrection square of the novice village, nor was it some eerie underworld. Instead, it was an endless expanse of lush green grass. The soft grass stretched all the way to the horizon, meeting the azure sky. A few white clouds floated leisurely, and the air was fresh enough to lift one's spirits. Where is this? Yunchen sat up, looking around, his face filled with confusion. The latest style of resurrection point? Or am I in heaven? After all, he had been struck by golden lightning so many times, and the last time felt as if his soul was about to be shattered. A crisp and melodious voice, like that of a wind chime, rang out behind him, tinged with a hint of mockery. You killed an angel and still want to go to heaven? That thought is quite beautiful. Yun Chen turned around abruptly. Not far away, a graceful figure stood, having appeared there at some point. It was a girl dressed in a pure white dress, the hem swaying gently with the breeze. Her figure was slender, and her aura ethereal. However, her face was shrouded in a faint white mist, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes warily. Who are you? At the same time, he secretly checked his status. His skills and equipment were still intact. However, the divine punishment mark on the back of his left hand still emitted a faint golden light, like a stubborn plaster that couldn't be shaken off. The girl seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled lightly. No need to be nervous. I am the guardian spirit of the lights. Ember Lantern, you can call me Ling. And this is an independent space within the lantern. I brought you here before the divine punishment lightning struck you. Upon hearing this, Yunchen felt a bit more at ease, but his brows remained tightly furrowed. He pointed to the mark on the back of his hand. Then this thing is still here. As soon as I go out, will I have to immediately experience that ascend to heaven package? He certainly did not want to taste the feeling of that divine punishment. Lightning a second time. Ling shook her head, explaining, no, you won't. At the same time I brought you here, I also bestowed upon you a hidden blessing. Now, the power of divine punishment from the outside world can no longer sense your existence, you can rest assured. Yun Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh? So, that cursed mark is useless now? Ling's tone carried a hint of regret. Not entirely. The divine punishment mark still exists. It represents the order's rules locking onto you. Although divine punishment itself can no longer directly descend upon you, as long as this mark remains, you will no longer be able to use the identity of demon in the world of God's fall. Yun Shen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ling slowly explained, in simple terms, in everyone's perception, the player demon has completely died in the recent divine punishment. Both body and spirit obliterated. Of course, your level, skills, and equipment are still intact, it's just the title of demon and everything related to it, such as reputation, leaderboard records, and so on, that will be cleared or hidden with your death. From now on, you will continue to exist under a completely new, or rather, nameless identity. Yunshin fell silent for a moment, digesting this information. Not being able to use the identity of demon meant that the formidable reputation he had built up before, the legends that made enemies tremble in fear, would temporarily have nothing to do with him. This had its pros and cons. The downside was naturally a reduction in deterrent power, which might lead to more trouble in his actions. But the upside, hey, isn't this just like starting a new account but with max-level equipment and skills? Yunshin stroked his chin, suddenly feeling that this situation might not be so bad after all. Making a fortune in silence, playing the pig to eat the tiger, seemed quite interesting. He looked at Ling and asked, so, do you have a way to remove this divine punishment mark? Ling's face seemed to show a hint of a bitter smile, although it was hard to see, Yunshin could feel it. Ling spoke. That is the divine punishment mark, one of the supreme rules from the divine realm. With my current state, I am unable to completely eliminate it. This, I'm afraid, will require you to find a solution on your own. Yunshin shrugged. Alright, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. He wasn't too disappointed. After all, regaining a life and getting his stealth buff for free was already a great deal. Yunshin put on a polite expression. So, Miss Guardian Spirit, you brought me here, not just to have tea and enjoy the scenery, right? I remember that triggering the lantern effect has its conditions. Ling nodded approvingly. That's right, I have pointed you towards a path of survival. In exchange, you need to complete a trial for me as the apostle of the Holy Lamp. Yunshin raised an eyebrow. Alright, I accept. After all, you saved me. But let me ask first, does this trial give experience? Can I level up? Are the rewards generous? A series of questions fully exposed his nature as a player. Ling was amused by his money-loving demeanor and chuckled lightly. Don't worry, the rewards for the trial as the apostle of the Holy Lamp will certainly not disappoint you. Experience, equipment, and some unexpected items will all be included. She paused and continued, once you leave this place, the trial task will automatically appear on your task panel. As Ling's words fell, Yunshin felt his body starting to become somewhat ethereal and transparent. The surrounding grassy field and blue sky began to distort, as if separated by a layer of water waves. Looks like I'm about to leave, Yunshin realized. Just as he was about to completely disappear, Ling's voice, carrying a hint of ethereality and depth, gently echoed again, I bless you, the original contractor. I hope, in this life, you can truly reach the end of this game and see that final scenery. This life? Yunshin's heart jolted, his pupils suddenly constricting. The original contractor? This life? She knows the secret of his rebirth? He wanted to ask further, but the scene before him had completely turned into a white light, engulfing him. When Yunshin opened his eyes again, the warmth of the holy light still lingered in his mind, along with a slight tingling sensation. As if struck by lightning, he shook his somewhat heavy head, feeling as if he had just had an incredibly long dream. Immediately after, a series of cold system prompts flashed across his retina. You have accepted the trial. Trial content, please proceed to the secret realm Hell Demon Tower, successfully clear the 101st floor, and retrieve the sealed core of the Holy Light Fire Seed. Since you have accepted the trial, you have obtained a unique special title, Apostle of the Holy Lamp. Title: Apostle of the Holy Lamp. Effect: all attributes plus 500 points. Yunshin saw the last prompt and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. All attributes, directly adding 500 points? To know, at this stage, those top players who fought tooth and nail, occasionally hitting a stroke of luck to gain some fortuitous encounters, would boast for half a day if they could reach an average attribute value of 500 points. And he, with just one title, had directly achieved this number. This was simply like starting with a godly gear. Yunshin eagerly opened his attribute panel. His current total attributes had basically surpassed 1,000. Yunshin was very satisfied, but when he saw his name, he was taken aback. Player? A string of question marks replaced the name that had once struck fear into countless players. Demon. Is this the hidden blessing the guardian spirit spoke of? Yunshin stroked his chin, deep in thought. The power of divine punishment could no longer sense him. The price was the complete erasure of the identity of demon in this world. All reputation and leaderboard records related to demon had turned to dust. He instinctively raised his left hand, the miniature golden lightning mark on the back of his hand still stubbornly emitting a faint glow like an inescapable curse. Well, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Yun Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. So what if he couldn't use the identity of demon? His level, skills, and equipment were all intact. Didn't that mean the official had given him a top-tier configuration alt? As for the trial content, Secret Realm held Demon Tower. Yun Chen frowned and pondered for a moment. In his previous life, his impression of this secret realm was somewhat vague. He only vaguely remembered it seemed to be a unique dungeon from abroad, with extremely high difficulty, and it seemed to have some special restrictions. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll find a chance to inquire about the specifics later. The urgent matter was to figure out where he was now. Yun Chen collected his thoughts and began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a room completely constructed of huge white square stones. The room was small, about 20 to 30 square meters, empty, with only cold stone walls and a stone slab floor. A few crystals embedded in the ceiling emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the space. The air was filled with a faint smell of dust and a hint of chill. Where is this? Yun Chen opened the system map. The map interface only displayed the name of the current area, Greystone Maze, unknown area. Surrounding him was pitch black, clearly an unexplored map. What the hell? Where did this guardian spirit lady teleport me to? The corners of Yun Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This ghostly place doesn't look like it's in the country at all. Just then, a series of faint and dense metallic scraping sounds came from the only stone door in the room. It was the sound of a lock being picked. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed, instantly becoming alert. He instinctively lowered his body, his gaze fixed tightly on the heavy stone door. After a while, click! A crisp sound of a mechanism popping open rang out. Following that, several excited voices speaking in English came from outside the door. Nice! I told you this kid is good. Finally, let's see what treasure is inside. With a creak, the heavy stone door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A small team of 5 players filed in. 3 men and 2 women, a standard configuration for a raid team. Leading them was a tall female elf archer with dazzling golden long hair and pointed ears. She wore emerald green leather armor that accentuated her beautiful figure, her face beaming with a confident smile. Behind her followed a muscular male warrior wielding a shield and a one-handed sword. A slightly thin man with sharp eyes, a female elemental mage dressed in a robe holding a magic wand, and a muscular male berserker carrying a giant battle axe. The IDs above their heads were a string of English letters that Yun Chen completely did not recognize. Yun Chen originally couldn't understand the bird language they were speaking, but coincidentally, while grinding monsters in the Magic City earlier, he had obtained a blue quality item called the Ring of Many Languages from an elite monster. Ring of Many Languages, after wearing it, one can understand and communicate without barriers with most intelligent beings. At this moment, this inconspicuous little item proved to be very useful, allowing him to instantly understand the conversation among these people. It turned out that while exploring this maze, they had accidentally discovered this room locked with a special lock. The group had exerted a great deal of effort, mainly thanks to the somewhat timid-looking rogue player, to successfully pick the lock. They all thought there was some incredible treasure hidden in this room. The blonde elven female archer was currently patting the shoulder of the somewhat cowardly rogue player, encouraging him in an exaggerated tone. I told you I didn't misjudge you, Jimmy. Your lock-picking skills are getting better and better. Inviting you into the team was definitely the wisest decision I've ever made. Be more confident, kid. The rogue named Jimmy merely nodded slightly, his cheeks a bit flushed, not daring to respond. This group of foreign players excitedly entered the room, but the expressions of excitement on their faces froze the moment they saw the scene inside. The entire white stone room was empty. There were no piles of gold coins, no sparkling treasure chests, and certainly no epic equipment exuding an enticing aura. Only a young man in a tattered robe, looking unremarkable, sat calmly in the center of the room. What the hell? The blonde elven female archer exclaimed. Her azure eyes were filled with astonishment. The other team members exchanged bewildered glances, looking completely dumbfounded. The treasure trove they had worked so hard to pry open turned out to be just a living person? A player? Why would there be a player in a locked maze room? The blonde elf's ID was Halia. She was now looking at Yun Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Could it be he was some kind of hidden NPC? Or had he triggered some special plot? The group curiously examined Yun Chen. The leading blonde elven sister was quite friendly. She stepped forward first with a hint of curiosity and enthusiastically asked, "Hey, friend, how did you end up here?" Her gaze fell on the question mark ID above Yun Chen's head, making her even more confused. By the way, why is your ID a question mark? Can you have such a name in God's Fall? A series of questions came at Yun Chen like a machine gun. On the surface, Yun Chen remained calm, but inside he was frantically complaining. "Sister, are you taking a census?" However, he quickly fabricated an excuse and replied, "I'm on a rather special mission, and I encountered some unexpected events. After a flash of white light, I woke up and found myself teleported here. I'm just as confused about what happened as you are. His half-truthful words sounded reasonable. The foreign players showed expressions of realization after hearing this. The blonde elven sister nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. We've heard that recently, quite a few unfortunate souls exploring high-level maps accidentally stepped on some malicious teleportation traps and ended up randomly thrown into this cursed maze. The warrior in the team patted Yun Chen's shoulder, revealing an "I understand you" expression. Looks like you're one of those victims too, brother. They clearly regarded Yun Chen as one of those unfortunate souls. Looking at Yun Chen all alone, the golden-haired elf sister showed a sympathetic expression on her face. It's really quite pitiful to be trapped in a place like this all by yourself. This maze is not easy to navigate. With many strong monsters, it's basically impossible for one person to survive and get out. She cheerfully patted her chest, her golden ponytail swinging in a beautiful arc behind her. But don't worry, running into our Sword of Glory team is your lucky break. Once we finish our business, we can take you out with us. As soon as she said this, the expressions of her teammates behind her turned to one of helplessness, as if to say, "Captain, you're at it again." The petite assassin in the team, with sharp eyes, couldn't help but remind her, "Captain, don't forget, we're here to collect equipment materials. Time is tight." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired elf sister suddenly slapped her forehead, as if she had just remembered. She scratched her head a bit awkwardly, turned to Yun Chen, and apologized. Sorry, I almost forgot the main task. We might need to stay in this maze for a while longer to collect some important materials for crafting equipment." Yun Chen understood, thinking that they were looking for an excuse to back out. It didn't matter much to him. However, the next words from the golden-haired elf sister made him pause slightly. She shifted her tone and once again beamed a warm smile, adding, "How about this, little brother, you can temporarily stick with us. Once we gather all the materials we need and complete our task, we'll take you out of this maze together. How does that sound?" Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. This development was a bit different from what he had expected. Was this sister too enthusiastic? Seeing that Yun Chen didn't respond immediately, the golden-haired elf sister blinked her beautiful blue eyes and asked again, "So, what do you think? Do you accept this proposal?" Yun Chen pondered for a moment. In the end, he gently nodded. Okay. The reason for accepting this proposal was simple. First, he was indeed completely in the dark about this greystone maze. Wandering around aimlessly would be a waste of time. Following the locals would at least help him avoid some detours. Second, these foreigners seemed a bit silly but surprisingly friendly. He might be able to extract some information about the Hell Demon Tower from them. After all, that trial task didn't sound like a walk in the park. Great. The golden-haired elf sister, Helia, beamed when Yun Chen agreed, patting him enthusiastically on the shoulder. "I knew you were a straightforward person. Let's go." We continue. The group set off on their journey again. The mazes, passages twisted and turned, the stone walls cold. Only their footsteps and the occasional roars of monsters echoed around them. Along the way, Yun Chen subtly inquired, "Have you all heard of a place called Hell Demon Tower?" Helia and her teammates shook their heads in confusion. Hell Demon Tower? Never heard of it. Is it a new dungeon? The warrior brother scratched his head. Just the name makes it sound like a bad place. The female mage in the team muttered softly. Helia, however, was very enthusiastic. "Critter, are you looking for this place? Once we get out, we can take you to see an informant. That guy is very well informed. Maybe he knows." Critter. That was a fake name he had just made up. Helia curiously blinked her bright blue eyes. "By the way, Critter, what level are you now?" Yun Chen hesitated for a moment and reported a moderately high number, level 16. "I'm a priest." This level was considered average nowadays. After all, during the time he was struck down by divine punishment and sent to the lantern space, the game's time in the outside world hadn't stopped. He remembered that before he was struck down, the top of the leaderboard was still held by his demon, at level 26. Now, he opened the leaderboard and took a glance. The first place had changed hands, now belonging to a stranger's ID, also at level 26. Meanwhile, his former demon had completely vanished from the leaderboard due to the hidden blessing, as if it had never existed. Level 16? Helia and her teammates showed surprise upon hearing Yun Chen's level. It should be noted that in their Sword of Glory team, the highest level was their Captain Helia, who was only level 19. "Wow, Crit, your level is impressive," Helia exclaimed dramatically. "I thought you were just a newbie, a level 16 priest who might actually be able to help us a lot." The few teammates behind her wore expressions of "Captain, here we go again," but their gazes towards Yun Chen held a bit more recognition. After all, in this perilous game world, level often represented strength. They continued downward and soon arrived at the 7th level of the maze. Pushing open a heavy stone door, they found themselves in an empty room. There wasn't even a single treasure chest, not even a hair, not even a small monster to guard the place. Strange, why is there nothing on this level? The warrior brother wondered, looking around. Could it have been cleared by someone else? The female mage speculated. Yun Chen surveyed the room and casually asked, "What materials are you Looking for? Halia sighed, a bit frustrated, and said, "We're looking for the demon horn, dropped by the Raging Flame Demon Rhino." Raging Flame? Demon Rhino? Demon Horn? Upon hearing these two names, Yunshin's brow furrowed slightly. He had some recollection of this creature. It was one of the core materials for crafting golden-grade heavy armor for warriors and swordsmen. Due to its rarity and effectiveness, it had always been a sought-after item in the market, often with a price but no availability. However, as far as he knew, the Raging Flame Demon Rhino typically resided in volcanic lava areas or certain specific secret realms rich in fire elements. Logically, it should never appear in such a cold and damp underground maze. Yun-chun asked nonchalantly, "Did you hear from someone that there are Raging Flame Demon Rhinos here, and that's why you came?" Halia nodded. "Yes, a guy who calls himself the maze expert sold us the information, saying that an elite-level Raging Flame Demon Rhino had spawned down here, and we thought the drop rate would be higher, so we formed a team to come." Yunshin turned back, his gaze sweeping across the room. The room was small, with only a narrow entrance, which was the stone door they had come through. The surrounding stone walls were smooth and some rubble was piled in the corners, with dim lighting. It was naturally a good place for ambushes. He coldly smiled and said lightly, "I think you might have been deceived." "What?" Halia and the others were startled by his words. Just then, from the shadows in the corner of the room and behind the piled rubble, a faint sound of scraping suddenly emerged. Following that, whoosh, 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 dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang from their hiding places. Each of these individuals wielded weapons, their faces twisted into malicious grins, their eyes, like hungry wolves, fixated on Halia's team in the room, and Yun-chun. That gaze was clearly that of looking at a group of lambs ready for slaughter. Halia's expression changed drastically and she immediately raised her longbow, shouting, "Prepare for battle." Her teammates quickly reacted, drawing their weapons and taking a defensive stance, subtly shielding Yunshin in the middle. Yunshin's gaze fell on the only exit of the room. There, 6 players armed with sharp blades had appeared, completely blocking their escape route. "Hey, using false information to lure people to a specific location, then trapping them like fish in a barrel for robbery?" Yunshin sneered inwardly. This kind of trickery, whether in the last life or this one, is all too common. First, they release some false information about rare treasures or sought-after materials, luring those eager for quick success into their trap, and then they lie in wait at a predetermined ambush point. Sure enough, no matter how the game world changes, there are always players who prefer to invest their thoughts in these underhanded schemes. "Boss, it's them. That female elf archer has some nice gear," a scrawny thief pointed at Halia and said to a burly man with a bald head. The bald man had bulging muscles and a nasty scar across his face. Hearing this, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes filled with greed and ferocity. "Brothers, let's make it quick." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding raiders erupted into a lewd chuckle. Halia's face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Despicable bastards, you will pay for your actions." The bald man spat dismissively, "Pay? Once you become corpses, you won't be saying such foolish things." He swung his giant axe with a roar. "No more nonsense, charge in and slaughter them." However, just as he uttered the word them, an unexpected change occurred. The sinister smile on the bald man's face froze, his eyes bulging as if he had seen something unbelievable. Immediately after, his once full health bar seemed to be wiped away in an instant by an invisible hand, completely emptying. Thud! Without even a scream, the bald man fell straight down, dissipating into a white light. At the spot where his body vanished, a bright red damage number, enough to make any player's heart stop, slowly floated up. 370658. Yunshin didn't even move a finger. He merely cast a faint glance at him the moment the order to attack was given. Demon transfer activated. After defeating the Order Angel, his level skyrocketed to 37. The Eye of the Primordial Demon also unlocked its third effect obtained at level 30. The effect was simple and brutal, an additional 100,000 health points to the maximum, coupled with the stamina increase from his level up, which provided an additional 10,000 health points, and the Source Prismus Insane Health Doubling effect. He received a total of 220,000 health points. Now, Yun Chen's total health had reached a staggering 370,658 points. Thus, that casual glance earlier dealt an almost astronomical amount of damage. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. The entire room fell into a dead silence in an instant. Whether it was the raiders preparing to charge or Halia's team standing ready, everyone was frozen in place as if under a paralysis spell. The faces of all present were filled with disbelief and horror. What the hell? What's going on? 370,000? Am I seeing things? The room was silent. The raiders were completely stunned. Their arrogance extinguished in an instant. What replaced it was endless fear and confusion. Their boss, a tough and burly berserker, how could he be taken down by a mere number? This damage, let alone a player, even a golden level boss wouldn't be able to withstand it. Halia and her teammates were equally shocked beyond measure. However, before they could recover from this earth-shattering instant kill, another change occurred. Centered around Yun Chen, a circle of extremely dim, almost imperceptible gray ripples quietly spread out. Domain of Calamity. After leveling up to Emerald, the theoretical damage per second was 5 times Yun Chen's health. Now, with his terrifying health of 370,000, the damage could reach 1,850,000. Against these players, whose health barely broke 10,000, it was simply overkill. The Raider players didn't even understand what had happened. A sense of indescribable terror enveloped them in an instant. Following that, their health bars burst like punctured water bags, spilling out wildly. In less than a second, it truly was just the blink of an eye. The dozen or so raiders, who had been so arrogant and ready to unleash a massacre, fell down like leaves swept away by an autumn wind, collapsing in unison. They couldn't even muster a decent resistance before turning into beams of white light and vanishing from sight. The entire process was incredibly swift and bizarre to the extreme. In the stone chamber, only the faint glow of scattered equipment remained, along with the 5 members of the Hylia team, who stood there in shock. The blonde elf sister Hylia rubbed her eyes vigorously and pinched her own face. Are we seeing things? She murmured, her tone filled with uncertainty. The warrior beside her wore a ghostly expression. How did they all die? The female mage and the rogue Jimmy were trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, imagining all sorts of strange scenarios, Yun Chen slowly spoke up. Well, it seems they triggered some special mechanism in the maze. He paused, glancing around the empty room that only held them, and continued, this place feels off. There might be other dangers. It's safer for us to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Hylia and the others snapped back to reality. Right. No matter how they died, it was not wise to linger here. Crit is right. Let's hurry, Hylia decisively declared, not bothering to delve into the strange deaths of those raiders. Survival was the priority. The group hurried towards the only exit, the stone door they had entered through. Yun Chen leisurely followed at the back of the team. Just as they were about to step through the stone door, he casually placed one hand behind his back. His fingertips moved slightly, and a palm-sized, pitch-black doll that almost blended into the shadows flashed by. Like a nimble fish, it swiftly collected the loot dropped by the raiders. This was, of course, the shadow mirror puppet released by Yun Chen. The equipment and gold coins dropped by those raiders, no matter how small, were still valuable. Not wasting anything was a principle Yun Chen always upheld. After finishing this, Yun Chen strolled out of the room, his face calm and unbothered, concealing his achievements and fame. The group stepped back onto the maze's passage. The oppressive atmosphere was even heavier than before. What just happened? That was terrifying, the female mage in the team said, patting her chest, still shaken. The warrior nodded repeatedly. Yeah, we were lucky, otherwise we might have really been done for today. Those bastards must have colluded with the one who sold us the information. They deliberately lured us here. The rogue Jimmy cursed indignantly. Once we get out, I'm definitely going to settle the score with that damned informant. Exactly. He must pay the price, the others echoed, filled with righteous indignation. Hylia also looked pale with fear. She walked over to Yun Chen and said apologetically, sorry, Crit, I originally said I would take you out with us, but I almost got you into trouble. Yun Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. It's fine, just an accident. The group chattered away about their recent encounter, marveling at their good fortune. They cursed the unscrupulous informant and the raiders. Only the petite, quiet female assassin in the team seemed somewhat out of place at that moment. She did not join her companion's discussion. Instead, she occasionally cast a scrutinizing, probing gaze at Yun Chen, who walked ahead. Yun Chen naturally noticed this almost adhesive gaze on his back. Since leaving that ambush room, the attention of this female assassin had not shifted away from him. Want to see something interesting about me? Yun Chen chuckled inwardly, but his expression remained calm. The atmosphere in the team had become somewhat subtle due to the unusual behavior of the female assassin. The blonde elf sister, Hylia, had clearly noticed this as well. She boldly walked over to the female assassin, nudged her with her elbow, and with a playful wink, whispered, Hey, Lilith, why are you staring at Crit so intently? Are you interested in him? The assassin named Lilith turned bright red at Hylia's sudden teasing. She stomped her foot in surprise, nearly losing her balance, and hurriedly retorted, See, Captain. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not. Although her voice was filled with embarrassment and anger, the furtive glances she cast at Yun Chen revealed a more complex emotion. Seeing her like this, Hylia laughed even more heartily. The others in the team joined in the teasing, and for a moment the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. In this slightly relaxed ambience, everyone wound their way through and finally emerged from the oppressive greystone maze without incident. When the blinding sunlight fell upon them again, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. It felt great to be alive. Once out of the maze, the system's map function was no longer restricted. Yun Chen immediately opened the map interface. Looking at the current area name displayed on The map, western suburbs of Freedom Wing main city, edge of the misty forest. A flicker of realization crossed Yun Chen's eyes. Sure enough, the guardian spirit of the light's ember lantern had indeed sent him to an unexpected place. This was definitely abroad. Moreover, it was the second main city area corresponding to the Eagle Nation in the game. Had he teleported across countries directly? This made things seem even more interesting. On the other side, the town closest to the Greystone Maze was called Luoya Town. At this moment, the tavern in the town center was bustling with noise and filled with the smell of alcohol. A thin man with messy, golden hair and a shifty gaze was leisurely swirling his drink. This man, known by the ID Jack of all trades, was the unscrupulous informant who had sold false information to Helia's team. He took a sip of the cheap beer, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Considering the time, the idiots from the Black Forest gang should be getting their hands on something by now. At that point, he would be able to pocket a nice commission. How delightful. Just then, creak, the tavern's wooden door was pushed open roughly. A player rushed in, panting, and ran straight towards Jack of all trades' booth. Boss, it's bad. Something big has happened. The newcomer looked anxious. Jack of all trades frowned, slamming his drink down on the table, splashing some liquid. He leisurely picked up his drink again and handed it to the newcomer. What's the rush? Is the sky falling? Here, have a drink. To calm your nerves and take your time. The messenger had no mood for drinking. He pushed away the drink Jack offered and said urgently, Boss, what are we drinking for? News from Huiguan Town says that the Black Forest gang, they all popped up at the Resurrection Square. Huiguan Town was one of the initial resurrection towns under the second main city of the Eagle Nation game, Freedom Wing. All players who died in the wild, without special resurrection items or skills, would automatically respawn at their bound town's resurrection point. The Black Forest gang was the group that had ambushed Yun Chen and his team in the maze, only to be instantaneously defeated by the disaster domain. What did you say? Jack of all trades jumped up from his seat. The relaxed demeanor on his face vanished without a trace. His eyes, which had still held a hint of drunkenness, now widened. In shock. The Black Forest gang, resurrected in Huiguan Town? Are you saying they failed? The messenger nodded repeatedly, his tone filled with disbelief. Absolutely true. Moreover, the people over at Huiguan Town said they didn't see any of the members of that blonde elf team resurrecting at all. Fuck. Beishitan slammed his fist on the table, causing the wine glasses to clink loudly. He cursed vehemently, his voice slightly cracking. A bunch of useless trash. Thoroughly useless. More than 10 people, their gear isn't too shabby, ambushing a group of rookies who are 5 levels lower than them, and they still got wiped out? Are they pigs? Can they even play? His original plan was for Heisenbaldi and the others to successfully raid the Helia team. Even if Helia and her crew became suspicious and suspected him, it wouldn't matter, because Huiguan Town is far from Luoya Town. Without a teleportation array, it would take at least half a day to run there on foot. He had plenty of time to wait for Heisenbaldi to come and divide the spoils. Then he could leisurely change locations and continue to enjoy himself. But now, the situation was completely different. The Greystone Maze was only about half an hour away from Luoya Town at full gallop. This meant that those few who had escaped and had definitely realized they had been set up would soon come looking for revenge, filled with rage. Just thinking about that blonde elf archer's piercing gaze made Beishitan shiver involuntarily. No, this place is not suitable for staying long. He couldn't care less about the unfinished drinks and the lunch he had just ordered. Grabbing his bag, he scrambled out of the tavern, running towards another exit of Luoya Town without looking back. Meanwhile, Yun Chen, under the enthusiastic coercion of Helia and the others, half-heartedly followed them to Luoya Town. Crit, you wait here for a moment, we'll be right back. Helia greeted Yun Chen and then led a few team members, charging aggressively towards the largest tavern in the town center. Clearly, they were going to settle accounts with that information scammer. Yun Chen found an inconspicuous corner and leisurely observed this exotic little town. Before long, Helia and the others returned, looking dejected. The blonde sister kicked a small stone by the roadside and said gloomily, damn it, that damned information scammer actually got away. What a pity. Next time, I must catch you. The warrior brother also grumbled. He must have heard the news and slipped away early. People like that are truly the scum of the gaming world. Ha, he runs pretty fast, I'll give him that. The female mage in the team comforted. Alright, Captain, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get mad over someone like that. Let's find a place to eat first, and also treat Crit to thank him for his earlier warning. Upon hearing this, Helia forced a smile back onto her face and looked at Yun Chen. Right, Crit, come on, we'll treat you to a meal. I know a restaurant nearby that has amazing barbecue. Yun Chen, however, shook his head, politely declining their kindness. No need, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you all. As he spoke, he took out a heavy package from his backpack and casually tossed it to Helia. This is a token of gratitude for leading me out of the maze. Before Helia and the others could react, Yun Chen turned around and briskly walked in the opposite direction, quickly blending into the crowd. Hey, Crit! Helia instinctively wanted to call him back. In the team, the petite assassin named Lilith looked at Yun Chen's departing figure with a complex expression, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Helia noticed her unusual behavior, nudged her with her elbow, and teased, "Hey, Lilith, you don't really have a crush on him, do you?" Lilith's face flushed, and she stomped her foot, retorting, "Captain, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't." She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and determination, and softly said, "I just have a strange intuition that when we were ambushed by that group of raiders in the maze, I feel like it was him who came to our rescue." "Ha!" Halia and the other team members were taken aback. The warrior scratched his head. "No way? Didn't he say it was those raiders who triggered some special mechanism in the maze?" The female mage nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and he's just a level 16 priest. Even if he wanted to help it." Before she could finish her sentence, a gasp interrupted her. My goodness." The rogue Jimmy in the team was trembling, holding up an item that had fallen out of his pack. It was a menacing sharp horn glowing with a faint fiery red aura. It was exactly their target for entering the Greystone Maze, the demonic energy horn. Is this the demonic energy horn?" Halia's eyes widened, her voice trembling. She quickly opened the entire pack. In the next second, everyone was left dumbfounded by what was inside the pack. Inside the not-so-large pack, there were countless demonic energy horns piled up. 1, 2, 3. The rogue Jimmy stuttered as he counted, his voice becoming high-pitched with excitement. A full 20 horns. Exactly 20 demonic energy horns. Hiss! The warrior and the female mage both gasped in shock, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The warrior stammered, Are you kidding me? 20 horns? Isn't it said that on average you need to kill 5 Fury Flame demons to get even one? Did he wipe out the Fury Flame demon's lair?" The female mage also looked incredulous, and the quality of these demonic energy horns seems astonishingly good. "They're so much better than the defective ones we saw at the auction house." Halia stared blankly at the mountain of demonic energy horns in the pack. Her mind recalled Yun Chan's calm demeanor in the maze when facing the raiders. And that explanation, they seemed to have triggered some special mechanism in the maze. A bold thought, so absurd that she felt ridiculous even thinking it, surged uncontrollably from her heart. Special mechanism? No. Perhaps that so-called special mechanism is him. She suddenly raised her head. "Crit, who exactly are you?" Unfortunately, the streets were bustling with people, and the mysterious priest had long vanished from sight. On the other side, in a shadowy alley of Luoya town, a man draped in a large black cloak, covering most of his face, cautiously peeked out, stealthily observing the situation at the tavern entrance not far away. It was the informant who had sold Halia's team false information and had slipped away early. He watched as Halia and the others cursed and exited the tavern, leaving in a huff, unable to suppress a smug smile. A bunch of inexperienced rookies think they can catch me?" The informant felt a mix of luck and disdain. Thankfully, he was clever and quick on his feet. Otherwise, he would have really fallen into the hands of those greenhorns today. With their skills, they were still too inexperienced to catch him, the maze informant. He chuckled coldly to himself, feeling proud as he prepared to turn and leave this troublesome place, looking for another spot to continue his information business. However, as he turned his head, his steps suddenly halted. His body froze in place. He saw a figure, appearing like a ghost, silently standing just 3 steps behind him. Holy crap! The informant was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, almost collapsing to the ground. He suddenly jumped back a step, creating some distance. Only then did he see the appearance of the newcomer. It was a young player who looked quite youthful, with a calm expression and deep-set eyes. Regaining his composure, immediately felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What the hell? It's broad daylight, can't you walk without making a sound? Trying to scare me to death with your ghost tricks?" Standing behind was, of course, who had shaken off the team of. He ignored the other's loud outburst and merely glanced at him, speaking in a flat tone. "What, after scamming people and pocketing their money, you just want to walk away?" His voice was not loud, but it made his heart sink. He squinted, carefully examining the young man before him. This person, wasn't he the priest who had been following that blonde elf lady earlier? How did he find his way here? And alone, at that? His eyes darted around, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. He forced himself to remain calm and huffed. "Kid, what do you want? I warn you, this is a safe zone in the game. Players are prohibited from attacking each other here. If you dare to act recklessly, the patrolling NPC guards are not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, S. lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Safe zone? No PK? Just recently, he had forcefully modified the rules of the safe zone in front of countless players, sending that arrogant into reincarnation. Although he had been struck by heavenly lightning afterward, he wasn't so bored as to waste the precious durability of the this clown in front of him. This guy had other uses for him. S. expression remained indifferent as he slowly spoke. "I don't want anything, just to buy some information from you." By information, was taken aback. Then, as if he had heard the biggest joke, he scoffed. "Kid, you must be half asleep. Buying information from me? Do you know the going rate here?" He looked up and down, noticing his plain equipment, and his disdain grew. Look at you, in such a pitiful state, can you even afford it? What made him even more wary was that the ID of this priest player displayed 3 question marks. What the hell was going on? He distinctly remembered that in the game, players were absolutely not allowed to have question marks in their IDs when creating characters. Who exactly was this guy? Moreover, he remembered that this character was not part of the blonde elf's team when they set off. Could it be that this guy was the reason and the others had failed? Felt he was overthinking it. But the fact that the other party could silently find his hiding place and had such a bizarre ID clearly indicated he was not a simple character. Thoughts raced, but he forced a professional fake smile onto his face. Rubbing his hands together, he feigned a friendly demeanor. Hee brother, since you're sincerely looking to buy information, that's easy to discuss. However, the information here isn't cheap. Since it's your first time, how about I give you a 20% discount? But seemed not to have heard him, simply shaking his head lightly. No, I don't intend to pay. He paused, watching S smile freeze in an instant, and continued in that calm, unruffled tone. Moreover, I believe that even if I don't pay, you will willingly tell me the information you want to share. Word for word. S smile completely vanished, replaced by a look of disbelief. Kid, is there something wrong with your head? You want to get my information for free without paying? Who do you think you are? Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to follow the rules. Yunchen was unfazed and simply uttered a few words. Lightly, your game name is Beishatong, right? Upon hearing this, Beishatong's face revealed a mocking expression, as if to say, of course. What? Do you want to spread my famous game ID around so that my enemies can come looking for trouble? Is this your way of threatening me? He sneered, unconcerned, and said, let me tell you, if you want to say it, go ahead. I don't care. Yunchen shook his head again. No, of course I won't spread your fake name disguised with special items. Fake name? Upon hearing these 3 words, Beishatong's heart jolted. A strong sense of unease surged within him. The arrogance on his face instantly faded by more than half. And Yunchen's next words struck him like a bolt from the blue, hitting him hard on the crown of his head. What I'm going to spread is your real game character name, weird development. Don't rush. Boom. It felt as if something exploded in Beishatong's head, leaving him blank. The color drained from his face in an instant. He stood frozen in place, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell. His eyes, which had previously held a glimmer of cunning, were now wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. Why you? How could you possibly know this name? His voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme shock, even slightly off-key. This name was the real character name he had originally created in God's Fall. Later, feeling it was too embarrassing and likely to offend people, he spent a large sum of money to acquire an extremely rare true name disguise scroll from the black market, disguising his ID as the current Beishatong. That was a platinum-level special item. According to the seller's boasts, even top-level detection skills or epic equipment might not be able to see through the disguise. How did this seemingly ordinary priest in front of him know? Yunchen didn't explain, he just took a small step forward. The invisible pressure made Beishatong instinctively shrink back. So, weird development, don't rush, brother. Are you now willing to cooperate with me and discuss some intelligence? Yunchen's tone remained calm, but to Beishatong's ears, it was more terrifying than any demon's whisper. Cold sweat trickled down Beishatong's forehead. He struggled to swallow. Soon, he conceded, Master. What do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything. Please, don't let my real name get out. Beishatong's voice trembled, his obsequious demeanor starkly contrasting with his earlier arrogance. Yunchen was not surprised by this. He spoke plainly, getting straight to the point. I want to know everything about the Hell Demon Tower. The Hell Demon Tower? Beishatong's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this. This was big news. He hesitated for a moment, but when he met Yunchen's calm yet penetrating gaze, the last bit of hope in his heart completely vanished. He dared not hide anything and poured out everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. The Hell Demon Tower is a super large special dungeon that will open for a limited time in the Wailing Canyon area east of the Wings of Freedom main city in a week. Currently, this news is only circulating among top players above level 20 and high-ranking members of large guilds. Ordinary players have no idea. Moreover, entering this Hell Demon Tower is not that easy. It has special conditions. Players must hold 2 different entry tickets at the same time, the Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter and the Heaven Pass White Chapter to qualify for entry. These 2 tickets require either incredible luck to in some extremely hidden and remote corners treasure chests can be found and opened. Otherwise, one can only obtain them by defeating specific platinum or even diamond-level regional bosses, which have a very small chance of dropping. Moreover, according to the top-secret information I've gathered, there are only 200 of these tickets in total. This means that, at most, only 100 players can enter the Hell Demon Tower. Oh, only 100 slots? Yunchen raised an eyebrow. This is indeed an interesting setup. The informant nodded repeatedly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Yes, boss. Precisely because the slots are so scarce, these 2 tickets have long become the target of frantic competition among major factions and top experts. As far as I know, most of the tickets circulating in the market have already been collected by those powerful guilds and lone wolves, making it nearly impossible to obtain more. At this point, the informant seemed to remember something and hurriedly rummaged through his backpack. He pulled out a slightly wrinkled piece of parchment and respectfully handed it to Yun Chen with both hands. Boss, this is a list I painstakingly managed to collect. It records the known factions and individuals who have already gathered 2 tickets or hold one of the key tickets. Although it may not be entirely accurate, it should provide you with some reference. Yun Chen took the parchment, quickly scanning its contents. The names and factions listed were indeed all formidable characters known in the Eagle Nation, each one not to be trifled with. Seeing that Yun Chen accepted the list, the informant cautiously spoke up. "B-boss, everything I know is on there." He carefully shifted his feet, seemingly wanting to make a run for it. If there's nothing else, I'll just take my leave." After saying this, he pretended to turn around, ready to slip away. "Stop." Yun Chen's calm voice came through, like an invisible chain, pinning the informant in place. The informant's body stiffened suddenly, cold sweat breaking out instantly. He slowly turned around, the smile on his face barely holding. "B-boss, is there anything else you need?" Yun Chen shook the parchment in his hand. "Are you so sure that you've told me all the information you know?" The informant's heart sank, but he still forced himself to remain calm, chuckling awkwardly. "Boss, what do you mean? I assure you, I wouldn't dare to hide anything." Yun Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, like 2 sharp swords piercing into the informant's heart. "You know exactly what kind of people are on this list you gave me. Ruthless methods, vast power. Who among them isn't a dominant figure in this territory of the Free Wings main city?" He paused, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm in his voice. "Do you think that if I take this list to find them, they will obediently hand over the tickets? Or..." Yun Chen's tone suddenly turned harsh, each word wrapped in frost. "Are you trying to use these people to eliminate me, the troublemaker who knows your true identity?" Boom! The informant felt as if something had exploded in his head, and his vision darkened. The facade on his face completely crumbled at that moment. Terrified, he waved his hands repeatedly, his voice tinged with a sob. "No, no, no. Boss, you misunderstood. It's a huge misunderstanding. How could I dare to have such thoughts? Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't." Yun Chen ignored his exaggerated expressions and excuses. His voice was flat but carried an undeniable authority. "I give you one last chance. Light Ackerman, tell me everything you know about the Hell Demon Tower tickets, in full detail, including those you think I can't handle or those you believe have loopholes that you can exploit." The moment he heard that name, Beishitan, or rather, Light Ackerman, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely frozen. His eyes bulged larger than copper bells, bloodshot and wide. He stared at Yun Chen as if he wanted to swallow him whole. You. He stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence, his throat making strange choking sounds as if someone had a grip on his neck. That name. It was his real name in reality. It was the secret he thought was the safest, hidden beneath layers of fog. If his game ID was exposed, he could just change his account, hide here and there would always be a chance to survive. But if his real identity was uncovered, the consequences were simply unimaginable. He could picture the enemies he had wronged. If they knew his true identity and address, what cruel methods they would use to take revenge on him. Beishitan found it hard to believe. "How do you know my real name?" The game ID perverted development. Don't rush was shameful, but at least it was on the gaming level. But the name Light Ackerman was the final judgment that could plunge him into an abyss of no return. In Yun Chen's memory, in his previous life, this Light Ackerman was also a somewhat famous information broker. It was rumored that he had almost tricked a large guild ranked 16th with half-truths, nearly leading to the annihilation of their main force. Although it ultimately backfired and he became a rat in the street, his glorious deeds and this real name spread in a small circle. Yun Chen happened to know this secret. Looking at Light's ghostly expression, Yun Chen felt no ripple in his heart. Only speaking, if your ID is exposed in the game, you can just delete your account and start over, or hide in reality and switch to another game to continue your great enterprise. But what if your box in reality is opened? A cold smile lingered on Yun Chen's lips, his gaze frighteningly icy. "Perverted development, don't rush, brother, or should I call you Mr. Light? You wouldn't want people knocking on your door every day to check the water meter or bring warmth to your doorstep, would you?" As Light listened, the corner of his mouth twitched. "It's over. Completely over." After a long time, Light seemed to have all his strength drained. Dejectedly lowering his head, he took out a blank piece of parchment and a quill from his backpack. His fingers trembled slightly from fear and despair. This time, he dared not have any concealment or selfishness. Honestly, he wrote down all the information he knew about the holders of the Hell Demon Tower tickets. Regardless of whether the other party was strong or weak, good or evil, he wrote it all down in detail. This new list was more than twice as long as the previous one. It included not only the prominent forces and top experts on the surface but also many hidden lone wolves with considerable strength but low profiles. There were even some potential targets he learned about through special channels who might hold tickets. After writing the last word, Light was almost exhausted, and when he handed the parchment to Yun Chen, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Yun Chen took the list and casually glanced at it. The content was detailed, well organized, and even noted the activity patterns and possible weaknesses of certain targets. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid really knows how to hide." If he hadn't stripped him of his defenses today, he might have been tricked by him. Very good. Yun Chen nodded in satisfaction, putting away the list. He reached out and gently patted Light's shoulder, which was stiff with fear, pleasure to cooperate. Light's body suddenly shook, and a bitter expression crossed his face. One more sour than eating 3 pounds of bitter herbs. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Pleasant. I'm glad you're satisfied, big shot. Yun Chen ignored his pitiful appearance as if he had just lost his parents. Turning around, he left the secluded alley decisively. He walked straight towards the teleportation array in Luoya town. With a flash of white light, his figure vanished. He returned directly to reality. After Yun Chen left, in the alley, Light Ackerman's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. After a while, he finally began to recover from the extreme fear. The first thing he did was open his intelligence network system and frantically start searching. He needed to find out. He needed to find that damned question mark priest. Who the hell was he? How did he know everything about him? However, no matter how he utilized his proud intelligence network to search, filter, and compare, the result was a blank slate. There was no valid information about that mysterious priest in the intelligence network. No ID, no background, no past deeds. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. Before today, it seemed that the entire database of God's Fall had no trace of such a person. Fuck. Light pounded the ground in frustration, the suffocation and fear in his heart nearly consuming him. He knew nothing about that priest. Yet the other party had stripped him bare. This completely unequal information gap made him feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and fear. Not long after, in the luxurious penthouse of an international metropolis in the real world, Light Ackerman suddenly sat up in the game pod, his face still pale, his eyes filled with irritation and unease. He had been thriving in the game by selling information, enjoying the adoration of countless players and the embrace of money. But now, all that beauty had been ruthlessly shattered by that question mark priest who had appeared out of nowhere. What frustrated and terrified him the most was that he had absolutely no information on that guy. Yet the other party knew him inside out, even his real-world identity was clear to them. This feeling was like standing naked in front of an executioner wielding a sharp blade, with life and death resting entirely in the other's hands. It was too suffocating, too terrifying. Light irritably raked his messy blonde hair. No, this was not the time to think about these things. He had more important matters to attend to. His real identity had been exposed. He absolutely could not stay here any longer. He had to move immediately. Change to a new identity. No, that wasn't enough. To be safe, it would be best to undergo plastic surgery and completely change his appearance. Only then might he be able to escape the shadow of that demonic priest. With that thought, Light jumped off the bed and began to frantically pack his things. Just as he was organizing the documents on his desk, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a note that had suddenly appeared on the table. It was the most ordinary sticky note, with handwriting he had never seen before, yet it carried a familiar sense of oppression, reading, "You can move, change your name, get plastic surgery. But no matter where you escape to, I hope that next time we cooperate you can be at my beck and call. Remember, it's at my beck and call." The note was signed with a small smiling devil avatar. Light Ackerman stared at the light paper in front of him. The documents in his hand fell to the ground with a crash. His legs went weak again, and he helplessly collapsed onto the cold floor. Without thinking, he already knew who had left this note. Light Ackerman felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out. He lay limply on the leather sofa of his luxurious apartment. His eyes were vacant, and a bitter smile, uglier than tears, hung on his face. Run? Where to run? That devilish man knew even his real name, the deepest secrets he had hidden. He could even sneak into this top-security apartment right under his nose, leaving behind a note. How the hell was he supposed to play now? At your beck and call. Light muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and dry. He knew that in this lifetime, he would probably never escape the shadow of that man. On the other side, downstairs of the luxurious apartment building, Yun Chen stretched lazily, complaining as he walked out of the revolving door. Damn, living in a building over 100 stories high, just waiting for the elevator takes forever. He looked up at the apartment's peak piercing the clouds and couldn't help but scoff. Living this high up, isn't it tiring to go out every day? The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible. However, after such a friendly warning, that kid Light should probably not have any inappropriate thoughts for a while. Yunshin didn't really intend to do anything to Light Ackerman. After all, although this guy was deceitful, in a way he could be considered a thief. With principles. According to the fragmented memories Yunshin had from his previous life, Light usually didn't target those truly desperate weaklings or players who had only one life left. Moreover, his vast intelligence network would provide Yunshin with considerable convenience in the future. In his last life, this kid almost tricked a large guild ranked 16th with half-truths, nearly leading to the annihilation of their main force. Although it ultimately backfired and he became a rat in the street, hunted by countless enemies, his glorious deeds and real name spread in a small circle, which Yunshin happened to know. Keeping such a talent around was much more cost-effective than directly dealing with him. Yunshin took out the detailed list that Light Ackerman had willingly provided. The parchment was densely packed with information about various characters and forces. His gaze quickly scanned it, finally stopping on a name. Andre Zaka. Yunshin smiled coldly. Choosing this guy was partly because his base was in this city, not too far from his current location, and his force was among the easier ones to deal with on the list. On the other hand, this guy was also an old acquaintance. That's right, the in-game ID, Black Forest, the unfortunate bandit leader he had killed not long ago in the Greystone Maze. The man's real name was indeed Andre Zaka. The world is really small, Yunshin chuckled, shoving the list back into his pocket. With a flicker of his figure, he blended into the bustling night, walking leisurely in a certain direction. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a high-end private club called Royal Salute, it was clearly the golden hour when the lights were just coming on, and nightlife was just beginning. However, this usually bustling den of extravagance was unusually quiet today, with not a single guest seeking pleasure in sight. Under the massive crystal chandelier, only a few solemn-looking bodyguards in black suits stood like statues in various corners. The reason was simple: the club's behind-the-scenes owner, Andre Zaka, was in an extremely foul mood today. So, with a wave of his hand, he directly announced the closure of the club. As for the reason for his bad mood, it was because he had inexplicably died in the game God's Fall today. And what made him even angrier and more frustrated was that he never figured out how he had died. Not even a shadow of an enemy had he seen. It was simply a great humiliation. Andre Zaka, a nearly 2-meter tall, tattooed, bald, muscular man weighing over 250 pounds, sat at the bar with a dark expression, downing shot after shot of strong liquor. His muscles were knotted, as hard as granite. The fierce dragon tattoo on his neck seemed to come alive with each swallow. In reality, he was the gang leader of the underground world in this area, primarily involved in money laundering, smuggling, kidnapping, and human trafficking, illegal activities that were best kept in the shadows. Ruthless and cold-blooded, he was known on the streets as a tough character. Damn it! Andre slammed his crystal glass down on the expensive marble bar, producing a sharp shattering sound. Don't let me find out which son of a bitch is pulling strings behind my back. Otherwise, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs. His fierce eyes sparkled with violent rage. The few close subordinates beside him dared not breathe, their faces plastered with sycophantic smiles, carefully attending to him, fearful of provoking this capricious tyrant. After all, Boss Andre was not just a gang leader in real life. In the game God's Fall, he was also a powerful player at level 20. Crushing these ordinary people was easier than squashing an ant. Boss, calm down, a sharp-eyed subordinate with a goatee quickly stepped forward to advise. It's not worth getting angry over that trivial matter in the game. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Boss, don't forget, there's important business tonight. Miss Evelyn from the Sterling Group is waiting to trade with you for the Hell Demon Tower's secret realm ticket. I heard that woman is bringing plenty of sincerity this time, with enough life coins. Upon hearing the words life coins, Andre Zaka's expression softened slightly. He let out a heavy grunt. Although he had reached level 20 and was considered a skilled player among ordinary gamers, he had little interest in venturing into the upcoming special instance of the Hell Demon Tower. Through his channels, he learned that the top-tier monster-level players on the leaderboard would almost all participate in this secret realm competition. With so many tough competitors gathered, his strength would likely leave him with nothing, let alone any cheap gains. Moreover, entering the Hell Demon Tower required 2 different tickets: the Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter and the Heaven Pass White Chapter. He had gone to great lengths to obtain only one Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter. Therefore, rather than spending a lot of time and energy searching for the elusive second ticket, it would be better to take advantage of the current market and sell this high-priced ticket for something tangible, high-grade equipment and rare items, to enhance his own strength, which was the true path. That Evelyn thinks she can take the ticket from me, it won't be that easy. Andre sneered, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. This ticket is already being sold for 50,000 life coins on the black market. I won't take less than 60,000 for mine, not a chance. Just the thought of at least 60,000 life coins coming in soon eased Andre's irritable mood considerably. He licked his cracked lips and barked at a nearby subordinate. Go, bring those blonde girls we just got a while ago over here. Let the brothers have some fun and relax. Yes, boss. The goateed subordinate immediately revealed a lewd smile that all men understood. He nodded and bowed, turning to head towards the hidden door leading to the basement. However, just as he reached the door and was about to touch the doorknob, his footsteps suddenly halted. His body froze in place as if he had been hit with a paralysis spell. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! Andre, seeing him remain motionless for too long, urged him impatiently. However, the young man with the goat beard showed no response. The next moment, without any warning, thud, the young man's eyes widened as he fell straight back. He crashed heavily onto the cold floor, seemingly dead on the spot. Silence. The entire bar area instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Just then, a slightly mocking young voice echoed abruptly in the empty club, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Sorry, I'll be taking that ticket. An ambush. The remaining bodyguards in black suits, including Andre himself, were all people who lived on the edge, and their reactions were swift. Almost the moment the voice sounded, they sensed something was off. Swish! Several bodyguards immediately drew long swords from their chests or sharp daggers from their waists. They quickly surrounded Andre Zaka, each one tense like they were facing a formidable enemy, muscles taut, scanning their surroundings warily. Andre's already dark face was now even more somber, as if it could drip water. His fierce eyes scanned the empty hall like a hungry wolf, trying to locate the reckless intruder. However, apart from themselves and the young man with the goat beard who had just fallen, the entire hall was empty, not even a ghostly shadow in sight. Who is it? Andre roared, his voice like an enraged lion echoing in the club. Dare to act wild on my turf, you must be tired of living, right? Get out here. In the air, that young voice responded again, casually, you don't need to know, nor is it necessary. Before the words fell, a figure of a young man slowly emerged from the dimly lit corner behind the bar. The light was cleverly cut, his upper body completely concealed in darkness. It was impossible to see his face, only a slender outline could be vaguely discerned. An inexplicable chill crawled up everyone's spines. Take him down. One of the trusted bodyguards beside Andre reacted first, shouting as he raised his gun to shoot. However, he was fast, but someone was faster. Before anyone could take any further action, a sudden change occurred. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The shadows at the feet of every gang member present, including the bodyguard, began to writhe at the same moment. Following that, several pitch-black shadow tentacles shot out from the ground's shadows like venomous snakes, without any warning. The tentacles were terrifyingly grotesque, their tips glimmering with a chilling light. Puff, puff, puff. A series of dull sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out in succession. Those bodyguards in black suits didn't even have time to scream before the shadow tentacles that emerged from the shadows below pierced through their bodies like skewered candied hawthorns. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining the expensive carpet red. Their faces were frozen in shock, fear, and disbelief. The vitality in their eyes was completely drained in an instant. 10,000 devouring shadows. In just one move, Yunshin didn't even fully reveal himself, yet he cleared the area with overwhelming force. The entire process was incredibly fast and ruthlessly efficient. Only Andre Zaka, surrounded by a circle of corpses, remained standing. But at this moment, he too had been pierced through the chest by another, thicker shadow tentacle that suddenly appeared beneath him. He was pinned in place. His eyes widened, mouth agape, wanting to say something, but only a wheezing sound escaped. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth and nose. It was only then that Yunshin fully stepped out from the shadows. He walked forward slowly, ignoring the corpses strewn about and the strong smell of blood, heading straight to the body of Andre Zakada. He reached out and fumbled for a moment on the still warm body. Soon, a black card shimmering with a dark luster was retrieved. It was the Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter. The ticket was in hand. However, Yunshin had no intention of leaving immediately. He leisurely examined the grotesque face of Andre Zaka, whose eyes remained stubbornly open. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Then, Yunshin did not leave. Instead, he stood quietly in place, waiting for something. Time passed, second by second. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger. About 10 minutes later, a faint white light suddenly emerged from the already cold body of Andre Zaka. The white light rippled like water waves, enveloping his corpse. Immediately, the grotesque wound on his chest, pierced by shadowy tendrils, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. His once dull pupils regained their luster. Resurrection. As a level 20 player, Andre Zaka had naturally prepared a backup plan for himself in reality. This item, which allowed him to resurrect on the spot once, had cost him a great deal to obtain. However, what he never expected was that this mysterious person, after killing him, did not leave. Instead, he was guarding his corpse. Andre Zaka suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he wanted to retaliate or activate some life-saving measure. But the next moment, swish, swish, swish. From the shadows around him, more than a dozen demon imps, each less than half a meter tall, with dark red skin and rusty knives in hand, suddenly sprang out. They moved swiftly, their faces twisted in malice. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded the just resurrected Andre, who was still somewhat weak. Sharp knives were pressed against his neck, glinting with a cold light. Andre Zaka's movements froze instantly. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yunshin looked at him and spoke in a flat tone. I advise you not to move. Unless you have a second resurrection item. Andre Zaka's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and glared at the young man whose upper face was shrouded in the shadow of a hood. Who are you? His voice was hoarse from anger and fear. I don't even know you. Why are you targeting me? Smack! Before Yunshin could respond, one of the demon imps standing to Andre's left raised its rusty knife and struck him hard across the face. The force was so great that it sent him staggering, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Noisy! The demon imp let out a sharp, piercing sound. Only then did Yunshin slowly speak, his tone carrying an undeniable indifference. You don't need to know who I am. Likewise, you have no right to question me. After saying that, Yunshin walked straight to the bar. He casually pulled over a high stool and sat down, his demeanor relaxed as if this were his home, not a crime scene where a bloody massacre had just occurred. Soon after, a slightly larger demon servant, dressed in tattered robes and holding a simple staff, appeared behind the bar without anyone noticing. It skillfully picked up a clean crystal wine glass and poured a glass of blood red liquid for Yunshin. Yunshin lifted the glass, gently swirling the liquid inside, but showed no intention of drinking. He turned his gaze back to Andre Zaka, who was trembling and in a pitiful state, surrounded by a group of demon imps with sharp knives at his neck. Now, it's my turn to ask, and you answer. Yunshin's voice remained calm, yet it carried a heart-stopping sense of pressure. You just need to tell me what you know. He paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Let's talk about your transaction with Miss Evelyn from the Sterling Group regarding the ticket. I'm quite interested. Yunshin contentedly held the shimmering dark invitation card, Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter, along with a note detailing the fruitful results of certain friendly exchanges. He strolled out of the once opulent Royal Canon private club, now permeated with a heavy scent of blood. As for Andre Zaka, after a round of friendly physical persuasion and spilling all the necessary information like beans from a bamboo tube, Yunshin was indeed a good person to the end, sending the Buddha to the west. He had those excited little demons send him off completely, even scattering his ashes cleanly, reducing to ashes, a professional job. From this unfortunate Andre Zaka, Yunshin obtained quite a bit of useful information. The most important, of course, was the whereabouts of another ticket, Heaven's Pass White Chapter. That ticket was actually in the hands of Miss Evelyn from the Sterling Group. Moreover, according to Andre, it seemed that Evelyn only possessed this one Heaven's Pass White Chapter and was eager to buy the Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter from him to complete a set and enter the mysterious Hell Demon Tower. The Sterling Group. Yunshin had a very vivid impression of this name. In his previous life, the Sterling Group appeared to be a legitimate company engaged in proper multinational trade, looking respectable. Behind the scenes, however, it was an unadulterated master of a vast black industrial chain, involved in arms dealing, illegal drugs, human trafficking, and many other heinous illegal activities. It was a formidable underground force in the Eagle Nation, with blood on its hands from countless innocent victims. After the game descended into reality, this group quickly rose to power, leveraging its vast resources and intricate influence. In the real world, not only did it persecute a large number of ordinary players, but it also posed a significant threat and caused heavy losses to the Dragon Nation. And that Miss Evelyn from the Sterling Group was notorious in his previous life for her ruthless and bloodthirsty nature. It was rumored that many elite players sent by the Dragon Nation's officials, the cream of the crop, had met a tragic end at the hands of this madwoman and her minions. Who would have thought it was truly a case of finding a needle in a haystack, with the second ticket's clue delivered right to his door? It was like a pillow arriving just as one was feeling sleepy, and a down pillow at that. Not only could he obtain the complete key to enter the Hell Demon Tower, but he could also suppress this future troublemaker, the Sterling Group, and clear some future threats for the Dragon Nation in advance. It was a win-win situation, a blood profit without loss. Andre Zaka, in a bid to save his life, or rather, to suffer less torment before dying, was very thorough in his confession. His survival instinct was off the charts. He detailed the transaction terms he had agreed upon with Evelyn, the method of transaction, and the secret code. Even some personal habits and subtle characteristics of the contact person on Evelyn's side were clearly written down. Fearing that Yunshin would be dissatisfied, all of this could be put to good use by Yunshin. Just then, buzz, the latest model fruit phone belonging to Andre Zaka in Yunshin's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out to check. The screen displayed an encrypted message he had just received. The sender was the contact person from the Sterling Group responsible for the transaction with Andre. The message was concise and coldly businesslike, confirming the final transaction details: Felix. Warehouse 62, 9 p.m. tonight, cash on delivery. After reading the message, a sharp glint flashed in Yun Shen's eyes. Felix. Warehouse 62. It seemed tonight would be quite lively. At that moment, the screen of the phone belonging to Andre Zaka lit Up again and vibrated. A new encrypted message popped up. The sender was still that unfortunate contact from the Sterling Group. Price 50,000. Life coins, fixed price. The tone carried a hint of charity, as if the other party was already at a disadvantage. Yunchen casually tapped a few times on the screen and simply replied, OK. 50,000 life coins? That's certainly not a small amount. For others, holding a purgatory invitation. Black chapter, such an offer might indeed be somewhat enticing. After all, this is quite a fortune. Unfortunately, Yunchen had no intention of paying. From the very beginning, what he wanted was a ticket. If possible, he also wanted the other party's life. Getting it for free was the way to go. Meanwhile, at Felix Dock, inside Warehouse 62, the lighting was dim and the air was thick with the heavy scent of rust and a faint fishy odor intertwining to create a nauseating atmosphere. A slightly hunched man with a gloomy complexion was sitting on a pile of scattered cargo boxes in the warehouse. He was the one who had previously contacted Yunchen via text for the transaction. His name was Ben, a loyal dog of the Sterling Group. After putting down his phone, Ben fell into a brief contemplation, calculating the details of the transaction and the possible unexpected events. Creak, the rusty iron door of the warehouse, which looked like it could fall apart at any moment, was suddenly pushed open from the outside, creating a gap. Immediately after, a figure gracefully walked in. It was a tall, strikingly beautiful young girl. She wore a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, every curve radiating deadly allure. However, in her beautiful eyes, which should have sparkled with life, there flickered a coldness and madness that was utterly incongruous with her exquisite appearance and age. Even more chilling was the fresh blood dripping from the dagger she held in her delicate, pale hand. Dark red droplets slid down the sharp blade, reflecting an eerie sheen under the dim light. The edges of her leather outfit were also stained with dark red blood. Thud! Outside the door, a muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground could be faintly heard, accompanied by a short, almost imperceptible, yet forcibly suppressed scream. Silence soon followed. Clearly, another unfortunate soul had become her victim. The girl extended her crimson tongue and gently licked the blood droplets off the dagger. A sickly satisfaction and intoxication appeared on her face. Her voice was charming, laced with a chilling coldness. Indeed, killing in reality is much more interesting. Those data-driven NPCs and players in the game always feel a bit lacking in real tactile sensation, not enough excitement. Ben, seeing the girl's enchanting yet cruel demeanor, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. However, he didn't show much surprise on his face, merely bowing slightly in a respectful manner. Miss Evelyn. This girl was none other than Evelyn Sterling, known for her ruthless and bloodthirsty nature within the Sterling Group, a true femme fatale. Evelyn casually wiped the bloody dagger on a dusty wooden box nearby, her movements elegant yet seemingly indifferent. She lazily asked, as if she had just crushed an ant, Ben, how did it go? Did that fool Andre agree to the deal? Ben nodded, his tone betraying an unmistakable respect. Yes, miss, he has agreed. 50,000 life coins in exchange for the Purgatory Invitation Black chapter in his possession. Ben was specifically dispatched by the Sterling Group to ensure Evelyn's safety as her guardian. At the same time, he was the main facilitator and on-site leader for the transaction with Andre Zaka. His own strength had already reached level 21, placing him among the elite few at the top of the player pyramid in the current stage. Originally, to minimize risks, Ben had strongly advocated for the transaction to take place within the Game of Gods Fall. After all, while the game world is fraught with dangers, at least it offers a few extra lives compared to the real world. Even if something unforeseen were to happen, the losses could be kept to a minimum. Unfortunately, special items of high rank, like the Hell Demon Tower ticket, once picked up by a player or obtained through a quest, would immediately bind to the player's soul. They cannot be traded through regular means in the game, let alone dropped upon killing a player. This forces these major factions to take risks and choose to conduct transactions in the far more perilous and unpredictable real world. The real world is not like the Game Gods Fall. There are no absolute safe zones protected by the system like the Novice Village. Every player has only one life. If they die, they truly lose everything, with no chance of resurrection. This makes every large transaction in the real world filled with unknown variables and potentially fatal risks. Evelyn seemed to sense the faint worry emanating from Ben. She walked over to a relatively clean container with graceful cat-like steps. She lazily sat down, her long legs wrapped in black leather pants casually crossed. With keen interest, she observed the so-called bodyguard in front of her. What's wrong, Ben? You look like something's off. She extended her crimson tongue and lightly licked the corner of her mouth, her voice laced with an alluring charm. Is it that fool named Andre who quoted you an outrageous price that upset you? Ben's brow furrowed even deeper, the gloom on his face almost palpable. No, miss, quite the opposite. He carefully chose his words and said in a low voice, Andre Zaka is a typical person who won't rise early without profit, and he is extremely greedy, vengeful to the core. Just now, when I finalized the price with him through encrypted communication, I tentatively quoted 50,000 life coins. He didn't even counteroffer, just agreed immediately. This is too unusual. It completely contradicts his usual style. Upon hearing this, Evelyn curled her lips into a dismissive smile, seemingly thinking Ben was overreacting and worrying unnecessarily. She casually toyed with the dagger in her fingers, still stained with fresh blood. The sharp blade glinted ominously under the dim light of the warehouse. Oh, just for this trivial matter? Maybe that fool suddenly came to his senses, or perhaps he's in urgent need of money? Besides, a mere Andrei Zaka, even if he had the guts to try something, could he really escape the grasp of our sterling group? Evelyn's tone was filled with the innate arrogance and unquestionable confidence of someone in power. In her eyes, Andrei Zaka, a so-called gang leader scraping by at the bottom of the city with some petty means, was nothing more than a minor character. For the sterling group to crush him would be no more difficult than squashing a buzzing fly. Yet Ben remained furrowed in thought, the unease in his heart growing stronger with time. He understood the temperament of this young lady, but given the gravity of the situation, he had to speak up again, trying to persuade this capricious, cold-hearted beauty who viewed lives as mere trifles. Miss, a cautious ship sails for 1,000 years. I worry, there may really be something unexpected on his end that we are not yet aware of. The more Ben thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharpening in an instant. To ensure this transaction goes off without a hitch, I must make some additional preparations. With that, he hesitated no longer, immediately pulling out his military-grade encrypted communicator from his pocket and swiftly dialing a specific number. The call was almost instantly connected, and a calm male voice came through on the other. And he deliberately lowered his voice, speaking urgently and gravely. Hey, it's me, Ben. I need support. Double the manpower immediately. Rush to Felix Dock, Warehouse 62. Yes, the more the better. Make sure they are all our best hands. Evelyn watched Ben, who looked as if he were facing a great enemy, tense and on edge. She rolled her eyes in impatience, her red lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she chose not to speak up. Although she was extremely arrogant, even somewhat pathologically cruel, she was not foolish. Ben was one of the most experienced executives in the group. His caution and intuition had often helped them avoid unnecessary risks, even saving her life at times. Time passed slowly in this oppressive and tense atmosphere, second by second. 3 hours felt as long as a century, yet it slipped by in an instant. The night had deepened. The cold, biting sea wind roared like a demon, howling madly. It slammed against the rusted iron walls of Warehouse 62, producing a sound like woo-woo, as if countless wronged souls were whispering their grievances. In the dead of night, at exactly 9 o'clock, not a second off, creak, the already dilapidated heavy iron door of Warehouse 62 was slowly pushed open from the outside once again. Inside the warehouse, everyone had long been on high alert, their nerves taut to the extreme. A tall, thin man appeared, draped in an oversized black trenchcoat that seemed capable of enveloping his entire body. He wore a black cap pulled low over his brow and dark sunglasses that obscured most of his face, walking in at a leisurely pace. He was deliberately shrouded in a vague shadow, making it impossible to discern his true features or expressions. Andre? A small leader from the Sterling group, standing at the front of the line and clearly responsible for this meeting, frowned, his sharp gaze scanning the newcomer up and down. His tone carried an unmistakable wariness and a hint of displeasure. Why? Did you come alone? Where are your people? The small leader scrutinized him, asking sternly, forget that for now. Did you bring the tickets? However, the mysterious man, wrapped in his black coat and sunglasses, seemed to have completely ignored the question. He continued his slow, deliberate pace, stepping deeper into the warehouse. He didn't even glance at the noisy small leader. No, it wasn't that he didn't look at him at all. Just as he brushed past the small leader from the Sterling group, the face of the man in black, obscured by the brim of his hat and sunglasses, seemed to lift slightly, almost imperceptibly. A gaze, difficult to detect yet imbued with a strange power, flicked toward the small leader like the sharpest razor. In the next moment, the small leader of the Sterling group suddenly froze, his arrogant expression turning to shock, his eyes bulging uncontrollably, filled with terror. A sound emerged from his throat, vague and incomprehensible, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped it. Then, without warning, he collapsed like a post that had suddenly lost all its bones and support. Thud! He fell straight back, crashing heavily onto the cold, dirty concrete floor. He was dead. On the spot, without a sound. The entire process was so fast it was unbelievable. There was not a hint of energy fluctuation, no trace of skill release. Just that casual glance, and a living person was gone. In the shadows, Ben witnessed everything. Beside him, Miss Evelyn, with her stunningly beautiful face, also showed a fleeting look of undeniable astonishment. She instinctively turned to Ben, her tone laced with a mix of fear and relief. Ben, it seems I misjudged you before. I thought you were too suspicious, but now it seems your intuition was right. That guy, he really is an Andre. Evelyn's red lips parted slightly as she recalled the bizarre scene from earlier, a shiver running down her spine. The Andre I know would never use such chilling methods. Ben nodded slightly, his expression grave to the extreme. A vigilant light flickered in his deep-set eyes. Ben's voice was low and hoarse. Not only is he not Andre, but that guy seems to be much stronger than Andre. Evelyn furrowed her brows, looking at Ben. Seeing him still unmoving, she couldn't help but ask, "What? Aren't we going to take care of this guy? Didn't you just call in a lot of people from the group?" Her tone carried a hint of confusion and urgency. "Isn't that to deal with situations like this?" But Ben slowly shook his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle. "There's no need to go up now." His voice exuded a calmness that suggested he understood everything. "Because this guy in front of us is just a decoy." As he spoke, he slowly retracted his eyes that had been faintly glowing with a ghostly green light. Just moments ago, he had activated his innate skill Eye of the Nether. This ability allowed him to perceive the essence of things, stripping away all false appearances. Through the Eye of the Nether, he not only confirmed that the figure in black in the warehouse was not the real body but also instantly pinpointed Yun Chen's true hiding place. Ben stated with certainty, "To the east, about 600 meters from here." A glint of determination flashed in Evelyn's eyes. "Very good." Under Ben's lead, the group moved like ghosts merging into the night. Silently, they exited the warehouse filled with blood and strangeness. They navigated around scattered containers and through dark alleys. Soon, they arrived at the location Ben indicated. Sure enough, beneath a flickering, somewhat lonely streetlight, a tall young figure was lazily leaning against the cold lamp post. He seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. The night breeze lifted the edge of his hood, revealing a sharply defined chin. "That's him." Ben, hidden in the shadows of the corner, spoke in a low voice, yet with an undeniable command. "Everyone, move stealthily and encircle him from all directions. Cut off all his escape routes. Don't let him get away." Dozens of shadows spread out like well-trained hounds, silently forming a massive encirclement, slowly closing in on Yun Chen under the streetlight. The air was thick with a chilling aura named slaughter. At that moment, the previously bowed head of Yun Chen seemed to sense something. He slowly raised his head and smiled coldly. "Oh, have you seen through my decoy? And you found my true location so quickly? It seems there are still one or two among you who have a bit of strength and a sharp mind." Evelyn Sterling stepped out from the shadows. Her elongated beautiful eyes brazenly scrutinized Yun Chen under the streetlight. When she caught sight of his face, mostly hidden in the shadow of the hood but still revealing a hint of handsome features, her rosy tongue lightly licked her sensual lips. Her eyes sparkled with a morbid excitement and cruelty. He. Evelyn let out a series of bell-like giggles, her voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Not bad-looking, little handsome. I just wonder if you'll still look so dashing when you're crying and begging for mercy in front of me?" She was already a bit impatient, eager to enjoy the sight of this oblivious young man. The sight of the struggling, kneeling figure begging for mercy before her must be very entertaining. Yet, standing beside Evelyn, Ben quietly activated his Eye of the Nether once more. He needed to see through the true nature of this mysterious young man before him. Who exactly dared to so brazenly provoke the Sterling group? At first glance, through the Eye of the Nether, Ben saw a string of in the opponent's ID information bar, a series of question marks. Ben's heart tightened. How could there be such an ID? Could it be some kind of special hidden item, or the effect of a rare skill? Doubt surged in his mind, and he instinctively wanted to further activate the power of the Eye of the Nether, attempting to pierce through this layer of fog and glimpse the truth behind it. However, just as he tried to probe deeper, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! Suddenly, without any warning, a multitude of dense, blood-red, eerie eyeball patterns emerged on Yun Chen's body under the streetlight. Those eyeballs covered the surface of Yun Chen's body. Each seemed to contain a terrifying will from the ancient chaos. The moment they appeared, they all began to rotate in unison. Cold, lifeless, and devoid of any emotion, their gazes pierced through layers of space and darkness. They precisely locked onto Ben, who was hidden in the shadows. At the same time, a grand, cold voice, devoid of any emotional color, like the chilling wind blowing from the depths of the abyss, resounded deep within Ben's mind. "The primordial cannot be gazed upon." Ben felt as if his eyes had been seared by a red-hot iron. An indescribable agony erupted violently from deep within his eyeballs. He could even distinctly feel something within his eye sockets being forcefully torn apart and crushed by an invisible and terrifying power. Put! 2 blinding blood arrows shot out from Ben's eye sockets. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his hands desperately covering his eyes. His body trembled violently, staggering backward. This sudden turn of events left all the members of the Sterling group in action utterly shocked, their movements momentarily halted. Even Evelyn, standing nearby, was startled by Ben's sudden plight, her charming smile freezing instantly. "Ben, what happened to you?" Yun Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, drifted over calmly. "It seems you've seen through my decoy. TSK, but it looks like you accidentally glimpsed something you shouldn't have." "Something you shouldn't have? What does that mean?" Evelyn's heart shook violently as she turned to look at Yun Chen. Just now, Ben should have only been using his Eye of the Nether to investigate this young man's identity information. This was a perfectly normal method of information gathering among players. How could he suffer such a terrifying backlash? What earth-shattering secret was this guy hiding? Before Evelyn could fully recover from her shock, Yunchen had already moved. He slowly raised his head, his eyes hidden in the shadow of his hood, calmly surveying the lurking darkness around. The smile on his face grew even more pronounced. 89 people, huh? His voice carried a hint of barely concealed disdain. It seems you all really went all out to deal with me. Quite cautious indeed. It's just a pity. Yunchen gently shook his head, his tone filled with unreserved regret. This number of people is still not quite enough. As soon as the words left his mouth, snap! A crisp sound of fingers snapping abruptly echoed in the silent night sky. In the next moment, in the dark corners where the Sterling group members lay in ambush, in the heavy shadows cast by the abandoned warehouses, the ground seemed to come alive, beginning to writhe violently. Following that point one by one, demons no taller than half a meter, their entire bodies a dark red, with terrifying and hideous faces, wielding rusted knives, burst forth from the shadows like bamboo shoots after a rain, shrieking madly. Their numbers were overwhelming. They swarmed in, filling every corner of the dock in an instant. The elite members of the Sterling group, who had just thought victory was in their grasp, surrounding Yunchen, hadn't even had time to react to what was happening before they were completely engulfed by these demon imps that suddenly sprang from beneath their feet, from beside them, from behind, from every unimaginable shadow. What the hell are these things? Ah, my leg! Help! Help me! Fire! Fire! Kill these monsters! The piercing screams, terrified roars, and the futile sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the Felix dock. However, all of it was in vain. The demon imps, after appearing, made no unnecessary movements. Then, boom! Boom 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 boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted continuously. Each demon imp chose the most brutal and direct method at the same time, self-detonation. The terrifying shockwaves of the explosions swept across the entire dock like a raging hurricane. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating half the night with a blood-red glow. The sturdy warehouses were easily torn apart in the explosions. Heavy containers were tossed into the air like toys, then crashed down heavily. The earth groaned and the space trembled. In less than half a minute, the entire Felix dock had been reduced to a burning ruin. Thick smoke billowed and flames lit up the sky. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of charred flesh and blood. The dozens of elite members of the Sterling group who had been lying in ambush here could not even be found as a complete corpse. Only scattered limbs and torn clothing, shredded by the shockwaves of the explosions, remained, indicating the horrific massacre that had taken place here. Yet Yunchen still stood leisurely under the only surviving streetlight. The aftershocks of the explosion hadn't even ruffled the corner of his robe. He quietly watched the hell on earth he had personally created. His face was as calm as a still pond. Ben and Evelyn, along with their so-called elite, had been blown to pieces in that cataclysmic series of explosions, not even having time to let out a grunt. No bones left might be the most fitting description for the current situation. However, just as the aftershocks of the explosions had not completely subsided, swish! Two soft white lights suddenly illuminated a small patch of ground amidst the fiery ruins. As the light faded, the figures of Evelyn and Ben reappeared. It seemed the two had used a resurrection item to come back to life. However, their condition at this moment was far from good, especially Evelyn. This young lady of the Sterling group, known for her ruthlessness and pathological cruelty, who viewed human life as mere grass, had tortured enemies beyond recognition countless times. She had even stuffed still-smoking grenades into others' mouths, admiring the art of them being blown to bits. But when such art fell upon her, she experienced for the first time the deep-seated fear and collapse from the depths of her soul. At this moment, Evelyn's face was as pale as paper. Her beautiful eyes were filled with daze and disbelief. She trembled uncontrollably, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the terrifying experience of being blown to pieces. Ben was in a slightly better condition, but not by much. He covered his still agonizing eyes, blood seeping continuously through his fingers. His whole body was slightly hunched over from the intense pain. A resurrection item, huh? Not far away, Yunchen's voice rang out flatly, devoid of any discernible emotion. He looked at the two who had reappeared, his expression still as calm as ever. They didn't seem surprised by their resurrection. After all, for a powerful force like the Sterling group, having a life-saving trump card was quite normal. Tisk. Yunchen lightly clicked, his tongue feeling somewhat disheartened. I thought I could solve this in one go, but it seems I'll have to put in a bit more effort. He waved his hand. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The shadowy areas that had just self-destructed began to writhe violently once more. One by one, grotesque little demons shrieked as they surged out of the darkness. Like sharks sensing blood, they recklessly lunged toward Evelyn and Ben. Evelyn watched as the terrifying little demons poured in again, her pupils suddenly constricting. The fear of being blown to pieces surged back into her heart, almost making her scream. However, just as the demon horde was about to engulf them again, buzz! A pure white light shield suddenly expanded, centering around Evelyn and Ben. This light shield resembled an inverted giant bowl, radiating a soft and sacred aura, firmly protecting the two within. Boom 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 boom. Another series of deafening explosions erupted. Countless little demons crashed into the light shield without hesitation, choosing to sacrifice themselves in self-detonation. The terrifying shockwave of energy rampaged once more, the flames even fiercer than before. The entire dock area seemed to have experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Yunchen squinted slightly. In the core area of the explosion, the pure white light shield still stood tall, flowing with a faint holy glow, completely unharmed. Beneath the shield, Evelyn and Ben were safe and sound. Oh, Yunchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Holy light protection? He recognized this item. It was an extremely precious one-time consumable. Its effect was to automatically trigger upon the holder receiving fatal damage and using a resurrection item, generating an invincible light shield that lasted for 10 seconds, said to be absolutely indestructible. Its value reached 300,000 life coins, and it was the kind that was priceless. TSK, a treasure worth 300,000 life coins, that's quite a loss. Yunchen shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. It seems your Sterling Group has quite a solid foundation. With this holy light protection in place, he really couldn't do much to these two for 10 seconds. But it was only 10 seconds. Inside the light shield, Ben gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his eyes, barely managing to open a slit, his vision a blur of blood red. Even after death and resurrection, the backlash effect from the primordial demon I still lingered. This left him utterly horrified. What level of item was this that even death couldn't clear its negative effects? He looked at the figure outside the light shield, illuminated by the flames, resembling a demon god, and a deep sense of helplessness surged within him. He had severely underestimated his opponent's strength. This guy was simply not someone they could contend with. This was a complete monster. No matter how many people they called, they would only serve as cannon fodder. Miss. Ben suddenly turned to Evelyn, who still looked somewhat dazed beside him, his voice hoarse and urgent. Quick! Use the void teleportation crystal that the president gave you. Hurry! The void teleportation crystal was a top-tier life-saving item obtained at great cost by the president of the Sterling Group, who was also Evelyn's father. It allowed for a single ultra-long-distance random teleportation, and the teleportation process could not be locked or interrupted. It was a true escape technique. However, at this moment, Evelyn seemed stunned, her eyes vacant, showing no reaction to Ben's urging. Miss? Ben felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He could sense that the glow of the holy light protection was visibly dimming. There were at most 3 or 4 seconds left before it would disappear. Once the light shield vanished, with that monster's methods, Evelyn would definitely be instantaneously killed. By then, even if the president was furious, it would be of no use. Damn it! Ben gritted his teeth, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. He couldn't care about anything else. He suddenly reached out, thrusting his hand into Evelyn's collar. He yanked it violently. Rip! A palm-sized object, radiating a ghostly blue light, emerged. Inside it seemed to contain a strange crystal with a flowing galaxy, which he forcibly pulled out from the depths of Evelyn's collar. It was the void jump crystal. Evelyn seemed startled by this sudden action, her dazed eyes finally showing a hint of emotion. But Ben had no time to explain to her. Without hesitation, he crushed the void jump crystal in his hand. Crack! The crystal shattered with a sound. In the next moment, an intensely rich ghostly blue light erupted, completely engulfing Evelyn. The light flashed and vanished. Evelyn's figure had already disappeared from the spot, unknown to where she had been teleported. Only Ben remained, standing alone within the fading light shield. After doing all this, Ben felt as if all his strength had been drained, his body swayed, nearly collapsing. He used the last bit of his strength to lift his head, looking through the gradually thinning light shield at Yunchen not far away. Huff! At least I sent the young lady away. He knew he was doomed. But as long as Evelyn could escape safely, his mission would be considered accomplished. Buzz! The last holy light completely dissipated. The invincible light shield vanished. Yunchen looked at Ben, who was left alone, his gaze showing no ripples. A single glance. Demon transfer. Puff! Ben couldn't even make a sound before collapsing to the ground. Dead again. This time, he had no resurrection items left on him. Yunchen stepped forward slowly, reaching the spot where Evelyn had just disappeared, raising an eyebrow slightly. First the holy light protection, then the void jump crystal. These were all top-tier life-saving items that were hard to come by, something ordinary players wouldn't even see. What a wealthy and willful person, Yunchen murmured softly. The financial power of the Sterling Group was indeed beyond his imagination. However, there was not much disappointment on his face. Losing an Evelyn was not a big deal. His gaze fell on an item that had burst forth from Ben. It was a completely black card, its edges flickering with ominous dark red light. It was precisely his target for this trip, the Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter. Yunchen bent down and picked up the invitation. It felt icy to the touch, carrying a faint hint of sulfur. Oh, Yunchen was somewhat surprised. He had thought the Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter would be on Evelyn. After all, she was the one leading this transaction. He didn't expect to find it on this guard named Ben. Was it because he was worried about Evelyn, or was there another arrangement? However, considering Ben's final desperate act to send Evelyn away, Yunchen could guess a bit. This Ben was indeed a loyal and dutiful guard. It's just a pity he chose the wrong master and stood on the wrong side. Yun Chen put away the purgatory. Invitation Black Chapter. This item was the key to entering the Hell Demon Tower, crucial for his subsequent plans. Looking around, Felix dock had already turned into a scorched earth. The sea breeze blew, stirring up choking dust. Yun Chen pulled his hood tighter, covering most of his face, and turned to blend into the deeper darkness. Next, he just needed to quietly wait for the opening of the Hell Demon Tower. In a week. The opening of the Hell Demon Tower was set for a week later. For the vast majority of players, this was a precious time to make a final sprint, prepare potions, and coordinate teams. But for Yun Chen, waiting was the most boring thing. These days, he was like a ghost who didn't know fatigue, frequently appearing in various dungeons and secret realms within the borders of the Eagle Kingdom. 1 High difficulty. Dungeon after another was being cleared at an astonishing speed in his hands. In just 5 days, he had speedrun over 100 dungeons. Such terrifying efficiency was hard to ignore. The player forum of the Flying Eagle Nation was almost completely taken over by a mysterious question mark guy. Damn! Have you heard? The nightmare level record for Wailing Canyon has been broken again. 15 minutes. 15 minutes, brothers. Can the planners sleep at night? I can't. Is it that question mark guy again? Which server did this god come from? When did the Flying Eagle Nation get such a powerhouse? There's no one on the leaderboard with that name, just a string of question marks. It's ridiculous. This must be some hidden identity hack. Hack? The guy upstairs. I saw question mark boss enter the lava cave dungeon yesterday. Right at the entrance. I just lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and the boss came out. Definitely no more than 5 minutes. I spent 3 days and nights clearing that dungeon. You call that a hack? That's a god. Descending. Yeah, I saw it too. The boss didn't even have a healer with him, pure solo. He's simply my dream dad. The players' discussions went from initial shock to numbness, and then to fervent worship, all in less than 3 days. Meanwhile, Yun Chen's ID became a legend among the players of the Flying Eagle Nation, representing absolute power and mystery. Major guilds and factions naturally took notice of this rising superstar. Invitations and meeting requests poured in like snowflakes from all directions, including some offering exorbitant contracts and promises of various top-tier treatments. However, Yun Chen's response was always just one word: roll. All invitations, without exception, sank into the sea. This only added a layer of mysterious and proud veil to his identity. On the 6th day, in the morning, only 1 day remained until the Hell Demon Tower opened. Yun Chen's figure appeared at the foot of an active volcano, perpetually shrouded in sulfurous fumes. According to the information provided by the informant, a brand new hidden dungeon, Heart of the Lava, had just refreshed at the center of the volcano's crater. It was said that deep within the dungeon grew a precious material called Lava Dragon Heartfruit. Consuming it could permanently increase maximum health. This was exactly what Yun Chen needed the most at the moment. However, just as he approached the entrance of the dungeon, which radiated a scorching aura, a noisy argument reached his ears. Why can't we go in? This dungeon isn't yours. Exactly. Is the Sterling Group so great that they can just reserve the whole place? Bro, stop talking. Can't you see their levels? All over 20, we can't mess with them. Yun Zi looked up. He saw that the entrance to the dungeon was blocked by a dozen players in uniform gear. They all wore a silver lion badge on their chests, the emblem of the Sterling Group. The leading man had reached level 28, making him an absolute expert among ordinary players at this stage. He crossed his arms and stood arrogantly in front, blocking all the casual players who wanted to enter the dungeon. Although the surrounding players were filled with righteous indignation, they only dared to complain quietly. After all, neither their levels nor the forces behind them were something they could provoke. In the end, everyone had no choice but to give up and disperse in small groups. Yun Chen stood not far away, listening to the discussions of those players as they walked away. Damn! The Sterling Group is getting more and more overbearing. It's really unlucky. No kidding, no wonder their young lady was taken out in one go at Felix dock a week ago. I heard everyone who went with her died. Not a single one left. I heard from a friend that Miss Evelyn, although she managed to revive herself with a resurrection item, seems to have been scared silly. She's still lying at home, in a daze, unable to speak. No way, is that true? That's so tragic. Absolutely true. The funniest part is, the Sterling Group still doesn't know who attacked her. They can't even find a target for revenge. Isn't that frustrating? Ah, they totally deserve it. What goes around comes around. Who can escape the heavens? The players' discussions were filled with schadenfreude. Yun Chen listened without any change in expression. He had actually known about Evelyn being scared silly for a long time. After all, he had personally experienced the art of being blown to bits. Anyone who could remain sane after that was truly psychologically twisted. He hadn't expected to run into someone from the Sterling Group here. However, none of this concerned him. His purpose for coming here had always been that Lava Dragon Heartfruit. Yun Chen pulled back his thoughts and stepped forward, heading straight for the dungeon entrance. His actions immediately caught the attention of the Sterling Group members. Stop! The level 28 man at the front frowned and stepped forward, blocking Yun Chen's path. He looked Yun Chun up and down, noticing his black robe. With a hood covering his face, he immediately filled with disdain. This place is reserved by our Sterling group. He pointed around with his chin. Did you not see that everyone else has left? Are you deaf, or do you not understand human language? The man's voice was loud, brimming with unabashed arrogance. The scattered players who hadn't walked far heard the commotion and stopped, turning to look. Oh no, another unlucky guy. Who is this person, so bold to step forward? Probably a newbie, doesn't know how powerful the Sterling group is. Everyone thought this would be another predictable show of bullying. But when their eyes fell on the extremely eye-catching ID above Yun Chen's head, all expressions froze instantly. It was a string of question marks. A string of question marks that had echoed throughout the player community of the Eagle Kingdom for the past 5 days. Silence. A deathly silence. The next second, the crowd erupted. I can't be seeing this wrong. That ID. It's the question mark. It's that question mark guy. Holy crap. It's the big shot who soloed the nightmare level dungeon like it was nothing. My god, how did the question mark big shot end up here? Is he also after this hidden dungeon? This is going to be good. The Sterling group has kicked a steel plate. The players' gazes instantly shifted from sympathy and pity to extreme excitement and anticipation. They all stopped in their tracks, watching from a distance. Some had even quietly activated their recording functions. No kidding. This was the legendary question mark big shot facing off against one of the most arrogant guilds in the Eagle Kingdom, the Sterling group. This was going to be entertaining. Watching the question mark big shot show no fear towards the Sterling group, cheers began to rise sporadically from the crowd. Big shot. Take them down. Don't go easy on these bastards. Question mark bro is awesome. We support you. Listening to the increasingly noisy discussions around him, the level 28 man blocking Yun Chen's path turned pale and flushed. He had certainly heard the legends of question mark bro. It was practically a myth. However, the group had issued a death order. The items in this dungeon were crucial to the group and could not be lost. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as his mind raced, contemplating how to gracefully end this situation, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Step back. A calm voice came through. The man turned around to see someone dressed in a magnificent mage robe. A young player with a delicate appearance walked over. This person was none other than the captain of their elite team, Luther. Captain, but the man wanted to say something. Luther simply shook his head, signaling him not to say more and to leave everything to him. Then, Luther turned around to face Yuncheng. Yuncheng looked at him expressionlessly, already prepared to take action at any moment. In his view, saying more useless words was less practical than just taking action. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The mage captain named Luther suddenly broke into a gentle smile. He slightly bowed to Yuncheng and made a gesture of invitation. So it is the renowned question mark, Your Excellency, my apologies. The reason we are stationed here is simply that we do not wish for some underpowered players to enter and waste their precious resurrection opportunities. A strong player like you is naturally not included. Please go ahead. This statement was flawless, with an extremely humble attitude. The players around, who were waiting to watch the show, were all stunned. So, he backed down? What happened to the promised direct confrontation? What happened to the annual spectacle? Yuncheng raised an eyebrow. He certainly did not believe the other party's nonsense. It was merely that they recognized his reputation and did not want to provoke him, looking for a way out. However, since the other party was sensible, he was too lazy to waste time. His only goal was the lava dragon heart fruit. Yuncheng said nothing, only letting out a light snort from his nose. He then stepped forward, walking straight past Luther, his figure quickly disappearing into the scorching dungeon entrance. As Yuncheng vanished, the burly man who had been stopped could no longer hold back, urgently speaking up. Captain, are we just letting him in like that? There's a strict order from above that the lava dragon heart fruit must be obtained. If he gets it first, how are we going to explain it to the higher-ups? Luther looked at the dungeon entrance, his smile slowly fading, replaced by a glint of shrewdness and coldness. What's the rush? Use your brain. He glanced at his team member. That question mark has an unknown background, but being able to clear over 100 dungeons in 5 days shows he's not simple. If we fight him here, even if we win, we'll lose a lot of status. How will we deal with the boss inside then? Moreover, Luther lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with calculation. Did you forget the intel from the last scouting team? Deep inside this heart of fire, there are 3 platinum level bosses guarding it. 3 platinum level. Hearing this, the surrounding team members collectively gasped. 1 platinum level boss was enough to wipe out an ordinary team several times. 3, what kind of concept was that? It was simply hell. Luther sneered and continued. No matter how strong that question mark is, he is ultimately just one person. He can take on 1, but can he take on 3? So, we might as well go with the flow and let him go in first. Let him scout the way for us, let him drain the health of those 3 bosses, and, ideally, let them both suffer. Once he has done all the dirty work, we can go in and reap the benefits. Isn't that much smarter than clashing with him head-on? After hearing Luther's analysis, the surrounding team members were first taken aback. Then they suddenly realized, their eyes filled with admiration. Wow, Captain, you're brilliant. Let him be our free laborer while we pick up the leftovers. This move is too clever. Ha, that question mark probably thinks we're afraid of him. Little does he know he's already fallen into the captain's trap. Everyone gave Luther a thumbs up, their faces full of admiration. Luther nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Alright, regroup here, and in 5 minutes, we'll go in too. 5 minutes later, Luther, along with his group of subordinates, confidently stepped into the heart of fire. As soon as they entered the instance, they were hit by a strong smell of sulfur and a scorching wave of heat. However, what shocked them even more was the scene before them. From the entrance of the instance, a path extended deep into the interior. The ground was covered with the corpses of various lava monsters, densely packed and piled high. Some of the bodies were even emitting black smoke, clearly having just died not long ago. My God, did he do all this by himself? It's only been a few minutes. His speed of clearing monsters is even more ferocious than a bulldozer. This is terrifying. Just how high is this guy's damage? As they walked, everyone gasped in astonishment. The burly man even patted his chest in lingering fear. Thank goodness, Captain, you were wise not to let us confront him. Otherwise, with just the 10 of us, we would have suffered significant losses. Luther's expression was also somewhat grave. He realized that he had underestimated the strength of that question mark. However, this only strengthened his resolve to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. No matter how strong an individual is, can they outmatch 3 platinum-level bosses? Soon, the group followed the thoroughly cleared path and arrived at the door of the boss room without any obstacles. It was a massive door made of obsidian, with dark red flames flickering through the cracks. However, the thunderous sounds of battle they had anticipated did not come. In front of the boss room, there was an eerie silence. Something's not right, the burly man frowned. Why is there not a sound? Another team member peeked around. Yeah, logically, there should be a fierce battle going on right now. Could it be that guy has already died in the boss room? Returned to the resurrection square? Captain? The burly man behind swallowed hard, his voice dry. What's going on? Could it be that the question mark was killed by the boss and sent back to the resurrection point to stand in punishment? It's possible, another team member agreed. With 3 platinum-level bosses, even if he's a god, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone, right? Who cares? If he's dead, that's great. We can just go in and pick up the loot. The discussions among the group were filled with luck and greed. Luther remained silent, merely signaling to the team member beside him with a glance. A few of them understood and cautiously worked together to slowly push the heavy obsidian door open a crack. Creak, amidst the harsh sound of friction, the dark red flames and even hotter air rushed out. Everyone instinctively held their breath, nervously peering through the crack in the door. Then, all their movements froze. Their pupils contracted to the extreme in an instant. The scene behind the door hit them like an invisible hammer, leaving their minds blank. Inside the vast boss room, 3 enormous monster corpses lay sprawled across the ground. One was a lava giant engulfed in raging flames. Another was a giant tree ant covered in vines. The last was a golem made entirely of obsidian, exuding an aura of destruction. These were the 3 platinum-level bosses guarding the Heart of Fire mentioned in the intel. And at that moment, they lay there stiffly, with wisps of black smoke still rising from their bodies, clearly having just died not long ago. In the center of the 3 massive corpses stood a figure, quietly upright, dressed in a black robe with a hood obscuring their face. Who else could it be but that question mark? The entire area was dead. Silent. The members of the Sterling group stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, yet no sound escaped. What was happening? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Where was the promised mutual destruction? Where was the expected opportunity to reap the benefits? It had only been a few minutes. Even if it took a few minutes to run from the dungeon entrance to here, could this guy have taken down 3 platinum-level bosses all by himself? How is that possible? This isn't just a matter of strength, it defies the very logic of the game. Luther stared intently at Yun Chen's figure, his chest heaving violently. After the shock, a more intense greed surged through him, instantly overwhelming his rationality. He noticed it. Behind that question mark guy, there was a magnificent treasure chest. It lay there quietly, exuding an enticing aura. The chest was still unopened. The lava dragon heart fruit was still inside. Luther's gaze instantly turned ferocious. That's right, this question mark guy's strength indeed exceeded his imagination. But so what? He was all alone. He had just gone through an earth-shattering battle. He had single-handedly faced 3 platinum-level bosses. Even if he was made of iron, he must be at the end of his rope now, completely drained. At most, he was just an empty shell. We have more than a dozen people here. A fully energized elite team. What are we afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. With that thought, a fierce glint flashed in Luther's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and gestured to the surrounding teammates. The others instantly understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen figures immediately spread out from different directions, forming a semicircle that completely sealed off Yun Chen's escape route. The entire encirclement process was smooth and fluid, clearly practiced countless times. Yun Chen seemed to have noticed their movements and slowly turned around. Under the hood, his expression was obscured. Luther took a deep breath, forcing out what he considered a friendly smile, and spoke first. Mr. ? Don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. How about we make a deal? He extended 5 fingers, pretending to be very generous. We, the Sterling Group, will buy this treasure chest for 5,000 life coins. What do you think? 5,000. That's not a small amount. Upon hearing this offer, Yun Chen almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Who doesn't know that the lava dragon heartfruit is a rare material that permanently increases attributes? On the market, it would start at least at 50,000 life coins. And it's priceless. 5,000? That's just a pittance. This isn't a deal, it's a blatant threat and humiliation. Yun Chen finally reacted. He let out a light laugh, not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. In that laughter, there was unabashed mockery. Ha! Luther's smile instantly froze. He knew there was no room for negotiation. Alas, what a pity. Luther shook his head, putting away his hypocritical facade, his gaze turning cold and cruel. I clearly gave you a way out. But you just had to be so ungrateful. He slowly raised his hand, aimed at Yun Chen, and shouted hoarsely, brothers, attack, take him down. However, the moment he shouted that puff, Luther felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, the entire world losing its color. He didn't even feel any pain. His consciousness fell into endless darkness. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared. Luther suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself in the Resurrection Square. Around him were bustling players. He looked around, completely in a state of extreme confusion. Wait, where is this? How did I end up here? Wasn't I in the boss room of Heart of Fire? Didn't I just order an attack? How did I die? How did I die? Before he could figure it out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, white lights lit up. Beside him, the dozen or so teammates who had just been by his side, ready to show their skills, all appeared in the Resurrection Square without exception. The expressions on each of their faces were identical to Luther's. Bewildered, shocked, and incredulous. Captain? What is this? The burly man stammered, the flesh on his face trembling. How would I know? Luther roared, but his voice was filled with uncontrollable fear. He finally realized an unbelievable outcome. That made his very soul tremble. A dozen or so people, had been wiped out in one move by that question mark guy. Inside the Heart of Molten Fire dungeon. Around Yun Chen, the players who had just been boasting about taking him down had all turned into white light and vanished. The entire boss room returned to silence once more. Yun Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. He walked straight towards the magnificent treasure chest. Click! The chest opened in response. Inside lay a fruit the size of a fist, entirely red like fire, with lava patterns slowly flowing across its surface. It was quietly resting within. Lava Dragon Heartfruit effect. Consuming it permanently increases maximum health by 15,000 points. As expected of the final reward for a hidden dungeon, the effect was indeed impressive. Yun Chen didn't hesitate, picked up the fruit, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The fruit melted upon entry, transforming into a warm current that surged through his limbs. At the same time, the passive effect of the source prism was triggered. The health gain effect doubled. System notification: you have consumed the Lava Dragon Heartfruit, your maximum health has permanently increased by 30,000 points. An unprecedented feeling of power filled Yun Chen's body. He opened his attribute panel for a glance. Health 400758. He had broken through the 400,000 mark. Not bad. He glanced at his level progress bar. Level 39, 7%. In these 5 days, he had continuously cleared over 100 dungeons, and he had only managed to level up from 37 to 39. It had to be said that as levels increased, the experience required for leveling up became increasingly terrifying. However, it was getting close. Yun Chen closed the panel and took one last look at the 3 massive boss corpses. He turned and walked towards the exit of the dungeon. Hell Demon Tower was set to open the next day. He needed to hurry. It was time to clear the next dungeon. While Yun Chen continued to grind dungeons, on the other side, in the real world, at the top floor of the Sterling Group headquarters building, in a spacious office that was almost luxurious, the air was cold enough to freeze. On a priceless handmade carpet, Luther and a few surviving team members were kneeling on one knee in a humiliating posture. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, soaking their collars, but no one dared to wipe it away. Opposite them, in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, a figure stood with his back to them, overlooking the city below. He had excessively bright golden hair, but his skin was a sickly pale. Even from just a silhouette, he exuded a suffocating chill. He was the eldest son of the Sterling Group's president and the actual power holder in the Game God's Fall, Cain. Within the entire group, Cain's name was synonymous with iron-bloodedness, coldness, and ruthlessness. Even those veterans who had followed the group for years looked at him with fear in their eyes. Luther swallowed hard, slowly reporting everything that had happened in the dungeon in the most concise language. That's it, young master, we failed. After speaking, he lowered his head tightly, just like the others. They were like quails waiting for judgment, not daring to breathe. The office fell into a deathly silence. Time passed second by second. Each second felt like a dull knife cutting into their nerves. Finally, Kane slowly turned around. He picked up a cup of coffee that had long gone cold on the table, took a gentle sip, and then let out a long sigh. It was as if he was lamenting something trivial. His gaze passed over Luther and the others kneeling on the ground, landing on a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, around 30 years old, standing to the side. That was his personal bodyguard and assistant, Rich. A powerful figure in the game, boasting a level of 24. Rich. Kane's voice was soft, laced with a hint of lazy magnetism. What do you think we should do about this situation? Rich pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and replied expressionlessly, not completing the young master's orders. According to the rules, should be punished by death. These words were like a death sentence. One of the team members beside Luther trembled violently, unable to hold himself together any longer. He suddenly raised his head and urgently defended, "Young master, this time it really isn't our fault. It's that guy with the question mark." He wanted to say that the guy with the question mark was so strong he was practically inhuman. He wanted to say they didn't even have a chance to react before being killed in an instant. However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of blood suddenly appeared before his eyes. Put. The blonde youth Kane had, at some point, appeared like a ghost beside him, and his head, still filled with fear and unwillingness, was already held in Kane's hand. The headless corpse swayed and then crashed to the ground. Warm blood gushed out, staining a large area of the expensive carpet. Kane casually tossed the head aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. He extended his tongue and licked the blood that had splattered onto the corner of his mouth, a hint of ecstasy appearing on his face. "I don't like to hear excuses." He spoke lightly, his voice still calm, yet it sent chills down the spines of the remaining few. The scene before them completely shattered their last shred of hope. There was no doubt they would die. Rather than being slaughtered like dogs here, they might as well fight to the death. "Let's fight him. Kill." It was unclear who shouted first. The remaining team members' eyes were instantly filled with madness and despair. They roared, drawing their weapons from their waists, attacking Kane from different angles, desperately seeking that last glimmer of hope. In the office, the atmosphere was suddenly filled with murderous intent. However, this desperate struggle lasted less than 10 seconds. The clash of swords and the spray of blood intertwined. Kane's figure darted among the few, like an elegant and deadly reaper. His movements were incredibly swift, each strike precisely taking a life. In just 10 short seconds, the office returned to silence. Apart from Kane and Luther, who remained kneeling in place, and Rich, the assistant, who stood by with an unchanging expression, there were no survivors. Those who had just been thinking of fighting to the death had now all turned into cold corpses. Strangely, a faint red light began to seep from the fallen bodies, like streams, converging into Kane's body. Kane closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. God-level talent, gluttonous monarch. For every player killed, he could permanently gain 1% of all their attributes. This was a talent that could grow infinitely. Finally, Kane slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at Luther, who was still kneeling and had not moved from the beginning. The warm blood of his subordinates had even splattered onto his face. Yet, he didn't even blink. "What's wrong?" Kane asked with interest. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Luther slightly lowered his head, his voice hoarse but exceptionally calm. "This is my dereliction of duty. The mission has failed, and I should be punished by death." Upon hearing this, a smile finally crept onto Kane's lips. "That satisfies me." He walked in front of Luther, looking down at him. "In light of your loyalty and awareness, I'll give you another chance." Kane extended his finger and gently tapped Luther's forehead. "Now, go investigate immediately. Find out everything about that player called Question Mark. I want to see all his information within half a day." Luther's body shook, and he suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with the light of survival. "Yes, young master." He bowed deeply and then scrambled out of the office, until the heavy office door closed behind him, cutting off the suffocating smell of blood and the sense of oppression. It was only then that Luther realized his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. His legs trembled uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He was grateful that he had made the right choice earlier and had survived by a stroke of luck. Inside the office, Assistant Richie stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, should we deal with that question mark player now?" "No rush." Kane waved his hand and walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, a hint of playful amusement at the corner of his mouth. "Tomorrow is the day the Hell Demon Tower opens. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I need to take advantage of it to level up." He paused, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. "That guy who has been occupying the top of the level leaderboard, codenamed Demon, I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's been silent lately, almost like he's dead. This is a godsend. The current number 1 is just a level 28 player from the Dragon Kingdom. What's his name? Snow Knight Rainsword? Ha! With my level 26, as long as I seize this opportunity, I might just be able to rise to the top of the server. The top spot must and can only be locked in our Eagle Nation. Kane's voice was filled with an undeniable dominance. So, after this Hell Demon Tower instance ends, I'll go find that blind question mark and settle the score with him. Assistant Richie nodded but then thought of something and spoke again. Young master, what if that question mark player also goes to the Hell Demon Tower tomorrow? Kane was taken aback at first. Then, he slowly turned his head, a wildly excited smile spreading across his pale face. He extended his tongue and lightly licked his lips, his eyes revealing an unmasked greed and desire, like a hunter spotting its prey. Even better. Saves me the trouble of looking for him. Right there in the tower, I'll devour him. On the day the Hell Demon Tower opened. Misty Dragon Valley. This is the only entrance to the Hell Demon Tower. It is shrouded in thick, unyielding mist year-round with very low visibility. However, at this moment, in a relatively low-lying depression within the valley, a crowd of players was gathered. Dozens of powerful players were clearly divided into several factions, each occupying a territory and warily sizing each other up. The air was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Those who could stand here were all among the top players in God's Fall. Looking around, the lowest level among them had already reached level 23. They were all waiting. According to reliable intelligence, in less than half an hour, a portal to the Hell Demon Tower would appear here. To enter the tower, besides strength, one also needed a crucial item: tickets. Purgatory Invitation Black Chapter and Heaven Pass White Chapter. 2 tickets were required to exchange for 1 entry qualification. In the center of the depression, the most conspicuous position, a 6-member team from the Sterling Group stood quietly. The blonde youth Kane, at the forefront, sat lazily on a temporarily moved rock. He rested his chin on one hand, seemingly uninterested in everything around him. Beside him, Assistant Richie was quietly reporting something. Young master, all the information we can find about the player codenamed question mark is here. Richie handed a virtual document to Kane. Kane was even too lazy to reach out for it, merely lifting his eyelids to glance at it. Then, his brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. The content of the intelligence was pitifully sparse, like an almost blank sheet of paper. Is this it? Kane's voice carried a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. Richie adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and slightly bowed. Yes, young master. I have already had Luther conduct a second verification, and the only information we can find is indeed this. This question mark is like a top-tier powerhouse that suddenly sprang up from the cracks in the rocks overnight. The earliest sighting record was a week ago when someone saw him in the maze area. Since then, he has been clearing various dungeons at an astonishing speed. Rich paused, his tone laced with disbelief. According to our incomplete statistics, as of last night, the number of dungeons he has cleared alone has reached 146. This speed has already surpassed the efficiency of any top guild pushing with full force. 146? Faster than a top guild? Kane's brow furrowed even deeper. He fell into thought. How could one person's dungeon clearing speed possibly exceed that of a fully equipped, well-coordinated top team? It was unscientific. Unless, this guy was hiding some earth-shattering secret. If he could kill this guy, how many attribute points would he gain? Thinking of this, Kane couldn't help but lick his lips. Just then, boom, rumble. A violent tremor shook the ground, accompanied by the furious roar of beasts. Suddenly, it came from the west side of the valley. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire depression. What's going on? That sound is a random boss. What an intense sense of oppression, at least platinum level. A stir arose among the crowd, everyone looking up towards the west with serious expressions. A random boss, especially a platinum one, usually meant rich rewards. Under normal circumstances, this group would have rushed in like sharks smelling blood. But today, the situation was special. With the Hell Demon Tower about to open, no one wanted to expend their status and trump cards at this critical moment for an uncertain random boss. If someone else snatched the loot in the dungeon, that would be a huge loss. So, although everyone was tempted, strangely, no one moved a step. They were all waiting for that impatient big fool to make the first move. In this subtle silence, a crisp and pleasant yet slightly mocking female voice suddenly rang out. Oh, isn't that young Master Kane from the Sterling Group? The crowd turned to look. They saw a tall, stunning girl with long sea blue hair, arms crossed, smiling at Kane. The girl's ID was the president of the top-ranked guild in the Flying Eagle Kingdom. Level 26. An existence that was not inferior to Kane at all. With a playful smile on her face, Sung Hai Yuming continued, "What's wrong? That's a platinum-level boss. Your Sterling Group usually fights fiercely for monsters and resources, right? Why have you turned into a turtle today?" This remark was quite blunt, filled with a strong sense of provocation. Players from several nearby guilds immediately showed expressions of amusement. Everyone knew that and had always been bitter rivals in the Flying Eagle Kingdom's gaming zone. Was today going to be an all-out brawl? However, in the face of Sung Hai Yuming's provocation, Kane didn't even lift his eyelids. It was as if she were just an inconsequential fly. He spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Not interested today. Oh, Sung Hai Yuming. Raised an eyebrow. That's unfortunate, judging by the noise. That boss isn't far from us and is about to come over. What if it comes charging in without noticing us? What then? Kane smiled coldly, slowly turning his head, his sickly pale face showing no signs of tension. Whoever it targets will be the unlucky one. The implication was clear. If it really came charging in, everyone present would be in for it. Whoever is closest should just consider themselves unlucky and be the tank. You. Sung Hai Yuming was rendered speechless by his rogue demeanor. Just as everyone was pushing and shoving, calculating their own little schemes, no one was willing to make the first move. Suddenly, the deafening roar of the monster from the west shook the ground. Then, it stopped. Abruptly, the entire valley fell into an eerie silence in an instant. What's going on? Why is there no sound? Did the boss get tired and go home? To sleep? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, looking utterly bewildered. The atmosphere in the depression became even stranger. At that moment, a player responsible for scouting the perimeter came rolling back, his face bearing the expression of someone who had seen a ghost. He pointed towards the west, his voice trembling with shock. It's dead. The boss is dead. What? Dead? Everyone froze. Who did it? Which guild member couldn't hold back and sneaked over? But this is too fast. From the boss's appearance to the silence, did it even take half a minute? Half a minute to take down a platinum-level boss? What a ridiculous joke. Just as everyone's brains crashed, unable to comprehend what was happening, another scout's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. In the valley. It was one person. I saw it. One person took down the boss. Holy crap. It's that question mark guy. That question mark guy. When? The scout's voice, filled with extreme shock and a cracking tone, echoed in the silent valley. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds buzzed. Question mark. Brother? The mysterious player who had stirred the entire God's Fall with an utterly unreasonable dungeon clearing speed since a week ago? It was him, alone, who took down a platinum-level random boss in half a minute. This is no longer absurd. This is fantasy. Just as everyone's worldview shattered, and their perception of reality teetered on the brink, a tall figure emerged from the thick, impenetrable fog to the west. Dressed in a black hooded robe, his figure and face were completely shrouded, leaving only a mysterious question mark ID for the world to see. He bore no signs of battle, not even a speck of dust on his clothing. He walked calmly, as if he had merely stepped out for a stroll and casually crushed an annoying ant rather than having just annihilated a platinum-level boss that posed a challenge to all the top guilds present. In an instant, all eyes in the valley focused on him. Shock, horror, wariness, curiosity, greed, countless complex emotions intertwined in everyone's gaze. Kane squinted his sickly pale eyes and smiled coldly. He had come. His prey had indeed arrived. However, facing the dozens of gazes that could crush an ordinary person, Yun Chen remained oblivious. His steps did not falter as he walked directly to the other side of the depression, distancing himself from everyone. The least among the crowd were elite teams of 5, forming clear factions. Yet he stood alone, solitary and isolated, yet somehow became the most unignorable presence in the room. This sense of aloofness, combined with the terrifying power that had just taken down the boss, created an indescribable sense of oppression. In the midst of this eerie silence, a crisp, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, suddenly broke the stalemate. Oh, seeing is truly believing. Everyone turned to the sound and saw the president of Azure Blade, Hai Yuming, crossing her arms, looking at Yun Chen with great interest. She took long strides and walked directly towards Yun Chen. A collective gasp echoed around. What does this woman want? Was she not afraid of being slapped to death by this killing god? Under the uncertain gazes of the crowd, Hai Yuming had already walked up to Yun Chen's side. She smiled sweetly and spoke, her voice not loud but clear enough for the surrounding players to hear. Big boss question mark. What a great skill. One hit to take down a platinum level boss. So cool. It's really strange, though. For someone as powerful as you, I only heard your name for the first time a week ago. Which district were you in before? Hai Yuming's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity, like a little fangirl. However, Yun Chen merely glanced at her indifferently, too lazy to respond with even a word. He treated her like air. But seeing this scene, many people almost burst out laughing. A hot face met a cold butt. Serves you right. You tried to get close and now it's awkward, isn't it? Hai Yuming herself was slightly taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't expected the other party to be so dismissive. But her face was indeed thick. She showed no signs of embarrassment or anger. Instead, she took the opportunity to say, Big Boss really has that aloof vibe. I like it. She shifted her tone, her expression becoming more serious. Big Boss, are you interested in joining our Azure Blade? As long as you nod, the position of Vice President is yours. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place erupted. What the hell? Did I hear that right? Vice President of Azure Blade? That's the #1 guild in the Eagle Nation. How many people are dying to get in as ordinary members, and she's directly offering the vice president position? Is this woman crazy? To pull in a mysterious guy like this, she's putting in such a big investment? Everyone's eyes turned red. That was the vice president position. A leap to the top. If it were them, they would have probably been so excited they'd kneel down and shout president. However, facing this opportunity that could drive any player mad, Yunshin simply shook his head calmly. Then, he uttered 2 words. No thanks. Simple. Crisp. Without a hint of hesitation. The smile on Haiyueming's face finally froze for a moment. She truly hadn't expected that after offering such a sky-high condition, the other party wouldn't even consider it and would directly refuse. Who exactly was this guy? She took a deep breath, forcing a slightly stiff smile back onto her face. Is that so? Well, what a pity. Just then, buzz, in front of the valley, the space suddenly began to shake and twist violently. A huge crack was torn open, and a massive portal shimmering with dark red light, as if leading to an endless abyss, slowly took shape. The Hell Demon Tower had opened. Let's go! Haiyueming no longer hesitated and immediately gestured to her guild members. As she brushed past Yun Chen, she lowered her voice to a volume only the 2 of them could hear and quickly said, "Be careful of that blonde youth over there. He's Kane from the Sterling Group, ruthless and not a good person. Since you appeared, he's been staring at you, his gaze like a wolf eyeing its prey." Yun Chen paused for a moment. He nodded, then glanced at the blonde youth across from him, who was looking at him with a playful expression. He replied lightly, "Thanks for the reminder." Haiyueming left a remark, "Hope we can cooperate in the future," and then led her team into the portal without looking back. Following closely, Yunshin stepped in as well. Just as Yun Chen's body was about to be swallowed by the portal, Kane, who had been silent all along, exchanged a subtle glance with his assistant, Richie. Richie understood immediately. His right hand, clad in a white glove, waved silently in front of him. A completely transparent butterfly, so small it was almost invisible to the naked eye, quietly flew out. It moved with a speed that surpassed lightning, silently sticking to the hem of Yun Chen's pants. So then, in an instant, it turned into nothingness and vanished. The entire process was incredibly fast and exceedingly secretive. However, just as that butterfly approached, Yun Chen, about to step into the teleportation portal, suddenly halted. He was slightly taken aback. Instinctively, he looked down at his feet. Empty, nothing was there. He turned back and glanced once more in the direction of the Sterling Group. That group of people still watched him with those malicious eyes coldly staring at him. Was it his illusion? Yun Chen furrowed his brows. He didn't think much more of it, but silently kept his guard up. Then, he stepped into the dark red light curtain. After Yun Chen's figure completely disappeared, his assistant Richie let out a low exclamation. This guy's perception, so sharp. I've used this marking technique of shadow butterfly for so long, and it's the first time someone almost discovered it on the spot. He turned to Kane and respectfully asked, "Young master, shouldn't we deal with him here?" Kane slowly shook his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No rush. To be able to so easily take down a platinum-level boss, this guy must have quite a few trump cards. Acting now would be too risky, there's no need to waste time with him here. He glanced at the now empty teleportation portal, his gaze growing colder. Besides, I don't want the hard-earned territory I've fought for to end up being picked up by that woman, Haiyueming. As for this question mark, Kane's smile became increasingly playful. Anyway, he's already been marked by Shadow Butterfly. No matter which floor he is on in the Magic Tower, he is effectively within my sight. Once he goes in, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him slowly. Assistant Richie nodded slightly, saying no more. Let's go. Kane stood up, adjusted his collar, and elegantly led his team as if walking into his own backyard. Stepping into the Hell Magic Tower. The moment he entered the teleportation portal, Yunshin felt himself being torn by a tremendous force, pulled into an endless dark red vortex. His vision was stripped away, and his sense of direction vanished. Immediately after, the 2 tickets in his hand turned into specks of light and dissipated. System prompt: Welcome to the Hell Magic Tower. The Hell Magic Tower is divided into the Black Prison Tower and the Daylight Tower, each with 100 floors. You will be randomly teleported to one of the towers, and only after clearing it can you challenge the other. Instance duration, 72 hours. The cold system voice echoed in his mind. In the next second, 2 distinctly different doors appeared before Yun Chen. One door was as black as ink, with a doorframe carved with snarling, grotesque demon reliefs, exuding an ominous, bloody aura. The other door was as white as jade, with a lintel depicting a holy angel mural, radiating a sacred, gentle light. Random? Yun Chen looked at the 2 doors before him. Random? But for him, it didn't matter which side he chose. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the black demon door and stepped inside. After a brief moment of dizziness, the acrid smell of sulfur and the rich scent of blood hit him. Yun Chen found himself standing on a dimly lit Gobi Desert. The sky was an eerie dark red, and countless oddly shaped black rock formations loomed in the distance. Before he could fully assess his surroundings, a series of furious roars erupted from all directions. The ground trembled, and sand and stones flew. More than a dozen massive four-legged hellhounds, engulfed in golden flames, suddenly pounced from the shadows of the rocks, surrounding Yun Chen. Gold-level monster, Hellfire Hound, LV-35. For other players, these monsters might be a fierce battle, but for Yun Chen, they were merely an appetizer. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, just casting a faint glance at the nearest Hellfire Hound. Shadow word, pain. Awwa! The life points of that Hellfire Hound were forcibly drained the moment Yun Chen activated his skill. It didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before its massive body crashed to the ground, turning into a shower of light points. Instant kill. Yun Chen's gaze swept over the remaining monsters like the scythe of death. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Disaster domain. Buzz. A faint gray transparent field expanded silently from Yun Chen's center. Wherever the field passed, the Hellfire Hounds that were still thrashing about suddenly froze in their movements. Minus 190,000. Minus 190,000. Minus 190,000. A series of damage numbers erupted from above their heads like a waterfall. In just a few seconds, all the Hellfire Hounds had turned into experience points and dropped materials. The entire process of killing the monsters flowed smoothly and effortlessly. After collecting the spoils, Yun Chen opened the map. Interface. Current location, Black Prison Tower, first floor. At the same time, a new system prompt sounded again. Floor prompt. There are 3 branded demons on this floor. You can only open the portal to the next floor after defeating one branded demon. Note, the strength of the branded demon far exceeds that of ordinary monsters on the same floor. Players are advised to proceed with caution. Note, if all monsters on the floor are cleared, they will respawn in 10 minutes. Branded demon? Yun Chen glanced at the vast map. The area of the first floor was absurdly large, comparable to a small town. Finding 3 so-called special monsters in this dim wasteland was like searching for a needle in a haystack. What a hassle. Yun Chen complained, but there was no trace of anxiety on his face. Fortunately, I have this. He focused his thoughts. Insight. This was a detection skill he had upgraded to emerald level using advancement points with a vast range. In the next second, 3 prominent red markers appeared instantly on the map interface before him. 1 in the eastern valley and 2 on the southern lava riverbank. They weren't too far from his current position. Efficiency can be improved. Yun Chen no longer lingered. His figure flashed as he sped towards the nearest red dot. The experience from the monsters on the first floor was too low. He didn't want to stay even a second longer. He aimed to rush to a higher floor as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in another corner of the first floor of the Black Prison Tower, the Sterling Group's team had just finished a battle. The bodies of a dozen Hellfire Hounds lay sprawled at their feet. Kane leisurely wiped non-existent dust from his fingertips with a pristine white handkerchief. His sickly pale face bore a clear expression of annoyance. The monsters here are so weak that they're hardly worth my time. He casually tossed the handkerchief aside and looked at Richie beside him. Go find the branded demons right away. I don't want to waste time in this trashy floor. Yes, young master. Richie nodded respectfully, about to order the team to disperse and search. Just then, a cold system prompt sound unexpectedly rang in all players' ears. Black Prison Tower announcement, player, has successfully entered the second floor. The moment the announcement sounded, the entire basin fell into a dead silence. The expressions on the faces of several Sterling Group members were as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Second floor? Did I hear that right? How long has it been? Not even 5 minutes, right? How did he do that? Kane's brows furrowed sharply. Not even 5 minutes? Since their arrival, they had spent over 2 minutes just clearing the wave of small monsters at the entrance. That question mark not only instant killed the monsters but also accurately found the 3 branded demons and took them all down? This speed. Move. Kane's voice turned cold. We can't let him get too far ahead. Yes. The team members didn't dare to delay and immediately prepared to set off. However, they had just taken their first steps and hadn't even run 2 paces. Another system notification sounded, like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's hearts. Server announcement, Black Prison Tower player has successfully entered the 3rd level. Ha! At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. If the previous shock was merely surprising, now it was utterly incomprehensible. This is impossible, a team member's voice trembled. Was there even 10 seconds from the 2nd to the 3rd level? He must be cheating. This is definitely cheating. Kane's face was dark, almost dripping with gloom. He quickly realized the crux of the problem. That question mark definitely possessed some means to accurately locate the imprint demon's position. Is it a range-type insight skill? Kane squinted his eyes, but then he dismissed that thought. No, even if there is an insight skill, the range is limited. In such a large map, to instantly lock onto the positions of 3 targets and plan the optimal kill route, this is simply not something an ordinary skill can achieve. Unless his insight range could cover the entire floor. But how could that be possible? Just as Kane's mind raced, trying to analyze the opponent's Trump card, that devilish system notification echoed for the third time throughout the Black Prison Tower. Server announcement: Black Prison Tower player has successfully entered the 4th level. This time, there was no gasp of astonishment. The members of the Sterling group stood frozen, like wooden puppets. Their faces were a mirror of numbness. How could they even play like this? The other party was already on the 4th floor, while they were still stuck at the entrance of the 1st floor. The gap was larger than that between a human and a dog. I'm a bit numb. Is this guy a devil? He must be on a rocket or something. Assistant Richie pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with seriousness. He looked at Kane and found that his usually all-controlling young master was now staring intently at the system panel. The initially sickly pale face, once filled with irritation and gloom, had now vanished. In its place was an unprecedented fervor and greed, as if he had seen an unparalleled treasure. Interesting, Kane extended his tongue, slowly licking his lips. This is really too interesting. This prey is 1,000 times more delicious than I imagined. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. In the Black Prison Tower, at the 50th level, Yun Chen's figure appeared on a chart plane. The moment he stepped into this area, the cold system notification sounded again. Floor notification: this floor is a key floor. Please defeat the 5 Abyss Guardians here to unlock the next level's portal. As soon as the words fell, boom, 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 the ground of the plane trembled violently, and 5 massive figures engulfed in dark golden flames erupted from the ground, surrounding Yun Chen in the center. Each monster bore a terrifying platinum-level boss label above its head. They varied in form, with bull-headed demons wielding giant axes, winged serpent women, and lava giants the size of mountains. The terrifying pressure was enough to suffocate any elite team from a top guild. Among them, the leading bull-headed demon spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, like thunder rolling. Human, your speed is quite fast. But this is where it ends. However, before it could finish its pretentious line, Yun Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at it, merely raising his hand in boredom. He had long been impatient. Withering lightning. Zap! A pitch-black lightning, entwined with a sense of destruction, suddenly descended from the sky. It struck precisely on the bull-headed demon's forehead. -2-170-000, a shocking damage. Number floated up from the bull demon's head. That massive body didn't even let out a grunt before it was instantly consumed by black lightning, turning into a sky full of light spots. Instant kill. But that wasn't the end. The terrifying black lightning, after killing the bull demon, did not dissipate. It seemed to have a life of its own, tracing a strange arc in the air, before instantly bouncing towards the nearby serpent woman. -2.06 million. The serpent woman followed in the footsteps of the bull demon, evaporating on the spot. Next came the lava behemoth and the other 2 bosses. Ziz, ziz, ziz. The black lightning completed a perfect 5 bounce between the 5 platinum-level bosses. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Just a second ago, the 5 Abyss Guardians, who were imposing and ready to pronounce Yun Chen's death sentence, were now all neatly transformed into experience points and a pile of loot. In the blink of an eye, the strong were reduced to ashes. Black Prison Tower announcement: player has successfully entered the 51st floor. Meanwhile, the team from the Sterling group was still on the 42nd floor, struggling to clear the marked demons. When that thunderous system announcement rang out, everyone was stunned. 51st floor? Are you kidding me? Isn't there 5 platinum bosses guarding the 50th floor? That's 5 platinum level ones. How could he be so fast? The expressions on the team members' faces shifted from shock to numbness, and now from numbness back to sheer horror. Kane's sickly pale face finally sank completely. Something was off. Too off. This guy. Kane felt a slight uncontrollable deviation in his plan. No, he had to find a way to slow him down. He suddenly turned to his assistant, Richie. Beside him, his gaze was cold and sharp. Richie. Yes, young master. Use your talent to teleport all the monsters we encounter right to his side. Kane's voice carried an undeniable command. I want to make it so he can't move an inch. Richie adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. His talent was complementary to the shadow butterfly mark planted by Kane. Not only could it track the mark, but it could also teleport any non-friendly units within a certain range that he came into contact with directly to the marked target. This was their real trump card. As you command, young master. Richie slightly bowed, no longer hesitating. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, they lured a group of monsters to one spot. Richie extended his right hand, gloved in white, and a strange butterfly magic array appeared in his palm. Spatial transfer. Buzz. The magic array flashed, and the dozen or so monsters instantly vanished without a trace. On the other side, Black Prison Tower, 53rd floor. Yun Chen had just cleared the marked demons leading to the next floor and was about to set off. Suddenly, roar! A large group of Hellfire Hounds appeared beside him, emerging from a distorted space without warning. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. Where did these monsters come from? However, he didn't pay much attention. Buzz, the disaster domain, enveloping him silently covered all these uninvited guests. Minus 190,000. Minus 190,000. Minus 190,000. A series of damage numbers floated up, and the monsters that had been teleported over didn't even have time to see what Yunshen looked like before they were instantly killed, turning into pure experience points. Strange. Although Yunshen felt a bit puzzled, he didn't bother to investigate further as he looked at his slightly increased experience bar. Anyway, it's free food, can't let it go to waste. He glanced at his level. Level 37. He was about 10 million experience points away from leveling up to 40. This leveling speed was much faster than grinding dungeons outside. It seems that clearing this black prison tower is almost within reach. Yunshen stopped thinking too much and prepared to charge straight to the top of the tower. However, from this moment on, strange events began to unfold one after another. On his way to the 60th floor, a group of monsters would occasionally appear beside him. When he reached the 70th floor, just after defeating the March Demon, a swarm of gargoyles fell from above. By the time he fought his way to the 80th floor, it became even more absurd. Almost every few steps, monsters would be precisely airdropped right in front of him. Meanwhile, the team from the Sterling Group found themselves trapped in a bizarre loop. They desperately chased after Yunshen's footsteps while simultaneously packing and teleporting every monster they encountered along the way. Assistant Richie had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His mana had run dry time and again, only to be forcefully replenished with expensive top-tier mana potions. The teleportation never ceased. But what drove them to despair was the announcements. Server-wide announcement: Black Prison Tower player has successfully entered the 90th floor. Server-wide announcement: Black Prison Tower player has successfully entered the 91st floor. What is going on? One team member finally couldn't hold back and let out a desperate wail. Haven't we teleported hundreds of monsters over? How is he not slowing down at all? Doesn't he have to fight the monsters? Are those monsters just crashing into him and dying? Kane stared intensely at the constantly updating floor announcements on the system panel, his face darkening to the point of almost squeezing out water. What went wrong? However, just 10 minutes later, when the announcement declaring the question mark player had entered the 99th floor rang out, everything came to a halt. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. The anticipated announcement of entering the 100th floor was still nowhere to be seen. Stop. Has it stopped? Has he finally been blocked? Is the 99th floor that difficult? In the dead silence of the team, a voice finally emerged. This discovery reignited a glimmer of hope among the nearly despairing crowd. Quick, everyone, full speed ahead. Kane decisively issued the command. Catch up to him before he enters the 100th floor. 2 hours later, when the Sterling Group team, dragging their exhausted bodies, finally reached the 99th floor, they saw, in front of the massive teleportation portal leading to the 100th floor, a figure shrouded in a black hood, lazily leaning against a rock. It seemed to be waiting for them. Yunshen heard the footsteps, slowly raised his head, and looked at the panting crowd, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you finally caught up? He yawned and stretched lazily. I was almost falling asleep. This statement caused the faces of everyone in the Sterling Group to stiffen simultaneously. Kane's pupils suddenly constricted, but he quickly suppressed the turmoil within him, putting on his signature hypocritical and elegant smile. Brother, such a fast speed. Are you waiting for us on purpose? Yunshen looked at his face filled with hypocrisy and chuckled lightly. He had no interest in playing along and directly pierced through the facade. Since the 50th floor, monsters have been inexplicably appearing around me. Yunshen's gaze calmly swept over Kane, finally landing on his assistant Richie. Beside him. It should be your doing, right? Yunshen's calm question was like a boulder crashing into a silent pond. The expressions of the team members behind Kane changed dramatically. Shock, disbelief, and incredulity. This guy, how did he know? Especially Richie, who froze in mid-action while adjusting his glasses. The pupils behind the lenses contracted violently. The combination of spatial transfer and shadow butterfly was his most prized trump card. It was the killer move that ensured his and young Master Kane's success in every encounter. Secretive, bizarre, and impossible to guard against. But now, it had been so casually exposed by the opponent. Watching the colorful expressions of the crowd, Yunshen had a clear understanding. It was indeed them. In his previous life, he had heard of a player from the Eagle Nation. Their special ability was marking for teleportation, having tricked countless people, earning a notorious reputation among players. He never expected that after all this time, it would turn out to be someone from the Sterling Group. To be honest, Yunshen didn't care much at first. After all, they had worked hard to lure monsters and then consumed their mana to teleport over. In the end, it all turned into his own experience points. Where could one find such selfless acts? Yunshen would have preferred they sent more. But now it was different. They were about to face the boss on the 100th floor. According to the tower's level, the bosses inside were at least Emerald grade. No matter how confident Yunshen was, he had to be cautious. He didn't want to be in the middle of an intense battle with the boss while this group of flies buzzed around, occasionally throwing in a few monsters to disturb him. It was too annoying. So, it was better to deal with them here to avoid trouble. Just as Yunja's thoughts were racing, Kane across from him had already snapped back from his initial shock. The sickly pale face of his was once again adorned with an elegant yet hypocritical smile. "Brother, what do you mean by that? We can't quite understand." He was still trying to argue, but his hands behind his back had already quietly formed an attacking gesture. The few teammates behind him understood and silently tightened their grips on their weapons, energy surging within them. A siege against Yunchen was about to erupt. However, Yunchen merely watched their clumsy performance. Still wanting to make a move? Did they think he would give them the chance? He was even too lazy to waste words, simply lifting his eyelids. His calm gaze fell on Kane, who was leading. The next second, demon transfer. There were no earth-shattering special effects, no dazzling magic circles. Everything happened in silence. Just as Kane was about to give the order to attack, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He felt his heart, as if gripped by an invisible hand, violently pulling something away from him. He looked down, horrified to see his health bar. -400,000. A terrifying number that he couldn't even comprehend floated above his head. Kane's eyes bulged wide, a meaningless croak escaping his throat. He wanted to say something, but not a word could come out. The feeling of vitality being instantly drained engulfed him. The elegance and composure on his face collapsed in an instant. Before death, leaving only pure terror and confusion. Thud. In the eyes of all the teammates who were witnessing a ghost, their once mighty young master fell straight back, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Dead? Just like that. Dead? A single glance? Young master. Assistant Rich let out a piercing scream, completely stunned. The other teammates were even more blank, unable to process the scene that surpassed their understanding. However, Yunshin didn't give them time to be shocked or to react. The slaughter had just begun. He raised his hand, the black arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips. Withering lightning. Boom! A pitch-black bolt of destructive lightning tore through the air, instantly striking Rich on the head. -2,170,000. Rich's gold-rimmed glasses, along with his horrified expression, were consumed by the lightning, turning to ashes on the spot. But that wasn't the end. After killing Rich, the black lightning, like the most precise marble, began to leap wildly among the remaining stunned teammates. Crackle! -2,060,000. Crackle! -1950000. The black electric light, like a waltz of death, elegantly yet cruelly completed its final harvest among the crowd. It took no more than 3 seconds. The once fierce Sterling group squad was now completely annihilated, leaving not even a single intact corpse behind. The entire process was clean and swift. Yunchen retracted his hand and picked up the spoils they had dropped. He turned around, not looking back, and walked into the massive teleportation portal leading to the 100th floor, as if he had just casually crushed a few bothersome insects. Welcome to the Black Prison. Tower 100th floor. The moment he stepped into the portal, a wave of scorching heat hit him. Yun Zhe found himself in the center of a gigantic circular arena. At the end of the arena stood a massive throne made of countless bones. On the throne sat a demon over 10 meters tall, covered in dark red, menacing bone armor, wielding a giant battle axe engulfed in hellfire, slowly opening its molten-like giant eyes. Emerald. Level boss, Abyss Butcher, LV-35. The terrifying pressure swept across the entire arena like a tsunami. However, 5 minutes later, you have successfully killed the Abyss Butcher, Emerald level, gaining 3 million experience points. Congratulations, you have received 500,000 life coins. Congratulations, you have received 500 demon points. Looking at the corpse of the demon boss before him, Yunshin sighed. Sigh. I thought the 100th floor would have some surprises. Is this all? He had overestimated this so-called final boss and the difficulty of the Black Prison Tower. A foe that couldn't even withstand a set of skills was truly disheartening. Yunshin casually stored everything in his backpack and began to search the empty arena. Where was the entrance to the next floor? After a round of searching, he found that, aside from the path he came from and a slowly emerging exit portal at the other end of the arena, there were no other routes. He opened the system panel. Trial content. Please proceed to the secret realm Hell Demon Tower. Successfully clear the 101st floor and retrieve the sealed core of Holy Light Fire. The trial content is supposed to have me clear the 101st floor. Yunchen frowned slightly as he walked up to the skeletal throne. He carefully observed the patterns on the throne and soon discovered an inscription carved in ancient demonic language. Only when the light and shadow converge at the peak of the Twin Towers can the staircase to the divine seat reveal itself. Twin Towers. Yunchen instantly understood. The Black Prison Tower and the Daylight Tower. It turned out that he needed to clear both towers to unlock the true entrance to the 101st floor. After all this time, he had only completed half the progress. That's fine. Yunchen didn't mind. After all, it was all just chopping vegetables to him. He turned and walked toward the exit portal. System prompt, do you wish to leave the dungeon? Special option, do you wish to proceed to the Daylight Tower? Without hesitation, Yun Chen chose the latter. Meanwhile, Black Prison Tower, 49th floor. In front of the entrance to the 50th floor, members of the Azure Blade were resting in place. Hai Yuming furrowed her brows, looking at the teleportation portal. Ahead, her face showing a hint of seriousness. No, those 5 platinum bosses coordinated too well. Our previous tactics simply won't work. We need to re-strategize. An hour ago, they had charged into the 50th floor with high spirits, only to be caught off guard by 5 suddenly emerging platinum bosses. It took them immense effort to retreat. President, those guys are too fierce. Should we take it slow for a bit? One team member said, still shaken. Yeah, that damage is just unbearable. Just as everyone was at a loss, roar. Not far behind them, the ground began to writhe. A marked demon responsible for respawning in this area broke through the earth. TSK, what a hassle, it respawned again. The scout in the team complained and was about to step forward to deal with it. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The branded demon that had just emerged, claws bared, suddenly had its health bar above its head clear out without warning. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, then with a loud crash, it fell straight to the ground. Dead. Everyone in Azure Blade was stunned. What just happened? Who struck? Just as everyone was filled with confusion behind the fallen branded demon, a tall young figure stepped forward at a leisurely pace, emerging from the shadows. The slender figure walked out slowly, his black hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined chin. An indescribable sense of oppression quietly spread with his appearance. The members of Azure Blade all shrank their pupils in unison. Is someone there? It's that question mark player. Is he that fast? How can someone keep up with us? The scout in the team muttered instinctively. It should be known that the only ones who could keep up with their progress in Azure Blade were the madmen from the Sterling group, but those people seemed to have been randomly teleported to the Tower of Hell. However, Yun Chen didn't even glance at them. His gaze calmly swept over the corpse of the fallen branded demon. After confirming that nothing valuable had dropped, he walked straight towards the teleportation portal leading to the 50th floor. His indifferent demeanor made the members of Azure Blade exchange glances. Hey, stop! A female team member with twin ponytails, looking somewhat delicate, couldn't help but call out to him. Don't rush. Into the portal ahead, there are 5 platinum level bosses inside. Going in alone is just asking for death. Her tone carried a hint of condescension, as if she were kindly warning him. At that moment, Hai Yuming, who had been observing Yun Chen with crossed arms, finally spoke up. Brother ? Why not cooperate with us to clear the level together? It'll be faster, how about it? She extended an olive branch. After all, someone who could chase all the way here was no ordinary person. Yun Chen's footsteps finally paused for a moment. He turned his head, his gaze from beneath the hood lingering on Hai Yuming's confident and bright face for a moment. Then, without saying a word, he turned back and continued walking. The meaning of his rejection was clear. He walked straight into the ominous portal, and his figure vanished in an instant. The air fell silent. The female team member who had just spoken felt her cheeks flush red. What kind of person is he? Doesn't know what's good for him. She stomped her foot in frustration, complaining towards the direction of the portal. I was trying to give him a kind reminder, and he acted all high and mighty. Let's see how he cries when those 5 bosses take him out. Hai Yuming wasn't angry, though. She merely stroked her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with even greater interest. This was getting interesting. This man was more mysterious than she had imagined. However, just as the female team member continued to grumble in indignation, a cold, grand system notification sound suddenly echoed throughout the Tower of Daylight. Tower of Daylight announcement, player has successfully entered the 51st floor. The moment the announcement rang out, the female team members' complaints came to an abrupt halt. Her expression froze as if she had been slapped hard across the face. Everyone in Azure Blade was petrified in place, mouths agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. Holy crap, the 51st floor? Did I hear that right? How long has it been? Did he go in for 2 minutes? Are you kidding me? Those are 5 platinum level bosses. 5 of them. The entire team erupted into chaos, less than 2 minutes. Not to mention defeating 5 platinum bosses. What can you do in that time? Enough to find the boss and then get slapped to death by it. How on earth did this person manage to do it? Just as everyone was left dazed by this unbelievable news, the president, Hai Yuming, suddenly furrowed her brows. She caught a detail that everyone else had overlooked. No, she murmured softly, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. If he cleared the levels this quickly, why is he behind us? This question fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly drenching all the team members. Yes, at such inhuman speed, he should have left everyone far behind, galloping ahead. How could he still be at the 50th floor and run into them? It didn't make sense. Hai Yuming took a deep breath, her eyes scanning her team as she posed a crucial question. Did any of you see him at the entrance of the first floor? The group exchanged glances, recalling carefully, then shook their heads in unison. No. President, are you implying An extremely absurd yet the only reasonable hypothesis surfaced in Hai Yueming's mind. She spoke slowly and deliberately. He, perhaps, has already cleared another hell tower. Now, he has come to tackle the second tower. A dead silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All members of Azure Blade had their brains short-circuiting. Cleared the hell tower? That tower with 100 floors and equally insane difficulty? And then rushed over to grind the daylight tower? How is that possible? Is he even human? This is just too insane. All that remained for the group was a dazed and bewildered state, completely shattered in their understanding. No matter how hard they found it to believe, this seemed to be the only answer that could explain everything before them. As it turned out, the reality was just as Hai Yueming had predicted. With the experience from the first time, Yun Chen's progress in the Daylight Tower could only be described as frenzied. This time, he didn't even bother to deliberately seek out the marked demon. The disaster domain was activated throughout. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass would grow. Whether it was ordinary mobs or so-called special monsters, they all turned into experience points in droves under that terrifying domain damage. 2 hours. In just 2 hours, Yun Chen's figure appeared on the 100th floor of the Daylight Tower. His speed was a full double compared to before. Without any surprises, the boss guarding the 100th floor, a radiant dragon bearing the title of Emerald Boss, didn't even manage to finish a complete opening line. With a series of combos, Yun Chen unleashed the final withering lightning, instantly cleaving the opponent into a sky full of holy light. As the dragon's body transformed into light points, the cold system notification finally rang out again. You have successfully killed Radiant Dragon. Emerald level, gaining 3.1 million experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 550,000 life coins. Congratulations, you have gained 600 demon points. The chilling system prompt echoed once more. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared Hell Tower and Daylight Tower. The staircase to the Divine Seat has been opened for you. As the words fell, the solid ground in the center of the vast arena began to tremble violently. A portal shimmering with black and white light filled with a sacred and mysterious aura slowly rose. Trial content: please proceed to the secret realm Hell Demon Tower. Successfully clear the 101st floor and retrieve the sealed Holy Light Fire Core. Looking at the task prompt that appeared on the system panel, Yunchen took a deep breath. It had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal. The bone-chilling cold and the scorching scent of sulfur enveloped Yunchen's body simultaneously. The scene before him made him frown slightly. It was an endless dark red wasteland, with a shattered blood moon hanging in the sky. On the surface of the earth, a black river flowed slowly, its water thick and viscous like sludge. Occasionally, 1 or 2 bubbles would rise, emitting a nauseating stench. In the air, countless monsters radiating platinum-level auras drifted about. There were floating vengeful spirits, crawling, skeletal behemoths, and grotesque demons with flesh wings. The environment here was 10 times worse than that of the Tower of Black Hell. Just as Yun Chen was curious about where the boss of this level was, the thick black river in front of him suddenly began to churn violently. Gurgle, gurgle. Countless black sludge gathered together, writhing, and eventually coalesced into a massive humanoid form. It had no facial features, only a mass of darkness that constantly changed shape. Atop its head, a row of blood-red, terrifying symbols stood out. Abyssal Grievance Aggregate, LV40, Grade, Epic Note, born from the ancient grievances at the bottom of the abyss, supported by the power of the 72 demon pillars, possessing the characteristics of immortality. Epic level. Yun Chen's gaze finally grew serious. This was his first time facing a monster of this grade. However, what happened next stirred up a storm in his heart. The epic level boss made of sludge slowly lifted its head, the shifting darkness aimed directly at Yun Chen. A hoarse, ancient voice, as if from eons ago, echoed directly in Yun Chen's mind. I never expected. The visitor is actually the original inheritor. Yun Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Original? It referred to his original demon eye. How could this creature know? This monster made of sludge appeared to be more complex than it seemed. The epic level abyssal grievance aggregate seemed to revel in Yun Chen's shock. Its faceless visage twisted into a bizarre smile. Since you are a guest of the original, you must be treated well. Let me see your strength first. As soon as the words fell, it slowly raised a hand made of sludge. With a casual grab at the nearby black river, gurgling sounds erupted. The river surged, countless grievances and bones were forcibly extracted, rapidly gathering and compressing in its palm. Finally, it gently squeezed that mass of material with its left hand. Roar! A bull-headed demon, over 5 meters tall and wielding a giant bone axe, materialized out of thin air. Abyssal Lord, LV30, Grade, Platinum. Boss. However, this platinum-level boss, conjured with a mere squeeze, hadn't even steadied itself to feel the fresh air of this world. Yun Chen had already raised his hand. Withering lightning. Zap! A gray lightning bolt, entwined with the aura of destruction, tore through the air, striking directly at the bull-headed demon's forehead. Minus 2.37 million. An exaggerated and shocking damage. Numbers suddenly floated up. The once mighty platinum boss didn't even have time to let out a scream before being instantly consumed by the lightning, turning into countless specks of light. Instant kill. Clean and swift. After doing all this, Yun Chen's gaze returned to the epic sludge monster. The other party seemed to be taken aback by this display. The mass of darkness paused slightly. Then, it let out an even more delighted laugh. Interesting, interesting. Your strength exceeds my expectations. However, Yun Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to its flattery. He had seen clearly just now. His withering lightning, after instantly killing that platinum boss, indeed had arcs of electricity that struck this epic-level creature. But, the damage dealt was zero. A bright, glaring zero. The sludge monster seemed to see through Yun Chen's confusion. Its shifting dark face twisted even more severely. Looks like you're curious why your attacks didn't hurt me? Do you want to know why? It leaned forward, its thick sludge trailing behind like a long string. It struck a pose as if to whisper. Then, its massive darkness suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black tongue that flicked in the air. A sneering voice echoed again. Did you really think I would be stupid enough to tell you? Fool. Yun Chen looked at it expressionlessly. Fine. You won't say, huh? I'll try it myself. With a thought, the demon staff flickered with light. Two small, grotesque demons appeared out of thin air. Go! Yun Chen commanded. Without hesitation, the demons charged forward, shrieking, sacrificial self-destruction. Boom! A violent explosion sent black sludge flying everywhere. However, when the dust settled, the epic boss stood there unscathed. Two bright red zeros floated above its head again. Tisk! Yun Chen clicked his tongue. Having a rough idea now. Immune to physical damage, immune to magical damage as well. This guy was a pure mechanism monster, the kind that relied solely on rules to annoy people. However, Yun Chen always believed in one thing: as long as it's a game, as long as there are mechanics, there must be a way to break them. He suddenly recalled the inconspicuous note the system provided when he first entered this level. Note, an ancient resentment born from the depths of the abyss, supported by the power of the 72 demon pillars, possessing the characteristics of immortality. Immortal. 72 demon pillars. The meaning was clear. Yun Chen raised his head, scanning the vast dark red wasteland. In sight. Soon, his gaze precisely locked onto the hidden corners of the wasteland. There, 72 massive black stone pillars exuding a strong ominous aura pierced the sky like jagged fangs. At the top of each pillar, a long, despair-inducing health bar was clearly visible. Just as expected. As long as he destroyed these 72 pillars, he could break its invincibility. He. At that moment, the sludge monster laughed again. Looks like you've noticed the key. It waved its hand. Splash! A thick sludge shot toward Yun Chen like an arrow. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed, instantly activating Shadow Shield. Buzz! A deep black shield enveloped him. However, it was useless. The sludge, like a venomous snake with a life of its own, directly ignored the shield's block. It penetrated through and struck Yun Chen. A cold system prompt followed. Ding! You have been afflicted by the abyssal curse. Effect: you will lose 5,000 health points every 10 seconds. This effect cannot be dispelled by any means until you defeat the abyssal resentment aggregate. Minus 5,000. A bright red damage number floated above Yun Chen's head. With his current 400,000 health, he could last at most 80 seconds. That's less than a minute and a half. He. The sludge monster's laughter was filled with schadenfreude. My guest, your time is running out. In such a short time, you can destroy my 72 demon pillars. Let me tell you, each demon pillar has the same health as my main body, a staggering 50 million. It seemed to envision Yun Chen being cursed to death in despair. However, Yun Chen slowly raised his head, looking at it with a foolish expression. I can't be bothered with the complicated task of destroying pillars. The moment his words fell, Yun Chen's gaze met that of the sludge monster. Demon transfer. The next second, the sludge monster, which was about to continue mocking, suddenly froze. In shock. It was horrified to discover that the long health bar above its head had inexplicably lost a large chunk. 400,000. A clear and unmistakable damage number floated up. What's going on? The dark face of the sludge monster twisted violently, filled with confusion and shock. It clearly had absolute physical and magical immunity. Why was it still taking damage? What kind of sorcery did this guy use? It naturally had no idea. Yun Chen's demon transfer did not transfer the magical or physical damage caused by the skill. Instead, it transferred the consumption of the skill itself. This kind of damage did not belong to any damage type. It bypassed all defenses, immunities, and damage reduction rules. It was pure, conceptual, real damage. You seem surprised? Yun Chen said coldly with a smile. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Dark word, pain, disaster domain, withering lightning. He raised his hand, unleashing a series of skills fluidly. Black whips, destructive lightning, silent domains. These skills hit the sludge monster, still only floating up a series of 0 eggs. But at the same time, -400,000, -400,000, -400,000. A series of terrifying damage numbers, reaching 6 digits, crazily jumped above the sludge monster's head. In an instant, its 80 million health points evaporated by a full 2,800,000. The continuous agony jolted the sludge monster awake from its initial daze. Although it didn't know what strange means the opponent used, it quickly calmed down. It realized that while Yunqin could ignore its dual immunities and deal damage to it, fortunately, the amount of damage wasn't too high. Meanwhile, the curse on the opponent was continuously draining health. -5,000, -5,000. At this rate of health loss, under the back and forth, the one to die first would definitely be that damned human. He absolutely couldn't outlast itself. However, the next second, it was dumbfounded, because it clearly saw that Yunqian's health bar had just dropped by over 10,000. But in an instant, whoosh, it was full again. Green healing numbers continuously popped up above Yunqian's head. What's going on? It stiffly turned its gaze. It saw that beneath Yunqian's feet, a huge shadow domain had opened up without it noticing. Countless grotesque tentacles emerged from the ground, frantically strangling the endless stream of vengeful spirits and bones that were continuously spawning. 10,000 devouring shadows. -190,000. -190,000. +4,006. +4,006. Killing recovery. The monsters here were endless. This meant that Yunqian's health was also nearly infinite. Yunqian raised his head, looking at the sludge boss. That had fallen into a stupor. He slowly revealed a devilish smile. We have plenty of time. Let's take it slow. Let's see who can outlast whom. The abyssal grievance. Aggregator looked at the strange human before it, the swirling darkness almost solidifying. It had lived for tens of thousands of years, seen countless strong beings, but had never encountered such an outrageous fighting style. Clearly, it had absolute physical and magical immunity. Clearly it had inflicted a deadly abyssal curse on the opponent. Clearly it had the upper hand and advantage. But now, the situation had completely reversed. This is impossible. The sludge monster let out an angry roar. You're just a human. How could you possess such bizarre abilities? Yunqian ignored its doubts, focusing intently on controlling the ever-expanding shadow domain beneath his feet. The effect of 10,000 devouring shadows was fully unleashed in this environment with a high density of monsters. Every second, dozens of various abyssal creatures were being strangled by the grotesque tentacles emerging from the ground. Skeleton warriors, vengeful spirit mages, corrupted orcs, remnants of fallen angels. These powerful monsters that usually terrified players were like a swarm of ants before Yunqian. -2,380,000. -2,380,000. 2.38 million. A dense stream of damage numbers cascaded from the sky like a waterfall. At the same time, green healing numbers danced wildly above Yunqian's head. +4,006. +4,006. +4,006. With each monster killed, he regained 4,006 health points. At this current kill rate, Yunqian's healing per second had reached a terrifying 120,000. Meanwhile, the abyssal curse only deducted 5,000 health every 10 seconds. This amount of damage was completely negligible. What kind of sorcery is this? The voice of the abyssal grievance aggregate trembled for the first time. It began to realize that it might have kicked a previously unencountered iron plate. This human not only possessed bizarre attack methods that ignored its dual immunities but also had nearly infinite sustainability. The most frightening part was that the endless stream of abyssal creatures around him not only posed no threat but instead became his healing items. Yunqian finally lifted his head, looking at it with an extremely calm gaze. Sorcery? A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is just the most basic resource utilization. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Again. Demon transfer. Shadow word, pain. Withering lightning. Catastrophe domain. A series of skills flowed out seamlessly, although they still only dealt 0 damage. The transferred damage indeed landed on the sludge monster. -400,000. -400,000. -400,000. -400,000. For terrifying damage numbers, each reaching 6 figures, floated up simultaneously, and the sludge monster's health bar instantly evaporated by 1.6 million. So far, its health had dropped from 80 million to 75.6 million. Although it seemed like a small portion, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it was drained to death. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. The abyssal grievance aggregate could no longer remain calm. It suddenly waved its hand, and the surrounding black river began to churn violently. Glug glug. Countless sludge creatures surged from the riverbed, coalescing in the air into fierce abyssal demons. These demons were much stronger than the surrounding minions, all being elite monsters of golden rank. They clawed and rushed towards Yunqian, trying to disrupt his combat rhythm. However, Yunqian looked at this group of takeout rushing towards him, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. They even come to me voluntarily? How considerate. The tentacles of 10,000 devouring demons. Shadow immediately changed direction, including these golden demons in the hunting range. Although these demons had thicker health than ordinary monsters, they were still one-hit kills in the face of 190,000 fixed damage. Moreover, the healing amount from killing golden monsters was much higher than that from ordinary monsters. Plus 8,012, plus 8,012, plus 8,012. The green numbers were a full double of what they were before. Yun Chen's healing speed soared to a new height. You monster. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate was completely dumbfounded. The reinforcements it summoned not only posed no threat to the enemy but instead further enhanced the opponent's strength. What kind of twisted combat method was this, monster? Yun Chen chuckled lightly. What qualifications do you, a sludge made of grievances, have to call me a monster? As his words fell, he launched another attack. This time, he didn't rush to use high-power skills but instead rhythmically consumed the opponent's health one hit at a time. After all, there was plenty of time, why rush? Moreover, during this process he could also gain a large amount of experience points. At this moment, Yun Chen's experience bar had reached 87% of level 39. At this rate he might directly level up to 40 after defeating this boss. The battle entered a bizarre state of balance. Although the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate had an absurdly thick health pool, under Yun Chen's stable output, its health was slowly but steadily decreasing. And although Yun Chen was afflicted with a deadly curse thanks to the healing mechanism of 10,000 devouring demon shadow, his health remained at full status. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, entering a prolonged war of attrition. As time passed, the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate began to grow increasingly impatient. It continuously summoned various reinforcements, trying to break this deadlock. Bone dragons, undead mages, abyssal lords, wave after wave of powerful monsters were summoned. However, the fate of these monsters was the same. They were instantly strangled by the tentacles of 10,000 devouring demon shadow, turning into experience points and healing items for Yun Chen. Impossible. This cannot be happening. The voice of the sludge monster had begun to turn hysterical. I am the ruler of the abyss. I am the eternal king of grievances. How could I possibly lose to a mere human? Yet, reality was cruel. No matter how it roared or how unwilling it was, the constantly fluctuating number on its health bar mercilessly proclaimed its defeat. 75 million, 74 million, 73 million. The health was decreasing bit by bit, and this process seemed utterly irreversible. Yun Chen looked at the other party's nearly desperate expression, yet he felt unusually calm. This outcome had been destined from the very beginning. The healing mechanism of 10,000 devouring demon shadow was designed for such long-term battles. In this environment with an extremely high density of monsters, the effect of this skill was amplified to the extreme. Not to mention, he also had the perverse skill of demon transfer that ignored all defenses. With double insurance in place, the outcome of this battle had been a foregone conclusion. From the start, the only question was how long it would take. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate suddenly stopped its meaningless roaring. The swirling darkness eerily calmed down. This abnormal tranquility made Yun Chen frown slightly. From the beginning of the battle until now, this epic boss had been screaming hysterically. Its sudden silence surely meant it was brewing some powerful move. Sure enough, the next second, the sludge monster's hoarse voice echoed in Yun Chen's mind once more. But this time, its tone had become unusually deep, carrying a strange solemnity. Since conventional means cannot deal with you, then let me show you what true abyssal power is. The moment the words fell, the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate suddenly spread its arms wide. Its body, made of sludge, began to swell violently. In the name of eternal grievance, with the power of abyssal darkness, and by the authority of the 72 demon pillars, I summon Abyssal Legion. Boom! The entire sky of the 101st layer was instantly dyed blood red. The already shattered blood moon began to tremble wildly, with cracks on its surface spreading at a visible speed. Immediately after, crack, the blood moon shattered completely. Countless dark, red beams of light fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down fiercely across the wasteland. With each beam that struck the ground, it would unleash towering black flames. As the flames dissipated, one by one, heavily armored abyssal warriors with terrifying auras slowly rose to their feet. Abyssal Warrior, LV35, Grade, Platinum Abyssal Mage, LV36, Grade, Platinum Abyssal Knight, LV37, Grade, Platinum. Over 100 Platinum grade abyssal creatures spread across the entire wasteland in just a few seconds. The strength of these monsters was several levels above those previous minions. Each one possessed terrifying attributes that would instill despair in ordinary players. And now, they all turned their weapons towards Yun Chen. Roar! Kill the invader! For the glory of the abyss! Amidst the thunderous roars, over 100 platinum-level bosses charged towards Yun Chen simultaneously. The ground trembled, and the air was torn apart. In such a situation, not to mention a single player, even a fully equipped elite team from a top guild would be torn to shreds in an instant. However, facing this scene that could drive anyone to despair, Yun Chen's expression showed no signs of change. He even had the leisure to yawn. Finally, something decent has come. He lazily raised his hand, and the shadow domain beneath his feet instantly expanded to its limits. 10,000 devouring shadows ultimate release. Buzz, an overwhelming suction force erupted from beneath Yun Chen's feet. Countless pitch-black tentacles, like the wildly dancing arms of an octopus, surged up from the ground in a dense mass. These tentacles were several times thicker than before, each exuding a suffocating aura of death. The Abyss warriors at the front, before they could even swing their weapons, were tightly ensnared by the oncoming tentacles. What is this thing? The Abyss warriors screamed in terror, struggling desperately. However, it was all in vain. The priority of 10,000 devouring shadows was absurdly high. No matter how high the level of these monsters or how strong their rank, they had no room to resist in front of the tentacles. -1,980,000. -1,980,000. -1,980,000. A flurry of damage numbers rained down like a storm from above the heads of the platinum level bosses. One hit, one kill. No exceptions. Immediately after, green healing numbers began to jump wildly. +16,024. +16,024. +16,024. The healing amount from killing platinum level monsters was a full 4 times that of ordinary monsters. Yun Chen's health was instantly restored to full, even beginning to overflow, and his experience bar jumped significantly in this wave of harvesting. Level 39, 99%. Just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Seeing this scene, not only were the Abyss creatures still in the back dumbfounded, but even the Abyss grievance aggregator itself was completely stunned. No, impossible. It stared blankly at everything before it, the mass of darkness trembling violently. This is the Abyss Legion. Each one is an elite warrior I have painstakingly nurtured over thousands of years. How could it be so easily? However, reality was even harsher than it imagined. Yun Chen showed no signs of stopping. Since the other side had kindly delivered so many high-level experience packages, he would certainly accept them all. Buzz, the shadow domain expanded again, dragging more Abyss creatures into the realm of death. Those originally imposing Abyss mages didn't even have time to finish their incantations before being pulled underground by the tentacles. The heavy armor of the Abyss Knights felt like paper in front of the tentacles, offering no defense whatsoever. In just a minute, over 100 platinum-level Abyss creatures were slaughtered clean. Meanwhile, a golden light shot up into the sky from Yun Chen. Congratulations, you have reached level 40. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have gained 1 advancement point. Detected that you have reached the advancement threshold. Would you like to advance your class immediately? Level 40. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yun Chen's eyes. Level 40 is an important watershed. In God's Fall, players can advance their class at this level, achieving a qualitative leap. However, it was clearly not the time to advance. He decisively chose to postpone and redirected his attention back to the battlefield. The Abyss Grievance Aggregator was still there, with 71 million health remaining. The battle was far from over. You demon. The voice of the sludge monster had completely lost its initial composure and mockery. In its place was deep fear and despair. My legion, the legion I have painstakingly nurtured for thousands of years, all gone. It looked at the scattered remnants of light on the ground, its entire body trembling violently. These abyssal creatures are not just its subordinates. They are also a part of its power. Now, all of this power has been plundered by Yun Chen. Not only that, but the opponent's strength has also advanced further, reaching the threshold of level 40. This is simply a way to grow stronger while killing enemies. Terrifying. This human is even more demonic than a demon. Demon? Upon hearing this title, Yun Chen instead laughed. You're right, I am indeed a demon. He slowly raised his head, and in his eyes, obscured by the hood, a strange red light flickered. The power of the eye of the primordial demon was fully revealed at this moment. Moreover, I am a purer demon than you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Chen launched another attack. This time, he held nothing back and directly activated his strongest output mode. Since the opponent had already revealed their strongest trump card, he should take it seriously. After all, this battle had been going on for nearly 2 hours. It was time to end this farce. With his level raised to 40, all of Yun Chen's attributes received a qualitative boost, especially after digesting the massive experience provided by the previous wave of the Abyssal Army. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. However, the Abyssal Grievance Aggregator clearly would not sit idly by. After witnessing his carefully cultivated army being instantly annihilated, this ancient being that had lived for tens of thousands of years was completely enraged. Since you have forced me to this point, the dark, shifting form of the sludge monster began to spin violently. Then let me show you what true despair looks like. As soon as the words fell, its entire body suddenly began to contract. From its original height of over 10 meters, it shrank to about 3 meters. But at the same time, the pressure emanating from it was several times stronger than before. It was burning its own source of power in exchange for a temporary surge in strength. Abyssal Grievance Aggregator has entered Rampage mode. Attack. Power increased by 300%. Movement speed increased by 200%. Skill cooldown reduced by 50%. Duration, 10 minutes. The cold system prompt rang out, causing Yunchen to frown. A boss in Rampage mode is often the most dangerous. Sure enough, the next second, the figure of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregator vanished like a ghost. Die, human! A roar filled with endless resentment came from behind Yunchen. Without a second thought, he instantly activated Shadow Stealth. Whoosh! The black figure flashed through the air, narrowly dodging a sludge tentacle as thick as a barrel. Boom! The tentacle slammed down onto the ground, instantly creating a pit over 10 meters in diameter. Strange black smoke was rising from the bottom of the pit, clearly carrying some terrifying negative effect. Has its speed increased this much? After landing, Yunchen's expression turned serious. The speed of that last attack was at least twice as fast as before. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have likely been hit by that blow. However, this was just the beginning. After entering Rampage mode, the Abyssal Grievance Aggregator seemed to have gone completely mad. Its body began to split wildly, transforming into dozens of thick tentacles that launched an assault on Yun Chen from all directions. Die, 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 die. Amidst the hysterical screams, countless attacks came pouring in like a storm. Yun Chen could only keep dodging, using the displacement effective Shadow Stealth to barely evade these deadly attacks. However, the opponent's attacks were simply too dense. No matter how fast his reactions were, there would inevitably be oversights. Rip! A tentacle grazed Yun Chen's shoulder, instantly tearing a gash in his robe. Although the damage was not high, it reduced his movement speed by 10%. Immediately after, another tentacle seized the opportunity to strike. This time, Yun Chen couldn't completely dodge it. Bang! Minus 50,000. A bright red damage number floated above his head, although it wasn't fatal. This was the first substantial damage he had taken since the battle began. Ha ha ha! Blood! I see blood! The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate laughed maniacally, its assault becoming even more ferocious. With the boost from its berserk state, its attack frequency was astonishingly fast. Yun Chen's 10,000 devouring demon shadow was still in effect, continuously killing surrounding monsters to restore health. But facing such a dense barrage of attacks, his health began to show a clear downward trend. 400,000, 380,000, 350,000. No, I can't keep taking hits passively like this. Yun Chen's gaze sharpened as he made a decisive choice. Since dodging was no longer realistic, he would choose to confront it head-on. He suddenly stopped, no longer evading, and charged directly at the incoming tentacles. Dark Word, Pain, minus 400,000. Withering Lightning, minus 400,000. Catastrophe, Domain, minus 400,000. He unleashed 4 skills in quick succession, and the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate's health instantly evaporated by 1.2 million. But at the same time, Yun Chen was hit by several tentacles simultaneously. Minus 50,000, minus 60,000, minus 40,000, minus 70,000. 4 damage numbers floated up at once, and his health plummeted to 180,000. This health level was already very dangerous. A few more hits, and he would be on the brink. However, Yun Chen's expression remained calm, because the next second, a flurry of green numbers began to jump wildly. Plus 4,006, plus 4,006, plus 4,006. The healing effect of 10,000 devouring demon shadow activated, instantly bringing his health back to a safe line. What? Full again? The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate was nearly going insane. It had finally seized the opportunity to deal a heavy blow, only for the opponent to be back at full health in an instant? How could it fight like this? However, what made it even more desperate was yet to come. While healing, Yun Chen did not stop attacking. He was like a perpetual motion machine, continuously unleashing various skills. Each skill dealt 400,000 points of true damage to the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate. Although he was also taking damage, the healing mechanism of 10,000 devouring demon shadow allowed him to maintain a relatively safe health line. This fighting style seemed perilous, but it concealed Yun Chen's precise calculations. He knew very well that in this situation, it was unrealistic to defeat the opponent without taking any damage. Since that was the case, he would engage in a battle of attrition in the most extreme way. The fight entered its most intense phase. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate attacked frantically, trying to completely kill Yun Chen before the berserk state ended. Meanwhile, Yun Chen endured the opponent's attacks while steadily dealing damage. The two sides were like two dying beasts, locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to fall first. Yun Chen's health fluctuated violently between 300,000 and 200,000, nearly hitting rock bottom several times. But each time, he barely held on thanks to the healing mechanism of 10,000 devouring demon shadow. Meanwhile, the health of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate steadily decreased in this extreme contest. 69 million, 62 million. Time passed second by second. Finally, the 10 minutes of berserk time came to an end. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate's body began to weaken and its attack frequency noticeably dropped. Yet Yunchen still stood firm. He raised his head to look at the now listless sludge monster. Is the berserk time over? Then, it's my turn. The end of the berserk state marked the failure of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregates. Last trump card. At this moment, not only had its attack power significantly decreased, but its movement speed had also slowed. Even more frightening was that the prolonged high-intensity battle had drained its source power completely. And Yun Chen, although he appeared somewhat fatigued, maintained a good overall state thanks to the continuous healing from 10,000 devouring demon shadow. Under the ebb and flow, the balance of battle had completely tilted. No, it's impossible. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate looked at its health bar, which had already dropped to 63 million, letting out a desperate wail. I am the ruler of the abyss, the eternal king of grievances. How could I possibly lose to a mere human? Yun Chen ignored its cries, calmly continuing his rhythm of attack. After that 10 minutes of life and death struggle, he had completely figured out the opponent's attack pattern. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate posed no threat to him now. Demon Transfer, Shadow Word, Pain, Withering Lightning, a familiar combo unleashed, and another 1.2 million health evaporated. 61.8 million. Do you know? Yunchen said lightly while attacking. From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle was already determined. Do you think you're strong? Indeed. 80 million health, epic grade, and all sorts of flashy skills. But you've overlooked the most important point. He paused his attack, staring directly at the swirling darkness of his opponent. In the face of absolute power, any technique is futile. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Yun Chen. The red light in his hooded eyes surged. The power of the primordial demon eye was fully unleashed at that moment. Since you like to drag out time so much, I'll play with you. Primordial demon eye, demon blessing. This was a newly unlocked ability after Yun Chen killed the Abyssal Butcher. It could temporarily enhance his equipment, significantly increasing its power. As the skill activated, the demon staff in Yun Chen's hand began to emit an eerie black light. The skull at the top of the staff seemed to come alive, its eyes burning with hellfire. Demon staff, demon blessing state effect. Summon creature's power increased by 500%. Attacks will deal true damage. Quantity limit increased by 200%. And additionally summon high-level demon lord's duration. 5 minutes. As the names of ancient demons echoed, the space began to twist violently. Massive summoning circles appeared one after another on the wasteland. Roar! 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 Amidst the thunderous roars, 200 high-level demons, each over 5 meters tall and engulfed in hellfire, slowly emerged from the summoning circles. High-level demon imp. LV45 grade, Emerald high-level demon servant. LV46 grade, Emerald high-level demon lord. LV47 grade, Emerald. A full 200 powerful emerald grade demons. Such a lineup was enough to sweep through any top guild on any server. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate stared dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing demons. This is impossible. How could you summon so many high-level demons? And their aura, it's even stronger than my Abyssal Legion. Yun Chen let out a cold laugh, not answering its question. Instead, he commanded the group of demons, tear it apart. As you command, my lord. The 200 high-level demons roared in unison, then charged at the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate like hungry wolves. The ensuing battle was a one-sided massacre. Although the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate had thick health, it had no room for resistance against the siege of 200 emerald-grade demons. Minus 500,000. Minus 480,000. Minus 520,000. Minus 460,000. Terrifying damage numbers jumped wildly, and the sludge monster's health bar plummeted at a visible rate. 60 million. 55 million. 50 million. No. Stop. I surrender. I admit defeat. The Abyssal Grievance Aggregate finally broke down, letting out a desperate plea for mercy. Please, spare me. I am willing to hand over the holy Lightseed Core. I'll give you anything. However, Yun Chen's expression showed no sign of yielding. Now you want to surrender? It's too late. From the moment you harbored murderous intent towards me, this battle was destined to have only one outcome. Either you die, or I die. And clearly, it won't be me who dies. The battle continued. The attacks from the Demon Legion showed no signs of stopping. The health of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate continued to decline, soon dropping below the 10 million mark. Finally, after 72 hours of prolonged combat, this epic showdown was about to come to an end. When the health of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate fell to the last 1 million, its body began to tremble uncontrollably. That swirling darkness revealed a hint of fear for the first time. I will not die. I am eternal. It muttered in an increasingly weak voice, as if trying to bolster its courage. However, the cruel reality shattered its final fantasy. 500,000, 300,000, 100,000, 50,000, 10,000. Finally, with a precise hit from a high-level demon lord's hellfire ball, the health bar of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate was completely emptied. No! A desperate roar echoed through the sky, then abruptly stopped. This once invincible epic boss completely dissipated over the wasteland. Congratulations, you have defeated the epic boss, Abyssal Grievance Aggregate. You have gained 5 million experience points. You have gained 1 million life coins. You have gained 2,000 demon points. You have gained a special item, Holy Light Ember Core. As the final system notification sounded, Yunchen let out a long sigh. The 72 hours of fierce battle had finally come to an end. He looked at the crystal core radiating a holy light before him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The trial task was complete. With the complete dissipation of the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate, the entire environment of the 101st layer began to undergo significant changes. The once gloomy blood-red sky gradually brightened. The foul-smelling black river on the ground also began to clear up. It was as if this land, polluted by grievances for millennia, was finally welcoming the light again. Yunchen walked to the spot where the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate had dissipated, bent down, and picked up the crystal core radiating a holy light. Holy light. Ember Core, grade, artifact, effect, contains the pure holy light power, a god-level material that can purify all darkness and evil. Special attribute, after equipping, gain holy light affinity, all light-based skills increase in power by 300%. Note, a relic left by angels possessing infinite mysterious power, an artifact-level material. A hint of surprise flashed in Yunchen's eyes. Although he had long known that the rewards for this trial would not be simple, he did not expect it to be an artifact-level item. It should be noted that in God's Fall, artifact-level equipment and materials are truly legendary existences. Each one possesses terrifying power that can change the game's landscape. However, although the Holy Light Ember Core is of high grade, its usefulness to Yunchen at this moment is actually limited. After all, he is following the demon path, primarily focusing on dark skills. The Holy Light attribute enhancement offers him almost no help. Forget it, I'll keep it for now, it might come in handy later. Yunchen stored the Holy Light Ember Core in his backpack and then checked his overall gains. This battle was indeed fruitful. First, his level jumped from 37 to 40, crossing an important threshold. Secondly, there was the accumulation of various resources, 5 million experience points, 1 million life coins, 2,000 demon points, and the artifact-level Holy Light Ember Core. Such gains were enough to excite any player to the point of sleeplessness. More importantly, through this 72-hour fierce battle, Yunchen gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. An epic-level boss is nothing more than that. As long as the tactics are right, it can still be defeated. This gave him a great deal of confidence. It's time to leave here. Yunchen looked around and noticed that after the Abyssal Grievance Aggregate dissipated, the entire 101st floor had become empty. The various monsters that had been wandering the wasteland had also completely vanished with the boss's death. Soon, he discovered a portal radiating a soft glow in the center of the wasteland. That should be the exit to leave this place. Without hesitation, Yunchen walked straight in. With a twist of space, his figure disappeared within the Hell Demon Tower. In the next moment, Yunchen found himself back in the hollow of the Misty Dragon Valley. It was already deserted, and clearly, the other players had left. Yunchen didn't linger here either. He directly used a return scroll and arrived back at Eagle City. As soon as he appeared in the teleportation square, he felt countless gazes directed at him. Holy crap, it's the question mark boss. It really is him. The living question mark boss. Boss, can I get an autograph? Question mark bro is awesome. I'm your diehard fan. The entire teleportation square instantly erupted. Countless players rushed over, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary question mark boss. Yunchen looked at this enthusiastic crowd and felt a bit of a headache. He just wanted to quietly complete the trial task, but he didn't expect to cause such a huge stir. It seemed that his performance in the Hell Demon Tower had spread throughout the entire Eagle Nation. Sorry, I have something to do, so I won't be giving interviews. Yunchen politely declined the players' attention and quickly left the teleportation square. What he wanted most now was to find a quiet place to properly digest the gains from this trial. Especially that level 40 class advancement. He couldn't wait to see what new abilities he would gain. Soon, Yunchen arrived at a secluded grove outside Eagle City. It was rarely visited, making it perfect for class advancement. He opened the system panel and chose to advance immediately. Detected that you have reached level 40, starting class advancement. Now, please choose your advancement direction. 1. Demon Warlock, a powerful class specializing in summoning and controlling demons. 2. Abyss Mage, a mysterious class that masters dark magic. 3. Soul Reaper, a terrifying class that draws power from collecting enemy souls. 4. Special conditions detected, unlocking hidden advancement route. Hidden advancement route. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Yunchen's eyes. The first 3 options were relatively common demon-type classes, but the 4th option was clearly something special. Detected that you possess Primordial Demon Eye, Holy Light Fire Core, and have defeated an epic-level boss. Among other special conditions, hidden class Primordial Demon King has been unlocked. Primordial Demon King, the legendary first Demon King, possessing supreme authority over all dark powers. Class feature: all demon-type skills power increased by 100%. Gain the passive skill Demon King's Authority. Demon King's Authority, your very existence is a deterrent to enemies. All hostile units face a 20% reduction in all attributes when near you. Primordial Demon King. The moment this class name appeared, Yunshin felt an inexplicable thrill. It was as if this was the path he was destined to take. Without any hesitation, he chose the fourth option. Congratulations, class advancement successful. You have become Primordial Demon King. You have gained a new skill, Demon King's Descent. You have gained a new skill, Abyss Overlord. Your primordial demon eye has evolved, unlocking new ability Demon's Blessing. A surge of overwhelming power instantly flooded into Yunshan's body. He felt as if he had been reborn, every cell rejoicing in exhilaration, especially that pair of primordial demon eyes, which at this moment were radiating a deeper red light than before. It seemed as if they could see through all the darkness and evil in the world. Is this the power of the Primordial Demon King? Yunshan clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him. As the glow of the class advancement faded, Yunshan sensed an unprecedented surge of strength inside him. The power of the Primordial Demon King was even greater than he had imagined. However, just as he was about to check the specific class skills, the system notification sounded again. Detected that you have successfully completed the epic trial task, beginning to settle hidden rewards. Congratulations, you have received an additional experience reward, 80 million points. Congratulations, you have obtained rare materials, Abyssal Origin Crystals ×3. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill expansion slot, Intermediate. Congratulations, you have obtained the title, Abyss Conqueror. Congratulations, you have obtained a special ability, Demon Bloodline Awakening. Hidden rewards? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yunshan's eyes. 80 million experience points was a terrifying number. It should be noted that leveling up from level 40 to 41 requires 5 million experience, and as levels increase, the required experience grows exponentially. 80 million experience points were enough for him to level up several times. Your level has increased to level 41. Your level has increased to level 42. Your level has increased to level 43. Your level has increased to level 44. Your level has increased to level 45. Your level has increased to level 46. Your level has increased to level 47. Your level has increased to level 48. A series of level up notifications rang out, and Yunshan's level skyrocketed directly from 40 to 48. Such a speed of leveling up was absolutely unprecedented. It should be noted that the player currently ranked first in the server's level leaderboard was only at level 29. Yunshan was now ahead by a full 19 levels. This level gap could no longer be simply described as leading. It was an overwhelming existence. With the rapid increase in level, Yunshan's base attributes also underwent a qualitative leap. Player level 48 class Primordial Demon King. His health points directly broke through the 600,000 mark. Such attributes, at this stage, were simply monstrous. More importantly, the system also mentioned a special ability, Demon Bloodline Awakening. Demon Bloodline Awakening effect. The blood of the ancient demon royal family flows within you, enhancing the power of all demon-type skills by an additional 50% special effect. Can communicate deeply with demon-type beings, gaining their recognition and loyalty. Hidden effect. Under specific conditions, can temporarily manifest true demon form. The power of this ability made Yunshan gasp in astonishment. A 50% increase in skill power meant that his combat strength had reached a new level. Moreover, the ability to communicate with demon-type beings could prove unexpectedly useful in certain special situations. As for the hidden demon form, Yunshan was curious. But it was clearly not the time to experiment. Such a significant increase in strength. Yunshan looked at his attribute panel, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surging within him. He was now completely confident in facing any challenge. Even against the legendary myth-level boss, he felt he had the strength to fight. In addition to the increase in level and attributes, those extra rewards were also not to be underestimated. Abyssal Origin Crystals were rare materials for crafting top-tier equipment, each worth a fortune. And the title Abyss Conqueror provided a permanent 10% boost to all attributes. These gains combined had brought about a tremendous change in Yunshan's overall strength. However, the most important thing now is to figure out those newly unlocked skills. Yunshan opened the skill panel and began to carefully study his new abilities. As the original Demon King, this hidden profession granted him skills that had completely surpassed the understanding of ordinary players. Especially that skill, Demon King Descends, which was already shocking just by its name. Demon King Descends effect temporarily transforms into a true Demon King. All attributes increase by 300%. Immune to all control effects. Duration 60 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Cost 50% of current health. The effect of this skill could only be described as monstrous. A 300% increase in all attributes meant that during the skill's duration, Yunshan's combat power would reach an astonishing level. However, the cost of consuming 50% of his health was also significant, so it had to be used cautiously. The other skill, Abyss Overlord, while not as domineering as Demon King Descends, was more practical. Abyss Overlord effect can control and purify abyssal power, dealing double damage to abyssal creatures. Special effect can tame defeated abyssal creatures, making them permanent followers. Passive effect in abyssal environments, movement speed and attack speed increase by 50%. The taming ability of this skill made Yun Chan's eyes light up. If he could tame some powerful abyssal creatures as followers, his overall strength would further increase. Thinking of this, Yun Chan couldn't help but recall the monsters he encountered earlier in the Hell Demon Tower. If he had this ability back then, he might have been able to tame a few platinum-level abyssal creatures. But it was too late to say that now. He could only hope to encounter suitable targets in the future. Besides these two new skills, Yun Chan's original Demon Eye had also received further enhancement. The previously unlocked Demon's Blessing ability could now bless multiple pieces of equipment simultaneously. Moreover, the duration of the blessing effect had been extended from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. This meant that his sustained output capability in battle had significantly improved. It seems this trip to the Hell Demon Tower has yielded even greater rewards than expected. Yun Chan closed the skill panel and nodded in satisfaction. He now possessed the powerful strength to stand alone in the world of God's Fall. Next, it was time to consider longer-term plans. For example, seeking stronger equipment, exploring higher difficulty dungeons, or challenging those legendary hidden bosses. After checking his basic attributes, Yun Chan turned his attention to his most important ability, Original Demon Eye. This SSS-level talent was the foundation of how he had come this far. Now, with the advancement of his profession and the awakening of his demonic bloodline, it seemed that these eyes had also undergone some subtle changes. Yun Chan closed his eyes and carefully felt the warm flow coming from his eyes. When he opened them again, the entire world appeared different in his sight. The range of vision of Original Demon Eye had doubled compared to before. Moreover, he could clearly see the energy flows within each living being. Whether it was vitality or magical power, they appeared as glowing threads, vividly visible in his eyes. Detected evolution of Original Demon Eye. New ability, Demon's Blessing enhanced, unlocked. New ability, Abyssal Gaze, unlocked. New ability, Demon Eye Insight, unlocked. 3 brand new abilities? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yun Chan's eyes. He couldn't wait to check the specific effects of these new abilities. Demonic Blessing Improved effect can bestow demonic blessing on 5 pieces of equipment simultaneously, significantly enhancing their power and special effects duration. 15 minutes cooldown. 30 minutes special effect. Equipment that has been blessed has a 10% chance to trigger Wrath of the Demon during the duration, dealing 300% damage. This improved version of Demonic Blessing not only affects more equipment at once but also adds a critical hit effect. A 10% chance to trigger 300% damage may seem low, but once it triggers, it is absolutely lethal. Abyssal Gaze Grade, Emerald level effect. Gaze at the target for 3 seconds, dealing mental damage and dragging surrounding enemies into an abyssal illusion, applying a fear effect damage, calculated based on health attribute. 6 times the health consumed. Fear duration, 5 seconds cooldown, 60 seconds. This is a quite powerful control skill. A 5-second fear duration can often determine the outcome in high-level battles. Moreover, this skill is activated based on the gaze, with almost no wind-up time, making it very suitable for interrupting enemy skill casts. Eye of Insight effect can see through all illusions and disguises, revealing skills like stealth, transformation, and illusion. Special effect. Your attacks against the revealed target are guaranteed to hit, and critical hit rate is increased by 50%. Duration. Passive skill note. The true eye sees through all falsehoods. The value of this passive skill even surpasses the previous 2 active skills. In PvP battles, stealth and illusion skills are core tactics for many classes. The existence of Eye of Insight gives Yun Chan an absolute advantage when facing such enemies. These 3 new abilities are all quite practical. Yun Chan nodded in satisfaction, especially the passive skill Eye of Insight, which is tailor-made for PvP combat. Imagine when the enemy thinks they have successfully gone stealth and is ready to launch a surprise attack, only to find Yun Chan's attack precisely landing on them. That feeling of despair will definitely leave a deep impression on the opponent. With the new skill expansion, intermediate, 2 skill slots were provided. Yun Chan directly chose to use them and learn 2 skills. However, to truly master these new abilities, a lot of practical training is still needed. Yun Chan looked around and found that there were no suitable practice targets in this forest. Looks like I need to find a place to get familiar with these new skills. Just as he was considering where to practice, a sudden commotion of intense battle sounds came from a distance. Help! Is anyone there? Save us! Damn it! Why are these wild monsters so strong? Run! We are no match for them. Hearing the cries for help, Yun Chan frowned. It seemed some players were in trouble. Although he usually wouldn't meddle in others' affairs, since he happened to come across it and he also needed to practice his new skills, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Yun Chan's figure flashed as he quickly moved towards the direction of the sound. Soon, he arrived at the scene of the battle. 3 players in their 20s were being chased through the woods by a pack of level 30 forest giant wolves. The strength of these giant wolves was indeed Formidable for ordinary players, no wonder they were being driven to such a desperate state. Strange, shouldn't these forest giant wolves be active in deeper areas? How did they end up here? Yunshin observed carefully and noticed that the eyes of these giant wolves were flickering with red light, clearly driven by some kind of power. Behind the pack of wolves, a mysterious figure in a black robe was leisurely following, seemingly enjoying the performance before him. Identification. Yunshen's Eye of Insight ability activated, instantly revealing the true information of the opponent. Fallen Druid Marcus, LV32, rank, Golden Elite Skills, Beast Control, Wrath of Nature, Thorn Bindnote, a druid corrupted by dark forces, possessing powerful abilities to control beasts. It turned out to be a fallen druid controlling these giant wolves. Yunshen instantly understood the situation. This Marcus was likely the boss of a hidden quest, and those three unfortunate players had probably triggered the quest by accident. However, this provided Yunshen with a perfect opportunity to practice his new skills. A Golden Elite, along with a pack of level 30 giant wolves, was just the right setup to test the power of his new skills. Yunshen did not rush to act but quietly observed the situation of the three players first. Although they looked quite distressed, their health was still relatively healthy, and they were not in immediate danger. This meant he could slowly experiment with his new skills without worrying about accidentally harming anyone. Yunshen first focused on one of the forest giant wolves. Demonic Transfer minus 600,000. Abyssal Gaze. An invisible mental force shot from his eyes, instantly hitting the target. Awah! The giant wolf let out a painful howl and dropped dead on the spot. A negative status icon of fear appeared above the heads of the surrounding wolves. Affected by the fear effect, they began to indiscriminately attack everything around them, including their fellow pack members. Not bad, Yunshen nodded in satisfaction. The power of Abyssal Gaze was even stronger than he had anticipated. Next, he prepared to test the effect of Demonic Blessing. Enhanced. With a thought, Yunshin enveloped 5 pieces of equipment, including the demonic staff, Shadow Stalker robe, and shadow boots, in the glow of demonic blessing. Instantly, the equipment on him began to emit an eerie black light, its power multiplied several times over. Now, it's time to test the actual combat effect. Yunshen no longer hid, and stepped directly out of the woods. The moment Yunshen emerged from the shadows, the atmosphere of the battlefield underwent a subtle change. The 3 players who were fleeing saw the sudden appearance of the figure in a black robe, their faces first showing expressions of hope but quickly turning anxious. After all, in this situation, they could not determine whether this stranger was friend or foe. The forest giant wolves that were pursuing them sensed the threat keenly. They stopped, warily staring at Yunshen, growling softly. As for the fallen druid Marcus hiding in the back, a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. As a golden elite monster, his perception abilities far exceeded those of ordinary beasts. From Yunshen, he sensed a suffocating aura of terror. Interesting, another uninvited guest has arrived. Marcus's hoarse voice echoed through the woods. However, since you dare to appear here, let's go down together. He waved the decayed staff in his hand, and the forest giant wolves immediately changed direction, pouncing towards Yunshen. However, Yunshen didn't even raise an eyelid. He simply calmly raised his right hand, and the demonic staff in his hand, under the effect of demonic blessing, emitted an even denser black light. Amidst the low chanting, the ground began to tremble violently. One after another, huge summoning circles appeared around Yunshen. This time, due to the effect of demonic blessing, enhanced, the scale of the summoning circles was a full double of what it had been before. Moreover, the demonic aura surging from the circles was much denser than before. Roar! Roar!